Oh my god, where on earth has this portal taken me? I muttered a curse under my breath as I picked myself up off the ground. Looking around, all I saw were dark-skinned men and girls with blonde hair and blue eyes. Clearly, this was no longer China. Just a few minutes ago, I'd been in a small convenience store back home, buying a drink and lazily strolling out while playing on my phone. Suddenly, a small truck came out of nowhere and, whoosh, sent me flying. The only thing I remembered was the truck's advertisement. Encounter another world. Enjoy XX. It had been nighttime only a moment ago, and in a flash, it turned into broad daylight. I was completely unfamiliar with this place, and quickly realized that the strange truck must have brought me to America. Thankfully, I wasn't hurt at all, but I had no idea what had just happened. My mind was racing with thoughts of how to get back. I hurriedly pulled out my phone, and a notification popped up. Adjust date automatically based on network? I tapped confirm, only to see the date set to 2008 along with another message, roaming unavailable. I was stunned. Wasn't it 2024 just now? My phone wasn't made in 2008, so why did it show this time? Looking at the unfamiliar faces all around me, I felt increasingly uneasy. I wandered the streets, scanning the crowds in hopes of spotting a familiar Chinese face. After searching for ages, I finally caught sight of a few people who looked Chinese. I rushed over and greeted them in Mandarin, but they either didn't understand or just smiled politely before hurrying off. I didn't give up and kept weaving through the crowd, approaching anyone who looked remotely Chinese. Persistence paid off. At last, I met someone who could speak Mandarin. Overjoyed, I quickly asked where the Chinese embassy was. The man gave me a strange look, but kindly pointed me in the right direction, telling me to go straight down that road, and I'd find it. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. After thanking him, I headed toward the embassy. I walked for what felt like forever before I finally saw the embassy sign. I rushed inside, but once I got in, I found myself at a loss. How could I possibly explain who I was and where I'd come from? Thinking on my feet, I told the staff I'd been kidnapped and wanted to return home. After hearing me out, they handed me a form to fill out and said they'd need to verify my identity and situation, suggesting I find somewhere to stay while I waited for news. But I didn't have a cent to my name and nowhere at all to go. A sudden thought struck me. Was I now behaving just like those immigrants? Could they possibly help me? As I was pondering this, I noticed that the date displayed on the embassy's television was also 2008. For a moment, I wondered if I had truly traveled back in time. But then, the news segment on the TV left me completely dumbfounded. The headline on screen read, Playboy Tony Stark and his 24 cover girls, and there was a man with a neat little mustache being interviewed, boasting about which cover girl he'd be having dinner with. I stood there in shock, staring at the TV, unable to process a single word. The whole world seemed to go blank. Tony Stark? Did I really cross over? Could I have landed in the Marvel Universe? I could hardly believe my eyes, so I went over to ask the security guard if he'd ever heard of Stark Industries. The guard replied, America's biggest weapons contractor. Who hasn't heard of them? Hearing this, I felt my entire sense of reality waver. So it's true, I really am in the Marvel Universe, and not just any version, but the world of the movies. At first, an intense excitement surged through me, but it quickly gave way to anxiety. This world was far too dangerous, and I had neither superpowers nor any special background. What's more, real-life problems loomed large. I was penniless, my language skills were shaky, and I had no idea how I could possibly survive here. After thinking it over for a while, I decided I should at least solve the problem of getting something to eat before worrying about how to establish myself in this world. I left the embassy, fully aware that staying there would lead nowhere. After all, in this world, I didn't officially exist. Why should anyone take me in? Disappointed, I stepped out of the embassy, my mind wandering aimlessly as I walked. Suddenly, my stomach growled loudly, reminding me that night was already falling. I had no idea where to find something to eat, and the frustration gnawed at me. Here I was, dreaming of making a mark in this world, and now I can't even manage a meal. All I had on me was a cell phone, but I couldn't just sell it off. It was, after all, a product from the future. If it caught the eye of someone with bad intentions, I could easily end up captured, interrogated, or even experimented on. As an ordinary person with no connections and secrets, I couldn't afford to reveal. If organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D. or the CIA ever found out about me, they'd wring every last bit of information from me and then make me disappear without a trace. That was a risk I simply couldn't take. Just as I was struggling in my thoughts, I suddenly heard someone nearby speaking Chinese. Brothers, we've got food again today. I turned to look. It was a chubby homeless man, and he was Chinese too. He held a plate piled high with food and was filming a video on his phone. My hunger got the better of me, and I couldn't help but walk toward him, my eyes fixed on the food on his plate. The chubby homeless guy eyed me warily, as if worried I was about to snatch his meal. He quickly pointed to the line of people nearby and said, "Hey man, if you want to eat, get in line yourself. The church is handing out dinner today. Just go over there." I looked back and realized there was a church right behind me. Hearing there was food being given out, I hurriedly thanked him and rushed to join the line. Not long after, I really did get a piece of bread and a few chunks of curry chicken. The portions weren't much, but at least it was enough to fill my stomach for the time being. After finishing my meal, I noticed the little chubby guy still hanging around, glancing in all directions. Curious, I walked over and asked what he was up to. A few words of conversation later, I learned his name was Ding. He was a homeless streamer on YouTube, making a living by begging and performing on the streets, all while filming videos. I was completely broke and didn't know where my next meal would come from. Ding, on the other hand, had been surviving here for quite some time. I figured if I stuck with him, maybe I'd learn where to find more food handouts. At first, I dreamed of making something of myself, but hunger forced me to follow in his footsteps and start living the life of a beggar. I tried, looking for odd jobs to get by, but as soon as people realized I didn't speak English and didn't have legal papers, no one wanted to hire me. In the end, I ended up begging alongside Ding on the streets of New York for nearly a month. With no papers and no money, I could only barely stave off hunger by begging for food. A simple dishwashing job was completely out of reach, so survival meant relying on handouts on the street. Day after day of eating and sleeping under the open sky, I began to feel lost and hopeless. I don't even remember how many days had passed when, one day, Ding came looking for me. By then, under his guidance, I'd already been working as a street beggar in New York for almost a week. Suddenly, Ding asked me, "Hey, do you want to find a place where you can actually sleep in peace?" I couldn't help but reply, "Does that even need asking? Who wouldn't want a bed instead of sleeping rough on the streets?" Ding gave me a mysterious grin, lowered his voice, and said, "All right, come with me. I know a good spot. Not only can you rest there, but you don't have to worry about anything happening." With that, he quietly led me away from the park on the outskirts of town. On the way, we picked up 2 more companions, and the 4 of us moved along carefully, constantly looking over our shoulders, afraid of being discovered. Soon, we arrived at the base of an apartment building. Ding pointed to one of the units and whispered, "See that? No one's lived there for a long time." So we quietly moved in. At last, I had a place to rest my head, even if only for a while. Ding told me that if I ever found an apartment left empty for a long time, I could just stay there for the time being. Even if the owner came back, I could just move out then, no big deal. If I was thick-skinned enough, I might even get away with staying a few extra days. But, after all, this was America, and the security here wasn't great. If the owner came home and found just me there, he might very well pull a gun on the spot. So, it was safer to have a few people living together. That night, I finally slept soundly for the first time in ages. But to my surprise, when I woke up the next morning, I found myself somewhere entirely different. "Be serious. Tell us exactly where you came from, your name, and why you stole someone else's clothes." A stern-faced officer rapped on the table, interrogating me. At that moment, I was handcuffed with a pair of rose-gold handcuffs sitting on what they called the reflection chair. Helpless, I replied, "I really don't know. When I woke up, I was wearing nothing but my underwear, lying in a park. I've already told you everything I know. Honestly, I'm not hiding anything." That morning was bitterly cold. It was the chill that woke me up. Opening my eyes, I realized I was lying alone on the grass in the park, dressed only in my underwear. I had no idea how I'd ended up there, or even where there was. I wondered if Fat Ding and the others had carried me out and dumped me, but that made no sense. They had nothing to gain from it. Besides, if someone had really carried me out, there's no way I could have slept through it all. The north wind howled, and it was freezing. I had no choice but to get up and jog to keep warm. But as I ran, something felt off. Every face I passed was Chinese, not a single foreigner in sight. All the street signs and markings were in Chinese, too. Suddenly, it hit me. I'm back. Woo-hoo. After everything I'd been through, to find myself back home in familiar surroundings, I can't even describe how happy I was. But I hadn't run far before a group of middle-aged ladies suddenly rushed out and blocked my way. Grabbing hold of me, they shouted, "Pervert! This is outrageous." No matter how I tried to explain myself, they were convinced I was some kind of indecent exhibitionist. I tried to break free and run, but these ladies were surprisingly strong. I couldn't budge an inch. Some elderly men, hearing the commotion, hurried over as well and, in the end, escorted me straight to the police station. The 2 police officers listened to my account with blank faces, jotting down notes as they said, "All right, we'll investigate this matter thoroughly." After that, I was led out of the interrogation room. The officer in charge turned to his colleague who had been taking notes and asked, "Have you found out this guy's identity?" The note-taker shook his head. No, Wang Dafei is probably a fake name, and there's nothing in the fingerprint database. I'll check with the nearby psychiatric hospital later. If he's not a patient and isn't registered anywhere, he's most likely an illegal immigrant. Unaware that I was already under such suspicion, I followed the police down the hall and passed by an office. The door was open, and someone stepped out. I glanced over and was startled. Wasn't this the guy who looked just like Deng Xiao? He was about to speak when suddenly, loud laughter and footsteps echoed from inside the office. He turned around and pushed the door open, only for the laughter to stop instantly as the staff inside politely asked, "Mr. Liu, do you have anything else to add?" He closed the door, looking puzzled. But as soon as the door shut, another burst of laughter erupted from within. He opened the door again, and the room fell silent once more. Only then did he realize he was being played. His face darkened, and he turned to leave. Witnessing all of this, my mind was in a whirl. By the time I snapped out of it, the Deng Xiao lookalike had already left, and I was being locked up in the detention center with no way out. At all, it finally dawned on me. I hadn't gone home, but had somehow crossed over into another world. And this time, the world I'd landed in was as magical and comedic as a mermaid movie. I had absolutely no idea how I'd ended up here, and began racking my brains for a way to return to my own world, but I was drawing a complete blank. Since I couldn't leave for now, I decided I might as well do something meaningful while I was here. Maybe I could help the protagonist find love, and, in the process, gain something for myself. That man who looked like Deng Xiao seemed to be a billionaire, after all. Just as I was lost in these hopeful thoughts, a police officer came over and abruptly shattered my daydream. He informed me that, because they couldn't verify my identity, I'd have to stay in the detention center for 7 days. If things still weren't clear by then, I'd be handed over to another department. Well, there's no point in agonizing over it now. How many people get thrown into a police station the moment they cross over to another world? Still, at least I don't have to worry about food or a place to sleep here. It's all taken care of. Over the next few days, I was interrogated multiple times. But I had no way to prove my identity. No one would believe me if I said I was a traveler from another world, and I had no evidence to show for it. The whole situation made no progress at all. After spending a few days in the detention center, I discovered that the people here were actually quite interesting, each with their own story. Their personalities varied, and our conversations were surprisingly entertaining. Unexpectedly, these days with food and shelter provided felt rather relaxing. On the morning of the 7th day, I suddenly sensed a strange energy stirring within me. It felt as if, with the right guidance, I could simply leave this world behind. Could this be my superpower? I was thrilled. After being locked up for days, all I wanted was to get out as quickly as possible. So without hesitation, I focused on channeling that energy. In an instant, a mysterious purple-red light surged out from within me, surrounding my entire body. My vision blurred, and when it finally cleared, I found myself in a completely different place. What kind of world is this? I wondered aloud, looking around with curiosity. All I saw were ramshackle, crumbling houses and shanties, as if no one had cared for them in ages. The place was in utter ruin. Some roofs had collapsed, walls were riddled with cracks, windows shattered, and doors hung open and askew. Clearly, the place was abandoned, and whatever had happened here, it looked like the previous residents had left in a great hurry. My excitement for this new world vanished in an instant, replaced by a wave of disappointment. As I walked along, I suddenly spotted several people dressed in what looked like ancient clothing, herding a group of captives in a certain direction. Heavens, have I traveled back to ancient times? I was instantly excited, thinking about how other time travelers would recite classic poetry or invent simple things like salt to make a name for themselves. Even if I couldn't become famous, at the very least, I could hope for a comfortable life. But before I had any chance to show off my talents, trouble found me. The moment I set foot on the main road, a group of soldiers, without saying a word, seized me at sword point and tied me up. "What are you doing? Surely this is a mistake," I protested, but I had no power to resist. In no time, I was firmly bound and thrown into a prison cart. I shouted for help, but no one paid me any attention, not even the other prisoners in the cart, who all remained silent. Sitting in that prison cart, I fell into deep thought. What kind of karma had I accumulated in my previous life to deserve this? Every time I crossed into a new world, it seemed I was either wandering the streets or getting arrested, never even having the chance to figure out where I was. I wanted to escape, but locked up as I was, there was no opportunity. So all I could do was bide my time and wait for a better chance. The prison cart jolted along the road, and I had no idea how much time had passed. My body felt battered and raw from the endless bumping when we finally arrived at a military outpost. The people in front came to a halt and the sight that unfolded before my eyes left me speechless, even making me retch involuntarily. In front of us lay a large pit, haphazardly piled with corpses, faces pale and utterly lifeless. Their bodies were covered in scars left by whips, crisscrossing in a gruesome pattern. Some wounds had already festered, releasing a stench so pungent it stung the nose. Each scar seemed to scream of the agony they had endured in life, sending a chill straight to the bone. By the edge of the pit, a few soldiers were pouring kerosene, clearly preparing to set the bodies ablaze. We stared in stunned silence until a man, who looked like a foreman or overseer, approached with a smile. In an instant, I sensed there was nothing simple about this man. His pleasant demeanor barely concealed a chilling menace. He addressed us: "For the next few years, you're all going to serve hard labor here, so you'd better behave. As long as you do your work honestly, you might have a chance to go home. But if you try to shirk or slack off..." He paused, his eyes sweeping over us with a warning glare. "You'll end up just like those people in the pit." With that, he turned and walked away. Just then, a man from our group suddenly stepped forward. His face was ashen, and his voice quivered as he cried out, "Sir, I'm innocent. I haven't done anything wrong. Please let me go home. My family is waiting for me. There are elders and children who depend on me." He dropped to his knees, begging for mercy, his eyes filled with desperate hope, searching for a shred of sympathy. But the overseer only replied coldly, "Enough noise." He didn't even bother to look back. The next moment, he drew the knife from his belt in one swift motion. The blade flashed across the man's throat. A fountain of blood erupted. The man's eyes widened in shock, his hands clutching at his neck. But no matter how hard he pressed, the blood kept pouring out. In an instant, a living man collapsed to the ground, reduced to nothing more than a corpse. The overseer calmly sheathed his knife and walked away as if nothing had happened. The rest of us trembled in terror, all too aware that if we disobeyed, we'd end up just like those in the pit. My face had gone deathly pale. As an ordinary person from the modern world, I had never witnessed such brutality. I had once entertained thoughts of escape, but now I was too afraid to even move. I truly grasped just how dangerous this place was. What kind of world had I landed in? All I could hope for was that I would be able to travel back on the 7th day. Otherwise, survival here would be impossible. In the following days, other prisoners who tried to slack off were whipped by the overseer until their skin split open, scenes that made my heart leap in fear. I threw myself into mining, working frantically for fear of being punished myself, not daring to rest for even a moment. Because of my diligence, the overseer even rewarded me with an extra steamed bun. With only 2 meals a day, thin millet porridge and pickled vegetables, time passed quickly, and before I knew it, several days had gone by. I simply kept my head down, quietly breaking rocks day after day. At last, on the morning of the 7th day, I once again felt that mysterious energy stirring within me, the power that could take me across worlds. Without hesitation, I summoned it. In an instant, a strange, demonic red energy wrapped itself around my entire body, and I immediately escaped that grim, terrifying world. My vision blurred and stretched, and when I came to my senses, I realized I was no longer in the mine. Instead, I found myself standing in the heart of a dense forest. For the past several days, I had eaten little but worked endlessly, smashing rocks as hard as I could, always fearing the overseer's whip. My once smooth hands were now rough and calloused. In just 7 days, I had nearly transformed from an ordinary man into a walking corpse. I never want to go to prison again. Wang Dafei couldn't help but curse. I'd rather beg on the streets, even die out here, than ever set foot in those hellish places again. None of his attempts to cross worlds had ended well, and the fear gnawed at him. Now, finding himself in the forest, Wang Dafei made up his mind. He would never approach a city again. If those survival experts can make it in the wild, so can I, he muttered to himself, thinking of the famous wilderness adventurers. Grabbing a sturdy branch, he resolved to search for something to eat first. He parted the thick grass and moved ahead slowly. Before long, he spotted a tree laden with bright red fruit, each one the size of an apple. The fruit looked incredibly tempting, and Wang Dafei was starving. He didn't care about the risk of poisoning. Hunger left him with no choice. Swallowing hard, he plucked one from the branch and bit into it. The flesh was soft and ripe, like a sun-warmed tomato, and a sweet tart flavor blossomed instantly on his tongue. He picked a few more and devoured them, finally easing the gnawing hunger in his belly. Wang Dafei thought to himself that these tasted far better than anything he'd had in the mines. Just then, with only the rustling of leaves and his own hurried breathing filling the air, a strange sound echoed from the distance within the forest. It sounded like an animal, but not any wild beast he recognized. There was something uncanny and unsettling about it. The sudden noise put Wang Dafei instantly on alert. He stopped in his tracks, listening intently in that direction. Fear crept up unbidden, his eyes darting quickly over every thicket and shadow where danger might lurk. But aside from the dense trees and tangled weeds, he saw nothing. Still, the uneasy feeling of being watched by some unknown creature wouldn't leave him, making it impossible to calm his nerves. Could be a wild animal? Wang Dafei whispered, his voice trembling with anxiety and betraying the fear gnawing at his heart. In these remote, uninhabited mountains, an encounter with a predator could be fatal. All he could do now was hope that the strange sound had been nothing more than the wind or some other trick of nature. Yet terrifying images of a wild beast attack kept flashing through his mind, leaving him more and more unsettled. His grip on the wooden stick involuntarily tightened, but to his astonishment, the stick in his hand crumbled as if it were made of flour. The section he had just squeezed simply shattered. He picked up the broken piece and rubbed it between his fingers. The stick turned instantly into fine powder. This sight struck Wang Dafei as deeply strange. He had no idea what was happening. Confronted with such a bizarre situation, he found himself at a complete loss. Ever since arriving in this unfamiliar world, nothing seemed right, and there was a peculiar discomfort in his body that he couldn't explain. After eating a few fruits to fill his stomach, he took off his shirt and bundled up several more fruits, preparing to leave this place as soon as possible. The forest gave him a profound sense of unease. He knew he couldn't stay here for long. He wanted to pick up another stick to use as a probe while walking, but although these sticks looked no different from ordinary ones whenever he grasped them, they disintegrated into powder at the slightest pressure, as if they were made of flour. This puzzled Wang Dafei and made him doubt whether the sticks could offer any protection at all. He tried picking up several, but the result was always the same, forcing him to give up in frustration. Before he could figure out the mystery of these sticks, a tremendous crashing sound echoed from the distance, as if some enormous creature were toppling trees and barreling in his direction. Wang Dafei immediately dropped the stick in his hand and hurriedly ducked behind a large tree, daring only to peek out with half his head. The sound drew closer and closer until finally, he saw a young man with blue-tipped hair sprinting toward him at full speed. As he ran, he hurled throwing knives behind him, each one slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. Chasing right behind him was a gigantic spider, nearly 8 or 9 meters tall, pursuing them in a frenzy. The sight filled Wang Dafei with terror, and he could barely suppress the urge to turn and flee. The youth with the streak of blue hair moved with uncanny speed, almost spectral, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon Wang Dafei. Yet, whether intentionally or not, he seemed not to notice Wang Dafei at all, leaping straight over his head without a second glance. The monstrous spider followed close behind, closing the distance in a series of terrifying jumps. Suddenly, it spat a glowing purple orb from its mouth, which shot through the air, sailing right over Wang Dafei's head as well. The purple orb moved even faster, nearly overtaking the blue-haired youth. In a flash, the young man shot out a blue ribbon from his hand, wrapping it around the nearest tree, a movement as fluid as Spider-Man. Using the tension, he swung himself through the air, executing an agile dodge that narrowly evaded the pursuing orb. Though he dodged the purple orb, it exploded with a thunderous bang just beyond him, erupting into a web of sticky strands that sealed off his path of retreat. It was only then that the blue-haired youth seemed to notice Wang Dafei for the first time, shouting loudly, "Watch out!" But the shout had an unintended consequence. The giant spider turned its head and, in an instant, spotted Wang Dafei. The giant spider immediately leapt in front of Wang Dafei, blocking his path. All that was left in Wang Dafei's mind was a curse. That man and the monster had clearly already passed over his head. If that blue-haired boy hadn't suddenly shouted, he never would have been discovered. The giant spider paid little attention to Wang Dafei. It only glanced at him out of the corner of one eye, while the rest of its many eyes remained fixed on the blue-haired boy. Then, almost casually, it raised one of its thick, spear-like legs and thrust it toward Wang Dafei. At the very instant the spider lifted its leg to strike, the blue-haired boy seized his chance. Like a phantom, he darted away at lightning speed, vanishing to the other side. The giant spider delivered a blow to Wang Dafei, then prepared to resume its pursuit of the blue-haired boy. But, unexpectedly, when the spider's seemingly indestructible leg struck Wang Dafei's chest, there was a muffled clang, like metal colliding, instead of the usual sound of flesh being pierced. Even more astonishing, the spider's leg didn't pierce Wang Dafei's body at all. In fact, it seemed to deliberately halt at his chest, as if holding him hostage to force the blue-haired boy to stop running. Yet the blue-haired boy showed no surprise or fear at this odd turn of events. for he had never intended to save Wang Dafei in the first place. Taking advantage of the spider's brief hesitation, he turned and sprinted away without a second thought, vanishing in the blink of an eye. When that terrifying spider first caught him, Wang Dafei had been certain his life was over. As the spider's razor-sharp limb came down, he'd shut his eyes, bracing for death. But the expected pain never came. Slowly, Wang Dafei opened his eyes, stunned to find himself unharmed. Bewildered, he wondered why the spider hadn't killed him. Why, instead, it simply pressed its leg against his chest. The next moment, the spider suddenly lifted 4 of its long legs and brought them crashing down upon Wang Dafei's chest in a flurry of astonishing speed. Each blow struck him with tremendous force, sending rushes of wind swirling around him, the sharp impacts echoing in the air. Watching the spider's massive limbs rain down upon him, Wang Dafei thought for sure this time there was no escape. But, to his amazement, he remained completely unscathed. Faced with such a monstrous, terrifying creature, Wang Dafei at first was nearly paralyzed with fear, helpless as the spider assaulted him. But as he looked more closely, he realized something was wrong. The wounds and agony he expected never materialized. His body was untouched. At last, he understood. The spider wasn't toying with him. It simply couldn't penetrate his defenses. This revelation left Wang Dafei even more astonished. At the same time, he felt that strange sense of power within him growing ever stronger. To test his theory, he suddenly shot out his left hand and seized one of the spider's legs in a firm grip. The spider froze, caught completely off guard. At that very moment, Wang Dafei finally understood. Ever since arriving in this world, he had always sensed that something was off, and there was an inexplicable lightness in his body. Now he was certain this was power. His body was brimming with a strength he had never known before. Instantly, he felt a surge of energy coursing through him. Remembering the humiliation and frustration of being imprisoned and forced to mine these past days, his heart raced with excitement. Could it be that his golden finger had finally awakened? Though his clothes had been shredded to rags by the spider's legs, his body was completely unscathed. Not even his skin was scratched. Gritting his teeth, Wang Dafei lifted his head and fixed his gaze on the giant spider before him. Just then, another of the spider's legs lunged at him. Without hesitation, Wang Dafei shot out his right hand. He'd only meant to give it a try, but to his astonishment, he firmly caught hold of the spider's thick foreleg. Summoning all his newfound strength, he gave it a powerful twist. In the blink of an eye, there was a sharp, resounding snap. Those spider legs, which had looked so hard and unbreakable, were wrenched off by Wang Dafei's bare hands. The searing pain sent the monstrous spider into a frenzy. It began leaping madly, desperate to escape the danger. Wang Dafei stood his ground, staring at the severed spider leg in his hand, amazed at how fragile the monster seemed. But soon, he realized that it wasn't the creature that was weak. It was he himself who had become unimaginably strong. With this realization, Wang Dafei understood that he was no longer powerless. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his right fist, channeling all the rage and humiliation of these past days, and hurled a punch straight at the spider's massive head. All his emotions were poured into that blow. His fist sliced through the air with a whistling force, as if tearing through the very atmosphere. As his fist connected, a deafening boom erupted, shaking the very air. A wild gust swept through, scattering sand and stones. In an instant, the spider's upper body was obliterated, and even the trees behind it were shattered, leaving the scene in utter ruin. Wang Dafei stood frozen, shock and disbelief written across his face. His fist had unleashed such overwhelming power. This was no dream. Tears streamed down his cheeks, and at last, he could no longer hold back his sobs. All the misfortune and suffering of the past days seemed to pour out of him in that instant. At last, my cheat has arrived. Wang Dafei's voice was choked with emotion. Who could truly understand the bitterness he had endured? He had once been an ordinary man, leading an ordinary life, only to be inexplicably swept into an unknown world. Imprisoned, forced into ancient labor, his fate twisted into absurdity. He looked down at his own fist, as if he could feel the mighty power surging within. Now that he possessed this strength, his heart overflowed with wild joy. All misfortunes had already passed. With such power in his grasp, no one could ever bully him again. At last, he could live according to his own will. He shifted his gaze back to the spider's corpse lying on the ground. The spider was massive, at least a meter tall, with a thick, jet-black carapace covering its body. Its 8 legs were sharp as spears, each one slender and pointed. Under its abdomen, several white markings stood out in stark contrast against the dark exoskeleton. Upon closer inspection, These markings twisted into the semblance of a human face, sending a chill down one's spine. Just then, the spider's corpse began to change in a bizarre way. Wang Dafei's senses went on high alert as he fixed his eyes on the body. A ring of violet light slowly rose from the spider's remains, hovering in midair and casting an eerie glow. Wang Dafei stared at the mysterious purple halo, an inexplicable sense of familiarity welling up in his heart. He was certain he'd seen something like this before. In that instant, a thought flashed across his mind. The blue-haired youth with throwing knives, the human-faced demon spider. Could I be in the Star-Do forest of the Dolua continent? He realized that he might have entered yet another familiar world. Wang Dafei glanced in the direction where the blue-haired youth had disappeared, thinking, that person must be Tang San. Good, he's left me a trail to follow. After all, that fellow was truly unscrupulous, luring the human-faced demon spider his way just to divert its attention. If it hadn't been for Tang San, he wouldn't have encountered this damn spider at all. In that harrowing moment, he'd almost lost control from sheer terror. Had he been an ordinary person, powerless and defenseless, he would surely have perished. So, Wang Dafei resolved to settle this score. On the other side, the blue-haired youth who had fled was indeed Tang San. He had no idea what had happened to Wang Dafei. He'd only heard a thunderous crash and assumed the human-faced demon spider had gone berserk and attacked that stranger. As for whether anyone else got hurt, Tang San didn't care in the slightest. At this moment, only one thought occupied his mind: find his sister, Xiao Wu. The fate of others was of no concern to him. Before encountering Wang Dafei, Tang San had come to the Star-Do forest with the other members of Shrek Academy, intending to hunt for spirit rings. Along the way, however, a giant, black-furred ape, known as the Titan Giant Ape, had suddenly appeared and abducted Xiao Wu. To rescue Xiao Wu, Tang San had immediately chased after the Titan Giant Ape without hesitation. He never expected that, on his way, he'd run into a soul beast as formidable as the human-faced demon spider. There was no way Tang San could confront the spider head-on. After a brief and desperate struggle, he decisively chose to flee, using his concealed weapons, throwing knives to distract the spider while he tried to escape. Even with his ghost shadow perplexing track, Tang San was already starting to feel exhausted. At that very moment, he unexpectedly noticed a strangely dressed stranger appear along his escape route. A sudden idea flashed through Tang San's mind. Perhaps this was his chance to get away. If the man-faced demon spider turned its attention to that man, he could seize the opportunity to slip away. It's just like when you run into a wild beast in the wilderness. You don't need to outrun the beast, only your companions. The same logic applies when dealing with soul beasts. After all, being able to move alone in the perilous Star-Do forest was proof enough of that man's strength. If he ended up dead from a high-level soul beast attack, it was simply a matter of his own lack of ability and had nothing to do with Tang San. That's how Tang San saw it at the time. After making his escape, he quickly put the whole incident behind him. Now, Wang Dafei was gazing at the corpse of the man-faced demon spider, watching as the soul ring slowly took shape above it. He was eager to see if he could absorb this symbol of power in this world, the soul ring. But just then, 3 strangers suddenly emerged from the forest. These 3 were none other than the Meng family, grandparent and grandchild, drawn here by the commotion. A tall, gaunt old man, an elderly woman, and a young girl. At their head was the old man, who looked at least 70, his hair a striking silver. In his hand, he gripped a nearly 4-meter-long silver cane topped with a dragon's head, the carving so lifelike it demanded attention. Wang Dafei stared at the cane in disbelief. He couldn't help but think to himself, an old man barely 1 meter 80 tall, carrying around such a ridiculously oversized cane. How strange is that? The old man fixed his gaze on Wang Dafei, his expression stern, the deep lines on his face marking his age. As he stared, 8 soul rings slowly rose around him, and his eyes glinted with open disapproval. Suddenly, the short-haired girl at his side caught sight of the scene, and her face changed dramatically, as if something precious had been snatched away from her. She shouted furiously, "No! How dare you kill my man-faced demon spider? Do you even know what you've done?" Her face flushed red as she pointed at Wang Dafei, her anger boiling over. "Bastard! Give me back my man-faced demon spider!" Wang Dafei cursed inwardly. He might have been familiar with the original story, but this situation was still giving him a headache. He thought, how did these 3 get here so fast? And why do they have to show up right now looking for trouble? There's no need to guess. The trio was the dragon-serpent couple and their granddaughter, Mangaran, here to hunt the man-faced demon spider, just like in the original novel. Although Dragon Duke was a title that appeared in many stories, This Dragon Duke was hardly an important figure compared to others with the same name. In different worlds, just a minor character, really, and now that Wang Dafei was strong, he naturally didn't see any reason to be concerned about him. If he were truly an irredeemable villain, someone who committed every imaginable evil, he might have already lashed out at Manhwarean for her attitude. But fortunately, he still had his principles, so he simply ignored their provocations. For that reason, Wang Dafei did not speak immediately. Instead, he quietly observed the three people before him. Deep down, he wasn't sure just how powerful he would be if he went all out, nor whether there might be some unforeseen consequences. Although he didn't find the old man before him particularly threatening. Even if the old man and the old woman joined forces and seemed to possess the strength of a soul, Wang Dafei was confident that, with his abilities, defeating the two of them would be no great challenge. Still, what good would it do him to fight them? He pondered this question. Time ticked by in silence until at last the old man broke it. He fixed Wang Dafei with a piercing gaze, his tone edged with accusation. Was it you who killed this human-faced demon spider? His voice was especially stern. Wang Dafei had endured plenty of hardship at the mine these past days, and now that his strength had grown, a certain pride had inevitably crept in. The fact that he hadn't immediately resorted to violence and could still converse calmly was already a testament to his self-restraint and good upbringing. However, Wang Dafei did not play along with the old man's line of questioning. Instead, he nodded without hesitation, his response tinged with challenge. That's right. I killed it. What? Do you have a problem with that? The old man's face darkened instantly at Wang Dafei's attitude. He had long been revered in the martial world. Few dared show him such disrespect. For this young man to talk back so brazenly was nothing short of courting death. Yet, as he surveyed the battlefield strewn with shattered remains, doubt crept into his mind. Experienced and cautious as he was, he managed to keep his composure. He couldn't sense any soul power coming from Wang Dafei, making it impossible to judge the young man's true strength. The destruction before him was extraordinary. If any ordinary junior had spoken to him that way, he would have acted long ago. Anyone who dared speak to him like this was either far stronger than most, or hailed from a powerful family. Either way, it made the old man wary of acting rashly. So, suppressing his anger, he softened his tone and introduced himself. I am Meng Shu, known in the martial world as Lord Long. May I ask how I should address you? Wang Dafei looked at the elderly man who called himself Meng Shu, turning the words over in his mind. How should I address you? So, he still can't figure out what I'm capable of, which is why he's holding back. With this realization, Wang Dafei felt a pang of self-awareness. He had just gained this incredible power, and perhaps he'd become a bit arrogant in his words. He still didn't fully understand the source of his strength, and if it came down to a real fight, things might not go as he expected. It would be wiser to proceed with caution and avoid unnecessary conflict. He smiled faintly, his tone calm as he replied, Lord Long? I'll remember that. As for me, I'm just a traveler passing by. But if you'd like to hear the story about this man-faced demon spider, I can tell you the whole tale in detail. With that, Wang Dafei began to embellish the events, describing how Tang San lured the man-faced demon spider to harm him, then how he escaped in the chaos, and finally how he was forced to deal with the spider himself. As Long Gong Meng Shu listened to Wang Dafei's account, he turned to the old woman and said, Tang San's actions truly are despicable. But tell me, this Tang San you speak of, is he the one from the group who previously stole your granddaughter's soul beast? It turned out that the grandfather and granddaughter had already encountered Tang San before and had their soul beast taken by him. Yes, Grandpa, it's them. I remember there was someone called Tang San among them, and from his description, it has to be the same person. That group stole my phoenix tail, crested serpent before, and now they've caused the death of my man-faced demon spider. We must settle this score with them. Meng Yiran said with indignation. Long Gong Meng Shu cast a glance at Wang Dafei, unable to discern the traveler's true strength. If he were alone, he might have tried to test the young man's abilities, but now, with his family in tow, and seeing the man-faced demon spider lying lifeless on the ground, he could only sigh and say, Iran, it seems fate has not bound you to this man-faced demon spider. Let's go and seek justice from that group instead. Noticing that her grandfather no longer intended to act against the young man before them, Meng Yiran let the matter drop. Her mind was now wholly occupied with thoughts of revenge against Tang San's group. Having been thwarted by them twice in a row, she was determined to make them pay. Before long, the three of them departed. After watching them leave, Wang Dafei turned his gaze to the corpse of the man-faced demon spider and its soul ring. Though he had yet to awaken his martial spirit, curiosity compelled him to see if he could absorb the soul ring. so he reached out to touch it. To his surprise, the soul ring seemed to flow into his body like mist, vanishing within him. He promptly sat down cross-legged and waited, but no extraordinary sensation followed. Sensing no change at all, Wang Dafei examined the spider's corpse, detaching its legs. No matter how he looked at them, they were nothing more than ordinary soul beast spider legs. Undeterred, he went on to dissect the man-faced demon spider, searching inside for a soul bone. The only result was that he ended up covered in foul-smelling fluids and still found no trace of a soul bone. Strange. Could the soul bone have been absorbed along with the ring? Otherwise, why can't I find it? He tried to focus his mind to sense any transformation within his body, but nothing came of it. After a moment's thought, Wang Dafei simply stood up, walked over to a nearby massive tree, and threw a powerful punch at its trunk. However, this time the result took Wang Dafei completely by surprise. Instead of shattering the entire tree with ease, as he had done before, his fist ended up buried deep inside the trunk. At that moment, he realized he had to adapt quickly to this sudden surge of immense power. He understood that only by first learning to control and harness this newfound strength could he hope to use it to gain something truly valuable in the coming days. At the very least, he needed to bring back some tangible benefit with him, otherwise this extraordinary strength would have been granted to him for nothing. Since he had no idea what the next world would be like, he knew this was an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. He remembered that this world hid many rare items. The details were hazy in his mind, but there was one thing he was certain he must acquire: a storage soul tool. He recalled that there were all kinds of soul devices in this world, and storage-type items were incredibly useful in many different realms. He decided that, no matter what, he had to get a storage device from Tang San. If Tang San refused, he was even prepared to take it by force. In the end, Wang Dafei sat quietly on the ground, trying to calm himself just like those scenes in movies and TV dramas, focusing on sensing this new strength within him. Yet after a long while, he still didn't uncover any particular secret or mystery. He realized that this power seemed to come entirely from the strengthening of his own body, rather than from any kind of mysterious energy. When he finally opened his eyes again, they still sparkled with excitement. At the very least, he was certain now that in this world, he could survive without relying on any external force. At first, Wang Dafei thought his newfound strength came from some system or special ability. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case at all. After arriving in Doha continent, he discovered that people like him from Earth were like Kryptonians on Earth, born with power far beyond ordinary people. All in all, Wang Dafei now felt as powerful as a superhero from a comic book. The only thing he couldn't do was fly. At first, he thought some golden cheat code had made him this strong, but now it seemed more likely that the unique environment of this world had granted him these abilities. Whatever the reason, Wang Dafei had become a walking human tank. Even without flight or any other superpowers, his formidable physique and sheer strength were enough for him to roam this world without fear. At this moment, the only way to describe his feelings was pure exhilaration. He began to experiment with various tests to get used to his new strength. The results were astounding. With just a gentle leap, he could soar thousands of meters into the air. If he leapt with all his might, Wang Dafei felt he could soar tens of thousands of meters high. Although he wasn't certain of the exact height, as long as he could see the clouds, he knew he'd jump high enough. His strength was just as remarkable. One casual swipe of his palm could easily knock out a bear. This was no exaggeration. It really was a bear. While Wang Dafei was getting used to the power of his new body, he suddenly encountered a rare dark golden terror-claw bear of 10,000 years, which had somehow wandered into this area. The bear fixed its eyes on him, drool trickling from its mouth. If Tang San and his companions had run into a soul beast of this level, they would have chosen to flee without a second thought. But Wang Dafei, faced with such a formidable foe, not only felt no fear, he was actually a little excited. He sprang into the air, carefully controlled his strength, and struck the dark golden terror-claw bear with a single palm. That strike was nothing short of astonishing. The dark golden terror-claw bear hadn't expected to meet someone like this, someone who was not only unafraid but seemed eager for a challenge. The bear had thought this human couldn't possibly be a title de law. Yet, with that one blow, Wang Dafei sent the bear into unconsciousness. But Wang Dafei didn't stop there. He patiently waited for the bear to regain consciousness. As soon as it began to come to, still dazed and unsure of what was happening, Wang Dafei landed another palm strike. After all, live tests were far more valuable. In its blurry confusion, the dark golden terror-claw bear wondered, did I just dream that a human walked up and knocked me out with a single slap? That's outrageous. I'm a dark golden terror-claw bear. But when it lifted its head and saw Wang Dafei standing there, it realized this was no dream. Before it could even react, a second strike sent it back into darkness. And so, Wang Dafei knocked it out again and again, using it for practice. Wang Dafei did feel a twinge of guilt at the cruelty of this, but compared to a soul beast, becoming familiar with his own strength was more important. After all, he couldn't exactly test this out on people. Wang Dafei spent an entire day in the forest. Through constant training and repeated tests on the dark golden terraclaw bear, he gradually learned to control his power, no longer suffering from the wild surges he'd experienced at first. Only by truly mastering his strength could he be considered a real powerhouse in this world. As for the poor dark golden terraclaw bear, after countless rounds of being knocked out and waking up, something strange finally happened. A pitch-black soul ring appeared above its body, deep as ink. This soul ring radiated an awe-inspiring aura, as if it held boundless power and hidden secrets. Gazing at it, Wang Dafei felt an overwhelming surge of desire well up inside him. He recalled how, the last time he absorbed the man-faced demon spider's soul ring, he barely felt anything or noticed any change. He couldn't help but wonder what would happen this time. He hoped this soul ring would bring a far more tangible boost to his abilities. Because he didn't understand how people in the doll world absorbed spirit rings, Wang Dafei stuck to the method he'd used last time. He reached out and touched the ring. The moment his fingers brushed against it, the spirit ring was instantly drawn into his body. This time, he felt a refreshing current of cool energy flowing through him, but apart from that, nothing else seemed to change. After fully absorbing the spirit ring, Wang Dafei was certain this would benefit him somehow, though for now, he couldn't discern exactly what the effect was. Next, his eyes fell on the corpse of the dark golden terraclaw bear. He noticed a faint glow coming from its right paw. Instantly realizing it was a spirit bone, he didn't hesitate. He tore off the entire paw, using the shirt he'd wrapped fruit in. Earlier, Wang Dafei bundled up the bear's paw and, without a second thought, swallowed the remaining fruit in one gulp. A faint smile played on his lips as he thought to himself, "It's time to leave this forest and go find Tang San to collect my debt." With that, Wang Dafei took a deep breath, gathered all his strength in his legs, and launched himself skyward with explosive force. There was a thunderous boom as he shot up like a rocket, soaring high above the treetops. From his vantage point in the air, he scanned the landscape and quickly locked onto the direction of the near city. Without hesitation, he leapt toward it. After a series of rapid leaps, Wang Dafei finally arrived at the gates of Soto City. Standing at the city gate, Wang Dafei fell into deep thought. Now that he possessed such incredible power, what should he do with it? Should he use strength to dominate others and act as he pleased? Or, like some people, should he turn to violence whenever anyone opposed him? Wang Dafei shook his head, finding these ideas too extreme. In the end, he decided to go with the flow and take things one step at a time. His arrival had been so spectacular and overwhelming that none of the guards dared stop or question him. After all, the sight of Wang Dafei descending from the sky was so astonishing that these guards, who weren't even spirit masters, naturally didn't dare meddle. In this world, spirit masters stood at the very pinnacle of authority. Once inside the city, Wang Dafei was quickly drawn in by the lively atmosphere and the tantalizing aroma of street food. The hunger in his belly grew stronger by the second. Yet, he didn't have a single coin to his name. He longed to taste the local delicacies, but had no idea how to get his hands on them. Wang Dafei had always considered himself a principled man, educated under 9 years of compulsory schooling. He would never use force to bully merchants into giving him a free meal. But now, with this newfound strength, he couldn't help but wonder. Would he eventually become like those compatriots who refuse to eat beef, taking what they want by force? The thought soon left his mind. Who could say what the future held? For now, the most important thing was to claim the compensation he was owed. With his mind made up, Wang Dafei promptly asked a passerby for the exact location of Shrek Academy. Once he had the directions, he didn't hesitate. Springing forward in a single bound, he leapt straight into the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. At that very moment, a group of people at Shrek Academy had gathered around Tang San, seemingly in the midst of an important discussion. The air was tinged with both tension and curiosity. Suddenly, a muffled thud echoed across the grounds. Instantly, everyone turned their heads in unison. Wang Dafei landed on the open ground, like a cannonball, and before the dust had even settled, he was already standing upright, his piercing gaze sweeping across the entire scene. Who is that? Where did he come from? Low murmurs rippled through the crowd. Many instinctively took a half-step back, hands reaching for the soul guides at their waists, their vigilance rising as they sized up this unexpected intruder. Wang Dafei's eyes scanned the group, finally settling on Tang San. In an instant, his eyes widened in shock, and he muttered to himself, "What's going on?" Behind Tang San, 8 gray spider spears shimmered, with a cold, metallic light. Didn't I already take down the man-faced demon spider? How is this guy still carrying an external soul bone? The truth was, Wang Dafei had no idea what had happened after he defeated the man-faced demon spider. During his escape, Tang San had reunited with Xiao Wu, and on their return journey, they'd encountered another formidable soul beast, a cave demon spider with a cultivation of 2,000 years. This creature was even more cunning than the man-faced demon spider. With the combined efforts of his companions, Tang San managed to slay the cave demon spider and absorb its spirit ring. As if guided by fate, Tang San gained an external soul bone from the ordeal, 8 spider spears, just like before, only a different color. Faced with this scene, Wang Dafei couldn't help but grow suspicious, as if invisible hands were manipulating events behind the scenes. After all, the lucky chance of obtaining the 8 spider spears should have been his alone. Yet Tang San now possessed an external soul bone of his own. It was almost too strange to believe. By rights, external soul bones were incredibly rare in this world, with a drop rate of less than 1 in 10,000. Even after hunting 10,000 soul beasts, one might never find a soul bone. Yet Tang San had come across 2 spider-type soul beasts in quick succession and obtained the 8 spider spears both times. Luck so extraordinary, it defied all logic. Now, the Shrek group found themselves deeply unsettled by Wang Dafei's sudden appearance, especially since he'd noticed Tang San's external soul bone. Tang San, still mindful of the master's warning about the soul bone's rarity and significance, quietly slipped a poison-throwing knife and a dragonbeard needle from his sleeve, ready to strike at any moment. Just as Tang San was about to make his move, Flinder darted forward at lightning speed, placing himself resolutely between Wang Dafei and the group. His eyes were sharp as blades as he fixed his gaze on Wang Dafei, his voice stern and uncompromising. "Who are you? Why have you trespassed on Shrek Academy grounds? This is private property." Wang Dafei stared back at Flinder and the people behind him, his face an unreadable mask. Seeing how Flinder stood protectively in front of the others, Wang Dafei was almost certain this man had to be Dean Flinder. But he didn't notice that, amid the crowd, a fleeting hint of murderous intent had already flashed in Tang San's eyes. If Flinder hadn't stepped in to stop everyone in time, the throwing knife in Tang San's hand might already have flown toward Wang Dafei, aimed straight for his face. Wang Dafei remained completely oblivious. He gave a cold snort, pointed at Tang San, and shouted, "Humph. Yesterday in the Star-Do Great Forest, it was this guy. He deliberately lured the man-faced demon spider right to me, used me as bait, and then ran off while I was in danger. If I hadn't managed to kill that spider myself, I'd be dead by now. I'm here today because I want an explanation. Since you're protecting him, how do you plan to make it up to me?" Hearing these words, Flinder's heart clenched. He quickly turned around, his face filled with shock as he looked at Tang San and asked anxiously, "What on earth is going on?" Flinder had never expected that Tang San, who had always been so well-behaved and understanding, could have caused such trouble outside. He knew he had to get to the bottom of things as quickly as possible to figure out who was truly at fault, while his mind raced for a solution to the current situation. Tang San's expression remained calm. He showed no intention of defending himself. He wasn't worried about the situation, for this was Shrek Academy, and with Flinder and the other teachers present, he trusted that someone would resolve everything. Under everyone's gaze, Tang San simply said, in a quiet voice, "Sorry, I don't know you." Wang Dafei was infuriated by this response. He jabbed his finger at Tang San, then turned to Flinder and said, "Did you hear that? He doesn't even dare admit it. You little bastard. Back in the forest, I was just wandering around when you lured that man-faced demon spider right to me, threw me to it as bait, and then took off without looking back. Now you pretend you don't know me. Trying to deny everything, are you?" Those present couldn't help but look at Tang San when they heard these accusations, their eyes filled with uncertainty, each trying to understand what had actually happened. If what this intruder said was true, it would indeed be a troublesome affair. Seeing everyone's attention fixed on Tang San, Xiao Wu quickly spoke up to defend him. "Brother San, what really happened? It can't be the way he says, right?" Facing Wang Dafei's accusations and the doubtful looks from the crowd, Tang San didn't falter in the slightest. He frowned slightly, then explained calmly, "So you were the one in the forest. Things didn't happen the way you claim. I didn't deliberately lure a soul beast to harm you. When I discovered the man-faced demon spider, my first instinct was to protect my teammates. My companions were in danger, and if I hadn't tried to draw the soul beast away, the consequences would have been dire. So I had no choice but to take the risk and lure the man-faced demon spider away." As for why it ended up heading right toward you, that was pure coincidence. I didn't even notice you were there. I absolutely wasn't trying to get the soul beast to attack you. The situation was urgent, and I really couldn't pay attention to anything else. However, Wang Dafei clearly wasn't buying Tang San's explanation. He took a forceful step forward, closing in on Tang San, and shouted, "Stop trying to wriggle out of it. That day I was just minding my own business, walking through the Stardow Forest. I didn't provoke you at all. You deliberately led the soul beast to me so you could make your escape. Isn't that the same as setting me up?" Tang San remained calm, meeting Wang Dafei's gaze without flinching. He replied seriously, "First of all, we went into the Stardow Forest to get spirit rings and strengthen ourselves. When faced with danger, anyone would try to survive. I lured the soul beast away to protect my teammates. There was nothing wrong with that. You just happened to be there. It was pure chance. Besides, that forest is dangerous by nature, teeming with powerful soul beasts. Since you chose to wander around alone, running into a soul beast was just bad luck. So, you were roaming the forest that day. Of course you might get attacked by a soul beast. That's a risk everyone takes. We all have to take responsibility for our own choices. This isn't something you can blame on me. And in the end, didn't you come through unharmed? So why are you being so aggressive about it?" Wang Dafei was momentarily stunned by Tang San's words. He could hardly believe someone would so thoroughly dodge responsibility. It was clear to him that Tang San had led the soul beast his way, yet now he was washing his hands of the whole affair. Realizing Tang San wouldn't budge, Wang Dafei lost all patience for further argument. Save your excuses. I'm not interested in any more of your nonsense. I don't care about your reasoning. You owe me an explanation, or else. Seeing how steadfast Tang San was, Flinder guessed Tang San might have made a mistake, so he quickly stepped forward to ease the tension. Smiling, he said to Wang Dafei, "My friend, it's true we're at fault for letting this situation happen. But Xiao Sin meant no harm. How about this? Our academy is willing to compensate you with 99 gold soul coins. What do you think of that?" Wang Dafei's eyes lingered on the 8 spider lances on Tang San's back, his mind in turmoil. If all of this was truly orchestrated by the god of Shura, would acting rashly now bring even greater consequences? He couldn't help but wonder if he hadn't been there that day. Following the original storyline, Tang San would have slain the man-faced demon spider, absorbed its spirit ring, and gained the soul bone. But if he were just an ordinary Doluan native, would he have simply died at the hands of the soul beast? As for all this talk of gods, that could wait. Was he really willing to take such a risk right now? Would making a move against Tang San now bring about this so-called backlash of fortune? And with Tang San's father possibly lurking nearby, did he even have the strength to face a titled Doluan? Even if he managed to win, what if a Shura god suddenly appeared to intervene? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Wang Dafei hesitated. Weighing his options, he ultimately decided to call it off for now. It simply wasn't the right moment. He abandoned his plan to act against Tang San on the spot. After all, the protagonist's fate was too formidable. Taking reckless action would only bring unpredictable results. If he truly wanted to bring Tang San down, careful planning was essential. Everyone says you're no saint, Tang San, but I'll let it go for now. I'm not the only traveler in this world who wants to make things difficult for you. After all, Wang Dafei said, leaving the crowd bewildered by his cryptic words. He dropped the matter and turned his gaze toward a nearby classroom, directing a question to Flinder. "Is anyone over there?" Though Flinder didn't quite understand Wang Dafei's intention, he answered honestly, "All my students are here. The classroom is empty." Upon hearing this, Wang Dafei suddenly leapt into the air, gathering his strength, and unleashed a powerful punch toward the empty classroom. A fierce wave of energy erupted with his blow, roaring through the air and crashing into the vacant classroom. An earth-shattering crash echoed out, and in an instant, the classroom was reduced to ruins. The ground was left with a massive crater, a sight that sent chills down everyone's spine. My classroom! Flinder's heart was torn between grief and anger. Wang Dafei shot Flinder a cold, unwavering look. "Well, do you want to fight me? If not, then have Tang San hand over his storage soul tool as compensation. This trouble is of your making. You must bear the consequences." Flinder's expression grew even more grim. Now he realized that Wang Dafei had come here purely to provoke, and his intentions couldn't be clearer. He hadn't expected Wang Dafei to be so blunt and domineering. Glancing at Tang San, then sweeping his gaze across the other students, Flinder clenched his teeth. "Friend, don't you think you've gone too far?" Flinder said in a deep voice. He reminded himself of the force backing Tang San, Tang Hao, and struggled to stay calm and confident. Wang Dafei merely sneered. "Too far? I'm just showing you what I'm capable of. If I don't get a satisfactory answer, This won't end here. I don't want to kill anyone, but that doesn't mean I can't. That kid nearly got me killed, so he must pay the price. If you refuse to hand over the storage soul tool, Wang Dafei's voice suddenly turned icy. Then I'll kill him and take his soul bone as compensation. Though his words were harsh and venomous, in truth, Wang Dafei had hesitated before coming here about whether he should attack Tang San directly and seize the soul tool by force. After all, offending Tang San might mean holding a lifelong grudge. Yet upon meeting them face to face, Wang Dafei realized he couldn't bring himself to take a life so easily. He was not cold-blooded enough to kill without restraint. However, Flinder and the others had no idea what Wang Dafei was really thinking. To them, Wang Dafei was simply a troublemaker, and while he was only demanding the soul tool for. Now, they couldn't rule out the possibility that he might actually resort to violence. What frightened them most was that Wang Dafei might truly be willing to kill for a soul bone. The value of a soul bone was enough to turn even blood brothers against each other, let alone something as rare as an external soul bone. Even the Grandmaster himself had only limited knowledge about external soul bones. At that very moment, Zhao Wuji and several others rushed in. The instant he saw Wang Dafei standing there in the classroom in ruins, Zhao Wuji immediately understood that something serious had happened. With a cold and steely expression, Zhao Wuji didn't say a single word. A blinding light burst forth from him as he unleashed his martial soul's true form. An overwhelming aura swept through the room, so powerful it seemed to shake the very air around them. Though Zhao Wuji didn't yet know exactly what had transpired, his innate sense of justice and straightforwardness left no room for hesitation. He clenched his fist, channeling a fierce gust of power, and swung straight at Wang Dafei, who stood in defiance of Flinder and the others. But to the astonishment of everyone from Shrek, Wang Dafei merely lifted his palm, moving with such speed that their eyes could barely follow. With a motion as casual as swatting away a fly, he effortlessly deflected Zhao Wuji's mighty punch, nullifying its immense force in an instant. A thunderous crash resounded as Zhao Wuji was sent hurtling through the air like a cannonball, landing heavily on the ground and sending up a cloud of dust. The suddenness of the scene left Flinder wide-eyed with shock, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He had no time to react, only managing to instinctively leap back, fearful of being caught up in the chaos. In that moment, Flinder and the others were seized by both terror and awe. Never in their careers had they faced such a formidable opponent. The power of the man before them was beyond anything they had imagined. Zhao Wuji lay sprawled on the ground, his mind spinning and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Clutching his right cheek, he looked dazed, as if unable to comprehend what had just occurred. A look of utter shock and fear filled Zhao Wuji's eyes. He simply couldn't believe he had been sent flying with a single slap. Meanwhile, Flinder began to wonder if the man before them was, in fact, one of the legendary title de law. Flinder, worried that Wang Dafei might strike again, quickly raised his voice and called out, "Please calm your anger, sir. We will handle this matter properly. The fault is ours. I ask you to remain calm." Though Flinder had been wary before, he hadn't intended to back down so easily. But now, having witnessed Zhao Wuji, who had even activated his martial soul true body, being sent flying with a single blow, Flinder finally felt a twinge of fear. In this moment, he realized that sometimes it was wiser to settle things with money than to risk one's life. A wise man knew when to yield. Flinder and Zhao Wuji exchanged grave looks, their expressions heavy with concern. They understood clearly now. Wang Dafei was far from ordinary. They couldn't begin to fathom his cultivation, nor could they sense even the slightest trace of soul power from him. This meant his power was hidden so perfectly that nothing leaked out. Either his strength far surpassed theirs, or he had mastered some advanced technique for concealing his soul force. It's possible. He might be one of the legendary title de law, Flinder whispered, awe and respect in his voice. Meanwhile, Tang San stood to the side, fists clenched tightly, rage boiling within him like a volcano on the verge of eruption. His eyes were wide, fixed on Wang Dafei with a burning, resentful glare. He gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath, "This man is outrageous." Grandmaster Yu Xiaojiang watched the scene unfold, filled with helplessness. He knew that, if things truly came to blows, Flinder's strength was no match for Wang Dafei. What's more, Tang Hao was nowhere to be seen. They simply lacked the power to stand against Wang Dafei. "San, hand over your 24 moonlit bridges to him," Yu Xiaojiang said to Tang San with a heavy sigh. "We cannot afford to provoke someone of his caliber right now. As for your soul tool, I promise you, one day I'll find you an even better one." Though Tang San was reluctant in the extreme, he understood the reality of their situation. Against absolute power, any resistance would be futile. He swore to himself in silence that he would never forget today's humiliation, and that one day, Wang Dafei would pay 100-fold for this disgrace. This man will meet his own downfall sooner or later. The shame of today, I will return it with interest in the future, Tang San vowed in his heart, his anger simmering. He was filled with contempt and resentment toward Wang Dafei. If only his own strength were greater, he would never have been so thoroughly suppressed. Tang San despised those who abused their power and secretly resolved that one day he would reclaim his dignity. If they were ever to stand as equals, he would make Wang Dafei taste his own medicine. Tang San removed the soul tool, gathered all his belongings, and tossed them to Wang Dafei, his voice cold and steady. Those who act unjustly will meet their own end. Senior, I will never forget what happened today. Wang Dafei caught the 24 moonlit bridges, weighing it in his hand before hanging it at his waist. A satisfied grin spread across his face, and his heart brimmed with delight. At last, I have a soul tool for storage. Just when everyone thought the matter was over, Wang Dafei's expression suddenly shifted. In a blur of motion, he shot forward like lightning and delivered a fierce kick at Tang San's lower body. With a muffled thud, Tang San was sent flying like a ball, tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily onto a nearby chicken coop. The coop shuddered violently under the force of the impact, then collapsed entirely. Dust billowed into the air as eggs, feathers, and chicken droppings splattered all over Tang San. Fortunately, Wang Dafei had restrained himself and held back some of his strength with that kick. Had he used his full power, Tang San would not have survived. Even so, the force of that kick was more than enough to leave Tang San seriously injured. At this moment, Tang San lay amidst the ruins of the collapsed chicken coop. He struggled to rise, but his body refused to obey. Every movement sent waves of searing pain through him. Yet despite it all, his eyes burned with hatred and fury, locking unyieldingly onto Wang Dafei. Seeing Tang San's defiance, Wang Dafei let out a cold sneer. Don't go spouting nonsense like that again, understand? You can't beat me, so why bother showing off in front of me? Does it really hurt you that much to simply back down? Having taught his lesson to those who deserved it, Wang Dafei had no intention of making things any harder for the others. He then turned to the rest of the Shrek students, who were so frightened they dared not make a sound, and declared, I'll let it go this time. But if I catch anyone from Shrek Academy breaking the rules again, don't blame me for what happens. With those words, he spun around and leapt away, letting out a sharp yell before vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Flinder looked over the scattered wreckage, then glanced at Tang San lying in the ruins. Seeing that Tang San still gripped his throwing knife tightly, he could only shake his head in resignation. Xiao Wu, Ning Rong Rong, and the others hurried over to help Tang San up. All right, everyone disperse, Flinder instructed. Tang San, come with me to the office. A short while later, the Grandmaster brought a now presentable Tang San into the office and questioned him about what had happened. After hearing Tang San's account, the Grandmaster could only sigh helplessly. Tang San, this was our oversight. We can't allow anything like this to happen again. Your hidden weapons are indeed powerful, but before you act, you must consider the consequences, and remember to protect yourself. That person's strength far surpasses ours. We're no match for him for now. If you'd really used your hidden weapons back there, Shrek Academy might have been dragged into disaster. Tang San lowered his head in silence, vowing to himself that he would train even harder, become stronger, and one day avenge the humiliation he suffered today. He knew Grandmaster and Principal Flinder were right. If he wanted revenge, he had to become stronger. This was a debt he could only repay with his own hands. Meanwhile, unnoticed by anyone, with the course of history quietly shifting, subtle and mysterious changes began to take shape within Tang San. At this moment, Wang Dafei was walking cheerfully outside the city. With his formidable strength and the newly acquired soul device, he planned to hunt for some treasures and fill the device to the brim. He intended to head to the next checkpoint for transmigrators, the small garden belonging to Lonely Bow. However, he hadn't gone far before Wang Dafei scratched his head in confusion. He suddenly realized he was lost. Although he had a clear goal in mind, he had no idea where the place actually was, nor did he know how to get to Lonely Bow's herb garden. After a brief and conflicted inner struggle, Wang Dafei finally decided to temporarily adjust his plans. Since his original goal couldn't be achieved for now, he might as well visit Spirit Hall City first. There was a broad main road leading straight to the headquarters of the Spirit Hall, so he didn't have to worry about getting lost along the way. Besides, he was genuinely curious to see with his own eyes what kind of presence Bibi Dong, reputed to be one of the most beautiful and enigmatic women in this world, really commanded. With that curiosity and anticipation, Wang Dafei set off resolutely towards Spear Hall City. Just like that, he left Soto City behind, heading straight for his new destination. He hadn't gone far when a sudden realization struck him. He'd been traveling bare-chested, shielding himself with nothing but a bare paw. A look that truly drew attention. Although the people around him dared not comment, he knew this kind of appearance really wasn't appropriate. He did have a soul device in hand, but he had no idea how to use it. As for that piece of soul bone, he didn't know how to absorb it either. After thinking it over, he decided it would be best to return to Shrek Academy for now. This time, his return caused an even bigger commotion than before. As soon as he landed, the ground shook with a thunderous crash, as if the entire Shrek Academy had been startled awake. Flinder and the others rushed out in alarm, their faces tense, as if bracing themselves for some great danger. Wang Dafei waved a hand to put them at ease. Relax, I'm not here to cause you any trouble. Originally, he'd wanted to ask Flinder for some gold coins as compensation, but when he caught sight of several of the Academy's female students, a mischievous idea popped into his head. The girls were indeed striking. There was the elegant and aloof Zhu Zhuqing in her black attire, the lively and adorable Xiao Wu, and another girl with a sweet temperament and splendid clothing. With a sudden surge in strength, Wang Dafei hadn't noticed that his attitude had grown a bit frivolous as well. Casually, he pointed to the girl who stood out with her exquisite dress and extraordinary aura. You must be Ning Rongrong, right? How about we strike a deal? His offhand remark instantly put the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Clan's guards on alert. Several shadows flashed into view, forming a protective barrier in front of Ning Rongrong, their faces grave and poised for action. The formidable strength Wang Dafei had displayed earlier left everyone on edge, unwilling to let their guard down for even a moment. Caught off guard by suddenly being singled out, Ning Rongrong widened her eyes, watching this strange and eccentric man with wary suspicion, her heart full of doubt and unease. She couldn't fathom Wang Dafei's true intentions, though curiosity gnawed at her. How did he know her, and why was he aware of her identity? What kind of business did he wish to conduct with her? Her sharp instincts warned her that this was by no means a simple matter. Still, as the heiress of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Clan, she had been raised to face challenges with exceptional courage. What kind of business do you actually want to do with me? Ning Rongrong lifted her chin and placed her hands on her hips, confronting him head-on. Wang Dafei flashed a mysterious smile and replied, I'm in urgent need of money right now. If you give me 100,000 gold soul coins, I promise within 5 days to bring you a precious opportunity, at the very least, something worth no less than what you gave me. And if I fail, I'll help you get rid of anyone or any soul beast you want. Isn't that a fair deal? Wang Dafei had already made up his mind. He planned to find her a Chulatup. He remembered how much Ning Rongrong cared about her clan. If he could hand her this rare herb and help her break through the limits of her martial spirit, then the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Clan would surely grant him any favor he might ask. He even entertained the thought that, if he could truly help her, perhaps one day she might become his wife. He strained to recall the events from the original story, remembering that it was after Tang San gave Ning Rongrong the Chilua Tulip that her martial spirit evolved into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. She had even admitted before everyone that, because of this, her father might want her to marry Tang San. While Tang San had his hidden weapons and innate talent for cultivation, Wang Dafei couldn't help but believe he was no less capable, and perhaps he could achieve the same feats. After hearing Wang Dafei's terms, Ning Rongrong accepted almost without hesitation. Deal. I hope you keep your promise. With those words, she brushed past her guards and stepped forward, handing a bank card directly to Wang Dafei. The guards were alarmed by Ning Rongrong's boldness, but she knew perfectly well that if this man truly meant her harm, they wouldn't be able to protect her. Anyway, to her family, a mere 100,000 gold soul coins was nothing, and forging a good relationship with a strong soul master was far more valuable. Wang Dafei gazed at the young woman before him, her features still soft with youth, but her bearing remarkable. Suddenly, a playful impulse welled up in his chest. With everything he had accomplished, perhaps winning her heart would not be so difficult after all. On the spur of the moment, he reached out, gently seized the slender wrist with which she was handing over the card, and pulled her into his arms. Ning Rongrong was so startled by the sudden gesture that she froze in place. She could feel the warmth from Wang Dafei's embrace and the faint scent coming from his body. Everyone present was shocked by the scene, worried that he might do something even more outrageous. Stammering, she said, Why, you scoundrel, what on earth are you doing? Are you out of your mind? How dare you treat me like this? I'm the heir of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Clan. If you dare lay a finger on me, my sword grandpa will never let you off. He's a titled Doloa. With a mischievous grin, Wang Dafei leaned in close to Ning Rongrong's ear and whispered, "Beautiful little sister, may I court you? I can offer a betrothal gift that would satisfy even your father." Having said this, he prepared to let her go, not intending to tease her any further. But before he had a chance to release her, Ning Rongrong's face flushed bright red as she shouted, "Are you out of your mind?" Then, right in his arms, she struggled fiercely and punched him hard twice in the chest. Only then did Wang Dafei realize that, with his current lack of power, even his threats seemed laughable to her. However, Wang Dafei soon noticed that Ning Rongrong appeared to be truly angry, making the situation unbearably awkward. He silently cursed to himself. Isn't this how it's always played out in TV dramas? Maybe I should just leave. It was only at this moment that Wang Dafei realized. After suddenly gaining power, he'd become a bit reckless and had done something he clearly shouldn't have. A twinge of regret crept into his heart. Feeling that staying any longer would only make things worse, Wang Dafei quickly left Shrek Academy, leaving Ning Rongrong alone, both embarrassed and furious, her face burning as she stomped her foot in frustration. "You jerk! How dare you take advantage of me? As if I'd ever fall for you. I'm the young lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile clan. How could you possibly be worthy? If I ever run into you again, I definitely won't let you off." Not long after, Wang Dafei arrived at the Spirit Hall branch in Soto City. The reason he was there to withdraw money was to learn some new knowledge. As he entered the Grand Hall, a guard noticed his disheveled appearance and the worn bag slung over his back, and immediately stopped him. Yet Wang Dafei didn't get upset. He simply said, "I'd like to see your bishop," and asked some questions about martial souls. With that, he produced the gold card that could be exchanged for 100,000 gold soul coins and gave it a casual wave. The fortune represented by the gold card made the guard's attitude change instantly. Though Wang Dafei's clothes were plain, at that moment he seemed to radiate a presence that couldn't be ignored, making others wary of treating him lightly. The guard quickly asked him to wait a moment, and hurried away to inform the branch's chief. After a short wait, Wang Dafei finally met the bishop. The bishop made the same mistake as the people from Shrek Academy. They couldn't sense the soul power within Wang Dafei, but vaguely felt a powerful aura emanating from him. Unable to gauge his true strength, and seeing that he was still young, the bishop remained tactful, refraining from further inquiries. He simply waited calmly for Wang Dafei to speak. His demeanor remained impeccably polite. He welcomed Wang Dafei into the Grand Hall, then inquired, "Young master, what brings you here today? Is there anything we can assist you with?" Seeing the bishop's friendly attitude, Wang Dafei stated his purpose directly. "I've come to ask for your help in awakening my martial spirit, and I'd also like to learn some basic soul power techniques." With that, he quietly awaited the bishop's response. The bishop was momentarily taken aback, repeating in surprise, "Awaken your martial spirit? Huh? You haven't awakened yet. Could he have been overthinking it? Someone his age still unawakened. Was he perhaps from some remote corner of the world?" Before the bishop could ask more questions, Wang Dafei produced a gold soul coin card and handed it over, saying, "Please charge me the standard tuition fee and convert the remainder to cash. Donate half of it to your Spirit Hall." Wang Dafei's intention was to attract the attention of Spirit Hall. After all, money wielded undeniable influence, and should he need their support in the future, he'd have built a connection. Though the branch bishop found Wang Dafei rather unusual, the generous payment left no room for negligence. He could only nod in agreement. With the fee settled, there could be no objection to helping him awaken his martial spirit. Awakening martial spirits is our sacred duty here at Spirit Hall. Please follow me to the awakening platform. With that, the bishop led the way, guiding Wang Dafei toward the platform set within the hall. The bishop initiated the awakening ceremony, and a gentle golden radiance enveloped Wang Dafei. A strange energy rose from beneath his feet, and then a dark purple spider mark appeared on his right hand. Immediately after, a jet-black spirit ring hovered quietly at his side. Wang Dafei felt an unfamiliar surge of power within him and marveled inwardly. So it was those two soul beasts I'd slain and absorbed before. One became my martial spirit, the other my spirit ring. Just then, an indescribable sensation swept over him, as if invisible threads were pulling at his limbs from behind. In the next instant, a scene both shocking and astonishing unfolded. 8 thick blade-sharp spider legs suddenly unfurled from his back, glinting with cold metallic light. Their shape was eerie and dangerous, yet they melded seamlessly with his body, moving with uncanny ease as if they had always belonged to him. The branch bishop was thunderstruck, his face flushed with excitement. His voice trembled as he cried out, Could this be a brand new, rare martial spirit? Heavens, this is simply incredible." The bishop had no idea that what he saw was not actually a type of spirit, but the extremely rare external spirit bone known as the 8 spider lances. After all, most spirit masters might never see a single spirit bone in their entire lives, let alone recognize an external one. Soto City was by no means a large metropolis, and the bishop who had presided over the awakening ceremony earlier was of limited experience. It was perfectly natural for him not to recognize Wang Dafei. Then, the bishop's attention was drawn to that pitch-black spirit ring. Stunned, he exclaimed, "A 10,000-year spirit ring? The very first ring is at the 10,000-year level? How could this be?" Seeing the bishop's face awash with shock and confusion, Wang Dafei offered no further explanation. The bishop, however, quickly concocted his own reasonable theory, asking excitedly, "Could it be you possess the legendary twin spirits? Because your other spirit is powerful enough, the second one could start with a 10,000-year ring." Wang Dafei cut him off mid-sentence and instead asked the bishop to explain some basic techniques for manipulating spirit power. Although the bishop found it odd that such a formidable figure would inquire about elementary matters, he was tactful enough not to pry. With utmost seriousness, he began to instruct Wang Dafei in his own methods. Following the bishop's guidance, Wang Dafei directed his spirit power into the 8 spider lances on his back. As his practice deepened, he gradually mastered the technique, and soon he was able to manipulate the 8 spider lances with remarkable precision, performing increasingly complex and delicate movements. After several hours, Wang Dafei had become quite proficient in channeling his spirit power and controlling the 8 spider lances. Yet he realized that, rather than being a true spirit, the 8 spider lances were more accurately described as an external spirit bone with unique abilities. Before long, the bishop took his leave in haste, stating that he would exchange coins for Wang Dafei and prepare a dedicated training chamber for him. Wang Dafei didn't need to guess to know that the bishop was most likely going to report his twin spirit's discovery to the higher-ups at the Spear Hall, hoping to win him over. But he paid it no mind. With his growing strength, such political maneuvering hardly mattered anymore. In fact, the bishop's report contained even more than Wang Dafei anticipated. Not only did he mention his suspicions about twin spirits, he also emphasized the extraordinary fact that Wang Dafei had awakened with a 10,000-year spirit ring, even speculating that he might be a spirit beast in human form. All of this he marked as top secret in his report. At this moment, Wang Dafei had already used the 8 spider lances to expertly slice open the bear paw and extract the spirit bone hidden inside. Now that he had mastered the basics of spirit power manipulation, he began absorbing the spirit bone without hesitation. About an hour later, the fusion was complete. The dark gold Dreadclaw Bear spirit bone had fully merged with his right hand, and a powerful new force surged through his bones. With a mere thought, 5 razor-sharp golden claws extended from his fingertips, gleaming coldly and radiating an aura of deadly sharpness. Not bad at all. He examined the external soul bone with satisfaction. This design could almost be used to play the part of Lightning Claw. Then, he summoned the 8 spider lances once again. At that moment, he noticed a change, perhaps influenced by the dark gold Dreadclaw soul bone. The foremost 2 limbs of the 8 spider lances now faintly shimmered with a dark golden metallic sheen. What was even more remarkable was that when he summoned the phantom of the man-faced demon spider spirit, the faint spider-shaped illusion automatically fused with the 8 spider lances on his back, as if they had always shared the same origin. Although Wang Dafei didn't fully understand the underlying principle, he surmised it was likely due to the shared origin of the spirit and the soul bone, resulting in some kind of resonance. He next wanted to try out the soul skills. However, unlike other soul masters who would have the skill names naturally appear in their minds, he received no such prompts. He could only rely on instinct to guide the flow of his soul power. As soon as he tried, he saw the illusionary spider lances of the man-faced demon spider quickly entwine around the 8 spider lances, ultimately condensing into a golden phantom spear nearly 5 meters long, suspended in the air. At the same time, he could clearly feel his body subtly strengthened by a surge of power. Even though it doesn't have a name, I can tell its power is impressive. Wang Dafei smiled slightly, quite pleased with the performance of his spirit. He also discovered that he seemed to have acquired some of the spider's unique abilities. He could now climb walls with ease and move about freely. This discovery thrilled him. "I'm practically Spider-Man now. What an unexpected delight." Eager to test his newfound abilities, Wang Dafei quickly left the practice room and stepped out onto a wide, open field. With a single thought, 8 purple-black spectral spider legs unfurled from his back. Next, he activated his first soul skill. The phantom of the man-faced demon spider gradually enveloped the 8 spider lances, golden light flickering across them. sheathing the entire external soul bone in a dark golden, razor-sharp aura. He casually swung forward. In an instant, a fierce force tore through the air. A massive boulder not far away shattered on impact, fragments scattering in all directions. The power is definitely impressive. Wang Dafei nodded in satisfaction, gaining a much clearer sense of his own strength. Not long after, the branch cathedral's bishop arrived with several people, carrying a large chest. At a glance, Wang Dafei could tell there was far more than 100,000 gold soul coins inside. He didn't ask any questions, and simply used a knight by the flowery bridge to stow away the entire chest. The bishop even thoughtfully prepared a new set of proper clothes for him. After changing, Wang Dafei didn't hurry to leave. Instead, he stayed in the hall for the rest of the day, fully absorbed in reading books on soul power and delving deeper into the techniques for mastering its use. It wasn't until the next day that he truly left the Martial Soul Subhall and headed straight to the most luxurious hotel in Soto City, booking a private dining room. As soon as he sat down, he casually grabbed a handful of gold soul coins and scattered them onto the table with a crisp clatter, calling out loudly, "Bring me the finest food and wine you have." After eating and drinking his fill, Wang Dafei strolled leisurely through the streets of Soto City, treating it as a pleasant post-meal walk. Seeing nothing particularly novel or interesting, he decided it was time to move on. Just as he was about to leave through the city gates, he suddenly sensed several presences rapidly approaching him. He looked up to see Ning Rongrong walking toward him, accompanied by a refined, scholarly-looking middle-aged man whose eyes sparkled with a gentle smile, and another man, tall, dressed in white, with a piercingly sharp gaze. With only a moment's thought, Wang Dafei guessed their identities, Ning Fengji and Sword Deloa Chenexai. The moment Ning Rongrong saw Wang Dafei, her face twisted in displeasure, and she glared at him, as if to say, "I've finally found you." Confronted by this trio, who looked as if they'd come to settle a score, Wang Dafei showed not a hint of panic. Instead, he smiled knowingly, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect them to find me this quickly." He spoke first, his tone light and edged with humor. "Miss Ning, long time no see. I hope you've been well." After all, he was confident in his ability to escape unscathed, so there was no reason to be nervous. Ning Rongrong deliberately turned her head away, giving a dismissive huff. Ning Fengji, meanwhile, studied Wang Dafei closely, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He was a man of vast experience, familiar with disciples from all the major sects. Yet this young man before him was a complete stranger. With a gentle smile, Ning Fengji said, "Young man, if I'm not mistaken, you're not from around here?" Though his tone was casual, there was an unmistakable authority beneath his words. "I heard you wish to offer my daughter Rongrong a fortuitous opportunity. Could you tell us what exactly it is?" Ning Fengji approached with a warm, pleasant manner, yet his natural dignity was impossible to ignore. Ning Fengji found Wang Dafei intriguing. After all, Ning Rongrong had informed him that this young man had defeated a soul saint with a single slap. Clearly, he was far from ordinary. Still, Ning Fengji didn't press the issue. In the world of soul masters, it wasn't uncommon to conceal one's true strength, and he'd seen it all before. Seeing that they weren't immediately hostile, Wang Dafei felt a little sheepish. After all, he'd just been teasing their daughter, and now her family had come looking for him. With a relaxed smile, Wang Dafei spoke frankly, "I always keep my word. This opportunity isn't something just anyone can obtain. Rest assured, I'll make sure you're satisfied. Just wait and see." Ning Fengji glanced at Sword Deloa standing beside him, who remained on high alert, his sharp gaze fixed on Wang Dafei, as if ready to strike at a moment's notice. Ning Fengji, however, revealed a slight smile, his eyes filled with a hint of appreciation. "Although I'm still not quite sure what opportunity you're referring to, young man, you are certainly remarkable. Would you be interested in joining our 7-treasure glazed tile clan?" Wang Dafei did not accept the invitation right away. After a brief moment of consideration, he replied, "My original intention was to help Spirit Hall unify the Doloa continent. What do you think? If you're interested, I could also lend my strength to the 7-treasure glazed tile clan." Upon hearing this, a subtle change crossed Ning Fengji's face. He hadn't expected this young man to harbor such grand ambitions. "Young man, you certainly speak boldly," he said, shaking his head slowly. "Uniting the Doloa continent is no easy feat, and our 7-treasure glazed tile clan has never aspired to such heights. War only brings suffering to the common people. The peace we currently enjoy is already the best possible state of affairs." At this, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but interject, her voice brimming with indignation. We barely even know you, and you dare say such things? Boasting like that. Do you even have the ability to back it up?" Ning Fengji gave a helpless chuckle and shook his head at Wang Dafei. Please don't mind my daughter's unruliness. As for unifying the continent, I have no opinion, and I don't wish to be involved. The Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile clan has always valued harmony above all else. If conflict can be avoided, we avoid it. Wang Dafei responded with a gentle smile. He was well aware that the man before him was one of the most influential figures on the continent. Ambitious as he was, he knew the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile clan's power had its limits. I'm simply stating my own goal, he said, his tone calm yet confident. Whether or not I can achieve it will depend on my strength and the opportunities that come my way. Wang Dafei's words radiated confidence. After all, his time in this world was limited. He longed to accomplish something truly significant, to make the most of the power he possessed. Ning Fengji fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. It may sound somewhat arrogant, but whatever you pursue, as long as you wish to be a friend to the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile clan, you will always have our support. Our doors will always be open to you. Wang Dafei nodded slightly, already understanding the sincerity and goodwill behind the offer. A faint smile played at the corner of his lips as he replied, In that case, let's wait and see. Let's see where this all leads in the end. Just then, Chan Exen, who had been silently standing to the side, finally spoke up. His deep, commanding voice carried a subtle hint of intimidation. Boy, you pique my interest. I'd like to see if you truly have the skills to match your words. No sooner had he finished speaking than an invisible wave of pressure swept out from Chan Exen, surging toward Wang Dafei like a relentless tide. Yet, faced with this overwhelming aura, Wang Dafei's expression remained utterly unchanged. He stood calm and unshaken, for to him, that pressure was barely even noticeable. He straightened his back and met Chan Exen's sharp, blade-like gaze without a hint of fear. You flatter me, senior, he replied. I only know a thing or two, nothing more. If I ever have the chance to learn from you, I would be honored. But right now, there are more pressing matters I must attend to. With these words, Wang Dafei cupped his hands in a respectful salute to Chan Exen. After all, he had just teased the man's granddaughter and felt it only right to show some respect. Yet, after exchanging just a few words with them, Wang Dafei noticed his own speech had become unexpectedly refined and formal. Standing off to the side, Ning Rongrong watched everything unfold, her eyes never leaving Wang Dafei for a moment. This shameless, lecherous man actually dared to go toe-to-toe with the invincible sword grandfather, the titled Delaw whom she admired so deeply, and he did. It was such calm and poise. Who was he, really? What kind of power did he possess? An intense curiosity about Wang Dafei began to burn inside Ning Rongrong. Wang Dafei, sensing Ning Rongrong's gaze on him, gave her a playful wink and said, My name is Wang Dafei. In a few days, I'll bring you something nice. With that, he bid farewell to Ning Fengji and left Soto City, heading for the Spirit Hall. Uncle Jian, what do you think of his strength? Ning Fengji asked in a grave tone, turning to the Sword Doluo beside him. Sword Doluo's expression was somber as he replied slowly, He's very strong. The weight behind those two words was unmistakable. Ning Fengji frowned slightly at this answer and pressed further. Even you can't determine the full extent of his power? Sword Doluo shook his head gently and explained, The boy's aura is deeply concealed. I can't get an accurate sense of his cultivation. But one thing's certain, he's far more than just an ordinary soul master. What's even stranger is that he carries a unique presence that actually makes me wary. It's been a very long time since I've felt something like that. As he spoke, Sword Doluo narrowed his eyes unconsciously, as if replaying every fleeting detail from his encounter with Wang Dafei. Ning Fengji nodded thoughtfully at this, falling into silent contemplation. Perhaps, he murmured, this world truly is on the verge of upheaval. Ning Fengji's sudden appearance had also stirred up thoughts within Wang Dafei. He began to reflect. If things continued according to the original story, the actions Tang Sen took after becoming a god might not actually benefit this world. In fact, they could do more harm than good. Wang Dafei realized that the Spirit Hall's efforts to send people to rural areas, awakening spirits for the poor and giving geniuses opportunities, allowing even those from humble backgrounds to change their fate, this approach had, without a doubt, brought attention and help to more ordinary people. After all, as long as one becomes a soul master, they are guaranteed basic security, and if someone is discovered to be a prodigy, they'll even be invited to train at the Spirit Hall Academy. Never mind that those stipends come from the principalities. The reality is, without the Spirit Hall's strict requirements, how could that money ever truly reach the hands of ordinary people? If anyone claims the Spirit Hall hasn't done enough, then of course, if someone could overthrow it and establish a better system, no one would object. But the problem is after Tang Sin toppled the Spirit Hall, the world didn't become a better place. Instead, the old aristocratic order, which worshipped nobility above all, returned. What frustrated Wang Dafei even more was that in later times like the Dolawa II and III eras, the opportunity for regular people to awaken there. Spirits was already completely controlled by the elites. War was still frequent, and the oppression of the lower classes had never truly eased. Worse yet, ordinary folk no longer had any way to awaken their spirits for free. Even just for the awakening, families had to pay a hefty price. Take Jiang Nannan, a talented civilian who would one day fight alongside Hui Yuhao. If the Spirit Hall had still existed in her era, would she ever have been forced to sell her body just to raise money for her mother's treatment? So, Wang Dafei pondered. If the Spirit Hall could unify the Doa continent, perhaps it wouldn't be such a bad thing for ordinary people. It might even offer new hope. After all, he already knew what was coming in the Sea Gods era. Under Qian Rinchue's rule, could things really end up any worse than that? As this thought took hold, an unprecedented urge surged within Wang Dafei's heart. He wanted to do something monumental. Who hasn't dreamed of being a hero? Who doesn't want to accomplish something earth-shattering and be remembered through the ages? So Wang Dafei looked up at the boundless sky and shouted at the top of his lungs. I want to be a hero. I want to save the world. Since great power means great responsibility, this world shouldn't keep sinking any longer. With his goal clear, he hesitated no longer. Leaping from rooftop to rooftop, he raced through the sky and soon arrived at Spirit City. His figure flashed like the wind, unwavering, heading straight for the Spirit Hall. Wang Dafei sped all the way from Soto City to Spirit City, confidence radiating from his face as he charged directly toward the Pope's palace. His steps were quick, sending puffs of dust swirling from the stone-paved road beneath his feet. Even the old man selling sugar paintings by the roadside couldn't help but look up in awe, marveling. This young man runs faster than a soul master. But at that moment, no one could stop him. Wang Dafei's mind was filled with nothing but his grand heroic dream. Yet, as the grand structure of the Pope's palace finally appeared before his eyes, Wang Dafei was forced to stop short. Not because he wished to, but because someone blocked his way. 8 knights stood guard, forming a tight defensive line in the shape of the Chinese character 4-8. Their halberds crossed, creating an impenetrable barrier. The captain of the guard spoke in a booming voice. Who goes there? This is the Holy See, the heart of the Pope's palace. Without a summons or an elder's token, no one is permitted to enter. The other guards echoed him in unison, their armor clashing together with a bright, ringing sound that startled the white doves at the edge of the square, sending them fluttering into the sky. Wang Dafei scratched the back of his head, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. He had intended to go straight in and speak with a titled law, but here he was stopped at the very doorstep. Looks like I'll have to put on a little show, he muttered under his breath, flexing his wrists as his knuckles gave a soft crack. Seeing that he didn't back down and instead stepped forward, the guards immediately moved in with their halberds raised. Convinced he meant to attack, the lead guard gripped his weapon tightly and thrust it at Wang Dafei without a moment's hesitation. But Wang Dafei wasn't about to stand there and take the hit. He threw a punch straight at the oncoming halberd. In an instant, the guard felt a jolt shoot up his arm, his palm splitting open while the halberd shaft snapped with a sharp crack, flying several meters away. The guard collapsed stiffly to the ground, his fate uncertain. It wasn't really his fault. He had charged in of his own accord. Wang Dafei shook out his hand, pondering whether he'd overdone it with that last punch. He hadn't expected his opponent to be so utterly outmatched. As he was lost in thought, a sudden rush of air sounded above his head. 2 figures shot through the morning mist like arrows, the force of their arrival whipping the banners around the square into a frenzy. As their forms became clearer, Wang Dafei's eyes narrowed. 2 people were descending from above. The one on the left was completely enveloped in swirling black mist, his face hidden from view. The one on the right wore a bright yellow robe embroidered with golden chrysanthemums, its hem fluttering in the wind. His frame was slender. If not for the flat chest and the Adam's apple, Wang Dafei might have mistaken him for a beautiful woman. What stood out most was the way the black mist and the faint scent of chrysanthemums mingled as they appeared together, like 2 inseparable partners. Ghost Doloa, Chrysanthemum Doloa? Wang Dafei raised an eyebrow in surprise. Indeed, the newcomers were Ghost Doloa and Chrysanthemum Doloa. Within his shroud of black mist, Ghost Doloa let out a low, raspy laugh. Where did this brat come from, daring to cause trouble in the Spirit Hall? Chrysanthemum Doloa straightened his wind-tousled sleeve, his voice crisp and clear. Old Ghost, he's just a youngster. It's not unusual for one to stir up a bit of trouble. The 2 positioned themselves on either side, boxing Wang Dafei in. The oppressive blend of black mist and chrysanthemum fragrance hung heavy in the air, making it hard for the guards at the Spirit Hall gates to draw breath. Young man, you chrysanthemum de Loire had just begun when Wang Dafei cut him off. Enough talk. Let me teach you both a lesson first. Once I've convinced all the titled de Loire in the Spirit Hall with my fists, I'm sure everyone will listen to what I have to say. Without another word, Wang Dafei beckoned to them with a challenging motion, daring them to come forward. Chrysanthemum de Loire fixed his gaze on Wang Dafei's fearless expression and let out a cold snort from deep in his throat. With a flick of his fingers against the chrysanthemum at his waist, he sneered, "Where did this brat come from, daring to make trouble in the Spirit Hall?" As soon as the words fell, the chrysanthemum shadow behind him suddenly swelled, and 12 golden petals shot out like arrows, his fifth spirit skill, Frost Gathering. At the same time, a swirl of thick black mist erupted from Ghost de Loire, accompanied by a piercing shriek like an owl in the dead of night. Sinister roar. This move targeted the mind, carrying an icy chill. The invisible sound wave rushed straight at Wang Dafei. Any ordinary spirit master struck by this would likely collapse instantly, completely defenseless. Yet, even though Wang Dafei faced a title de Loire for the first time, a sense of awe lingered in his heart. After all, so many powerful spirit skills had erupted before him. The scene was overwhelming, unlike anything he had ever experienced. He'd never truly faced a title de Loire in battle before, and he dared not underestimate such opponents. Wang Dafei nimbly dodged aside and shouted, "Come forth, my spirit!" In a flash, his entire body was enveloped by a flowing golden radiance, even his hair shimmering with a faint golden hue. Boom! 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 Although Wang Dafei tried to evade, he hadn't expected those spirit skills to possess tracking abilities. In the next instant, the chrysanthemum, petals from Frost Gathering, struck his chest in quick succession, scattering brilliant sparks of gold. Yet not even the hem of his robe was torn. Witnessing this, Chrysanthemum de Loire's pupils narrowed slightly, and his fingertips trembled. 36 more chrysanthemum petals tore through the air, but they too vanished into Wang Dafei's golden aura without leaving a mark. Realizing that their attacks seemed ineffective, Wang Dafei's confidence surged. Without thinking, he retorted, "Is that really all the power your spirit skills have?" Chrysanthemum de Loire's skills had no effect on him at all. Ghost de Loire's sinister roar left Wang Dafei feeling a faint unease, but the disruption was so slight it was barely worth noticing. His words sounded like outright provocation to both Ghost de Loire and Chrysanthemum de Loire. Chrysanthemum de Loire's expression grew even colder. The peculiar chrysanthemum in his hand spun several times, his spirit power surging to new heights as countless golden petals poured down like a furious storm. Meanwhile, Ghost de Loire transformed into a wisp of black mist, gliding silently along the ground to circle behind Wang Dafei, a trail of corrosion marking his path as he prepared to strike from the shadows. But Wang Dafei was already on guard. Catching the faint movement in the black mist from the corner of his eye, he shifted his spirit power and slipped aside like a ghost, moving just half a foot. Ghost! de Loire's claws barely grazed his back, sparking as they missed. In the same instant, Wang Dafei spun and landed a fierce punch straight into Ghost de Loire's abdomen. Ghost de Loire was struck as if by a heavy blow, the black mist around him churning violently as he was sent flying backwards. He crashed into a distant jade-white marble pillar, which instantly cracked with a web of fissures. Before Ghost de Loire could regain his footing, Wang Dafei had already closed in, pressing the attack. His second punch, carrying a howling gust of wind, shot straight for Chrysanthemum de Loire's face. Chrysanthemum de Loire had only just begun to speak when the force of the punch was already upon him. He hastily raised his arm to block, and the golden light of his peculiar velvet sky, Chrysanthemum, clashed with the force of the fist, erupting in a dazzling, blinding glare. Yet Wang Dafei's punch was brutally powerful. Chrysanthemum de Loire felt a searing pain in his arm, and his whole body was hurled backwards like a kite with its string cut. His back slammed into the bronze doors of the Grand Hall, the heavy metal groaning and warping under the impact. A cough! Ghost de Loire clambered to his feet, clutching his abdomen, a trace of dark blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Chrysanthemum de Loire shook out his numb arm. The elegant, gold-embroidered chrysanthemum robes he wore had been torn open in several places. The two men locked eyes, both seeing the same incredulous shock reflected back. This young man had just taken on the attacks of two titled de Loire with nothing but his own body? A faint smile curled Wang Dafei's lips. At this moment, he finally had a true taste of a titled de Loire's power, and realized that they were not, after all, invincible. At the same time, he gained a clearer understanding of his own strength, and an immense thrill surged within him, a feeling of near invincibility. Even though these two were considered the weakest among the titled Delaw, they were still titled Delaw. Yet even with all their might, they had failed to do him any real harm. That meant the others likely wouldn't fare much better. Wang Dafei glanced at the defeated Ghost Delaw and Chrysanthemum Delaw sprawled on the ground, then looked over at the knights cowering in the corner, trembling with fear. Suddenly, threw his head back and burst into laughter, his booming voice making the bronze bells outside the hall ring out in response. I can take on 10 more. Who else dares to step forward? His shouts startled the pigeons in the square, sending them flapping into the sky. The knights standing guard at the doors looked at each other in confusion, their hands gripping their bronze halberds, trembling uncontrollably. They had all witnessed the might of those two titled Delaw's soul skills, and yet Wang Dafei had swatted them down as easily as shooing away flies. Now, if they were ordered to stop him, they doubted they could even touch the hem of his garment. Seeing this, none of the knights from the Spirit Hall dared to move. If even titled Delaw had been defeated, what hope did ordinary knights have? Is he really going to break into the Grand Hall? Those two punches just now even dispersed Ghost Dolua's mist. A hush of nervous whispers rippled through the crowd, but no one dared step out to stop him. Wang Dafei flicked his hair triumphantly, planted his hands on his hips, and cast a challenging gaze over everyone present. At that moment, from deep within the Grand Hall, a cold and commanding female voice rang out, carrying an air of effortless confidence. Let him in. Outside the palace, the knights breathed a collective sigh of relief, immediately falling back in neat lines to either side, their very breathing now cautious and restrained. Wang Dafei raised his eyebrows, not rushing forward, but instead strolling leisurely toward the papal hall with an air of unhurried confidence. As soon as he entered the papal hall, Wang Dafei's gaze landed on the woman seated upon the throne. Her expression was cold and proud, yet her features were strikingly beautiful, carrying a dangerous allure that was impossible to ignore. She wore an opulent purple robe inlaid with gemstones that gleamed brilliantly. Even with her figure shrouded by the flowing garment, the rich curves of her form were subtly revealed. In her slender, pale hand, she gripped a staff nearly 2 meters tall, held upright before her, lending her an aura of authority and distance that made her seem untouchable. Bibi Dong sat upright on the royal seat, her bearing solemn and dignified. When Wang Dafei entered the Grand Hall, he was, for a moment, truly stunned by her beauty. She was every bit deserving of the title femme fatale, impossible to look away from. Yet he soon noticed that the magnificent hall was utterly empty, save for Bibi Dong herself, who sat alone atop the high throne, her solitude only amplifying her majestic presence. Bibi Dong, in turn, studied Wang Dafei with inquisitive eyes as he stood at the entrance. Their gazes met in the air, silent and charged. Wang Dafei then strode forward with purposeful steps, and, as he drew near, a delicate, subtle fragrance from her reached him. It was only then that he realized his earlier actions might have been somewhat brash. He couldn't help but worry that he might have left her with an impression of immaturity, and a jumble of stray thoughts flitted through his mind. But Wang Dafei quickly recalled the reason for his visit, and spoke up. Greetings, Pope Bibi Dong. Do you have any wishes? I can grant them for you, say, unifying the entire Dua continent. Bibi Dong fixed Wang Dafei with a penetrating gaze, immediately perceiving that the soul power aura he emanated seemed to be only at the level of a grand soul master. This surprised her, for she could not see through Wang Dafei's true strength. What's more, since neither Ghost Delaw nor Chrysanthemum Delaw could best him, he could not possibly be an ordinary grand soul master. The fact that he dared to pose such a question directly made it clear that he had already learned something about her. In that case, Bibi Dong saw no reason to conceal her intentions. However, the surprise in her eyes quickly faded, replaced by a hint of disdain. She noticed Wang Dafei's unabashed stare, one all too familiar to her. Many men, drawn in by her beauty, had gazed at her with the same fervent look. Inwardly, she dismissed him as merely another shallow soul, captivated by her appearance. However, Wang Dafei dared to meet her gaze directly, his eyes unflinching before her papal authority. Such honest eyes, she had not seen them in a very long time. Ever. Since she became a titled Delaw, those who dared look her in the eye had either perished or lost their powers. And so, gradually, the kind of gaze faded from her life. A wave of nostalgia swept through Bibi Dong's heart. She recalled the days of adventuring with Xiao Gang, when they would, for no apparent reason, draw the attention of all sorts of troublemakers. Xiao Gang would always stand up to defend her, though it rarely helped in the end, as it was always up to her to defeat those people herself. Wang Dafei's eyes made the exalted Pope reminisce about many amusing moments from her younger days. Yet, from Bibi Dong's indifferent expression, Wang Dafei could not discern the slightest ripple of emotion. She remained calm and detached, though the corners of her lips involuntarily lifted, tracing a beautiful, subtle smile. Bibi Dong spoke. Your strength is impressive. To defeat 2 titled Doluos in just 2 moves, it's beyond my understanding. Yet, you say you want to help me unify the Dolua continent. That alone isn't enough for me to place so much trust in you. Like a newcomer from the countryside, Wang Dafei looked around, taking in the opulent grandeur of the Spirit Hall's golden palace. Bibi Dong observed his curiosity and couldn't help but shake her head. No matter how magnificent this palace might seem, how could it compare to her own allure? She continued, you may speak lightly of it, but to help me unify the entire Dolua continent? On your own, what makes you think you can achieve that? Besides, with or without you, Spirit Hall will one day unite this land. Whether you join us or not, it is only a matter of time before we reach our goal. Wang Dafei smiled gently. I only wish to bring you a little change, perhaps even make this world a bit different. If you're interested, we could try working together. At these words, Bibi Dong laughed, her voice clear and enchanting. She didn't take Wang Dafei's words to heart, but found them amusing. Oh, then tell me, how do you plan to change my fate? Wang Dafei looked at the woman before him, so cold and beautiful, yet always on the verge of emotional turmoil, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. He admired Bibi Dong's beauty, and more than once, he had thought of saving her. After all, her fate was truly a tragic one. Bibi Dong's story was heartbreaking. She had once been a kind-hearted girl, forming a deep bond with Yu Xiaojiang in her youth, believing she had finally found true love. Yet, fate had cruelly dragged her into darkness. Not only had she been imprisoned and hurt by the very teacher she respected, but she had become pregnant as a result. Afterwards, Qian Xuanji threatened her. If she did not sever ties with Yu Xiaojiang, he would take Yu Xiaojiang's life. In order to protect Yu Xiaojiang, she was forced to leave him in agony, yet this very act led to his misunderstanding and a lifelong grudge. Blow after blow, together with the dark forces of her martial spirit gnawing away at her, gradually consumed Bibi Dong's soul with extremity and hatred. She began to believe that all life in the world was nothing but hypocrisy and evil, leaving her heart with nothing but the desire for vengeance against the world. She once thought that her feelings for Yu Xiaojiang ran deep and believed that his intelligence and learning would let him understand her pain. In the end, she realized it was all just her wishful thinking. Yu Xiaojiang never truly understood her, nor did he ever consider things from her perspective. Their understanding of love and the way they handled it were worlds apart. After Bibi Dong left, Yu Xiaojiang simply assumed that their relationship had ended and saw nothing wrong with seeking a new partner. This difference in outlook ultimately set them on completely different paths. While Bibi Dong remained mired in pain and hurt, Yu Xiaojiang, with surprising ease, turned away and started a new life. It was almost unbelievable that the man who had just left her so recently could so quickly end up with her own cousin. Yu Xiaojiang was determined to become the #1 scholar in the theory circles. Could it be that, at first sight of Lu Erlong's martial spirit, he truly didn't recognize the blood relation between them? Or was he simply so blind that he failed to notice even this? Bibi Dong felt she had truly misjudged him, but she would rather cling to her illusions than admit she had given her heart to the wrong person. My plan is simple, Wang Dafei said with confidence. With my strength, not even the greatest Dolua could stand against me. I want to help a certain faction unify the Dolua continent. The Spirit Hall isn't bad, so if possible, I'll simply use my power to sweep aside all your obstacles and make the Spirit Hall the ruler of the continent. Bibi Dong fell silent for a while, her eyes flashing with layers of emotion. The power Wang Dafei displayed was indeed formidable, but she had never believed in free lunches. But why should I choose to cooperate with you? And why do you come to me? Bibi Dong finally voiced the questions that had been circling in her mind. Wang Dafei considered for a moment before replying, because I can't stand those hypocritical nobles. To be honest, I don't really like your world. The conflicts and wars between nations never cease. Only when a truly powerful, unified force emerges can this chaos end, and ordinary people finally live in peace. Although I could use force to conquer everyone and unify this world, I simply don't have the time or interest to do all that myself. Wang Dafei understood all too well that in a world overflowing with supernatural power, so many things appeared twisted and diseased in his eyes. The only reason he was interested in the Spirit Hall was that they actively targeted and cracked down on those evil soul masters who slaughtered the innocent. In contrast, the other principalities and nobles. As long as the evil soul masters didn't threaten their own interests, would often turn a blind eye, or even secretly support and use them. This harsh reality was something Wang Dafei simply could not accept. I hope I can bring some order to the lives of ordinary people in this world. Your spirit hall has the power to set rules, to punish the evil soul masters, and to provide opportunities for commoners to rise in status. I truly admire that. With heartfelt sincerity, Wang Dafei continued. That's why I hope the spirit empire you envision will not just be a realm for the strong, but a nation, where ordinary people can live in peace and no longer suffer from the ravages of war. Commoners deserve the right to survive with dignity and fairness. As long as you promise me this, I'll help you clear away any obstacles. Wang Dafei gazed directly into Bibi Dong's eyes, his voice resolute. After listening to Wang Dafei, Bibi Dong gave a subtle, meaningful smile, the corners of her mouth hinting at deeper thoughts. Are you really so confident that you can help me achieve my goals? Her expression was complex and unreadable. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Dafei patted his chest and replied with unwavering conviction, Of course. I have not only the strength, but also knowledge of many secrets in this world that few others know. As long as you're willing to trust me, I will help you realize your dreams. Bibi Dong fell silent for a moment, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. At last, she spoke slowly, Very well, I'll consider working with you. But if I ever find out that you're deceiving me. Her tone suddenly turned cold. You'll have to face the consequences. Wang Dafei nodded, and for a brief moment, their eyes met. Taking advantage of the pause, Wang Dafei took a closer look at Bibi Dong. Although she was dressed in the conservative and elegant robes of the high priestess, the tailored design still hinted at her graceful figure beneath. The regal attire did little to hide her striking presence. If anything, it only made her all the more impossible to ignore. His gaze lingered momentarily on her chest, which sparked a flicker of annoyance, and even a trace of murderous intent, in Bibi Dong's heart. It had been a long time since any man had dared look at her so directly, and such scrutiny made her distinctly uncomfortable. Yet Wang Dafei seemed oblivious to Bibi Dong's shifting mood. He simply thought that, despite her dignified clothing, her figure was still evident. Other than her outline and her remarkable physique, he really couldn't see anything else, but he couldn't help sneaking a couple more glances. Bibi Dong quickly turned her eyes away, a flash of disgust crossing her face. A moment later, as if suddenly struck by a thought, her gaze returned to Wang Dafei, now tinged with a probing curiosity and a hint of mischief. Since you claim to be powerful enough to help me unify the entire continent, and even have the confidence to defeat the mightiest of the strong, then surely you possess the strength to overcome an ultimate Doloa, don't you? She lifted the corners of her mouth in a faint smile and continued. As it happens, there's just such a powerhouse here in my spirit hall. Why don't you show me your true power first? Seeing the smile on Bibi Dong's face, Wang Dafei instantly understood her intention. She was clearly trying to use this opportunity to test Qian Liu's strength and, at the same time, gauge his own hidden abilities. What Wang Dafei didn't know was that it was precisely because he'd let his gaze linger on her chest a few times that she decided to have him face the worship hall's experts. She hoped the two sides would wear each other down, and if possible, that someone might even lose their life in the process. For her, no matter who won or lost in the end, she would stand to gain. Wang Dafei didn't ask any further questions. With a leap, he headed straight for the worship hall. Although Spirit Hall boasted quite a few titled de law, they didn't always remain inside the hall. Before long, Wang Dafei landed at the entrance of the worship hall. Looking up, he saw two people already waiting for him there, Golden Crocodile Doa and Qianjun Doa. Though they appeared relatively young, both men were in fact well past 50. The two of them watched Wang Dafei in silence. Golden Crocodile Doa called out sharply, So you're the brat who came to stir up trouble in our spirit hall? Took down both Ghost Doloa and Chrysanthemum Doloa right off the bat? And now you want to cause a scene at the worship hall? You don't look like much, but let's see what you've really got. With that, Golden Crocodile Doa unleashed his formidable martial spirit and pounced at Wang Dafei like a raging tiger. Gazing at the muscular old man charging toward him, Wang Dafei muttered under his breath, This old guy's actually pretty interesting. He's all muscle from head to toe. Facing Golden Crocodile's assault, Wang Dafei didn't flinch. He rushed forward himself, swinging a fist to meet the attack. Their fists collided at once, a deafening crash splitting the air, and the ground beneath their feet shattered from the force of the shockwave. Wang Dafei pressed his attack, sending Golden Crocodile Doloa flying backward through the air. Feeling the sheer power in Wang Dafei's punch, Golden Crocodile Doloa's face filled with astonishment. How can this kid be so strong? Wang Dafei beckoned to the two of them with a curl of his finger, his voice icy. Both of you, come at me together. Enough talk. Let's settle this in a single move. Without hesitation, he summoned his martial spirit and unleashed his 8 spider lances. Next, he activated his soul skill. The 8 spider lances, fused with his martial spirit, surged with power, growing into a towering phantom. The spectral lances transformed into deadly spears and lashed out with explosive force. 2 dazzling golden spider lance phantoms shot forward like cannon blasts, charged with unstoppable might, streaking straight toward Golden Crocodile Doloa and Xianjun Doloa. At this moment, Wang Dafei wanted to end the battle with a single move. If he could defeat his opponent in an instant, everyone would be awed by his power. His strength filled him with confidence, even a trace of arrogance. Faced with the sudden attack, Golden Crocodile Doloa and Xianjun Doloa both felt an overwhelming sense of impending death. They had, no doubt, if struck by that phantom, their fate would hang by a thread. This kid had unleashed a killing blow right from the start. In the blink of an eye, the 2 men dodged swiftly, but the 2 golden spider spear phantoms remained unstoppable, whipping up a violent gale as they crashed into the hall of worship. The walls of the hall were shattered, 2 enormous holes torn straight through. Chunks of brick flew in all directions, and dust billowed into the air. Such destructive power. Could even a tidal Doloa take a punch like that head-on? While the 2 men stood frozen in shock, Wang Dafei drew back his right fist, recalling how he'd gathered strength to slay the man-faced demon spider in the past. He swung his fist forward with explosive force. The air was split by his punch, producing a deafening boom like thunder crashing down. The fierce wind from his fist shot out with tremendous force, streaking between the 2 men and heading directly for the hall of worship. It seemed certain the hall would collapse under the onslaught. Just at this critical moment, a figure burst from within the hall like a bolt of lightning. He let out a furious roar, his voice booming across the sky like a thunderclap. Angel's protection. With a shout, a surge of powerful energy erupted, and behind him, a vast angelic phantom appeared, radiant with blinding light, as if it were real. The phantom spread its wings wide, interposing itself between the savage attack and the hall. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, even with the angelic guardian, the attack's force far exceeded expectations. The punch struck the angelic phantom like a cannonball, sending out another earth-shaking crash. The phantom trembled violently, as if on the verge of shattering. In the very next instant, the force of the attack broke through the angel's defense and slammed fiercely into the man behind it. There was a heavy thud, and the man was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, tumbling dozens of meters before crashing hard against a wall of the hall. Another tremendous crash echoed out as the wall collapsed, and a thick cloud of dust filled the air. Everyone who witnessed this scene was left stunned and speechless. At that moment, Wang Dafei strode forward, nimbly stepping over the fallen wall until he stood before the man. Looking closely, he saw an elderly man twisted in pain. "Isn't this Qian Daolu, the grand worship of the spirit hall?" Wang Dafei stared at Qian Daolu, his face full of bafflement as he asked, "Why are you here?" Wang Dafei glanced around, his eyes coming to rest on the massive angel statue in the center of the hall, deepening his confusion. The statue was lifelike, emanating a sacred aura. It was the symbol of the spirit hall's faith in angels. It was obvious that Qian Daolu had appeared to stop Wang Dafei from destroying the angel statue. Qian Daolu had always borne the heavy responsibility of upholding the dignity of the angel god, and as the heir of the Qian family, he was also tasked with gathering faith for the angel god. He valued his faith above all else, seeing it as the most important mission of his life, and he was also one of the most powerful soul masters of this era. Qian Renxue was the only descendant of both the Qian family and the angel god's legacy, possessing the potential to become a deity herself. Qian Daolu had to ensure that Qian Renxue ascended to godhood successfully so that the angel god's legacy could continue. If it weren't for his wish to let Qian Renxue have her mother by her side, he would never have tolerated Bibi Dong's presence, nor would he have handed over control of the Spirit Hall to her just to ease her hostility toward Qian Renxue. He had long ceased interfering in many of the Spirit Hall's affairs, living quietly as a devoted elder in the worship hall, with little to do most days. But never had he imagined that someone would dare burst into the worship hall and cause such chaos today. With great effort, Qian Daolu struggled to his feet, his eyes full of shock and fury. Gritting his teeth, he questioned coldly, "Who are you? How dare you profane the angel god?" Seeing this, Wang Dafei wanted to explain himself. But then it struck him that after unification in the future, relying solely on Bibi Dong might not be enough. he would need to win over this old man as well. So Wang Dafei spoke. Qian Daolu, what would you think if I told you that in the future, after Qian Renshue becomes a god, the angel god will fall and vanish completely, bringing an end to the angel spirit within your family's bloodline? Qian Daolu was stunned. What? Noticing Qian Daolu's confusion, Wang Dafei added, "This is the future I know, the future that awaits you all." Hearing these words, Qian Daolu finally snapped out of his shock. His face paled, then twisted in rage as he roared, "Nonsense!" To Qian Daolu, such words were no different from cursing his family with extinction to his face. He raised the angelic holy sword, and the 9 soul rings behind him shone brightly as he unleashed a full-powered strike without hesitation. As the sword energy came crashing toward him, Wang Dafei showed no fear at all. He simply threw a punch. In an instant, the sword energy shattered completely. The powerful shockwave sent Qian Daolu staggering back several steps before he managed to steady himself. He glared at Wang Dafei and growled, "You dare challenge the majesty of the divine?" Wang Dafei realized he had touched a sore spot for the old man. He shook his head helplessly and explained, "I mean no offense. But in the future, after your granddaughter becomes a god, she will be slain by another deity." Whether Qian Renshue was truly qualified to become a god had always been a closely guarded secret, so much so that even those like Qian Jun and Jiangma likely had no idea. The words from a man before him were growing more and more bizarre. Though Qian Daolu harbored doubts in his heart, his faith in the angel god was unshakable. Enough of your nonsense. How could a god fall so easily? And what gives you the right to make such outrageous claims? Wang Dafei raised an eyebrow and replied, "Old man, I knew you wouldn't believe me so easily." Then, as if struck by a thought, Wang Dafei decided to take one more precaution. He made a request of Qian Daolu. "Old man, set up a barrier to keep out eavesdroppers." Though unsure of Wang Dafei's intentions, Qian Daolu furrowed his brow, but did as he was asked. Afterward, Wang Dafei carefully revealed fragments of information about the future of the Doloa continent to Qian Daolu. "I don't know how to explain everything clearly," he spoke slowly, "but I'm here to help you. So, old man, when the Doloa continent is truly unified, I hope you'll step forward again and help Qian Renshue shoulder the responsibility of leading the Spirit Hall. After all, you know what Bibi Dong is like. She's a bit extreme. And the god who will rule this world in the future will rule with a ruthless hand. I know the fate that was originally in store for you, and I want to help you change it." After hearing Wang Dafei's words, Qian Daolu's eyes remained wary. He kept his gaze fixed on Wang Dafei, his voice cold as ice. "You say, you want to change the future, in that war that's lasted for thousands of years? I didn't expect you to have the heart of a savior." Wang Dafei's words were difficult to verify, but in order to hasten the unification of the Doloa continent under the Spirit Hall, he had no choice but to fabricate certain claims about the future. Although he knew Qian Daolu was not easily convinced, Wang Dafei pressed on. "You can think whatever you like. But right now, I'm the only one who possesses power comparable to your gods. Only I have the strength to help you." Qian Daolu fell silent, his brow tightly knit as he began to reassess Wang Dafei. He pondered deeply, trying to judge whether these words could be trusted. Would the gods really intervene in the mortal world? Could the future truly be changed? Who exactly was this person before him? These questions whirled through Qian Daolu's mind, making it impossible to reach a conclusion. After all, he himself was already a level 99 limit Doloa, yet the other party could suppress him with ease. What did that mean? Could he truly be a god? But Wang Dafei was so young, and yet possessed such overwhelming power. If he wanted to deceive him, what could he possibly gain? Still, claims about the future were not so easily believed. Seeing this, Wang Dafei took the opportunity to add, "Besides, helping your Spirit Hall unify the Doloa continent and changing your destined fate isn't a bad thing for you. The only thing you need to do is trust me. Isn't your greatest wish for your granddaughter, Qian Renshue, to become a god? I can tell you in advance about the hardships and shortcomings she'll face on her path to divinity. She won't be able to accept your sacrifice for her, and there are flaws in her temperament as well. Her journey to godhood won't be smooth, and she may even be left with regrets because of it." Hearing this, Qian Daolu gripped the angelic holy sword tightly, his heart torn in fierce turmoil. He was half convinced, half doubtful of Wang Dafei's words, but when it came to his granddaughter's future, nothing was more important to him. He longed for the rise of Spirit Hall, but even more so, he hoped his granddaughter would ascend to godhood. At last, Qian Daolu took a deep breath and made his decision. "I'm willing to believe you for now, but you must tell me in detail what you know about the future." Wang Dafei smiled and nodded. "I'll explain, but this isn't the right time. If you ever have any doubts, you're free to end our cooperation at any moment." With that, He turned and walked away, leaving Qian Daolu and the two titled Doluos standing where they were. Up above, Bibi Dong stood quietly, watching everything unfold. Although she hadn't caught the details of their conversation, seeing Qian Daolu so at a loss brought a rare, genuine smile to her face. Her gaze drifted to Wang Dafei, and a glimmer of expectation flashed in her eyes. Perhaps he really can bring some changes to Spirit Hall, and if he can fully support me against Qian Daolu and his followers, all the better. It seemed Bibi Dong was already making plans of her own. Having defeated Qian Daolu and shaken him with his prophecy of the future, Qian Daolu realized that without going all out, he was no match for Wang Dafei. More importantly, Wang Dafei had shown no hostility towards Spirit Hall. Instead, he had repeatedly expressed his willingness to help unify the continent under their banner. So, whether it was to keep a close watch on Wang Dafei or to uncover his true intentions, Qian Daolu chose to endure for now. But above all, it was Wang Dafei's promise to help Qian Rinxue inherit the angelic godhood that struck at the deepest obsession in Qian Daoliu's heart. In the end, he relented and agreed to grant Bibi Dong true authority over all of Spirit Hall's forces. In the past, many of the titled Doluos only paid Bibi Dong lip service and did not truly obey her commands. Now, with Qian Daolu's name backing her, Bibi Dong could swiftly summon all the high-ranking experts scattered across the land, quietly gathering strength. Meanwhile, Wang Dafei planned to use this time to make preparations of his own. He intended to travel to the Stardow Forest, laying the groundwork for recruiting Dugabo and acquiring resources essential to winning over the Heaven Do Empire. Everything was for the sake of being prepared when the time came. Of course, although Qian Daolu temporarily handed over power to Bibi Dong, he secretly put constraints in place. He granted her only one chance. If this operation were to fail, he would not hesitate to reclaim authority and take back control of the Spirit Hall. Each harbored their own intentions, but Bibi Dong seized the opportunity without hesitation, deciding to launch her long-prepared soul hunt operation ahead of schedule. This campaign was essentially a sweeping purge aimed at the three upper sects, designed to shake all the powers on the continent through a fierce clash among the top soul masters. After all, if these sects weren't eradicated, they would ultimately become the greatest obstacle to her dream of unifying the continent. Even if the battle ended in defeat, she was ready to lead the Spirit Hall's formidable forces into a desperate struggle against their enemies, determined at the very least to wear down the opposition's strength. She had no other agenda. Her resolve was simple: succeed or sacrifice everything. Therefore, this time the Spirit Hall mobilized all its might. Not only were legions of elite soul masters dispatched, but several titled Do-level powerhouses were also present to oversee the operation firsthand. Except for the guards beside Qian Rinxue and a handful of others who could not leave their posts, every capable expert out in the field had been summoned back, assembling a force more powerful than ever before. Such a massive mobilization, of course, did not escape the notice of the other top powers. Unlike the strategy in the original story, splitting forces and suffering heavy losses, this time, the Spirit Hall adopted Wang Dafei's suggestion: concentrate the core strength, with him personally taking on the most formidable foes, while the rest of the troops, like predators pouncing on their prey, launched lethal attacks on the three upper sects one by one. As the Spirit Hall gathered its army in full force, Wang Dafei had already slipped ahead, quietly entering the Stardow Great Forest. After a period of searching, he finally found, in a secluded and tranquil spot, that mysterious lake shimmering with reflected light. Before long, as Wang Dafei patrolled the lakeshore, he caught sight of the massive black gorilla, the Titan giant ape, clumsily chasing after butterflies. Wang Dafei's eyes grew cold. Seizing the moment, he launched his attack in an instant. The ground beneath his feet collapsed with a thunderous crash, and dirt flew in all directions as he shot forward like a streak of black lightning. The Titan giant ape, only just sensing the disturbance and not yet able to turn around, was struck square in the chest by a tremendous force. A deep, explosive boom echoed through the air as a shockwave swept across the area, pressing the grass and trees flat. The Titan giant ape didn't even have time to cry out before it was sent flying by that punch, lifted high into the air. Wang Dafei's assault didn't slow. In the slightest, he bent his knees, sprang upward, and, catching up to the gorilla midair, delivered a crushing knee strike straight into its abdomen. The Titan giant ape was hurled into the distant forest, smashing down several ancient trees before finally crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. It tried to struggle to its feet, but failed time and again, and in the end could only lie weakly on the earth, its breath faint, life hanging by a thread. In truth, long before this moment, Wang Dafei had been constantly adapting to and honing his strength within the primeval forest. In this world, he possessed not only the power to shake mountains, but also a body so attuned to his mind that every movement followed his will with perfect precision. This unity of mind and body was a state that surpassed ordinary human understanding. Thus, this ambush, utterly sudden and overwhelmingly fierce, unfolded in the blink of an eye from start to finish. The commotion, abrupt and violent, startled the creature lurking in the lake. The tranquil surface erupted into crashing waves, the water churning as if some colossal being was about to awaken. Suddenly, a massive shadow burst forth from the depths. It was a monstrous beast with the head of a bull and the body of a serpent. Its head alone spanned 4 meters wide, and its eyes glowed like lanterns in the night, sharp and penetrating. The creature's body was clad in blackish-blue scales, its serpentine form thicker than a water tank. As it emerged, it sent up towering columns of water, its body writhing through the air like a living serpent, lunging straight at Wang Dafei. Although Wang Dafei had long known of this monster's existence, witnessing its vast size firsthand made his heart clench with tension. This was the sky-blue bull python. With such a gargantuan form, he couldn't be sure how powerful its attacks would be, but Wang Dafei had no intention of meeting them head-on. If he could dodge, he would. Without hesitation, he flashed aside and leapt away. A series of deafening crashes followed as the water columns smashed into the spot where he had just been standing, gouging enormous craters in the earth. The sky-blue bull python hovered at the center of the lake, its icy gaze locked unerringly onto Wang Dafei. In that moment, the lakeshore fell into a deathly silence. Man and beast facing each other in utter stillness, the air thick with tension and menace. Wang Dafei could feel a strange, oppressive aura locking onto him. Though he burned with the urge to charge forward and strike at the beast, reason prevailed. The sky-blue bull python held the advantage concealed in the water. Any reckless attack would likely play into its hands, and if he fell into the lake, the consequences would be dire. He could not afford to take such a risk here. With that in mind, Wang Dafei turned and moved to the Titan giant ape's side. Grabbing its leg, he summoned his strength and hurled the massive ape deep into the forest, far from the lake's edge. With a thunderous crash, the Titan giant ape shot through the air like a cannonball, landing heavily among the trees and sending up a cloud of dust. Seeing this, the sky-blue bull python roared in fury. "Wretched human, are you seeking death?" Its original intent had simply been to protect its companion, and injuring the Titan giant ape would have sufficed. Realizing after its failed strike that Wang Dafei was no ordinary foe, the serpent had hoped to drive him away with the oppressive might of 100,000-year soul beast, putting an end to the day's conflict. But it had not expected Wang Dafei to be so unyielding, going even further, forcing the situation inexorably toward a life-and-death struggle. The sky-blue bull python could no longer suppress its fury. With a sudden burst of speed, it charged forward, murderous intent surging like a tidal wave. If that's how it is, then there's no choice but to fight. As its furious roar echoed through the night, a bolt of blue lightning as thick as a barrel crackled and gathered between its massive horns. The electricity flashed dangerously, radiating an intimidating power before it crashed down toward Wang Dafei with unstoppable force. Thunder exploded in the darkness, one resounding boom after another. Each strike tore through the night sky, slamming into the earth with devastating might and blasting out huge, charred craters. Dirt and arcs of electricity flew everywhere in the chaos. Wang Dafei's figure flickered as he swiftly retreated toward the Titan giant ape. Meanwhile, the sky-blue bull python, agile as a fish in water despite its colossal size, wasted no time slithering up onto the riverbank and charging toward the Titan giant ape. A storm of anxiety raged in its heart. It could think of nothing but confirming the safety of its brother. All the while, it unleashed bolts of lightning at Wang Dafei as it advanced. Each flash of thunder felt like divine wrath unleashed, but Wang Dafei dodged every strike with breathtaking agility, always evading the deadly force at the very last instant. At last, the sky-blue bull python made it fully ashore, crashing into the forest steps. Yet Wang Dafei had already guessed its intentions. He moved even faster, arriving at the Titan giant ape's side before it could. Without hesitation, he unleashed his immense strength, grabbing the Titan giant ape with both hands. Like hefting a mountain, he swung the massive creature up and hurled it straight at the sky-blue bull python. The python's pupils shrank in shock. It rushed to adjust its stance, trying to catch the flying Titan giant ape with its enormous horns. But in that fleeting moment of distraction, a sharp glint flashed in Wang Dafei's eyes. He had been waiting for this opening all along. With a thunderous roar that shook the night, Wang Dafei's muscles tensed, his power erupting from the ground up. The earth itself caved beneath his feet as he leapt like a lightning bolt, aiming a mighty, crushing flying kick straight at the sky blue bull python's massive, vulnerable eye. A dull, heavy impact resounded. Wang Dafei's kick struck its mark. In an instant, the python's giant eyeball burst, sending a spray of blood and strange fluids splattering across the leaves and forest floor, painting everything with a gruesome pattern of red. The scene was nothing short of shocking. The sudden, excruciating pain sent violent convulsions through the sky blue bull python's body. The strength it used to barely support the titan giant ape drained away, and the great ape tumbled to the ground like a boulder, crashing down with a bone-rattling thud and kicking up a dense cloud of dust. Though not yet dead, the titan giant ape was now at death's door, gravely wounded, unable even to muster the strength to groan. The sky blue bull python felt its brother's life slipping away, even as agony drove it into a frenzy. It thrashed its huge head in torment, letting out one heart-wrenching wail after another. The once ferocious face now became even more twisted, contorted by a maelstrom of pain, rage, and sorrow. Blood continued to stream from its ruptured eye, mingling with heavy tears that tumbled down, evoking an unexpected pang of sympathy in anyone who watched. Yet, despite its anguish, the sky blue bull python did not abandon its companion, nor did it choose to flee. Consumed by desperation, it suddenly opened its massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of water, thick and forceful as a dragon's roar, surging straight toward Wang Dafei with the fury of utter destruction. Wherever the water torrent passed, trees snapped, soil and rocks were blasted apart, and every obstacle was utterly destroyed. The earth itself was ripped open by the sheer force, leaving behind deep, jagged ravines. At the same time, its tail, thick and powerful as a steel whip, lashed upward, carrying overwhelming might as it crashed down toward Wang Dafei. But Wang Dafei moved with agility, twisting and dodging with remarkable speed, deftly evading both the water torrent and the punishing tail. His steps were as nimble as a hunting hound weaving through the forest, each time slipping just beyond the reach of the sky blue bull python's attacks, rendering its every effort futile. As an aquatic soul beast, the sky blue bull python quickly realized it was at a disadvantage on land. The human before it was not only formidable, but possessed remarkable agility in this terrain. Sensing the tide turning against itself, it immediately resolved to retreat back into the water, hoping to reclaim the upper hand in its own domain. However, Wang Dafei was not about to let it go so easily. With sharp reflexes, he lunged forward and seized the python's tail, still lingering on the shore. With a burst of strength, he dragged its entire massive body out of the water and hurled it violently onto the forested riverbank. The colossal form gouged a deep, ragged scar into the earth as it crashed down. Before the sky blue bull python could struggle, Wang Dafei had already leapt high, his gaze locked on its vital point. In the next instant, he unleashed his first martial spirit skill, the eighth spider. Spears erupted alongside his fists, his soul power and physical strength surging to their limits. His attack struck like a meteor slamming into the ground, carrying an unstoppable force as it crashed down. A thunderous boom split the air. The blow was utterly devastating. The sky blue bull python's once impenetrable scales and flesh were split cleanly in two beneath Wang Dafei's fists. With a final, mournful cry, the sky blue bull python felt its life slipping away. In a last act of defiance, it unleashed all its soul power, its body exploding in a blaze of dazzling blue light that gathered into a streak of pitch-black lightning, striking straight at Wang Dafei. The lightning exploded, sending dust and debris flying. When the smoke and dust finally settled, Wang Dafei stood calmly in place. His clothes had been reduced to ashes, and though his body was charred black, he was otherwise completely unharmed. The sky blue bull python gazed at Wang Dafei, its strength finally spent, and bowed its head in defeat. Slowly, a crimson soul ring began to rise from its massive form. After an intense battle, Wang Dafei felt completely drained, both in body and spirit. He simply lay flat on his back, staring up at the sky, his chest heaving as he struggled to catch his breath. He glanced at the sky blue bull python lying beside him, now severed in two, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of complicated pity. He understood that this sky blue bull python had once been a true overlord of the Stardew Great Forest, and it had never attacked humans without cause. Unfortunately, the positions of soul beasts and humans were destined to be opposed. Today's deadly clash was inevitable. That fleeting sense of compassion quickly faded, If he had encountered a soul beast like Xiao Wu, one that had already taken human form, perhaps he would have hesitated. But the outcome before him only reinforced the unforgiving law of the jungle. The strong survive, the weak perish. Even if he hadn't been the one to strike the fatal blow, the sky blue bull python would have eventually met the same fate. It was just unlucky enough to die at his hands, and in doing so, it unwittingly blocked Tang San's path to godhood. After resting for a moment, Wang Dafei rose to his feet and absorbed the blood-red soul ring into his body. Strangely enough, he had never truly trained in any systematic way, nor had he ever experienced the so-called bottleneck of soul power. Everything seemed to fall into place as a matter of course. With the absorption of this 100,000-year soul ring, he gained his second soul skill, Azure Thunderstrike and Lightning Control. However, he had no time to savor the new power he had just acquired. The situation demanded haste, and he could not afford any delay. He quickly gathered up the remains of the sky blue bull python, and from the body of the already dead Titan giant ape nearby, retrieved its soul bones. Both of these soul bones brimmed with powerful soul energy and were rare treasures in this world. He stowed them carefully away in his storage soul device. Just as Wang Dafei was about to leave, a sudden chill crept up his spine. A sharp sense of being watched gripped him. It felt as if something, hidden in the shadows, was observing him with cold, unblinking eyes. He raised his gaze in the direction of that sensation, and in the distance, spotted a figure slowly gliding toward him. When the figure drew closer, Wang Dafei finally saw her clearly. She wore a long, golden dress, exquisitely tailored to accentuate her fair skin. An elegant form, her features were refined, her bearing regal, and she carried an air of nobility that made it impossible not to be awestruck. The newcomer was none other than Bibi Dong. She hovered quietly in midair, first scrutinizing Wang Dafei with a careful gaze before letting her eyes drift away from his face. Then, her expression shifted, her eyes now filled with disdain and revulsion, as if she were looking at something filthy. Wang Dafei could only sigh inwardly, thinking to himself, "You're the one who wanted to take a look, so why act so disgusted now?" But he said nothing aloud, choosing instead to quietly grumble in his heart. Wang Dafei eyed Bibi Dong, quietly puzzled. Why did she suddenly appear here? And she's dressed so elegantly, so formally. She's not wearing her usual strict Pope's robes this time. Instead, she's chosen a graceful gown that bears her shoulders, with her figure subtly outlined. She looks noble and enchanting. Could there be some important event going on here? As for his own state of near undress, he felt no embarrassment at all. After all, the person before him was a beautiful woman. Being seen by her was nothing to fuss over. Bibi Dong closed her eyes and let out a soft sigh, then tossed him a set of clothes while turning her head to the side. Her tone was detached and cool. "Put your clothes on first." Her gaze then landed on the corpses of the sky azure bull python and the Titan giant ape. A flicker of surprise crossed her face. She turned back and looked at Wang Dafei with renewed seriousness, her voice now tinged with approval. "As expected of someone I value. You truly are extraordinary." But despite herself, her eyes drifted down for a moment, noticing that Wang Dafei had only put on his upper garment and hadn't finished dressing. She quickly turned her head away again, unable to face certain sights that stirred painful memories she preferred not to revisit. Once Wang Dafei was properly dressed, he looked at Bibi Dong with resignation and spoke, "Shouldn't you be at the Spirit Hall preparing for your soul-hunting operation? What brings you here all of a sudden?" Bibi Dong gave a faint smile, crossing one arm over her chest while the other hand rested thoughtfully beneath her chin, a pose that only accentuated her tall figure and air of confidence. "I was simply curious about you. After all, you once said you'd help the Spirit Hall conquer the great powers of the land. And yet, here you are, charging alone into the territory of these 200,000-year soul beasts." Her tone softened gradually, though her eyes held a probing glint. "I was worried that something might happen to you. If it did, our plans would be affected, so I came to check on you myself." She looked again at the corpses of the sky azure bull python and the Titan giant ape, her voice dropping to a murmur of amazement. "Still, I didn't expect you to actually defeat them both. It seems I've underestimated your abilities." Wang Dafei didn't reply. He simply watched the ever-shifting expressions on Bibi Dong's face, secrets about her surfacing in his mind. He decided to stop beating around the bush. "Since you're here, why not absorb the soul rings of these 200,000-year soul beasts directly? For you, they'd be the most powerful nourishment." The words had barely left his lips when Bibi Dong's smile vanished. Unconsciously, she furrowed her brow, her slender fingers tightening around her staff, her gaze turning icy. "You? What do you mean by that?" Absorbing the soul power of both soul masters and soul beasts in secret was her most closely guarded secret, one that could never be revealed. How had he figured out? If this secret were ever exposed, she would be branded an evil soul master, cast out by the entire world. Bibi Dong quietly gathered her soul power, fully prepared to respond at any moment. Wang Dafei, on the other hand, looked completely at ease, as if making casual conversation. He said, "Your second martial spirit can absorb soul beasts to increase your power. That's no secret to me. Have you forgotten? I once told you that I know the secrets of many people, and of course, that includes yours." Bibi Dong's pupils narrowed slightly, her gaze never leaving Wang Dafei. Her tone was tense, edged with wariness. "So what is it that you want? Are you planning to use this to threaten me?" With a relaxed, almost mischievous smile, Wang Dafei waved his hand dismissively. "What's the point of threatening you? If it worked, well, how about you give me a kiss? I swear your secret would be safe with me forever." Bibi Dong's expression turned icy in an instant. Her knuckles whitened with the force of her grip, and a dangerous intent began to simmer, barely contained, within her soul power. Seeing her silent, Wang Dafei just shrugged, still unconcerned. "Don't be so tense. No kiss, no problem. I told you I wouldn't reveal your secret. It does me no good anyway. More importantly," his voice was light, even a little teasing. "Didn't I say long ago that I'd help you unite this continent? Do you really distrust me that much?" Bibi Dong studied him carefully, realizing that he truly showed no hint of threat or malice. On the contrary, he seemed open and sincere, his demeanor calm. Her guard eased slightly. Her gaze softened, and that enchanting smile once again lit up her face. "I believe in your abilities. If you want women, I can arrange it for you. In fact, power, wealth, whatever you desire, I can offer." She leaned in a little, her voice low and laced with temptation. "One day, you'll become second only to me. Wouldn't that satisfy you?" Although Bibi Dong still could not fathom how Wang Dafei had discovered the secret of her soul-devouring power, at least for now, he showed no intention of threatening or blackmailing her. Yet Wang Dafei merely smiled and shook his head. "Bibi Dong, I know you far better than you think. Your secrets, your past, I know it all." His tone was calm, but there was no doubting his sincerity. "But I mean you no harm. Whether you devour evil soul masters or soul beasts, it's none of my concern. As for power," he gave a faint smile, "I have no interest in it all." Bibi Dong was taken aback, clearly not expecting such an answer. She looked anew at the young man before her, an inexpressible curiosity rising in her heart. "To unite the Dao continent, if everything goes smoothly, honestly, it's not that difficult," Wang Dafei said, his tone calm, yet unwavering. "If the Spirit Hall ultimately claims victory, I hope you'll do your best to minimize innocent casualties and be willing to consider some of my suggestions. Ordinary people should have opportunities to move up in the world. Developing soul tools or pursuing other paths could become a way forward for them. These are all things the Spirit Hall should take into account in the future." Bibi Dong fell silent. She couldn't see through Wang Dafei. Suspicion lingered in her heart. Was there really someone who would act purely for so-called justice? She didn't quite believe it. Yet on the surface, she nodded slightly, indicating she would seriously consider his advice. If only she knew, Wang Dafei's current state of mind was simply the result of having just gained tremendous power. For a moment, he didn't know what to do with himself. He only wanted to experience what it felt like to play the hero. She would probably find it all the more absurd. Bibi Dong slowly descended from the air, coming to a stop before Wang Dafei. She placed one hand gently on his shoulder. Her voice carried a trace of resignation. The Spirit Hall's goal has always been to protect peace across the continent. Yet sometimes, for the sake of the greater good, certain sacrifices are unavoidable. Bibi Dong met Wang Dafei's gaze directly, continuing, "War is always accompanied by death, but I will take your words to heart. Don't worry, I'll help you eliminate all the resisting title duh," Wang Dafei replied, meeting her eyes with firm resolve. "Go back and get ready. Establish your spirit empire." With that, he turned to leave. "Wait," Bibi Dong suddenly called out to him. "Aren't you curious why I came here in person? You want the spirit power or spirit bones of the azure bull python and the titan giant ape, isn't that it?" Wang Dafei replied, intent on leaving. "That's only half right." Bibi Dong reached out and gently turned him back toward her, her fingers gliding from his shoulder and coming to rest, almost imperceptibly, against his chest. "The other reason I came here is because of you." Bibi Dong leaned in just a bit, her voice low and soft, carrying a subtle hint of allure. "You're very strong. Even Qian Daolu can't match you. I don't know how you found out about my plan to build a spirit empire, but every word I just said was sincere." Her smile deepened, her eyes bright and intense. "If you're willing to help me, When our great cause is complete, I'll give you a position second only to my own. That's not an idle promise. Wang Dafei smiled faintly. Honestly, I'm just interested for the moment. When everything is over, just prepare some gold for me, and I'll be on my way. But Wang Dafei gently lifted the hand Bibi Dong had placed on his chest, his fingertips softly tracing the smooth skin on the back of her hand. Her skin was as soft as silk, and Wang Dafei struggled to resist the urge to kiss her right then and there. It wasn't that he was completely uninterested in power or wealth. He simply always felt as though he didn't truly belong in this world, so he treated such desires lightly and set them aside with little thought. Besides, Wang Dafei wanted to take advantage of the time before he became one of those capricious, reckless outsiders, to do some good deeds and temporarily play the part of a hero. With that in mind, he secretly calculated, since he'd already agreed to help her unite the entire continent, wasn't it only reasonable for him to ask for something in return? Especially now, as he noticed a subtle sparkle in Bibi Dong's eyes and her ever so slightly inviting demeanor. It seemed only fair to collect a bit of interest. With that thought, he gently pressed a kiss to the back of her hand. Bibi Dong, as the supreme pontiff of the Spirit Hall, wielded immense power and held an exalted status. For years, no one had dared to approach her with such audacity. Wang Dafei mistook her closeness for tacit consent. Though Bibi Dong did intend to test him, her true motive was merely to take the chance to gauge his bone age and soul power. She hadn't expected Wang Dafei to seize the opportunity and overstep his bounds, taking such blatant advantage of her. What surprised her even more was that this young man wasn't some old monster who had cultivated for decades, but was, in fact, genuinely young. Weighing the pros and cons, Bibi Dong understood that now was not the time to turn against Wang Dafei. His strength was deep and unfathomable, and he was an exceptionally rare talent worth recruiting, not making into an enemy. So, when Wang Dafei openly voiced his desire for her, the smile on Bibi Dong's face instantly shifted to shy embarrassment. A blush rose to her cheeks, her eyes flashing with a mix of annoyance and anger. You scoundrel! Bibi Dong clenched her teeth, holding back her fury, her tone tinged with a playful reproach. Yet her composure returned quickly. But don't you forget your promise to the Spirit Hall. I want you to keep your word. If you truly succeed, then maybe, just maybe, I'll give you an answer that satisfies you. Hearing Bibi Dong's reply, Wang Dafei's face lit up with delight and confidence. Good, then it's settled. With that, he turned and walked away. Bibi Dong remained where she stood, watching Wang Dafei's figure recede into the distance. Her expression shifted from the smile of moments before to one of cold indifference, her eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. She bit her lip, as if determined to bury all her anger and dissatisfaction deep within her heart. When Wang Dafei kissed the back of her hand just moments ago, she had almost acted, but in the end, she managed to restrain herself. As time passed, Bibi Dong's emotions gradually settled, but her face remained stern and unapproachable. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly, struggling to quell the irritation within her. However, her gaze lingered in the direction where Wang Dafei had departed, as if she were contemplating something of great significance. At last, Bibi Dong lifted her head slightly. The corners of her lips curled into a faint, elusive smile, as though she had just thought of something that pleased her. She murmured softly to herself, "If he truly can help the Spirit Hall unify the Dou continent, then I ought to prepare a generous reward in return." With that, she too turned and left. The entire Spirit Hall army had assembled, and a sense of tension quickly swept across the whole continent. Wang Dafei joined the ranks of Spirit Hall's Soul Masters as they marched to war. After a brief period of regrouping, the army advanced straight toward the territory of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Without the slightest hesitation, Spirit Hall launched its assault. Although people often spoke of the three upper sects sharing the same breath and branches, in reality, if their ties were truly so close, why had there never been a marriage alliance among them? The truth was, the three upper sects had never considered marrying into one another. At its core, each sect always worried that their unique martial souls or secret techniques might be stolen by the others. This mutual suspicion meant genuine cooperation was rare, and they would never allow their precious bloodlines to merge with outsiders. The so-called sharing the same breath and branches was, in fact, nothing more than an empty phrase, devoid of real substance. When the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan was suddenly attacked this time, spies from the other great sects had, to varying degrees, caught wind of the situation. Yet none of them lifted a hand to help. On the one hand, they felt it was not worth depleting their own strength for the sake of another. On the other, they believed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was powerful enough to withstand any siege. Even if battle broke out, both sides would surely be left wounded, allowing the bystanders to reap the benefits. But this time, everyone's calculations proved wrong. Though formidable, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, faced with such a fierce onslaught from Spirit Hall, found itself under immense pressure for the first time. Even without Wang Dafei, they would have struggled to resist the Spirit Hall's offensive, let alone now, when an unpredictable force like Wang Dafei stood in their way. The army of Spirit Hall surged forward like an unstoppable tide, crashing into the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. In an instant, the battlefield was consumed by the clamor of battle, the clash of weapons, anguished cries, and the thunderous collision of soul skills fused into a blood-soaked, thrilling war anthem. Figures darted across the chaos of the battlefield, blades flashing and soul skills erupting, blood splattering everywhere, turning the scene into a vision torn straight from the depths of hell. High above, the titled Daw who observed the fight had all heard that Spirit Hall possessed an extraordinarily powerful ally this time. Still, they remained skeptical, wondering if this person could truly, as rumored, defeat a titled Daw with ease. Just then, Wang Dafei arrived at the battlefield. He appeared suddenly amidst the chaos, as silent and elusive as a ghost, only to make a most basic blunder. He had absolutely no idea what Yu Yuanjin looked like. He tried to locate the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's leader, Yu Yuanjin, as quickly as possible, but the chaos before him made it impossible. Soul skills flashed everywhere. The crowd was in turmoil. He simply couldn't tell one person from another. Wang Dafei had to rely purely on instinct. Those positioned deepest within the formation were likely the higher-ups of the clan, and Yu Yuanjin was probably among them. In the sky, the titled Dulyuos of Spirit Hall watched with puzzled faces, utterly unable to comprehend what this so-called reinforcement was actually doing. By all logic, it should be the strong facing off against the strong, yet this man targeted only the small fry, leaving everyone scratching their heads. Wang Dafei paid no attention to these so-called rules. Advancing through the chaos, he sought out the most dazzling soul skills, the loudest displays, and the most attention-grabbing opponents. As long as someone looked formidable, he would charge in without hesitation and throw a punch. He barreled straight through the battlefield, sending every soul master who dared block his way flying with a single punch. No one could truly stand in his path. Meanwhile, Yu Yuanjin also noticed someone on the Spirit Hall side was flouting all rules, especially that fearless, overwhelmingly powerful Wang Dafei, who was laying waste to the ordinary soul masters below. Abandoning any pretense of following the rules himself, Yu Yuanjin unleashed a sweeping storm of lightning attacks against Spirit Hall's forces, sending their soldiers tumbling as if swept up by a tempest. Wang Dafei's gaze quickly locked onto that thunderous figure, every strike crashing down with the might of a storm god, Yu Yuanjin himself. In a flash, Wang Dafei accelerated, streaking toward Yu Yuanjin like living lightning. He threw a punch, swift and unstoppable, aimed straight at his target. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's leader, Yu Yuanjin, sensed the danger, yet Wang Dafei was simply too fast. He had no time to react before the blow landed. There was a deafening crash, as his body was hurled against the wall like a kite with its string cut. Then he collapsed to the ground, unconscious, his fate uncertain. The outcome was beyond doubt. He had lost utterly. With that single blow, Wang Dafei displayed his overwhelming might, leaving everyone present in shock. It seemed as if he could bring down an enemy with every punch. The previously deadlocked battlefield was thrown into even greater chaos by his intervention. Wang Dafei didn't pause for a second. He knew there was no time to relax. He plunged back into the fray, weaving through enemy lines, and with each attack, another blue lightning. Tyrant Dragon Clan expert fell. His very presence crushed the enemy's spirits, driving their disciples to despair and shattering their morale. There was no will left to resist. The elders of Spirit Hall watched Wang Dafei below, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. They understood now. Wang Dafei was indeed immensely powerful, but he had absolutely no regard for the unspoken codes of the martial world. Yet perhaps this was the mark of a true powerhouse, one who refused to be bound by any rule. Normally, a strong man wouldn't be caught bullying the weak in front of everyone, lest he invite scorn from the crowd. The assault from the soldiers of the Spirit Hall grew ever fiercer, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan gradually lost their ability to resist. At last, with Wang Dafei defeating the final master of the clan, there was no hope left for their resurgence. By this time, nearly all the upper ranks of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan had perished, and the sect was now little more than a name, its glory all but erased. A cold glint flashed in Wang Dafei's eyes. Such was the cruelty of war. Today it was the extermination of a family. Tomorrow it could be the fall of an entire nation. Yet he comforted himself with the thought that ending things personally was better than slaughtering everyone to the last. With victory secured, the Spirit Hall's people began to clear the battlefield, gathering spoils of war wherever they could. Without a word, Wang Dafei turned away and headed straight for the Sunset Forest. Having resolved matters with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Wang Dafei raced toward the forest at remarkable speed. Harnessing his powerful leaping ability, he reached his destination in no time. He leaped above the treetops, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings like a vigilant hawk, observing every corner with utmost care. Soon, he discovered a mysterious area shrouded in poisonous mist in a remote corner of the forest. A flicker of delight crossed Wang Dafei's eyes, for he knew he had finally found his target. This peculiar region, veiled in toxic fog, was most likely the secluded herb garden of the solitary master Gu Dubo. Without hesitation, he strode forward. Arriving before the barrier, Wang Dafei drew a deep breath and slowly spread his hands apart. He summoned all his strength to unleash his second soul skill, Azure Thunderstrike. The use of soul skills came as second nature to him. Ever since absorbing his soul ring, these abilities had become imprinted in his mind. There was no need for painstaking practice. He could activate them with but a single thought. He gathered his power between his palms, where two fierce arcs of lightning crackled to life. Suddenly, Wang Dafei brought his palms together with all his might. As they collided, a surge of energy erupted outward in a thunderous shockwave. In an instant, violent currents and a fierce gust tore through the area, dispersing most of the poisonous mist with a single blow. Soon, the haze began to lift, gradually revealing a hidden path that stretched all the way to a small herb garden at its end. Wang Dafei stepped onto the path. As he entered the herb garden, he was struck by the breathtaking scene before him. All manner of exotic flowers and grasses thrived within, their vibrant colors competing for attention, while the air was thick with a heady fragrance. The whole garden seemed like a paradise out of myth. Amidst these blooms grew many rare and valuable medicinal plants, each one exuding a unique aura. Wang Dafei's heart brimmed with joy. He moved carefully through the garden, examining each plant with great attention. Though he knew little of herbal lore, the descriptions in books told him these specimens were truly extraordinary. He continued forward until he reached the deepest part of the garden. There, the ground suddenly dipped, forming a natural spring. Astonishingly, the spring was divided into two distinct halves. One side was a deep, icy blue, emanating an intense chill, with delicate ice crystals forming atop the surface. The other side blazed a fiery red, waves of heat, swirling as scalding bubbles surged up from the water. Two utterly opposing forces blended together here in a miraculous harmony, creating a balance almost beyond imagination, and together they formed this rare, natural wonder. At last, I found the yin-yang spring of ice and fire, Wang Dafei murmured under his breath, his eyes brimming with shock and delight. He gazed at the two legendary spirit herbs that any traveler would covet, the 8-pointed mystic ice leaf and the blazing apricot jade sprout. By now, his 8-spider spears had changed dramatically from their original form. The spears gleamed with a purple-gold sheen, faint blue currents of electricity flickering along their surface. Wang Dafei recalled that the 8-spider spears possessed the innate ability to absorb. He directed the 8 spider legs to pierce into the 8-pointed mystic ice leaf and the blazing apricot jade sprout, drawing out their energies directly. Instantly, a powerful surge of energy rippled outward. The two spirit herbs transformed into twin streams of energy, one icy and biting, the other blazing hot, and vanished together. These two opposing elemental forces, normally incompatible, were drawn through the 8 spider spears into Wang Dafei's body, slowly merging together, swirling like the yin and yang fish in a Taiji diagram. Yet, Wang Dafei did not feel the legendary surge of medicinal power coursing through his veins, nor the fiery agony or biting cold one might expect. He suspected this was due to something unique about his own constitution. Nevertheless, after absorbing both the mystic ice leaf and the jade sprout, the 8 spider spears underwent a clear transformation, growing even more formidable. Just then, a furious shout rang out behind him. Where did this little thief come from, daring to trespass in my herb garden? Wang Dafei spun around and saw a figure with long, emerald green hair flowing down, icy eyes, and a faint green aura swirling about him. It was none other than Gu Dubo. He hadn't expected the man to arrive so swiftly. Wang Dafei quickly tried to explain, "Senior, it's true that I entered without permission, and that was wrong of me. But I came to help you detoxify your poison, and I've brought you a tremendous opportunity. I did not come here to steal." Gu Dubo let out a cold, dismissive laugh, clearly unconvinced. Not a thief? You barge into my garden without leave, so what else could you be but a thief? Where are my 2 spear herbs? What excuse could you possibly have? Wang Dafei thought to himself, this old man doesn't seem to know the first thing about spirit herbs. His garden is packed with rare medicinal plants, but he can't even recognize them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been tricked out of his entire collection in the original story. It seems that aside from the 2 extremely elemental herbs beside the yin-yang spring, he really doesn't know anything at all, and I just happened to take the only 2 he could recognize. Seeing that the other man remained tough and clearly had no intention of communicating properly, Wang Dafei's mind raced. The power of lightning could counteract burning and poison. Perhaps this opponent was the perfect target for it. He decided to strike first, thinking he could explain everything once he had subdued the man. However, just as Wang Dafei began to channel his soul force, his expression changed slightly. The flow of energy suddenly grew sluggish, as though it were being suppressed by an invisible force. He found it difficult to summon his power. Noticing Wang Dafei's predicament, Gu Dubois threw his head back and burst into laughter. Did you really think just anyone could barge into my medicinal garden? I've already set up special formations here. Any intruder will have their soul force suppressed. You'd better surrender while you still can. If I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll even let you die with a little dignity. Facing Gu Dubois' smug, self-assured expression, Wang Dafei could only give a helpless smile. He shook his head and sighed softly. You really don't understand a thing, do you? Before his words had even faded, Wang Dafei's figure shot through the air like a bolt of lightning, closing the distance in an instant. Gu Dubois hadn't even had time to react before a crisp, resounding slap echoed through the air. A stinging blow landed squarely on Gu Dubois' face. The force was so great that Gu Dubois was sent flying like a rag doll, landing with a heavy thud more than 10 meters away, raising a cloud of dust. Wang Dafei strolled forward at calm pace. Looking down at the disheveled Gu Dubois, a trace of disdain curled at the corner of his lips. Did you really think sealing my soul force would be enough to stop me? And you still boast about letting me die in one piece? Though his tone was light, Wang Dafei felt a wave of relief inside. At this moment, Gu Dubois was a sorry sight indeed. His nose and cheeks were swollen and misshapen, his whole face battered into a grotesque parody of clown. Driven by rage, Gu Dubois didn't hesitate for an instant. He unleashed his true martial spirit. In a dazzling flash, the massive emerald phosphor Serpent King materialized at his side. The enormous green snake opened its gaping jaws, bearing razor-sharp fangs, and lunged straight at Wang Dafei. Despite this sudden attack, Wang Dafei remained perfectly composed. With a subtle shift of his body, he easily sidestepped the emerald phosphor Serpent King's strike. Without wasting a moment, Wang Dafei gathered all his remaining soul force into his right fist, which became enveloped in a shimmering blue lightning. With a thunderous shout, he shot forward like a cannonball, fist clenched tight, the lightning on his knuckles crackling fiercely. He was holding a storm in his hand, and he struck the emerald phosphor Serpent King without hesitation. A thunderous boom exploded through the air at the moment fist met serpent. The massive emerald phosphor Serpent King shattered instantly, as if it were nothing more than fragile glass, dissolving into countless fragments. The wild surge of energy radiated outward, illuminating the entire medicinal garden. Dugobow's pupils suddenly contracted, his face full of shock and disbelief. He had never expected the difference in their strength to be so enormous. He didn't even have time to react before the terrifying backlash from his collapsing martial spirit slammed violently into his body. With a guttural gasp, Dugobow spat out a mouthful of blood. It was as if he'd been struck by a heavy blow. His body staggered backward several steps, his face turning deathly pale in an instant. He stared fixedly at Wang Dafei, his eyes brimming with astonishment and confusion. Wang Dafei's strength far exceeded his expectations, so much so that he had no way to resist. Taking advantage of the moment, Wang Dafei launched another attack. This time, it was just a simple left hook. Dugobow hastily tried to defend himself, but the sheer power behind the punch still forced him back several steps. Realizing he'd encountered a foe more formidable than any before, Dugobow resolved to unleash his ultimate technique. He began chanting in a low voice. The air seemed to freeze. A mass of dark green, poisonous mist surged from within him, quickly swirling into the shape of a giant venomous dragon. With fangs bared and claws outstretched, it lunged at Wang Dafei. Confronted by the toxic cloud, Wang Dafei dared not be careless. He summoned his 8 spider lances, weaving nimbly through the poisonous miasma as he charged forward. Soon, Wang Dafei realized that as long as he had the protection of the 8 spider lances, the toxins posed almost no threat to him. Old man, Don't think you're the only one who can use poison, Wang Dafei said coolly. With that, he channeled his soul power. The earlier formation had collapsed with the defeat of the Jade-Scaled Serpent Emperor, but now he gathered the medicinal energy absorbed by the 8 spider lances and his own poison abilities into his palm. A vivid purple glow emanated from his hand, crackling with a fierce aura as he struck toward Dugabo. Sensing the intense danger, Dugabo's pupils shrank once more. He wanted to dodge immediately, but the backlash from his defeated martial spirit had left his body sluggish and unresponsive, as if ensnared by invisible bonds. He simply couldn't move. As Wang Dafei's palm drew ever closer, a sliver of despair crept into Dugabo's heart. Was this truly the end for him? Yet, just as Wang Dafei's hand was about to make contact, he suddenly halted, his palm hovering motionless in midair. Forget it. Too many have died today already. I don't want to take another life. Besides, I came here to help you. Have you forgotten? Wang Dafei's lips curled into a slight smile as he withdrew the poisonous energy from his hand and spoke in a relaxed tone. I'm just here to detoxify you. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to try beating me. Otherwise, you'd best cooperate. Dugabo's pupils contracted violently as he fixed his gaze on Wang Dafei, his heart filled with shock and humiliation. Of course he wanted to kill Wang Dafei. In fact, when his opponent was off guard, he'd already unleashed his most potent soul technique, Time Freeze. In that brief, frozen moment, he launched 2 all-out assaults on Wang Dafei, only to find the other man completely unaffected, so much so that he seemed entirely unaware of the attacks. This young man, after driving himself to the brink of desperation, teetering on the edge of his limits, was now speaking these words as if they were nothing at all. Was this truly a helping hand, or just another form of humiliation? An antidote? Dugabo nearly let out a bitter laugh. The jade phosphorus serpent venom had haunted him since the day his martial soul awakened, clinging to his bloodline generation after generation like a curse, carved into his very marrow. To call it poison was almost misleading. It was more like a doom etched into his lineage. How could such a curse be broken so easily? Yet, looking at Wang Dafei's calm and composed manner, as if they were merely discussing some trivial matter, Dugabo felt a faint, nearly imperceptible hope stir within his long-dead heart. Perhaps it was because he had already lost everything. His wife and children gone, his home reduced to ruins. If fate truly intended things to go on like this, even his one remaining family member, his granddaughter Dugayen, would eventually be taken from him. He no longer feared death. The poison had long seeped into his bones, and he knew better than anyone that his days were numbered. But if there was even the slimmest chance... Dugabo drew a deep breath, struggling to calm the storm of anger and pain within him, and asked in a hoarse voice, Can you really cure this poison? His gaze was piercing, locked onto Wang Dafei, searching his face for the slightest trace of deceit. If the cure was real, he would give up anything. But if not, then even if it meant mutual destruction, he would never let himself be played for a fool. Yet what Wang Dafei did next left Dugabo utterly stupefied. He never could have imagined that Wang Dafei would say nothing more, simply turn his hand and produce a soul bone that shimmered with blue-green light, tossing it over to him as if it were nothing at all. What is this? Dugabo caught the soul bone on instinct, feeling an immense energy pulsing in his palm, and beneath it all, the faint echo of a dragon's roar. His pupils shrank sharply. 100,000-year soul bone, and it's from the sky blue bull python. He jerked his head up, disbelief and shock plain in his eyes. Such a priceless treasure would send every title de law on the continent into a frenzy. Yet this young man had just thrown it to him without a second thought. Did he truly not care, or did he simply not understand the rarity of what he held? Before Dugabo could recover from his astonishment, Wang Dafei had already turned and begun rummaging through his herb garden. In no time he dug up a root from the earth, caked with mud and resembling a giant sweet potato, bearing 3 plump fruits that glimmered with a faint golden light. Wang Dafei broke off the largest fruit and tossed it casually to the still-stunned Dugabo. This is a ground drake golden melon. First, absorb the sky blue bull python soul bone and use its power to press all the accumulated venom in your body into the soul bone. Only then should you eat this melon. It will guide your martial spirit to fully evolve, transforming into a true dragon. By then, the inherent flaw of the jade phosphor serpent's poison will naturally be eradicated. After speaking, he gently shook the 2 remaining, slightly smaller, golden melons in his hand. With a smile, he handed over the smallest one as well. This one is for your granddaughter. Her poisoning isn't severe, and once her martial spirit evolves, the toxins in her body will naturally be neutralized. Dugabo lowered his head, gazing at the 2 treasures in his hands. items with the power to change one's destiny. He then looked up at the enigmatic young man before him, his heart stirring with waves of emotion he could not calm. At last, all his feelings condensed into a long, heavy sigh. With solemn eyes and a low voice, he said, "If everything unfolds as you say, from this day on, my life, Dugubos, is yours to command." Without further hesitation, he sat cross-legged on the ground, gripping the 10,000-year soul bone wreathed in azure light. Channeling his soul power with all his might, he began the process of absorption. Vast energy surged within, drawing the deadly toxins from his meridians into the soul bone. Though the process was agony, hope blazed within his heart. 2 full hours later, he had utterly refined the soul bone. The aura he now exuded was entirely transformed from before. He opened his eyes, and without delay, swallowed the ground drake golden melon. Closing his eyes once more, he guided the powerful and gentle force from the melon deep into the source of his martial spirit. Seeing Dugubo wholly immersed in absorbing the energies of the soul bone and celestial fruit, with no telling how long the process would last, Wang Dafei, having endured a day of fierce battles, felt fatigue washing over him. Trusting in Dugubo's renowned integrity, he relaxed against a mossy stone and quickly drifted into a deep sleep. No one knew how much time had passed when the glow around Dugubo gradually faded. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. The once ghostly green of his serpent pupils had turned into an imposing, radiant gold. He felt soul power surging inside, as if the tides of a sea now filled his veins, a power unlike anything he had ever known coursing through his whole being. Overcome with excitement, he leapt to his feet and called out in a low, thunderous voice, "Martial spirit, true form, reveal." In an instant, a colossal beast materialized in the air. Its entire body shimmered with jade-green scales, towering golden horns crowned its head, razor-sharp claws extended from its limbs, and crackling turquoise lightning wrapped around it, radiating a pressure and danger that stole the breath from the world. This was no longer the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor. It had fully evolved into a true member of the Dragon Clan, the venomous Azure Dragon. Sensing his own reborn might, Dugubo could not help but throw back his head and laugh, his voice ringing with exhilaration. With the guidance of the 10,000-year soul bone and the power of the ground drake golden melon, just as you said, my martial spirit has evolved, and the poison is no more. My soul power has reached level 97. I've ascended to the rank of Super Doloa. Ha! Who would have thought such fortune would come my way? His laughter echoed far and wide, brimming with the joy and excitement of a man born anew. He withdrew his gaze and saw Wang Dafei still fast asleep nearby, and a surge of indescribable gratitude welled up in his heart. Dugubo stood quietly to the side, waiting for his benefactor to wake. He knew Wang Dafei was a man of honor and his word, so he would never take advantage of this moment. As expected, he decided to wait until Wang Dafei awoke to offer his thanks properly. Wang Dafei was startled awake by a hearty, booming laugh. Rubbing his eyes, he looked ahead, still a little dazed. He saw Dugubo striding over, golden eyes shining with a new brilliance, his entire bearing transformed from before. Dugubo clasped his fists in a formal salute, his voice firm and sincere. "No need for many words. Today, you saved me from grave danger and lifted the curse that has plagued my family for generations. This debt is as heavy as a mountain. From this day forward, whatever you need, I, Dugubo, will do my utmost. No hesitation, no refusal." Wang Dafei stood up, waving his hand casually. "My name's Wang Dafei. There's no need for such formality. I helped you, but I had my reasons as well. That 100,000-year soul bone wasn't a gift. Naturally, I expect something in return." Instead of taking offense, Dugubo burst out laughing, pounding his chest. "Good, straightforward. A man like you is someone I want as a friend. Don't speak a price. If you asked for my life, I wouldn't flinch. Just say the word. This medicine garden, my life's collection, even my granddaughter Yin Yan, are yours if you want them." Wang Dafei smiled faintly and shook his head. "Friends are friends, and business is business. I need a few things from you. First, your 100 treasures pouch that can store living creatures, and second, several rare herbs from the garden." Without hesitation, Dugubo laughed heartily. "Is that all? Take them, all of them." He immediately produced a small, unadorned bag from his robes, faintly shimmering with spatial energy. With a flick, he removed a tiny snake from inside and handed the pouch over. "If not for you, I could have guarded these treasures my whole life and never known their true worth. Only today do I understand what real immortal herbs are." Wang Dafei accepted the 100 treasures pouch, feeling its gentle warmth and the flow of energy within. He couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Thank you. With this, things will go much smoother for me in the future. This spatial soul device that could hold living creatures was hundreds of times more useful than Tang San's 24 moonlit bridges. Dugabo waved him off generously. Between us, no need for thanks. Any immortal herb in this garden that catches your eye, just take it. Don't even think about being polite. Wang Dafei nodded. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Suddenly remembering something, Dugabo slapped his forehead. Right, I need to find my yin-yin and deliver this earth dragon golden melon. Kid, wait for me. I'll come back and have a drink with you. With those words, he leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of azure and golden light that soared skyward, disappearing beyond the horizon in the blink of an eye. Left alone in the medicine garden, Wang Dafei stood in silence, gazing in the direction Dugabo had departed. He shook his head gently, a knowing, meaningful smile curving at his lips. Let's hope that when we meet again in Tiando City, you won't be standing with their side, forcing me to act myself. 100,000-year-old spirit bone, exchanged for a treasure pouch and a garden full of rare herbs? To Wang Dafei, it was simply a case of mutual benefit, a deal where he couldn't possibly lose. Watching Dugibo's figure fade into the distant sky, Wang Dafei absent-mindedly rubbed his nose as a sudden thought popped into his mind. When that old fellow returns and finds this herb garden picked clean by me, will he turn hostile on the spot? After all, Dugibo had indeed said, pick whatever you like, but to harvest every last herb in the garden, wasn't that a little excessive? Still, Wang Dafei swiftly found justification for himself. I gave him a 100,000-year-old spirit bone, saved his life, and even helped his spirit evolve, clearing out his entire herb garden. Not too much to ask, right? Comforting himself with these thoughts, whatever guilt he felt soon vanished. His gaze wandered over the glimmering rare herbs that filled the garden, even though Dugibo himself hadn't truly cared about them. Although Wang Dafei couldn't name most of the plants, the ginseng with roots twisting like dragons and the reishi mushrooms glowing like morning clouds silently proclaimed their extraordinary value. But what mattered even more was the 100 treasures pouch, whose vast inner space could easily hold the entire garden. With such a marvelous artifact, wouldn't it be wasteful not to fill it to the brim? Without a second thought, Wang Dafei launched into a thorough harvesting spree. Whether he recognized the plant or not, whether he needed it or not, he gathered everything. After all, who knew what might come in handy someday? He moved with swift efficiency, soul power swirling at his fingertips, delicately enveloping each spirit herb and plucking it with precision. With a casual flick, he tossed them all into the pouch, every last one without exception. In just a short while, the once vibrant, color-splashed garden was stripped bare, left with nothing but ragged roots and uneven earth. Standing at the center of what was now little more than a scraped-clean patch of ground, Wang Dafei scratched his head, wearing a sheepish yet perfectly justified grin. The spiritual energy here is rich, and the environment's great. I'm sure it'll all grow back soon, definitely. Compared to those who dig up everything, roots and all, I at least left some roots behind. That's pretty considerate of me, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Having thus reassured himself, Wang Dafei patted the 100 treasures pouch with satisfaction. Finally, his gaze shifted to the twin springs of the yin-yang well, still calmly flowing, their icy and fiery waters forever entwined. Recalling the legend that this place was formed by the fall of 2 dragon kings, a burning light flickered in Wang Dafei's eyes. Ice Dragon King, Fire Dragon King, since I've come this far, I can't leave empty-handed. He grinned and, without hesitation, leaped straight into the spring, where the forces of extreme ice and fire intertwined. The moment he entered the pool, Wang Dafei felt that mysterious energy within him, long dormant, suddenly stir, awakened by some invisible force. Startled, he had no time to think. Like an arrow released from a bowstring, he shot down toward the bottom. Soon, 2 enormous dragon skeletons emanating a faint, ghostly light appeared before his eyes, the remains of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. Just as Wang Dafei drew near, disaster struck without warning. 2 radiant beams erupted from the dragon bones, one orange, one blue, brimming with overwhelming power. Like the wrathful souls of 2 dragons, they slammed fiercely into Wang Dafei's body. The twin energies were so wild and violent, it felt as if they could tear him apart from the inside out at any moment. Yet for all their destructive force, once inside him, they did not harm him in the least. It was only their sheer intensity that was astonishing. Focusing his mind, Wang Dafei sensed that these energies bore a strong resemblance to the source of his own spirit rings, yet carried an even older and purer essence. Without hesitation, he began channeling his soul power, attempting to refine and absorb these foreign forces. As time passed, he gradually adapted to their impact. The orange energy embodied the pure fire of the Fire Dragon King, while the blue held the ultimate frost of the Ice Dragon King. These two utterly opposing forces collided and intertwined within him, eventually reaching a delicate balance. Slowly, they began to merge, inducing a wondrous transformation. Driven by this power, his soul force grew even stronger. To his delight, he discovered he had gained the ability to project his mind's power beyond his body, telekinesis, which he could manipulate at will, as though he now possessed a pair of invisible hands. Though its reach currently extended only about 5 meters, it was already far more useful than having none at all. Meanwhile, an unprecedented spirit ring rose from beneath his feet. A golden red core, laced with orange magma veins and blue frost patterns, exuding an awe-inspiring dragon aura. This was none other than the divine ring of the Ice Fire Dragon King. Suddenly, Wang Dafei felt a tingling itch on his scalp, as if something were about to burst forth. Reaching up, he was startled to find 2 horn-like bumps. Alarmed, he quickly examined himself inwardly, with his soul power, only to realize these were not true horns, but a newly formed soul bone at his head, one he could summon or hide at will. He decided to name this new creation the Dragon Crown. The crown resembled a pair of dragon horns. On one side, orange flames danced and flickered. On the other, blue frost curled and twined, radiating an extraordinary presence. At first, he worried that such a hairstyle might scorch all his hair and leave him bald, which would be a rather embarrassing fate. Fortunately, he soon discovered that this icy fire, though swirling endlessly around him, did not harm him in the slightest. He owed all this to the octagonal mystic ice grass and the blazing apricot he'd consumed earlier, which had granted him a foundational resistance to both ice and fire. And now, having absorbed the Dragon King's essence, that resistance reached unparalleled heights. Wang Dafei began to get acquainted with these newfound powers. The soul bone in his head granted him several abilities he could unleash. Psychic shockwaves possessed a passive mental shield that rendered him immune to spiritual attacks and could conjure blazing fireballs or summon a shield of flames at will, instantly transforming them into ice spikes or a frost barrier if he wished. It was almost like a dual-element evolution of Annie's Disintegrate and Molten Shield from League of Legends, but fused with both fire and ice. Though the divine ring carried only a single soul skill, even Wang Dafei himself was astonished by its might. It allowed the energies of ultimate ice and ultimate fire to intertwine and compress, channeling his other soul power within, and finally triggering an explosion of cataclysmic force. He named this move Ultimate Little Mushroom. He could sense with perfect clarity that, once released, this attack would devastate everything within a radius of 7 or 8 kilometers, erasing all existence in its wake. After this upgrade, Wang Dafei was more certain than ever. In this world, he was virtually unbeatable. He felt he had lingered here long enough. It was time to set out for the Spirit Hall and settle accounts with the remaining opponents. Meanwhile, deep within the imperial palace of the Heaven Do Empire, Qian Renxue had just received a secret message from the Spirit Hall. The soul hunt operation was now fully underway. BB Dong's voice came through a special soul communicator, cold and devoid of emotion. Beyond the orders, it carried an undisguised note of mockery. "You may return now." She ordered Qian Renxue to launch a coup immediately and seize the imperial throne of Heaven Do. Then, as if in passing, she added, "Even if you fail, it doesn't matter. The Spirit Hall will simply send in troops and resolve everything by force." What does she really mean? As the message ended, Qian Renxue clenched her hands so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Her exquisite face first showed disbelief, then was overtaken completely by anger and bitter frustration. That woman, always the same, always looking down on her, always denying her. For years, she had endured humiliation and hardship, carefully weaving her plans, disguising herself as the refined and gentle crown prince Xueqinghe. Every step she took was measured and cautious, every calculation exhausting her mind and spirit. Was it possible that, in that woman's eyes, all of this was nothing more than a trivial game? Was she merely a pawn to be abandoned at a moment's notice? "I will never allow this," she muttered under her breath, her gaze sharp as an eagle's. "I will not let all my efforts go to waste, and I will never let her look down on me again." Qian Renxue vowed that she would seize the Heaven Do Empire with her own hands and prove her worth with undeniable results. According to the original course of history, she should have failed several years later, her ambitions crumbling at the final moment. The key to her downfall lay in the fact that her plot to poison Emperor Shui Yi was discovered early by Poison Bo, and Tang San's unexpected intervention saved the Emperor's life. This ultimately led to her identity being exposed and her utter defeat. But now the path of fate had quietly shifted. Her plan to poison the Emperor had been set in motion several years ahead of schedule. At this moment, Tang San had not yet matured enough to interfere in the power struggles at the top of the empire. Most crucially, Poison Bo, who should have been guarding the Heaven Do Imperial Academy, had already hurried away with his granddaughter, rushing to the ice and fire Yin Yang well to absorb the Earth Dragon Golden Melon, a treasure capable of evolving their spirits and changing their destinies. Now, no one could stand in her way. Without hesitation, Qian Rinxue, still in the guise of Xue Qinghe, gave the order. She commanded Sting Blood Blah Xixue to infiltrate Emperor Shui Yi's bedchamber ahead of schedule and administer the poison in secret. Astonishingly, in the vast palace of the Heaven Do Empire, not a single title Doa was stationed as a permanent guardian. As a title Doa himself, Xixue's strength and stealth allowed him to move through the palace as if it were empty. The few guard captains at the Soul Doa level could not even sense his presence. The plan to poison Emperor Shui Yi unfolded with incredible ease, meeting no resistance at all. Would it let the poison build up slowly over time? No. This time, Stingblood delivered a dose strong enough to kill the Emperor instantly. Meanwhile, completely unaware of what had transpired, Xue Bong strolled casually toward the Emperor's chambers, as he did every day, without a care in the world. When Xue Bong pushed open the heavy palace doors, he froze in place. Emperor Shui Yi lay collapsed beside his wide bed, a pool of scarlet blood spreading beneath him. His face was deathly ashen, with dried black blood at the corners of his mouth and his eyes wide open in a final, frozen stare. Life had already left his body. A deafening silence rang in Xue Bong's mind, and for an instant his thoughts went utterly blank. He stared, unblinking and transfixed, at the body growing cold before him, as though time itself had stopped. For years, he had followed the arrangements laid out by Prince Xuexing, hiding behind the mask of a dissolute and idle noble. In truth, that persona was merely an excuse for his own self-indulgence. He had never been particularly thoughtful, nor did he have any idea how to handle the crisis now facing him. The emperor of a nation had suddenly died right before his eyes, and he, of all people, happened to be the first and only person present at the scene. If he mishandled this situation, not to mention the throne, even his own life would be at stake. He abruptly raised his hand and struck his forehead hard, muttering in a panicked, broken voice, Xue Bong, think of something. Use your brain and figure out what to do. If he truly possessed any peerless intelligence, this would be the time for it to tell him. Eliminate all potential threats at once and seize control of the situation. But alas, he had none. He had neither the power to turn the tide nor the wisdom to devise a brilliant plan. He was nothing more than a failure, deceiving himself all along. As he stood there, utterly lost and shivering with dread, suddenly, the sound of hurried and heavy footsteps echoed from outside the hall, rapidly drawing closer. The doors to the imperial bedchamber were flung open with force. Father, I received an urgent report. The crown prince, Xue Qinghe, burst in with a face full of grief and urgency, leading a group of senior ministers and a flood of fully armed palace guards, sweeping into the chamber like a surging tide. At once, every gaze locked on Xue Bong, the fourth prince, who stood beside the emperor's corpse, panic-stricken and unable to defend himself. No sooner had Xue Qinghe and the ministers entered than they beheld the late emperor's lifeless form. In the next instant, Xue Qinghe pointed an accusing finger at Xue Bong and shouted with rage, Xue Bong, how dare you plot against our father? You poisoned the emperor and attempted treason. His voice thundered through the hall, its authority and fury impossible to ignore. Xue Bong was so stunned by the sudden accusation that he could not utter a word. His mouth hung open, his mind went blank. He simply could not comprehend how such an unfounded and terrible charge had fallen upon him. Xue Qinghe gave him no chance to explain. With a sweeping gesture, he ordered the guards, seize him, lock him in the dungeon. Now that the emperor was dead and the other princes were absent, the crown prince's command brooked no opposition. The guards rushed forward and pinned Xue Bong firmly. No matter how he struggled, there was no escape. Only then did Xue Bong begin to understand. It was you, Xue Qinghe. It was you who poisoned father. You who set me up. He screamed with all his might, his voice trembling with despair. As he looked pleadingly at the assembled ministers, desperate for someone to see the truth and speak a word of justice on his behalf. But Xue Qinghe only drew closer, expressionless. His cold gaze bore down on Bong, utterly devoid of warmth or pity. Suddenly, he raised his hand and landed a resounding slap squarely across Bong's face. Bong felt darkness closing in before his eyes, blood welled at the corner of his mouth, and one side of his face swelled rapidly. I'm already the crown prince. The throne will be mine sooner or later. Why would I kill my own father? His voice was as cold as ice. He swept his gaze over the assembled ministers and spoke each word with chilling clarity. Aside from someone like you, wasting your days in debauchery and fearing the loss of favor, who else would dare commit such a monstrous act? With that, he turned and strode away, never sparing Bong another glance. No one in the grand hall uttered a word. Bong was dragged away, his eyes filled with utter despair and deep-seated hatred. Not a single minister dared speak in his defense. Meanwhile, Prince Xing, rushing toward the palace, remained unaware that he had already fallen into a carefully laid trap. Several titled Duos from Spirit Hall were lying in wait on the main road leading to the imperial city. He was destined never to reach the palace. With the death of Emperor Shuiyi, Crown Prince Xinghe, backed by his indisputable status, swiftly took control of the situation. Xinghe quelled the unrest with a show of force, purged the court, and soon ascended the throne with overwhelming power, securing his grip on the Tian-Do Empire. At the same time, she issued a proclamation to the entire nation, announcing the death of Emperor Shuiyi and placing the full blame for regicide and usurpation squarely on Beng's shoulders. The court and the people alike were thrown into shock and fear. The accused prince, Bong, was sentenced to death for treason by Qian Rinxue without ever receiving a formal trial. The only one who might have spoken in his defense, Prince Xing, was assassinated in silence by titled Duos sent by Spirit Hall as he made his way to the palace, vanishing quietly from the deadly game of power. With this, the reins of the Tian-Do Empire fell completely into the hands of Qian Rinxue, who had been masquerading as Crown Prince Xinghe. At first, the royal clans and relatives watched from the sidelines, but by the time they realized the severity of the situation and tried to intervene, it was far too late to change the outcome. Standing alone in the vast and solemn palace, Qian Rinxue suddenly found the entire affair laced with a bitter, indescribable irony. Why had it taken her so many years to achieve such a simple coup for power? At the same time, Wang Dafeng had already hurried back to Spirit Hall and joined forces with the titled Duos inside. Their momentum was unstoppable as they set off directly toward the Clear Sky clan. Almost simultaneously, the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile clan received a piece of earth-shattering news. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had been completely wiped out by Spirit Hall. The news struck the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile clan like a thunderclap, leaving everyone in utter disbelief. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, one of the 3 greatest sects in the world of soul masters, had been annihilated in a single night? Ning Fengji's expression grew grim. He knew all too well that Spirit Hall's ambitions would not stop there. Without hesitation, he issued an urgent order to recall all disciples scattered abroad, preparing to discuss a countermeasure together. Far away, deep within the moonlit mountains, the Clear Sky clan too found itself shrouded in a looming, catastrophic crisis. Sect Master Tang Xiao strode swiftly into the council hall, his expression grave. All the elders were already assembled, and the atmosphere was heavy with tension. The Clear Sky sect has remained hidden from the world for over 20 years. Our disciples have dwelled deep within these mountains, isolated from the outside. Tang Xiao spoke in a low, resolute voice. Though Spirit Hall has attacked us many times in the past, we have always relied on the great sect protecting formation to defend our gates. But this time, everything is different. He swept his gaze across the assembled elders and continued. According to reliable intelligence, Spirit Hall has dispatched 6 titled Delois for this assault, an unprecedented show of force. Their next target is us. As soon as he finished speaking, the Grand Elder raised his head abruptly, his tone unwavering. Oomph. Spirit Hall comes at us with such overwhelming force. It is clear they seek a decisive battle. We have endured in silence for over 20 years. Perhaps it is finally time to open our gates once more and face them head-on. The second elder let out a cold chuckle, his eyes filled with disdain. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? Are they worthy to be compared with our Clear Sky sect? If not for the so-called alliance among the 3 upper sects, they would never have the right to stand alongside us. Another elder immediately echoed this, clapping his hands. The second elder is right. Our Clear Sky sect has been secluded for over 2 decades. Outsiders have long forgotten who truly rules as the #1 sect under heaven. Now is the time to open our gates and show the continent once more the might of the clear sky hammer. For a moment, the council hall erupted. Years of pent-up fighting spirit and anger burst forth among the elders, their voices rising and falling, filled with hatred for Spirit Hall and an overwhelming desire to restore the sect's glory. Tang Xiao sat quietly at the head of the hall, listening to the impassioned speeches, his eyes calm, yet unwavering. He understood better than anyone the strength of Spirit Hall. This would be a bitter and arduous battle. But the Clear Sky sect had no path of retreat. Left behind them stood the sect, its legacy, and the convictions of countless disciples. Over the years, the elders had repeatedly called for the reopening of the gates, to confront their enemies openly. Now, with Spirit Hall's army pressing close and showing no mercy, it was clear they meant to destroy the Clear Sky sect. If that was the case, Tang Xiao slowly rose to his feet. A formidable and overwhelming aura radiated from him, silencing the hall at once. He swept his steely gaze over each elder, his voice deep and powerful. If they want war, then war it shall be. They believe our seclusion means cowardice and decline. Today, we will show Spirit Hall the truth. The Clear Sky sect is still the Clear Sky sect. The title of the number one sect under the heavens is not for others to defile. He raised his arm high, his voice ringing out like thunder. Activate the sect defending formation. Prepare for battle. In that instant, it was as if the entire bright moon mountain awoke from slumber. Countless disciples brandished their massive hammers, soul rings lighting up layer upon layer, their killing intent soaring to the very skies. Leading the way, Tang Xiao strode out of the grand hall and took his place before the mountain gates. Behind them stood rows of elders and disciples, arrayed in perfect formation. From afar, an overwhelming sense of pressure surged closer, the power of the advancing experts from the Spirit Hall. The coming storm was almost upon them, but the Clear Sky School was already prepared. Meanwhile, far from the school and outside Shrek Academy, Tang Hao remained oblivious to the crisis facing his clan. He was concealed in the shadows, quietly guarding his son, Tang San. A few days earlier, when he returned to the valley to visit Ah In, someone had dared to attack his son. If he ever encountered such a person again, he would not let them off so easily. Recently, Tang San had not only absorbed a spirit ring far beyond his current level, but also obtained the coveted external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, an achievement most spirit masters could only dream of. These feats filled Tang Hao with immense pride, yet also deepened his anxiety. Tang San's brilliance would inevitably attract dangerous attention. As a father, Tang Hao knew he had to remain vigilant. He could not afford to relax his guard for even a moment. After all, among the great clans, stamping out the prodigies of rival families was almost routine. They might first try to recruit such talents, but if that failed, they would eliminate them without hesitation. The Clear Sky School was no exception, for only those geniuses who survived could hope to truly grow strong. On the side of the Spirit Hall, this campaign was personally led by the Grand Worshipper, Qian Daolu, with the Clear Sky School as their sole target. Qian Daolu's lifelong wish was to see the glory of the Angel Clan shine across the entire Dalua continent, making the Spirit Hall its sole ruler. For this dream, he was determined to wipe out any power that might threaten their supremacy. The Clear Sky School, renowned as the world's foremost Tool Spirit Clan, had weighed on the Spirit Hall like an immovable mountain for many years, casting a long shadow and creating relentless pressure. Yet, there was another obsession in Qian Daolu's heart. He longed for a rematch with his old rival, Tang Chun, in this grand conflict, a duel that had never reached its true conclusion. At the same time, the political landscape of the Heaven Do Empire underwent a dramatic upheaval in a single day. Qianren Xue, ascending the throne under the name Xue Qinghe, stunned the entire nation with her second-day decree. Ignoring all opposition, she ordered a direct assault on the Star Luo Empire. The imperial court erupted into chaos, with nobles and ministers voicing fierce objections, their protests rising in waves. Yet, Xue Qinghe gave no one the chance to argue. Showing unwavering resolve, she declared that Spirit Hall would fully support this campaign and would assist the Heaven Do Empire in unifying the entire continent. For those ministers who remained defiant and voiced the strongest objections, she showed not a hint of mercy, ordering their execution on the spot. At present, Xue Qinghe is always flanked by 2 titled Duluos from Spirit Hall, who guard him closely and never leave his side. Under such pressure, even those harboring rebellious thoughts simply have no opportunity to resist. Under this bloody crackdown, the imperial court quickly fell silent. No one dared to speak out in opposition anymore. After all, those who resisted were either imprisoned or dead. No one was willing to risk their own life. With such an iron-fisted rule, all the former heated debates vanished within a single day. The power of the Heaven-Do Empire was now firmly in the hands of Xue Qinghe, and there was no more dissent to be heard. All of this had already caused the world's original course to shift dramatically. This change, at last, drew the attention of a hidden presence, one that lingered in the shadows and could influence the fate of the world. After Wang Dafei returned to the Spirit Hall Army's encampment, he immediately met with Qian Daolu to discuss plans for attacking the Clear Sky sect. When he suggested that Qian Daolu personally lead the elite from the Hall of Worship to strike directly at the ancestral land of the Clear Sky sect, Qian Daolu, unusually, showed a moment of hesitation. Qian Daolu sighed, his gaze turning deep and distant, and spoke slowly. Years ago, I made a pact with Tang Chun. In that battle, I lost. Since, I gave my word, I will never set foot on that mountain again. The ancestral land of the Clear Sky sect is exactly where I was defeated by him. Hearing this, Wang Dafei raised his eyebrows slightly, his tone tinged with confusion. You mean to say, just for the sake of a promise, you'd rather stop here? If we keep stalling like this, when will Spirit Hall ever unite the continent? His voice sharpened as he looked Qian Daolu straight in the eye. But what if I told you that Tang Chun is actually dead? Qian Daolu's expression tightened instantly, his sharp gaze fixing on Wang Dafei as he replied firmly, Impossible. Tang Chun and I are both at the height of Doluo power. I can still sense his presence. He's absolutely alive. Wang Dafei spread his hands, a hint of helplessness in his smile. How should I put this? Strictly speaking, he's dead, but not entirely gone. Right now, he's in the city of Slaughter, known as the King of Slaughter. Qian Daolu's face remained grave. Even if he's in the city of Slaughter, as long as he's alive, if the Clear Sky sect is ever in danger, he will return to save them. And even if he's too late, he would surely retaliate against Spirit Hall. The consequences would be dire. Wang Dafei suddenly laughed, clapping Qian Daolu on the shoulder. You're right, but do you know something? The man he is now is no longer the Tang Chun you once knew. Wang Dafei's tone grew somber. His body has already been taken over by the nine-headed Bat King, and his original consciousness has fallen into a deep slumber. That's why I say he's dead. What's alive now is nothing but a puppet king of the city of Slaughter. Seeing that Qian Daolu still looked doubtful, Wang Dafei raised an eyebrow. What? You don't believe me? Why would I lie to you? Even if we take a step back and assume Tang Chun really is here, do you think he could withstand more than a few of my punches? Wang Dafei's tone grew resolute, filled with an unyielding determination. We need to resolve the matter of the Clear Sky clan as soon as possible. I promise to help you unify the continent, and I keep my word. But my time is extremely limited. I won't waste it here. At these words, Qian Daolu finally cast aside his hesitation. He immediately summoned all the elders of the worship hall, deciding to launch an attack on the Clear Sky clan without delay. Second, worship Golden Crocodile Doloa. Third, worship Azure Luan Doloa. Fourth, worship Lion Doloa. Fifth, worship Radiant Plume Doloa. Sixth, worship Mighty Hammer Doloa. Seventh, worship Demon Subduer Doloa. These formidable warriors, already primed for battle, gathered in the Great Hall and waited silently for orders. Not only that, but the Spirit Hall had also dispatched a full 157 soul sages or higher, all skilled in flight, to form the Angel Legion, one of the most elite fighting forces on the continent. The troops stood in perfect formation, the atmosphere heavy and charged with a chilling sense of imminent violence, awaiting only Qian Daolu's command. Without a moment's delay, Qian Daolu led the entire force, pressing forward through the night. By dawn, this team, representing the pinnacle of Spirit Hall's power, every member capable of flight, had quietly drawn near the Clear Sky clan's ancestral grounds, appearing out of the night like divine warriors descending from the heavens. Though their numbers were not great, each one was among Spirit Hall's most elite. All 7 worships were present, forming an almost complete assembly of the core might of Spirit Hall, second only to the Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong herself. For this assault on one of the upper 3 clans, the Clear Sky clan, Spirit Hall was determined to win. Meanwhile, the Heaven-Do Empire had already massed troops at the border, facing off against the Star Luo Empire's army, successfully pinning down Star Luo's forces and preventing them from aiding the Clear Sky clan. The Clear Sky clan quickly detected Spirit Hall's approach, but dared not act rashly. All they could do was place the entire clan on high alert, defending their great formation with unwavering resolve. Never did they imagine that Spirit Hall's attack would come so swiftly. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had only just been exterminated yesterday, and now a deadly crisis was already at their own doorstep. In an instant, several elders led their disciples to retreat urgently within the mountain-protecting formation, relying on the defenses that generations of their clan had. strengthened, standing ready for battle. Although the Clear Sky clan was powerful enough to fight head-on, the suddenness of the attack left them momentarily unprepared. Outside the gates, the villages once sheltered by the Clear Sky clan had already fallen to Spirit Hall's first assault. All villagers and outer disciples were forced to retreat into the main defensive formation. A great battle was about to erupt. Qiandaolu did not take action personally. Though there were a few Contra-level guards in the villages, against several title de law from Spirit Hall, they stood no chance. Their resistance was crushed in an instant. At this moment, Qiandaolu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze deep and unreadable as he looked toward the mountain-guarding formation that shrouded the sky above the Hao Tian sect. He did not rush to order an all-out assault, as if he were waiting for the arrival of a certain someone. Behind him, the Soul Masters of Spirit Hall were arrayed in perfect formation, their momentum soaring like a tidal wave. With a single command from him, they would unhesitatingly unleash their might and utterly destroy this sect that was once hailed as the greatest in the world. Yet Qiandaolu still withheld the order to attack. He had his own considerations at heart. This battle concerned the foundation Spirit Hall had built over 100 years. Since they had decided to strike, they needed nothing less than a decisive victory. Not a single elder could be allowed to escape, lest lingering threats remain. Through all these years, it was his fear of Tang Chen's existence that had kept him from launching a full-scale assault on the Hao Tian sect. But now, with a formidable ally like Wang Dafei by his side, he was confident that as long as they could keep Tang Chen occupied, they could wipe out the Hao Tian sect once and for all. Just then, a violent surge of soul power suddenly swept across the sky. Qiandaolu's head snapped up. He saw 7 figures streaking through the air at astonishing speed, coming to a halt before the great formation. At their head was a middle-aged man who leapt forward, landing 100 meters from Spirit Hall's army, facing Qiandaolu across the open ground. It was not Tang Chen who had come. The newcomer's gaze was piercing, soul power surging within him, his presence overwhelming. He was none other than the current sectmaster of the Hao Tian sect, Tang Xiao. Qiandaolu. So you've come at last, Tang Xiao said in a deep, resonant voice, his words tinged with barely suppressed anger. Qiandaolu glanced at him coolly, a faint trace of disappointment flickering in his eyes before his composure returned. Silently, he pondered, my forces stand at the gates, yet Tang Chen remains absent. Could it be, as that young man claimed, that something has indeed happened to him in the City of Slaughter? His wariness toward the Hao Tian sect all these years had never truly been about the sect itself, but rather about the man who had once defeated him, Tang Chen. Across the entire continent, only Tang Chen was worthy of being his true opponent. Qiandaolu let out a quiet sigh. His tone was calm, yet brooked no argument. Bring out Tang Chen. I have come today to settle our old score. You are not qualified. A jolt of anxiety shot through Tang Xiao's heart, but he forced himself to remain composed, calling out in a steady voice. My grandfather is in seclusion and cannot respond to your challenge right now. I must ask you to leave. Qiandaolu paid him no heed, his expression cold and unyielding as he pressed on, his words filled with an irresistible force. If Tang Chen is not here, then hand over Tang Hao. The blood feud for the death of my son must be settled. He made no attempt to conceal his intentions, clearly convinced that Tang Chen was not in the sect, just as Wang Dafei had reported. Hearing this, Tang Xiao felt a heavy weight crash down on his heart. He had not expected that after so many years, Spirit Hall would once again dredge up the past and target Tang Hao so directly. He instinctively glanced toward the depths of the sect, weighing his options in a flash. All the elders within the sect knew that Tang Hao had long since been expelled from the Clear Sky sect. The upheaval years ago had forced the sect to isolate itself from the outside world, and everyone believed that those old grudges had already come to an end. Tang Hao has long parted ways with our sect. He is no longer here, Tang Xiao said through gritted teeth, his face clouded and grim. Deep down, he understood perfectly well. Spirit Hall had come today, looking for nothing but a fight. A flicker of mockery flashed in Qiandaolu's eyes before his expression returned to icy indifference. He let out a cold snort. No matter where he is, to Spirit Hall, Tang Hao is an enemy. That alone is reason enough. Since I've come here in person, I won't leave empty-handed. If you refuse to hand him over, his tone suddenly turned razor-sharp, then I'll break through your defenses myself and search every corner. Tang Xiao's face changed dramatically, fury blazing in his eyes. Still, he stood tall and unwavering. Qiandaolu, you go too far. The Clear Sky sect may not be what it once was, but we will never submit to humiliation. Qiandaolu's lips curled into a cold, twisted smile. Well then, as expected of the proud Clear Sky sect, his laughter cut short, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Today, I'll erase you from this world. No sooner had his words fallen than he thrust his arm skyward. Behind him, the Spirit Hall's elite surged with soul power, murderous intent soaring like a storm into the clouds. Facing Spirit Hall's relentless advance, Tang Zhao's chest heaved with anger, but mingled with it was a trace of helplessness. He knew perfectly, well, that today's battle would be brutal. Still, he had already resolved to defend his sect with his life, without a hint of retreat. Suddenly, he spun around to face the disciples gathered behind him, his voice echoing through the valley like thunder. Brothers, today may be the fight that decides our fate. But we of the Clear Sky sect have never known fear. Even if our blood stains these gates, and our bones are buried in this land, we must never bring shame upon our sect. As his words died away, the disciples of the Clear Sky sect roared in unison. Countless warhammers of every shape and size were raised high, their swings carving the air, the shouts shaking the heavens. In every eye burned unyielding resolve. None showed a trace of fear. At that moment, dark clouds churned across the sky, low thunder rumbling, as if even heaven and earth were holding their breath for this final battle. Tang Xiao said no more. His soul power erupted in a mighty surge. The massive Clear Sky hammer in his hands blazed with dazzling golden light. With a roar that shook the mountains, he swung the hammer down with earth-shattering force. A deafening crash. The ground shook violently, earth and stone flying in all directions. From where the hammer struck, a deep fissure raced outward. Though the blow was not aimed at the enemy, it struck deep into the hearts of every Clear Sky disciple. This was his answer. Fight to the death, never back down. Confronted with Tang Zhao's fearless stance, Qian Daolu fell silent, his own soul power surging in an instant. 9 soul rings rose from beneath his feet, 8 black, 1 red. Such a soul ring configuration was almost unparalleled. The moment these rings appeared, a terrifying surge of soul power swept over the members of the Clear Sky sect like a tidal wave. Many disciples immediately found it hard to stand firm. Even raising their heads became a struggle. The faces of several Clear Sky elders changed dramatically. Only now did they truly grasp the terror of a level 99 limit Doloa. The pressure radiating from him far surpassed anything they had ever imagined. Yet Tang Xiao did not retreat an inch. Clenching his teeth, he endured the crushing soul power, advancing step by determined step. With each stride, the ground cracked beneath his feet, but the fighting spirit in his eyes only burned brighter. Under Qian Daolu's oppressive presence, Tang Zhao's gaze grew ever more resolute. He released his martial soul, the Clear Sky hammer. Soul rings appeared behind him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. Tang Xiao swung his warhammer, its afterimages swirling with unstoppable momentum. Suddenly, he brought the hammer crashing down toward Qian Daolu with all his might. Chaotic Cloak. The giant hammer, carrying the power to shatter mountains, hurtled straight at Qian Daolu. But just as the hammer's force was about to strike, a figure clad in golden armor appeared out of nowhere. That man threw a punch, forcefully knocking the Clear Sky hammer aside and sending a blast of air and dust billowing outward. Golden Crocodile Doa stood tall and proud, his voice booming. Your opponent is me. Tang Zhao's gaze sharpened as he realized the strength of this second worshipper, but he did not falter. With a fierce swing, he charged at Golden Crocodile Doa, and the two instantly clashed in fierce combat. Hammer met fist, raw force against sheer power. Each collision sent shockwaves of soul force surging in all directions, stirring up clouds of dust and rolling waves of air. Meanwhile, inside the sect's protective formation, the Clear Sky elders watched the battle outside with mounting tension. They knew this fight would decide the fate of their sect. Beyond the elders, the disciples of Clear Sky also threw themselves into the fray, each swinging their mighty hammers as they fought the Spirit Hall Soul Masters in a fierce struggle. For a time, the core disciples of Clear Sky unleashed their signature techniques on the battlefield, pressing back the Spirit Hall Soul Masters and forcing them to retreat step by step. The sounds of battle cries and clashing soul power echoed endlessly through the valley. Wang Dafei looked up at the Spirit Hall, titled Doa, still hovering indecisively in the sky, and couldn't help but shout. What are you all waiting for? The grounds. Already in chaos. Get down here and clear the field. Why bother playing by the rules with the enemy? Let's finish the fight and get home to bed. Isn't that better? Hearing this, the radiant feathered Doa, who was floating midair, glanced down, then looked over at Qian Daolu for direction. Seeing Qian Daolu give a slight nod, he sighed softly and hesitated no more. With a ripple of soul power, a brilliant light gathered in his hand, and a crystal-clear longbow appeared in his grasp. Fifth soul skill, Thousand Feathers Chasing Rain. He chanted softly, then in one fluid motion, notched an arrow, drew the bow, and released his grip. A shaft of light shot from the bowstring, soaring high into the sky before exploding in midair. In the next instant, countless feathers of light rained down like a torrential storm, their shrill whistling slicing through the air as they struck each and every disciple of the Haotian sect on the battlefield with pinpoint accuracy. The rain of light arrows, though relentless, avoided all vital points, piercing only wrists and ankles. In the blink of an eye, disciples, who had been fighting fiercely, collapsed to the ground, cries of pain echoing everywhere, completely losing their ability to fight. Such was the overwhelming power of a titled Daw when facing lower-ranked soul masters, utterly irresistible. Tang Xiao, locked in fierce combat with Golden Crocodile Daw, sensed the sudden change behind him. His heart trembled, and a flaw appeared in his defense. Seizing the moment, Golden Crocodile Daw landed a heavy punch, forcing Tang Xiao back several steps. Taking advantage of the retreat, Tang Xiao swept his gaze over the wounded disciples strewn across the ground, gritted his teeth, abandoned the battle, and in a flash withdrew swiftly behind the protective barrier of the sect's grand array. Golden Crocodile Daw did not pursue. He simply lowered his fist and stood his ground, coldly watching Tang Xiao retreat behind a shield. Returning to the protective array, Tang Xiao's face was twisted in fury. Spirit Hall, you have no sense of honor. Qian Daolu gazed at the shimmering barrier of the Haotian sect's ancestral array, his eyes growing ever colder. Apart from the elusive Tang Chun, who had yet to appear, this grand array handed down through generations had been the one obstacle he had never managed to break. Even with his cultivation as a level 99 ultimate Daw, forcing his way through this array would be no easy feat. Slowly, he raised his hand. Instantly, the army of Spirit Hall behind him understood his intent. All the remaining disciples of the Haotian sect outside the barrier had now been dealt with. The soul masters orderly pulled back behind him, forming ranks, a chilling aura of death filling the air. Amidst this tense and stifling standoff, Wang Dafei suddenly seized the opportunity and struck. He shot forward like lightning, leaping out from the front ranks. Gathering all his soul power into his right fist, he unleashed a straightforward, devastating punch at the protective array. A thunderous explosion shook the air as his fist slammed into the barrier. In the next moment, a scene unfolded that left every member of the Haotian sect in shock. The protective array that their ancestors had safeguarded for generations, which had withstood the Spirit Hall's assault time and again, was shattered by that single punch, leaving a massive gap, cracks spiderwebbed outward from the breach, the entire barrier trembling violently and resonating with a deep, ominous hum, on the verge of total collapse. Inside the array, disciples poured every ounce of soul power into the formation, light flashing frantically as they desperately tried to stabilize the crumbling shield, but still, they could not halt the violent shuddering and flickering. With just one punch, the last line of defense of the Haotian sect was nearly destroyed. Witnessing this, Tang Xiao was beside himself with anxiety. He knew all too well that if that man were allowed a few more attacks, the barrier that had protected their sect for generations would be utterly demolished. He spun around abruptly, his gaze fixed on the elders behind him. His voice was grave and resolute. The barrier has been breached. We can't hold out any longer. We must break through and fight for a sliver of hope for our sect. The elders exchanged glances for a brief moment. Without further hesitation, they led the elite disciples of the sect, charging decisively out from the crumbling shield of light, launching themselves into fierce combat against the soul masters of the Spirit Hall. In an instant, the battlefield was awash in blood. Hammer winds howled, soul skills erupted. Every roar and wail rang out with desperation and madness. Tang Xiao's gaze locked unwaveringly onto Wang Dafei, the mysterious powerhouse who had nearly shattered the great formation with a single punch. With a leap, he landed before Wang Dafei, both hands gripping the clear sky hammer, pouring every ounce of his soul power into a single, all-out swing. The hammer's wind tore through the air. That strike contained all his rage and resolve, his final hope to defend the sect. Everyone held their breath, ready to witness this breathtaking clash. But Wang Dafei merely lifted a hand, almost lazily, and caught the mighty clear sky hammer with perfect ease. With a casual flick of his wrist, he sent the hammer crashing heavily to the ground. Before Tang Xiao could react, Wang Dafei had already closed the distance. His left hand seized Tang Zhao's arm, while his right delivered 2 crushing blows to Tang Zhao's abdomen in rapid succession. Thud! Thud! The muffled impact echoed, each punch landing with the force of a meteor strike. Tang Zhao's eyes widened. Blood spurted from his lips as his body crumpled to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut, utterly powerless to resist. Every soul master present stared in stunned disbelief. He just lay there, motionless. It all happened so quickly, it almost seemed like an illusion. A deathly silence fell over the entire Clear Sky sect. No one understood what had just occurred. Many disciples stood bewildered, unable to grasp why so many of their comrades had suddenly lost the will to fight. Only a few understood what had just transpired, yet even they wished someone could explain the situation. No one could have imagined that one of the Clear Sky sect's most revered figures, the legendary Clear Sky twin stars, the Skyhowl Daw, could be defeated so effortlessly. This was Skyhowl Daw, a rank 97 super Daw, and yet he'd been brought down with just 2 blows. The 6 elders within the formation exchanged looks, speechless. Not one of them recognized this mysterious newcomer, someone who had not only nearly shattered the sect's defensive array with a single punch, but now had felled their strongest super Doloa with 2 more. At this moment, they weren't even certain whether Tang Xiao was alive or dead. The sudden turn of events made the 6 elders lock eyes, a resolute light kindling within them. "We can't wait any longer." The Grand Elder bellowed first. "Brothers, strike together. Rescue the sect master, slay this man, and activate the Clear Sky formation." As soon as the words left his lips, the 6 unleashed their soul power in unison. Behind each of them, 9 immense soul rings shimmered into existence, the surging energy so overwhelming that the ground itself trembled beneath their feet. Gripping their colossal Clear Sky hammers, they marched in perfect step, swiftly forming a flawless battle formation, an iron tide surging straight toward Wang Dafei. Clear Sky formation, rise. The 6 hammers swung as one, soul power fusing together. In the air above, a tremendous hammer's shadow took shape, radiating a destructive might that threatened to come crashing down on Wang Dafei at any moment. In an instant, the Elder's soul power merged into a single, unstoppable torrent. Like rivers flowing into the sea, unstoppable and immense. The force churned. In the air, gathering into the form of a roaring giant beast, claws and fangs bared, charging at Wang Dafei with a power that promised utter annihilation. Their breaths intertwined, their movements perfectly synchronized, a product of countless battles fought side by side. As the Clear Sky formation reached its peak, the vast soul energy whirled into the body of the Grand Elder like a raging vortex. The Grand Elder's beard and hair streamed behind him, every swing of his massive hammer carrying an overwhelming aura. Sharp light flashed in his eyes as his presence soared ever higher. Muscles taut across his arms, he hefted the enormous Clear Sky hammer, raising it high toward the heavens. Chaotic cloak hammer technique, 81 strikes. His voice thundered through the air, each word resounding with an unbreakable will to fight. The giant hammer swept in a wide arc, stirring a furious gale in its wake. The pressure was so real it pressed down like a tangible force, whipping up sand and stones from the ground, forcing the Spirit Hall Soul Masters watching from afar to retreat again and again. The other 5 elders channeled their soul power with all their strength, 5 torrents of energy pouring into the Grand Elder. With 6 titled Doa working in concert, the power of this strike had reached its absolute limit, approaching the level of a near-mythical rank 99 Peerless Doa. At the instant the 81st strike formed, a gigantic hammer's shadow materialized in the sky, blotting out the sun. The hammer stretched dozens of meters long, wreathed in swirling lightning and soul power, exuding a terrifying force capable of shattering mountains and rivers, hurtling directly at Wang Dafei. Even before the hammer fell, the sheer energy distorted the space all around, bending the light into rippling waves. Everyone present was shaken to their core by such power. As the dust gradually settled, the Grand Elder's pupils contracted, disbelief written across his face. Wang Dafei still stood exactly where he had before, arms crossed calmly before him. Not a single mark marred his body, his composure utterly unruffled, as if the devastating attack had been nothing more than a gentle breeze. The Grand Elder's lips trembled as he muttered to himself, his heart gripped by shock and despair. No, impossible. Could it be that a century of Clear Sky sect legacy is truly doomed to end today? The others remained frozen in disbelief at the scene before them, when suddenly, A cold smile appeared at the corner of Wang Dafei's lips. "Are you finished?" he asked coldly. "Then now it's my turn." No sooner had the words left his lips than his figure vanished from where he stood. In the blink of an eye, Wang Dafei appeared like a specter beside the six elders. He unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, fists flying with the force and speed of a raging storm. Each blow landed squarely on the elder's core, delivering devastating force. The gust from his fists tore through the air, punctuated by thunderous, explosive impacts. The six elders had no time to react. Their protective soul power was ripped apart in an instant, and even their true martial souls shattered in the blink of an eye. Like kites with their strings cut, they were hurled away, crashing heavily to the ground. Whether they lived or died, no one could tell. Slowly, Wang Dafei lowered his fists and turned to face the crowd of Clear Sky sect disciples, who were now utterly shaken and silent. Though his voice was not loud, it rang out clearly across the battlefield. "Is there anyone else who refuses to submit? Step forward if you dare." The field was still thick with the haze of battle. The cries of the wounded echoed everywhere. The disciples of the Clear Sky sect had suffered heavy losses. Those few who could still stand, after witnessing their sect master and all six elders, defeated and left for dead, lost the last of their will to fight. One by one, they cast down their weapons, dropped to their knees, faces as pale as death. Amidst the devastation, Wang Dafei stood surveying the scene. The ground littered with the fallen, both disciples of the Clear Sky sect and soul masters of the Spirit Hall. A fleeting complexity flickered in his eyes before he could only sigh and shake his head in resignation. He had never expected that his momentary intervention would trigger such a brutal battle, with so many lives lost. "Enough," Wang Dafei tried to comfort himself in silence. "For the sake of future peace, their sacrifices aren't meaningless. Even if I hadn't stepped in, the world's fate would not have changed. Most of them would eventually have fallen in the war between Spirit Hall and the sections. All I did was hasten the inevitable. In the long run, once the continent is unified and the war is over, perhaps more people will survive in the end." He recalled the tragic Jialing Pass massacre from the original story, how Poison Diluo alone was able to slaughter over 100,000. Now, if not for his interference in the battle at Clear Sky Sect, the death toll might have been even higher. By that logic, perhaps, he had saved even more people? Wang Dafei steadied himself, refusing to be mired in regret. He looked toward the defeated disciples of the Clear Sky sect who were now subdued by Spirit Hall Soul Masters, then turned and walked over to Qian Daolu, who had just landed nearby. "These people," he said calmly, his tone unreadable. "How do you intend to deal with them?" After witnessing the two great battles between the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the Clear Sky sect, Qian Daolu had been calmly observing from the sidelines. This gave him a deeper understanding of Wang Dafei. He realized that although this young man possessed unfathomable power, his heart was unexpectedly gentle, sometimes even too merciful. Whether he was facing Yu Yuanjin, Tang Xiao, or the six elders of the Clear Sky sect, Wang Dafei never struck to kill. He chose a method that seemed gentle on the surface, but was, in truth, far more cruel, shattering his opponent's cores and crippling all their cultivation. For those who once stood at the very summit of the continent as titled Delaw, losing their power and being reduced to ordinary people was an agony even more unbearable than death. Qian Daolu still remembered clearly the first time he met Wang Dafei in the Hall of Worship, and how terrifyingly strong he had been then. If he wished, he could have ended his enemies' lives in a single blow, erasing them completely. Yet he always held back, never truly delivering a fatal strike. Too much kindness will make it hard to accomplish great things in the end. Qian Daolu sighed quietly in his heart. In his view, in this world where the strong prey on the weak, a soft heart only leaves behind endless hidden dangers. He was almost certain that Wang Dafei wouldn't remain here for long. He saw in a young man's eyes a longing for distant horizons. This kindness, perhaps, would one day become an obstacle on his path forward. Even so, Qian Daolu still held hope for Wang Dafei. He believed that, perhaps after enduring enough hardship, this heart would become more resolute and unyielding. Only then could he truly be invincible in this world. The surviving disciples of the Clear Sky sect looked at one another, their eyes filled with fear and despair. All 7 titled Diluo had been defeated. The honor of their sect had vanished overnight. Qian Daolu turned to Wang Dafei, his tone calm as he spoke. "As long as you are willing to swear upon your martial souls and pledge loyalty to the Spirit Hall, never to betray us, you may live." As soon as the words left his lips, a young disciple stepped forward, his eyes bloodshot, and shouted hoarsely, "Never! As members of the Clear Sky sect, we would rather die standing than live kneeling." With that, his soul power burst forth, his right fist shining with a fierce light, and without hesitation, he drove it hard into his own chest. With a heavy, dull thud, his body shuddered violently. Blood welled up from the corner of his mouth as he fell straight to the ground, life leaving him in an instant. Wang Dafei shook his head slightly, a complicated emotion flashing in his eyes. Turning to Qian Daolu, he spoke, weariness evident in his voice. Too much blood has been spilled today. The Clear Sky sect is no more. As for those who remain, I'll leave them to you. In the silence that followed, some disciples collapsed to their knees, trembling, while others kept their backs ramrod straight, shouting loudly, "We'd rather die on our feet than live on our knees." Then, with resolute determination, they took their own lives. Wang Dafei watched everything unfold in silence. He had originally hoped that, by abolishing cultivation rather than taking lives, he could reduce the bloodshed. But reality is always harsher than ideals. For some, the sect was their faith. Once that faith crumbled, life itself lost all meaning. In the end, a deathly stillness hung over the scene. Only the low moan of the wind remained, as if mourning the departed. In that silence, some fell to their knees, bodies trembling, their soul power dimmed, heads bowed in speechless resignation. Others stood tall, eyes blazing with a final pride, shouting hoarsely, "I would rather die standing than live on my knees." In an instant, their soul power surged in reverse, severing their own meridians as they collapsed into pools of blood. There were still many among the direct disciples of the Hao-Ian sect who chose to die with dignity. About a third took their own lives, while the remainder swore allegiance by their martial souls. At last, the turmoil subsided, leaving the aftermath to be dealt with by the people of the Spirit Hall. Wang Dafei turned to Qian Daolu with a request. He hoped that a soul master could accompany him to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. After all, he didn't know the way. "Let Nihon go with you," Qian Daolu replied. Wang Dafei looked toward the female Dua standing to the side, her presence striking and elegant. She wore a crimson bodysuit that revealed her slender waist and toned abdomen, with shorts accentuating her long, graceful legs. Wang Dafei couldn't help but grumble inwardly. This world is supposed to have an ancient flair, so why is everyone dressed so boldly? Dua Nihon met his gaze, her left eye winking with a playful, alluring smile. "Come on, little brother. Let your big sister lead you to conquer the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect." With a soft laugh, she wrapped an arm around Wang Dafei's waist and swept him up into the sky. The sudden ascent left Wang Dafei flustered, his hands searching for purchase until at last he gently held onto her strong, supple waist. A faint, enchanting fragrance drifted from her hair and the curve of her neck, carrying an irresistible allure that made Wang Dafei's heart race. Leaving the Hao-Ian sect with Dua Nihon, Wang Dafei once again set out on his unfinished journey. He understood the brutality of war and that casualties were inevitable. Yet in his heart he still believed that today's choices would plant the seeds of hope for the future. At the very least, he hoped so. Midnight weighed heavy, the sky dark as ink. In this land, nothing shone brighter than the grand castle of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Within and without its walls, countless advanced, soul-powered lamps lit up the night, turning darkness into dazzling daylight. Their brilliance even outshone the silvery moon hanging over the horizon. As one of the three greatest sects among the seven great sects, and with the Hao-Tian sect having withdrawn from the world, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect had become the strongest and wealthiest soul master sect beneath the formidable Spirit Hall. Its status in the world of soul masters was unmatched. The disciples walked with an easy confidence, certain that even Spirit Hall could not shake their foundations. Yet, just days ago, a scout's report sent shockwaves through the entire sect. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, another of the top three sects, had been utterly destroyed by Spirit Hall in a single night. On ordinary nights, the disciples patrolling the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect were often relaxed, hardly vigilant. None believed anyone would dare set their sights on their sect. But from dawn yesterday, everything changed. An urgent summons was sent to all affiliated forces and disciples abroad. Every member of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, along with their strongest allies, was to return to the sect at once, without delay. Now, the castle's outer grounds were stripped of their customary laziness, replaced by a chilling sense of severity. The soul lamps still burned bright, but now their glow seemed cloaked in invisible frost. Each watch post was reinforced, every wall lined with wary eyes. The night breeze swept through, carrying with it a strange, tense energy. It felt as if something unseen was creeping ever closer in the shadows. Within the sect, The atmosphere was ironclad with tension. Everyone understood, clearly, the next target of Spirit Hall was likely to be them. Inside the castle, 2 titled Duos presided at the heart of the sect. 15 Duos and 86 Soul Saints, all armored and armed, stood guard at key positions with solemn faces, bracing themselves for the assault they knew could come at any moment. Minute by minute, time dragged on. The tension thickened, but the expected attack never came. According to Ning Fengji's calculations, Spirit Hall should have struck at them first. A whole day passed without incident, and confusion began to seep through the sect. Doubts and whispers swirled. Wasn't Spirit Hall supposed to target the top 3? Could the intelligence be wrong? Looking down at the anxious elders and disciples, Ning Fengji, seated at the head of the hall, pondered for a moment before speaking. Perhaps Spirit Hall has chosen to bypass us and go after the Hao Tian sect first. A soul saint elder, whose martial soul was a sand sculpture, asked in confusion, but why? Ning Fengji rose, turning his back to the gathering, his voice deep and clear. The Hao Tian sect has been hidden from the world for years. Their strength is unfathomable. By comparison, our 7-treasure glazed tile sect stands tall and attracts attention, and we are entwined with many factions. If the Spirit Hall truly wishes to unite the continent, it might not be in their best interest to make an enemy of us first. In fact, if they really plan to attack us, they would have to sever the ties that connect us to the rest of the world. Otherwise, everyone would instantly know their intentions. Of course, it's also possible they simply consider us the weakest and intend to deal with us last. The elder, known for his foolish humor, suddenly saw the light. So that's how it is. The sect master is wise indeed. Then what should we do now? Ning Fengji turned around, a hint of resolve flashing in his eyes. We cannot just sit and wait for doom. Continue to strengthen our defenses and send people to the clear Sky sect to find out what's happening there. At the same time, dispatch disciples to the Heaven Do Empire to request aid. We must be fully prepared to face the Spirit Hall. All the elders responded in unison, yes. Though the air inside the hall remained tense and grim, everyone's spirits steadied a little. They believed that under Ning Fengji's leadership, the 7-treasure glazed tile sect would weather this crisis. Just then, Sordo Chanixin, who had been quietly standing to the side, suddenly narrowed his eyes and spoke in a deep voice, "They're here." His voice was not loud, yet it crashed through the grand hall like thunder, echoing throughout the entire sect and striking the hearts of all present. Faces turned pale, and a heavy gravity settled in everyone's gaze. Outside the sect, a sudden uproar and commotion broke out. The once solemn and oppressive atmosphere was instantly shattered, boiling over like water at a rolling boil. Every heart tightened. The inevitable had finally arrived. A disciple stumbled into the hall, his face as white as a sheet and sweat beading on his brow, his voice shaking uncontrollably. Sect Master, it's terrible. The Spirit Hall's people are here to kill us." Ning Fengji's eyes turned icy cold, though he showed no sign of panic. He drew a deep breath, swept his sleeve, and rose to his feet, striding steadily toward the entrance. The elders exchanged glances, seeing the same fierce resolve mirrored in each other's eyes, and followed him without hesitation. The fate of their sect would be decided at this very moment. They had to face this storm head-on. When they reached the sect's main square, they saw a man and a woman hovering in the sky, arms entwined around each other's waists, looking down upon the 7-treasure glazed tile sect below. An overwhelming aura radiated from them, making it hard for anyone save Sword de Law and Bone de Law to even breathe. Ning Fengji's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on the 2 figures above. He knew at once that these were the emissaries sent by the Spirit Hall, the ones who would decide the fate of the sect. When Ning Fengji recognized one of them as Wang Defai, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, and a jolt of shock ran through his heart. It's him, that mysterious powerhouse I once encountered in Soto City. At this moment, Doluo Ai Huang was dressed in a fiery red outfit, her figure striking and spirited. With one arm wrapped around Wang Dafei's waist, the 2 of them hung, suspended in midair. The night breeze swept past, lifting a few strands of her hair, which brushed teasingly against Wang Dafei's cheek. Wang Dafei's hands were still resting on her waist, holding her close. The delicate, warm softness beneath his fingertips left him momentarily dazed. And Ai Huang's waist was both supple and smooth, and Wang Dafei could feel the gentle resilience of her skin. Almost unconsciously, he let his hand roam lightly over her soft, silky abdomen. Suddenly, Ai Huang let out a low, languid laugh, her tone laced with playful mischief as her breath warmed his ear. "Little brother, your hands are getting rather bold, aren't they? Haven't you had enough after all this time?" Her words trailed off with an alluring lilt, hooking him in. If you like it that much, come to my room tonight. I'll let you touch to your heart's content. How about it? Opportunities like this aren't something others could ever dream of. Wang Dafei's ears flushed scarlet in an instant. He hurriedly pulled his hand back, nearly biting his tongue in his fluster. No, I was just worried you might be hurt from that fight earlier. I was checking. Yes, checking if you're all right. The more he spoke, the less convincing he sounded, his voice growing smaller and smaller until he could only mutter under his breath. Well, you do have a great figure. And Ai Huang burst out laughing, her eyes sparkling as she deliberately leaned in closer, her breath hot against his ear. Oh, still trying to talk your way out of it? Worried about your big sister, are you? Why don't you help me with a thorough checkup tonight, then? Seeing Wang Dafei's embarrassed expression, and Ai Huang couldn't help but laugh even more merrily. Her laughter was light and bright, but she didn't press him further. Instead, her tone shifted to something a bit more sincere. But honestly, back at the Haotian sect, you really gave me quite a scare with those moves of yours. She looked at Wang Dafei with shining eyes. So many titled Doluos, and you just went at them without hesitation. All these years I've been fighting, I've never seen anyone as formidable as you. She truly respected him, and, in fact, didn't mind this absurdly strong, occasionally clueless Wang Dafei at all. The truth was, it wasn't that Wang Dafei didn't want to give her a checkup right now. It's just that, with so many people around, he simply didn't have the nerve. As they gently landed on the ground, Do and Ai Huang patted Wang Dafei's shoulder, her eyes filled with approval and understanding. This operation went so smoothly thanks to you. Only because of you was the Spirit Hall able to subdue 2 of the upper sections. When we return, whatever you want, the Spirit Hall will surely do its best to grant it. And if you have any special wishes regarding me, just let me know. I'll see what I can do for you as well. And Ai Huang leaned in, her breath fragrant as she whispered temptingly in Wang Dafei's ear, I even think you could have them marry off the Saintess to you as your little wife. She took 2 steps forward, her gaze resting on the brilliantly lit castle of the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect in the distance. Her eyes were tinged with complex emotions as she let out a soft sigh. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the Clear Sky sect have both been dealt with. Now, only the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect remains. If negotiations fall through, we'll have to take action next. Suddenly, she turned her head, a glint of mischief and curiosity flashing in her eyes. With a raised eyebrow, she asked, So, little brother, what's your plan for dealing with them? Are you going to do what you did before? Charge in and take care of their titled Dolua first, then talk afterwards. Even though she had witnessed his strength firsthand, she was still eager to see what approach he would choose this time. Wang Dafei scratched his head, but his tone was remarkably calm. There's no need to rush this time, sister. Don't be impulsive. The world isn't just about fighting and bloodshed. I'll try persuading them to surrender first. A confident smile played at the corner of his lips as he gazed at the distant castle, speaking slowly. I have an offer they simply can't refuse. Of course, if they can't put their pride aside and insist on resisting, it's nothing more than wounded vanity. With the upper 3 sects, a little arrogance is to be expected. But we have to help them see reality. If they're willing to submit, Spirit Hall can allow their sect to remain, granting them a degree of autonomy. But if they stubbornly resist... He paused, his eyes growing darker. Then I'll have no choice but to handle it myself. Hearing this, Nehuandoa's red lips curled into a teasing smile as she couldn't help but remark, Little brother, you seem quite practiced at this. Talk first, fight later must be your usual style, huh? She knew full well that Wang Dafei's suggestion was wise. It maintained their threat while leaving room for negotiation, so as not to drive the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect into a desperate fight. A knowing smile flickered in Nehuan Dolua's eyes. Though the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect boasted both the sword and bone titled Doa, their strength formidable, especially Sword Doa Chinexen, who surpassed ordinary titled Doa. She had seen with her own eyes how Wang Dafei single-handedly swept through the 7 Doa of the Clear Sky sect. To her, this sect before them was hardly more of a challenge. Wang Dafei simply smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. He already had a plan in mind, but the time was not yet ripe to reveal it. He believed that, if things went as planned, the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect would make the wisest choice. Just then, his attention was drawn to movement as he lifted his eyes toward the sect's gates. Ning Fengji had appeared, standing before the castle's main entrance. His face was icy, his gaze sharp as a blade. At his side stood the Sword de Law, exuding a fierce aura, and the Bone de Law, as steady as a mountain. Clearly, they had heard every word of the previous conversation, their eyes simmering with suppressed anger and cold resolve. Wang Dafei shot a helpless glance at Nihuan, who was grinning beside him like a fox that had just pulled off a trick. He muttered, under his breath, "So you're setting me up, huh? Fine, I'll remember this. Next time, I'll make sure to repay you, good and proper." Then, turning calmly back to face Ning Fengji and the others, he didn't show the slightest sign of panic. Instead, he raised his voice and spoke with a clear, ringing tone. "Oh, so you all heard that? That saves me some trouble. I won't have to repeat myself." In an instant, Wang Dafei's tone chilled, and his icy gaze swept over everyone present. His expression hardened, and though his voice wasn't loud, it carried an unmistakable authority that weighed on the room. "Since that's the case, I'll get straight to the point. The seven-treasure glazed tile sect now has only two choices: surrender or die." As Wang Dafei finished speaking, Ning Fengji's face grew darker and darker, so dark it seemed as if a storm cloud had settled over him. Instantly, Sword Dolaw appeared before Ning Fengji, shielding him. Sword Dolaw declared, "Our seven-treasure glazed tile sect will never submit to anyone, to any power." Ning Fengji's expression grew even more somber as he listened to Wang Dafei's ultimatum, his face sinking until it looked as if it could drip with gloom. Sword Dolaw Chunxin flashed to his side in a heartbeat, standing guard like an unyielding shield. Sword Dolaw might not have known the true depth of Wang Dafei's strength, but ever since their parting in Soto City, he'd harbored a desire to test himself against this. Yet in this moment, his first priority was to protect Ning Fengji. At the slightest command from his sect master, he would not hesitate to draw his sword and strike. Wang Dafei's gaze passed coolly over Sword Dolaw, settling directly on Ning Fengji. "I believe I've made myself perfectly clear, Sect Master Ning. Surely, you don't want to watch the seven-treasure glazed tile sect follow in the footsteps of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the Clear Sky sect?" His tone was calm, but each word cut like a blade. "You're not seriously thinking that your sect is stronger than those two combined, are you?" Ning Fengji, ever the shrewd leader, immediately heard the unvarnished threat in Wang Dafei's words. His face shifted through several emotions, before he finally forced out a strained smile, clasped his hands, and replied, "It's true we don't have the deep foundations of those two clans, but asking us to surrender outright is truly too much. Isn't there a third path? We have no wish to become your enemies." Wang Dafei did not reply. He simply looked at Ning Fengji with a cold, almost pitying gaze, as if seeing someone naive to the point of absurdity. Though in truth, wasn't he the one being naive? Ning Fengji drew a long, steadying breath. When he lifted his head again, the last trace of hesitation was gone from his face, replaced by unyielding resolve. "The backbone of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect will not bend, even if it must break. If it comes to a fight to the death, we shall never kneel in surrender." Wang Dafei sighed softly. In the end, they had chosen the same path as the Clear Sky sect. The instant his words faded, Sword Delua Chan Xian's aura erupted like thunder. His seven-kill sword spirit materialized in his hand, glinting with cold light. He moved as one with his blade, charging forward like a bolt of lightning tearing through the sky, aiming straight for Wang Dafei's heart. But Wang Dafei's eyes flashed with steely resolve. He didn't dodge, nor did he retreat. In the very next moment, the sword tip struck his chest with full force, and a sharp, metallic clang rang out, echoing like steel striking stone. Sword Dolua's pupils contracted in utter shock. Disbelief spread across his face. His seven-kill sword could not pierce even a hair's breadth. The blade itself bent slightly from the force of the rebound. In all his decades traversing the continent, he had never encountered anything like this. As his mind reeled with shock, Wang Dafei moved. He lunged forward like a specter, the distance between the two vanishing as if it never existed. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Sword Delua. Wang Dafei left him no room to react. In a flash, his hand clamped around Sword Delua's neck like an iron vice. His speed was beyond comprehension, his strength so overwhelming it left no room to breathe. In an instant, Sword Delua was completely subdued. Sword Delua's soul power surged as the seven-kill sword rang with a fierce hum, razor-sharp sword energy erupting in all directions. He threw every ounce of cultivation he possessed into breaking free from this deadly grip. Ning Fengji acted immediately as well, the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda radiating with dazzling light. Seven treasures turn out as glaze, strength, speed, soul. He unleashed every support technique at his disposal, pouring them all onto Sword Delua without pause. But in the end, it was all in vain. No matter how much power Sword Delua gained, no matter how savage his sword strikes, or how intense his soul skills, Wang Dafei remained utterly unmoved, as unshakable as an ancient monolith. With just a single exchange, the outcome was decided. Restrained by a single hand, unable to move, how could he possibly continue to fight? In this moment, Sword finally saw with perfect clarity the unfathomable, almost inhuman strength of the man before him. For the first time, true despair welled up in his heart. Against an enemy like this, what chance did the seven-treasure Glazed Tile clan have? He could almost see the fate of his sect, hurtling unstoppably toward its end. As Sword Doloa was pinned, Bone Doloa's heart clenched in alarm. He rushed forward, trying desperately to free his friend from Wang Dafei's grasp. Yet no matter how he attacked, Wang Dafei paid him no mind at all, maintaining his hold on Sword Doloa with unwavering force. Bone Doloa's strikes rained down on Wang Dafei like a storm, but Wang Dafei didn't so much as flinch, as if the blows were nothing but a gentle breeze. Bone Doloa's expression grew heavier and heavier as he exhausted every technique he knew, yet he could not shake Wang Dafei in the slightest. What kind of monster is this? With just a single clash, he had already been defeated. His heart was filled with despair and helplessness as he watched Sword Doloa's face flush deep red, his breathing growing rapid and labored. Sword Doloa's eyes were wide and round, burning with pain and rage. Yet, confronted with Wang Dafei's overwhelming strength, he was utterly powerless to fight back. Bone Doloa was seething with anxiety. He knew that the longer this dragged on, the greater the danger to Sword Doloa. In desperation, he unleashed his soul attack spirit ability, following up with a barrage of powerful techniques, hoping to break the deadlock. But to his dismay, none of these attacks had any effect on Wang Dafei, not even the slightest tremor. Bone Doloa stared in disbelief at the scene before him. He simply couldn't understand how Wang Dafei was able to withstand their combined assaults so effortlessly. Even in Ultimate, Doloa shouldn't be able to ignore their attacks so completely. Could it be that this young man had broken through to the legendary godhood beyond rank 100? Wang Dafei paid no mind at all to Bone Doloa's attacks and spoke as if nothing had happened. Do you know what I really don't understand? Why does your seven-treasure Glazed Tile clan believe you have what it takes to stand against the Spirit Hall? They have close to 20 titled Doluos, and you have only 2. What could possibly make you think you can resist the Spirit Hall? Wang Dafei looked at Ning Fengji, a trace of scorn curling his lips. Do you really think that with Bone Doloa and Chan Xin, you can stand against the Spirit Hall? That's not just naive, it's arrogance, pure and simple. With that, the spirit power around Wang Dafei surged once more, and Sword Doloa's face turned even paler. Bone Doloa's heart twisted with pain. He could not bear to see his old friend suffer like this. Let him go, Bone Doloa bellowed, his voice hoarse with fury. If you've got the guts, come for me instead. Wang Dafei paused for a moment, then chuckled. Old man, I have to admit, you're loyal to the core. Then Wang Dafei's gaze turned cold as he fixed his eyes on Ning Fengji. I'll ask you one last time. Will you drag the entire seven-treasure Glazed Tile clan to destruction with you? Or will you submit? Wang Dafei acted so ruthlessly because in a world like this, you had to be fierce. Otherwise, no one would fear you. In truth, he didn't want to see so many people die. But since they weren't part of the Hao Tian clan, he couldn't save them from this fate. Isn't that a contradiction? Hearing these words, beads of cold sweat trickled down Ning Fengji's forehead. He clenched his fists tightly, his lips trembling, eyes wide with terror and despair. The fate of the entire seven-treasure Glazed Tile clan now rested in his hands. Their very survival depended on the decision he made in this moment. If he refused to surrender, everyone present would face either death or a life on the run. What's more, if they refused, the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly launch a thorough purge of the seven-treasure Glazed Tile clan. That would mean the clan would cease to exist altogether. To submit would be to betray their ancestors, turning the proud seven-treasure Glazed Tile clan into nothing but a vassal in his hands. Glancing at Sword Doloa Qinshin beside him, whose breath was rapid and complexion pale, Ning Fengji understood all too well that he was also nearing his limit. He knew that the only option left was to yield to the Spirit Hall. For now, surrender was the only path. Perhaps there would be another chance in the future. Yet, deep down, Ning Fengji knew there was no turning back from this predicament. The seven-treasure Glazed Tile clan might never rise again, but hope was a stubborn thing. From this day forth, they would become a vassal sect under the Spirit Hall, likely losing their independence and dignity forever. Sword Doloa, faced with such humiliation, longed to detonate his own spirit and land a devastating blow on Wang Dafei. Perhaps then Ning Fengji might have a chance to escape. But if he did, that would be the end of the seven-treasure Glazed Tile clan. Ning Fengji, ever perceptive and quick to read the times, recognized that defeat was inevitable. Raising his hand, he swore with solemnity, "I, Ning Fengji, swear upon my spirit to lead the seven-treasure glazed tile clan in submission to the spirit hall, never to betray it." A faint smile flickered across Wang Dafei's face. With a casual motion, he released Sword Dolua's throat. Sword Dolua's body, suddenly bereft of support, collapsed limply. Yet Wang Dafei didn't let him fall. He deftly kicked him toward Bone Delua, who caught him in his arms. Sword Delua slumped against Bone Delua, gasping for breath as though desperate to expel every last bit of air from his lungs. His face was pale as paper, and sweat poured from his brow in fat droplets. Bone Delua, meanwhile, looked at Sword Delua with deep concern, his eyes full of worry and tenderness. Wang Dafei stood where he was, quietly observing the scene. The corners of his lips curled in a barely perceptible expression of self-satisfaction. Shaking his head, he addressed, "Ning Fengji, it's not enough for you alone to bring the seven-treasure glazed tile clan to heel. Today, every member of your clan present must swear upon their spirits to submit." When Wang Dafei was learning about spirit power, he discovered an intriguing rule in this world. Anyone who swears upon their spirit and then breaks that oath will suffer a terrible backlash. At best, their spirit would be shattered. At worst, they would die on the spot. For this reason, Wang Dafei had no fear. Once they swore upon their spirits, he no longer needed to worry about betrayal. Ning Fengji's face darkened. Earlier, he'd thought that if a chance to rise again ever came, he could simply pass the position of clan leader to someone else. Then, if the clan betrayed the spirit hall, only he would suffer the consequences, leaving the seven-treasure glazed tile clan free to do as they wished. But when his little scheme was exposed, his figures seemed to wilt all at once, as if the weight of the world had suddenly settled upon him. Now that everyone from the seven-treasure glazed tile clan would be absorbed into the spirit hall, even if there was ever a chance to rise up in the future, at best, it would only result in another seven-treasure glazed tile clan, a new one, not the one they had belonged to. Watching Sword Daw and Bone Delua's futile resistance, the disciples and guest elders of the seven-treasure glazed tile clan felt utterly lost. They knew they stood no chance against the formidable foes before them, yet none could see a way forward in the face of what was to come. With Ning Fengji having already decided to surrender, a sense of helpless confusion washed over them. What should they do now? Some disciples even began to wonder if perhaps joining forces with Spirit Hall, such a powerful entity, might not be such a bad thing after all. At the very least, it would spare them from further battles and bloodshed, and guarantee their safety. And yet, for those disciples who had always been fiercely loyal to the seven-treasure glazed tile clan, a trace of anger and resentment still smoldered deep within. Some even threatened to leave the clan altogether. Yet faced with this situation, Wang Dafei only fixed Ning Fengji with a cold stare and said, "If this group from the seven-treasure glazed tile clan wants to leave, that can be arranged. There are only two choices. Either I cripple them myself, or they swear upon their martial soul never to use it again." Confronted with such a choice, they could only silently accept their clan master's decision to surrender. After all, no one wanted to fall from the heights of being a soul master to the ranks of ordinary people, stripped of their martial soul. Well then, Duo and I Huang, I'll leave the supervision of the martial soul contract for the elders and disciples of the seven-treasure glazed tile clan to you. Make sure to confirm each and every one of them, since they'll be swearing upon their martial souls to serve your spirit hall, Wang Dafei said, looking at Duo and I Huang with a smug smile. Delua and I Huang looked at him, a bemused expression on her face. TCH, children will be children, but I find myself liking you even more. Wang Dafei then turned to the despondent Ning Fengji and said, "Don't worry, you won't be treated unfairly. Bring Rong Rong to the spirit hall. As I promised, she'll be given a chance. Bring Ning Rong Rong to the spirit hall, and they'll train her according to the standards for cultivating a saintess, guiding her all the way to the rank of title Do." With that, he produced the Chilua tulip and the Narcissus jade musclebone. This Chilua tulip will allow Ning Rong Rong to break through the 70th level and shatter the shackles holding her back from becoming a titled Doloa. And for your seven-treasure glazed tile clan, I offer the Narcissus jade musclebone, a rare treasure that can refine body and spirit, guaranteeing the potential to achieve the rank of titled Do. Ning Fengji was the picture of a doting father. In his heart, nothing was more precious than his daughter. But when he heard that his clan was being offered not one, but two immortal treasures, one that could help Ning Rong Rong break through the clan's limitations and reach the 70th level, and another that could ensure the rise of two titled Doluos, The unpleasantness from earlier had completely vanished. Why didn't you take these out sooner? Now, all that was left was a look of heartfelt gratitude as he gazed at Wang Dafei. If these immortal herbs are as miraculous as you say, then the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile clan will forever remember your kindness. Wang Dafei, clearly pleased, spread his hands with a smile. All right then, can you take me to the treasure vault of your clan? I need a few storage soul devices and some gold. Ning Fengji hadn't expected Wang Dafei to make such a simple request. As the leader of the most business-savvy sect on the continent, his knowledge and experience were among the best in all of Dolaw. He could recognize immortal-grade treasures and was well-versed in legend. Just a moment ago, he was even contemplating if these herbs could truly help Rongrong break through the bottleneck of rank 70 and become a titled Da. Should he betroth her to Wang Dafei? With that, Ning Fengji led Wang Dafei to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile clan's treasure vault. The dazzling array of treasures inside was enough to make Wang Dafei's head spin, but he didn't forget his true purpose. Just as if he were selecting goods for purchase, Wang Dafei picked out a high-quality storage soul tool bracelet with 500 square meters of space, 10 soul tool rings, each with 5 square meters, and then filled his 24 moonlit bridges storage with gold. 24 compartments, each with a square meter of space, all packed with gold, more than enough for his needs. Satisfied, he left the vault. This world was truly peculiar. Despite appearing rather weak, storage soul tools, which would be considered rare treasures in many other worlds, were commonplace here. Any family with a bit of strength possessed them, and the reserves were plentiful. After leaving the treasure vault, Wang Dafei bid farewell to Ning Fengji, ready to depart from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile clan. Wait, Ning Fengji called out to him. About Rongrong. Wang Dafei turned back, looking at Ning Fengji with reassurance. I'll make sure the spirit hall treats her like a saintess. She'll be nurtured. Well, never neglected or bullied. With that, he bounded away, not even sparing a glance for what Dene Huan was up to at the moment. Ning Fengji watched as Wang Dafei vanished before he could even finish his sentence, shaking his head with a mixture of resignation and amusement. Ah, what I really wanted was to entrust Rongrong to you. His voice held a trace of helplessness and regret, as if there were words left unsaid. With a sigh, Ning Fengji thought to himself that there would be another chance next time. Like a whirlwind, Wang Dafei swiftly made his way back to the Spirit Hall's lodgings in just a couple of hours. Since dawn had yet to break, he decided to catch some sleep. After dozing for a while, he rolled over and discovered something soft in his hand. Opening his eyes, he found a beautiful woman with a teasing smile lying beside him. Realizing it was Dene Huan, he instantly recalled the little trap she'd set for him earlier. He'd already planned to get even, so he made a show of pulling this lovely woman into his arms, and she didn't resist at all. It seemed that now, with her coming to him of her own accord, he could take his revenge in a very different way. And so, Wang Dafei enjoyed a wonderful night, though others in the city whispered about some midnight commotion, someone fighting, disturbing the peace, the sound of clothes tearing, and a woman's voice ringing out in ways that made faces flush with embarrassment. The next 1,000 or so words are transmitted directly into the reader's mind via quantum transfer. Morning sunlight spilled through the window, and Wang Dafei, who had just closed his eyes, felt more refreshed than ever. Last night's sleep was, he thought, the best he'd ever had in his life. He gazed at the beauty resting beside him, her back smooth and pure as jade, and couldn't help but reach out to gently caress her. As he did, memories of last night's passionate lesson came rushing back. He'd made her cry, tears streaming down her face like petals in the rain. She'd pleaded that she'd never try to trick him again, though she muttered that maybe Wang Dafei could dig a pit for her next time, just for fairness' sake. But then, as he remembered he had only 2 days left in this world, a strange, indescribable feeling rose within Wang Dafei's heart. He suddenly felt reluctant to leave, even wishing he could stay here forever. The days of begging, of huddling in storerooms, of toiling in the mines, all those hardships flashed before him, with nothing worth missing. But now, in this moment, he was invincible, free from danger, with a beautiful woman by his side. In these few days, he could do whatever he pleased. This taste of joy made him long to remain. Lost in these thoughts, the beauty beside him stirred gently, turning toward him. Her gaze was soft and warm, her lips curled in a sweet smile. What's wrong? Why the troubled look? Her voice floated out, as melodious as a heavenly song, making Wang Dafei utterly enchanted. Wang Dafei, seeing the marks he'd left on her snowy skin, couldn't help but break into a goofy, lovesick grin. Pulling her into his arms, he told himself there was no use worrying about the future. Who knew? Once the power within him was fully awakened, maybe he'd be able to stay here after all. No point fretting now. Holding Nihong close, Wang Dafei let his face rest against her soft, warm body, breathing in her sweet, intoxicating scent. He was utterly captivated. Gently stroking Nihong's back, he spoke softly. "Sweetheart, it's getting late. We should get up. Your Wuhuan city is so vast, and you've been so busy these days. I haven't had a chance to really explore. Could you show me around?" He looked at Nihong with eager anticipation. Hearing his request, a look of delight blossomed on her face. She nodded, snuggling close to his ear and whispering affectionately, "Of course, my great hero. Wuhuan City has so many beautiful places. I promise to make these memories unforgettable for you." Wang Dafei was just about to get out of bed when Nihong pulled him back, clearly not want to let him go so soon. As she rolled over and straddled him, the fullness of her beauty pressed softly against his face, radiating a playful intimacy. Instead of answering Wang Dafei, Nihong gave him a look that said everything he needed to know. With no other choice, the two once again engaged in a lively, passionate struggle, only parting when Nihong was finally satisfied. Even after spending the entire night together, both of them woke up early, full of energy. They got out of bed separately, freshened up, and set off on their adventure through the city. Nihong led Wang Dafei through bustling streets. Wuhuan City was enormous, home to nearly 300,000 people. Wang Dafei marveled at the endless sea of people crowding the city. Nihong Doan noticed the crowds as well and realized that it would be impossible to have a private date in the city. She explained, "Tomorrow is the day the Pope will officially ascend the throne and establish the Wuhuan Empire. That's why the city is even more crowded than usual, several times more, in fact. Now that the three upper clans have completely submitted to the Spirit Hall, there's no longer any threat. The Wuhuan Empire is destined to become the strongest empire in the future. But let's not talk about that now. Come with me." As they wandered, Nihong led Wang Dafei to a tranquil lakeside. The water was crystal clear, surrounded by lush, verdant trees, a picture-perfect scene. Mesmerized by the beauty before him, Wang Dafei couldn't help but exclaim, "This place is stunning." Nihong smiled and replied, "This is one of my favorite spots. Whenever I'm feeling down, I come here for a walk." She took Wang Dafei's hand, and together they strolled along the lakeshore, sometimes stopping to admire the scenery, sometimes sitting together in the pavilion, entwined in each other's arms as she recounted the history and stories of Wuhuan City. In this tender moment, Nihong could no longer restrain herself and kissed him softly. Before long, the two disappeared into the grove nearby. Time slipped away without them noticing, and as evening approached, Wang Dafei and Nihong looked back on a day that had been both blissful and thrilling, though now they were feeling a bit worn out. They decided to return to their lodgings for a bit of rest. Just as they were about to leave, the steward hurried over with a message for Wang Dafei. "Your Grace, the Pope wishes to meet with you to discuss the details of tomorrow's coronation." The sudden invitation caught Wang Dafei off guard, but he understood the importance of the matter, so he agreed to meet at once. Meanwhile, Nihong Da, playful as a young maiden, winked at him and leaned in to whisper sweetly in his ear, "I'll be waiting for you in my room tonight, dear." Wang Dafei watched as Nihong's figure gradually disappeared into the distance. His heart pounded with excitement, yet he was also filled with questions and curiosity. He couldn't help but wonder why Bibi Dong suddenly wanted to see him. Was it because he might have misspoken back in the Stardow Great Forest? As he recalled the scene, a wave of doubt rose in his heart. Surely she wouldn't really mean it, would she? "No way, it can't be," Wang Dafei muttered to himself. "It can't possibly be what I'm thinking." Even though he felt the chances were slim, deep down, he secretly hoped things would turn out just as he imagined. But what if it really was because of that incident? The thought made him unconsciously quicken his pace, eager to find out the true reason Bibi Dong was looking for him. The steward led Wang Dafei to the front of the Pope's hall and stopped, motioning for him to enter alone. Wang Dafei took a deep breath and stepped into the magnificent and grand hall. Inside, the golden splendor and solemn dignity were overwhelming. Yet despite all this, the hall felt strangely empty. Only one figure sat upon the Pope's throne, a breathtakingly beautiful woman, cold and regal, high above all others. She wore a dazzling, jewel-encrusted crown, and her long, peach blossom hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, radiating an enchanting allure. As Wang Dafei approached the entrance, she slowly opened her previously closed eyes. Her gaze was deep as the sea, carrying a magnetic pull that was almost impossible to resist. It was as if an intangible charm tugged at Wang Dafei, drawing him in. Bibi Dong said nothing more, only spoke in a calm, measured voice, "Come with me." Then she turned and walked away, as if she had been waiting for Wang Dafei for some time. He hurriedly followed, trailing after BB Dong through a series of resplendent ancient corridors, until they finally stopped before an exquisite relief. BB Dong pressed lightly against it, and to Wang Dafei's astonishment, the relief shifted and became a door. What lay beyond made his eyes go wide with surprise. A hidden chamber concealed behind the hall. A secret chamber? Is it that chamber? He wondered. Wang Dafei stepped inside, and a sense of mystery filled the air. BB Dong turned around to face him, her eyes flickering with a complex light. Wang Dafei, your actions in the Star-Do Great Forest already caught my attention. This time, you've rendered outstanding service to Spear Hall as well, so I want to give you a special reward. Wang Dafei's heart skipped a beat, disbelief flashing through his mind. No way. Is my lucky break finally here? But he straightened his back, asking, what's the reward? Can you be more specific? BB Dong offered a faint smile and handed him a box that exuded a peculiar aura. This concerns an ancient soul tool. I need your help with something. It's vital for the future of our spirit empire. Wang Dafei blinked in surprise. He took the orb, opened it, and saw a few blurred icons along with some strange symbols painted on its surface. The more he looked at those symbols, the more they resembled hearts, skulls, and locks. This doesn't look like anything good. So what is it really? He muttered, frowning. BB Dong slowly leaned closer to Wang Dafei. As she drew near, Wang Dafei could clearly smell the faint fragrance that wafted from her. She parted her lips ever so slightly, letting out a gentle, warm breath. The soft breeze brushed against Wang Dafei's earlobe, making him shiver involuntarily. Her breath carried a delicate, lingering scent, a subtle, clean sweetness. Didn't you want to have me? BB Dong murmured. I need a favor from you, so I'll give you a surprise. As she spoke, she took out a smooth black silk ribbon. BB Dong's voluptuous figure pressed against Wang Dafei's chest as she slowly covered his eyes with the ribbon, guiding him to sit down in a chair. Then, she pressed his hand onto the soul guide device right over the skull and lock icons. With his eyes blindfolded, Wang Dafei felt his heart pounding with anticipation, imagining all sorts of possibilities for what might happen next. But just then he felt something cold and metallic coil around his body, like a chain. The sensation left him both puzzled and oddly exhilarated, mingling curiosity with a thrill of excitement. Suddenly, a powerful jolt of electricity shot through him. Completely caught off guard, he couldn't help but let out a piercing scream. The shock was sharp and overwhelming, and he never expected something like this. Worse yet, the current didn't stop. It kept surging through him, making him squirm in agony. To BB Dong, Wang Dafei's cries grew more and more desperate, tinged with terror and hopelessness. He struggled with all his might to break free, but quickly realized he was utterly powerless. The feeling of being trapped and at someone's mercy drove him into a spiral of panic. Already under the influence of the Rakshasa god's power, BB Dong caressed her own cheeks, a twisted, deranged smile spreading across her face. The 8 spider legs on her back danced with glee. Thank you for helping me sweep away the obstacles of the upper 3 sections. I truly appreciate it. At this point, the relentless shocks were driving Wang Dafei to the brink. It felt as if someone had torn a lighter apart and was zapping him endlessly with its igniter. He was left dazed and bewildered. Aren't BB Dong and her people from ancient times? Why are they into this bizarre kind of bondage? Isn't it exhausting? He really wasn't into this, and even if they were going to play this game, shouldn't he be the one in control? Frustrated, he rubbed his head against his shoulder, and after a bit of squirming, he finally managed to dislodge the black blindfold. Then, right before his eyes, he saw BB Dong. Her eyes had turned a sinister, blood-red hue. The regal, holy, and alluring Empress BB Dong from just moments ago had vanished entirely. Now, she looked as if she had been possessed by evil itself. A demoness, with a crazed expression and a twisted, almost gleeful smile tugging at her lips. It was a smile that bordered on madness, the kind that only the deeply deranged would wear. When BB Dong saw Wang Dafei tear off his blindfold and stare at her in utter bewilderment, she let out a sigh. Well, it doesn't matter. No one who's seen this ghastly, monstrous side of me has ever lived to tell the tale. Once I devour you, my 8th Rakshasa trial will be complete. You can't escape. As she spoke, her hand reached out, gently caressing Wang Dafei's cheek, her eyes gleaming with a hungry greed. But in that very instant, 8 colossal spider legs shimmered into view behind BB Dong, each one gleaming with a cold, deadly light. Razor-sharp, they shot toward Wang Dafei with terrifying speed, as if intending to skewer him on the spot. Wang Dafei's eyes went wide with shock. Even a fool could see it now. There was no pretense or playful game here. Dread and disbelief surged through his heart. He thought he was prepared, but not for this. The scene unfolding before him caught him utterly off guard. Bibi Dong watched as he struggled desperately and burst into laughter, a chilling, triumphant peal. This ancient soul tool, they say, once stood against the gods themselves. It was because these soul tools threatened the deities that the civilization of soul tools on the Doloa continent was wiped out by divine decree. I went through no small trouble to get my hands on it. And with the suppression array here that blocks your soul power and my Rakshasa domain, you'll just have to obediently become the sacrifice for my 8th trial. Bibi Dong's spider legs kept advancing, now mere moments from piercing Wang Dafei's body. In that instant, Wang Dafei understood Bibi Dong's true intent. She hadn't brought him here to eat in the literal sense. She meant to consume him in a far more sinister way. Any hope or anticipation he'd felt evaporated, replaced in a heartbeat by burning fury. He wasn't about to let himself be devoured, not when there was still so much left unfinished. Summoning all his will, he struggled to break free from Bibi Dong's hold. Suddenly, a surge of tremendous power erupted from deep within him. With a furious roar, every muscle in his body tensed. He pushed with all his might, and with a thunderous crack, the chains and spider silk binding him exploded apart. The chains snapped in an instant, leaving Wang Dafei utterly dumbfounded. Was that it? Was this supposed to be the tool that threatened the gods? He had nearly died of fright for nothing. In a fit of annoyance, Wang Dafei snatched up the bizarre soul tool and hurled it straight at Bibi Dong. Instinctively, Bibi Dong caught the object. But as she realized Wang Dafei had broken free, her eyes flew wide with utter disbelief. No, impossible. She simply could not accept what had just happened. That device was something she had prepared with meticulous care. She had experimented on 2 unfortunate title de law before. One of them was electrocuted to death on the spot, unable to put up the slightest resistance, while the other was bound by chains so tough that he couldn't break free no matter what. Bibi Dong's heart sank. She realized she was facing a terrifyingly powerful opponent. She knew there was no turning back now. If she couldn't defeat him, what fate would await her? At that thought, Bibi Dong gritted her teeth. A glint of resolve flashed in her eyes. She decided to act without hesitation. If her plan had failed, then she would have to fight Wang Dafei to the bitter end. With that, Bibi Dong swept her hands through the air. A dazzling violet light erupted from her palms, forming a massive scythe that she swung fiercely toward Wang Dafei. Wang Dafei looked at her. Her face now wore the same miserable expression he'd shown just moments before, as if she'd tasted utter defeat. His own features darkened, and a cold glare flashed in his eyes. "You've crossed the line," he said, his voice edged with menace. In the blink of an eye, he darted forward like a bolt of lightning, surging straight at Bibi Dong. With his palm charged with immense power, he struck at her chest, a blow carrying astonishing force. Just one strike. Bibi Dong felt a mortal threat sweep over her. She realized her life might end here. There was a sharp, thunderous crash as Wang Dafei's palm slammed into her chest. She couldn't dodge. The spider legs on her back and the Rakshasa scythe in her hands shattered and vanished in that instant, as if they had never existed. With those supports gone, Bibi Dong was sent hurtling backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing hard into the wall. She struggled to her feet, slumped there, and spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. Her expression was oddly calm, tinged with resignation, as if she was wondering, where was her vaunted immortality now? But even with immortality, could she ever hope to defeat this man? Perhaps, sensing the approach of death, she seemed strangely indifferent to all that was happening. She simply sat there, her beautiful eyes fixed silently on Wang Dafei, waiting for his next move. It was as if she had already given up resisting. She understood that she had lost. Her plan to devour Wang Dafei and complete the 8th trial through cunning had failed. Now, her fate, life or death, rested entirely in Wang Dafei's hands. He strode over to stand before her, gazing down at her from above. Bibi Dong lifted her head, meeting Wang Dafei's eyes. The corner of her mouth curled into a bitter smile. "You win. Do what you must. In victory or defeat, I have nothing left to say. Whether you kill me or spare me, the choice is yours." Wang Dafei looked at Bibi Dong, and his heart was a tumult of emotions. Not long ago, he had considered crippling Bibi Dong. After all, her madness could destroy the Spirit Hall, and then all his painstaking efforts towards unifying the Doloa continent would be in vain. Right now, he could easily kill her or ruin her, but for some reason, he simply couldn't bring himself to do it. He was not yet ready to cut ties with the norms of society. Wang Dafei could only think of other ways. If he killed her now, it would mean becoming an enemy of the Spirit Hall, and Qianren Xue would surely come after him for revenge. If he could avoid returning within the next 7 days, he truly wished he could stay here, Killing her would bring him no peace, and besides, he didn't want to kill anyone yet. He knew that with the power he had gained, that day would come eventually, but he didn't want it to arrive so soon. So he kept restraining himself. As Kido Shinji once said, taking a life isn't something you can just do on a whim. Once you release the arrow, there's no turning back. If you steal someone's life, you can never return to who you were. But if he wasn't going to kill Bibi Dong, then he needed to find another way to subdue her. In the end, Wang Dafei reached into his all-purpose treasure pouch and took out a single ice leaf snow lotus, placing it in Bibi Dong's hand. "I won't let you off so easily," he told her, "but don't think you can just die like this, either. Take this immortal herb and absorb it first." Bibi Dong held the ice leaf snow lotus, her gaze full of complex emotions. She didn't know why Wang Dafei hadn't killed her, but she understood that the entanglement between them would not end so simply. Was he trying to gain something from the spirit hall? Just now, when they crashed into the wall, it wasn't only Bibi Dong who hit it. So did that peculiar soul tool. It struck that heart-shaped button glowing pink, and now, without anyone noticing, it was quietly releasing a strange colorless and odorless energy into the air. Severely wounded, Bibi Dong spent a great deal of time absorbing the immortal herb, and while replenishing her soul power, she inadvertently drew in all of that mysterious energy as well. Her power became even purer and more robust, undoubtedly reaching the very pinnacle of rank 99. What puzzled her now was why Wang Dafei hadn't killed her, and why he'd given her such a miraculous herb, one that could even boost the soul power of a title Dula, a nameless. Curiosity about Wang Dafei began to grow in her heart. If it was this man, perhaps that wish she once had, to give herself to someone, might not be impossible to grant just this once. Meanwhile, Wang Dafei was still pondering how to deal with Bibi Dong. Should he just beat her again, and keep at it until she was truly afraid? All of a sudden, Bibi Dong's eyes snapped wide open, filled with a pink light radiating with affection. This strange sensation filled her with fear, confusion, helplessness, and terror as she realized that something within her was changing. How could she possibly have such thoughts? Her mind was now overflowing with mating urges, and she simply couldn't control herself. Suddenly, she threw herself onto Wang Dafei and kissed him uncontrollably. Wang Dafei was at a loss as to why Bibi Dong would do such a thing, taken aback by her sudden affection. Yet this time, he responded eagerly, matching her every demand. As Bibi Dong's desire grew ever more insistent, he finally took her with a force that brooked no refusal, tearing their clothes to shreds, displaying a wildness that could rival any woman of the pleasure houses. Neither of them knew exactly how much time they spent together in that secret chamber. The following morning, the Wuhuan Empire held a grand ceremony. Bibi Dong was formally crowned as empress. But even as she sat upon the throne, a shadow clouded Bibi Dong's heart. The humiliation she endured last night far surpassed anything she had suffered before. Even the disgrace her teacher had once inflicted upon her in that same secret room paled in comparison. She remembered, with painful clarity, how shamelessly she had thrown herself at Wang Dafei, utterly unable to control herself. The memory made her flush with shame and anger. She gritted her teeth, uneasy even as she sat on the imperial throne. The news of the Wuhuan Hall establishing an empire had already spread across the entire continent. The people of both Wuhuan Hall and the Heavendo Empire were jubilant, for their emperor, Xueqinga, had declared Wuhuan Empire their new ally, one that would help them attack Star Luo and bring the war to an end. Such words might fool children, but for the nobles and aristocrats, they dared not voice their anger. After all, many unfortunates had already been eliminated by Xueqinga. Why didn't they rebel? Simply put, they stood no chance against the mighty ranks of the titled Doluos. Meanwhile, within the Star Luo Empire, anxiety and fear ran high. The Haotian sect within their borders had, overnight, become a vassal of Wuhuan Hall. This left the Star Luo court deeply unsettled, and they responded by expelling every branch of Wuhuan Hall from their territory. Back in the city of Wuhuan, the streets bustled with excitement. Apart from the Wuhuan Hall's own forces, delegations from many other sects had gathered, arriving from across the Heavendo Empire and the regions surrounding Wuhuan City, to witness and celebrate the birth of the new empire. Within the ranks of Wuhuan Hall, several familiar figures could be spotted. Most prominent among them was Yu Lumyin, the new patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. With his whole clan in tow, he pledged fealty to Wuhuan Hall, vowing to serve with unwavering loyalty for 500 years. The once mighty Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan had now been renamed the New Thunder Tyrant Dragon Clan, though their strength remained formidable. Additionally, the surviving disciples of the newly reformed Hao Tian sect, now willing to obey orders, had become the Wuhuan Hall's Imperial Guard. Their imposing presence made the smaller factions uneasy. Another force worth noting was the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Among all the sects absorbed by Wuhuan Hall, they alone enjoyed significant autonomy. So much so that onlookers could not help but suspect some secret arrangement had long been in place. Yesterday, when Ning Fengji brought Ning Rongrong, who had awakened her 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda after absorbing the Chihuahua tulip, to the Spirit Hall, the Rainbow Phoenix Deloa had already informed Qian Daolu about the promise made when Wang Dafei helped subdue the 7-treasure glazed tile clan. Yet, neither the Worship Hall nor the Pope's Hall raised any objections. After all, Wang Dafei's assistance in bringing such a powerful upper clan under control had yielded countless benefits. Furthermore, Ning Rongrong had sworn on her martial spirit to become one of the Spirit Hall's own, and the talent she displayed was nothing short of extraordinary. Thus, Wang Dafei's assertion that she should be trained according to the standards reserved for a holy maiden was entirely reasonable. In any case, it was the 7-treasure glazed tile clan's own resources that were now filling the Spirit Hall's coffers. With this, Ning Rongrong's future as a potential title Doloa was virtually assured. She was destined to become the Hall Master in charge of the 7-treasure glazed tile clan under the Spirit Hall's governance. At this moment, every high-ranking member of the Spirit Hall had personally arrived to celebrate this momentous occasion. Even Qian Daolu and Qian Renxue, who rarely appeared outside the Worship Hall, had made an unprecedented appearance. Bibi Dong was visibly surprised when she saw them. She had not expected the Worship Hall to attend at all. Standing atop a platform brimming with ceremony, Bibi Dong shone like a brilliant star, capturing every gaze. She exuded an unparalleled aura of nobility and elegance, as if she were a goddess stepped out of myth. Her sacred presence inspired awe in all who beheld her, as though she were the most exalted being on the entire continent. Now, I declare that the Spirit Empire is officially established from this day forth. Bibi Dong's voice rang out like a heavenly chorus, echoing across the entire square so that every soul could hear her clearly. Her tone was firm and confident, carrying an irresistible authority. I am the first empress of the Spirit Empire. Her gaze swept over the crowd below, commanding both respect and pride. Her eyes were sharp as blades, compelling all to lower their heads. In that moment, Bibi Dong stood as tall and imposing as a mountain, inspiring awe in all present. High upon the platform, she looked down upon the multitude, her figure radiant and sacred. With her back to the sunlight and facing the masses, she seemed to glow from within. Her brilliance emanated from deep inside, a confidence and strength that words could scarcely capture. Her every word brimmed with imperial dominance. As her proclamation faded, everyone below, be they commoner or spirit master, dropped to one knee in unison, pledging their loyalty and respect to the new empress. In this moment, Bibi Dong was more dazzling than ever. It was not only the sunlight that illuminated her, but also the mysterious aura of a female sovereign that seemed to envelop her, a true empress's radiance. This halo enveloped her, making her appear all the more sacred and untouchable, as if she had transcended the realm of mortals and become a true deity. Yet, if anyone dared approach her and meet her gaze, they would find her eyes tinged with red, her lower lip gently bitten in a look of unbearable grievance, as though she had suffered a tremendous injustice. She could still feel the marks left on her body by Wang Dafei's actions the night before. The pain of last night's torment lingered with every breath she took. Her bloodshot eyes glared unyieldingly in Wang Dafei's direction, filled with the agony of the previous night. That despicable man had actually drugged her. He had forced her into such humiliation, and the memory of their entangled bodies, the intimacy they shared. Now, with the morning light, all that remained were the traces of their fierce struggle, written across her skin. Her cheeks flushed with shame and fury. If she had the strength, she would have killed Wang Dafei already. One day, she would surely have her revenge. Meanwhile, Wang Dafei remained completely unaware, yet somehow had already gained a reputation as a twisted degenerate who resorted to drugging others. Though he found the situation rather strange, he couldn't see why it was necessarily a bad thing. Why should he refuse it? Now, Bibi Dong found no joy in building an empire or claiming the throne. Her heart was consumed by only two desires: to destroy everything, to lay waste to this world that had humiliated her. Most important of all was her thirst for revenge against Wang Dafei. The memory of being bound and beaten was a humiliation she could not let go of. Only by killing Wang Dafei, the instigator of her suffering, could she free herself from the knot in her heart. The story now splits as time rewinds slightly. Earlier, during the very night when Bibi Dong and Wang Dafei's fierce confrontation took place, something else was unfolding. A terrifying figure burst forth from the city of slaughter, now stripped of all traces of life, leaving no survivors in its wake. This figure radiated a dreadful aura, thick with evil, corruption, and the stench of blood. Anyone who had ever set foot in the city of slaughter would recognize him at a glance, the king of slaughter himself. Without hesitation, the king of slaughter tore through the night, headed straight for Shrek Academy. At that same moment, when the world was shrouded in deep silence, there were two at Shrek Academy who had not yet succumbed to sleep. One was Flinder, forced to drink late into the night, and his companion Yu. Xiaojiang, who had turned to alcohol in despair after learning his father, a title daw, had been crippled and reduced to an ordinary man without spirit power. Lurking nearby was Tang Hao, hidden in the shadows. Except for Yu Xiaojiang, everyone felt the approach of a terrifying, massive, and corrupt aura, heavy with the scent of blood. The entire academy was roused from their slumber, quickly gathering in the center of their worn-down village that served as the heart of the academy. With Ning Rongrong missing and Xiao Wu nowhere to be found, the remaining 5 Shrek monsters and the academy's teachers stood watchfully in the front courtyard, eyes fixed warily on the shadow that had suddenly appeared in the sky. While Tang Hao was still hiding nearby, his mind racing to figure out why the King of Slaughter would appear here, something even more shocking happened. Despite his nearly perfected skills in concealment, the King of Slaughter called him out directly. "Come out, rat. There's no point hiding any longer." Tang Hao's heart clenched. To be discovered so easily, and not just discovered but identified specifically, left him bewildered. Yet, he understood there was no longer any point in remaining hidden. Slowly, he rose to his feet and stepped out from his hiding place. Tang San was utterly stunned, his eyes wide with shock as he saw Tang Hao suddenly appear. "Father, what are you doing here?" Ignoring Tang San, Tang Hao turned his gaze to the King of Slaughter. He summoned his clear sky hammer, his expression wary and his voice low and steady. "What do you want from me?" The King of Slaughter's lips curled into a cold, mocking smile. Without warning, he summoned his own martial spirit, a massive hammer as well. With a sudden, forceful motion, the King of Slaughter hurled his spirit weapon toward Tang Hao, the hammer cutting through the air at an incredible speed. Reacting instantly, Tang Hao swung his own hammer, his soul rings flashing brilliantly as he struck hard at the incoming weapon. The two hammers collided with a thunderous crash, sending a powerful shock wave through the room and whipping up a fierce gale. But as Tang Hao caught a clear look at what was thrown at him, he froze in disbelief. It was also a clear sky hammer. The King of Slaughter's demeanor shifted, his expression touched with a rare trace of emotion. "The clear sky hammer? Boy, which family are you from?" Tang Hao answered forcefully, "The Clear Sky Sect. I am the son of the sect master, Tang Hao." Hearing these words, the King of Slaughter slowly removed his mask, revealing the face of a rugged, middle-aged man. As Tang Hao took in the features of the man before him, his eyes widened with shock and disbelief. Grandfather? He could hardly believe what he was seeing. The mysterious King of Slaughter, the ruler of this deadly city, was his own grandfather, Tang Chun. What could possibly explain this? Tang Chun looked at Tang Hao, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. "Howard, it's been a long time," he said, his voice deep and resonant. Tang San and the others were struck dumb with astonishment at this revelation. Tang Hao took a deep breath, struggling to compose himself. "Grandfather, what are you doing here? Why are you the King of Slaughter?" Hearing this, Tang Chen's brow furrowed, as if painful memories were stirring within him. He let out a heavy sigh. "It's a long story, Howard. Will you listen to what I have to say?" Tang Hao not dead. He truly wanted to know. Why had his grandfather abandoned the Clear Sky Sect for so many years, choosing instead to become the King of Slaughter? Was there some hidden secret behind it all? Tang Chun sighed once more, and began to recount the story of his past. Tang Chun sighed and said, "When I was young, in pursuit of greater power, I entered the city of slaughter." As Tang Chun recounted his story, it became clear that in his youth, he had ventured deep into the city of slaughter to seek even stronger power, and there he found the opportunity to become a god. However, during his godly trial, some irresistible external force interfered, causing him to fail. Trapped within the city of slaughter, he was unable to escape. Over the long years that followed, he eventually obtained the inheritance of the Azura god and managed to complete the first 8 trials, leaving only the final one. But at that crucial moment, he was overtaken and possessed by the 9-headed Bat King. Using Tang Chen's body, the 9-headed Bat King rose to become the ruler of the city of slaughter, until quite recently, for reasons unknown, Tang Chun regained control of his body. It was only then he heard the devastating news that the Clear Sky sect had been destroyed. After hearing Tang Chen's story, Tang Hao was overcome with shame and fell to his knees on the spot. Just moments before, he had believed that Tang Chen simply didn't care about the fate of the Clear Sky sect, thinking that all these years of absence meant he'd been living in luxury as the king of the City of Slaughter. Tang Hao, having been to the City of Slaughter himself, knew all too well that the blood slave of the Slaughter King rarely lasted more than a few days before being replaced, and that within those walls, any female soul master could become his blood slave if he so wished. Of course, Tang Chun rarely touched those like Bibi Dong who had powerful forces behind them, as he never lacked for blood slaves and saw no reason to provoke such powers. Tang Hao choked out, "Grandfather, I'm sorry. This is all my fault. I failed to protect our sect. The Clear Sky sect has been destroyed. My elder brother and the elders have all lost their cultivation, and the traitors left have seized control of the sect and become lackeys for the Spirit Hall. Please, you must help us right this wrong." At these words, Tang Chun shook his head. "I already heard from the disciples of the Spirit Hall about what happened while I was still in the City of Slaughter. That's exactly why I left, to seek vengeance against the Spirit Hall." Listening silently to this exchange, Tang San's brow furrowed as he grew increasingly wary. If he really came to confront the Spirit Hall, then why did he appear from this direction? The route he took is nowhere near the Spirit Hall's location. Why make such a wide detour to come here? Could it be? An uneasy feeling surged in Tang San's heart. He had a vague premonition that this old man's true purpose might actually be Shrek Academy. Just as Tang San was frowning in thought, Tang Hao suddenly reached out and pulled him close. "Grandfather, this is my son, Tang San. He was born with full innate soul power and wields the Clear Sky hammer. And Xiao Wu, you can come out now. There's no need to hide." It turned out that the reason Xiao Wu had disappeared and hadn't come out to watch the commotion like everyone else was because Tang Hao had hidden her earlier. He had sensed a powerful tidal law approaching quickly, and, fearing that something unexpected might happen, he grabbed Xiao Wu and concealed her. Along the way, he also revealed to Xiao Wu that he was Tang San's father, leaving her utterly bewildered and unsure how to react. Faced with a formidable tidal law, she knew she was powerless to resist and had no choice but to obey and hide for the time being. Now, only after Tang Hao was certain it was safe did he let Xiao Wu come out. It was from the shadows that Xiao Wu timidly emerged before the crowd, her nerves on edge. The sudden arrival of two tidal Duos had truly frightened her. Fortunately, it seemed all of them were acquaintances of Tang San's family and meant no harm. Her fear was, for the moment, misplaced. But just as Xiao Wu was about to breathe a sigh of relief, something unexpected happened. Without warning, a crimson light flared from Tang Chen's left hand, bursting forth with an overwhelming surge of energy. In that instant, a blood-red greatsword materialized in his grasp, and Tang Chen's expression shifted from confusion to fierce determination, as if he had made an irrevocable decision. In the blink of an eye, his left hand gripped the sword and, with a speed that defied comprehension, he launched it straight toward Xiao Wu. There was a resounding crash. Xiao Wu was hurled against the wall, skewered straight through the chest by the Shura sword, pinned there with a look of utter shock frozen on her face. It all happened so fast, she couldn't even grasp what had just occurred. No sooner had it happened than Tang Chun recoiled in horror, as if driven mad, shouting wildly, "Damn you, nine-headed Bat King! How dare you seize control of my body again?" Tang San stared blankly at the scene unfolding before him, his mind locked in that moment. When he saw Xiao Wu's body thrown across the room, a wave of intense shock crashed over him. He couldn't accept what he was seeing. The world seemed to turn alien and cold. His hands trembling, Tang San gently wiped away the blood that had splattered onto his face, Xiao Wu's blood. Slowly, Tang San's gaze turned wild, his voice breaking into a desperate, anguished howl that echoed through the entire space. "Ah! Xiao Wu!" His cries were filled with pain and sorrow, as though he was pouring his very soul into them. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, pinned helplessly to the wall by the Shura sword, could only muster a faint, broken sound, "San, ye!" Driven by a madness of his own, Tang San spun around and rushed toward her. In his haste, he stumbled and fell, but didn't even bother getting up. Instead, he scrambled on hands and knees all the way to Xiao Wu's side. "No, no, this can't be real, Xiao Wu. Don't scare me, Xiao Wu." Tang San gazed at the gaping wound in Xiao Wu's chest, blood streaming out, staining her clothes and the ground beneath her. His tears blurred his vision as he reached out with trembling hands to touch her face, feeling the warmth of the girl who had accompanied him for so many years fading away with every passing moment. Xiao Wu felt her eyes growing heavier, barely able to keep them open as tears slipped uncontrollably through the slits. The once lively, adorable girl now appeared heartbreakingly fragile, her usual spark completely gone. She felt the chill of death creeping over her. "Brother, I'm so cold," she whispered. Xiao Wu, don't leave me." Tang San's choked voice trembled with despair and agony, as if his entire world were collapsing within that single moment. He longed to hold her close, to keep her warm with his embrace, but the sword pinning her to the wall made it impossible. Desperately, he tried to share his warmth with her, but it was already too late. Nothing he could do could keep her from slipping away. Xiao Wu's gaze grew vacant, the light slowly fading from her eyes. She struggled to speak, but only a faint, raspy sound escaped her throat. At last her eyelids fluttered shut for the final time. With the sword still pierced through her chest, she hung motionless from the wall, never to open her eyes again. Tang Sin knelt there in a daze, unable to accept the reality before him. Memories of every moment he'd shared with Xiao Wu echoed through his mind, their laughter, their battles, the countless hardships they'd faced together. But now, all of it was nothing more than distant memories. Why did it have to end like this? Tang Sin murmured, his voice hoarse and trembling, every word weighed down by crushing regret and self-reproach. He stood frozen in place, his eyes hollow and unfocused, the scenes of their past replaying over and over in his mind. If only he had noticed the subtle warning signs sooner. Could he have prevented this tragedy? If he'd been stronger, would he have been able to keep Xiao Wu safe, shielding her from all harm? But now, no amount of regret could change what had happened. There is no medicine in the world that can cure regret. Reality is always so merciless, never giving anyone a moment's respite. Disaster can strike even before tomorrow has a chance to arrive. The sudden catastrophe hit Tang San like a bolt from the blue, shattering his once peaceful life in an instant. He never imagined that the girl who had always stood by his side, who had shared every joy and hardship, would be torn from him so abruptly, and this time, forever. In that moment, Tang San felt his entire world collapse. It was as if 1,000 blades had pierced his heart at once, the pain so intense it robbed him of breath. That soul-wrenching agony spread from the depths of his heart to every corner of his being. He raised his head and cried out to the heavens, why? He demanded to know why fate had treated him so cruelly, what he had done to deserve such suffering. Uncontrollable tears streamed down his face, falling onto the cold ground below and scattering like tiny blossoms of sorrow. Xiao Wu, I am sorry. I failed to protect you, Tang San whispered, his voice barely audible as tears welled up once more. Gently, he released his hold on Xiao Wu, a glint of icy resolve flickering in his eyes. Tang San stood quietly where he was, his gaze fixed on Xiao Wu's lifeless body. His heart was filled with grief and rage. He had to avenge her. He must. There could be no rest until justice was done, not until death itself. Tang Jian, you've sealed your own fate. He drew out his latest, deadliest poison-tipped hidden weapon. Beside him, Tang Hao stared in utter disbelief at everything unfolding before his eyes. His mind was awash with confusion and shock. He simply couldn't comprehend how things had reached this point. How could something so sudden and chaotic have happened? And then there was Tang Chun, standing off to the side, inexplicably striking himself, his own fists pounding against his head. The sight left Tang Hao deeply unsettled and worried. Things had taken a disastrous turn, far beyond anything he could have imagined. He felt as though he had completely lost control of the situation. Soon after, Tang Chun began to rain blows upon his own head with increasing ferocity, blood streaming down as his skull split under the assault. Yet he showed no sign of stopping. After what felt like an eternity, he finally ceased his self-destructive attack. Then, suddenly, he let out a chilling, bone-deep laugh, a twisted cackle that sent shivers crawling down the spines of everyone nearby. As he laughed, Tang Chun muttered to himself, Tang Chun, oh Tang Chun, if you want to lose your mind, so be it. But why blame the soul beast for your madness? I haven't done anything at all. Now, it's you in control of this body. His voice was laced with a wild, helpless desperation. Tang Hao's eyes widened, his stare fixed blankly on Tang Chun, an overwhelming sense of dread welling up inside him. He had no idea how to deal with this bizarre and terrifying turn of events. Lost, and at his wit's end, Tang Hao could only glare furiously at Tang Chun, his eyes burning with fury. What have you done? He demanded. When he looked at Xiao Wu, he couldn't help but see the shadow of Yin he had always regarded Xiao Wu as his son's most precious companion. If Tang San ever faced a danger he couldn't overcome, Xiao Wu would surely sacrifice herself for him. And if not, there was always the soul bone, wasn't there? Tang Xin looked at Tang San and Xiao Wu with a trace of guilt in his eyes. He couldn't explain why he had suddenly lost all control. Just as Tang San was about to strike Tang Chun with his most powerful hidden weapon, the blood-red, great sword impaled in Xiao Wu's body began to glow with a strange, ominous light. Some mysterious force was being awakened. In that moment, Tang San heard Xiao Wu's faint voice whisper in his ear, Sanji. It was as if Xiao Wu, pierced by the sword, had been granted a fleeting spark of life. Her translucent soul appeared before Tang San, her gaze gentle as she spoke softly. I truly wish I could always be with you, living together as we once did, forever and ever. But now I cannot. I'm gone. Please, take good care of yourself. If you don't, it will break my heart. Suddenly, crimson flames began to burn atop Xiao Wu's body. Yet these were not ordinary flames. They were a rare, extraordinary energy, blood flames. Fueling this fire were Xiao Wu's very own blood, her life force, and the cultivation she had built over 100,000 years. In this moment, all trace of her earlier exhaustion vanished. Her blood-red gaze was filled with gentle allure, and in her eyes, there was room for no one but the young man before her. The blood flames burned ever brighter, their color shifting from red to a deep, dark crimson. As this transformation unfolded, Xiao Wu's body grew more and more translucent, like a red crystal becoming ever clearer. The scarlet flames expanded, forming a massive ring that contracted slowly, encircling both Xiao Wu and Tang San. On the other side, Tang Hao remained on guard, while Tang Chun tried to explain, the nine-headed Bat King within me is always fighting for control of my body. Just now, it must have been his doing. I am truly sorry. This is not what I wanted to happen. Amidst the blood-red energy, Tang San seemed to cradle Xiao Wu in his arms. He gazed into her eyes. Though they radiated that bloody light, the deep love shining from their depths was impossible to hide. Tang San's eyes overflowed with love and bottomless sorrow. In a single glance at Tang Chun, that love vanished, replaced by an endless storm of pain, hatred, and fury. He would have his vengeance for Xiao Wu. Tang Chen must die. Bathed in the ring of blood flames rising from Xiao Wu, Tang San's entire body tingled and itched, as if his soul were being pulled from his flesh. Suddenly, it was as if some ancient seal within him had been shattered. Though every fiber of his being resisted, he was powerless to stop what was unfolding before him. Behind him, a blood-red soul ring appeared. All he could do was watch as Xiao Wu's form faded away, her essence absorbed into the soul ring before his eyes. Suddenly, Tang San's expression changed. A cold aloofness settled over him, as if all beings were mere ants in his eyes. The hatred for Tang Chun was gone. All he saw now was the fading Xiao Wu in his arms. His gaze was filled with nostalgia, as if mourning a beautiful childhood memory now lost, so utterly different from the love he had shown moments before. For in the depths of his soul, long-sealed memories had awakened. He was the God King Tang San, supreme among all, a god above gods, the single ruler of the divine realm for more than 10,000 years. The God King Tang San, he was Tang San, yet not the Tang San known to those around him. After becoming a god and surviving countless millennia, the passage of time had eroded his humanity, changing him beyond recognition. Once, he had been one of the 5 god kings of the divine realm, but as fate unfolded, the other 4 had all been forced to leave due to various crises. Yet, through a web of reasons and cruel misfortune, not one of them ever returned. What kind of calamity could be so grave that even beings as mighty as the god kings could not find their way back? It was a question that begged profound reflection. Fortunately, Tang San had long anticipated this day might come, the day when he would be the last god king left. So he had made preparations well in advance, just in case such a moment arrived. After orchestrating plans that spanned 10,000 years, he finally became the sole ruler of the divine realm. Yet, everything unraveled in the end because Tang San's wife, Xiao Wu, succumbed to a mysterious illness and passed away. For a deity to die of illness, no one could tell if it was punishment for his many misdeeds or perhaps the result of a curse from other gods. Ultimately, unable to bear such a blow, Tang San once again triggered a chaotic rift in time and space, shattering the entire divine realm. He tried to reverse time and return to the past at the cost of the whole world. To everyone's astonishment, Tang San actually succeeded. By sacrificing the entire divine realm, his soul accomplished the impossible, traveling through time and space, returning smoothly to the very body he had when he first arrived in the Dolua continent. However, just as Tang San was filled with joy, Believing everything could begin anew, a shocking discovery left him utterly stunned. There was a newborn soul inhabiting this body, and, astonishingly, it was not his own. Yet, faced with this sudden turn, Tang Sen quickly regained his composure and without hesitation erased the newly born soul, the one that truly belonged to Yin's child. Tang Sen felt neither guilt nor remorse for this decision. He barely gave it a second thought. To him, it was simply the inevitable outcome of the continuity of time and space. That child's existence was a mistake, a thread that did not belong in the tapestry of this world's history. But what Tang San never expected was that his action would provoke the backlash of the Doloa world itself. In this world, the other gods had made a pact that deities must not act against mortals at will. Even if he now existed as nothing more than a soul, it was still the soul of a god. Within the Doloa world, the originally faint and unconscious will of heaven seemed to be suddenly awakened by mysterious power flowing from the river of time. This energy surged in like a flood, pouring into the will of heaven, granting it new strength and awareness. Driven by this formidable power, the will of heaven began to initialize and erase Tang San's soul memories. It tried to completely wipe out all his memories, but when it failed, it changed course, gradually sealing them away, aiming to erase every memory he had of the future. Yet Tang San was never one to simply await his doom. The instant the will of heaven began to seal his memories, he sensed the disturbance. Confronted with the overwhelming force of the world's consciousness, Tang San knew he could not fight it head-on, but he refused to submit and let his precious memories be sealed away without a fight. So Tang San decisively split off a part of his own soul, creating a soul avatar identical to himself. This soul avatar carried all of Tang San's memories about the future. It quickly left his original body and hid away in a safe place. In this way, even if the heavenly Tao eventually succeeded in sealing away most of Tang San's memories, his soul avatar would still preserve those crucial pieces of information. It was like lighting a beacon in the darkness, preserving a glimmer of hope for Tang San, so that he would not completely lose himself in this battle of wits against the heavenly Tao. Meanwhile, the main soul that carried his memories of the soul was completely sealed off regarding its future, leaving him only with the memory that he was Tang San, an outer disciple of the Tang sect. It wasn't until Xiao Wu was wholly refined and absorbed by the Shurasor that he truly awoke. Originally, Tang San had planned to fully awaken his soul and break the seal the moment he became the sea god. But the soul fragment hiding in the shadows discovered that the world was veering wildly off course. Too many things were happening that had never occurred in his memories. Tang San would not allow this world to defy him again, so he preemptively awakened the memories of his main soul. And this awakening required an immense amount of energy, which led to the scene that unfolded next. After Xiao Wu's soul flame was completely consumed and transferred to Tang San by the Shura sword, at the very instant Tang San opened his eyes, a massive surge of soul energy erupted from him, rippling outward. The shockwave affected everyone nearby. Even Tang Chun and Tang Hao, both titled Doloa, staggered from its force. Moments later, they were shocked to realize something was seriously amiss with the aura Tang San now gave off. How could a sacrifice ritual possibly produce such overwhelming power? It made no sense. Amazingly, Tang San's cultivation soared in an instant, reaching the pinnacle of level 99.9, an ultimate Doloa. His soul power even surpassed Tang Chen's. But just as quickly, he suppressed and concealed this newfound strength. Witnessing all this, and feeling the terrifying pressure for himself, Yu Xiaojiang was beside himself with excitement. He had read about the sacrifice ritual in books, and now he instantly understood. Xiao Wu was actually a soul beast. A soul beast had hidden among them for so many years, and not a single person had realized it. If she'd harbored ill intentions toward them, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Yet despite knowing he shouldn't show his excitement so openly, Yu Xiaojiang couldn't help himself. He was overwhelmed with joy. After all, the one who received the sacrifice would gain both 100,000 year spirit ring and spirit bone. And that person was his own disciple, Tang San. At last, he could prove to everyone that he wasn't useless, prove that his theory of the 10 great martial soul competitions was correct. Yu Xiaojiang hurried forward, asking with concern, Xiao San, how are you feeling? Tang San lifted his gaze and looked at Yu Xiaojiang, speaking with a meaningful tone. Teacher, it's been a long time. Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback, replying with a puzzled, what? This sudden and out-of-context remark left him utterly bewildered. After all, hadn't he been here all along? Without further ado, Tang Sin stood up and addressed Tang Chun and Tang Hao. Grandfather, father, let's go. It's time to bring judgment upon the Spirit Hall. Everything that's happened is their fault. We must set this world right. With that, he leapt into the air and soared off in the direction of the spirit hall. Tang Chun, still lost in guilt and confusion, didn't really understand what was happening. But hearing his great-grandson speak with such determination, he knew that, whether for redemption or for something else, he had no choice but to follow. Tang Hao sensed that something was seriously off, but since he was in the dark, he could only follow along, silently taking to the sky as well. The members of Shrek Academy were left standing, looking up at the empty sky in stunned silence. It wasn't until Ma Hongjun finally broke the quiet, asking, "Since when can Tang San fly?" that they snapped out of their daze, startled and at a loss. Flinder watched the departing figures with a grave expression. That's the aura of an unrivaled title de law, isn't it? He didn't understand exactly what was going on, but it was clear that everything was now in chaos. Meanwhile, in Spirit City, the people of the continent, having just witnessed the birth of the Spirit Empire, were celebrating in the Grand Square. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared. In the sky, flying in from the distance, the Tang family trio. Tang Sen hovered high above the bustling crowd, his gaze cold and detached, his presence radiating with immense power. Tang Chun and Tang Hao drew up beside him. Tang Hao lowered his voice and asked, "San, are you really going to do this?" Tang Sen nodded slightly, his eyes resolute. "The Spirit Hall is not only our family's mortal enemy. They've twisted the entire flow of time, bringing endless harm to the Dolua continent. For all their crimes that have shattered our peace, they must be brought to justice. Today, I will make them pay the price they deserve." On their way here, grandfather and grandson had already heard Tang Sen mention something about the future being destroyed. Though Tang Chun and Tang Hao didn't fully understand, they had agreed to join Tang San in disrupting the coronation ceremony and destroying the Spirit Hall. Tang Hao thought perhaps it was Tang Chun who had given them the courage, while Tang Chun simply wanted to atone for his great-grandson and the Clear Sky clan, so he followed along. Now, the events unfolding in Spirit Hall were wildly different from how things had played out before. With history so far off course, the only way to set things right, Tang San believed, was to destroy the Spirit Hall now. Only then could he hope to lead the world back towards the path where all 7 Shrek monsters attain godhood. But even if he failed, it wouldn't matter much. After all, his own ascension to godhood was already destined. Suddenly, a dazzling, icy bright clear sky hammer appeared in Tang Chen's hand. It shot into the sky, rapidly expanding and pulsing, with wild surges of soul power, as though he were pouring every ounce of his strength into bringing it down upon the Spirit Hall. In an instant, the entire Spirit Hall city was shrouded in dazzling light. The people below stared up at the sky in terror, witnessing a colossal hammer descending upon them with the force of a mountain crashing down. Just as the hammer was about to strike, an angelic figure soared from the heights of the platform. Qian Daolu appeared in the nick of time, brandishing the angelic holy sword. He clashed fiercely with the hammer, the 2 forces battling for what felt like an eternity before both were sent hurtling away by the impact. Steadying himself, Qian Daolu fixed his gaze, sharp as a hawk, on Tang Chun, whose entire body was wreathed in a bloody aura. In a cold, measured tone, he demanded, "Who are you? Are you the king of slaughter, or are you Tang Chun?" But Tang Chun ignored the question, instead scowling with a dark expression. Suddenly, he erupted in fury. "You promised me you wouldn't lay a hand on my Clear Sky clan. You treacherous wretch. Since you've broken your word and struck at my clan, then today I will destroy your Spirit Hall city." Qian Oliu's expression remained unchanged as he looked at his adversary. He hadn't expected Tang Chun to regain his senses. This was not what Wang Dafei had described. Silently, he shook his head. Tang Chun had indeed returned. Yet Qian Daolu was prepared. If this day ever came, he was ready for battle. Tang Chun gazed at Qian Daolu with icy indifference. The 2 locked eyes, a scene reminiscent of years past, though everything else had long since changed. With nothing more to say, Tang Chun swung his enormous hammer, his figure lightning quick as he charged at Qian Daolu, shouting, "Today will be the day your Spirit Hall falls." With his cry, the Clear Sky hammer came crashing down toward Qian Daolu. Seeing this, Qian Daolu launched himself forward to meet the attack. The 2 exchanged blows, back and forth, neither giving an inch. Yet Tang Chen's strength was overwhelming. Each strike he delivered was as heavy and relentless as a mountain's weight. Qian Daolu soon found himself unable to withstand the onslaught head-on, forced into a defensive retreat, dodging and fighting from a distance as he was steadily pushed back. At that moment, Qian Rinxue arrived, leading a group of powerful Spirit Hall warriors. Upon seeing Tang Hao, the Spirit Hall's Doluos immediately joined the fray, unleashing a fierce assault. Outnumbered, Tang Hao was quickly overwhelmed, forced onto the defensive, and driven to flee in all directions. Remnants of the Clear Sky clan. How dare you run wild in my spirit hall? Qian Renxue shouted. Though she didn't know Tang San, she recognized the Clear Sky hammer instantly. Tang San looked at Qian Renxue, a flicker of complicated emotion passing through his eyes. He shook his head. A defeated opponent, nothing more. She hadn't even become a god yet. There was no way she could match him. He regarded her with disdain, not even bothering to engage, knowing his reinforcements would soon arrive. With a casual wave, he unleashed an attack imbued with the divine power of the Shura god. In a flash, the strike sent Qian Renxue flying, crashing her back into the great hall of the Spear Hall. Tang San spared no thought for who would emerge victorious in this battle, because there was no question it would be him. Tang San would never place himself beneath a crumbling wall. Within Spirit Hall, Qian Daolu was empowered by the divine force of the angel god, enabling him to battle Tang Chun, who wielded the power of the Azura god. Earlier, when Tang San struck at Qian Renxue, the sudden move succeeded in distracting Qian Daolu. High above, in the midst of their fierce clash, Qian Daolu was immediately overwhelmed by Tang Chen's relentless assault. Though Tang Chun still couldn't inflict any true harm in such a short time, the balance of the fight had irrevocably shifted. Suddenly, a wicked, alluring smile curled across Tang Chen's face. The Shura blood sword materialized in his hand as he addressed Qian Daolu, his voice cold and menacing. Now, let me show you this technique, an attack that gathers the full might of the entire Slaughter City. A terrifying surge of bloodlust and resentment poured from the sword, flooding into Tang Chen's body. In that instant, his power truly soared to the level of a god. The soul force he now wielded carried such a dense and chilling aura of blood and carnage. It was clear that at least 10,000 soul masters had fallen to create it. There was no way for Qian Daolu to evade, for Tang Chen's strike was not aimed at him, but at the crowd of Spirit Hall disciples below. Madness. This is sheer madness. Tang Chun would never do something like this, he thought in disbelief. Trapped, Qian Daolu was left with only one choice: to take the blow head-on, bracing himself with all his strength. He channeled the divine power of the Angel Temple, letting its sacred force envelop his body. Staring at the depraved and deranged Tang Chun before him, Qian Daolu could not help but sigh deeply, his heart weighed down by disappointment and sorrow. He had once dared to hope, just a glimmer, that Tang Chun had regained control of his own body, reclaimed his rationality and honor, and would face him in a fair duel as they had in years past. Yet reality shattered this fragile illusion. The man before him was not the true Tang Chun, but a puppet driven by some malevolent force. Qian Daolu and Tang Chun had known each other for many years, their rivalry marked by countless intense contests and exchanges. Through all those years, Qian Daolu had come to understand Tang Chen's character intimately. Tang Chun had always been upright, composed, and righteous, never one to lose himself to madness or cruelty. But now, when confronted with Qian Daolu's desperate questioning, Tang Chen offered not a word in response. Instead, a hideous grin twisted his lips, exuding a chilling malice that made one's blood run cold. Qian Daolu realized that this sword strike was no ordinary blow. It was infused with endless souls and vengeful spirits. Tang Chen seemed utterly confident in the power of his attack. Wildly, he declared, "I annihilated every living thing in Slaughter City and for 100 miles around, just to forge this unparalleled sword. Now taste the death it brings you." No sooner had the words left his lips than a storm of murderous energy erupted from Tang Chun, sweeping forth like a raging tempest, threatening to engulf everything in its path. Without hesitation, he swung his sword with relentless force, bringing it down in a strike as powerful as thunder crashing from the heavens. The blade descended, like a mountain collapsing onto an egg, brimming with boundless murderous intent and deep-seated resentment, overwhelming all with an inescapable terror. With a furious shout, he unleashed his most devastating technique, the soul-shattering Great Sumeru Sword. In an instant, the colossal sword, surging with a horrifying aura of death, came crashing down from above. Facing such a formidable assault, Qian Daolu dared not relax for even a moment. He immediately summoned all his soul power and cast the Angel's Shield, with every ounce of strength to ward off the blow. The giant sword crashed against Qian Daolu's Angel's Shield. The shield, strained to its limit, began to fracture, threatening to shatter at any moment. It seemed that Qian Daolu was only seconds away from falling to his doom. At that critical moment, the statue of the angel within the Angel Temple erupted in radiant light. Drawing upon the angelic power, Qian Daolu's strength soared, reaching divine heights. Yet, he could not channel all this divine might into an attack. It served only to bolster his defense. The angel's shield, now empowered, managed to block Tang Chen's deadly strike and neutralized most of its force. Even so, the remaining shockwave hurled Qian Daolu hundreds of meters through the air, slamming him heavily onto the high platform. Seeing Qian Daolu wounded, Qian Rinxue scrambled out from the rubble, panic written all over her face. She hurried to his side, helping him up, her expression filled with deep concern. At the same time, she glared warily at the Tang family members in the sky. Though she was but a humble soul saint, she still met Tang Chun and Tang San's gaze with a look of furious defiance, her eyes blazing with anger. Despicable, attacking innocents just to lure out her grandfather. Tang San's eyes turned cold as he looked at her. When a spirit hall oppressed the clear sky clan back then, did you ever imagine this day would come? You brought this upon yourselves. Let's continue. With a roar, Tang Chen's fury erupted once more. His aura surged, blood essence igniting as his martial souls possessed him again. This time, not only did he push his power to its peak, but he even surpassed his previous limits. Yet Tang Chen's body was already ravaged. Such an effort would only hasten his demise. He seemed utterly unconcerned, as if invisible hands were guiding his every move. Now, in Tang Chen's hands appeared the clear sky hammer and the Shura sword, his martial souls, his most formidable weapons. He brandished both weapons, channeling the rampaging hammer technique, each strike gathering more force. He was preparing for a final, devastating assault on the spirit hall, unconcerned if Qian Daolu dodged. There were countless innocents there. In that moment, Qian Daolu was absolutely certain. The being controlling Tang Chen's body was not truly Tang Chun. He would never stoop so low. He could feel something was terribly wrong. The divine aura emanating from Tang Chun was tainted with darkness and evil. Tang Chun was being driven by this sinister force. In an instant, the hammer and the massive sword, wrapped in overwhelming power, were hurled forward. The attack was coming at him again, but now he was completely drained of spiritual energy, unable to resist. Just as Tang Chen's assault was about to strike the spear hall below, Azure Thunderstrike, suddenly, two powerful bolts of blue lightning erupted from the ground, shooting upward like twin dragons. They soared into the sky and collided, midair with the attack from the Azura divine sword, exploding with a deafening roar. The shockwave that followed was immense, instantly neutralizing Tang Chen's offensive. At that very moment, a figure sprang up from the ground. With a mighty leap, Wang Dafei catapulted himself into the air. Harnessing the power of his first soul skill, he swung furiously at Tang Chun, unleashing a massive golden spectral spider spear that shot forth with blazing energy. A fierce wind tore through the air as this attack struck with astonishing force. Tang Chun couldn't even defend himself. He was hit directly. The golden spear pierced right through him, leaving a gaping hole in his body. As the blow landed, a crimson point of light suddenly emerged from Tang Chun, swiftly flying into the Azure sword. Tang Chen's gaze turned lost, as if awakening from a long, forgotten dream. Where am I? What's happening? It seemed his mind was still trapped in a memory from ages past. But then, as if something inside him seized control, his expression changed abruptly. He cried out in a voice not his own. Tang Chun? Who? Was that just now? Tang Chen, we're doomed. Someone set us up. The nine-headed Bat King's voice shrieked wildly from Tang Chen's mouth. Tang Sen looked over at Tang Chun and shook his head helplessly. What a useless fool. Still, the timing couldn't be better. Suddenly, the Azura blood sword erupted with a crimson glow, enveloping Tang Chun in a blaze of red light. He didn't even have time to react. His body dissolved into a pool of pure blood-red energy, which was instantly absorbed into the Azura sword. Meanwhile, two beams of light, one blue and one red, slowly descended from the distant sky. The man in blue spoke. Azura God, are you saying the successor you chose for me is also here? Another figure appeared, this one armored in blood-red plate, his entire presence radiating an aura of slaughter and bloodlust that sent chills down the spine. The Azura blood sword, sensing its master, flew straight into his hand. He gripped the Azura sword tightly, his gaze cold and unyielding as he looked down. That's right. This time, we descended not only because your successor is in grave danger, but more importantly, to confront the outer god, who has suddenly broken into our world. The blood-red figure's voice was deep and commanding, echoing like a messenger from the underworld. The sea god was dragged down from the divine realm by the god of Azura, because the Azura god had informed the other god kings about the invasion of an outsider deity. As the enforcer among gods, it was his duty to descend to the mortal world and eliminate this deity from beyond, and not even the God King of Destruction, despite their mutual disdain, could stop him. Besides, it was only natural for him to bring along a subordinate. Qian Daolu gazed intently at these two exalted deities. The aura emanating from one of them was exactly the same as the one he had sensed from Tang Chun. In an instant, the truth dawned upon him. His heart surged with fury and discontent. He stared back at them without fear, anger blazing in his eyes. So, the one behind the scenes has finally decided to show himself? Was it you who manipulated Tang Chun to massacre the entire Slaughter City and slaughter tens of thousands of innocent villagers across hundreds of miles? Qian Daolu's voice was thick with accusation and grief. The man clad in blood-red armor merely sneered in contempt, barely sparing Qian Daolu a glance. Humph. The slaughter was Tang Chen's doing. What does that have to do with me, the god of Azura? And you, mortal, how dare you question a god? But the blue-robed man looked uncertain, his expression grave as he turned. God of Azura, what's this about slaughtering tens of thousands of people? Rather than answer or even meet the blue-robed man's gaze, the god of Azura diverted the conversation. See, God, have you forgotten? Our mission here? We're here to drive out the outsider god. And take a look at the successor I've chosen for you. He's a perfect fit. The god of Azura's eyes, brimming with endless slaughter and divine authority, were like twin crimson blades suddenly lancing toward Wang Dafei. Divine might as oppressive as a prison swept through the air. Even without intentional force, the sheer scorn flowing from a higher plane of existence nearly froze the very atmosphere. His voice rang cold and unyielding, resonating with the indisputable power of divine law, echoing across the heavens. Outsider God, this is not your domain. Leave my world now, and you may yet survive. Otherwise, your body and soul shall be utterly destroyed. Confronted with the might of a god king, Wang Dafei's heart instinctively tightened. A flicker of dread for the unknown brushed his mind. But he quickly suppressed the tremor, forced himself calm, and managed a defiant, insolent smirk as he lifted his head in retort. Outsider God, open your eyes and take a good look. Do I look like a god to you? I'm just a regular passerby, nothing more. He deliberately emphasized the words, just a regular passerby, then shifted the conversation sharply, his gaze flashing like lightning toward Tang San, who had been quietly observing and unleashed a question that shattered the silence. You say I don't belong here? How laughable. Why don't you ask this one? Does Tang San truly belong here either? The words exploded like a thunderclap. The god of Azura's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly, while Tang San's pupils contracted sharply. Even with the composure of a god king, a flicker of terror surged deep within his eyes, the kind that comes when one's deepest secret has been laid bare. Poseidon, the god of the sea, stood by and took in the entire scene, his brow tightly furrowed. To his senses, the divine power swirling around. Wang Dafei was faint, at best, the mark of a mortal who had brushed with the divine, far from the outer god the Azura god had described. Why would the Azura god exaggerate so wildly? And what about that old man from the mortal realm? What did he mean by being willing to destroy a whole city as the cost? Could it be? Poseidon's mind bristled with suspicion. With his brow slightly knit, Poseidon stepped forward. Gentle yet vast blue divine light radiated from him, a calming presence amid the mounting tension. He looked at Wang Dafei, his voice steady with a note of admonition. Young man, don't be reckless. If you insist on making yourself an enemy of the gods, the consequences are far beyond your imagination. Stand down, cooperate with the investigation. If your hands are clean, I can guarantee your safety. His words carried both the compassion and the authority of a deity, as if pronouncing an unbreakable law. But before Poseidon had even finished speaking, enough. There's no point talking to him. The Azura god, long since out of patience, boiled over with murderous intent. He allowed no time for anyone to react. Blood-red light erupted from his Azura bloodsword, gathering immense divine power. Suddenly, without warning, the blade transformed into a streak of dark crimson. Lightning, tearing through space. Not a slash, but a ruthless, crushing blow aimed straight at Wang Dafei's face, the sword itself descending with the weight of a mountain. This attack was blindingly fast, surpassing thought, the purest expression of a killing instinct. A lethal ambush meant to catch its target utterly defenseless. Shit! Wang Dafei was completely caught off guard, unable to dodge in time. The Azura bloodsword, a streak of bloody light, shot straight for him and struck him squarely on the forehead. A thunderous clang rang out, deep and resonant like an ancient bell, yet strangely jarring, as if bone collided with unyielding metal. But the expected scene, his head bursting like a watermelon, did not occur. Instead, Wang Dafei simply felt a jolt at his brow, a surge of force sending his mind spinning and his vision reeling. He couldn't help but cry out in pain. "Ah, my head! Damn you, Azura God! Attacking me out of nowhere!" This outcome left the Azura God utterly stunned, disbelief written all over his face. Wang Dafei staggered back a step, clutching his forehead, where swelling the size of an egg was already rising, throbbing with fiery pain. Since arriving in this world, it was the first time he had been hurt in any real sense. In the wake of his shock and anger, Wang Dafei suddenly grew calm, a sense of absurdity and even wild delight surging in to replace his rage. Of course, Wang Dafei's delight meant others were less than pleased. At this moment, the Azura God's face turned stormy. His carefully plotted ambush, a deadly blow infused with half his divine might, had merely left his target with a bump on the head. Wang Dafei himself never imagined the wretched Azura God would stoop to such a dirty sneak attack. Clearly, the man was hiding something, a true scoundrel at heart. In that moment, any lingering instinctive fear of the gods vanished completely. Wang Dafei shook his head, his eyes sharpening with a fierce, predatory glint as he fixed his gaze on the enforcer god hovering in the sky. "You couldn't finish me off with a sneak attack." Wang Dafei glared back, a surge of unprecedented confidence rising from deep within. "So this is what a god like you amounts to. Nothing special after all." Oomph. The god of Azura's eyes darkened with blood-red fury, a storm of malice churning within him. Since Wang Dafei turned out to be such a tough opponent, dragging this out would only bring more unpredictable risks. The most pressing task was still to eliminate the source of error, the Wuhuan Hall, just as planned. His failed ambush had shaken his confidence for a moment, but that doubt was quickly replaced by an even more ruthless resolve. As long as Wuhuan Hall was destroyed, nothing would stand in the way of his plans. Composing himself as if nothing had happened, the god of Azura looked down at Wang Dafei and said, "Since you refuse to leave, let's make a wager. If you can withstand my next attack, I won't stop you from doing as you please. But if you can't, then you'll go back to wherever you came from." He didn't bother waiting for Wang Dafei's reply. No sooner had he spoken than he raised the Azura blood sword to the sky, gathering power. Suddenly, the heavens turned ominous. A colossal, blood-red ring formed out of pure, killing intent, appearing in an instant. It hung above the city like an apocalyptic brand, casting its shadow over the entire Wuhuan city. The suffocating aura of destruction swept down like a tidal wave, plunging the city into chaos and panic. "Damn it, who wants to gamble with you? Taking the lives of everyone in the city as a wager. What kind of god are you supposed to be?" Clutching the lump on his head, Wang Dafei stared in bewilderment. Was this even something a normal person could say? This guy's logic was utterly insane. This was no wager at all, but a unilateral ultimatum, one that threatened the lives of every soul in Wuhuan City. Poseidon, the sea god, watched in horror as the god of Azura turned his destructive power upon the entire city. He could no longer keep his composure and shouted in a commanding voice, "Azura, are you insane? What do you think you're doing? Are you really going to destroy this city?" But the god of Azura paid no heed to his questions, as if he were a cold, unfeeling machine programmed only for slaughter. He hovered above, his voice booming like a great bell as he pronounced final judgment upon Wuhuan City. "Wuhuan Hall and all its protectors, you have allied with foreign gods, bringing chaos to the continent. Your crimes beyond measure. This is the path to destruction. In the name of divine law, I sentence you to annihilation. Azura judgment." With that roar, brimming with boundless murderous intent, a terrifying divine might surge from the body of the god of Azura like a volcanic eruption, shaking heaven and earth. In an instant, the sky was stained, blood-red as a dark crimson pillar of annihilation, wide enough to engulf the entire city of martial souls, crashed down with the unstoppable force of destruction, as if the very heavens were collapsing. This sudden onslaught gave the sea god quite a fright. He could not possibly condone the god of Azura unleashing such wrath upon mere mortals. After all, they had descended to the mortal world with a mission to resolve a disturbance. He and the god of Azura had come here for that purpose alone. To slaughter so many mortals in a single blow? What would become of their assignment? Even if it didn't strike personally, such karmic sin would surely stain him as well. If this situation spiraled out of control, he could forget any hope of ever achieving his dream of becoming a god king. "Azura, stop. Calm yourself. Don't make a terrible mistake," he shouted anxiously. Even if there was a need for bloodshed, it should at least wait until after the task. was complete, and he had left. Discontent simmered in his heart as he blamed the god of Azura, but his hands moved without hesitation, summoning the sea god's trident. There was no time to think. The crisis brooked no delay, and Azura paid no heed to his pleas. With the divine weapon in hand, the sea god unleashed a surge of overwhelming, majestic blue power that shot skyward. He brandished his trident and chanted in a deep, resonant voice. Boundless ocean, shield all living things. Oceanic barrier rise. In a flash, a colossal, blue barrier appeared out of thin air, shaped like an upturned bowl of crystal glass. Ripples danced across its surface, carrying the depth and resilience of the sea itself, as it sought to shelter all of Martial Soul's city beneath its protection and stand against the oncoming pillar of annihilation. Yet just as the oceanic barrier was about to fully manifest, the sea god's expression changed abruptly. He felt, with chilling clarity, that his vast and pure divine power had been momentarily disrupted, caught, if only for an instant, by another force eerily similar to his own, yet saturated with malice. The light of the barrier trembled and flickered, as if subtly corroded by this hostile energy. How is this possible? The sea god's heart pounded with dread. Apart from myself and my devotee Puzisai, who else in this world could wield or interfere with the power of the boundless sea? This sudden interference sent tremors through the entire oceanic barrier, making its radiance flicker violently and its structure dangerously unstable. The crimson pillar of judgment, like a branding iron plunged into water, hissed and crackled as it forced its way through the blue divine shield. Though the shield managed to blunt some of the destructive energy, the dark red curtain of doom still pressed down with overwhelming force. It was as if the entire sky had become a colossal millstone, grinding inexorably, inevitably, toward Martial Soul City. Damn it, the area is too huge. Wang Dafei cursed, activating the magma shield from his soul bone. His whole body became encased in a layer of searing molten rock, but he was clearly unpracticed in wielding his soul power. As the curtain of light was about to engulf the city, Wang Dafei shot skyward without a shred of hesitation, determined to shield the world with his own body and stand against this apocalyptic strike. Yet, the instant he made contact with the attack, he was stunned to discover that he couldn't block it at all. Instead, he pierced through it effortlessly, leaving a gaping hole in its midst. There was no time to hesitate. If he couldn't stop it, then he would go straight to the source. In a split second, Wang Dafei made his decision. He would eliminate the caster directly. He immediately abandoned his futile struggle against the Pillar of Judgment and gathered every ounce of his power. His entire being became a blazing meteor of molten rock, streaking through the sky with blinding speed, hurling himself at the Azura god who floated high above. There were no flashy moves, only the most primal, most violent force unleashed. Wang Dafei pulled his right fist back, energy surging until it blazed with incandescent light, and then, with a roar, he struck out. Where his fist passed, the very air shimmered with energy-warped ripples. That punch landed squarely on the Azura god's chest. A thunderous boom exploded, echoing through the heavens. In the Azura god's incredulous gaze, his vaunted divine body shattered like fragile glass. The force of Wang Dafei's punch ripped right through him, and a shockwave surged upward, blasting away half of the god's head in a spray of blood-red sparks. Yet a chilling sight unfolded. Even with half his head reduced to drifting crimson motes, the Azura god's body hovered in the sky as immovable as an ancient mountain. On the remaining half of his face, a single eye burned with icy, murderous intent, locked unerringly onto Wang Dafei. There was no respite. In the instant when Wang Dafei's old strength had faded and new power had yet to rise, the Azura god's right fist, embodying pure destruction, came crashing down. The blow was simple and direct, smashing squarely into Wang Dafei's chest. A deafening impact, like thunder splitting the sky, erupted at the point of contact. With nowhere to brace himself in midair, Wang Dafei was struck as if by a hurtling star, flung backward like a falling meteor. He plummeted at breakneck speed, crashing into the earth below with bone-shaking force. The ground trembled violently as a massive ring-shaped crater formed amidst swirling clouds of dust. The Azura god's world-ending strike, though somewhat weakened after piercing the vast sea's protective barrier, still swept down upon Martial Soul City with annihilating might. Qian Daolu and the high-ranking members of the Martial Soul Hall stood pale and stricken, despair and terror filling their eyes. They knew all too well that, beneath this divine punishment that blotted out the sky, there was no escape. For the survival of the Marshal Soul Hall, fight! Someone roared with all their might. And in that moment of utter desperation, a fierce resolve ignited in every heart. With nowhere left to run, they would fight to the very end. In an instant, a barrage of explosive blasts thundered through the air, led by several of the most formidable experts of the Spirit Hall, who, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed the very secret technique they had once seized when a clear sky sect, the ring detonation. One after another, their spirit rings burst behind them with deafening force, transforming into a raging torrent of energy that surged into their bodies. Desperate to seize even the slightest chance of survival, they didn't hesitate to destroy their own foundations, setting ablaze a lifetime's cultivation. In this one moment, beams of spirit power, poured forth with every last ounce of their strength, crashed fiercely into the blood-red firmament overhead. Yet, no matter how fiercely mortals struggle, even at the cost of their lives, their efforts are as futile as a mantis trying to stop a chariot before the true might of the divine. Every attack vanished into the crimson pillar of light, not even causing the faintest ripple. There's nothing more that can be done. A flash of grim resolve flickered in Qian Oliu's eyes. All 9 of his spirit rings blazed with piercing brilliance before, detonating in rapid succession. The surging energy wasn't used for offense, but was instead channeled entirely into his most powerful defensive technique, the angelic art. In a heartbeat, a golden shield, more substantial than ever before, expanded outward and barely managed to envelop the core of the Spirit Hall. Qian Oliu's beard and hair stood on end, his bones creaking under the strain, as he pushed his lifetime of cultivation and the wild energy from the ring detonations to the absolute limit, withstanding the apocalyptic force head-on. But after only a few heartbeats, the immense pressure forced his organs out of place, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The golden angelic guard flickered violently, its light wavering and dimming, on the verge of total collapse. And at that perilous moment, a clear, ringing command echoed out as a golden figure soared boldly into the sky, placing herself between Qian Daolu and the bloody judgment descending from above. It was Qian Renxue. At this moment, the 6-winged angelic spirit behind her radiated a divine brilliance never seen before. An aura, far purer and closer to the true source than Qian Oliu's, erupted from her like the sun itself. She, too, had instantly completed the ring detonation, elevating all her power to its zenith. Angelic Guard, defend! Another dazzling golden shield unfolded, merging seamlessly with Qian Oliu's faltering defense. Yet, even with their combined strength, they could not wholly withstand the Shura's judgment. Determination flashed across Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes. Suddenly, golden flames burst forth, consuming her delicate frame. Flames that were the very essence of her life and the angelic power of the Spirit Hall. Using her life as kindling, she burned with divine light. She didn't know why, but in that instant the thought to sacrifice herself in exchange for a fleeting moment of power equal to divine punishment arose in her mind. A technique she had never known before today. In that moment, the sky was split in two. On one side, the dark red bloodlight that threatened to devour all, symbolizing destruction. On the other, the blazing golden sun, burning itself away in a dazzling display of protection. Two supreme forces collided above Spirit Hall City with a thunderous impact, devouring each other as they clashed. The resulting surge of chaotic energy drained the world of color, churning the heavens and sweeping the clouds as though the end of days had arrived. This was no longer a mere contest of strength. It had become the ultimate confrontation of will and conviction. At last, with a deafening explosion that seemed to shake the very heavens and earth, the blood-red radiance of the Azura judgment overwhelmed the golden brilliance that Qian Renxue had unleashed by burning her very life. That annihilating power, like a colossal meteor cast down by divine wrath, crashed mercilessly on his Spirit Hall City. In that instant, it was as if an invisible giant hand pressed down upon the entire city with irresistible force. The ground split open, buildings crumbled, and nearly everything was shattered to ruin. Though Qian Daolu and Qian Renxue poured every ounce of their divine power into resisting the onslaught and managed to shield most of the impact, their efforts were ultimately a drop in the ocean against the tide of destruction. All they could do was barely preserve a handful of survivors amid the storm of devastation. But the price they paid was steep. Qian Daolu bore the brunt of the impact. The terrifying force shattered his meridians, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground, unable to rise for a long time. In the final moment, Qian Renxue erupted with a divine power that surpassed her limits. using her own body as a shield to absorb the deadliest force on behalf of Qiandaolu. Yet she too suffered grievous wounds. Her body bloodied. She was like an angel with broken wings, plummeting helplessly from the sky. Meanwhile, though Bibi Dong was also within the attack's range and sustained some injuries, hers were far less severe than theirs. She had stood aloof in the distance, believing that protecting herself was enough. What did the fate of Spirit Hall or the lives of others matter to her? Yet at the very instant she saw Qian Rinxue falling from the heavens, a sharp, unfamiliar surge of emotion pierced her heart like a blade. Some truths are only realized in the moment of impending loss, when one finally understands the feelings long buried deep inside. Almost without thinking, Bibi Dong sprang in motion, streaking through the air toward Qian Rinxue, desperate to catch the falling figure. Countless memories surged through her mind. Suddenly, her heart filled with pain and remorse. Though she had always kept her distance, in the end that child was her own daughter. She recalled Qian Rinxue before her martial spirit had awakened. The little girl who wasn't so disagreeable then, who was delicate and fair, always wanting to cling to her. That timid child had constantly sought her approval, yearning for even the slightest response. Yet all Bibi Dong had ever given was coldness and neglect. Silent tears traced down her cheeks. For the first time, she felt such overwhelming pain and regret. She now regretted her past indifference toward Qian Rinxue, regretted not caring for her, not staying by her side. She wanted to make amends for her past mistakes, yet now it seemed she might lose her forever. Bibi Dong hurtled through the air, her gaze locked unwaveringly on Qian Rinxue. If she couldn't catch Qian Rinxue in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Summoning every ounce of her strength, she sped up, desperate to reach her before she hit the ground. She became a streak of violet lightning, racing forward with reckless abandon. At the very last moment, just as Qian Rinxue was about to fall, she caught her tightly in her arms. The warmth of that body in her embrace sent a torrent of long-buried memories flooding back. Memories she had tried so hard to forget. A little girl, unsteady on her feet, reaching out for a hug. A child's anxious face, clutching a pastry, even after being met with cold indifference. Eyes full of longing, time, and again yearning for the slightest response, only to be met with deeper, colder despair. Tears instantly blurred Bibi Dong's vision. The crushing pain and regret nearly consumed her. Only at the brink of losing something forever did she realize how precious and how agonizing it truly was. Swear, hold on. Mama's here. She cradled her daughter in trembling arms, her voice choked with a fear and grief she had never known before. In this moment, all grudges, all ambitions, paled before the chilling coldness seeping from the girl in her embrace. Now, she seemed to understand that deep within her heart, she still loved Qian Rinxue. And if Qian Rinxue truly died, then who would witness her vengeance against the Qian family? Bibi Dong's mind was a muddled haze. She no longer knew what she was thinking. Meanwhile, Wuhuan City itself had plunged into mourning. Even with the protection of the angelic holy light, the people of the Spirit Hall had not escaped unscathed. They lay scattered and sprawled across the ground, the air thick with the sounds of groans and cries of pain. Amidst the ruins, smoke and dust billowed. The scent of blood mingled with the wails of grief and despair, blanketing the entire city in a suffocating gloom. What was even more chilling was this. If not for Qiandaolu and Qian Rinxue shielding them at the last moment, sacrificing themselves to absorb the brunt of the attack, the destructive power of that blow would have gone far beyond the Spirit Hall. It would have erased Wuhuan City itself from the face of the earth, leaving nothing but scorched earth behind. Yet, even though they managed to block most of the onslaught, they could not completely contain the might of the Shura's judgment. That terrifying force, though somewhat dispersed, was still enough to bring about massive devastation. Divine power was never something ordinary people could withstand so easily. Though it hadn't killed them all outright, those who survived were left utterly broken. From the beginning, the Shura's judgment had cast its shadow over the entire city. When it struck, it unleashed a cataclysm that shook the heavens and the earth. Countless homes collapsed in an instant, flames shooting skyward, engulfing the city in a raging inferno. Nearly all of the city's hundreds of thousands of residents were swept up in the disaster, most of them losing their lives in that sudden, unstoppable calamity. The entire Spirit City was plunged into chaos and despair. The living scattered in every direction, desperately searching for a way to survive. Yet in the face of such overwhelming devastation, most ordinary people could not escape the fate of death. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered overhead, and thunder rumbled ominously, heralding a cataclysmic force poised to annihilate all. This was divine retribution, summoned by the Azura god's massacre of mortals, a punishment from the laws of the divine realm and the world itself. Remarkably, even with half his head shattered from Wang Dafei's punch, the Azura god appeared completely unfazed, as if nothing had happened, while the thunder's fury only grew more intense. He gazed calmly at the unfolding chaos, utterly unhurried, because in his heart he held a flawless plan. Even heaven's wrath could not stand in the way of his goal. There was no other way. Now was the time to unleash his most extreme measure. A sly smile curled at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, the sea god flew forward, shouting at the Azura god, "Are you insane? Do you have any idea how many mortals you've slaughtered with that single strike? Because of you, how much karmic retribution must I bear?" But to everyone's shock, the Azura god abruptly sheathed his sword. The Azura blood sword gleamed with a chilling, bone-deep brilliance in his grasp. In the very next instant, without warning, he spun around and attacked the sea god with blinding speed. The sword pierced the divine body, tearing through with a sound like reality itself being ripped apart. So sudden was the assault that the sea god never anticipated such a betrayal. He didn't even have time to utter a word before the Azura blood sword drove straight through him by stealth. Wide-eyed in disbelief, the sea god stared at the Azura god, his mind awash with shock and confusion. As a first-rank deity, he should have possessed both formidable power and a resilient form. He should not have been so easily struck down. Yet, the Azura god shattered his defenses in an instant, leaving him grievously wounded. It was unthinkable, impossible. Even if there was a gulf between a god-king and a first-rank god, it could not be this vast. How dare you? What are you thinking? You're mad, utterly mad. A flood of unspoken questions surged through the sea god's mind, but no answers came. The Azura god's power rampaged through his divine body, crushing his will and leaving him powerless to muster the smallest spark of divinity to resist. All he could do was feel his life ebbing away at a terrifying pace. The Azura blood sword plunged deeper, pitilessly rending divine flesh and grinding down his spirit, completely impaling the sea god's body. Agony like a tidal wave engulfed him. The sea god realized he was utterly paralyzed, unable to summon even a trace of divine power. There was not a hint of emotion in the Azura god's eyes, only a killing intent as cold as ice. The aura that radiated from him pressed upon the sea god's soul. In all the countless years since his ascension, never before had he truly experienced the meaning of utter despair. In that moment, the sea god's eyes flew open wide, as if he had finally glimpsed some dreadful truth. He struggled to lift his head, pain and regret tangled in his gaze, and with words trembling out between clenched teeth, he forced out, You're the one the world warned about. The outer god. Damn you, how could you?" His life was draining away swiftly, his consciousness unraveling with it. Death descended with shocking speed, so sudden and merciless that even struggling or bidding farewell became a luxury he could not afford. Yet the god of Azura gave no answer to his accusation. With a sudden twist of his wrist, a surge of divine power erupted from his sword, so overwhelming. It threatened to crush the very air. Like a tidal wave crashing down, it swept forth, utterly consuming the last vestiges of the sea god's existence. In an instant, the sea god's body began to shimmer with a deep blue light. Like gentle ripples spreading across water, the glow expanded, wrapping him in a serene radiance, quiet and profound, like the most tranquil glimmer from the depths of the ocean. Gradually, his form grew more indistinct, until at last it coalesced into a brilliant azure sphere of light, suspended in midair. Mighty waves of divine power surged and swirled across its surface, as if it were a pearl born of the boundless sea, the crystallization of his life's cultivation and the very embodiment of his dominion over the oceans. But at that moment, the god of Azura swept his arm forward, sending the sphere, imbued with the sea god's very essence, hurtling toward Tang San. Moments earlier, it was Tang San's lingering sea god power, hidden deep within his soul, that had disrupted the defense of the boundless sea shield. Though the godhood was shattered, its broken authority still resonated with the orb, sharing the same origin and harmonizing as one. Tang San's body trembled slightly, yet his eyes shone with clarity and calm, as though he had foreseen this moment long before. He drew a deep breath, opening his body and soul, and welcomed that blue sphere into himself. Instantly, a tide of divine power surged from every direction, coursing through his every meridian, suffusing every fiber of his divine spirit. The oceanic power that had once been sealed away by his fractured godhood now returned in full, melding, at last, with the shattered fragments of divinity within him. He closed his eyes, feeling the bond between himself and the sea grow clearer and more intimate than ever. The sound of waves echoed through his spirit. The boundless power of the oceans breathed and pulsed with him, beating in perfect harmony. In that moment, Tang San regained his seat as sea god, stronger and more formidable than in any life before. Suddenly, the sky was split by countless streaks of violet lightning. They converged into a terrifying force, radiating with awe-inspiring might. This energy swept across the land, and every living creature on the continent felt a chill of dread and terror, as if the end of days had descended. Such was the divine tribulation that it inspired fear and reverence in equal measure. Yet the god of Azura showed not a trace of fear. With one swift motion, he raised the Azura blood sword and, without hesitation, plunged it into his own divine form, just as he had done to the sea god before. In the next instant, an even more shocking sight unfolded. The god of Azura actually plunged the Azura blood sword into his own divine body, extracting from within it the blood-red core that symbolized slaughter and judgment, and handed it all to Tang San. After completing this, the god of Azura was left without a trace of divine power within him. His strength fell to that of an ordinary title de law, but he hesitated not in the slightest. Instead, he stood tall in midair, facing the oncoming thunder head-on. At this moment, the heavenly thunder seemed to sense that whatever had been suppressing it had vanished. The instant the transfer of power was complete, the aura of the god of Azura plummeted precipitously, his divinity stripped away, and his cultivation fell to that of a common title de law. Yet the god of Azura still floated in the sky, fearlessly facing the endless thunder above, refusing to retreat. The thunderclaps, as if realizing their jailer had disappeared, roared down with explosive fury. With a single strike, they obliterated the god of Azura's body, reducing it to nothing but fragments. Yet, within the settling dust, a faint wisp of soul lingered, so feeble it was barely there. What was even more astonishing, the face of this soul was identical to Tang San's, only older and more weathered by time. Before the watching crowd could react, a second bolt of violet lightning crashed down, utterly annihilating that final wisp of soul, leaving not a trace behind. No one knew when it had happened, but the present god of Azura had long since become a mere fragment of Tang San's soul. Meanwhile, the blood-red orb, formed from the fusion of the Azura god's power and divine core, had already merged into Tang San's body. The Azura blood sword, sensing a familiar presence, spun through the air and fell into Tang San's grasp. In that instant, its bloody light blazed with renewed brilliance, as if its true master had finally returned. Yet the thunderclouds above did not disperse. They gathered into vast, black masses, swirling in the sky like enormous whirlpools. Within each cloud, blue and violet bolts of lightning flickered and danced, crackling so fiercely it felt as if the entire world was drowning in their terrifying power. It was like divine judgment descending from the heavens. Every bolt of lightning carried overwhelming might, making it hard for anyone to even breathe. With only 2 strikes, the thunder had already destroyed both the formidable body and soul of the god of Azura. Now, the thunder did not recede. Instead, it continued to accumulate power high above, as though preparing for the next attack. Its focus seemed locked on Tang San below, and the surging force made him feel an unprecedented pressure. Tang San stood his ground without fear, though his expression was grave as he watched the sky, prepared for whatever thunder might fall next. Based on his understanding of tribulation lightning, he believed he shouldn't be the one to face this ordeal. After all, the target meant to be destroyed had already perished. He and the god of Azura were, in essence, 2 separate beings. The will of this world was not particularly discerning. Otherwise, he would have already been consumed by the terrifying thunder above. He drew a deep breath, summoning all his strength, readying himself to confront whatever thunder might yet strike. The power brewing within the thunderclouds grew ever more intense, as if the heavens themselves might come crashing down at any moment. Tang San summoned the sea god Trident, gripping it tightly in his hand. At this moment, Tang San had fully merged the powers of both gods. 2 divine thrones bestowed upon him. In a single instant, his aura shattered some invisible boundary, soaring to an unprecedented and terrifying height. The majesty of a god-king swept across the land, commanding all in its presence. Then, he raised the Shura blood sword. Behind him, 8 red, 1 gold, and 1 blue-red soul rings appeared in a gleaming arc. A surge of energy shot forth from a crimson soul ring, wrapping itself around the Shura blood sword and transforming into a scabbard, suppressing the sword's overwhelming power and aura. Tang San unleashed the full might of the God King, his voice booming. Skyward. Shura God's tribulation. What has it to do with me? Tang San, see. God? Begone at once. In that instant, the oppressive force of the God King erupted, forcefully pushing back the heavenly tribulation by a fraction. Without pause, he released a colossal sword beam, infused with a tremendous portion of his divine power, that soared into the sky and pierced straight through the thunderclouds. The Shura God has been vanquished. Now begone, he roared. In the blink of an eye, the thunderclouds dispersed, and tranquility returned to the heavens above. Tang San, exhausted, gasped for breath. Yet a victorious smile spread across his face as he looked down at the Spirit Hall and Wang Dafei. Below, confidence radiated from him. The dual divine powers gathered within. Who in a mortal world could possibly stand in his way? Meanwhile, after having leapt skyward to land a punch on the Shura God, and taking a blow in return, Wang Dafei climbed out of a crater. What he saw filled him with terror. The once prosperous spirit city lay in utter ruin. Everywhere, there were broken walls and shattered buildings. Hardly a single structure left whole. Outside the plaza of the Spirit Hall, in areas not shielded by Qian Daolu and the others, the devastation was even more horrifying. The ground was strewn with debris and corpses, blood soaking the earth and forming rivers of red that snaked through the ruins. The air was thick with the stench of blood, so strong it turned the stomach. It had all happened so quickly that Wang Dafei hadn't even had time to react. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at the scene before him, his heart overwhelmed by disbelief and terror. His mind raced back to yesterday, when Spirit City still flourished in all its glory. Now, it had become nothing but a wasteland. Countless lives had been snuffed out in this sudden catastrophe. The city had truly become a hellish river of blood, the ground awash with crimson streams, and everywhere, bodies lay mangled and incomplete. And all of this was the handiwork of the Shura God. Wang Dafei stood frozen, his body trembling. Suddenly, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to his knees. The sight triggered a primal, physical response within him. A wave of nausea surged up from his gut, and he doubled over, retching uncontrollably. He had been utterly and completely terrified by what he had witnessed. Wang Dafei was at a complete loss, overwhelmed by pain and guilt in an instant. He felt as if everything had gone horribly wrong, and he could not separate himself from the chain of events. After all, it had all begun with his own desire to play the hero. Although he had never known these people, the sight of so many corpses strewn before him was simply unbearable. Bodies littered the ground. Was all of this truly the result of his interference in the history of Doloa continent, drawing forth this god of slaughter? He had originally only wanted to be a hero, so how had things spiraled so far out of control? At that moment, Tang San drifted down and came to stand before Wang Dafei, following his gaze to the carnage around them. The next instant, Tang San slowly approached, his voice cold and detached, as if recounting some trivial matter that had nothing to do with himself. Do you see now? This is divine might. Before God, mortals are as insignificant as ants. All of this began because you dared to tamper with destiny. Tang San looked at the ravaged city of Spirit Hall with an air of satisfaction. Yet a question gnawed at him. Just how had this person before him managed all this? He had reached such heights, and yet his resolve was so fragile. Perhaps there was no need to kill Wang Dafei after all. He might prove even more useful alive. This man's heart is still far from mature. Perhaps with a little guidance, I could shape him into another Dai Yu Hao, Tang San mused to himself. But as Tang San went on with his relentless accusations, Wang Dafei stared at him, voice shaking with anger and despair. Why? Why would you do this? What the hell is wrong with you? Why did you have to kill so many people? Do you have any shred of humanity left in you? Tang San shook his head lightly. I don't know what sort of god you are or where you came from, but you've meddled with time and altered history. Because of you, mortals now suffer. Spirit Hall abetted this evil, and their punishment is just, besides, nearly half of them survived, which is already a blessing. But as for the others, though they may escape death, there's no avoiding punishment. If you truly wish to atone for their sins, perhaps there's a way. Just as Tang San turned to leave, a figure shot out from the ruins, a shadow wreathed in boundless hatred and despair, like a moth racing to the flame. It was Bibi Dong. Her eyes blazed red with madness, and in her hands, the Rakshasa scythe gleamed with its last ominous light. With a final, desperate resolve to die together, she swung the weapon savagely at Tang San's head, a strike fueled by pure vengeance, where victory or defeat no longer mattered. But to Tang San, who stood at the pinnacle as a god king, this attack, condensed from BB Dong's lifetime of cultivation and burning hatred, seemed painfully slow and laughably weak. He didn't even bother to look directly at her. With a casual shift of his body, the side's blade only brushed the edge of his clothes. The gust of wind it raised merely stirring a few strands of his hair. In the next moment, Tang San's sea god trident flicked upward, seemingly without effort. Clang, crack! A piercing clash of metal rang out, followed by the sound of shattering. The supreme artifact, the Rakshasa scythe, nurtured by BB Dong's divine Rakshasa power since the start of her divine trials, was shattered into countless fragments by the sea god's trident as effortlessly as if it had been fragile glass. BB Dong staggered under the irresistible backlash, her palms splitting open at the base, her mind plunging into numbness. Meanwhile, Tang San moved with seamless fluidity. After shattering the scythe, the trident traced a flawless arc of gold and blue through the air, spinning in. A dazzling flourish around him. In the next instant, the icy tip of the weapon shot forth like a viper striking from its lair, aimed straight at her abdomen. Fast, so fast it defied description. BB Dong's pupils contracted sharply. The shadow of death enveloped her in an instant. Instinctively, she tried to retreat, but her body simply could not follow the speed of her will. The dull, sickening thud of flesh pierced by cold steel echoed unmistakably in her ears. The main prong and the two smaller blades of the sea god's trident pierced her divine armor and abdomen without the slightest resistance, slicing straight through her body. Agonizing pain flooded her senses in a tidal wave. Her slender form convulsed, eyes widening in disbelief as she looked down at the golden shaft pinning her in midair. Unwilling, boundless humiliation and unwillingness roared within her heart. She reached out desperately, gripping the icy shaft with both hands, struggling in vain to wrench the deadly weapon from her flesh. But the trident did not budge, as if it had become one with her body. Blood surged along the grooves of the weapon, splattering over her trembling hands and staining Tang San's cold, indifferent face. Tang San frowned slightly, watching the filthy blood creeping toward his hands. A flash of undisguised disgust passed through his eyes. With a sudden twist of his wrist, a surge of divine power exploded forth, flinging BB Dong off the tip of the trident like a broken doll discarded without a second thought. She crashed heavily into the rubble beside Wang Dafei. His words, dripping with contempt, fell upon her shattered body and soul like the final judgment. K.H.U.G. BB Dong lay sprawled among the broken stone and shattered tiles. Each breath tugged at the ghastly wound in her abdomen, sending waves of agony tearing through her. Blood gushed uncontrollably from the three holes, pooling rapidly into a vivid scarlet beneath her. She struggled to prop herself up, but the strength to even lift her arms had already been drained away. In the end, she could only collapse, powerless. With great effort, she raised her head. Blood-stained eyes peered through the dust and fixed on Wang Dafei, who sat not far away in a daze. Those once dazzling and seductive eyes now held only the despair of impending death, the bitterness of utter defeat, and a faint, final glimmer of desperate pleading. Tears mingled with blood and grime slid down, staining her pale, yet still beautiful face. Summoning the very last of her strength, her voice was faint, tinged with a heart-wrenching sob and a trembling plea. Please, kill him from now on, whatever you want me to do. I'll do it. I'll obey you. The face that was once enchanting and radiant was now veiled by tears and dust. Her beauty faded, evoking only pity and sorrow. Yet, at this moment, Wang Dafei seemed trapped in a haze of overwhelming shock and confusion, so numb to the world around him that he barely registered anything. He just sat there, vacant and motionless, utterly unresponsive to BB Dong's desperate plea, a cry that carried the weight of her last hope. Seeing Wang Dafei's continued numbness, despair and anguish erupted within BB Dong like a raging volcano. Tears mixed with blood streaked down her cheeks, unchecked. She summoned every ounce of strength left in her body, not to beg, but to let out a scream so raw, each word seemed to bleed, echoing across the deathly, silent ruins. How long are you going to sit there? Look around you. Look at this hell. Didn't you always say you wanted to give the people a better life? As long as this demon lives, how could that ever be possible? So even if you won't do it for me, look at them. Look at the thousands and thousands of innocent souls in this city. Tang Sen slaughtered all of them. Help him find justice. Help me avenge my Schwer. Her anguished cry, like a final, thunderous blow, struck the frozen strings of Wang Dafei's heart. Kneeling in a pool of blood, Wang Dafei's gaze swept over the shattered limbs and bodies scattered in every direction. The wind carried faint, mournful wails, and his blood-soaked hands shook violently. A torrent of grief and helplessness was suddenly overwhelmed and replaced by something even more primal and savage. Yes! Wang Dafei snapped his head up, the confusion in his eyes vanished, replaced entirely by a burning, crimson fury. This isn't my fault. Damn it. What the hell was I hesitating for just now? It's all because of you, Tang-san. All his guilt and all his uncertainty transformed in that instant into a towering, all-consuming rage toward the true culprit. Wang Dafei fixed his gaze on that figure and, from deep in his throat, unleashed a beast-like roar. Sure God, Tang-san, damn you. You deserve to die. A wild, explosive aura burst forth from Wang Dafei, the ground beneath his feet fracturing with every step. Where he had knelt, only a fading afterimage remained. His true form had already, with unimaginable speed, appeared behind Tang-san as if he had teleported. No words, no warning. There was only a single, unstoppable strike. Every ounce of his fury and power concentrated in one lethal blow. His fist tore through the air, aimed straight for Tang-san's heart. Facing Wang Dafei's oncoming fist, which swept in like a raging storm, how could Tang-san possibly allow himself to be touched by someone he regarded as nothing more than an ant? With a subtle turn of his body, he deftly sidestepped the blow, letting the force of the punch pass by harmlessly. In the same instant, he spun the sea god's trident in his hand, channeling a refined, supple power to deflect the attack smoothly aside. Don't waste your strength. You're not my match. The redirected force of the punch, like a wild dragon unleashed, crashed into the ruins nearby, smashing what remained of a crumbling wall into fine dust. Within the already devastated city of Spirit Hall, yet another building collapsed in response. From a swirling debris, Wang Dafei shot forth once more, his eyes bloodshot, roaring with unrestrained fury. Damn you. Today, it's either your life or mine. Tang-san's figure flickered, effortlessly evading Wang Dafei's wild, tiger-like assault yet again. His brow furrowed ever so slightly, his tone tinged with a hint of pity that bordered on condescension. If not for your aiding Spirit Hall in rewriting history, things would never have come to this. No one else is to blame for this fate. The bitter fruit you reap is of your own making. Still, considering your hard-won cultivation, you need not cling to Spirit Hall any longer. If you repent now, I could be generous. I would allow you to ascend to the divine realm with me. With your strength, I could make an exception and grant you the position of vice god at my side. Go to hell, you mad dog. Rewrite history? Do you really think you alone decide the fate of the world? Wang Dafei was consumed by rage, his voice hoarse with hatred. Even if not for all the dead, for my own sake, you will pay the price. He charged again, his fists tearing through the air, every move saturated with grim resolve and burning hatred. Seeing this, the last trace of warmth vanished from Tang-san's face, replaced by a chilling murderous intent that seemed to freeze the world around him. With his right hand, he leveled the sea god's trident like a lance, while his left raised the Azura bloodsword, crossing both divine weapons as their powers began to converge in a frenzied torrent. If you insist on seeking death, then so be it, just as you wish. Drawing a deep breath, Tang-san seemed to drain the very soul power from the space around them. The Azura blood sword thrummed with a menacing vibration, crimson light surging forth, then transforming into a blade of judgment so fierce it threatened to rend the heavens themselves. With a swing, he brought down the bloody brilliance directly onto Wang Dafei's head, a strike that carried the weight of the divine realm's laws, seeking to erase both the traitor and his existence from the world. Yet at the very instant the blood-red Azura sword clashed with Wang Dafei's seemingly mortal fist, a thunderous crash erupted, deeper and more resonant than any mere collision of flesh and steel, a sound that echoed like the tolling of a great bell. The calm on Tang-san's face froze in an instant, replaced by utter shock. An unfathomable, primordial force surged up the sword's hilt, tearing open the skin between his thumb and forefinger, blood streaming freely. The Azura blood sword wailed in agony, nearly torn from his grasp by the overwhelming power. What? Before he could recover from his astonishment, Wang Dafei's iron fist, having shattered the sword's crimson light, followed through and struck Tang-san's chest with unrelenting force. A wet, rad gasp burst from Tang-san's lips. Tang-san felt as if he had been struck head-on by a falling star. The divine radiance shielding his body shattered in an instant. He heard the unmistakable crack of his breastbone, and his whole body was flung backward like a kite with a broken string, spraying a trail of dazzling divine blood through the air. Overwhelmed by vertigo and searing pain, A chilling thought surged through his mind, making his very soul tremble. How was this possible? His physical body. How could it become even harder than the Azura sword, a supreme divine weapon? In this strength, it surpasses anything before. Even as Tang San reeled from the shock, Wang Dafei's iron fist came crashing down again. This punch was faster, heavier than the last, tearing through the air with a force that seemed to summon both wind and thunder. Tang San hastily swung the sea god trident to block in front of him, only to hear a sharp crack. In Tang San's widened eyes, the sea god trident, that supreme artifact which had accompanied him through countless battles and symbolized the authority of the ocean, shattered on contact with that blood and flesh. Fist, like fragile glass, it splintered from the point of impact, fissures racing along its length before it exploded into countless fragments, each one gleaming with blue light as they rained down in all directions. The backlash from the artifact's destruction, combined with the unstoppable force of that primordial blow, struck Tang San at once. Blood spurted wildly from his mouth. His whole body was hurled backward even faster, more helplessly, like a stone launched from a catapult. But his nightmare was only beginning. Before he could even right himself in the air, a dark shadow surged toward him like a rampaging beast. Wang Dafei seized him by the collar, abruptly halting all his momentum. At last, Tang San could see the fury blazing in his opponent's eyes. "Got you!" No sooner had the words left his lips than Wang Dafei's right leg shot upward like a bolt of black lightning, striking from below at a vicious, ruthless angle, aimed directly at Tang San's lower body. This blow was savage, merciless, driven by the most primal urge for vengeance. Tang San's pupils shrank to pinpoints. Divine radiance flared from his body, trying to shield him, but the distance was too short, and everything happened too quickly. He couldn't even raise his arms to block. He could only watch in horror as that lethal kick filled his vision. A dull, heavy impact. Agonizing, indescribable pain erupted from his lower body, flooding his entire being. Tang San's body curled up involuntarily, only to be kicked upward by the tremendous force, sending him soaring high into the air. Still, he could not escape the relentless assault. As Wang Dafei's kick landed, he used the rebound to leap after Tang San, overtaking him in midair. With a twist of his waist and a surge of power from his core, Wang Dafei gathered all his strength and all his rage into his right fist. Like a meteor plummeting from the heavens, he brought it crashing down onto Tang San's back. A muffled thud echoed, accompanied by the clear sound of bones breaking. The divine light protecting Tang San's body shattered completely. Blood gushed from his mouth in a torrent, tracing a mournful arc through the air. Like a bird struck down in flight, his consciousness faded in an instant, darkness swallowing his vision as the world spun out of control. Finally, with a thunderous crash, he slammed heavily into the ruins below, sending clouds of dust billowing skyward. With great effort, Tang San lifted his blood-stained face from the rubble. He looked toward the figure who approached step by step, a living embodiment of vengeance. At last, from his hoarse throat, he forced out words of concession. "That's enough. You've won. This continent is yours. I'll leave." As he finished, Tang San forced himself upright, trembling from the pain. Raising his hand, he tried to summon back the Azura blood sword hovering in the distance, hoping to use it to open a passage back to the divine realm. Meanwhile, Wang Dafei was descending from the sky, eyes still blazing like wildfire, unwavering and filled only with the cold resolve to bring this to a final end. "Leave? Did you even ask my permission?" Wang Dafei's figure vanished like a phantom. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared right before Tang San. His large hand shot out, seizing Tang San's signature blue hair, and, with a surge of strength, slammed his head and body mercilessly into the unyielding ground below. Tang San's handsome face met the earth in brutal fashion. The crack of his nose breaking was sharp and unmistakable. The violent impact sent stars spinning before his eyes, and the divine power he had barely managed to gather scattered once more. Struggling, Tang San cried out in terror and disbelief, his voice trembling. "What? What do you want from me? I've already conceded. The laws of the divine realm forbid gods from killing each other. Are you planning to make an enemy of the entire divine realm?" But Wang Dafei hauled him up, anger and contempt swirling in his gaze. Suddenly, Wang Dafei spat with pinpoint accuracy, the spit striking Tang San's handsome face like a bullet. With this humiliating act, Wang Dafei's voice was cold and full of disdain. "I don't want to hear another word from you, ever again." Even before his words finished echoing, Wang Dafei drew a deep, fierce breath, channeling all his energy into his right hand like a surging tide. In an instant, his right fist was engulfed in dazzling twin-colored divine light, as if he held a star about to explode. Without a hint of hesitation, Wang Dafei unleashed all his strength and threw a punch. This blow carried a force that seemed capable of shattering the very stars, driving straight into Tang San's chest. The fist tore through Tang San's divine body, bursting out from his back without resistance. Tang San's eyes flew wide open, his pupils filled with horror and disbelief. His lips trembled, and in a voice broken and faint, he uttered, "No, impossible! I am a god king, how could I fall here?" As he struggled to lower his head and saw with his own eyes the enemy's arm piercing straight through his chest, every shred of pride, calculation, and conviction he'd ever held shattered utterly in that instant. The divine radiance faded rapidly from his eyes, and the breath of life ebbed away like a receding tide. Yet, just as his consciousness was about to be swallowed by eternal darkness, a primal drive for survival and an unwillingness to yield sparked one final struggle. "No, I can't die yet." A sphere of origin light, woven from red and blue and cradling the remnants of his divine soul, violently broke free from the dying body that imprisoned it. At the cost of burning his soul, it transformed into a streak of light, shrieking as it shot toward the heavens. "I will return." His furious, obsessive roar echoed through the skies. As long as his divine soul could escape back to the divine realm, there was still a chance to begin anew. He knew deep down that if he could just reach the divine realm, with all its resources, restoring his divine body and power would be within reach. His sole hope now was to abandon his physical form and escape with everything he had. Wang Dafei jerked his head up. Damn it, he can still get away. A blazing sense of unwillingness seared through his will like wildfire. And just as this emotion reached its absolute peak, the soul bone in his head seemed to sense the torrent within him, and a clear intent suddenly resonated in his mind. But that wasn't all. Another ancient, profound presence echoed his fury and refusal to accept defeat. In a flash, everything around him seemed to slow to a crawl. In a daze, he glimpsed two spectral dragons, one orange, one blue, materializing at his side. With their draconic eyes fixed fiercely on Tang San's fleeing soul, a divine thought pierced straight into Wang Dafei's mind, bringing instant understanding. These were the lingering divine resentments of the primordial dragon kings, their hatred and defiance now beating in time with his own. They were willing to burn the last remnants of their divine souls to help Wang Dafei deliver the ultimate blow to slay the God King. The spiritual energy left in the dragon's souls erupted in a violent blaze, gathering into a force of ultimate destruction. They locked onto Tang San's soul high in the sky. This next strike would consume the entire essence of Wang Dafei's soulbone, a staggering price, but enough to utterly erase Tang San's soul from existence. Staring at the two dragon spirits burning themselves for his sake, hesitation vanished from Wang Dafei's eyes, replaced only by the fierce elation of vengeance within his grasp. To destroy the God King. What did this price matter? Tang San, in your next life, try not to be allergic to mushrooms. With his furious shout, a pinpoint sphere of red and blue light erupted like lightning from Wang Dafei's forehead, instantly catching up with Tang San's escaping soul. The orb struck home and expanded in utter silence. In the next moment, boom, the whole sky was swallowed by a magnificent, colossal mushroom cloud, so vast it blotted out the horizon. Light blazed in every direction, filling the heavens. When the beam of destructive light, channeled from all of Wang Dafei's soul-bone power in his head, struck Tang San's fleeing soul with pinpoint accuracy, it was as if the entire world had been plunged into absolute silence. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a haunting, heart-stopping stillness. Tang San's soul, a shimmering weave of red and blue, began to fade as if an invisible eraser were gently wiping away its colors. Its outline blurred, then gradually thinned, until at last, like a wisp of smoke, it vanished completely between heaven and earth, leaving not the faintest trace behind. Only then did the sky above erupt with a belated explosion of blinding light, so fierce it outshone the midday sun, rendering all things voiceless and the world itself devoid of color. The radiance swelled swiftly, transforming into a vast, surging mushroom cloud of deep gray, its pillars soaring skyward, a solemn testament to the utter fall of a God King. At that moment, the long-delayed detonation finally crashed down upon the world, a thunderous shockwave that seemed capable of shattering eardrums and heralding the end of days. Boom! The immense force of the blast swept outward in a storm of destruction, scouring the already battered ruins, encircling Spirit Hall once more. As far as the eye could, See, the proud city had all but vanished, leaving only a small section near the main hall of Spirit Hall barely standing, an isolated island amidst a raging sea. As the dust and debris slowly settled, the mushroom cloud, a symbol of finality, lingered high in the sky, refusing to dissipate. Then, from within the cloud, two flawless, milky white spheres of light drifted downward, gentle as ripened fruit falling from a tree. It's not over yet. Wang Dafei's pupils narrowed. With such a display, could it be that even this wasn't enough to finish things? Alertness surged in his heart. The next instant, Wang Dafei soared into the air and, with precise movement, caught both orbs of light in his hands. The moment he touched them, a wave of understanding swept through him. These were two masterless, already manifested divine thrones. Absorb either one, and he would instantly transcend mortal limits and ascend to godhood. Defeating a boss and it drops loot? A flicker of absurdity crossed his mind. Just then, a woman, streaked with blood, hair in wild disarray, and face deathly pale, clutched her abdomen and staggered toward Wang Dafei. Her steps were shaky and uncertain, as if she might collapse at any moment. She tried to seize Wang Dafei's hand and draw him toward the crowd of Spirit Hall survivors, but found she simply couldn't move him at all. Wang Dafei stared at the woman for a long moment, his gaze gradually clearing. Only now did he recognize her as none other than Bibi Dong, the very woman with whom he'd spent the entire night entwined. This realization shocked Wang Dafei. After all, in his earlier confusion, he hadn't even noticed that Bibi Dong was the one who had joined the assault. On Tang San. Now, despite her battered and miserable state, he could still discern her beauty, though at this moment, she looked utterly wretched. Please, save Xiaoxua. Do you still have any of those immortal herbs? As long as you can save her, I'm willing to do anything. Seeing the desperate, almost broken plea in her eyes, Wang Dafei's heart softened. He reached out and gently wiped away the blood and tear stains from her face. Lead the way, he said. Among the few remaining people from the Spirit Hall, the atmosphere was suffocatingly heavy. Qian Renxue, battered and covered in blood, lay quietly in Qian Doliu's arms. Her breath was so faint it was like a dying candle flickering in the wind. One could say she was barely hanging on. Grief and helplessness were etched on every face around her. The people of Spirit Hall circled around them, their faces shadowed with sorrow. The reason Qian Renxue had ended up in such a state was because she had made an enormous sacrifice to save them all. Qian Renxue's pale face and blood-stained clothes spoke volumes about her pain. It was hard to believe she was once the proud, radiant, and confident saintess of Spirit Hall. Now, she seemed so fragile and helpless, as though she might slip away at any moment. Bibi Dong led Wang Dafei inside. When Qian Daolu saw that it was Wang Dafei approaching, hope lit up in his eyes. Deep down, he desperately wished that this mysterious man, whose power was so great it bordered on the divine, might have a way to save Qian Renxue. Wang Dafei took in the scene before him, uncertain himself whether any of his immortal herbs could truly save Qian Renxue, or if any of them would be effective at all. He remembered something Tang San had once boasted about. In the original story, immortal herbs have spirits of their own and will choose their master. With no better option, Wang Dafei decided to try everything he could. He would treat a dead horse as if it might still recover. Carefully, Wang Dafei took out all of his immortal herbs, except for the poisonous, blood-red swan kiss. He laid them out around Qian Renxue. Each herb glowed with its own unique light and fragrance. The life force radiating from the herbs seemed to bring Qian Renxue a slight relief, though it was just that, a slight easing, nothing more. Bibi Dong watched the scene unfold, and a wave of sorrow surged in her heart. She had always treated Qian Renxue harshly. Yet now, only at the edge of life and death, did she truly wake up to her regret. Qian Renxue's life now hung by a thread. Bibi Dong bitterly regretted not having treated her better in the past. In her heart, she silently vowed that if Wang Dafei could save Qian Renxue, she would pay any price, no matter how great. A heavy, mournful air filled the entire room. Qian Daolu silently observed it all, his eyes brimming with hope as he gazed at the miraculous immortal herbs. He searched among them, praying that one might be able to save his granddaughter. Even though he knew it was but a slim hope, any hope was better than none. After all, what if a miracle happened? At that moment, Wang Dafei's emotions were tangled. As he gazed at the scene before him, a wave of guilt welled up within his heart. Just as Wang Dafei began to worry that his immortal herb might not be able to fully save Qian Renxue, and was preparing to try one of the two divine positions that had appeared after defeating Tang San, a miracle happened. The amorous heartbreak red seemed almost alive, drifting gently to hover above Qian Rinchua's chest. In the next instant, faint threads of red began to appear, linking the immortal herb to Bibi Dong, Qian Daolu, and several of the other Spirit Hall consecrates, as if drawing from their very beings. Tang San's herbal record once described the amorous heartbreak red, also known as the begonia blossom or yearning grass, as a divine treasure among mythical herbs, its floral language, symbolizing unrequited love, heartbreak, and devotion. It was said to bring the dead back to life and heal the gravest wounds, embodying gentleness, beauty, and unwavering love. What Tang Sin never knew, however, was that the begonia flower also carried a legend. It represented the homesickness and sorrow of wanderers, a token sent to loved ones far from home, conveying longing and familial affection. It was as if the amorous heartbreak read sensed the emotions within Bibi Dong and the others, drawing from each of them a strange and intangible energy. These currents of feeling were quietly absorbed by the immortal herb. Wang Dafei, holding the divine seat in his hand, watched this scene unfold and could feel it, a faint, indescribable sense of hope and well-wishing, subtle as a whisper, yet deeply moving. As these energies flowed into the amorous heartbreak red, the entire herb glowed with an even more radiant light. Then it slowly melted into Qian Rinchua's body. Color rushed back to her pale cheeks, her long lashes trembled, and at last, she opened her eyes. Her gaze was filled with confusion and weakness, but clarity soon returned. I'm not dead. Bibi Dong could no longer contain herself. She rushed forward and held her daughter tightly, tears streaming down her face. In the haze between consciousness and oblivion, Qian Rinchua had glimpsed her mother's anxiety and regret. Now, as she returned the embrace, the ice that had built up between mother and daughter over so many years melted away in an instant. Qian Daoliu's cheeks were stained with tears. The heavy stone in his heart was finally lifted. The mother's love Qian Rinchua had longed for since childhood had come to her at last, though it arrived only at the brink of all things. Seeing the mother who once disdained her now so anxious, Qian Rinchua found her embrace warm beyond words, and she did not feel it was too late. Quietly, Wang Dafei left all the remaining immortal herbs, save for 2 exceptions, with Qian Daolu to use in healing the wounded. He knew that the reconstruction of Spirit City would require such resources. After this ordeal, Spirit Hall's upper echelon of strength remained intact, still unchallenged by any. With Qian Rinchua's recovery, the pall of sorrow that had shrouded Spirit Hall gradually began to lift. Wang Dafei left the Phoenix Crown Marigold for Ning Huang. And yet, was there someone whose presence had gone unnoticed? At the very moment Tang Hao, also known as Tang the Hammer, witnessed the god of Shura and Tang San destroy the city, he began to contemplate something he had long refused to accept, a thought he had been running from all this time. That was the possibility that this Tang San was never truly his child at all. His real son had already been replaced by this mysterious interloper. After all, what kind of child could fend for himself, finding food and making fires to cook, at just 5 months old? For years, he had consoled himself with the excuse that Ain and his child were simply geniuses, numbing himself to the truth. But after witnessing the Shura god and Tang San treat all life as mere ants, unleashing an act of annihilation upon the world, Tang Hao could no longer deceive himself. So, during the chaotic battle with the people from Spirit Hall, he seized the chance to escape. None of the Spirit Hall members had expected that Tang Hao could slip away while besieged by 8 or 9 titled law. Yet, having lost an arm, he would never again pose a real threat. After absorbing the lovesick, heartbroken red, Qian Rinchua's innate talent soared to new heights. She set her mind firmly on diligent cultivation, determined to become stronger, to protect those she loved, and never again allow a tragedy like today's to repeat. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong's attitude toward Qian Rinchua changed as well, and the relationship between the two grew increasingly close. Once the reconstruction of Spirit City began, Wang Dafei found himself out of place. He simply didn't know what he should do next. Perhaps, he thought, he might leave as soon as tomorrow. So, Wang Dafei personally delivered the Coxcomb Phoenix sunflower to Ni Huang's room, then waited quietly for her to finish absorbing its power. The process required both patience and time, but he knew just how important this moment was for her. As Ni Huang began to absorb the Coxcomb Phoenix sunflower, a surge of powerful energy flooded her body. The sensation was both unfamiliar and strangely intimate. Her cheeks flushed, a clear sign that the medicinal effect of the flower was greatly enhancing her martial spirit. She had directly advanced to become the celestial Ni Huang. After a long period of absorption, Ni Huang finally opened her eyes. Though traces of exhaustion lingered in her gaze, excitement and satisfaction shone even brighter. She cast a grateful glance at Wang Dafei, then wrapped her arms around his neck and quietly closed the door behind them. When the two were locked in an intense contest, Nihuang Delua, dripping with sweat and gasping for breath, locked in an inseparable struggle with Wang Dafei. Neither could claim victory or defeat. After a long while, Wang Dafei found he could no longer keep a secret from her. He decided to be honest and told her directly. He explained that he hadn't come to see her yesterday because he'd had to meet with Bibi Dong. Some unexpected circumstances had arisen, making it impossible for him to return. Instead, he had ended up staying with Bibi Dong for some private, in-depth exchanges, such as sparring with their martial spirits. No sooner had Wang Dafei finished speaking than he saw a sudden chill flash in Nihuang's eyes. Without warning, she lashed out with a powerful backward kick, slamming her heel squarely into his chest. The blow was so fierce that with a muffled thud, Wang Dafei was sent hurtling backward, his whole body arcing through the air before crashing heavily outside the courtyard. Fortunately, there was no one around to witness his undignified landing. After a moment, just as he had the first time he arrived in the world of the mermaids, Wang Dafei, unwilling to lose face, scrambled to his feet and hurriedly made his way back into Nihuang Delua's courtyard. He stepped into her private chamber, with a flickering candlelight cast warm golden hues across the room. Gently, he pushed open the door, entering quietly. Instantly, his gaze was drawn to the figure seated by the bed. She was already clad in her fiery red armored gown, the battle attire she donned when her martial spirit was fully unleashed. The aura she radiated was one of unmatched grace and strength. Her eyes were cold and unwavering, as though nothing in the world could escape their gaze. Nihuang Dao looked at him with an expressionless face, her voice icy and commanding as she asked, "So, do you choose her, or do you choose me?" There was an unmistakable note of authority in her words, allowing for no argument. The question plunged Wang Dafei into turmoil. He was caught in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Nihuang was his first woman, yet Bibi Dong was someone he had loved even before, alluring, powerful, and, in some ways, even more captivating. Though he was tempted to blurt out, "I want both," he sensed that now was not the time for such an answer. As he hesitated, Nihuang Dao's eyes grew colder, her anger simmering just beneath the surface. "You hesitated," she said, her voice as sharp and cold as a blade. "That's why you've been cast aside. Don't come looking for me again. Go to your pope. I will never share my husband with another woman." Each word struck Wang Dafei's heart like an icy dagger. Without another word, she rose to her feet, transformed into a streak of flame, and vanished, leaving Wang Dafei standing there, stunned and speechless. Watching Nihuang leave, Wang Dafei was filled with regret and self-reproach. He knew he had let slip a rare and precious chance, and now it was too late to turn back. Still, knowing he would inevitably have to leave one day, he tried to console himself that perhaps it was better not to burden her further. Carrying that heavy sense of loss, he wandered back in a daze to the quarters arranged for him at the Spirit Hall. Back in his own courtyard, exhaustion weighed on him, body and soul. All he wanted was to rest, to forget his troubles for a moment. After all, he couldn't stay here forever. What was done was done. Wang Dafei, feeling empty and lost, stumbled back to his quarters. Just as he was about to lick his wounds in solitude, a gentle knock sounded at the door. Standing outside was Bibi Dong, draped in a nearly transparent gauzy dress, her fair skin barely veiled, cheeks flushed, and eyes sparkling with a blend of shyness and determination. "I've come to fulfill my promise, to thank you for saving Xiaoxua." Bibi Dong's sudden appearance caught Wang Dafei completely off guard, his heart pounding in his chest. He had never imagined Bibi Dong would seek him out so directly, nor that she would choose such a vulnerable, intimate way to show her gratitude. Bibi Dong's beauty and allure stirred his heart deeply, yet at the same time made him incredibly nervous. But remembering how his hesitation had just led to being dumped by Enai Huang, and considering how unique the circumstances were now, Wang Dafei felt he couldn't so easily accept Bibi Dong's kindness. Though excitement surged within him, he kept his composure, politely declining Bibi Dong's offer. He explained that saving her had been pure instinct, a simple urge to help, and that he expected nothing in return. Hearing his words, Bibi Dong glanced at Wang Dafei, whose eyes, in truth, had barely moved from her shapely figure, and a flicker of disappointment and disdain flashed in her gaze. She was a woman who would never break her own promises. Yet in her heart she thought, "What a scoundrel! The other day, when he forced himself on me, he was so eager, acting as if he wanted to give me everything. Now he's playing the gentleman." Before Wang Dafei could utter another word, Bibi Dong had slipped past him, closing the door behind her with a swift motion, and pushed him down onto the bed. That day when you forced yourself on me, you certainly weren't this reserved, she sneered, reenacting the scene from before. Only this time, she was entirely willing. From that day forward, Wang Dafei's name became legend across the Doluo continent, and people whispered tales of his mysterious strength and power with awe. His story spread from one mouth to another. On the morning of the second day, as Wang Dafei woke from the gentle embrace of Bibi Dong, he was startled to find that he could once again access his dimensional energy. Still, he chose not to use it. Now, he truly had no desire to leave this world. After all, here he had Bibi Dong, who had thrown herself into his arms, and who had even sworn upon her very soul that she would belong to him, body and soul, to serve him until death. Such a soul-bound oath was no trivial matter in this world. To break it could mean death itself. With Bibi Dong bound by such a vow, it could compel her to do anything. But who would bear to hurt a woman who had laid her heart bare for him? Wang Dafei certainly wouldn't. With such a beauty in his arms and unmatched power at his command, who would ever wish to leave? He was curious what might happen if he simply ignored the power and refused to use it. Days passed, and he discovered he could suppress it, staying in this world as long as he wished. He had no need to use his crossing energy. He could truly remain in the Doluo continent. In celebration, he abandoned all restraint and spent every night lost in passion with Bibi Dong. The once cold and unyielding Bibi Dong, who at first had refused to cooperate, now seemed to change completely. She became so responsive, so willing, that even Wang Dafei was stunned by her transformation. During this shameless, uninhibited period, Wang Dafei experienced every side of Bibi Dong, from the powerful, queenly empress and the domineering elder sister to the delicate, gentle younger sister persona. The two of them indulged in role play every day, their life a ceaseless delight. Yet, the energy within Wang Dafei was clearly trying to pull him away, and the sensation grew stronger with each passing day. He realized that sooner or later, even if he wished to stay, he would be forced into the next world. So, during this time, he helped the Heaven Do Empire directly wipe out Xinghua. Qian Renxue then announced the merger of Heaven Do and Spirit Empire, making the Spirit Hall the state religion. They abolished old systems of nobility and slavery, giving Doluo a continent a society more equal for ordinary people than ever before. In a world where individual power could surpass all else, true equality was always out of reach, but this was a significant step forward. With Wang Dafei and more than 20 titled Doluo from the Spirit Hall sweeping across the land, they unified Doluo continent. They even conquered Sea God Island, which had long been under Bo Saishi's rule, silencing the sea god's voice forever. From then on, no one would be restricted from sailing the seas. Instead, official authorities managed everything. Wang Dafei also told Qian Daolu about the existence of the Sun and Moon continent and soul tool technology, as well as the possible collision between worlds in the future. He even gave Qian Daolu a surprise, a way to witness his granddaughter reach godhood at rank 100 without having to sacrifice himself. It turned out that Qian Renxue could directly absorb the divine position he had discovered. So, as a stepfather's gift, he handed the divine position to Qian Renxue. During all this, he made several attempts to reconcile with Ni Huang, but she refused him every time. What Wang Dafei hadn't expected was just how strong-willed Ni Huang was. She laid down her terms plainly. If he wanted to be with her, he had to give up Bibi Dong. But Bibi Dong had given him everything, and Wang Dafei simply couldn't bear to abandon her. In the end, Ni Huang let loose a furious tirade, making her feelings unambiguously clear. She wanted nothing more to do with him, telling Wang Dafei that it was all his fault, not some petty tantrum of hers. She would never share a husband with another woman, and Wang Dafei finally understood that there was no future for them together. In her rage, she stormed up and gave Wang Dafei 2 solid punches. Everyone knows you spend your days playing Doluo games and your nights reveling with Bibi Dong. What? You want to drag me into a threesome now? Dream on. You've got some nerve coming to find me. But as the argument escalated, Ni Huang suddenly pinned Wang Dafei down and, without any warning or reason, a furious fight erupted between them, wild and unrestrained. After exhausting Wang Dafei for a long while, Ni Huang got dressed and left without a backward glance. At the door, she spat one last insult over her shoulder. Shameless. Get lost. I never want to see you again. And after this, Wang Dafei truly never saw Ni Huang again. Realizing that there was no hope left between him and Ni Huang, Wang Dafei accepted it without much regret. After all, he knew that, in the end, he would inevitably have to leave this world behind. Meanwhile, after absorbing that divine position, Qianrenxue broke through her shackles and could now cultivate directly to the 100th level, becoming a god. Occasionally, she would come to visit Bibi Dong, but she still struggled to accept the fact that she seemed to have gained a new stepfather. Moreover, Qianrenxue was well aware of how the two showed no restraint, indulging themselves night after night, a fact that had become common knowledge throughout the entire spirit hall. Upon Wang Dafei's return to Bibi Dong's chambers, though he had bid farewell to Zhu Ke, there was still the formidable white tiger from the west waiting for him. Thankfully, he was in good shape. Otherwise, he would have never been able to endure it all. It was no wonder. One was new to such things, while the other, having been parched for so long, finally relished the sweetness of the experience. Each harbored her own thoughts, as though missing even one encounter would be a loss. Yet, not long after, Wang Dafei suddenly sensed that the energy within him, the force that had brought him to this world, was now filled to the brim. He could no longer remain. His time here was coming to an end. A wave of helplessness swept over him. There was nothing he could do. He truly couldn't stay in this world forever. Was it time for their farewell? There was no way to delay any longer. That mysterious power had begun to overflow, and he could feel that it might whisk him away at any moment. He gazed at Bibi Dong with deep affection, his heart heavy with reluctance. For the days that remained, the two of them barely left their room, cherishing every last moment together. Bibi Dong, too, spent every day nestled in his arms, quietly listening as he described worlds beyond this one. So many more worlds waiting out there. As she lay on top of Wang Dafei, tracing circles on his chest, her hands suddenly stilled. Sensitive as she was, she sensed that something was different. With eyes brimming with allure, she blinked and softly said, "I hope you know that I always keep my promises. Thank you for saving Schwerer and granting her the divine seat. I have nothing to repay you with, and I've already missed my chance once. Please don't abandon me, will you? I told you from now on, I belong to you. I'm not like Ni Huang. No matter how many women you have, as long as I have a place in your heart, that's enough for me. So please, take me with you. I don't want to be left here all alone." With that, she threw her arms around Wang Dafei's neck, pressing her soft embrace tightly to his face. "Let me beg you just this once. No matter now or in the future, I am yours. I'm willing to face whatever lies ahead with you, no matter how dangerous it may be." Hearing Bibi Dong's words, a warm current coursed through Wang Dafei's heart. He held her tightly, feeling the warmth of her body and the softness of her skin. With the mood so intense, it seemed only natural that passion would follow. After a long while, both of them finally calmed down, slipping into a moment of peaceful clarity. After spending so many wonderful nights together, he realized that he might have truly fallen in love with Bibi Dong. Could it be that love, this elusive thing, can actually be manufactured? Or was it perhaps not love at all, but simply a matter of habit? But Wang Dafei didn't dwell on it too deeply. If not for the circumstances, he had already made up his mind to be a proper stepfather to Qianrenxue. He began to rack his brains, pondering how to take her away. Eventually, he thought of the stored treasure pouch. After numerous experiments, he finally confirmed that as long as Bibi Dong was put into a deep sleep, he could tuck her safely inside the pouch. Once Bibi Dong realized she could be taken away like this, she only left farewell letters for Qianrenxue, Hulaina, and the others. She had no intention of telling them directly about her departure. Wang Dafei had never wanted to be alone, and now that Bibi Dong was willing to stay by his side, he naturally felt less lonely. He was visibly happy, even a bit excited. After they decided to leave together, Bibi Dong knocked herself out with a burst of soul power, and he placed her into the magical storage pouch. He had to admit, the legendary pouch he got from Gudu Bo truly lived up to its reputation. It could store living beings in the interior, boasted an unbelievable 500 square meters of space. No matter how one looked at it, this had to be a treasure of divine caliber. He had reason to suspect that this was something the god of Shura had originally intended for Tang San. Still, he wasn't sure if he could really take both the pouch and Bibi Dong with him when he traversed worlds again. Nervously, he shoved the pouch into his mouth and clamped his hand over it for good measure. When Wang Dafei activated his portal energy for another crossing, his heart brimmed with anticipation. He wondered what mysterious world awaited him this time. As his vision gradually cleared, to his astonishment, he found himself back in the dorm room of the Marvel Universe. Yet, there was no sign of Fatty Ding or the others. He quickly let Bibi Dong out of the storage pouch. The moment she emerged, she woke up, her eyes filled with curiosity as she looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings. She asked, intrigued, "Is this the new world you told me about?" But before she could finish her sentence, Bibi Dong suddenly shuddered in pain, a violent agony racking her body, and she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. To her horror, she realized her soul power was dissipating, her body rapidly growing weak and powerless. Without warning, the 9 soul rings behind her appeared and began to fade away, one by one. She cast a sorrowful glance at Wang Dafei before collapsing into unconsciousness. The abrupt loss of consciousness made her fall backward so suddenly that Wang Dafei was caught off guard. In a panic, he rushed to catch her, holding Bibi Dong in his arms, his voice trembling with anxiety. "What the hell? Bibi Dong? Donga? What's wrong?" But Bibi Dong could offer no response. She had slipped into a deep, unresponsive state. Then he realized that the same phenomenon, the dissipation of soul rings that had just happened to Bibi Dong, was now happening to him as well. But there was no time to think. Bibi Dong's condition was still deteriorating rapidly. Without hesitation, he placed her back into his storage pouch. He had already noticed that whenever he used his soul power, most of it would simply drain away, and the reserves stored within his body were slowly vanishing as well. In desperation, he tried compressing all the soul power inside him, squeezing it tighter and tighter. Only when he had compressed it to the very limit did the power finally stop leaking away. How could this happen? Wang Dafei muttered to himself, his heart filled with both confusion and fear. He had known, of course, that his strength would be greatly diminished upon returning, and that much he could accept. But now, when he reached inward to sense his own state, he realized he had been reduced to little more than an ordinary person, with soul power barely at the first level, if that. He had originally thought he could continue training and growing stronger in this world, just as before, but now he found himself unable to use his soul power at all, struggling even to muster the most basic of strength. Thankfully, at least his spiritual power seemed unaffected. He could still extend his senses outward and manipulate small objects within a 5-meter radius, the force matching the strength of his physical body. Anxiously, he sent his spiritual sense into the storage pouch. There, he discovered Bibi Dong had already slipped into unconsciousness. He had no way of knowing her true condition, and he couldn't understand why she had ended up like this. Here, in this world, he felt Bibi Dong could be in grave danger at any moment. If a solution wasn't found soon, she might be doomed to lose her powers forever, a minor issue compared to the deeper fear gnawing at him, that even her life might be at risk. Wang Dafei was frantic with worry. He didn't just see Bibi Dong as a weapon. Over the days they'd spent together, he'd come to realize that he was truly falling in love with this woman. In front of him, Bibi Dong had always behaved with endearing innocence, stirring both affection and joy in him. She was the kind of person who meant what she said. Once she made a promise, she would give her all to keep it. She had promised that she would belong to Wang Dafei completely, and she had kept that promise, throwing herself into his embrace without the slightest hesitation. No matter what he asked, she would agree, even to things he'd never dared imagine before, never refusing him. Though Wang Dafei had always been a bit of a lecher, the fact that she was willing to give so much of herself made him determined to let nothing harm her. Moreover, Bibi Dong had been willing to follow him into an unknown world. And now, having arrived here, she had been hurt. Because of the commitment she had made to him, Wang Dafei resolved that he too would do everything in his power to protect her from harm. Now, faced with this sudden crisis, he absolutely refused to let anything happen to Bibi Dong. His mind raced, searching desperately for a way to save her. Suddenly, a name flashed through his mind. The Ancient One. Of everyone in the universe he could turn to, she was the only one he could think of who might actually be able and willing to help him. At this moment, he didn't care whether the Ancient One would discover his identity or might even try to harm him. Right now, all he wanted was to save Bibi Dong. He began to sift through memories of films he'd seen in his mind. Then suddenly, a detail jumped out at him. The New York Sanctum was located at 177A Bleecker Street in Manhattan. He didn't quite understand why the scenes from the movie suddenly came to him with such clarity. Perhaps it was the effect of the soul bone in his head. But now, just remembering the address was enough. He could think about the rest later. He dashed out of the apartment building. Thankfully, it was daytime, and as soon as he got outside, he flagged down a taxi. After all, they were already in New York, and it wasn't far to the sanctum. In his heart, he silently prayed, hoping that the Ancient One could help them weather this crisis. As he arrived at the Supreme Sanctum, a surge of anticipation and tension welled up inside him. Only the Ancient One could help him and Bibi Dong now. When they reached their destination, Wang Dafei immediately pulled a gold coin from his pocket and placed it gently in the taxi driver's hand. The driver's eyes went wide in disbelief. He took the coin and bit into it, staring at it as if he couldn't believe it was real. Then, breaking into a broad, carefree grin, he said, "Hey, sir, be on call next time." Wang Dafei didn't even notice that In his days, he seemed able to understand English, or that he'd somehow managed to communicate with the driver on the way here. After Wang Dafei entered the sanctum completely, the taxi driver actually opened a portal and disappeared through it. Wang Dafei walked up to the door of the New York sanctum. Just as he was about to knock, the doors swung open on their own. Heart pounding, he stepped into the grand hall. Standing inside was the Ancient One, as if she had been waiting for him all along. "You've arrived," the Ancient One said calmly. Seeing the Ancient One waiting at the door, Wang Dafei realized she must have known he was coming. That was fine. No need for unnecessary words. He knew the Ancient One would understand why he was here. "Master, please, I beg you, save her." Wang Dafei hurriedly reached inside his clothes for his magical pouch, intending to take out Bibi Dong. Just as he was about to bring her out, the Ancient One stopped him, urging him to calm down. The Ancient One stared at the pouch, as if she could see right through it. Her brow furrowed slightly. Her condition is quite unique. The power within her is slowly dissipating. It's because, in this world, the kind of strength you carry is weak compared to the native forces here. Its existence is too fragile, so it's being assimilated. That's why you're losing control, and your power is leaking away. If you want to stop this loss of power, you'll have to compress the strength you still have, and then cultivate it anew. But then she glanced at the treasure pouch and said, "Fortunately, you have such a miraculous and rare artifact. Thanks to this treasure, this lady's condition hasn't worsened further." The Ancient One furrowed her brow and said, "I've seen many visitors from other worlds. Generally speaking, people like her, those who can't adapt to this world's power system, at worst, only lose their abilities here." Wang Dafei asked anxiously, "Then what should we do? Master, is there any way you can help her? Or at least ease her condition? You must have a solution." After a moment's contemplation, the Ancient One replied, "Judging by the current situation, the force that's harmed her body and even damaged her soul comes from a wicked, chaotic energy dwelling within her. From its appearance, it seems the handiwork of some evil deity. I don't know exactly what you all went through, but before this she must have relied on her own formidable soul power to keep that energy suppressed. Yet after arriving in our world, since she can't use that power you described, the remnant force within her has begun to run rampant again." The Ancient One shook her head as she spoke. Wang Dafei looked at the Ancient One's furrowed brow and pleaded, "No matter what it takes, please help me save her." But the Ancient One still shook her head. "It seems you don't realize this energy has been ravaging her for some time already. She's been living on borrowed time. All she could do before was hold it back and delay her end. What I can do now is only help her delay it a little longer." Wang Dafei was shocked. "You mean she's been dying all along?" The Ancient One could only nod helplessly. Only then did Wang Dafei begin to piece it together. It must have been the hidden injury Tang Sen inflicted on Bibi Dong back then. No wonder, in the days before they returned, Bibi Dong had acted so differently toward Wang Dafei, her behavior growing wilder and more unrestrained, completely at odds with who she used to be. Now Wang Dafei finally understood. She must have known her time was short, so she let herself go. That explained why, no matter how embarrassing the request or outlandish the suggestion, she'd only hesitate for a few seconds before agreeing. Looking through the treasure pouch at Bibi Dong's breathtakingly beautiful face, Wang Dafei sighed to himself. "So you didn't want to die in front of Qianren Xue, and that's why you left with me so decisively." That, he thought, was probably the real reason. Wang Dafei drew a deep breath and locked eyes with the Ancient One, his expression resolute. "Master, no matter what, I have to save her. Please tell me how I can bring her back. Even if there's only the faintest hope, I will never give up." Wang Dafei thought of the item Tang San had revealed and took out the divine light sphere he had stored at his soul guide. He noticed that the godhood, which had once been the size of a soccer ball, seemed to have shrunk to the size of a ping-pong ball. Handing this divine godhood from the Dao continent's divine realm to Gu Yi, he asked, "Could you see if this might save her, or at least improve her condition?" Gu Yi glanced at it and nodded, acknowledging that it could indeed be of use. "Beyond that," she added, "she will need a safe place to recuperate. The process of restoring her soul may be long and arduous." Wang Dafei found himself at a loss for words. "Thank you, Master. I'll leave it to you." He gently took Bibi Dong from the storage pouch and held her in his arms, softly stroking her face. To be honest, Wang Dafei was terrified that she might slip away forever, vanishing like a wisp of fragrance in the wind. "Let's begin, Master. What do we do next?" Without hesitation, Gu emerged the light sphere directly into Bibi Dong's body. Slowly, Bibi Dong drifted free of Wang Dafei's arms and rose into the air. Esoteric, intricate magic circles began to revolve around her, their meanings unfathomable. As time passed, The light radiating from her body gradually dimmed and drew inward. Her breathing became steady, and a healthy flush started to return to her pale cheeks. Wang Dafei watched all of this with tense anticipation, hope welling up in his heart. Yet still, she did not awaken. As the radiance from the seed of rules gradually melded into her, the secret runes swirling around Master Guyi's hands faded, their glow dissipating. With a gentle wave, she summoned a soft arcane energy that cradled Bibi Dong, carefully returning her to Wang Dafei's embrace. Wang Dafei anxiously checked Bibi Dong's condition. Her body had recovered completely, as if she had never been injured at all, but there was still no sign that she would wake. Her eyes remained closed, long lashes casting quiet shadows across her pale cheeks. Her breathing was so faint it was almost imperceptible, as though she had sunk into a deep and endless sleep. He held her cool hand tightly, feeling the warmth of her skin, yet his brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Looking up, his eyes, filled with barely concealed anxiety and confusion, locked onto Gu Yi, who stood quietly to the side. "Master," his voice was rough with worry. "Has she recovered? Why won't she wake up?" Gu Yi let out a soft sigh, the sound heavy with the weight of years and a touch of regret. Her gaze was calm, but the gravity in her eyes left no room for doubt as she began to speak. "I told you before, didn't I? Her soul has suffered a most grievous wound. Although the arcane arts can reconnect the flow of her life, the true root of her injury is not her body, but her soul. Wounds of the soul cannot be swiftly healed by any external force. So, for now, I'm afraid she will not awaken anytime soon." Upon hearing this outcome, Wang Dafei found it hard to accept and urgently wanted to know if there was any way to resolve it. Unable to restrain himself, he pressed on. "Then, in your opinion, how long do you think it might take before she wakes up?" The Ancient One fixed her gaze on him, her eyes deep and unfathomable, as if she could already see countless branching streams of time. She gave a gentle shake of her head, her voice soft and tinged with a sigh that carried more than a trace of regret and sorrow. "It's difficult to say. It could be as little as a year, or as much as 8 or 10 years. Anything is possible. After all, everything will depend on her own ability to recover and on the opportunities that come her way." Upon hearing this, Wang Dafei's heart sank. 8 or 10 years. Such a long wait felt almost unbearable. He had only just found his wife. And now, was he to lose her for nearly a decade? Wasn't that far too long? How many decades does one have in a lifetime, after all? Yet Wang Dafei did not lose hope. After all, he could continue traveling to other worlds. If he journeyed to enough of them, surely there would be a place where he could find something capable of repairing a soul. And perhaps, before he even found such a treasure, Bibi Dong might awaken on her own. For now, all he could do was wait and cling to hope. Hope that Bibi Dong would recover sooner rather than later. With gentle care, Wang Dafei placed Bibi Dong back into the magic storage pouch, a place where time was nearly frozen, preserving her current state as much as possible until the day they could meet again and she would awaken. With these matters settled, the Ancient One's lips curved in a knowing smile. With a graceful sweep of her sleeve, the scenery all around them shifted and blurred like ink spreading across a canvas. Wang Dafei felt his vision swim, and in a blink he found himself seated inside a simple, elegant wooden house. The faint fragrance of sandalwood curled through the air. The warmth of the wooden table soothed him, and somehow, a cup of clear tea had appeared in his hand, its gentle steam rising in calming swirls. He wasn't surprised. Wang Dafei had long since learned that supreme sorcerers enjoyed such mysterious displays. After all, even Doctor Strange in the future seemed to relish these sorts of tricks. Taking a deep breath, Wang Dafei summoned his courage and met the Ancient One's wise and penetrating gaze. At last, he voiced the question he had long kept buried in his heart. "Master, did you already know that I'm able to travel to other worlds? And what do you think of what I've done? Do you think I'm wrong to do these things?" The Ancient One was silent for a moment, her eyes reflecting the shadows and light of countless ages. She gave a slight nod, as if to say that, yes, she was indeed aware of some of these matters, but then slowly shook her head. It was hard to grasp what she truly thought. It did not feel like a denial. Rather, it was a kind of compassion and acceptance that seemed to transcend all notions of right and wrong. At last, the Ancient One's voice slowly echoed, distant and profound, as if traversing layers of time and space. "As for your ability to travel to other worlds, I do know a little about it. But the mysteries of this universe are endless. Even I cannot wholly comprehend all matters across every dimension. What you do in those worlds, however, is entirely up to your own choices and decisions. I will not interfere, nor will I judge. Everything in existence follows the law of cause and effect. Your path is one you must walk for yourself. Of course, the only condition is that you do not bring disaster upon this world. Wang Dafei felt a measure of relief. Clearly, the Ancient One did not oppose him bringing Bibi Dong back to this world. He thought to himself that his dear Donger could hardly be considered a disaster. Still curious, Wang Dafei asked, "Can you still see the future through the time stone? Or has it all become a confusing black haze or something?" The Ancient One nodded, then shook her head. "You needn't worry about that. Although your arrival has indeed altered the course of things, the future is still visible. It's just that, since you appeared, the future has become more unpredictable. The future is only a possibility, never fixed. In the past, I merely saw what was most likely to occur. And besides, there's a great being who has... Well, never mind." The Ancient One abruptly cut herself off mid-sentence. She looked at Wang Dafei and smiled gently. "There are things in the distant future that you don't need to know just yet. But rest assured, as long as you do nothing to endanger this entire reality, you may act as you wish in other matters." Wang Dafei understood. The Ancient One was still the same enigmatic riddle-master, fond of speaking in half-answers and leaving much unsaid. But, since she had promised not to interfere and had even helped to rescue Bibi Dong, Wang Dafei's heart was already brimming with gratitude and trust. He took a deep breath, then respectfully raised the shimmering storage pouch in both hands and offered it to the Ancient One. "Master, I hope you can watch over Bibi Dong for a time. If I were to take her with me on my journeys, I fear something might happen to her by accident while I'm traveling between worlds. So, I entrust her to your care for now, and I promise I will find a way to repay your kindness." With that, Wang Dafei bowed his head deeply before the Ancient One. He knew full well that the Ancient One had a somewhat infamous reputation for being a bit of a deadbeat on debts. In the many realms, this supreme sorcerer's standing was, to put it mildly, complicated. She owed ancient debts to Vishani, had unsettled accounts with Dormammu, Lord of Darkness, and possibly even owed favors to all sorts of strange and powerful beings. But in the end, what did any of that matter to him? The fact remained, she had helped him. When he was lost and helpless, it was she who saved Bibi Dong, and for that alone, she had earned his trust. Wang Dafei still handed over the storage pouch containing Bibi Dong to the Ancient One without a moment's hesitation. As the supreme sorcerer who protected humanity, she would never take advantage of him over something that belonged to the black demon gods. Besides, Wang Dafei had no other choice. Among all the people he could think of, only she possessed both the power and the position to protect Bibi Dong in his absence. Wang Dafei was keenly aware that he was still just an ordinary person, and he feared he might not be able to keep her safe. To entrust this pouch, which carried all his current worries, to someone else was not a rash decision. It was, in fact, the heaviest, most deliberate choice he could make at that moment. "Rest assured," the Ancient One said in a calm, almost casual tone, "she will have the most thorough protection here in the New York Sanctuary. Nothing will go amiss." Yet Wang Dafei still felt uneasy. He couldn't help but ask, "But in the history I know, isn't there supposed to be a betrayal by Caecilius in the future? When that happens, will the sanctuary truly remain completely secure?" The Ancient One smiled, shaking her head gently. "You certainly know quite a bit. But there's no need to worry. Caecilius' betrayal is still 5 or 6 years away. Until then, I will keep her safe for you." She smiled faintly, her eyes shimmering with a wisdom that seemed to pierce through time itself. "You really do know a great deal. Still, you need not be concerned. Even if that betrayal is destined to occur, it won't be for another 5 or 6 years. Until then, I will do everything in my power to protect her." Hearing this, Wang Dafei fell silent for a moment, unable to suppress the question that had long troubled him. "Since you, Master, have already foreseen the crisis, I've always wondered, if you know something bad is going to happen, why not change it?" The Ancient One shook her head lightly, a hint of a bittersweet smile appearing at the corner of her lips. "The world is a tapestry, fate and consequence woven tightly together. Some things cannot be changed simply because I wish it, nor does change always lead to something better. For those of us who are part of this tapestry, our experiences have already been mapped out. True change can only come from an outside force." Hearing the Ancient One's explanation, Wang Dafei managed to make some sense of the situation. He gazed into the Ancient One's profound, unfathomable eyes. Though he still didn't fully understand, he forced himself to accept some of it. He felt, for the first time, the weight of fate and helplessness, something greater than personal will. Wang Dafei nodded slowly, asking no more. Having spoken his doubts, Wang Dafei sat quietly, fingers brushing the warmth of his teacup, letting the fragrance of tea swirl around him as he lapsed into a long silence. Suddenly, the Ancient One's voice rang out, deep and resonant like an old bell, breaking the stillness. "Would you like to study the mystic arts of Camartage with me?" Wang Dafei was taken aback, completely unprepared for the Ancient One to bring this up herself. "Of course I want to learn." "Damn right I do." Wang Dafei nodded emphatically, hardly hesitating at all. If he could learn a few spells, then in the future, no matter what dangers he might face in other worlds, he'd be able to protect himself and Bibi Dong far better. "Very well." The Ancient One fixed her gaze on him, her eyes as deep as an abyss. "But you must understand this. The magic of Camartage is not the kind of sorcery you might imagine, conjured out of thin air at will. Instead, it is born from pacts and borrowed from dimensions. Each spell you cast comes at a cost, be it a trial of the mind and spirit, a test of faith, or even the sacrifice of something you hold dear. Of course, most ordinary spells don't require such a price." Her tone shifted, becoming stern, both teacher and warning. "Are you truly prepared?" Wang Dafei drew a deep breath, his eyes unwavering. "I've thought it through. No matter how difficult it is, I will learn." The Ancient One's lips curled ever so slightly, a trace of approval flickering across her face. In the next instant, she flicked her sleeve. Suddenly, the world spun and shifted, winds howled, and the sky roiled. Wang Dafei saw a blur before his eyes, and when he regained his senses, a biting wind laced with snow rushed toward him. Yet, an invisible magical barrier softened the force, keeping the chill at bay. He looked up to see a majestic, ancient temple standing quietly amidst the endless white snow. Its sweeping eaves and layered rooftops seemed painted onto the landscape, as if it had stood there for 1,000 years. This was the summit of Mount Everest. As for why he felt none of the effects of high altitude, it was probably thanks to the magical barrier. At that moment, Wang Dafei felt his heart and mind open wide, as though he had ascended to the realm of the heavens. A moment later, the Ancient One led Wang Dafei through an arched gate inscribed with flowing golden runes. There, they stopped before a tall, imposing black mage whose expression was grave and dignified. "This is Master Mordo," the Ancient One said, her voice calm and solemn. "He will be your mentor here at Camartage. He will guide you to the threshold of mystic arts and teach you incantations, wards, and the ways of the dimensions." Wang Dafei felt a ripple of emotion. He recognized this face. From his movie memories, he knew that this man would one day lose his faith and walk a darker path, eventually becoming a formidable adversary to Doctor Strange. But he betrayed not the slightest hint of recognition. The Mordo before him had not yet endured those shattering crises of belief. He was still a guardian mage, steadfast and unsmiling, devoted to his code. Wang Dafei understood. At this moment, Mordo was precise, powerful, and trustworthy, though his unwavering seriousness might one day tip into obsession and darkness. Still, Wang Dafei didn't care what Mordo might become. The man was just a stickler, a bit rigid, unable to think outside the box. So long as he himself didn't dabble in forbidden arts or break the rules, Mordo would have no reason to oppose him. Stepping forward, Wang Dafei bowed deeply. "My name is Wang Dafei. I look forward to your guidance during my time here." Mordo's gaze was as deep as a tranquil pool, quietly observing the young man before him, who had been personally introduced by the Ancient One. He couldn't help but feel a pang of confusion. After all, the Sorcerer Supreme rarely showed such favor toward anyone. But he quickly reined in his doubts, allowing a controlled yet not unfriendly smile to appear on his face. In clear, precise Mandarin, he replied, "Hello, and welcome to Camartage." The Ancient One nodded slightly, her eyes filled with expectation, and spoke gently to Wang Dafei. "In the days ahead, you will study the magic of Camartage under Master Mordo's guidance. Master Mordo is an experienced sorcerer. I trust that, with his careful instruction, you will master powerful magic and become an excellent sorcerer yourself." Grateful, Wang Dafei nodded solemnly. He was relieved to discover that everyone here seemed to understand Chinese, which meant communication shouldn't be much of a problem. Determined, he resolved to study hard, improve his abilities, and live up to the Ancient One's expectations. With her message delivered, the Ancient One's figure gradually faded into a golden ring of fire, leaving only wisps of smoke drifting in the air. Now, Wang Dafei and Master Mordo stood facing each other in silence, the unfamiliarity of their first meeting hanging quietly between them. After a moment, Master Mordo broke the silence first, forcing a slightly stiff smile. "Mr. Wang Dafei, shall we begin your journey into the study of magic?" Yet for days on end, Wang Dafei felt he was making no progress at all. A whole week had passed, and the best he could manage was to make a few tiny sparks flicker from his fingertips. Couldn't even draw a simple portal spell, let alone open a gateway. Every day, his practice amounted to little more than tracing circles in the air with the mystical ring. Still, Wang Dafei didn't lose heart. After all, even Dr. Strange had to study for several months. He wasn't a genius like Ned, and it had only been a handful of days. Managing a few sparks was already something, right? Only now did he truly realize how steep and arduous the path of mastery could be. After 2 weeks of intense practice, Wang Dafei found himself poring over magical texts every day. He felt as if he understood them, yet somehow, he still couldn't put them into practice. He was training on portals day in and day out. Surely by now, he should be able to do more than summon a few sparks. Late at night, while everyone else was fast asleep, a sudden thought struck him. He had a hunch that he already knew the theory, but the real reason he couldn't conjure a portal lay in channeling energy. He just couldn't feel the flow of magical energy. Could it be that he was unable to connect with the domain of the Vishani? Mordo had explained that the white magic of Kamartaj was all about borrowing power from the dimensional gods. For humans, the force most bearable and with the least cost is that of Vishani. Their power is also the gentlest, but if you wish to wield it, you must possess the faith of an ascetic. After all, even when borrowing the power of the Vishani, there is always a price to pay. The price for invoking the magic of the Vishani is that your own spirit must enter their realm, undergoing a trial, or perhaps torment, of the mind. This is a cost that is only imposed with the consent of both parties. Even if one cannot endure it, there will be no harm to the body, only mental exhaustion will follow. In fact, it might even strengthen the mind. That's why Mordo often emphasizes that only unwavering faith and inner resolve can lead to success. Yet, all this time, Wang Dafei's spirit has never entered the realm of the Vishani. He wondered if it was because he subconsciously resisted the so-called spiritual ordeal, and thus, because his will was not firm enough, he could not gain access to the Vishanti's domain to draw upon their power. He pondered this through a sleepless night, and finally realized it must be that the trinity of the Vishani, those old relics, simply refused to lend him their power. So he couldn't form the spell. He already had the magical runes memorized. All that was missing was an energy source to activate them. That's when he wondered if he could use soul power instead. He began practicing the cultivation methods of the Angel Clan from the Spirit Hall. On his return, Bibi Dong had procured for him from Qian Dalu a collection of copied secret techniques from the Great Sects, which included the Angel Clan's training methods. Among them were the split mind control of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Clan, the dragon transformation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, a deep fusion technique, in essence, and the ring explosion of the Clear Sky Clan. While mastering them all at once was impossible, he had already learned the main angel cultivation method. Every night, he meditated to cultivate his soul power. The soul power he had rebuilt in this world was worlds apart in quality from what he had in Doloa continent, and now he could use it freely without it leaking out. The amount he possessed was roughly on par with a Grand Soul Master, but the quality far surpassed that level. Tonight, he attempted to connect to the portal once more, this time deciding to use his soul power to fuel the construction of the runes. Though he failed repeatedly, he continued to practice tirelessly in the courtyard. At last, sudden sparks began to flicker with strange brilliance. A surge of powerful energy flooded his mind as Wang Dafei channeled all his soul power into the spell. With this unexpected surge of inspiration, Wang Dafei managed to trace a complete circle in the air. A cascading reaction followed. The faint sparks danced. The circle grew larger, and at last, he successfully constructed a spatial gateway. Through it, he could see the scenery of his old apartment, though no one seemed to be inside. He wondered where Adeng and the others had gone. But that was enough to send him into a frenzy of joy. The realization that he had finally taken a crucial step forward. It really was all about energy output. So it turned out, the reason he couldn't do it was because the Vishani, those old guys, simply hadn't lent him their power. Not once did he reflect on whether he was subconsciously resisting their realm, unwilling to endure the torment that awaited him there. If the Vishani could hear what Wang Dafei was thinking, they would surely curse him. What a hopeless wretch. Too scared to seek power, unwilling to pay the price, yet still coveting strength. It's already more than generous that you're even allowed to use the magical runes we created without being banned outright. Wang Dafei was practically bursting with excitement. He couldn't wait to show off his achievement. He decided that tomorrow, he would demonstrate his portal spell in front of Master Mordo and the other Kamartaj disciples. The next day, with everyone watching, Wang Dafei focused his mind and silently recited the incantation. The runes formed of soul energy shimmered brightly before his eyes, and gradually, a small portal began to take shape right in front of him. A flicker of surprise passed through Mordo's eyes. He could see that Wang Dafei wasn't channeling borrowed magical energy, but instead relying on that mysterious soul force he'd cultivated himself. Still, Mordo quickly masked his expression. He merely encouraged Wang Dafei to keep up the good work, while also reminding him to keep his power in check to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Yet for Wang Dafei, this kind of dull, repetitive training felt torturous. Progress with soul energy was painfully slow. After all, with a cheat code in hand, who would want to slog through honest cultivation? The energy from his transmigration had always been at full capacity. But now he couldn't access it, and he didn't understand why. At least he'd mastered the use of portals. He could open them almost effortlessly now, though his soul power only allowed for 2 uses a day, which felt pretty useless. After another day of tedious training, Wang Dafei finally had some free time and sat down to watch TV. That's when a piece of news caught his attention. Stark had gone missing in Afghanistan. The age of demons and monsters was about to begin. Immediately, the image of Stark imprisoned in that cave from the movie flashed through his mind, and a surge of curiosity washed over him. He was desperate to see it for himself. Without hesitation, he reached out and began tracing a circle in the air. But, to his disappointment, the circle failed to become the portal he'd hoped for, one that would take him straight to that cave. He couldn't help but wonder, was there a difference between the cave in the movie and the real one in this world? He mulled it over for a while, but couldn't come up with an answer. Oh well, if he couldn't get there, it didn't really matter. After all, there wasn't much point in going right now anyway. Just as he was feeling bewildered, on the other side, the Ancient One was quietly disrupting his spellcasting. Tony Stark's kidnapping, after all, was a pivotal moment in Tony's own path of growth, and the Ancient One had no intention of letting Wang Dafei meddle in this event. Nevertheless, Wang Dafei was able to confirm one thing. He thought that portals could only be open to places he had seen before or vaguely knew the location of, and in reality, that was pretty much the case. Since he couldn't open a portal to the cave where Stark was being held, he had no choice but to give up. After all, finding that particular cave was no easy feat. A cave somewhere in the desert was far too vague, and with his current abilities, he wasn't yet equipped to handle whatever dangers might await. With nothing else to be done, he had to abandon his plan to rescue Stark and earn some goodwill. Although he felt a twinge of regret, he understood that, for now, there was simply nothing he could do. Just as he was about to turn his attention elsewhere, he suddenly felt the energy that enabled him to travel between worlds stirring restlessly within him, as if signaling that it was once again time to journey to another world. This time, he wanted to be properly prepared. So, he drew a circle and stepped through a portal to New York, where he found a gun shop. The shop was tucked away on a secluded street, its exterior utterly unremarkable, but inside, the walls were lined with all manner of weaponry. Wang Dafei entered, clutching his phone's translation app tightly, his heart pounding with anxiety and anticipation, hoping they'd agree to accept gold as payment. "I want to buy a gun, and I hope I can pay with gold," Wang Dafei said in halting English to the owner, handing over his phone to show the translated message. The owner gave the Chinese man a long, measured look before nodding his understanding. Wang Dafei began browsing the selection, eventually settling on an AR rifle, a few Glock pistols, and a shotgun. But just as he was about to gleefully pull out some gold coins to pay, the owner flashed a sly grin and blocked his path. Suspicion crept into Wang Dafei's mind. He couldn't figure out what the owner meant by this. Then, the owner slowly pulled a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket, upon which was scrawled a message in awkward Chinese characters. Wang Dafei squinted at it, and saw, to his surprise, the words, "Please show your gun license, immigration visa, or green card." The sudden demand caught Wang Dafei completely off guard. He had never expected that even in this little shop, he'd be asked to produce such documents. A flush of embarrassment crossed his face, and he quickly shook his head, stammering out an explanation. I don't have." The boss's face instantly fell, turning stern and severe. He snatched the gun from Wang Dafei's hands and shouted loudly, "FAQ you go. Lao Dafei." With that, he unceremoniously kicked Wang Dafei out of the shop, all the while muttering and cursing under his breath. Wang Dafei, not to be outdone, hurled his own curses back. "Damn it, are you crazy? I'm already willing to pay in gold. Why do you still care about a gun permit? What's wrong with you?" This whole fiasco weighed heavily on his mood. He had thought that as long as he had the money, he could buy whatever weapon he wanted. But it turned out America's gun control wasn't as lax as he'd imagined. Without a permit, they wouldn't even take his gold? Wang Dafei had no idea where to find the kind of brother who could sell him an unregistered gun, no questions asked. Now, after all that searching, he'd gotten nothing but trouble, no weapon, just a boot out the door and a string of insults. Frustrated, he could only wander off to a deserted alley, stewing in his disappointment before heading back to Kamartaj. Once back at Kamartaj, Wang Dafei began to form a plan. The curtain was about to rise on the Marvel Universe. 3 months from now, Iron Man would make his first appearance. He needed to master English quickly, but even more pressing was the need to strengthen himself. After all, he would soon enter worlds brimming with unknown dangers, and bare hands alone would never be enough. So, he figured he'd better arm himself before making the leap. After giving it careful thought, he decided to seek some support from the Ancient One. Maybe he could secure some suitable weaponry for self-defense. He pictured the Ancient One being generous enough to help. With that hope, he left his dorm and set off for her quarters. But before he could reach his destination, he was surprised to find Master Mordo already waiting for him. As soon as Mordo saw him, he approached and conveyed the Ancient One's message. The Ancient One sent me to tell you. You may enter Kamartaj's armory and select 1 piece of armor and 1 weapon. Wang Dafei was taken aback. Amazed, he wondered if the Ancient One had been peeking into the future. He hadn't even made his request, yet she'd already arranged everything. But with this opportunity in hand, he wasn't about to let it slip by. He'd come for gear, after all. Under Master Mordo's guidance, he stepped into the legendary armory. At once, Wang Dafei's eyes were dazzled by the sight of all manner of armor, swords, spears, and staves. These weapons and defenses radiated an ancient, mysterious aura, evoking a deep curiosity about their true power. However, faced with so many options, and seeing that Mordo had no intention of explaining any of them to him, Wang Dafei felt at a loss. He had no clue what any of these items did. After all, he was truly unfamiliar with these objects. He couldn't tell which ones were ordinary pieces of armor and which might be imbued with magical powers. If he just walked out with some random antique, that would be a disaster. After wandering around for a while, Wang Dafei suddenly noticed a suit of armor that seemed to be made from some kind of scales. The moment he saw it, memories flashed through his mind. He knew exactly what this was. It was the dragon scale armor from the movie Shang-Chi. His heart skipped a beat in surprise. So there really was a connection between Kamartaj and the hidden Ta Lo village. Otherwise, how could there be dragon scale armor? A specialty of Ta Lo here? In Shang-Chi, the people from Ta Lo all wore armor like this. This type of armor was especially effective against dark creatures like Dementors, able to shield its wearer from their attacks. Wang Dafei examined the armor carefully. Though it resembled leather armor at first glance, it was truly in a class of its own. The surface was studded with overlapping dragon scales. When he brushed his fingers across them, a faint red glow shimmered across the scales. As for the weapons, most of what he saw in the armory were peculiar-looking staffs and rods. He had no idea what they did. After some hesitation, he finally chose a spear, its shaft also forged from dragon scales, to serve as his weapon. Once he'd made his selection, Mordo finally turned to see what Wang Dafei had picked. A glimmer of approval flashed in Mordo's eyes, and he even clapped his hands in praise. Master Dafei, your choices are excellent. That weapon is truly a fine pick. This set of gear comes from Ta Lo village. The people of the mystical Ta Lo, much like those of Kamartaj, are guardians, defenders who protect the real world from invasions by dark creatures. They rely on the power of the dragon and the magical scales bestowed upon them by the divine beast. That's how they can both withstand the attacks of dark beings and strike back against them. For generations, their clan has faithfully guarded the dark entrance to Ta Lo. It's only because of these enchanted dragon scales that they've been able to resist the constant encroachment of those shadowy monsters. Wang Dafei picked up the dragon scale armor, feeling its sturdy and warm embrace. He hefted the spear, giving it a gentle swing. The tip gleamed with a flash of red light. Both items looked and felt formidable. With his new equipment chosen, he left the armory and returned to his quarters at Kamartaj. He slipped the spear into his storage bracelet, donned the dragon scale armor underneath, and pulled on the standard Kamartaj robe over it. Once ready, he summoned the power of dimensional travel within him. On a sudden whim, Wang Dafei shouted, "Transcend worlds! Activate!" Instantly, a surge of demonic crimson energy enveloped him. And, just like that, Wang Dafei vanished once again from the Marvel Universe. When his senses returned, sight and sound flooding back in, he was immediately assailed by a cacophony of gunfire and explosions, far louder than any firecrackers he'd ever heard. The relentless roar of weapons and shouts of battle filled the air. In that moment, Wang Dafei couldn't help but regret not getting his hands on a gun. This looked like the kind of battlefield where he might just meet his end. Yet, as Wang Dafei took in his surroundings, he realized that even if he had managed to arm himself with a dozen Barrett sniper rifles, it would have made no difference here. He found himself inside an enormous grand hall, and the combatants around him were all towering giants, each at least 2 or 3 meters tall. Most of them were clad in either blue or black armor, locked in fierce combat. The barrels of their guns looked nearly as large as his own face, an intimidating sight. At the very instant Wang Dafei appeared, both sides abruptly ceased fire. Just a second ago, they had been locked in brutal conflict, yet now, as if by some silent agreement, all had stopped at once. Wang Dafei considered how shocking it must be for someone to suddenly appear in the middle of a battlefield like this. Honestly, he counted himself lucky that they had only stopped fighting. Anything was better than being gunned down on the spot. But soon, Wang Dafei realized things weren't quite as they seemed. He glanced left and right and noticed that very few people were actually looking at him. It turned out their ceasefire had nothing to do with his sudden arrival. Though a handful of eyes did flicker in his direction, most attention was fixed on a man standing deep within the hall, shrouded in a strange, shimmering field. As that man slowly opened his eyes, it felt as if an invisible force swept over the entire battlefield, commanding absolute silence. In that instant, time itself seemed to freeze. The once chaotic hall fell utterly still. The black-armored giants bristling with spikes and horns, the grotesque. Demons in gray-green armor with writhing tentacles, even the opposing giants clad in various colors of armor, all stood as if caught in a spell, motionless. Not even the blue-armored giants, who made up the greatest number, were spared. Each and every one was transfixed, staring in awe toward the depths of the hall, where the most imposing blue-armored giant of them all stood. It was as if everyone instinctively held their breath, terrified that the slightest sound might disturb him. But then suddenly, as he opened his eyes, a piercing blue gaze swept across the hall, commanding the attention of all. At that very moment, he suddenly rose to his feet and drew the long sword at his side. Though for Wang Dafei, given its size, it was more like a giant sword. The weapon in that mighty man's hand instantly erupted in blazing flames. Golden fire surged forth, illuminating the battlefield in a radiant glow, the flames rolling and churning like a raging tide. The heat was so intense that even Wang Dafei, standing far away, felt a wave of stifling warmth sweep over him. And from the giant himself surged an aura of unparalleled grandeur, an overwhelming presence that pressed upon every soul present, as if the weight of a mountain bore down upon eggs, silent yet profoundly shaking the hearts of all who witnessed it. Everyone felt a heavy, inexpressible oppression. Wang Dafei was no exception. In his mind, this titan, felt even more like a god than Tang San had ever seemed, a true deity standing before him. He couldn't quite explain why, but the feeling was undeniable. It simply washed over him. At that moment, atop the giant's immense, powerful figure, an endless blaze of anger and killing intent burned. Wang Dafei could sense that none of it was directed at him, which allowed his heart to relax, if only slightly. Everyone here was enormous and formidable. Wang Dafei realized that, should he have to fight any of them, he might not last more than a couple of moves. Suddenly, just then, from behind Wang Dafei, a terrifyingly fierce giant clad in black and red armor burst forth, roaring, "Gilliman!" In the next instant, under the shocked gazes of his comrades, this giant charged at the majestic blue-armored titan as if he'd seen his mortal enemy. Yet the towering, formidable blue giant needed only the barest movement. With a swing swifter and mightier than anything Wang Dafei had ever witnessed in Doloa World, the titan cleaved the black and red giant in two in a single, devastating stroke. Had the sundered body not flown apart, the halves hurled away by the force while the searing flames evaporated the blood in an instant, none present would have even realized that a sword had been swung at all. The speed was so extraordinary that Wang Dafei's eyes couldn't even follow it. As the bisected, black and red giant crashed to the ground, it was as though a switch had been flipped. Suddenly, everyone leapt back into furious combat. A warrior clad in bone-spiked armor raised a blood-soaked battle axe and bellowed to the sky, "Skull for the skull throne, blood for the blood god." Even though a comrade had just died a meaningless death before their very eyes, the Black Legion's warriors, driven by that cry, surged forward like madmen, desperate to shatter every obstacle and claim the head of that indomitable blue-armored giant. It seemed this newly awakened warrior was the leader of all the blue-armored titans present. As long as he is killed, the morale of the Black Legion will surely soar. With the flames of war reignited, the elite warriors of the Black Legion surged forth in groups, charging straight at the newly awakened Gilliman. On the other side, the soldiers of the Blue Legion were invigorated by Gilliman's return. It was as if a greater strength welled up from within them, empowering them to resist their enemies with renewed vigor. In the midst of the Black Legion, Chapter Master Calgar, the legendary blue ICU war god, was still holding his ground despite being beset from all sides. With each thunderous blow, his power fist smashed into the skulls of his foes, shattering armor and throats alike. The foul blood splattered across his body as he threw his head back and roared to the sky. For humanity, for the Emperor, for my father, Gilliman. The warriors of the Blue Legion felt their morale soar. The fire of faith blazed within each of them. Meanwhile, the giant known as Gilliman advanced, radiating overwhelming fury. With astonishing speed, he closed in behind Wang Dafei, instantly engaging the monstrous, black-armored giants. Towering and powerful, yet impossibly agile, Gilliman leapt past Wang Dafei in a flash. Then, this colossus in blue armor, even larger than the rest, swung his blade at the Black Legion's giants. Each strike was as effortless as slicing through vegetables, and he tore through the battlefield. In an unstoppable rampage, the black-armored warriors fell like weeds before a scythe, their bodies and shattered armor soaring through the air like a storm of shooting stars wherever he went. The sheer spectacle of it all left Wang Dafei momentarily stunned. Only now did he realize where he was, the inverted Omega banner planted everywhere, the blue-armored giants. This was the headquarters of the Ultramarines. This world was the terrifying Warhammer 40K, a universe steeped in endless horror and despair, where hope was but a distant glimmer. It was a place so dreadful that, given the choice between dying from a terminal illness or being sent to Warhammer 40K as a transmigrator, most would rather choose death. In this world, death was not the worst fate. There were horrors here that could make you wish for death but deny it to you. In that instant, Wang Dafei's thoughts leapt to the most terrifying entities of this universe, the four gods of the warp. None of them were benevolent, and he found himself, almost involuntarily, blurting out their names. Korn, Tsench, Slaanesh, Nurgle. And in that very moment, Wang Dafei felt as though something had set its sights on him. Suddenly, a tiny rift opened in the air not far from where he stood. This was beyond all reason. The aura emanating from within made Wang Dafei's skin crawl and covered him in goosebumps. It felt as though countless invisible eyes were watching him from the darkness. As Wang Dafei stood paralyzed by fear, a beautiful angel with golden hair and clad in golden armor suddenly soared toward him, wings unfurled. In an instant, Wang Dafei was swept into the embrace of this radiant, golden woman. She spoke words in a language Wang Dafei had never heard before, yet somehow her voice soothed him. Each syllable seemed to carry a comforting resonance, echoing softly, accompanied by the distant sound of prayers. Yet, miraculously, he understood her meaning. She was saying, "May the God Emperor bless you." The God Emperor? The instant Wang Dafei heard these words, his mind, which had frozen with terror, snapped back into motion, racing furiously as if it had just been reconnected to a network. He realized, with a chilling certainty, that something had set its sights upon him. If anyone could save him now, it would be that one being, the mightiest deity of this world, though he preferred to call himself nothing more than an ordinary human. Only he would ever protect humankind. Old Emperor. The Emperor. My Lord Emperor. Save me, Wang Dafei cried out, and in that very moment, nestled in the angelic woman's arms, his own body erupted in a blaze of golden psychic fire. The light grew ever more dazzling, flooding the vast palace with blinding radiance that stretched in every direction. Even the imposing man, who had been advancing, paused to watch the spectacle. There was a flicker of surprise, perhaps even confusion, in his eyes. Was this the power of his father's psychic might? Why had it manifested here? Who was this mysterious woman? Could it be that he was now able to project his power across the immeasurable distances of the galaxy, all the way to the far-flung 500 worlds? Or is he actually nearby? These questions swirled in the man's mind, forcing him to halt and ponder. As for why he stopped fighting, it was because the very instant that golden psychic flame flared to life, the black-clad warriors around them were annihilated. Like mosquitoes sucked into a jet engine, they vanished without a trace, not even ashes remaining. And when the brilliant light faded, Wang Dafei had vanished as well, right before the eyes of the mighty blue giant. When Wang Dafei opened his eyes again, he found himself surrounded by utter darkness, nothingness in every direction, save for a single, cold black sun above him, burning with pale flames. The Emperor, master of mankind, ever since he was grievously wounded and took his place upon the golden throne, sealed within its stasis field. The Imperium of Man had been forced to sacrifice thousands of psychers to him every day just to keep him alive, though it was never his desire. It is through such immense sacrifice that the Imperium of Man has managed to survive until now. Another reason lies in the fervent faith of those in the material universe, and in the countless psychers who have burned themselves out over these 10,000 years. As a result, his psychic projection has blazed within the warp like a sun for a millennium. Yet, this has caused the Emperor to become the very kind of being he once despised most. By now, he has truly become a sun within the warp, a cold, blazing star wreathed in pale flames. Transformed into this celestial body, he is forever bound to the golden throne, able only to guard humanity's future with the sheer force of his will and power. Though he can no longer take to the battlefield in person, his presence remains the spiritual pillar of the Imperium. It is as though his sole existence is to annihilate everything within the warp. Every demon that dares reveal itself before him is incinerated instantly. And in these recent years, 10 millennia after his sacrifice, he has begun to communicate with his followers through dreams and possession. He has orchestrated events with meticulous care, guiding his most composed and rational son, the Primarch of the 13th Legion, Robert Gilliman, to awaken from the very brink of life and death. Once more, Gilliman is tasked with leading this decaying empire of humanity. Yet on this very day, an unexpected visitor suddenly stumbles into this universe. This individual belongs neither to the warp nor to the material universe, but seems instead to be an ordinary, frail human from before the golden age of mankind. He arrives in a universe he sees as teetering on the edge of ruin, where hope is all but extinguished. This visitor, reminiscent of someone from the 21st century, carries with him a host of secrets. The moment he enters this world, he exudes an aura that does not belong here. His body radiates vitality and contentment, filled with boundless optimism for the future. Such an upbeat spirit is strikingly out of place in a cosmos steeped in despair. While curiosity stirs at the appearance of this feeble figure, so similar to pre-imperial humanity, this person, bewilderingly, calls out to the four great entities of the warp, as if on a whim. Even stranger, he seems to know about the four ruinous powers. The Chaos Gods are truly insidious. To simply know of their existence is to attract their gaze, which often leads to calamity. Unbeknownst to many, those who become aware of these beings may be gradually corrupted and consumed, without ever realizing they have become pawns of the dark gods. This world was once a relatively normal universe. However, everything changed after the four Chaos Gods of the warp were born one after another and grew powerful enough to affect reality itself. They wreaked havoc on this world, ruining it as thoroughly as a burst sewage pipe flooding a restroom. The Emperor, left with no other choice, could only take up his post on the metaphorical toilet, desperately holding back the flood. He could not leave. If he did, disaster would erupt and engulf everything. Should he abandon his post, the entire human race across this real universe might be doomed. The four Chaos Gods of the warp had always had their eyes on this region of space. Suddenly, they all sensed the presence of a peculiar human, someone who seemed to know of their existence. Before the Chaos Gods could react, the Emperor acted first. He decided to either take away or eliminate this strange human. After Celestine's investigation revealed that this human was pure and untouched by the taint of chaos, the Emperor used his power to whisk Wang Dafei away. When Wang Dafei opened his eyes again, he found himself floating in a vast emptiness, surrounded by an icy chill that crept through the void. He tried to make out his surroundings, but all he could see were countless blurred outlines and shifting shadows. Above him, he noticed a massive, dark shape radiating a faint, eerie glow. As his vision slowly cleared, he was stunned to realize that it was a black sun. But this sun emitted a strange, bone-chilling aura, as if it was not a source of warmth and light, but rather a frigid abyss. Suddenly, the scene before his eyes shifted several times in rapid succession. Wang Dafei's eyes widened in disbelief as he took in the bizarre spectacle before him. In that moment, the starless night sky vanished, replaced by a magnificent palace gleaming with gold and jade. The hall was adorned with grand, golden carvings and dazzling gems, and the floor was covered with a plush red carpet. The air was filled with an aura both solemn and mysterious. Each sculpture and ornament within exuded a sense of artistry. Wang Dafei's gaze lingered on the towering stained-glass windows, aglow with golden light. They depicted the Emperor's glorious achievements of ages past. When Wang Dafei finally tore his eyes away, it was as if he had awoken from a dream. He realized that he now stood before the throne in this majestic palace. A formless pressure weighed upon him, compelling him to bow his head. Slowly, he lifted his gaze toward the throne at the center of the hall. Seated upon it was a man clad in resplendent golden armor. Upon his head was not an ordinary crown, but an olive wreath, shining with golden brilliance. His face was striking, noble and handsome beyond words, his eyes deep and commanding, radiating an irresistible power and charisma. All filled Wang Dafei's heart. Now this is what a god should be, he thought, marveling silently. Compared to him, Tang San is nothing. Respect and reverence welled up within him for this mysterious figure. Suddenly, Wang Dafei realized that just moments ago, he had still been in the home of the Extreme Warriors, at the very moment when the father of the Extreme Warriors, Robert Killamon, was awakening. But now, it seemed he had entered another world altogether. Here, everything felt so unfamiliar, yet strangely captivating. Casting a puzzled glance at the man before him, he hesitantly asked, "Emperor?" A nameless, suffocating sense of terror and oppression pressed down upon him. Standing before him was the master of humanity, the mightiest psychic, the absolute ruler of the empire, the omnipotent All-Father, Omnicia. Under the weight of that terrifying pressure, Wang Dafei's mind turned to mush, leaving him no time to think at all. But after a while, the man whose face he couldn't quite see seemed to change. He seemed to descend from his godlike height, becoming someone Wang Dafei could actually speak to. Then, what Wang Dafei saw began to shift and morph before his eyes. It was as if he was witnessing pain, joy, sorrow, excitement, death, and compassion, an explosion of countless emotions, each one flashing before him in an instant. Finally, the figure transformed into a young man. Watching Wang Dafei's reaction, he spoke gently, his voice soft and kind. "I'm sorry. I can't always maintain this human side of me. Let's not waste time. Before I had your permission, I already looked into your memories." He paused for a moment, then continued. "But I also saw the desires and pursuits buried deep within your heart. So, before you leave, I'd like to make a deal with you." With that, he fell silent, patiently awaiting Wang Dafei's reply. Wang Dafei's mind was a whirl of curiosity, a cascade of questions rising within him. What is going on here? Even though he hadn't spoken the words aloud, only letting a thought quietly form in his heart, it was astonishing, almost unbelievable, that the man before him seemed to possess the supernatural ability to instantly grasp the contents of his mind. Could it be mind reading? The very idea was so outlandish that Wang Dafei found it both wondrous and deeply unsettling. At the same time, a faint sense of unease began to creep over him, sending his thoughts spinning out of control. In this moment, he had absolutely no idea how the Emperor would choose to deal with someone like him, a traveler from another world. What's more, if the Emperor truly had glimpsed his memories as he claimed, then did he now know the true nature of this world? The thought made Wang Dafei even more anxious and uneasy. In this damned world, if he learned about those bleak and terrifying endings, would he go mad? All this, compounded by the uncertainty of whether the Emperor really knew his innermost thoughts. However, Wang Dafei managed to keep a calm expression on his face, forcing himself to listen to what the other party had to say, hoping to glean some clues or answers from the conversation. After a moment, the Emperor shook his head, as if with a hint of helplessness, and addressed Wang Dafei. "Those endings in your mind really are quite messed up, but this world isn't some novel or video game as you imagine. Just because you've read similar stories doesn't mean they reflect reality. It's merely that some kind of multidimensional interaction between worlds allowed someone in another universe to write down our story, and then the author made a few changes of his own. This is perfectly normal. There's no need for you to worry. I would never sink into despair over something like this, because the real world is far more chaotic than any story you've read. As for those endings you know of, I don't accept them. I will do everything in my power to change our fate. There is still a glimmer of hope left in this universe." Wang Dafei listened as the Emperor's voice rolled out, deep and resonant like distant thunder. The Emperor spoke calmly to Wang Dafei. "I have infused your body with the greatest amount of psychic power you can withstand, along with certain blessings, as you call them. I have also placed within you a seed of immortality, an essence of my own creation. This seed will gradually strengthen both your body and your psychic abilities. Even in the worst-case scenario, you will one day grow to possess powers comparable to my own son's." Wang Dafei frowned and asked, "So what is the price?" This time, there was a long pause before the Emperor finally replied, his voice still brimming with authority. "Naturally, I will not demand everything from you. I only hope that, in exchange for this power, you will one day repay it. I have bestowed upon you great psychic power, as well as a specially modified genetic seed. This seed will not forcibly alter your body, but will focus on enhancing your psychic energy and your mastery over it. Over time, you will gradually become a powerful immortal being. From now on, you will have ample time and the means to travel between worlds. All I ask is that, when you are able, you bring back a spark of hope for our world. My words end here. It is time for you to go, traveler. Listening to the emperor's words, Wang Dafei felt a little uneasy. The emperor's tone seemed to urge him to leave, though perhaps there were reasons behind this urgency that Wang Dafei could not know. A moment later, he sensed a mighty force surging within him, far beyond anything he could have imagined. He could feel, with absolute clarity, that these new powers were a gift from the emperor. The strength coursing through him filled him with an exhilarating sense of excitement. He was certain that as long as he possessed this power, no matter where he went, he would be as formidable as he was in Doha, perhaps even surpassing his previous experiences. It was as if he could sense this spiritual energy coursing through him, limitless and omnipotent. Although this strength hadn't been gained through his own cultivation, but had somehow been infused into his body by other means, he did not dwell on that issue for long. After all, power is power. No matter the source, as long as he could master it and wield it as his own, that was enough. Once it was under his control, it became his strength, and that sufficed. So, he chose not to agonize over where this power came from. Instead, he focused on harnessing its potential, curious to see just how far he could go. Yet, there were still some things Wang Dafei couldn't help but wonder about. He asked, "Since you've seen my memories, you should know I can't leave for another 7 days, right?" He muttered inwardly, puzzled by the rush to send him off so soon. Originally, he'd hoped to tinker with some of this world's advanced technology, if not something extraordinary, then at least a few standard-issue power spears, explosive rifles, or maybe even a Thunderhawk gunship to take back with him. But now, feeling the overwhelming spiritual energy surging within him, he realized he had become a living arsenal, airplanes and cannons alike. What use did he have for external gadgets anymore? It seemed the Emperor was intent on explaining the dangers of the warp to him. Though this realm belonged to the Emperor, the warp was still the warp, always exerting its influence on both body and mind. The Emperor spoke, "Because this is the warp. If you stay here too long, I fear you might be assimilated by this world. In truth, during the time I've been studying you, it's actually already 7 days later. I've discovered that after spending 30 days in another world, the energy accumulated within you allows you to cross worlds again without waiting 7 days. But this place is no tourist destination. It's not safe. So you must leave as soon as possible. I can't predict what negative effects the warp might have on you. It truly is perilous here." Wang Dafei stared in astonishment. It's already been more than 7 days? Time flows that quickly in the warp? Wait, did you say you were studying me? A faint, knowing smile appeared on the Emperor's otherwise impassive face. He replied with calm certainty, "Yes, I have no intention of hiding this from you. I have indeed been studying you for a while. But during your slumber, as I observed the power within you that lets you traverse worlds, I could never quite locate it inside your body. It was because of this that, over these 7 days, I have come to understand all your memories. But rest assured, I have not tampered with them in any way. That is my sincerity toward you." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Now, you possess a portion of my power, enough for you to face most enemies when you return to that world you call the Marvel Earth 19999 Cinematic Universe. Once you're back, you can use this power to easily defeat that alien named Thanos and seize the Infinity Stones." Upon hearing this, Wang Dafei suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Still, doubts lingered in his heart, and he cast a deep, searching look at the Emperor, though he couldn't help feeling a bit displeased at being hurried away. Even so, he could understand. After all, in matters of research like this, the man before him would do anything for the survival of humanity. If he could lay claim to this power, he would probably take it for himself and entrust it to a son he believed in. But since his own interests hadn't been harmed, instead, he'd been given a helping hand, and since there was nothing he could do about it anyway, he decided to accept things as they were. Wang Dafei nodded and said, "I promise you, when I become strong enough, I'll do everything I can to come back and help you destroy the 4 evil gods." With those words, he activated the energy for his journey and prepared to leave. The energy wrapped around Wang Dafei, cocooning him completely. The Emperor watched Wang Dafei in silence. "I hope we'll have the chance to meet again," he said. As soon as the words left his lips, the figure seated on the throne suddenly changed his expression. His gaze became hollow and vacant, as if his soul had departed. It was impossible to tell where he was looking. The aura of warmth and kindness vanished in an instant, as though it had never existed at all. The real reason he wanted Wang Dafei gone was not without cause. The 4 peddlers seemed to sense some vague, lurking terror, something they couldn't quite understand. How could such a feeling arise in them? Driven by curiosity and unease, They gathered together to investigate. Meanwhile, Wang Dafei, oblivious to all this, took a deep breath, his heart filled with anticipation and anxiety. He had no idea what the next world would be like, but he believed that with the Emperor's power now within him, he would be unstoppable when he returned to Marvel Earth. Traverse! Initiate! He shouted. As before, the energy of the journey enveloped him, and in an instant, Wang Dafei vanished. The golden hall disappeared with him, leaving only emptiness and a cold, black sun. When his vision returned, Wang Dafei looked around to find himself in a shattered wasteland, broken walls and ruins everywhere, with many buildings still ablaze. He couldn't help but frown. The last time he'd seen a place like this after traveling between worlds, he'd ended up mining for 7 days straight, a memory he'd rather forget. But now he felt no fear at all. With the spiritual power coursing through his body, he felt strong, invincible. So, he began searching the area for people. After only a few steps, he heard a man's anguished cry. Come out. Show yourself. There's no time left to search. If you refuse to come out, then I'll just kill every last one of you. Wang Dafei was baffled. He had no idea what was going on, but with the confidence of someone who felt invincible, he showed no sign of fear as he asked directly. What? I just got here. I came out already. What exactly are you looking for? It was then that Wang Dafei saw him. A scrawny young man, robed in Taoist attire, his clothes soaked and stained red with blood. Beside him, bodies were strewn all around. But the young man standing before Wang Dafei paid him no attention, acting as if Wang Dafei simply didn't exist. His face flickered with a wild mix of emotions, at one moment regretful, the next in tears, then suddenly shouting in anger or writhing as if tormented. His body looked utterly spent, like a lamp with its oil run dry. A jolt shot through Wang Dafei's heart. Has this guy lost his mind? Has he gone on some killing spree? What kind of world is this, where the first person I meet is a lunatic? His thoughts raced, desperately trying to figure out if there was anything familiar about this world. Suddenly, after glancing down at his own tattered, ruined body, the blood-soaked young man's eyes lit up with manic joy. He burst into crazed laughter, as if he'd just discovered some great, terrible secret. His laughter grew even more unhinged. Ha ha ha, that's right. Li Huang would never do something like this. Wang Dafei's shock deepened. His scalp tingled with dread. Did he hear that right? What? Li Huang. A cold fear gripped his heart. This was bad, very bad. He could only hope he'd misheard. A certain bizarre book sprang to his mind, the kind of book whose author could only have found inspiration, or perhaps written it entirely, inside a madhouse. Then the man who might be Li Huang started muttering to himself again. But I can do it. Dan Yangzi can. I've done it. His voice took on a feverish, gleeful pitch. It was the first time Wang Dafei had ever been this close to someone who seemed genuinely insane. He felt a ripple of discomfort. But in that instant, he knew for certain. The lunatic before him was none other than Li Huang. Those wild, manic laughs made Wang Dafei's skin crawl. Every hair on his body stood on end as he cautiously backed away. Oh my God, I need to get out of here. This world is crawling with outer gods. Panic sent his mind spinning, his sanity slipping away by the second. He'd heard this world was exciting, but this kind of excitement was more than he could handle. This was the Tao myth world, a reality warped beyond human understanding, its very fabric polluted by the memes of eldritch beings. Here, strangeness, evil, and darkness lurked everywhere. Chaos was the order of the day. Just then, Li Huang began bellowing at the top of his lungs. I've done it. I, Dan Yangzi, have succeeded. The 3 flowers gather atop my head, ascending to immortality, transforming into a celestial being. Ha ha ha! Staring at the man before him, who now seemed utterly deranged, Wang Dafei suddenly found golden flames erupting uncontrollably from his own body, blazing as if burning away some deep-seated filth. The golden fire enveloping him brought a sense of safety, and in a blur, the shattered ruins around him vanished. Li Huang was gone as well. The wild, desolate land beneath his feet transformed into a hospital, heavy with the stinging scent of disinfectant. There, Li Huang was strapped to a hospital bed, thrashing and screaming in madness. Wang Dafei's heart pounded so fiercely that his ears rang, drowning out all other sounds. He dared not linger in this nightmarish world any longer. The Emperor had warned him before that after staying for 30 days last time, he now had the power to leave early. He needed to run, fast. Just as he braced himself to escape, the modern hospital flickered and disappeared, replaced once more by the crumbling ruins of an ancient wasteland. And there, Li Huang suddenly soared upward, rising unnaturally straight into the sky in a way that defied explanation. Meanwhile, the golden spiritual flames on Wang Dafei's body grew ever more intense, surging and roaring as they wrapped him, completely, as if intent on consuming everything in their path. His eyes gleamed with golden light, shining like two brilliant stars. Then, to his astonishment, Wang Dafei found himself involuntarily being lifted skyward. An invisible force hoisted him up, much like a helpless chick plucked by its wings. "Oh!" Wang Dafei cried out in shock, his face a mask of confusion and fear. At that moment, the thought he'd had about using his power to escape this place vanished from his mind without a trace. He blinked in bewilderment, as if he had completely forgotten his previous intentions. His thoughts became muddled and hazy, shrouded in a fog he couldn't penetrate. He was lost. Yet, despite his confusion, the golden, purifying flames on Wang Dafei's body burned fiercer than ever. The energy roared and surged, warping the very air around him with its heat. At this moment, he was like a miniature sun, radiating endless light and heat. And so, Wang Dafei continued to ascend, faster and faster, shooting toward the sky like a rocket. He pierced through layers of clouds, soared over snow-capped mountains, and finally passed through the Yak Gate, vanishing into the endless expanse of the heavens. Just before that, he glanced at the white jade capital below, glimpsing within it a host of abstract, twisted monsters. Inside, there are not only enormous staring eyeballs, but also bizarre bubbles and hulking flesh-formed humanoids. Yet, as he soared ever higher, leaving the white jade capital far behind, it felt as if he had flown into outer space, a place of utter darkness without a single star. In that instant, he saw Li Huang within the white jade capital, being torn apart by those monstrous things. The psychic flames bestowed by the Emperor continued to burn, clearing the haze in Wang Dafei's mind. He realized he was in the grasp of a giant. The giant's white hair and crimson robes were unmistakable, and in Wang Dafei's mind, a single name surfaced, Jizai, the confused arbiter of fate. The Emperor's flames, as if finding new fuel, surged wildly, eager to burn away every impurity. The towering figure seemed lost and bewildered, oblivious to everything around him. He reached out to touch the fiercely burning golden flames, and soon his entire hand was ablaze, yet he appeared utterly unfazed by the pain. But then, as the fire seared his hand, something shifted. For a brief moment, clarity returned to his gaze. He looked at Wang Dafei with wonder, as if he had just discovered a priceless treasure. Without warning, the giant reached for Wang Dafei. Just as he was about to be grasped, Wang Dafei's senses faded. Everything went black. In that split second before darkness fully claimed him, Wang Dafei caught a glimpse. A tall figure, radiant with golden light, stepped between him and the giant's outstretched hand. Who knew how much time had passed before Wang Dafei finally drifted back to consciousness? His mind felt as if it had been battered by heavy blows, foggy and aching. Yet, he quickly realized his predicament. Just like the Monkey King standing in the palm of the Buddha, he found himself in the hand of a giant, gazing up at his captor. Looking at the white-haired, red-robed giant before him, Wang Dafei felt a strange sense of familiarity, though he could no longer recall who the other was. All he remembered was that he had somehow entered an extraordinary world, and upon arrival, had been swept up by an unstoppable force and brought to this place that felt like the farthest reaches of space. He didn't really understand what had happened, but since the other hadn't killed him outright, perhaps he wouldn't be killed now. At least, not immediately. Wang Dafei eyed the giant with uncertainty and asked, "Excuse me, who are you, and what exactly is going on here?" He glanced around and realized he seemed to be standing in a vast, endless cosmos. Yet there were no stars, only an abyss of darkness stretching in every direction, as if he were at the very heart of the universe's shadow. The being Wang Dafei had once called the confused arbiter, Jizai, nodded in apparent satisfaction at this turn of events. With a gentle voice, he said, "Forgive me. Your sudden arrival piqued my curiosity, so I took a look inside your mind to understand the situation." He made it sound so casual, but what Wang Dafei didn't know was that taking a look inside his mind had been literal. His brain had been plucked out and examined. Thankfully, Wang Dafei remained blissfully unaware. Otherwise, that chilling method would surely have terrified him beyond measure. "However, I've taken back the power I entrusted to you. The strength that belonged to the one called Emperor, that golden psychic energy blazing like wildfire. I'm sorry, but my world needs this extraordinary force even more. To protect more people, he agreed to this as well. But don't worry, I left you a little, just a tiny bit." Hearing this, Wang Dafei was startled. He truly could no longer feel that immense and surging power within his body. It was as if it had never existed at all. He felt utterly hollow, as if an emptiness had eaten away at him. Damn it, this felt even worse than being betrayed by his own wife. To have tasted invincibility for just a moment, and then have it snatched away. His heart began to race, nervous sweat beading on his brow. A wave of fear and unease crashed over him. What on earth did this guy want? Yet, faced with such overwhelming might, he dared not voice his anger. For Wang Dafei, what he'd lost was more than just the psychic power bestowed by the Emperor. That power was his ticket, his means to sweep through the Marvel Universe and seize the Infinity Stones. What shocked him even more was that even the soul power he had painstakingly cultivated was now gone without a trace. Not a shred of it remained. Every last bit drained away. The bastard. What he didn't know was that all the soul power he'd cultivated had already been completely transformed by the Emperor into psychic energy. He tried to summon whatever soul power might have naturally recovered, hoping to channel it as psychic energy, where once he could unleash earth-shaking might. Now all he managed was a faint psychic spark. Despair welled up within him. His mind churned with endless confusion and questions. Yet, as he focused inward, he realized he wasn't completely empty. Deep within, there was still a faint golden ember of psychic power, stubbornly burning. On, though tiny, that flame brimmed with boundless vitality and potential. Well, thanks a lot for at least leaving me something, he thought sarcastically. Wang Dafei fixed his gaze on that little spark, a sense of grievance rising in his chest. Forced from the heights of power back to square one. Damn it, he'd been thrown all the way back to the starting village. It seemed he'd have to rely on himself to rekindle this ember and reclaim his lost strength. With disbelief and frustration etched across his face, he glared at the white-haired, red-clad giant. If he wasn't so hopelessly outmatched, he'd have let loose a string of curses. How was he supposed to take on Thanos now, or snatch those stones, or ever rise to greatness again? Jizai looked at the anxious Wang Dafei and said, "Don't worry. Deep within you lies the miraculous genetic seed created by the Emperor. In time, you will grow, and one day, you'll possess a power even greater than before." After that, Jizai, his expression grave, spoke to Wang Dafei in a serious tone. "Still, I truly didn't expect that this unexpected, artificially induced awakening would allow us to encounter a real transcender. It's astonishing beyond words. But you must understand, appearing so blatantly, completely exposed in another world is an extremely dangerous act. If you run into entities like us, incarnations of the world's conscious laws, there's a high chance they'd erase you without a second thought, or even devour you. So, in truth, you've been risking your life all along without even realizing just how perilous it is. Maybe you've just been lucky so far. The ones you've met have all been relatively reasonable. But you need to know, streaking through other worlds like this is a very serious problem." Jizai's gaze was fixed on Wang Dafei, his words laden with warning. Yet, right after maintaining such a stern look, Jizai's expression suddenly softened into a smile, and he said gently, "But as thanks for the help you and the Emperor have given, I'll grant you a portion of my power as a reward. Unfortunately, there's a problem in our world. The very source of all power here has been contaminated to some extent. What could once be given easily now comes with great difficulty. It's also changed the price that must be paid. As much as I'd like to let you leap ahead once more, it would be far too dangerous for you. After all, you wouldn't want to suddenly grow a few extra heads or arms, would you? So, I can't grant you as much power as promised with the Emperor, but rest assured you won't be shortchanged." As he spoke, a bead the size of a glass marble appeared in front of him, floating gently toward Wang Dafei. Wang Dafei looked at the marble hovering before his eyes and couldn't help but let out a half-laugh, half-sigh. He had no idea what this thing was, but it seemed awfully small. "Seriously? You took such a huge chunk of my spiritual energy, and now you're giving me something the size of a marble in return?" Seeing Wang Dafei's reaction, Jizai smiled and replied, "This isn't just a glass marble. As compensation, this is actually the most precious gift you could receive right now. What you see here is a pure, innate primordial energy, refined and separated by burning away the Emperor's spirit energy I drew from you. In addition, it contains a trace of an untainted, bewildering fragment of the world's will. I'm giving it to you, as long as you don't recklessly expose yourself in front of the world's incarnations. Other worlds' laws will find it hard to detect your presence. In this way, your biggest hidden danger is resolved. Moreover, this will serve as nourishment for the spiritual seed within you, helping it grow strong and healthy." As he waved his hand gently, The bead shot out from in front of him, trailing a burst of dazzling light. The crystalline glass bead, glowing faintly with a golden light, appeared before Wang Dafei's eyes. Wang Dafei gazed at the glass bead, sensing a mysterious and powerful force emanating from it. Though he couldn't fully comprehend it, he could tell this was something truly extraordinary. So this is the immaculate innate chi? It certainly looks quite magical. Jizai nodded and continued to explain. Within this crystal lies the power of innate chi and a fragment of the bewildering heavenly Tao. Not only can it shield you from the gaze of other worlds' heavenly Tao, but it can also help you cultivate and strengthen your abilities. Of course, you must be cautious. Don't rely on it too much, or you might attract unnecessary trouble. Wang Dafei looked at Jizai with a hint of gratitude. If what he said was true, and this power could hide him from the heavenly Tao of other worlds, how formidable would that be? That would indeed remove a major risk, allowing him to avoid being exposed in front of other worlds' heavenly Tao. He wouldn't have to worry about being caught like he was this time. Wang Dafei realized that this was indeed a treasure beyond measure. He could feel the lingering aura of the Emperor's flames upon it, just as he was about to accept it. Jizai, with a mischievous glint, simply flicked the bead directly into Wang Dafei's body. Feeling the power merge inside him, Wang Dafei was momentarily speechless. This guy? All right then. Now, can you finally tell me who you really are? Why are you giving me all of this? How can I help you? Wang Dafei figured that nobody would give away such gifts for nothing, so he asked straightforwardly. But Jizai only shook his head. This is merely a deal I struck with the Emperor. Naturally, I need to make some investment in you. However, for certain reasons, I've sealed part of your memories about my world. Once your strength is sufficient, you will remember everything. For now, think of me as the master of Tong Tian. I need to re-establish earth, water, fire, and wind. When you possess the power to reshape worlds, come and help me. That one has placed hope upon you, and I've given you everything I can. All I wish is that, someday, you might bring deliverance to my world. Because he had sealed away all information in Wang Dafei's mind about his world, he offered this goal and a false identity. As for Wang Dafei, still ignorant of the truth, he couldn't shake the feeling that this person was lying to him. He sensed the presence of both falsehood and truth in his words, but couldn't make sense of it. Yet, under the influence of strange force, he found himself believing that the figure before him was truly the master of Tongtian. Wang Dafei stared at the figure before him, a man as colossal as the Buddha himself. This place always gave him an unsettling feeling, a chill that crept up his spine. Something felt off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He didn't dwell on it any longer. With only one thought in mind, to escape, he spoke up directly. Well, I'm going now, heading to the next world, right? When he saw the other party nod in agreement, a wave of relief washed over him. An inexplicable tension surged within his chest. He couldn't say why, but he knew he didn't want to linger a moment longer. Without hesitation, he activated his ability to traverse worlds. As a strange surge of energy enveloped him, Wang Dafei sensed the very air around him twisting and warping. It felt as if an invisible force was propelling his body forward. In a flash, Wang Dafei's figure vanished from the spot, leaving behind only a faint shimmer of light. For a brief instant, something odd seemed to try to block his way. Thankfully, the Lord Tongtan intervened, clearing the path. Then, it felt as though he was swept into a tunnel through time and space, with the scenery around him shifting rapidly, as if he were hurtling through countless dimensions and realms. During this passage, Wang Dafei was overwhelmed by a powerful sense of weightlessness, as though the whole world had been turned upside down. He panicked a little. This had never happened before. Clenching his eyes shut, he tried his best to adapt to this bizarre sensation. After what felt like an eternity of drifting, he finally sensed his body slowing down, and the chaos around him began to settle. Opening his eyes, Wang Dafei discovered that he had arrived in another world. This world was utterly unlike the last, vibrant and brimming with life. The sky was a brilliant sapphire blue, bathed in warm, radiant sunlight. Majestic mountains rose in the distance, and the air was crisp and fresh, filling him with an unexpected joy. Wang Dafei took a deep breath, still unsure why he'd felt so repelled by the atmosphere of the previous world. Now, in this new realm, he felt like a fish returned to water. Everything here was so beautiful. It was another place teeming with hope and opportunity. He strolled into the forest, savoring the fresh air and the tranquil ambience. But he hadn't gone far when, suddenly, the distant wail of an air raid siren echoed through the trees. Wang Dafei stopped in his tracks, startled. Huh? This isn't ancient times anymore. That's definitely the sound of an air raid siren, isn't it? Still, he paid the noise little mind, since it seemed to be coming from quite a distance. His attention shifted back to the crystal-clear stream before him. After so much anxiety and fear, he realized how parched he was. Kneeling beside the river, he cupped his hands, scooped up some water, and took a drink. But barely moments after swallowing, a sudden wave of dizziness swept over him. Ugh! He vomited up all the water he had just drunk. Damn it, this water is poisonous. The river, it's polluted waste water. He could feel a sickening radiation coming from the river, though he had no idea how he sensed it. The intense urge to throw up brought tears to his eyes. Wang Dafei squatted on the ground, miserable, retching out the mouthful of water he had swallowed just moments before. What kind of damned world was this? After a while, as he caught his breath, the air raid sirens in the distance continued their relentless wail. When he absent-mindedly looked up, he was startled to see a swarm of helicopters flying toward the far side of the mountain, as if in pursuit of some target. Curiosity was sparked within him. What kind of place was this, really? A powerful thirst for knowledge surged up in his heart. He needed to figure out what world he'd landed in, and whether he was equipped to handle it. Not long after, a dazzling bolt of lightning shot up from the other side of the mountain where the helicopters had headed. It soared into the sky like a colossal dragon, illuminating everything in its path. The flash was so blindingly bright, it was impossible to ignore, like someone out there was undergoing some kind of heavenly tribulation. Wang Dafei's eyes widened as he stared in the direction of the light, filled with confusion and awe. What on earth was that? Why would something like that appear in these mountains? His curiosity was now completely ignited. He was desperate to know the answer. Was this some kind of urban cultivation world? Unfortunately, the mountain stood between him and that mysterious phenomenon, a barrier he couldn't cross with his eyes. He could only gaze from afar at that bolt of lightning. So he made up his mind. He was going to get to the bottom of this, to seek out whatever secret was hidden beyond those woods. He picked up his pace, running into the forest and heading straight for the other side of the mountain, determined to unravel the mystery. As Wang Dafei crested the hilltop, his field of vision suddenly opened up, but something about the sky above the distant substation struck him as deeply strange. The air seemed twisted by some bizarre force, creating an unreal mirage that shimmered above. Wang Dafei stared at the distorted sky, a persistent sense of unreality nagging at him. It was as if something was shifting and flickering in and out of view, but no matter how intently he looked, he just couldn't make out what it was. Just as his confusion peaked, his attention was drawn even farther away. In the distance, odd shapes seemed to be gradually materializing. While Wang Dafei was still lost in doubt, the place on the other side of the mountain, once so shrouded in illusion, began to reveal its true form. A massive, taupe-gray object, as tall as a city wall and resembling a stretch of hide, came into view, draped across the area beyond the substation. Wang Dafei stared in shock at the unfolding scene, completely at a loss as to what was happening. But what stunned him even more was that, just as the grayish-brown city wall slowly took shape before his eyes, something else was being revealed. He suddenly realized that this was no towering mountain or fortress wall at all. It was a transparent monster. The creature, previously invisible, was now gradually emerging into view. As the outline of the transparent monster grew clearer, Wang Dafei finally saw its terrifying form. As a fan of special effects monsters, he recognized it instantly. This was the invisible beast Nirona. When Naranga's body had been almost invisible just moments ago, it hadn't seemed all that threatening, but now that it had revealed itself, its size was as imposing as a small mountain. Faced with this, Wang Dafei couldn't help but gasp in horror. This monster was hardly any smaller than the celestial master he had encountered before. Its sheer size and menace sent a chill down his spine, and he felt a sudden wave of fear at the sight of such a colossal creature. A sense of unprecedented dread welled up in his heart. The monster's presence seemed to suffocate the entire space, making even the air feel thick and heavy. Panic surged within him. There was no way he could handle something like this. His mind raced with frantic complaints. So, is this the world of Shin Ultraman? Why are all 3 of my trips so insanely difficult? How am I supposed to fight a monster this huge? Wang Dafei was already thinking about what to do next. He couldn't possibly deal with a kaiju, and since Japan was ground zero for monster chaos, he needed to get out of the country as soon as possible and find somewhere to hide. Should he wait 7 days until he had enough energy to escape to another world? Or try to strike a deal with Ultraman for some power and then take on the monster? Was that even remotely possible? The more he thought about it, the less realistic it seemed. Just then, suddenly, the monster Nirona, who had been happily feasting on electricity a moment ago, lifted its head and let out a thunderous roar, a bizarre, guttural cry that echoed through the air. Immediately, the monster went berserk. Wang Dafei watched as in the blink of an eye, all the lights in the area went out. It seemed the power station had been completely shut down. In reality, just as the situation was spiraling out of control, the Special Disaster Response Team, commonly known as the S-Class Disaster Task Force, swiftly intervened. Without hesitation, they took action, cutting off all power supply to the substation. However, things didn't go as everyone had hoped. They had thought this would force Nirona to leave once it had nothing left to consume, but the result was the exact opposite. Instead of driving Nirona away, cutting the power only infuriated the monster, who had been enjoying its all-you-can-eat buffet in the substation just moments before. Driven into a frenzy after being deprived of its feast, the monster Nirona grew increasingly agitated, rampaging through the buildings before it without restraint. The substation, dwarfed by its massive form, lasted barely more than a dozen seconds before Nirona reduced it to rubble. Witnessing this scene only strengthened Wang Dafei's resolve to flee Japan and seek refuge elsewhere. After all, he had no desire to be discovered by such a wrathful monster and used as a target for its rage. He was just an ordinary person. Unlike Ultraman and the others, he possessed no superhuman strength, no means to fight back. With monsters like these roaming the land, staying in Japan seemed far too risky. If he remained, who could say whether one night he might be crushed along with his home as collateral damage? But for now, he decided to stay and see how things would unfold. He soon noticed that Nirona wasn't heading up the mountain toward him, but instead was making its way into the town. It was as if the monster instinctively knew that the town was where it could vent its fury. Relieved to see the monster wasn't approaching, Wang Dafei chose to remain on the mountain and continue watching from a distance. From his vantage point behind Nirona, he felt relatively safe. Perhaps, he thought, Ultraman might soon appear and a spectacular battle would ensue right before his eyes. After all, Wang Dafei had never seen this movie in its entirety, only some previews. He didn't know the full plot of Shin Ultraman, only the basics. Ultraman, alien Mephilas, the unyielding Zophi, and the cosmic Zeton capable of destroying entire solar systems. Meanwhile, Nirona rampaged into the small town, its hulking form gradually fading from sight as it became invisible once more. In moments, buildings crumbled in rapid succession. Telephone poles and elevated tracks toppled as the monster barreled through them. Its destructive power was astonishing. Everything man-made seemed as fragile as paper before it. Swinging its enormous claws, Nirona demolished the surrounding structures with ease, raising clouds of dust in its wake. Just as Wang Dafei was settling in to watch the anticipated clash between Ultraman and the monster, a sharp sound tore through the sky in the distance. Suddenly, Wang Dafei's keen eyes caught sight of something streaking through the air. What is that? In a flash, he realized that something was terribly wrong. Those weren't planes, they were missiles. Missiles, he exclaimed, fear creeping into his voice as several gleaming objects hurtled toward them with blinding speed. As the objects drew closer, their outlines became unmistakable. A flurry of missiles, trailing long, fiery tails, blazed across the sky like meteors, racing toward their target. It was now clear, their target was none other than the monster Nirona. Someone had decided to unleash these powerful weapons in hopes of destroying the fearsome beast. Directly ahead of the missiles, right above the mountain behind the monster, anyone who's watched Tokusatsu knows what this means. Some members of the Earth Defense Force have a terrible aim. Their missiles frequently miss, landing near the monster but rarely hitting it. Because of this, Wang Dafei was deeply worried that any stray missiles might accidentally injure him. By now, it seemed too late to try and run down the mountain. Wang Dafei realized that the only way to get down quickly was if he had a pair of wings. At that moment, he couldn't help but wish his 8-spider spear could evolve the ability to fly. As he was swept up by this intense longing without even realizing it, a miracle began to unfold. The innate power within him, known as primordial chi, was silently responding to his wish, gradually making it come true, though he remained unaware. Meanwhile, before the missiles could detonate against Nalanga, the crowd watched in terror as the monster's form reappeared, looming and unmistakable. Its two thick antennae shot upright, as if to proclaim its overwhelming strength and authority to the world. But these raised antennae were far more than a mere show of force. Looking closer, dazzling blue light flickered atop each horn, with currents of electricity surging and roiling like stormy seas. Suddenly, a shrill and piercing crackle filled the air. Bolts of lightning, fierce and wild, exploded from the antennae, arcing forward with devastating power. These bolts moved with the speed of thunderbolts, racing toward the incoming missiles. In an instant, the sky erupted with a deafening barrage of explosions. One after another, the missiles collided with the lightning, each struck by a mighty surge of electricity and detonating midair. The entire sky became a cauldron of violent explosions and raging firelight. Thick, rolling smoke blotted out the sun, casting an apocalyptic darkness over the land and making the scene terrifying beyond words. Yet, for humans to dare attack it with missiles seemed only to enrage Nalanga further. No longer content with merely smashing buildings, the monster unleashed its fury on the ground below. Blasts of lightning hammered the earth, each strike tearing houses apart and splitting the ground with thunderous force. From afar, more and more missiles streaked through the sky, desperately targeting Nalanga. But it was all in vain. Nalanga's electric blast destroyed every shell before they could even touch it. The lightning swept through the air like a vast net, detonating every missile within its defensive perimeter before they came close. The entire battlefield was engulfed in chaos, thunder roaring without end. At this very moment, while Wang Dafei had a clear view of the distant horizon, the other side of the mountain offered a scene that could not have been more different. There, a flurry of busy figures moved swiftly back and forth. These were the staff members responsible for the operation at hand. Each of them was calmly and methodically directing activities while keeping a close watch over the entire village. This was the temporary command center established by Hute and the defense squad. Yet, in the midst of this tense and orderly atmosphere, an unexpected incident suddenly shattered the calm. Shen Yongxin, a team member who had just been transferred from the Ministry of Public Security to Hute's squad, was at that very moment focused intently on monitoring the area under his charge. All at once, his eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had glimpsed something truly unimaginable. Upon closer inspection, he realized that, in this small town where the evacuation should have already been completed, something was amiss. A child, for reasons unknown, had not evacuated as required. Instead, the child had turned back and was now sprinting wildly toward the heart of the village. Could it be that the child hadn't seen the massive Nirona still inside? Whatever the reason, whether something was wrong with the child's mind or not, this was a matter of life and death, and Shin Yongxin could not stand idly by. He sprang up from his station in the Kaiju Countermeasures Unit and hurriedly reported to Captain Tian Siwen-Junnan, "Captain, there's still a child in the village who hasn't made it out. I have to go in and get him." Before he had even finished speaking, he was already moving, dashing out the door at full speed. Though Shin Yongxin was a newcomer to the squad, Captain Tian Siwen-Junnan had read his file and knew a bit about his background. Despite his concern, Tian Siwen-Junnan understood that, given the urgency of the moment and what he knew of Shin Yongxin's character, there would be no stopping him. All he could do was call out loudly, "I understand, but be careful. Watch out for yourself." Meanwhile, the transparent monster Nirona had already reduced the village to utter ruin. With a sudden lash of its massive tail, it brought down the last of the high-voltage towers. Then, throwing back its head, it let out a thunderous roar, its deafening cry proclaiming its dominance and might to the tiny, ant-like humans below. Having laid waste to the area, Nirona showed no sign of fatigue. It lumbered forward, each ponderous step shaking the very ground, as if the earth itself might split beneath its weight. With every stride, the surrounding houses collapsed like so many paper models, sending clouds of dust billowing skyward and casting this once peaceful land into a scene straight out of the apocalypse. At that very moment, Nalanga abruptly halted its advance. Its massive eyes were fixed intently on a figure sprinting desperately down the road ahead, Shinji Kamiyama. Yet, in this instant, Shinji's heart was consumed only with deep concern for the child's safety. He remained completely oblivious to the terrifying beast behind, its gaze locked on him from not so far away. After a grueling trek, Shinji finally reached the place where the village once stood. But what greeted his eyes was a scene of utter devastation. Nothing remained but crumbling walls, heaps of rubble, and desolation. Staring at this landscape of ruins, Shinji felt his heart sink sharply. Still, he had no time for grief or despair. He immediately began searching for the trapped elementary school child. He dashed through the wreckage, combing every possible hiding spot, determined not to overlook even the smallest corner. Persistence paid off. Before long, he spotted the child at the edge of the village, huddled in a patch of woods. The child, now gripped by fear, was curled up beneath a large tree, trembling uncontrollably, his face etched with panic and helplessness. Just as Shinji scooped the child into his arms and prepared to flee, Nalanga let out a low, menacing roar from not far away. A guttural, thunderous sound carried through the air as the beast readied to charge. Facing the monster barreling toward them, Shinji went pale. With terror, There was no way to outrun it at such close range. Clutching the child tightly, he shielded the boy's eyes, bracing for the worst. There was simply no way for him to escape with the child at this distance. Unsure what to do, Shinji's eyes caught a flash of red streaking rapidly across the sky above. A blazing red light had suddenly appeared in the heavens, hurtling down at astonishing speed like a falling star. Yet, contrary to what Wang Dafei had hoped, this red light did not fill others with hope. Instead, it struck everyone as a terrifying omen. Its incredible velocity, its massive size, by any measure, it looked every bit as catastrophic as a meteorite. Inside the temporary hot squad operations room, tension was palpable. On the big screen, a shocking report flashed. Report. An unidentified flying object from outside the atmosphere is speeding toward us. Its velocity, 12,000 kilometers per hour. Estimated impact with the ground in 9 seconds. The entire operations room fell into stunned silence. The team members exchanged looks of disbelief, each one gripped by an ominous sense of dread. Meanwhile, far off on a mountain peak, Wang Dafei watched the strange phenomenon in the sky, his heart pounding with excitement. Unable to contain himself, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "He's here! Our Ultraman!" At that moment, the members of the disaster response team and the self-defense force all turned their gazes toward the horizon, focusing on that crimson spot in the sky, which was drawing ever closer. Although it was a meteorite falling, it was actually quite far from the town. Logically speaking, the shockwave shouldn't have too much of an impact here and should be bearable. As time passed, the red dot grew larger and gradually came into clear view. The team members craned their necks, eyes wide with curiosity, eager to figure out just what this mysterious object was. As the red sphere drew nearer, its size swelled, filling the onlookers with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Wang Dafei stared in astonishment at the approaching red ball, which looked just like a meteorite. A trace of doubt crept into his mind. Is it really not going to slow down? But even as he pondered this, time marched on without pause. In the blink of an eye, the crimson orb crashed into the earth with terrifying force and unstoppable momentum, unleashing an earth-shattering roar that seemed to tear the world apart and shake the ground to its core. A powerful shockwave struck without warning, hurling Wang Dafei, who had been caught up in the spectacle, several meters through the air. As he was blasted skyward, Wang Dafei's mind whirled with confusion. He was already a fair distance away. If the shockwave was this intense here, wouldn't anyone closer to the impact site be completely obliterated? In an instant, he was flung up by the blast, his body tossed into the air before crashing heavily to the ground and rolling several times. When he finally managed to stagger to his feet and spat out a mouthful of blood, terror gripped his heart. Damn! Good heavens! Cough, cough! What kind of lunatic? What the hell is going on? That noise was insane. What is this, really? Is this supposed to be Ultraman? Why does it seem even more destructive than the Earthbreaker? Struggling to his feet, Wang Dafei coughed and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face was smeared with dirt and bits of grass, but his eyes were wide with shock and bewilderment. He looked into the distance, toward the spot where the red sphere had struck. The entire area was shrouded in a cloud of dust, the town completely obscured from view. It was thicker than the worst haze of the North Star, an impenetrable shroud that sent a chill of inexplicable fear through everyone who saw it. What exactly was this mysterious red sphere? Wasn't it supposed to be Ultraman? These questions circled endlessly in Wang Dafei's mind, leaving him feeling utterly lost. After a long moment, Wang Dafei brushed the dust from his clothes and took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Panicking wouldn't solve anything in the face of the unknown. He kept his eyes fixed on the site where the red sphere had fallen. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, gradually dispersing the dust, and within it, the silhouette of a human figure began to emerge. After a moment, he finally saw it clearly. It was a silver giant. Upon seeing its appearance, Wang Dafei, confused, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and muttered, "Damn, it's actually Ultraman. Is Ultraman in this world always so violent when he appears? Does he even care about the lives of ordinary people?" Inside the haze and dust, the monster Nirona caught sight of this peculiar giant and was instantly overwhelmed with hostility. That earlier blow had knocked it over and given it quite a fright. Without hesitation, it raised its antennae, and a dazzling bolt of electricity shot forth like a lightning strike, crackling with terrifying energy, lashing straight at the silver Ultraman. A sharp, sizzling surge of electricity rang out, followed by a series of thunderous explosions that shook the air. Nirona unleashed its full power in a relentless barrage. The powerful electric beam struck the silver Ultraman's chest with incredible speed and force, as if it meant to tear him in two. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded. The Ultraman didn't dodge, not even a hint of reaction for Neurona to seize upon. This silver giant stood firm, as immovable as a mountain, letting the terrifying electric ray rage across his chest without budging an inch. Even more shocking, it was as if he felt nothing at all. The mighty currents seemed utterly incapable of causing him any real harm. He simply stood there, quietly, gazing down at Neurona with a cold and indifferent stare, as though the monster was nothing more than a trivial insect. Neurona launched attack after attack at the silver giant, only to find every effort completely ineffective. At that moment, fear finally gripped Neurona. Realizing it had no way to deal with this foe, it instantly activated its invisibility powers, desperate to escape. Meanwhile, Wang Dafei watched as the Silver Ultraman raised his left hand in a prayer-like gesture, his right arm extended and sweeping to the side, gathering light in his palms. He seemed to be building up energy. Suddenly, the right hand snapped back across the left, forming a cross-shaped pose. It was exactly the iconic Specium Ray gesture Wang Dafei remembered. Watching Ultraman battle the monster, Wang Dafei couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. That classic pose. But why is he aiming this way? Wait, what? As Wang Dafei's words left his mouth, the Silver Ultraman's hands began to glow. A stream of blue-white light surged between his palms, focusing on Neurona ahead. Realizing he was standing on a mountain right behind Neurona, Wang Dafei scrambled to run downhill, his heart pounding with dread and anxiety. Suddenly, he remembered the trailer he'd seen. Ultraman blasted a whole section of the mountain flat. Could it be this very mountain? Oh hell! With that thought, Wang Dafei leapt up and ran for his life. At that very moment, the Silver Ultraman brought his hands together and unleashed a mighty Specium Ray. With a piercing sound, the Specium Ray shot forward at blinding speed, striking Nalanga head-on. Its massive head was instantly engulfed in dazzling light. Wang Dafei could distinctly feel the tremendous energy surging relentlessly into Nalanga, as if it was about to tear the creature apart. Finally, when the energy of the Specium Ray reached its critical point, Nalanga could no longer withstand such overwhelming power. A deafening explosion shook the world. The entire mountain trembled as countless shards of rock rained down in every direction. Halfway up the mountainside, Wang Dafei's expression changed drastically. He knew he had to react immediately. "I'm done for," he shouted, desperately trying to conjure a psychic shield, but his unfamiliarity with the technique rendered him powerless. Though he wasn't too close to the blast, he wasn't far enough to be safe either. In an instant, the shockwave from Nalanga's explosion hurled Wang Dafei skyward, flinging him over the edge of the cliff. If he fell from such a height, there would be no hope for him. In a panic, he extended the 8 spider spears from his back, hoping to imitate a spider's way of cushioning a fall. He wrapped himself with the spears for protection, but doubt gnawed at his heart. He still wasn't sure if this would save him. If only he could fly, he thought desperately. Just as despair began to take hold and that desperate wish filled his mind, a miracle unfolded. The innate primordial chi within him began to glow. Drawing on the lingering power of the Emperor, the 8 spider spears started to transform. In the blink of an eye, they turned into 4 radiant wings shimmering with strange light. At that same moment, Wang Dafei managed to conjure the Seraphim Shield of Camartage for the first time. With the help of his newfound wings, Wang Dafei steadied himself in midair, halting his fall and soaring up into the sky. Below him, wild flames raged from the explosion, devouring the mountain in a sea of fire. He didn't know exactly how he had survived, but his heart brimmed with gratitude for the turn of events. If not for the timely summoning of the Seraphim Shield and the sudden transformation of the 8 spider spears, he might have been blasted to the ground by the explosion, and who knows what would have become of him. Death seemed almost certain. Was it the power of the innate primordial chi just now? He wondered aloud. Gazing at the golden wings that had appeared so suddenly, Wang Dafei let out a deep sigh of relief. He drew a long, steady breath, finally feeling the exhaustion and pain coursing through his body, as well as the mysterious force whose workings he didn't yet understand. His eyes drifted down to the flattened mountain and the Silver Ultraman standing amidst the chaos, and an inexpressible sense of dread welled up in his heart. This was no longer just about watching a movie. He should have realized long ago that he was now living within these real worlds. In the presence of these transcendent beings, he felt as insignificant as a tiny ant. And, of course, that was the truth. After the monster Neurona exploded and was destroyed, Ultraman glanced in Wang Dafei's direction. Wang Dafei sensed that look, cold, indifferent, almost devoid of feeling. Then, Ultraman turned his gaze to the other side of the mountain, watching intently for a good while. He soon seemed to lose interest, and with a single leap, shot into the sky at a speed that shattered the sound barrier, vanishing without a trace. But Wang Dafei knew that Ultraman hadn't truly left. Though it looked as if he'd soared into the heavens and disappeared from this world, in truth, he was simply hiding somewhere on Earth, waiting for the right moment to reappear. Of course, whatever Ultraman was up to was beyond Wang Dafei's control. After thinking it over for a moment, he decided to follow the direction Ultraman had been looking, and see for himself. Unfurling his wings, he flew toward where Ultraman had disappeared. When he arrived, the scene before him made his eyes go wide with shock. The silver Ultraman from before was now, standing below, shrunk to human size. In front of him, a man lay quietly on the ground, holding a child tightly in his arms. Wang Dafei considered the situation and slowly landed beside them, using his all-purpose psychic senses to probe the man before him. He discovered that the man showed no sign of life. He was dead. Yet his arms were still wrapped protectively around the child, as if, in his final moments, he had used his own body to shield her from all harm. After a careful scan, Wang Dafei confirmed that the child had indeed survived, more or less unscathed. But the man had no trace of life left. His internal organs had been shattered. A deep sense of awe swept over Wang Dafei. This man must have used his life to protect the child at the last possible moment. What selfless courage that was. Such greatness moved Wang Dafei profoundly. He truly admired people like this, because he knew he could never sacrifice himself for someone else. And yet, because of what had happened, an inexplicable surge of anger welled up inside him. But then he remembered that, in one of those old classic tokusatsu shows he'd once seen, the Land of Light had displayed astonishing life restoration technology. This sparked a glimmer of hope in Wang Dafei. Maybe this Ultraman could also bring someone back to life and save this man. After all, the man had died because of him. Surely, he'd take responsibility? With a mix of anxiety and curiosity, he stood before the silver Ultraman and spoke. "Is already dead. I believe he died as a result of the powerful shockwave you triggered upon your arrival. I want to know if you have any way to bring him back." As soon as Wang Dafei finished speaking, a deep, magnetic voice suddenly thundered through his mind. It was a response from the silver Ultraman standing before him. "That's right, just as you said. His life was mercilessly taken by me. Even though it was only the shockwave released as I descended, that alone was enough to claim his life. Are you humans really so fragile? But what I don't understand is, why did he choose, without a moment's hesitation, to give up his life for the sake of others? This, I truly cannot comprehend. Can you help me unravel this mystery?" Hearing these words from Ultraman, Wang Dafei fell silent. In truth, he didn't know either. Why would someone willingly sacrifice themselves to save another? As far as he was concerned, he would never risk his life for a stranger. Ultraman gazed at the man lying on the ground, his eyes filled with curiosity, as if he wanted to peer through the man's exterior and glimpse the secrets deep within the human soul. Then, the silver Ultraman murmured to himself, "You humans are such strange, fascinating creatures. Your emotions are complex and ever-changing, your thoughts as varied as they are unpredictable. It's both a flaw and a strength. Yet, I still cannot grasp it, and that only deepens my interest in humanity, especially in this man who is willing to give his life for others." Ultraman then turned to Wang Dafei and said, "Although I do not have the power to revive him directly, it doesn't matter. I am willing to share my life force with him. Completely restoring him to his former health will take a long time, but during that time, I hope to learn more about humankind." As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant light flared around Ultraman's body. His form gradually transformed into a dazzling red sphere of light, which slowly drifted straight into the man's body. Time ticked by, and Wang Dafei watched with rapt attention, waiting in suspense beside them. After a long while, he suddenly sensed a mysterious and extraordinary energy emerging from within the man, flowing rapidly through his entire body, methodically repairing the damaged tissues and organs. Then, quite suddenly, the man who had lain motionless snapped his eyes open. A strange, vibrant light sparkled in his gaze. He slowly sat up, his gaze settling on Wang Dafei. After looking him up and down, he asked, "Are you human as well? I don't know why, but I have this feeling that you're somehow different from ordinary humans." Wang Dafei looked at the man who had just been resurrected. He knew that the being now controlling this body was Ultraman, not the man who originally lived in it. So this was what it meant for Ultraman to share one heart and body with a human. It seemed a bit different from what he had seen in tokusatsu TV shows. In Wang Dafei's understanding, sharing one heart and body typically meant that Ultraman and his human host merged to some extent, forming a single entity. The human host became part of Ultraman, and Ultraman in turn needed the host to sustain his own existence. It was a symbiotic relationship, or so he had thought. But now, it appeared that the Silver Ultraman before him was displaying a very different form of unity from what Wang Dafei had learned from TV. This Ultraman seemed to absorb the human into himself, making him just another part of his being. This merger wasn't about forging an equal partnership. Rather, it seemed that Ultraman had chosen to save this human's life and grant him vitality simply because he wished to do so. He could abandon this body and leave at any moment. Perhaps that made sense. After all, how could a being so powerful from a completely different dimension than humans be constrained by human limitations? It's like a human merging with a lower life form, like an ant. That doesn't mean the human would be limited by the ant. Wang Dafei didn't answer Ultraman's question about his identity. Instead, he put away his external soul bone, walked over, and reached for the badge hanging from the man's chest. The badge read, Kaiju Disaster Countermeasures Office, Operations Officer, Shin-ei Shinji. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Wasn't it supposed to be Kyo Hideki? Because of his preconceived notions from tokusatsu shows, Wang Dafei had always assumed that Ultramen were naturally kind-hearted. So, looking at the man resurrected by Ultraman, he said, if you want to understand humanity, you must first become human yourself. From today onward, you are Shin-ei Shinji. Immerse yourself in this group and feel what it's like. He figured Ultraman should learn about humanity on his own. Wasn't that how it always played out on TV? That's what Wang Dafei thought. Ultraman Shin-ei Shinji looked at the Disaster Countermeasures team badge in his hand and at the pendant bearing the team's emblem that Shin-ei Shinji had always worn. A trace of confusion flickered in his contemplative eyes. To become human, is it? Seeing Shinji Kamiyama lost in thought, Wang Dafei let out a sigh. He gently picked up the unconscious child he had protected, patted Shinji Kamiyama on the shoulder, and said, come on, let's head down the mountain. Sooner or later, you'll understand what human nature truly is. At least in my eyes, humanity is complicated. There's both good and bad. I'll keep your identity a secret. Until the real Shinji Kamiyama wakes up, you should fully embrace this role. It might even help you understand people better. Shinji Kamiyama nodded silently, still seeming caught up in his earlier reflections. Noticing this, Wang Dafei chuckled and continued, and don't mention anything about me to others. I'm just an ordinary person with a few special traits. If there's anything I can do to help you, just come find me. I'm sure you'll be able to track me down, right? Shinji Kamiyama glanced up at Wang Dafei, gratitude flickering in his eyes, though his face remained expressionless, as if frozen in a mask. Ultraman, watching all this, was deeply curious as to why Shinji Kamiyama would risk his life to save others. He was also puzzled about Wang Dafei. After all, he should have perished in the blast's radius, and yet he bore no wounds at all. The fact that he had wings marked him as a most unusual human being, one who, it seemed, was also willing to help others. And so, Wang Dafei cradled the child in his arms, while Shinji Kamiyama followed quietly behind as they made their way down the mountain. Neither spoke a word on the journey, and the only sound was the gentle rustling of leaves beneath their feet. Halfway down, an off-road vehicle approached, and Tamura Kunio, the squad leader from the SDF, jumped out. Pure disbelief and relief shone on his face as he saw Shinji Kamiyama. He let out a deep breath. Thank goodness. I'm so glad you're safe. I thought you died in the line of duty. How did you survive, anyway? Shinji Kamiyama simply stared blankly at the captain, not saying a word, like someone lost in a daze. Wang Dafei, seeing this, stepped in with an explanation. I pulled both of them into a nearby air raid shelter. That's how we made it through. They've had quite a scare, but I think with a little rest, they'll be just fine. Upon hearing this, Tamura Kunio bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Thank you so much for your help. After listening to the thanks, Wang Dafei waved it off. No need to thank me, he said, and without any fuss, climbed into their vehicle. Soon after, the car drove them all down the mountain. The SDF members didn't question Wang Dafei much. They simply treated him as a villager who hadn't managed to evacuate in time and accompanied both him and Shinji Kamiyama to a local shelter. As for Shinji Kamiyama, he was taken by the SDF for further treatment and observation. Wang Dafei, meanwhile, chose to leave and take a stroll through Tokyo. After arriving in Tokyo, Wang Dafei was slow to realize that he could actually read Japanese, and not only that, he could speak it fluently as well. This discovery filled him with delight, though he had no idea why he could suddenly understand the language. He even wondered if it was due to watching too many certain movies in the past, secretly musing to himself, could it be that I have a gift for languages? Eager to put his newfound skill to the test, He immediately tried striking up a conversation with a maid cafe employee on the street. The words flowed effortlessly, and his Japanese was perfectly smooth. The excitement was real. Thrilled, Wang Dafei quickly exchanged some of his soul gold coins for yen and began indulging himself in Tokyo, eating, drinking, and playing to his heart's content. Thanks to the vast amount of gold and soul gold coins he acquired of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, he could exchange money almost anywhere in this world. And so, for 2 or 3 days, he lived a carefree life filled with delicious food, fun, and relaxation. During these days, the entire city seemed unusually peaceful, showing no sign of monster activity at all. Remembering the dangerous and treacherous worlds he'd been through before, especially that war-torn universe where sacrifice and death were part of daily life, Wang Dafei, now resting in the warm embrace of a group of adorable maids, couldn't help but let out a heartfelt sigh. Ah, truly, a peaceful and stable world like this is the most wonderful of all. Yet Wang Dafei knew deep down that he couldn't let himself be lost in this gentle paradise forever. After all, there were still countless unknown challenges in life waiting for him to face and conquer. So, after spending just 2 brief days enjoying the company of these charming maids, he resolutely bid them farewell. Once he left, Wang Dafei decided to try casting the Kamartage portal spell to see if it would work in a dimension without the presence of a shanty. Fortunately, through practice, he confirmed that the portal spell worked just as well in this world. Within just a few days, he had already traveled to several different countries using the portal magic. What surprised him even more was the advanced level of technology here. It was actually a bit more developed than the world he came from before crossing over 2024. Additionally, he stumbled upon something intriguing. It wasn't just that he understood Japanese. He seemed to have gained a basic comprehension of all human languages and literature. Even ancient scripts, whether seal script or pictographs, were now effortlessly clear to him. After several days of careful thought about this incredible new ability, Wang Dafei concluded that it must all be thanks to the emperor. To suddenly gain mastery over all human languages and writing, especially when he hadn't studied any other language before, was astonishing. Even his knowledge of Japanese used to be limited to shouting a few stereotypical phrases, nothing more. After spending several days exploring other places, Wang Dafei returned once more to Neon Tokyo, this grand stage for monsters, a place where if you've got what it takes, you're welcome to come and prove it. Or, to put it bluntly, only the bold should dare set foot here. Having delved into the history of this world, Wang Dafei discovered that almost all of the monsters were concentrated in Neon, largely because most of them were the result of nuclear fallout. To his surprise, the very first monster to ever appear was called Godzilla. As he researched the history of monsters in this world, Wang Dafei found himself sitting in a restaurant, troubled by a nagging thought. In a world like this, how could he possibly benefit? He didn't believe he could join any official teams like the Science Patrol. With no better options, he resigned himself to simply enjoying the city's beautiful scenery and savoring delicious food, treating his time here as an extended holiday. Just then, a piece of news playing on the television caught his attention. A mysterious giant, believed to be friendly and now officially named Ultraman, has once again defeated a monster. This time, a drill-headed creature known as Gabora. The scene cut to helicopter footage from the site, showing a fierce battle between Ultraman and Gabora. Wang Dafei studied Ultraman's appearance on the screen and noticed that the giant's look had changed. No longer the all-silver figure from before, Ultraman now sported red and silver colors, much closer to how Wang Dafei remembered him. So, is it only after merging with a human that Ultraman takes on the red and silver appearance? Wang Dafei wondered to himself. He was filled with curiosity about this cinematic version of Ultraman. But curiosity was all it was. After all, Ultraman's opponents were colossal monsters, and there was nothing Wang Dafei could do to intervene. Watching Ultraman fight the monster on television, Wang Dafei couldn't help but feel it resembled an adult beating down a particularly fierce dog. No matter how ferocious the creature, it couldn't harm Ultraman and was gradually overwhelmed by his blows. He didn't know what new abilities Ultraman might gain after merging with a human, but for what he saw on TV, Ultraman wasn't causing the same overwhelming destruction or displaying the raw power he had when he first appeared. It seemed to Wang Dafei that Ultraman had been weakened. Compared to his original, silver-only form, there was a world of difference. Was it because sharing his energy with Shinji Kamiyama to protect him had left Ultraman less powerful? Wang Dafei wanted to keep following the news, hoping to learn more about Ultraman, but television could only show him so much. After finishing his meal, Wang Dafei left the hotel, still racking his brains over how to spend the few remaining days. What should he do? Should he try to get some benefits from Ultraman? Suddenly, he realized he had completely forgotten to ask for Shinomiya Shinji's address. What a blunder. Just then, a small car slowly pulled up beside him. The window rolled down, and to Wang Dafei's astonishment, it was Shinomiya Shinji behind the wheel. It seemed that Shinomiya had already fully assimilated into human society in just a few days. Then again, that shouldn't have come as a surprise. After all, he was a highly intelligent being. How long could it possibly take for someone like him to understand these things? Shinomiya Shinji stared at Wang Dafei with an unreadable expression. His tone was grave as he said, "I sensed your energy nearby. There's something I need your help with. I believe you might be able to assist me. Will you help?" Without a second thought, Wang Dafei replied, eager for action, "Of course. What's up?" Shinomiya explained, "An alien has arrived in this country where kaiju attacks are frequent. Right now, it's negotiating with the nation's leaders to establish some kind of diplomatic relationship. If we don't stop it, something terrible could happen." Curiosity piqued, Wang Dafei hopped into Shinomiya's car. He thought to himself, if I tag along with Ultraman, maybe I'll get my hands on some alien tech. That would be a huge score. And if things get too dangerous, I'll just make a run for it. After all, fortune favors the bold. The bigger the waves, the bigger the catch. Wang Dafei decided to take the gamble. He couldn't help but ask, a note of impatience in his voice, "So what's really going on? How can I help you?" Staring straight ahead and driving intently, Shinomiya replied, "Last night, an alien named Zerub arrived on Earth. It infiltrated the S-Class monster response team and made contact with the upper echelons. This being can manipulate electromagnetic waves at will. For a society so dependent on electromagnetic technology, Zerub could do irreparable damage to humanity in countless ways. What's more, thanks to the response team's introduction, Zerub has already met with the nation's prime minister. I suspect he has. Ulterior motives. For a mysterious alien like this, I figured a special human like you might know something or at least be able to help." Wang Dafei furrowed his brow, thinking deeply. After a moment, he spoke. "Zerub, huh? All I know is that they're masters of hypnosis and shape-shifting, but I can tell you with absolute certainty, this Zerub alien is up to no good." From what Wang Dafei remembered of tokusatsu shows, aliens like Zerub were always villains. He'd never seen a good one. So in this new Ultraman movie world, their abilities and personalities were probably just the same. After driving for quite a while, Shinomiya Shinji finally arrived at a new location and picked up another passenger. The car wound its way through the city, circling aimlessly, until it finally came to a stop beneath a deserted bridge. Then, Shinji Kaminaga began to speak with the man who had just gotten into the car. "How's that matter I asked you to handle?" he inquired. The man in the passenger seat glanced at Wang Dafei, said nothing more, and simply handed Kaminaga a stack of documents. He spoke bluntly. "Just as you suspected, that alien, named Zerabu, didn't come here for any friendly exchange. The promises it made are nothing but unequal treaties for our country, and there's this subtle, almost imperceptible threat woven into its words. If we agree to its terms, I fear the entire country of Neon will end up as nothing more than Zerabu's vassal." He paused before continuing. "And as for Zerabu's preparations to establish relations with Neon, it's only happening because the higher-ups who support the Hot Team have expressed their refusal to sign this kind of agreement. Somehow, all sorts of confidential information have found their way to intelligence agencies around the world, leaking out through various networks as if by magic. It's likely Zerabu, with its ability to manipulate electromagnetic waves, is behind all these leaks. Now, not only the Five Powers but every other nation as well is putting pressure on our Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Yet Zerabu only ever alludes to wanting to use this method to build relationships with other countries too. It's an obvious ploy, a brazen conspiracy. If we refuse it, I dare not imagine the consequences." As he finished, he slammed his fist against his thigh in frustration. Wang Dafei, mulling things over, suddenly blurted out, "So, you guys in Neon are planning to be Zerabu's lapdogs now?" At that, the man in the passenger seat looked utterly enraged and resentful. He struck the steering wheel hard and shouted furiously, "No way. That will never happen." But immediately after, it was as if all the strength had drained from him. He slumped back into his seat and let out a heavy sigh. "But there's really nothing else we can do. That damn Zerabu. He's even more cunning than those sly politicians, and plays the game of power better than any of them. Now, our leaders have no idea how to deal with him. We're up against an alien, after all. The technology they command is far beyond anything we can comprehend. With just a flick of their finger, they could easily destroy our entire economy. That's why the politicians are preparing to yield. If we want to do anything at all, we have only 7 days left." Shinji Kaminaga fell silent for a moment before he spoke slowly. "So, what you're saying is that Neon is now determined to become Zerabu's first contracted nation, no matter the cost, in hopes of seizing the initiative to control the future of the international order. The man in the passenger seat gave a slight nod, indicating his assent. Then, without warning, he suddenly pushed open the car door, stepped out, and left. Wang Dafei looked at Shinji, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. In a firm voice, he declared, "If that's the case, then we have no choice but to find a way to eliminate Zerub. Now that the Neon government is trying to betray humanity, if they succeed, the consequences will be unimaginable." No matter the reason, Wang Dafei simply could not, and would not, allow Neon to succeed. Did they really think they could side with aliens and seize control of the world's future? If that ever happened, wouldn't it spell utter disaster? Though Wang Dafei was tempted to suggest that Ultraman should just wipe out every traitor in the Neon government, he knew full well that such a move would only address the symptoms, not the root cause. Besides, even if he said it, Ultraman probably wouldn't agree, and Wang Dafei himself had no way of accomplishing such a feat. Just then, a deep and mysterious voice suddenly echoed from the passenger seat, which should have been empty. There's an old saying, "Curiosity killed the cat." This unexpected voice left Wang Dafei stunned. Both he and Shinji turned toward the passenger seat, a sense of foreboding welling up within them. The sudden turn of events startled Wang Dafei, setting off alarm bells in his mind. He stared wide-eyed, hardly able to believe what he was seeing. Zerub, now seated in the passenger seat, as if he had materialized out of thin air. There had been no sign, no warning. Zerub's appearance was as if he had simply emerged from the air itself. Was this the power of alien technology? Zerub looked almost like a shell molded from plastic, disturbingly unnatural. Sitting in the passenger seat, Zerub fixed Shinji with a piercing gaze, his tone grave and laced with menace. "I know you once worked for the Public Security Bureau, but it seems your reach is extending a bit too far." Unfazed by Zerub's imposing presence, Shinji swiftly drew his pistol from his waist and aimed it at Zerub, his eyes unwavering and determined as he replied, "So you finally show yourself, Zerub. What are you after, spreading rumors through the command centers of every nation?" With a smug, almost gleeful laugh, Zerub, known as the alien Zerub, the master of answering every question, broke into a cunning grin, his eyes flickering with malice. "In order to wipe out Earth's natives more efficiently, my plan is to incite wars between your nations. Very soon, every country in this world will be plunged into chaos, locked in battles against one another. What I long to witness is this human race tearing itself apart, rivers of blood flowing through the land, until your entire civilization is utterly destroyed." Shinji Kaminaga furrowed his brow, clearly showing his disapproval of Zerub's wicked scheme. "Your plot will never succeed. Humanity is home to countless wise and clever people. They'll see through your deception. Your plan is doomed to fail." Zerub let out a cold, derisive laugh, his confidence unshaken. "Is that so? As long as I cleverly use the identity of Ultraman, everything will fall neatly into place." Zerub continued, "So why don't you help me?" Shinji fixed Zerub with a resolute gaze, his hand steady as ever on the trigger, the barrel unwaveringly trained on his adversary. He shouted, "Help you? Impossible. But I do want to know, why are you so obsessed with wiping out humanity? Tell me the real reason. Surely your ambitions go far beyond that." Faced with Shinji's challenge, Zerub's face twisted into a sneer, tainted with scorn. He replied coldly, "You really are ignorant, aren't you? The Interstellar Council has bestowed upon me a vital title, the specialist for dealing with cosmic pests. I trust one don't need to explain what such a role entails." Zerub paused for a moment, then went on, "Whenever I discover a planet showing signs of life, my first duty is to thoroughly investigate and determine whether the native species could pose a threat to the universe as a whole. If, after a rigorous assessment, it's clear that these beings are a potential danger, then I am to carry out my orders without hesitation, eradicating every intelligent life form on that planet, ruthlessly and without mercy. Only in this way can we make room for more remarkable and capable species, such as myself, to take command and guide the future of that world." Shinji barked back, "That's outrageous. You can't possibly be serious." At this, Zerub let out another mocking laugh, then retorted in a biting tone, "Haven't you noticed during your time among humans? Don't you see that the very people you're protecting do exactly the same thing? Whenever humans label a species as a pest, don't they go to any lengths, silently and methodically, to wipe it out, seize its land, even scalp them for trophies? So, don't delude yourself into thinking our methods are especially cruel or unreasonable. It's simply a necessary measure to maintain the balance of the cosmos." In my eyes, humans are just like vermin. For all your intelligence and technological prowess, your species remains chaotic, multiplying without restraint. If one day they leave this planet, every other species on it will suffer, so they ought to be wiped out. Zareb rattled on self-righteously, his words spilling forth in a long, impassioned tirade. Wang Dafei understood at once. Weren't these guys just like those Anglo-Saxons who landed in the Americas? Only now the scale had shifted. These invaders were here to exterminate the natives and claim Earth for themselves, all while inventing a slew of lofty, ridiculous excuses. But at this moment, the conversation was truly between two aliens. He was just an outsider, unable to interject, left only to watch in silence. Shinichi Kamiyama protested indignantly. I can never accept your reasoning. Humanity has its own worth, and it's not your place to decide. Besides, the Planet of Light does not recognize the authority of the Intergalactic Council. The safety and survival of the universe have always been protected by the Planet of Light, and I will not let your scheme succeed so easily. Suddenly, Zareb shouted at Ultraman, his tone dripping with mockery and disdain. Give up your resistance, Ultraman. Did you really think you could slip through my fingers? Let me tell you, from the very beginning, you were destined to be my prey. Now, you're completely under my control. You belong to me entirely. With that, Zareb abruptly raised his cardboard-thin arm, and a strange, powerful energy surged and gathered in his hand. As the energy built up, his palm began to emit a chilling, uncanny light. The glow slithered out like a venomous snake, flickering with a cold, sinister glint as it shot straight toward Shinichi Kamiyama. The moment the eerie light struck Shinichi, a harsh, crackling sound split the air. In an instant, it was as if a spell had frozen him in place, his body locked rigidly where he stood, unable to move a muscle. Wang Dafei, who had been listening in silence for so long, finally blurted out, "Damn." He'd expected them to keep arguing, maybe launch into some grand debate. All that talk, and in the end, it's just a fight. In a flash, Wang Dafei summoned every ounce of his strength. 8 golden spider spears burst from his back, each brimming with crackling lightning. At the same time, his hand unleashed the dark golden terror claw, its unstable psychic energy swirling ominously around it. Without hesitation, he thrust both the spider spears and the terror claw straight at Zareb. Suddenly, there was a sharp snap, as if he'd pierced some kind of barrier, but the attack didn't actually sink into Zareb's body. Instead, the psychic energy carried by the spears and claw collided with the barrier, unleashing a violent shockwave. With a thunderous crash, Zareb was blasted from the windshield and sent hurtling out of the vehicle. At the same time, Wang Dafei rolled out through the broken window right after, and having already used the soul skill of Azure Thunderclash once before, he instantly understood how to wield spiritual lightning. In a flash, thunder gathered in both his hands, and he hurled it directly at Zarabu. Just moments ago, Shinkawa Shinji had fallen unconscious the instant Zarabu struck him with a strange beam of light. Moreover, Shinji's body had gradually turned transparent after that, as if he'd lost all physical substance, and to Wang Dafei's shock, he slowly faded from existence until he vanished completely. The blast smoke and dust cleared, revealing Zarabu at the scene, his body crackling and sparking with electric fire. Zarabu staggered to his feet, staring at Wang Dafei in disbelief. "Damn it, I thought you were just an ordinary human," he spat. "Turns out I was blind to your true strength. I never imagined you had power like this." To be sent flying with a single attack, and to have even his protective barrier shattered by this man, Zarabu found it utterly absurd. No human should be capable of such force. Battered and seething with rage, Zarabu glared at Wang Dafei. "You little freak, what on earth are you? If I had the time to deal with you now, I'd make sure you paid for this. Remember my words. The next time we meet, you'll regret it." With that, his body, too, began to fade away, turning transparent before vanishing completely. Along with him, Shinkawa Shinji was spirited away. Wang Dafei watched helplessly as Zarabu and Shinkawa Shinji disappeared before his very eyes, his heart brimming with anxiety and concern. What in the world was going on? "Shinkawa Shinji, aren't you supposed to be Ultraman? How could you get captured so easily? Damn it, he actually got away. This is just ridiculous." Wang Dafei cursed, slamming his fist against the car door in frustration. He couldn't just sit around and do nothing. He had to find a way to save Shinkawa Shinji. But the only people he could think of who might be able to help were the members of the Special Defense Force that Shinji belonged to. Still, Wang Dafei was at a loss for how to explain everything to them, or how to ask for their help. He mulled it over, but every idea hit a dead end. He didn't want to expose himself, either. If some organization decided to dissect him out of curiosity, he'd be doomed. He simply wasn't strong enough yet to protect himself from that kind of threat. So, in the end, there was nothing for it. He washed his hands of the whole mess, muttered, "To hell with it," and returned to the presidential suite he'd splurged on, choosing instead to rest and focus on cultivating his soul power. For the moment, he had no clue how to rescue Shinkawa's Shinji. Still, since Shinji was the protagonist, Ultraman himself, after all, he figured things would probably turn out all right. The hero always finds a way out of danger, especially when he's Ultraman. As for Wang Dafei, with nothing else to do, he might as well keep training and growing stronger. Power first, everything else later. Time passed quickly while cultivating, and in the blink of an eye, night had already fallen. After finishing the delivered dinner, Wang Dafei watched the news on TV. Ultraman's evil plan can no longer be hidden. On screen, Ultraman was wreaking havoc at a U.S. military base. Just by watching the news, Wang Dafei instantly realized that this Ultraman must be Zerub in disguise. He thought to himself, so this Zerub alien has finally begun his so-called operation. Is this pathetic scheme all he's got? Kidnap the real Ultraman, then impersonate him to cause destruction everywhere? Stir up hatred among humans? What a cliched tactic. Still, he didn't dwell on the matter. Facing an enlarged Zerub was beyond his abilities, and he was certain the real Ultraman would ultimately show up to set things right. With nothing he could do at the moment, he decided to continue his training. After all, every bit of progress counted. The next day at noon, since he still had no way to travel to another world and nothing else he could do, Wang Dafei kept up his practice, planning to take a break soon. At that moment, he picked up his new phone, bought in this world, and discovered a trending video online. Aside from coverage about the U.S. military base in Japan being destroyed by Ultraman the previous night, there was another sensational headline. Shocking. Ultraman is actually hiding among humans. He opened the video and saw that Shinji Kaminaga's transformation into Ultraman had been recorded from every possible angle, not missing a single detail. Utterly unbelievable. In an instant, the entire world learned that Shinji Kaminaga was Ultraman. Checking the comments, Wang Dafei was confronted by a flood of vile messages. Some urged the Japanese government to capture and dissect Ultraman in hopes of gaining his power. Others raged about avenging the U.S. military, spouting threats and bile against Shinji and his family. Wang Dafei sighed. He wondered, if he were Shinji Kaminaga, Ultraman himself, what would it feel like to see so much hatred from the very people he was trying to protect? If it were him, he'd want to wipe out every last one of those wretches. Halfway through the comments, he was startled by a sudden, urgent knocking at the door. Who could it be? Wang Dafei was filled with suspicion. Had his identity been exposed? Was it a special hotel service? Pondering this, he got up and walked to the door. Peering through the peephole, he saw a woman standing outside. She was quite attractive, dressed in a business suit. He was sure he didn't know her. Her face didn't ring any bells. Should he open the door? Was this some kind of trap? After some hesitation, he decided to open it. As the door swung open, Wang Dafei, curiously, sized up the woman before him. She looked a bit like Masami Nagasawa in her younger days. When the door opened, the woman standing at the entrance looked Wang Dafei up and down, sizing him up for a moment before speaking directly. "Hello, I'm Masami from the Hot Squad, Shinji Kaminaga's partner. You were with Kaminaga yesterday, weren't you? So I assume you already know he's been kidnapped by Zarabu. We've now pinpointed his location, and we need someone to help rescue him. The tip came from his friend at the Ministry of Public Security, absolutely reliable intel. Since he mentioned you might be able to help, I apologize for showing up unannounced like this. But I must ask you to come with me to save Kaminaga. Kaminaga even mentioned in his letter that you might be someone who could lend a hand, so I sincerely hope you'll join me." Wang Dafei wondered to himself, a friend from the Public Security Bureau? Was that the guy in the passenger seat of Kaminaga's car back then? He nodded, and Asami didn't waste time with further explanations. She simply told him to follow her out of the hotel and into her car. Once inside, she switched off every device in the car that could receive electromagnetic signals, then said, "Please power off your phone. We've confirmed it. Any device connected with electromagnetic waves can be controlled by Zarabu at any time. Practically nothing in this country can be kept secret from him anymore. He's using this information to orchestrate something terrible. If we don't stop him quickly, things will spiral even further out of control." Asami spoke while driving, heading toward a destination Wang Dafei had never heard of. Through her detailed explanation, Wang Dafei began to understand the situation more clearly. It was much as he had suspected. Many people in the Neon government had already fallen under Zarabu's sway. They were racing down the path to become Zarabu's lapdogs. Fortunately, a few rational thinkers were still struggling to resist and hold the line. The friend from the Public Security Bureau who provided the tip had been present right after Kaminaga got out of the car. The moment Kaminaga sensed Zarabu's arrival, he sent out a secret signal. At that time, Wang Dafei himself had been completely in the dark. Kamingaga's friend, ever vigilant as a police officer, didn't leave immediately. Instead, he hid nearby to keep watch. He witnessed Wang Dafei and Zarabu's brief clash, the fight ending with Zarabu being flung out of the car. He also saw Zarabu turn Kaminaga invisible and take him away. In the end, he even caught sight of Wang Dafei using his strange spatial abilities to vanish from the scene. Yet, he was far from a passive bystander. He hadn't just stood there and done nothing. In fact, Kaminaga had left a special kind of ink on him. He had tracked this trail all the way here, finally confirming the location of Shinji Kamiyama. Now, with other pressing matters to attend to at the Ministry of Public Security, he could only entrust Hiroko Asami with the rescue mission. Their drive was swift, and soon Wang Dafei and Asami arrived at the suspected site where Shinji Kamiyama was being held, a half-finished, abandoned building whose construction had long since come to a halt. The area around it was just as desolate, almost devoid of any sign of life. At that very moment, far away on Kyushu Island, the Zerub alien, disguised as Ultraman, was wreaking havoc with unrestrained frenzy. The outside world had already plunged into utter chaos. Artillery fire thundered through the air, and thick smoke blanketed the city. Tanks from the Neon Nation's self-defense forces lined the broad avenues, looming like iron behemoths. With a single command from their commander, countless dark barrels swung in perfect unison, all trained on the imposter Ultraman. In the next instant, an earth-shattering roar erupted, and brilliant bursts of flame shot from the muzzles, dazzling and spectacular like fireworks. Shell after powerful shell streaked through the sky like shooting stars, raining down relentlessly on the fake Ultraman. Each deafening explosion made the very ground tremble beneath their feet. Yet these attacks seemed to have no effect whatsoever on the imposter. Even as shell after shell struck, showering his body with sparks, he remained unscathed, never shattering or breaking apart as the self-defense forces had desperately hoped. On the contrary, it was as if nothing had happened at all. The barrage failed to so much as slow the intruder's rampage. Not only that, but the Neon Nation had also spent a fortune to buy bombing services from the U.S. military. Now, several American warplanes screamed overhead, unleashing strings of heavy bombs from their wings. Those bombs fell in a relentless, rain-like torrent directly onto the Zerub alien's head, each blast splitting the air with a thunderous roar, as if tearing the very sky asunder. In an instant, the entire city was smothered in thick, suffocating smoke, the acrid stench making it hard to breathe. Many of the city's high-rises could not withstand the merciless bombardment, collapsing one after another, reduced to piles of rubble. It was clear the American forces had abandoned any notion of precision strikes. Driven by vengeance for their destroyed military base, they unleashed the most brutal, indiscriminate firepower imaginable. So the onslaught continued, wave after wave of destruction pouring down upon the fake Ultraman. And yet, these attacks had no more effect on Ultraman than a feather tickling his skin. The Neon self-defense forces were as frantic as ants on a hot griddle, while the American bombs were laying waste to their own homeland. The number of buildings left teetering and on the verge of collapse by the relentless bombing had almost caught up with the total destruction that Zarabu once wreaked. Again and again, American fighter jets soared overhead, unleashing waves of fierce bombardments. Yet, what filled everyone with utter frustration and despair was that, despite such fierce and relentless attacks, they couldn't inflict the slightest bit of harm upon that formidable Ultraman, staring at the carnage unfolding before them. Powerless to change anything, people's hearts brimmed with a profound sense of fear and hopelessness. In this ambush against the alien Ultraman, if there was anyone left who still clung to a shred of hope, it was surely only the captain of the Special Forces squad. Deep down, he knew the glimmer of victory hadn't been completely extinguished. All they could do was grit their teeth and stubbornly hold their ground. If they could just hold out until Kamiyama appeared, there was still a chance that things could turn around. For he firmly believed that the true Ultraman would arrive in the nick of time, like a hero, to rescue them from this dire predicament. There was simply no other way. All hope rested on him. Look, right over there. After a long journey, they finally arrived at a cluster of abandoned buildings. Asakumi pointed toward a massive, derelict structure. The building, an unfinished and abandoned high-rise, bore no trace of recent construction, only an overwhelming sense of decay and desolation. The surrounding area was utterly deserted. Wang Dafei got out of the car, ready to head in directly, but Asakumi stopped him for a moment. She opened the trunk, pulled out a specially designed flashlight, and handed it to Wang Dafei. Then she retrieved a lumberjack's chainsaw, hoisting it with a determined air. "Ikuso, let's go." Wang Dafei stared at the chainsaw in astonishment, unsure what Asakumi intended or why he'd been given a flashlight. Sensing his confusion, Asakumi explained, "Shine on the ground. Look for green, reflective stains." With that, she led the way into the building, chainsaw in hand. Before long, their flashlight beams revealed traces left by a special luminous substance. Cautiously, they followed the trail, searching for any sign of Shinji Kamiyama. They hadn't been searching inside the building for long before the trail led them to a locked door on one of the upper floors. After climbing over a dozen stories, Asakumi was nearly out of breath. Wang Dafei couldn't help but admire her stamina. Running up so many floors, chainsaw in hand, was no small feat. Finally, they reached the locked door. Asakumi, rare for her, broke into a smile. She took the chainsaw from her back, pulled the starter, poised to cut through the lock. But just then, with a tremendous crash, the door was sliced open effortlessly by Wang Dafei's 8th spider spear. On Asakumi's pale face, a look of utter shock and disbelief spread wide. Her once lively, expressive eyes were now wide with disbelief, fixed intently on the 8 spider-like limbs slowly emerging behind Wang Dafei. Her mouth hung open, so wide it looked as though she could fit a whole egg in it. Inside, her heart was in absolute turmoil, waves of shock crashing through her mind as she wondered, what did Kamiyama mean by a special human friend? Is this guy an alien too? Standing to the side, Wang Dafei noticed every detail of Asami's stunned, slack-jawed expression. In an instant, he realized that this woman had no idea about the secret behind him. He furrowed his brow slightly and asked in a gentle voice, "Kamiyama never mentioned any of this to you?" Asami's face darkened, her features clouded with resentment and anger. Muttering under her breath, she retorted, "No, he didn't tell me a thing. All he ever did was go on and on about how you'd be a huge help." As she spoke, she unconsciously tightened her grip on the chainsaw in her hands, as if trying to vent all her frustration onto it. Yet Wang Dafei's expression remained as calm as an undisturbed lake, not a ripple of emotion showing. He mused inwardly, so the officer really didn't reveal a single thing about me? Suddenly, Asami's gaze fell upon the chainsaw she was clutching so tightly, and she began to complain anew. "Oh, come on. And you, why didn't you say anything about your incredible powers from the start? I've been lugging this heavy chainsaw around, scrambling all over the place. How unfair. It's so embarrassing. I feel like a complete fool." With that thought, Asami couldn't help but grumble even more about Kamiyama's mysterious friend. Wang Dafei, on the other hand, was secretly relieved that Kamiyama knew when to speak and when to keep quiet. As Asami lost herself in her own thoughts, Wang Dafei gave a helpless smile. "I just assumed that was your special gear. Besides, you never asked me about it, did you?" Asami's eyes widened in disbelief, mingled with exasperation and a sense of injustice. "I'm not some super strong girl. Who uses a chainsaw as a weapon, anyway?" she exclaimed, and with a burst of frustration, she kicked the heavy door open. Wang Dafei remained skeptical about her claim that she wasn't a super strong woman. Once the tightly shut door swung open, the scene before them revealed Kamiyama Shinji bound to a chair. He sat there, completely unable to resist, his hands and feet tied tightly with rope, fastened together as securely as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Wang Dafei circled around Shingo Kamiyama, his eyes wide with curiosity as he took in everything unfolding before him. He couldn't understand why a mighty Ultraman had shown absolutely no resistance in front of Zerub, let alone now, bound here like any ordinary person. "Seriously? What's going on with you? It's just a pair of police handcuffs. How can you not break free? Where's your Ultraman strength?" Wang Dafei asked, bewildered. Shingo Kamiyama replied, with an impassive, cold expression, "At this moment, I am nothing more than an ordinary human. I have no power to call upon. To summon Ultraman's body from the other dimension, I need the Beta Igniter. Otherwise, I can't guarantee I'll be able to protect this vessel." Wang Dafei roughly understood what Ultraman meant. In order to protect this human body, he couldn't use any of his powers, and so he was forced to act as an ordinary person. He also realized that ever since their first meeting, this man had never shown any emotion, always expressionless, as if his face were carved from stone. After hearing Shingo's explanation, Wang Dafei didn't hesitate. He summoned the 8 spider spears from his back. The 8 spider spears glinted coldly and snapped, sliced clean through the handcuffs restraints, as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. At that moment, Asami stormed over to Shingo with a dark, stormy expression. Without warning, she slapped him hard across the face, the sound echoing in the room. She demanded. Aren't we partners? Then why did you hide the fact that you're Ultraman from us? Were you planning to keep deceiving us all along? As she spoke, her hand clenched tightly around the beta spark igniter, the very device Shingo had secretly slipped in her bag before heading out to investigate Zerub. This meant that Shingo had anticipated this turn of events all along, entrusting the beta spark to Asami in advance. But that only left Wang Dafei even more puzzled. If Shingo knew what was coming, why allow himself to be captured on purpose? Yet, faced with Asami's angry questions, Shingo showed not a trace of guilt or remorse. Instead, he answered calmly, I never lied to you. I simply didn't say anything. His tone was flat, as if all of this were only natural. At that point, Wang Dafei suddenly interjected, Zerub has already revealed your identity as Ultraman to the world. Now the whole world knows your secret. So what's your plan from here? Now it wasn't just Zerub who wanted him. There were plenty of people within the Neon government who wanted to capture him and dissect Ultraman's power for themselves. After all, at least on paper, he was still a member of the Neon Special Disaster Response Team. However, Shinkami seemed utterly unconcerned by the situation. His demeanor was astonishingly relaxed, as though this was nothing more than a minor incident in the grand tapestry of life, something hardly worth worrying about. He spoke with a gentle calm. Since I'm already here, I might as well make myself at home. No matter the difficulty, I'll always find a way to resolve it. Hearing this, Asami couldn't help but feel a surge of discontent. She felt that Shinkami had no real grasp of how much trouble his unique identity could stir up, nor how deeply his teammates worried about him. How could Shinkami remain so composed? Was it because he was an Ultraman, gifted with the power to sweep aside any obstacle with a single blow? The more Asami dwelled on this thought, the more she saw his indifference as a kind of irresponsibility. She decided to break her silence and confronted Shinkami Shinji directly. Shinkami, tell me, are you with the aliens or with humanity? Whose side are you really on? Her voice was edged with accusation and confusion, emotions that were written plainly across her face. Yet, faced with her pointed question, Shinkami didn't show the slightest hint of panic or hesitation. He met her gaze calmly and replied in an even tone, I am both alien and human. It's precisely because I have both these identities that I can see the world from different perspectives. There are things I am determined to do, and my resolve has never wavered. I will protect this world. At these words, a trace of satisfaction finally flickered across Asami's face, only to be quickly replaced by her usual composure. Then she turned to Wang Dafei, curiosity in her voice. What about you? Wang Dafei shrugged and replied with a grin. Me? I'm human, through and through. Still, Asami remained skeptical of this answer. Even so, in her heart, she had already settled on a decision. She handed the beta device to Shinkami Shinji, saying, if you're willing to entrust this to me, then I trust you. Thank you. Go. That imposter has been causing chaos for too long. We can't let its scheme succeed. I believe in you. Stop him. Take him down. Without hesitation, Shinkami Shinji took the beta spar from her hand. Just as he was about to say something, suddenly, there was a tremendous crash. With a thunderous roar, the wall exploded inward and a massive hand reached in from outside. Quick as lightning, Wang Dafei opened a portal at his feet and slipped through, reappearing at the base of the building. But the giant hand snatched up Asami in an instant. Everything happened so fast that Wang Dafei had no chance to intervene. At some point, Zerub had arrived. The fake Ultraman strode in, clutching Asami delicately in his grasp. For a moment, Zerub looked bewildered. He distinctly remembered reaching in to grab two of them. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light burst from the building where Wang Dafei and his group had been. A gigantic figure broke out from within, none other than Shinji Kamiyama, who had transformed into Ultraman using the beta capsule. With a dazzling burst, the giant glowed with alternating silver and red light. As he appeared, he struck a heroic pose, one fist raised toward the sky, and the entire abandoned building was effortlessly pushed aside by his emergence. In the next instant, the silver and red giant charged out from a tunnel of light and came to a steady halt, standing firm before the fake Ultraman, Zerabu in disguise. Down below, Wang Dafei hurried to open another portal, just in case falling debris rained down from above. He retreated to a more distant building for safety and watched as Ultraman transformed. Even as he saw Ultraman burst out of the building, Wang Dafei couldn't help but want to joke. What exactly have you been protecting, Ultraman? But this was clearly not the right moment for such quips. Now is not the time for tributes or banter. Those still fighting the fake Ultraman were utterly stunned. Bewilderment and confusion spread across their faces. Their eyes were wide with disbelief. What on earth was happening? For a moment, even the planes, tanks, and artillery fell silent. Why? How can there be two Ultramen? They look exactly the same. Does this mean there's a second Ultraman? We couldn't beat one. How do we fight two? Humanity is doomed. In an instant, a wave of despair swept through the ranks of the self-defense forces. The soldiers chattered anxiously among themselves. Some even began to flee. Disbelief filled the air, and each person reacted in their own way. Only the members of the hot team understood the truth. They knew the newly appeared Ultraman was actually Shinji Kamiyama. He was the real Ultraman, the one who would save them all. To quell the growing panic, the hot team captain grabbed a loudspeaker and broadcast to everyone nearby. The Ultraman you see now is the real Ultraman. He is humanity's friend. The one who destroyed the American base and the city earlier was a fake, an alien imposter with sinister motives. Don't be fooled by his actions. We must trust Ultraman. People watching on television and the self-defense forces finally realized that the one causing all the destruction had never been the true Ultraman. Of course, many still harbored doubts. At that moment, Alien Zerabu was just as bewildered. After all, when he had left to wreak havoc, he had made sure to check that Shinji Kamiyama no longer had the beta capsule. Without the beta device, he couldn't transform. Without transforming, his entire plan to destroy would fall apart. Zerab knew well that he stood no chance against Ultraman. He had a clear understanding of his own limits. But to his surprise, Ultraman had managed to transform at this critical moment. That could only mean this woman in his grasp had given him the beta device. Curse it, that wretched woman. She's ruined my plan. Staring at Asami in his hand, Zerab was now consumed by the urge to torment her mercilessly. Yet he couldn't simply kill Asami now. He still needed her as a hostage. As Zerab seethed with anger, searching for a way out, Ultraman charged forward without hesitation and delivered a powerful kick right to the chest of the fake Ultraman that Zerab had become. With a thunderous crash, the blow sent him sprawling to the ground. The kick was so forceful that pain shot through Zerab's body. He completely lost his balance and landed hard, flattening several small houses beneath him and scraping against a nearby skyscraper. Panic surged in Zerab's heart. Is he insane? I still have a hostage. Meanwhile, the impact sent Asami flying from Zerab's grasp, hurling her high into the air. She lost all control, tumbling helplessly as she began to plummet downward. Ah! Asami screamed, her voice echoing as she fell through the sky. Wang Dafei reacted in a flash. He swiftly opened a portal, setting its destination to the spot directly below Asami's falling form. In an instant, Asami emerged from the portal and appeared beside Wang Dafei, who reached out with his spider legs and arms to gently catch her, cradling her safely in his embrace. The entire rescue unfolded in a heartbeat, fraught with danger, yet perfectly executed. Thanks to Wang Dafei, Asami was safe from harm, and Ultraman could now face Zerab without any worries holding him back. The fake Ultraman, Zerab, after suffering that crushing kick, was sent flying backwards, landing hard on the ground. With another earth-shattering crash, he slammed into a towering skyscraper behind him, bringing the mighty structure crumbling down in an avalanche of debris. In a flash, bricks and shards of glass went flying in every direction. For a long moment, nothing stirred. Then, slowly and with great effort, Zerab hauled himself out of the rubble, using the crooked remains of a nearby building for support. But before he could catch his breath or regain his composure, Ultraman was upon him again, closing the distance in a heartbeat. This time, a devastating left hook crashed against Zerab's body. With a deep, resounding thud, the force of the punch exploded outward. The shockwave made Zerab's entire form shudder violently, and the windows of surrounding buildings shattered in a cascade of glittering fragments, raining down across the city. Struck by such a heavy blow, Zerab felt the world spinning around him. Stars danced before his eyes, and he could barely keep himself upright. The building he clung to finally gave way under his weight and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Yet Zerab did not surrender. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to endure the searing pain and dizziness, struggling to his feet. Determination burned in his gaze. He was resolved to show Ultraman what he was made of. And so, a heart-stopping, fierce battle was about to unfold. Zerab raised both hands, and in an instant, a barrage of radiant beams shot out from his body toward Ultraman. Explosions erupted one after another, blooming like fireworks against Ultraman's frame, but Ultraman pressed on, unfazed, charging through the burst straight at Zerab. Then came another mighty punch. With a resounding impact, Zerab took the full force of the blow. The punch sent shockwaves rippling through him, making his disguise flicker and falter. The second punch was already on its way. Zerab knew he couldn't just stand there and take it. He braced himself, meeting Ultraman's fist with one of his own in a desperate counterattack. The two giants traded blows, fists and feet clashing in a relentless exchange. Gradually, Zerub adapted to the ferocity of the fight, matching Ultraman move for move. With every collision, powerful shockwaves radiated outward, the sounds of their clashing fists thunderous and unending. These shockwaves spread in all directions, spelling disaster for the innocent human buildings nearby. Towering skyscrapers teetered on the brink of collapse, deep cracks snaking across their walls. Cars were tossed aside like toys, engulfed in raging flames. People fled in terror, their cries and screams echoing through the chaos. As the battle raged on, a spark of hope ignited in Zerub's heart, a hope called victory. Why was the Star of Light entrusted with the guardianship of the universe? Was it not simply because they possessed overwhelming might? Now, that power didn't seem so insurmountable after all. For a fleeting moment, Zerub began to believe that maybe, just maybe, he could win. But what happened next left Zerub utterly dumbfounded. Ultraman, it turned out, hadn't even been fighting him with full strength. Only Ultraman knew just how little effort he'd actually put in. The confidence Zerub had just found was quickly replaced by a growing urge to flee, as Ultraman's punches became heavier and more relentless. And this was Ultraman's power, even when sharing a body with a human and holding back considerably. Zerub, who had been on the receiving end all along, realized that if this kept up, he was surely doomed. Damn it! Activate backup energy reserves. Even though Zerub threw everything he had into the fight, unleashing every technique and trick he knew, he still couldn't break through Ultraman's defenses, let alone inflict any real damage. Now, tapping into his backup energy, Zerub seemed ready to make a desperate last stand. But all of a sudden, right before his eyes, Ultraman swiftly crossed his arms in an X shape. Instantly, beep, a blue and white beam of light shot out, striking Zerub straight on and sending him hurtling through the air. The backup energy that Zerub intended to use for his next attack was instead entirely diverted to his defense, leaving him no chance to strike back. Damn it! Zerub, blasted away by the specium ray, crashed through a building before scrambling back to his feet. Infuriated, he charged at Ultraman once more. Thud! Bam! The two titans traded massive blows, their fists pounding against each other in a violent exchange. Yet Zerub's renewed assault gained him nothing. Ultraman's defense was flawless, leaving not the slightest opening. What's more, Ultraman fought with remarkable restraint, doing his best to avoid damaging nearby buildings. Even so, every attack was delivered with the speed of lightning and an overwhelming ferocity. Overwhelmed, Zerub could barely defend himself, battered and outmatched, a one-sided beating. At this rate, even endless reserves of backup energy wouldn't be enough. A wave of alarm swept over Zerub. He could feel it clearly. His strength was no longer a match for Ultraman's power, and every punch that landed on Ultraman's body sent a jolt of searing pain through Zerub. Pain so intense, it was as if it pierced his very core. Only his iron-hard head offered any resistance, and even then, Ultraman felt a sting in his own hands when he struck it. Zerub's stamina was nearly spent. His movements grew sluggish, despair etched across his face. His energy was running dangerously low. Suddenly, Zerub realized he might not be able to defeat this powerful Ultraman after all. Pointing behind Ultraman, Zerub shouted, "Now, use the ultimate death ray on Ultraman." Ultraman spun nimbly and glanced over his shoulder. Nothing was there. He'd been tricked. At that moment, Zerub wasted no time. He broke away from the fight and, with a leap, shot up toward the sky, desperate to escape. Seeing Zerub attempt to flee, Ultraman immediately launched himself after him, soaring upward with a rush, hot on his trail. The two streaked across the sky in a high-speed chase, moving far faster than any aircraft on Earth, over Mach 3.35, like twin bolts of lightning carving through the heavens. Their pursuit cut right above the city skyline. Zerub pressed on with all his might, hoping to shake off Ultraman's relentless pursuit. But Ultraman was right behind him, never giving him a moment's rest. The gap between them began to shrink. Ultraman was closing in fast. In a last-ditch effort, Zerub pushed himself to accelerate once more. Forced to act, Ultraman gathered energy in both hands and unleashed a specium ray. The beam shot forth like a lightning bolt, unerringly striking Zerub's imitation Ultraman form. The tremendous impact sent the fake Ultraman reeling, his body shuddering as if gripped by an invisible force. At last, the fake Ultraman plummeted from the sky like a runaway meteor. His figure flickered rapidly, changing shape as a shrill roar echoed through the air, and he crashed down hard toward the city below. A thunderous explosion shook the streets as the imposter smashed into a towering building. In an instant, The entire skyscraper was reduced to rubble, billowing clouds of dust mushrooming into the sky. With the impact, the false Ultraman finally shed his disguise and revealed his true form, the alien from planet Zarabu. Now, everyone could see that the Ultraman who had fallen was none other than Zarabu himself. It was only then that the truth dawned on them. Everything that had happened was part of Zarabu's elaborate scheme. They had been played for fools by this extraterrestrial, tricked into believing that Ultraman had turned against humanity, when in reality, all the destruction had been caused by Zarabu all along. After Zarabu, disguised as Ultraman, attacked the American military base, he had manipulated negotiations abroad, leading Neon's side to spearhead a so-called Ultraman extermination plan with several nations. But now, the plan between Neon and Zarabu had completely fallen apart. Neon found itself scorned and chastised by other countries for blindly following such a farce. Everyone finally realized that this had all been a trap set by Zarabu, whose true aim was to ignite conflict between nations and further his own ambitions. Now the truth was clear to them, but it was already too late. The benefits had been handed out, and though the grand scheme had been thwarted, at least Zarabu hadn't managed to seize control of those armies. As Zarabu struggled to his feet, his body began to glow with a strange, eerie light. He stretched out both arms, gathering his energy between his hands. Suddenly, a dazzling, rainbow-hued beam shot forth from his palms, streaking straight toward Ultraman. The beam struck Ultraman, enveloping him. Some mysterious energy pulsed from Zarabu, channeling through the beam and penetrating Ultraman's body, causing him to freeze in place, racked with terrible pain. Clutching his head, Ultraman reeled. The energy attack was clearly tormenting him. This was one of Zarabu's psychic assaults. Fortunately, Zarabu couldn't maintain this attack for long. His power began to wane, and he could only interfere for a short time. Seizing the moment, Zarabu leapt into the air, soaring skyward. By the time Ultraman regained his senses, Zarabu had already taken advantage of the chaos and was escaping into the sky. Ultraman quickly pulled himself together. Without hesitation, he launched into the air, his speed far surpassing Zarabu's. In a flash, he closed in, hot on Zarabu's heels. In an instant, he shot beneath Zerub. Stretching out his arm, he gathered energy, and once again, a powerful specium ray burst forth from his hand, streaking straight towards Zerub. Seeing this, Zerub immediately launched a counterattack. He turned around and fired his own beam, clashing head-on with Ultraman's specium ray. But clearly, his strength was nowhere near Ultraman's. The force of the beam, along with Zerub himself, was relentlessly pushed back, driving him higher and higher into the sky. Desperately, Zerub struggled midair to resist Ultraman's assault, but in the end, it was hopeless. As Ultraman's power surged, the ray's might grew even stronger, sending Zerub spiraling upward, spinning through the sky. If he stopped firing his own ray, he'd be blasted apart immediately. But if he kept going, he'd only be forced ever higher until exhaustion finished him, and then he'd be blasted apart anyway. At that critical moment, Ultraman seized the opportunity. He canceled the specium ray, and his right hand gathered a dazzling, radiant 8-segment light wheel, which he hurled straight at the helpless Zerub. The light wheel spun rapidly, whistling through the air as it flew directly toward Zerub. Terror-stricken, Zerub had no time to escape. The 8-segment light wheel struck him cleanly from below, slicing his body in two. A split second later, with a thunderous explosion, Zerub's bisected body erupted in a fireball and vanished into the sky. Having secured victory, Ultraman hovered in midair, gazing down at the city below, at the crowds, and at Hiroko Asami and Wang Dafei. Then, turning away, he soared into the distance and disappeared beyond the horizon. Earlier, after Wang Dafei had used a portal to bring Asami to his side, he held her tightly with the help of his 8-spider spear, just in case, as the battle between Ultraman and Zerub began. The fight was so thrilling that, without doing anything else, he simply held Asami and watched as Ultraman and Zerub clashed, right up until Ultraman sliced Zerub in half with the 8-segment light wheel. After the explosion, Hiroko Asami finally snapped out of the trance Ultraman's battle had put her in. Suddenly, she realized she was still in a man's arms, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Quickly, Asami wriggled free from Wang Dafei's embrace and tried to change the subject, asking, "Was that your special spatial transfer technique just now?" She stared at Wang Dafei in astonishment. "It's just like magic." Wang Dafei, hearing this, waggled his eyebrows mischievously and replied, "Don't doubt it. That's magic." He wore a look of unabashed pride. Asami looked at him, puzzled, and asked, "Are you messing with me?" She couldn't quite make sense of Wang Dafei's answer. Wang Dafei, however, brushed it off and said with a teasing tone, Aliens, monsters, and all kinds of strange incidents have already made their appearance. Why can't you believe that there's magic in this world too? Hiroko Asami retorted, aliens are visitors from beyond our universe, and most of the kaiju are originally native to Earth, like Godzilla, who was born from the effects of nuclear plant. Radiation leaks. These things can all be explained by science. But what you're talking about, magic, that's just too far-fetched. She frowned, trying to make Wang Dafei see her point. Wang Dafei shrugged helplessly. All right, if you refuse to believe it's magic, just think of it as some kind of spatial technology. Either way, it's not magic. Since she didn't believe it, and he had no intention of explaining further, he simply let Hiroko Asami have her view. Seeing Wang Dafei's half-hearted response left Hiroko a bit frustrated, but she still introduced herself properly. Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Hiroko Asami, Kaiju Countermeasure Analyst for the Special Disaster Response Team. She extended her hand to Wang Dafei, genuinely interested in his mysterious abilities. After all, they'd shared this adventure together, and being friends with Kamiyama made it all the more important. Wang Dafei politely reached out to shake her hand. Wang Dafei, just an ordinary person with a bit of superpower. Hiroko smiled warmly. Someone with superpowers can hardly be called ordinary. Would you be interested in joining our special disaster response team as a special external member? I can get you excellent benefits. She hadn't even finished her sentence before Wang Dafei interrupted her directly. No problem. I'll join. Wang Dafei's plan was to first join the team as an external member without official status. This way, he could stay informed about Ultraman's whereabouts. After all, even Kamiyama had disappeared without a trace. Hiroko's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at him. Really? You're not even going to think about it? You agreed so quickly. That's wonderful. Now we'll be colleagues. Can you tell me what principle your spatial travel technology is based on? Or is it actually magic after all? Well, honestly, I'm not too sure myself. I just know how to open gateways to other spaces. Didn't you say you don't believe in magic? Wang Dafei scratched his head, thinking he definitely couldn't tell Hiroko that he was actually from another world. That's incredible. So how did you discover you had this ability? Hiroko pressed. Her curiosity piqued. I guess I just stumbled upon it by accident. I only started exploring what I could do with it recently. Wang Dafei replied vaguely. Hiroko Asami nodded thoughtfully. With your abilities, I'm sure you'll be able to help us. By the way, you weren't lying just now when you said you wanted to join our special disaster response team. Were you? I'm quite interested in monsters, but honestly, I don't have any special skills, Wang Dafei replied. Want to learn more about the monsters in this world first. After all, when he'd watched the news in his hotel room, he saw that the first monster to appear here was Godzilla, born from a nuclear accident. So, could there be other titanic creatures or monsters lurking in this world too? Don't worry, I'll definitely talk to the squad leader and help you find a job that suits you, Hiroko said excitedly. All right, let's talk more at noon tomorrow. I'll wait for you at the cafe downstairs in my hotel. Take me to see your special disaster response team. Okay? Wang Dafei agreed readily, letting her know when to meet the next day. With that, Wang Dafei quietly left the scene and returned to his hotel to continue his training. After the defeat of the alien Zerub, people all over Japan finally breathed a sigh of relief, though they were still reeling from the shock of the battle. Ultraman's overwhelming power left everyone in awe, and the sudden appearance of alien Zerub had brought a huge threat to Earth. Now that the fight was over, the world seemed to return to a temporary calm. But everyone knew that with kaiju appearing so frequently in Japan, even greater unknown challenges lay ahead. Everyone was curious. Would Ultraman continue to protect this land, shielding humanity from alien threats? The next day at noon, Wang Dafei had already eaten his fill in the cafe, but Hiroko Asami was nowhere to be seen. It was hard to tell how much time had passed when suddenly a commotion erupted on the street outside, drawing Wang Dafei's attention. He looked curiously in the direction of the noise, and, at a glance, his eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape in shock. A giant figure, towering like Ultraman, was slowly making its way down the street. Looking closer, Wang Dafei realized with astonishment that it was Hiroko Asami herself, transformed into a colossal version of herself, clothes and all. If not, the sight wouldn't have been so spectacularly shocking. But now, Hiroko's eyes were empty and lifeless, as if her soul had been snatched away. She looked like a puppet completely devoid of spirit. Her movements were mechanical, each heavy step sending tremors through the ground. She lumbered forward, leaving chaos and destruction in her wake wherever she went. Suddenly, she swung her fist and smashed it into a nearby skyscraper. The force was so tremendous that her blow punched clean through the entire building, making everyone watching catch their breath in terror. At the same time, Tanks and artillery rolled up below, forming a tight defensive line, ready for battle. The members of the Neon Self-Defense Force sprang into action without hesitation. Meanwhile, several members of the Hot Squad hurriedly tried to stop the Self-Defense Force from opening fire. Tamura Kunio strode forward and called out, "Hold your fire. This is one of our own from the Hot Squad." Even though her body has grown enormous, she could still very well be human. She must have been attacked by something. As he negotiated with the commander of the Self-Defense Force, suddenly a mysterious voice echoed from all directions at once, as if it came from everywhere and nowhere. "You guessed right. Holding your fire is indeed the wise choice. Even though she is gigantic now, at her core she's still human. This is a crucial part of the live demonstration I wanted to show you." There was an unmistakable undertone of sinister scheming in that voice. The mysterious voice continued. "This is an experiment carried out specifically for you humans, for the native inhabitants of Earth." At that moment, unable to locate the source of the voice, Hot Squad leader Tamura Kunio shouted, "Who are you? Stop playing tricks. Show yourself." The mysterious voice replied, "There's no need for that. All I wanted was to tell you that Ultraman isn't the only one who possesses the technology to grow gigantic. I could do it too. I look forward to our eventual meeting. Until then, farewell." No sooner had the voice faded than Hiroko Asami, now gigantic, suddenly collapsed to the ground, motionless. The Hot Squad scientist rushed up to the fallen Hiroko, eyes wide with alarm. "She isn't dead, is she?" By the squad's ship, Yumi quickly pulled out a device and scanned her, then let out a sigh of relief. "She's alive. Her breathing is steady. She's just unconscious." Wang Dafei had witnessed the entire harrowing scene, and a ripple of excitement stirred within him. If I could get my hands on the gigantification technology this mysterious person mentioned, I'd have another trump card for survival when I return to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Maybe I could even use Ultraman's power to seize it. In that case, not only would I achieve my goal without harming this world, but it might also bring about unexpected rewards. I could become gigantic and incredibly powerful myself, or even use the technology on something like an Iron Man suit. Just imagine acquiring a mech suit and then, in the heat of battle, making it grow colossal in an instant. What a breathtaking sight that would be. Wang Dafei's heart raced at the thought. It was worth noting that when Hiroko Asami grew to such a gigantic size, her clothing grew with her. This meant the gigantification technology was even more advanced than Ant-Man's, allowing other objects to expand naturally along with the person. And, from the looks of it, gigantification didn't seem to have any obvious side effects. The reason Hiroko Asami had fallen unconscious was due to something else entirely. After careful consideration, Wang Dafei made a resolute decision to plunge himself into the chaos. After all, having traveled to this world, he had to bring something back. Following the protagonist and the Disaster Special Forces, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, success was practically guaranteed. With excitement bubbling in his chest, he stepped right into the muddy waters. But what Wang Dafei didn't know was that the mysterious being who had spoken earlier had already noticed his presence, though it didn't seem to care much. That very night, after returning to headquarters, the Disaster Special Forces received a summons from this mysterious figure. When they arrived at the location specified by Mephiles, they encountered a well-dressed stranger who introduced himself as Mephiles, claiming to be the first extraterrestrial to set foot on Earth 50 years ago. He began to introduce himself, talking at length as he walked toward a place where the now enlarged Hiroko Asami was being held. Then, Mephiles demonstrated a spatial technology far beyond human comprehension. He retrieved a huge, mysterious device from within, a machine that looked remarkably like a graphics card. Mephiles then produced a handheld device, resembling a one-handed remote control. This is the beta capsule. With it, you humans can attain the same power of gigantification as Ultraman. At his words, a red orb on the graphics card-like device emitted a beam of light. Mephiles continued, "When in Rome, do as the Romans do," my favorite saying. "I am Alien Zero, the very first to arrive on this planet. My mission here is to bring blessings to Earth, so I look forward to working with you." With that, he activated the mysterious device. To the astonishment of the Disaster Special Forces, Hiroko Asami instantly shrank back to her normal human size before their eyes. "I'm looking forward to our future collaboration," Mephiles said, and with those words, vanished without a trace. This revelation made things clear for the team captain. The person who had enlarged Hiroko Asami was none other than this enigmatic Mephiles. He couldn't shake the suspicion that this alien harbored ill intentions. Regardless, such a major incident had to be reported through official channels, whether he liked it or not. Later, After regaining consciousness, Hiroko Asami recommended Wang Dafei to their squad leader. The application was approved, and she brought Wang Dafei to the Disaster Special Forces headquarters. Only after joining did Wang Dafei learn that Kamiyama had not returned, nor had he been in contact. In truth, everyone in the team could understand. After all, Kamiyama's identity as Ultraman had already been exposed. If he showed up again, the higher-ups would likely whisk him away immediately. In the days that followed, through a series of high-level analyses, the authorities in Neon Country finally deciphered the meaning behind that mysterious voice which had echoed across the plaza. It was obvious that the voice was hinting at the possibility of teaching them this technology, and the other party would surely make the first move to contact them. So for now, all they needed to do was wait patiently. In a report from the S-Class Disaster Response Team, they had already decided to track down Metphilis. True to their expectations, not long after, the owner of that mysterious voice, an alien from the planet Metphilis, made contact with the top officials of Japan. As for what secret deals they struck, Wang Dafei had no way of knowing for the time being. A few days later, while Wang Dafei and his teammates were idly playing with their phones in the Disaster Response Team headquarters, a piece of news arrived. An agent had discovered traces of Kamiyama. Upon hearing this, the team immediately decided to set out and search for Kamiyama. However, Wang Dafei had his own plans. He discreetly pulled aside Hiroko Asami, confirmed the details with her, and then, together, they used a teleportation portal to reach the destination ahead of everyone else. After all, walking or driving was nowhere near as fast as teleportation. When they arrived at the park, they found Kamiyama, who had vanished from the public eye. At that moment, he was sitting on a swing bench in the park with a stranger in a suit. The man in the suit wore a radiant smile, clearly in high spirits, as he gently swayed on the swing. Kamiyama, on the other hand, sat quietly beside him, lost in thought. As the saying goes, in the same boat through wind and rain. That's my favorite phrase, the man in the suit suddenly said to Shinji Kamiyama, his tone light and cheerful. So, Ultraman, for the sake of his planet, are you willing to join hands with me? At these words, Kamiyama looked up, his eyes cold and expressionless as he met the stranger's gaze. That depends on what you have to say. Kamiyama's response was icy. He still didn't understand what kind of scheme Metphilis was plotting. Not long before, Metphilis had approached him, saying, for the future of Earth, we should have a good talk and work together. Yet Metphilis actually wanted his help to conceal what was happening on Earth from the Land of Light, claiming that the plan wasn't complete yet, and that it would ultimately benefit Ultraman as well. In fact, you're already working for me, did you know? The kaiju are incredibly valuable. Thanks to your presence, people have come to realize how essential Ultraman truly is. Without Ultraman, how would they face these monsters? The mysterious man in the suit smiled, speaking in cryptic tones. But Kamiyama understood. He turned his gaze to the suited man and asked, so, it was you who awakened these biological weapons, abandoned and slumbering here on Earth? Wang Dafei and Hiroko Asami, who had been eavesdropping nearby, were confused at first. But as the conversation unfolded, they gradually began to grasp the truth, although only a little of it made sense to them. For example, the monsters that have appeared on Earth are closely connected to this mysterious figure before you. In the end, the root cause behind the awakening of the disaster beast lies in humanity's destruction of the environment. The man in the suit stopped swinging, his expression turning grave as he replied, this is nature's wrath, a form of karmic retribution, Ultraman. Unlike the people of Earth, we Mephilacians have always maintained a sense of gentlemanly decorum, and we strictly adhere to one interstellar principle. Our interference with other planets is limited solely to the utilization of their life forms. I intend to make humanity truly understand the helplessness that comes when violence fails to solve their problems, the despair that even the beta device cannot overcome. At the same time, I want them to realize that reliance on the strong is inevitable. At this point, the Mephilacian paused, stood up, and spoke with unwavering resolve. I will make humanity see. They must either submit unconditionally to extraterrestrials or accept the destruction of their reality. And you have already planted this notion deep within the human psyche. They now long to become Ultraman. A sly smile flickered at the corner of his mouth, betraying his pride. The Mephilacian continued, Ultraman, your presence has become my tool for reshaping humanity's mindset. Because of you, humans have come to believe that defeating monsters requires the power of an Ultraman. This fact left Kamaya deeply unsettled, but he could not refute it. The other's words were nothing but the truth, and he was at a loss for how to respond. If he did not intervene when disaster beasts appeared, humanity alone might never be able to overcome them. These disaster beasts were no longer the small monsters like Godzilla that mankind had once faced. creatures that could be defeated with something as simple as an oxygen destroyer. Mephilas went on, his tone relentless. You are the first successful fusion of an alien and a human. Ultraman and humanity are highly compatible. My experiments have already confirmed this. I now finally understand the origin of Ultraman. Humans are, in fact, the most effective biological resource for creating powerful weapons. You deserve all the credit for this realization, the Mephilasan said smugly. The fact that humans could merge with Ultraman made the Mephilasan realize the true nature of these powerful beings. Ultraman was an evolution of humanity, a species that appeared fragile on the surface. Because their molecular structures were nearly identical, such a fusion was possible. The Mephilasan knew all too well. If other planets' life forms could be harnessed to create bioweapons, then humans were no exception. By simply awakening their latent potential, humans could become as powerful as Ultraman, making the human race itself a resource for the creation of biological weapons. All it would take is to hand over the beta device, the very thing that could make them gigantic, to humanity. Then, humans might evolve into new Ultraman. No, perhaps it would be more accurate to say, new stars of light. And this new star of light would be under his control. If he succeeded, he dared not even imagine how brilliant his future might be. At last, Wang Dafei and his companions understood. This guy in the suit was certainly no hero. So, he was the reason monsters have been appearing more and more frequently on Earth lately. Wang Dafei recalled that Zerub had also been full of empty talk last time. Glancing at Xinjian, Wang Dafei saw her give a subtle nod. Suddenly, Wang Dafei sprang into action, launching himself forward. As he soared through the air, he gathered every ounce of spiritual power within him, unleashing his mightiest attack yet. Spiritual lightning. Blow him away, he roared. In that instant, a dazzling bolt of lightning burst from his hand, radiating unstoppable power as it shot straight toward the man in the suit. In the blink of an eye, the lightning crossed the distance and struck the suited man with a thunderous force. But then, something totally unexpected happened. There was a sharp, slicing sound, immediately followed by a deafening boom. The lightning, which had seemed unstoppable, collided with what felt like an invisible shield the moment it touched the man in the suit. It bounced back, its force abruptly neutralized. Accompanied by the crackle and hiss of electricity, the lightning twisted and writhed in midair, finally sputtering out and fading away, powerless, into the air. Watching this unfold, only one thought flashed through Wang Dafei's mind. Oh no, we're doomed. Still, he dared to fight because Ultraman was right beside him. He could afford to be bold when backed by a giant. As the energy from his attack dispersed, the man known as Mephilas instantly shed his human disguise, reverting to his true alien form. He reacted with lightning speed. In a blink, his body dissolved into blocks of shimmering particles, vanishing from sight. Suddenly, Mephilas, who had just disappeared, reappeared right in front of Wang Dafei and Hiroko Asami. Before they could react, his arms, strong and unyielding like a pair of iron clamps, closed around their necks. Effortlessly, he yanked them upward. In an instant, both Wang Dafei and Hiroko Asami were hoisted high off the ground, dangling helplessly in his grip. Mephilas stared at the two, their faces reddening as his grip tightened. His voice rumbled low and menacing, brimming with threat. Don't you two have any sense? Can't you see someone else is in the middle of a conversation? It's really quite rude to interrupt people when they're talking. But I'm a gentleman. I always prefer to talk things out before resorting to force. With that, his cold, gleaming eyes fixed on Wang Dafei and Hiroko Asami, holding their fate firmly in his grasp. A shadow of cold cruelty seemed to cloud the face of the alien Mephilas, as if he might tear his prey to shreds at any moment. Yet, instead of striking immediately, he turned his head slightly, casting a glance toward Kamiyama Shinji, who stood nearby with a face full of anger. The corners of Mephilas' mouth curled into a sly smile as he spoke, his tone unhurried. These two reckless fools, are they your companions? Friends of yours, perhaps? To Wang Dafei, who had always seen Shinji as expressionless, it was a rare sight to observe even a flicker of anger on his face. Shinji replied, yes. Now, if you would, please let them go. Since they're your friends, and we still have a partnership to discuss, I very much look forward to working with you to build a bright future together. So, as a gesture of goodwill, I won't hold what just happened against them. With a grand air of magnanimity, the alien Mephilas released Wang Dafei and Asami, turning to Shinji as he spoke. Without so much as a backward glance, Mephilas addressed Wang Dafei. Even if an ant can't hurt a human, when you're annoyed by ants, you'll still crush them, won't you? This time, I'll let it slide. But there won't be a next time. Now, I suggest you leave. Just as Mephiles was about to say something further to Kamiyama Shinji, he seemed to sense a change in the air. Glancing left and right, he noticed that the crowds who had filled the park had vanished, as if into thin air. As if to answer Mephiles' sudden awareness, men in black suits began to emerge from all directions. The impression they gave left no doubt. These were agents, each armed and aiming their weapons squarely at Shinji. It turned out that after the hot squad had tracked down Shinji's location, word had spread through other channels, reaching the highest echelons of Neon City. Now, that Ultraman's identity was exposed, the nation's leaders had made their decision. By any means necessary, Shinji must be apprehended and brought to justice. And among all the possible ways to capture Kamiyama Shinji, these people had chosen the most foolish method, resorting to force and coercion. Watching all of this unfold, Wang Dafei almost wanted to laugh aloud. What was wrong with these idiotic neon politicians? Did they really believe they could take on Ultraman with nothing but pistols and brute force? Had they forgotten how their fighter jets and heavy artillery had been useless against Zerub? Not a scratch on him, and now they thought pistols would work against Ultraman, who defeated Zerub in under 2 minutes. Did they really think Ultraman would never turn against them? Mephiles watched the scene unfold with a smile, turning to Shinji Kaminaga and saying, "It seems that one wave after another of people keep interrupting us. Apparently, we'll need to find a quieter place if we want to have a proper conversation." With a pleasant expression, Mephiles glanced over at the group of agents. Placing a hand on Kaminaga's shoulder, the two of them dissolved into particles and vanished on the spot. Wang Dafei was left feeling a mix of anger and fear at how things had turned out. In the face of Mephiles and these other aliens, he was as powerless as a helpless novice, unable to fight back or resist at all. Thinking back, if Zerub hadn't wanted to avoid making more trouble last time, Zerub could have easily wiped the floor with him too. This sense of powerlessness filled him with despair. Just now, it was painfully clear that if Mephiles had wanted to kill him, it would have been as easy as crushing an ant. He simply couldn't comprehend the technology these extraterrestrials wielded. That attack just now, while it wasn't overwhelmingly powerful, it was certainly no weak blow either. After all, it was strong enough to effortlessly blast apart Carr. And yet, all it did was shatter his disguise. It was a stark reminder that the ceiling for supernatural beings in this world was absurdly high. Even the floor was much higher than where Wang Dafei currently stood. This time, Wang Dafei truly felt that this world wasn't somewhere he belonged. The energy within him for traveling between worlds had already accumulated enough for him to return to the Marvel Universe after 7 days. For a brief moment, he had the urge to just run away. After all, it felt like he simply didn't fit in here. But then again, it seemed wasteful to leave without accomplishing anything. Surely, there had to be another opportunity? Since Mephiles intended to hand the beta device over to the Japanese government, if taking it directly from Mephiles wasn't an option, maybe there was a chance to snatch it from the government instead. Meanwhile, after Shinji Kaminaga and Mephiles vanished, the next instant they reappeared in front of a cozy Japanese-style tavern. They stepped inside and chose a spot, making it clear this was the quiet place Mephiles had selected for their discussion. Seated at the bar together, Mephiles said, "Ultraman, I have no wish to fight you. That's why I propose we either join forces or you simply observe and let things unfold." Raising his glass, Mephiles took a small sip before continuing. "Now, the fate of humanity rests in my hands. If I so desired, I could easily subdue them with force. Of course, with your strength, you could do the same. But why have you chosen not to?" Through a mix of subtle and deliberate actions, Mephiles had already stirred the ambitions of many schemers. They coveted the beta device and were eager to capture Ultraman for research. Ultraman knew all of this, and yet he hadn't fought back. Why? This was a question that left Mephiles genuinely perplexed. Ultraman clearly possessed enough power to subdue humanity, yet when faced with human hostility and attacks, he chose silence and refrained from using force in response. This behavior left the alien Mephiles somewhat perplexed. It was true that the beings from the Land of Light rarely intervened in the internal conflicts and choices of other planets. Only when the peace of the entire universe was at stake would they take action. In fact, the Land of Light had been observing Earth for a long time. The humans on this planet were almost identical to what their own kind had been before their evolution into beings of light, a transformation that came at a price no one truly knew. Originally, the Land of Light had limited their involvement to mere observation with some slight interference, just enough to make sure humanity would not follow the same path of destruction that they had. After all, they did not wish to see the universe suffer another catastrophe. Now, each member of the Land of Light was powerful enough to manage their own sector independently, rarely needing to cooperate. The concepts of society, collaboration, and friendship had long faded from their lives. Decisions were made purely on rational grounds, with each individual's existence serving to safeguard the peace of the greater universe. Yet this current observer, Lipia, now known as Shinji Kaminaga, the Ultraman, felt different to Mephilas, who was eager to understand why. Shinji Kaminaga raised his glass, his expression calm, but his eyes shining with unwavering resolve. He spoke slowly. As you say, our dominion over humanity stems from their despair. But I can no longer agree with such a method, because this will only lead to humanity's progress grinding to a halt. I cannot simply stand by, nor can I act so heartlessly toward humankind. It turned out that earlier, back in the park, Shinji Kaminaga had approached Mephilas to persuade him not to hand the beta device over to humanity, even wishing to prevent it directly. To Mephilas, this felt like an outright interference in human affairs. He fixed his gaze on Shinji, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint, mocking smile as he asked with a hint of sarcasm, "Is this what passes for the Land of Light's principles?" Though Ultraman had expressed his hope that Mephilas would not give the beta device to humans, he hadn't taken real action to stop him yet. Thus, in a tone laced with contempt, Mephilas continued, "If that's the case, then please don't get in my way, Ultraman. I ask that you act according to the rules of the Land of Light. I have great respect for the Land of Light, after all." The alien Mephilas raised his glass, took a gentle sip, and then spoke with unwavering confidence. "In this vast, boundless universe, no one understands the true value of this planet better than I do. Therefore, entrusting this world to me is without a doubt the best option. I ask you not to stand in the way as I lead these people into the universe, to become a part of the greater cosmic community." As he finished, a smug smile played at the corner of his lips. Setting his glass down, Mephilas looked at Shinji Kaminaga, a sly glint flickering in his eyes, and said with a low chuckle, "Because I too am deeply in love with the people of this land. Ultraman, you can't believe me. My love for humanity is no less than yours." Yet, that so-called love was nothing more than a desire to claim humanity as his own property, a scheme to control their fate as he saw fit. Still, Shinji Kaminaga wanted to be sure of something. He pressed, "Have you already reached a secret agreement with this country?" Mephilas chuckled at the question, nodded, and then opened a virtual screen to show Kaminaga. "Yes. You can see the signatures of the country's highest officials here. The proposal has already been approved." With a self-satisfied grin, Mephilas continued, "They were the ones who insisted on signing it. It's the humans themselves who want the beta device. And you, bound by the laws of the Land of Light, can do nothing about it. Even Ultraman must obey those rules and cannot interfere with humanity's own choices. Isn't that so? So, how do you plan to counter my perfect plan, Ultraman?" Shinji Kaminaga replied, "I will use my strength to stop it. That is the will of the human within me. It has nothing to do with the laws of the Land of Light." "I see." Mephilas paused, the smile fading from his face as he gazed at Ultraman in disbelief. "So, that's why you chose to merge with a human? To stop me as one of them? I have to admit, it's a clever move. Did you really foresee my plans so far in advance? But you must realize, all of your actions will be reported to the Land of Light. Not only you, but your involvement may one day bring disaster to this world." But it was clear that Mephilas had misunderstood. Ultraman hadn't merged with a human in order to thwart him, nor had he planned to intervene in humanity's world from the beginning. Yet, in the end, it didn't matter. This course of action would still lead to Ultraman being punished by the Land of Light when he returned. "Even so, I will protect the vulnerable lives on this planet." Hearing Mephilas' words, Shinji responded with unwavering resolve. Mephilas' eyes sparkled with cunning. The people of the Land of Light were not supposed to act out of such selfish motives. Had Ultraman been corrupted by humanity? Mephilas watched Kamiyama with keen curiosity, a meaningful, enigmatic smile playing at the corners of his lips. "This isn't your own will, is it? It's the will of the human inside you, isn't it, Ultraman?" He was eager to hear the answer. Kamiyama remained silent. He sat quietly, gripping a glass of liquor in his hand, as if pondering something of great significance. His gaze was firm and resolute, as though he had already come to a decision. Mephilas narrowed his brow, ever so slightly. He stared intently at Kamiyama, trying to read his thoughts through his expression and eyes. Yet Kamiyama's face revealed nothing, leaving Mephilas a bit perplexed. At last, Kamiyama raised his glass and drained it in a single, steady motion. His gesture was slow but unwavering, as if to show Mephilas the strength of his resolve. That, in itself, was a silent admission. Witnessing this, Mephilas immediately understood what Ultraman had chosen. A shame, really. Negotiations have failed. Mephilas sighed softly, a trace of resignation and regret in his voice. He rose from his seat, straightened his suit, and turned to the bald proprietor. "Sir, could we have the bill, please?" Hearing Mephiles call out, the bald owner came over from behind the counter, smiling as he approached. Mephiles took out his wallet, carefully counted the bills inside, then looked up at Kamiyama. With a sly glint in his eye and a faint smile, he said, "Let's split the bill, shall we?" Kamiyama Shinji froze for a moment. Having only just begun to adapt to human society, he was clueless about these subtle customs. He nodded uncertainly. That evening, as a result of having lost to Mephiles earlier, Dafei Wong and Hiroko Asami, who were happily enjoying barbecue, suddenly received a message from Kamiyama Shinji. After his failed negotiation with Mephiles, Kamiyama had contacted Asami directly, instructing her to bring the rest of the SSSB team along for a meeting. So, the barbecue was abruptly cut short. Not long after, the entire SSSB team made their way, one by one, to the secret meeting spot Kamiyama had chosen. After having been away for quite some time, Kamiyama Shinji reappeared and announced to everyone that he intended to undertake something big. The moment he revealed his plan to seize Mephiles' beta device, shock swept across their faces. Kamiyama then explained the purpose of the beta device, that Mephiles possesses a device capable of enlarging the human body. Using the peculiar beta ray, it can somehow make a person as gigantic as Ultraman himself. What's more, the beta device is also what allows Mephiles to grow to giant size. If we take this beta device from him, Mephiles won't be able to transform for a while. I'll need your help to steal it. It can be said that in this universe, almost all the energies that can enlarge a being's body are somehow related to beta energy. Shinichi Kamiyama's thinking was based on the fact that the alien Mephiles had signed an agreement with humans. The content of the agreement was simply to hand over the beta device to humans, but it did not specify which human. As long as the beta device eventually ended up in human hands, it didn't matter where they were from. In this way, Mephiles would have no way to forcibly take it back from them. What Kamiyama explained only made Wang Dafei even more curious. What would happen if Mephiles broke the interstellar laws? Who made those laws? Was it the Land of Light? As for these questions, Wang Dafei had no way of knowing. That's why Kamiyama said that something like this still needed to be accomplished by the people of this world, so that it wouldn't count as Kamiyama himself violating the interstellar laws. And so, as Kamiyama's teammates, the members of the Special Response Team became the best candidates for the operation. With Kamiyama's help, they could seize the beta device and then, representing humanity itself, destroy it. Not Kamiyama. Kamiyama also spoke candidly with them. If they didn't stop this, any human who obtained the beta device in this way would ultimately become nothing more than a living weapon under Mephiles' control. So, no matter what, they had to stop Mephiles. It must be said, the Special Response Team's members placed absolute trust in Kamiyama. They agreed without hesitation. Still, they did have some concerns. The key issue is that we be grabbing it by force. That's outright betraying the top authorities of Japan. It's a crime. If we do this, wouldn't we be charged with treason? Takaki Akihisa rubbed his chin, clearly torn. Kamiyama replied, "That may be true, but I still hope you can help." He continued, "The alien Mephiles has already reached a secret agreement with the country's leaders. The handover is scheduled for tomorrow. The situation is critical. We must stop this transaction before the authorities receive the beta device. If the beta device falls into the wrong hands, it could spell disaster for humanity." What Kamiyama says is true. If humans gain the ability to use the beta device effectively, it would easily ignite a war of competition between aliens and humans. Humans who can grow gigantic would undoubtedly become first-class weapons of war. Naturally, such information would attract predators. After some analysis, Hiroko Asami spoke up. After all, not every race in this vast universe can use beta rays to achieve gigantification. If humans had created the beta device themselves, Ultraman would not interfere with their use of it. But getting this technology from Mephiles is like handing a loaded AK-47 to a child. And to make matters worse, the safety catch is still in Mephiles' hands. Squad leader Tamura Kunio nodded. "Understood. I'll handle negotiations with our superiors." Wang Dafei, standing nearby, echoed enthusiastically, "Whatever you decide to do, I'll back you up." Ultraman. Asami Hiroko glanced at Wang Dafei, puzzled by his excitement. Was there really any need to be so eager? She could hardly imagine that Wang Dafei was thinking of snatching the beta device at this very moment. "Thank you, all of you." Kananaga turned to the SSSB members, expressing his gratitude. This was the first time Ultraman, as Kananaga Shinji, had ever thanked anyone since he'd been on Earth. But how are we supposed to get the beta device at all? Takiaki Hisa brought up the most crucial question. Right now, the top priority was figuring out how to obtain the beta device. They couldn't just stand around in plain sight and snatch it from Mephiles the moment he took it out, could they? Their opponent wasn't a fool. If they got close, he'd definitely be on guard. In response to Ryumika's question, Kananaga offered an explanation. The beta device is probably hidden in a black hole in another dimension. If I can get the key information, I can pinpoint its location. When the time comes, I can hide within the interdimensional black hole as well. The instant it appears in our reality, I'll reveal myself and take it to give to you, Kananaga Shinji answered. As for why I can't just retrieve it directly from the other dimension once I know where it is, it's because it can't be taken there. So, the only option is to wait for it to materialize in our world. A black hole? Huh. As a physicist, Taki Akihisa frowned in concern. That's a realm we've never set foot in before. How on earth are we supposed to proceed? As he spoke, he couldn't help but sink into deep thought, pondering the problem seriously. Soon, the group began analyzing how they might find the necessary information. Wang Dafei simply watched them in silence, clearly out of his depth in this area. At last, they agreed that maybe Ultraman could detect the presence of the beta box by scent, then enter another dimension to search for it. This seemed to be their only viable plan. After hearing the proposal, Kananaga Shinji began sniffing around Asami, left and right, making her feel awkward and uneasy. But the truly shameless Kananaga seemed completely unconcerned. Once he locked onto the scent, he pressed the beta magic wand without hesitation. In a flash, he transformed into Ultraman and vanished, slipping through the interdimensional space and out of this world. Meanwhile, Wang Dafei stood before the other SSSB members, a faint smile on his face. So what's our next move? He asked. Once they'd settled on a plan, everyone sprang into action. Not long after, in a forest park belonging to the National Assembly, Mephilas and the highest echelons of Neon Country were holding a secret transaction ceremony. They had carefully selected a location, one that would not easily attract the attention of foreign agents, yet could still be monitored by reconnaissance satellites. A simple platform erected by the sea. Atop this high platform, the Mephalasian and the Neon government's top officials exchanged documents with solemn formality and shook hands. Seated below were numerous Neon officials, all qualified to participate in this event. They applauded heartily, congratulating one another on this momentous collaboration. All around, professional photographers were stationed, capturing every detail of the occasion. Once they obtained the beta box, Neon's power will be transformed beyond recognition. Certain high-ranking members of the Neon military were already preparing to leverage the beta device to conquer the University of the East. After the agreement was sealed, the Mephalasian slowly stepped forward to the front of the Crimson platform, a smile on his face. Celebrate, for today marks the moment Neon gains the power to rule the world. With that, he snapped his fingers with a leisurely air. At his gesture, the beta box suddenly tore through space, appearing out of thin air. It spun several times in the air before drifting down, on the verge of touching the ground and finalizing the exchange. But at that critical moment, a ripple of spatial distortion followed the beta box, and out of nowhere, a massive silver hand emerged, seizing the beta box in its grasp. It was Ultraman, who had been waiting in the extra dimension for just this opportunity. This sudden turn of events left everyone present in utter shock. Eyes widened. They stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Panic erupted almost instantly. People scattered in all directions, desperate to escape the danger. At that moment, Ultraman's enormous silver and red figure appeared before the crowd, like an insurmountable mountain. He didn't need to move a muscle. His sheer presence was enough to send everyone fleeing. As the crowd retreated in terror, only a single man in a suit remained standing, calm and collected. He was Mephilas. Unlike Ultraman, who was new to Earth, Mephilas had been hiding on the planet for countless years. He had learned much about the human notions of courtesy, justice, and shame, and he was clearly displeased by Ultraman's actions. To think you'd use that woman's scent to directly locate the Planck domain. I never expected a gentleman like Ultraman to stoop to such a perverse tactic. Mephilas' brow furrowed, disappointment and anger flickering in his eyes, though his signature smile never left his lips. As his words faded, the smile on Mephilas' face slowly disappeared, replaced by a dark, brooding look. His voice dropped, becoming grave and severe. Using any means to achieve your goals. This is the phrase I detest the most. It should never be used to describe you. What you've done has truly disappointed me, Ultraman. Just then, from the distance, an armed helicopter appeared in the sky, carrying the 4 members of the Special Disaster Response Team and Wang Dafei. Alongside them were 2 trusted pilots brought in by the team. Without turning around, Ultraman deftly tossed the beta box he held into the cargo hold of the helicopter. The helicopter, upon receiving the beta device, gave a sudden jolt, but soon regained its balance and soared off into the distance. This was the plan they had agreed upon. When an opportunity arose, Ultraman would hand over the box to them. Wang Dafei gazed at the beta magic box inside the cabin, a container towering as tall as 2 or 3 people. He was tempted to immediately stash it into his own soul storage device. But he couldn't act yet. For now, the beta box was officially entrusted to the Special Disaster Response Team by Ultraman. If he took it now, Mephiles might vent his rage on the team. He needed to watch and wait. So instead of destroying it yourself, you hand it back to humanity and let them deal with it. I must admit, that's quite a clever solution, Mephiles said with clear dissatisfaction, eyeing Ultraman. A comeback. Those are words I never want to hear. For us, this conflict can only end with one of us dead. As his final word fell, Mephiles shed his human disguise, reverting to his true alien form. Lifting his gaze to Ultraman, Mephiles shook his head and said, Ultraman, it's a pity, but it seems that in the end, we're destined for a battle. With that, a device resembling a handle, an igniter for the beta box, appeared in Mephiles' hand. Before everyone's eyes, Mephiles pulled the trigger. The beta device aboard the helicopter split open, and the red orb hidden within sent a beam of crimson light straight to Mephiles, as if linking their fates. A resonant hum filled the air as Mephiles' body began to grow, looming larger and larger. Mindful, it seemed, of not crushing any humans, he lifted off the ground, rising into the air to complete his transformation until he stood as tall as Ultraman himself. Ultraman, unwilling to put humans in harm's way, shifted the battlefield to a deserted factory nearby. Mephiles, displaying a certain gentlemanly respect, followed suit without protest. The two giants faced each other in silence, observing one another for a long moment before Ultraman finally spoke. Mephiles, take your beta device and leave Earth, Ultraman said, his voice calm and unwavering as he addressed his adversary. This was an ultimatum directed at Mephiles. If a fight could be avoided, then so be it. As long as Mephiles agreed to leave with the beta capsule, nothing further would happen. But if he refused, Ultraman would ultimately have the SSSB destroy the beta capsule, leaving Mephiles not only without the device, but possibly forcing him into a desperate battle that could cost him his life. Sorry, I refuse. Mephiles' reply was firm and immediate. From the moment he realized that humanity had the potential to evolve into beings like those from the land of light, he understood just how precious human value truly was. He could not simply let go of such an opportunity, and his refusal meant that a battle had become inevitable. Given the circumstances, Ultraman wasted no more words. Without hesitation, he pressed his hands together, channeling energy, and then hurled a massive blue energy ring at Mephiles, a move unmistakably his signature technique, the Specium Slash. This was the very move capable of slicing Zerub in two with a single strike. Yet, as the glowing ring hurtled toward him, Mephiles didn't flinch. With a calm, almost casual motion, he unleashed his unique ability, Phantom Blade. With just a gentle sweep of his arm, he swatted the Specium Slash away as if it were nothing more than a trivial object. The deflected energy ring crashed into a nearby factory, instantly setting off a chain of explosions. The Specium Slash continued its rampage, rolling along the ground like a runaway wheel, tearing through factory equipment and water towers as if they were made of paper. Undeterred by the failed attack, Ultraman launched another Specium Slash. But again, it posed no threat to Mephiles, who deftly batted it aside with ease. At last, Mephiles struck back. Without a word, he unleashed a bolt of yellow lightning from his hand, sending it straight toward Ultraman. Faced with this sudden beam attack, Ultraman reached out and caught the energy as if it had become tangible, gripping it tightly before hurling it high into the sky. Thunderous blasts echoed through the air, billowing clouds of smoke spreading across the battlefield. After this fierce exchange of energy attacks, both Ultraman and Mephiles realized they were evenly matched in terms of firepower. Without hesitation, they rushed at each other, launching into close-quarters combat. The two giants locked in a fierce grapple, trading blows and pulling at one another, each punch simple in motion, yet carrying unimaginable force. Indeed, their fight was stripped of any flashy techniques. Every punch was a display of raw, overwhelming power. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand. After a brief scuffle, the two combatants suddenly broke apart once more. Then, each took their stance, and at the same time, unleashed powerful beams of light toward one another. Since fists and kicks could not determine the winner, both decided to settle it by pouring all their energy into this final clash, testing who possessed the greater reserves of power. In an instant, two torrents of immense energy collided. The Spatium Ray from the Star of Light was famed throughout the universe, hailed as an invincible energy beam. Yet, Mephiles showed no fear. The strange ray fired by Mephiles could actually go head-to-head with Ultraman's Spatium Ray, and, astonishingly, it even seemed to have the upper hand. Suddenly, Mephiles steadily pressed back Ultraman's attack. Your Spatium energy not only has to bear the strain of your gigantic body, but also maintain the fusion with the other life forms inside you. It'll be depleted very quickly, Mephiles said, his beam inching closer to Ultraman. But I can still sustain my power with negative entropy. Your time is running out. In this situation, can you really defeat me, Ultraman? Mephiles had realized Ultraman's current state was far from perfect, while he himself was brimming with energy. That gave him full confidence to engage in this contest of beams. No sooner had he finished speaking than Ultraman seemed on the verge of collapse, his body fading from its vibrant red to a pale, silvery blue. Step by step, Mephiles advanced, closing in on Ultraman. Just a little more effort, and he could blast Ultraman apart and pin him to the ground for a brutal beating. But just then, Mephiles suddenly jolted in shock. All the while, Wang Dafei had been watching the battle from his plane, using his psychic powers to observe every moment. The potential of psychic abilities was truly limitless. Almost anything he could imagine might be possible, though for now he was still too weak. Just now, Wang Dafei sensed a sudden surge of fear from Mephiles. Why? It was as though Mephiles had seen something terrifying. Wang Dafei followed Mephiles' gaze and caught sight of a faint, barely perceptible figure, another Ultraman. This Ultraman seemed to exist in a strange, imperceptible state, visible only because Wang Dafei's psychic senses were fully activated. The revelation left Wang Dafei utterly stunned. And as Wang Dafei looked toward this figure, it turned its gaze away from the battle between Ultraman and Mephiles and locked eyes with him, as if it hadn't noticed his presence. That's Zafei. He shows up at this moment? Then what about Zeton? The thought sent a chill down Wang Dafei's spine. But for now, the newcomer didn't seem intent on doing anything. All Wang Dafei knew was that Zafei's appearance in the story was never a good omen, because he didn't fully understand the entire plot of Shin Ultraman and only knew that Zafei would bring Zeton, a being capable of destroying Earth and even the whole galaxy. Wang Dafei realized it was time to make his escape. Zafei didn't seem as easy to negotiate with as Ultraman. This world's land of light was different from the traditional one. What mattered to them was the peace of the entire universe. Compared to the whole cosmos, Earth's mere 2.1 billion people were insignificant. Meanwhile, amidst their fierce beams struggle, Mephiles suddenly shouted, "Stop, Ultraman!" Immediately, both he and Ultraman ceased their attacks. Ultraman looked at Mephiles, puzzled. He couldn't understand why his opponent would call for a halt just when victory seemed within reach. Still, since Mephiles had stopped, and he himself was almost out of energy, he decided to hear what the alien had in mind. With a calm voice, Mephiles said to Ultraman, "Let's end it here. There's no longer any benefit to defeating you. Just as you said before, I will take the beta box and leave Earth. I won't come back." Aboard a nearby armed helicopter circling the scene, Captain Tamura and the others watched the sudden ceasefire with confusion. Why did Mephiles suddenly stop fighting? Captain Tamura asked, curiosity in his voice. Team member Hiroko Asami ventured a guess. Maybe the aliens have reached some kind of agreement among themselves. Captain Tamura let out a sigh of relief and said, "If this can be resolved through peaceful negotiation, that would be the best outcome." However, Wang Dafei saw things differently. After all, he had noticed Zafei. Frankly, he said, it seems like Mephiles is afraid of something. Captain Tamura and the team looked at Wang Dafei in astonishment, as if they found his suggestion hard to believe. Wang Dafei went on. Mephiles was so confident just a moment ago, yet now, when he was on the verge of victory, he suddenly gave up the fight. That doesn't make sense. Besides, I sensed something in his aura. There was a distinct note of fear. Captain Tamura pondered this for a moment, then asked, "A feeling? Then what do you think he's afraid of?" Wang Dafei shook his head, admitting he didn't know. He didn't dare suggest that Mephiles might be afraid of Zafei. After all, he didn't know what kind of character Zafei was. But he was sure that anyone who could scare Mephiles must be formidable, and that Mephiles himself wasn't the type to give up easily. He'd almost certainly return for another round in the future. The Special Disaster Response Team remained skeptical about what Wang Dafei had said. Only their squad leader, Tamura Kunio, and Hiroko Asami thought there might be some truth to his words, for they knew Wang Dafei possessed strange and extraordinary abilities. But in the end, none of that seemed to matter. So long as Mephiles left, the crisis would be resolved. That was what they all believed. Yet Wang Dafei was convinced that Mephiles would never abandon Earth so easily. At that moment, Ultraman was slowly approaching them, extending his hand in their direction. They immediately understood that Ultraman was signaling to them. Receiving the sign, Tamura Kunio quickly detached the beta capsule from the plane and tossed it into the air, where it landed with perfect precision, hovering in Ultraman's outstretched palm. Without hesitation, Ultraman used his telekinetic power to send the beta device drifting through the air, delivering it directly to the Mephalasian. Mephiles, however, had already seen the arrival of a new envoy from the Land of Light, Zoffy. In that instant, he realized that any further struggle would be utterly pointless. Under normal circumstances, there could never be two envoys from the Land of Light present in the same star system. The arrival of a new envoy signified that Ultraman might no longer be the official observer or arbiter. Perhaps Zoffy was even here to hand down judgment on this rule-bending Ultraman. So, when Mephiles accepted the beta capsule, he sighed with resignation and said, "I've received the item, but a troublesome fellow is on the way. I have no wish to get caught up in this chaos. I'll take my leave now. Ultraman, suit yourself." With that, he prepared to depart from this place of conflict and strife. Mephiles! Suddenly, a voice shouted from his very hand. No one knew when it had happened, but Wang Dafei was now standing in Mephiles' palm, and the beta device that Mephiles had just taken had disappeared without a trace. As it turned out, the moment Mephiles received the beta device and began conversing with Ultraman, Wang Dafei had already slipped through a portal and quietly arrived right atop the beta device in Mephiles' hand. He stood steadily on the giant palm, in a flash, stored the beta device inside his own soul storage artifact. Yet, none of this had escaped Mephiles' notice. He turned his gaze on Wang Dafei, eyes brimming with disdain, never expecting that the beta device in his grasp would be spirited away by this ant. Was it Ultraman who had taught this little ant how to use dimensional tricks? But Wang Dafei stood his ground, utterly unafraid. He slowly unfurled the 8 spider spears from his back, for on each side merging into 2 wickedly sharp pikes, their tips blazing with the golden, imperial psychic flames. In that moment, an overwhelming aura of majesty and power radiated from his entire being. Wang Dafei knew full well that this time, by channeling the Emperor's spiritual flame into the 8 spider spear, he had almost completely drained the special energy the Emperor had left him. After all, the Grandmaster of Heaven had only left him with a tiny bit. Once this spiritual energy was exhausted, who knew how long it would take before he could recover it? Yet even so, he did not hesitate for a moment. The Grandmaster of Heaven had told him he would eventually recover, but there was no telling how long that would take. Still, Wang Dafei just wanted to give Mephiles, who looked down on everyone, a taste of his own medicine. Humans aren't to be trifled with either. Mephiles, you barbarian! The 8 spider spear, crackling with mighty energy, shot down in an instant like a bolt of lightning. With a muffled thud, an astonishing scene unfolded. The 8 spider spears stabbed straight into Mephiles' supposedly invulnerable hand, not once but twice. Ah! Mephiles cried out in pain. In Mephiles' mind, his defense was unbreakable, especially in front of a little ant like this. It should have been impossible to pierce so easily. But now this sudden attack had brutally shattered his defense, plunging deep into the flesh of his palm. Mephiles was clearly caught off guard by such a ferocious blow. Agony shot through his body in an instant, as if he'd been bitten by a bullet ant. Unable to suppress his pain, he let out a guttural growl and instinctively flung his arm, trying desperately to shake off this maddening sting. Wang Dafei, still clutched tightly in Mephiles' hand, was hurled through the air like a cannonball by the force of that sudden movement. Seeing his attack succeed as he tumbled through the air, Wang Dafei shouted, "Ha! Mephiles, doesn't feel so good to get bitten by an ant, does it? Come on in, find me, and crush me if you can, you brute." He simply wanted to get back at this arrogant, condescending alien, even though, truth be told, there was no real grudge between them. As he was flung away, Wang Dafei reacted quickly and conjured a portal right in midair. He soared through the portal, emerging in a flash atop the distant Arctic ice fields. Mephiles, acting on instinct, lunged to catch the little ant, thrusting his hand through the portal in an attempt to grab Wang Dafei. But he was just a split second too late. Seeing this, Wang Dafei rejoiced inwardly. Just as planned, everything was unfolding exactly as he had hoped. Without delay, he cast the spell. To close the portal, he intended to use the spatial rift created by the closing to slice off Mephiles' hand, make him leave a hand behind. In an instant, the portal began to contract at lightning speed. However, to Wang Dafei's astonishment, even though the portal had successfully shrunk, it simply wouldn't close. Sparks flew wildly from where the portal clamped around Mephiles' hand, but the gate couldn't sever it at all. In that instant, Wang Dafei realized just how unimaginably powerful the Mephilation's body was. This level of spatial slicing couldn't even harm him, not even for a moment. It was becoming clear that every world he traversed so far was absurdly more powerful than expected. Just the upper limits of a single Mephilation were already far beyond reason. If this kind of portal slicing were unleashed in the Marvel Universe, even among the ranks of super-strong beings, someone like Black Dwarf would lose a hand in a heartbeat. Faced with this situation, Wang Dafei understood that even the spatial portal couldn't sever Mephiles' hand. He had thought he might pull off a move like the Sorcerer Supreme Wang, casually lopping off hands at will. But as expected, in the presence of extraordinary creatures from this world, he was still nothing more than an ant. Left with no options, Wang Dafei had to give up on further attempts to cut through. Resolutely, he activated his traversal energy. That familiar, strange power instantly wrapped around him, and in a flash, he vanished from this world. As Mephiles drew his hand back, he immediately locked onto the position opposite Wang Dafei, speeding off towards the Arctic. In merely a minute, he reached the spot where Wang Dafei had just disappeared, only to find it completely empty. The realization hit him like a thunderbolt, and his anger almost exploded from within. He had always seen himself as a being of immense power and wisdom, far beyond this world. To think he had been outmaneuvered by a mere human ant. The shame and fury burned inside him, threatening to boil over. With a roar, he struck the iceberg with a mighty fist. The impact shattered the ice into fragments in an instant. Consumed by impotent rage, all he could do was vent his frustration on the helpless ice. Later, people would discover that, for some mysterious reason, several Arctic icebergs had vanished that very day. Mephiles had been plotting on Earth for countless years, long before Ultraman ever arrived. But the moment he saw Zophi, he knew his ambitions were doomed. He could have left calmly, walking away with composure, even if all his efforts came to nothing at the last moment. Even then, he never once lost his cool in a fit of powerless fury. There was no hesitation, just a graceful retreat from all his carefully laid plans. Such decisive action came from knowing that as long as Earth remained, he would always have a chance to return and rise again. But never, ever, could he have imagined that a mere human, whom he regarded as nothing but an insect, would dare to scheme against him. He rushed to the North Pole immediately and scanned the Earth 3 or 4 times. But this person had simply disappeared. He couldn't find a single trace of that man anywhere. What does this mean? Spatial technology? And with limbs so different from humans, this guy probably wasn't human at all. He was some other kind of being from the universe. He had been played for a fool by this character all along. He couldn't tolerate it. This was nothing but humiliation. But because Zophi was on Earth, and with King Dafei nowhere to be found, after venting his rage at the North Pole, Mephiles finally left the planet. As for Wang Dafei, now back in the Marvel Universe, he wasn't at all worried about the humans of that world. He knew Mephiles would definitely run away and wouldn't dare stay on Earth. After all, he had sensed Mephiles' fear of Zophi, so he was sure Mephiles would leave. Even if he didn't, there were still the Ultramen, and honestly, it wouldn't matter even if Wang Dafei was concerned, because it seemed like he couldn't defeat any of that world's monsters or aliens anyway. Back in Marvel, he lounged comfortably in his safe little dorm at Kamartaj. The worlds he just traveled through were all on a terrifyingly high level, dangerous beyond belief. But at least he'd gained a lot from the experience. Wang Dafei took out the beta device box. The beta device floated automatically in the air, looking even bigger than his bed. He couldn't help but wonder what he had really gotten from all these journeys. Looking at the beta device box, he felt a pang of regret. He hadn't managed to get the remote control, so he couldn't use this thing for now. Maybe if he handed it over to Stark for some research, Stark might be able to whip up a remote for him. This time, he returned with a new kind of power, psychic energy. The Emperor, during his coma, had worked some unknown magic, and now he was a psychic. He'd even said he'd planted a strange, immortal psychic seed inside him. Still, since the Emperor claimed he hoped Wang Dafei could bring some hope back to their universe, he probably wouldn't hurt him, right? The Emperor seemed trustworthy. Hopefully he wasn't lying. It was only a pity that the golden psychic flame the Emperor had injected into him had all been devoured by the Grandmaster of Heaven. Wang Dafei had a feeling that the Emperor's power could deal terrifying damage to anything not human. It really was a force designed to counter evil and chaos. Otherwise, with that power, Wang Dafei could have come back to this world with nothing to fear, laid all his cards on the table, and even headed straight to Titan to give Thanos a beating. As for the fragments of the Path of Confusion and the primordial clean sheet that the Grandmaster of Heaven had given him, he still wasn't sure exactly what they did, but he had a strong feeling they were immensely powerful. At present, All Wang Dafei knew was what the Grandmaster of Heaven had said himself, the ability to hide one's aura under a different heavenly Tao, and the promise that the energy infused with imperial power could be restored and made strong again. But as for how exactly that power would recover, Wang Dafei remained clueless. That energy seemed to have been used up entirely. Shouldn't spirit energy injected from outside simply disappear once it's spent? Still, since the Grandmaster of Heaven had assured him it would return, there was no reason to doubt it. After all, there was no need for him to lie. The only uncertainty was how long it would take before that energy returned to the level it had been when the Emperor first bestowed it upon him. The soul bones he'd obtained in the Dolo world had lost their unique soul skills when he drained their essence after defeating Tang San. Now, the skull bone only offered a faint mental shield that protected his mind from prying eyes and provided a minor boost to his spiritual power. Yet, whatever tasks he could accomplish with spiritual power, he could also manage with his remaining mystical energy, at least for now. In short, most of the soul bones he carried had lost their active abilities and now only provided passive effects. And even the mental shield was next to useless against truly formidable figures. It was little better than nothing at all. The most precious item he'd brought back from the Dolo world, without doubt, was the storage spirit tool, a finely crafted storage bracelet with 500 square meters of space, along with 10 spirit rings, each offering 5 square meters. He also had the legendary golden 24 bridges under the moonlight, a storage artifact divided into 24 compartments, each 1 square meter, and every last one packed with gold. No matter which world he found himself in, he could always exchange that gold for money. He certainly didn't have to worry about wealth anymore. After carefully inspecting all his gains, Wang Dafei could hardly wait to pay his respects to Master Ancient One. Ancient One spotted him at once, a flicker of surprise passing through her gaze. Previously, Wang Dafei, newly arrived from another world, had shone like a brilliant star in the night to Ancient One's discerning eyes. Now, however, he no longer gleamed so brightly. He'd hidden his light, making himself as inconspicuous as any ordinary person here. Seeing the proud smile on Wang Dafei's face, Ancient One remarked with admiration, "It seems you're quite satisfied with your achievements this time." Wang Dafei replied with a gentle smile, "Thank you for your concern, Master. May I ask, how is Bibi Dong faring now?" Ancient One nodded in response. "Come with me." With that, Wang Dafei followed her into a mysterious chamber. Inside, the room was adorned with all manner of dazzling, intricate magic arrays, as if they'd stepped into a realm of wonders. At the center, a splendid little pouch hovered in midair. That was the 100 treasure storage pouch. Ancient One summoned her magic, and in the blink of an eye, the world spun and whirled. They were both drawn into the 100 treasure storage pouch itself. Pointing to Bibi Dong, who lay upon a bed, Ancient One explained, "Her condition is relatively stable at the moment, but she still hasn't regained consciousness. However, the evil god's power has been successfully dispelled from her. Of course, her physical condition has greatly improved. Not only can she now adapt to this world, but she has also reached an extraordinary level among ordinary people. However, her soul still bears wounds that will take some time to heal and recover." Wang Dafei nodded, showing his understanding. He recalled everything he had gone through with Bibi Dong on the Doloa continent, and a wave of tenderness and affection welled up in his heart as he gazed at the sleeping beauty who had shared his company for half a month. He crouched by the bedside, gently caressed Bibi Dong's face, and couldn't help but plant a soft kiss on her cheek. "I will find a treasure to help her wake as soon as I can," Wang Dafei said with determination. Gu Yi glanced at him, an appreciative smile appearing on her face. After checking on Bibi Dong, the two left the Baibao pouch and returned to the small tea room to enjoy some tea. "Your growth is remarkable, Wang Dafei. Is there something you need from me this time?" Gu Yi asked as she brewed a fresh pot. Wang Dafei smiled modestly. "I've just been lucky, that's all. By the way, Master, I've obtained some items from other worlds. Maybe you could take a look and see if there's a way to activate them. It might benefit us." As he spoke, he took out the beta capsule box. Gu Yi regarded the box with keen curiosity. "And what is this?" Wang Dafei explained the origins of the beta capsule box, along with the beings of light known as Ultraman, and expressed his hope that Gu Yi might be able to help study it. He thought that, while she might not be versed in technology, a master of magic at her level might have already reached the point where one truth leads to many others. After all, Ultramen were beings who gathered tremendous energy in their bodies. Perhaps it was possible to use magic to draw power from the beta capsule and achieve giant transformation directly. After carefully inspecting the beta capsule box several times, Gu Yi shook her head. "I'm not skilled in technology, and the inner workings of this alien device are completely beyond my understanding. I'm afraid I can't help you." Wang Dafei felt a twinge of disappointment. but he didn't lose heart. After all, he never expected Master Gu E to be familiar with technological artifacts. He had already prepared himself for this outcome. Looks like I'll have to figure out on my own, step by step, Wang Dafei thought to himself. He decided to put the beta capsule box away for now, planning to study it further when the opportunity arose. After bidding farewell to Gu E, Wang Dafei returned to his own quarters. He had spent countless days cultivating in that little dormitory, and all of a sudden, a thought struck him. Perhaps now was the right time to seek out Tony Stark. Maybe he should take this opportunity to accomplish something. Wang Dafei calculated silently in his heart. If the story unfolds as expected, Tony Stark should return to America unscathed in about 2 months, revealing a brand new Tony Stark to the world. If I can rescue him before he escapes on his own, he'll owe me a favor, won't he? At the same time, because he was so familiar with the plot, Wang Dafei knew almost everything. He was keenly aware that the mastermind behind this kidnapping was none other than Obadiah Stane, whom Tony regarded almost as an uncle. What he didn't realize, however, was that he had actually been back for nearly 3 months now, not just one as he'd assumed. Meanwhile, elsewhere, there was a group even more desperate to bring Tony Stark home. At the headquarters of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, in the director's office, Nick Fury, clad in his trademark black leather, stood silently before the vast floor-to-ceiling window, brooding over Tony Stark's abduction. Nearly 3 months had passed, and yet not a single clue had surfaced. Their agents had swept through Afghanistan countless times, but every report from his subordinates brought nothing but disappointment. Damn it, where on earth is he hiding? Fury suddenly spun around, snatched the glass from his desk, and downed its contents in one gulp. His eyes burned with anger and worry. Who did this? Still no leads, he growled in a low, dangerous voice. How is it possible that someone managed to kidnap Tony Stark right under our noses, and we found nothing at all? The agents standing behind him exchanged uneasy glances, none daring to respond lightly. We have to find him as soon as possible, Fury said, frustration thick in his tone. After a moment's thought, he turned to the female agent at his side. Get in touch with our operatives in the Middle East. Have them tighten surveillance across the region, and keep sending people to Afghanistan to follow up every possible lead. Yes, sir, the secretary answered with a nod. Nick Fury glanced out the window once more, silently praying for Tony Stark's safe return. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and an old friend of Howard Stark, he felt a personal and professional responsibility to bring Tony home. Tony Stark? Honestly, Fury couldn't help but shake his head, muttering to himself, of all things, he gives up the life of a playboy to run off to the Middle East. Could those desert sands really be more appealing than the cover girls on his magazines? Nick Fury had always harbored complicated feelings toward this billionaire, genius inventor, and playboy. On one hand, he deeply admired Tony's intelligence and creativity. On the other, he was well aware of the man's stubborn nature and his tendency to break all the rules. With so many technicians and sales agents at Stark Industries, are they all just sitting around doing nothing? Nick Fury frowned, a trace of helplessness in his voice. What he didn't know was that the hidden hand prompting Tony to go to Afghanistan in person this time was none other than Tony's most trusted uncle, Obadiah Stane. After Wang Dafei stepped through a portal onto the Middle Eastern sands, a wave of anticipation welled up inside him. He was here to seek out the future legend, the one and only Iron Man, Tony Stark, even if it was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Wang Dafei took out the satellite map of the Middle Eastern desert he'd found last night using doggy maps, and began to study it carefully. It was only when he'd gone online the previous night that he realized, after traveling to another world, time didn't sync up at all with his own. Unbeknownst to him, a long stretch of time had already slipped by, and he had wasted quite a few days. Now, it had been almost 3 months since Tony Stark was kidnapped. If he didn't hurry to rescue Tony soon, the man might escape on his own, and by then, it would be too late. If that happened, he'd lose the chance to swoop in and save Tony Stark, earning his undying gratitude. A win-win situation, after all, since it harmed no one and helped both of them. With that in mind, Wang Dafei dared not delay any longer. He quickly tucked the map into his pocket and soared toward the heart of the desert. Flying above the barren wasteland, endless sand dunes stretched before his eyes, and a faint sense of dread crept into his heart. But he didn't back down. After all, he couldn't possibly get lost in the desert, not with a satellite navigation map in hand, and the space magic that could bring him back to Kamartaj at any time. With these, there was no way he would lose himself in this sea of sand. The real challenge was finding Tony Stark. After all, the desert was vast. He still remembered that the cave holding Tony Stark was hidden within a small mountain, so he kept one eye on the map while flying high toward the mountain range. With the freedom to soar through the air, he chose the most direct and effective approach, flying in a straight line, searching every inch of ground below. Wang Dafei flew tirelessly, fully savoring the exhilarating sensation of unrestrained flight. Truly, flying was humanity's ultimate dream, one he was now living to the fullest. As time slipped by, the sun gradually dipped toward the west. After hours of searching, it felt as if he'd turned over every grain of sand in the desert. Only after flying for an entire day did he finally feel exhaustion seep into his bones. He marked his current spot, preparing to continue the search tomorrow. He hoped to find Tony Stark. After all, since arriving in this world, he needed a protagonist to anchor himself to. Besides, there were plenty of good things to be gained from Tony Stark's inventions. It would be a real shame to miss out on some benefits by not tracking the guy down. With no other choice, he drew a circle on the ground, then returned to Kamar Taj to rest in the comfort of air conditioning. After a good night's sleep, he teleported back to his marked location the next day, hurrying toward the next mountain range. Finally, after days of seemingly aimless effort, he couldn't tell if it was fate or sheer luck. Something happened. While checking his map, a massive explosion erupted in the distance, a pillar of fire shooting high into the sky. Wang Dafei's heart leaped. Could Tony Stark have escaped? He immediately sped up, flying as fast as he could toward the explosion. As he drew closer, he saw a gigantic mushroom cloud rising, the kind only a tremendous blast could produce. Joy bubbled up inside him. It had to be Tony Stark. The man must have just broken out in the Markai armor. When he arrived near the blast site, he found a huge crater gouged into the earth. The surrounding buildings and small hills were devastated beyond recognition. Trailing up into the sky was a lingering plume of smoke, streaked with fiery exhaust. He'd just seen something shoot out from the explosion. Events were unfolding faster than he'd imagined. The story had already reached this critical point. Wang Dafei flew toward the spot where the smoke trailed down to earth. There, scattered across the ground, lay a heap of twisted metal, the unmistakable remains of Tony Stark's very first suit of armor. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, having narrowly escaped death, found himself thinking that from now on, he ought to check the lunar calendar for an auspicious date before ever leaving the house. This was the worst luck he'd ever had. The 3 months he'd spent as a captive had been nothing short of hellish. All he'd intended was to visit Afghanistan to demonstrate his company's latest weapon for the military, and, of course, to show off his dazzling genius. Who could have predicted he'd be ambushed by a band of terrorists out of nowhere? To make matters worse, the terrorists attacking him were armed with missiles manufactured by his own company. What could possibly be more shockingly ironic than watching one of your own creations explode before your eyes, nearly killing you in the process? Absolutely nothing. Had he died on the spot, that would have been the end of it. But instead, he woke up after surgery to find a doctor had saved his life. How could that be? Not even a point-blank missile from his own company was enough to finish him off? Surely his customers would have grounds to complain about that. What made things even worse was when he discovered that a large hole had been gouged out of his chest, and in order to stay alive, he had to have an electromagnet implanted there. This realization filled Stark with terror. Later, he learned that the person who had saved his life was Insun, a fellow captive who had been kidnapped just like him. Tony, who was never good at expressing gratitude, couldn't help but grumble about Insun's clumsy handiwork as he made awkward small talk. The device really was hideous, he thought, but he had to admit it was skillfully made. After all, he was still alive, wasn't he? Once Stark understood the peril he was in, he was taken straight to the leader of this terrorist organization. As Tony Stark's gaze swept across the room, he was struck by the absurdity of the situation. The very weapons he had designed to wipe out terrorists were now arrayed before him, in the hands of those he'd hoped to defeat. How could his creations have ended up here? He stared silently at the weapons manufactured by his own company, a storm of conflicting emotions churning inside him. Deep down, Tony Stark knew the truth. These terrorists would never let him go so easily. The only reason they'd kept him alive was to force him to build weapons for them. As he'd suspected, when he finally met the leader of this group, the demand was made clear. They wanted him to build the Jericho missile. What baffled Tony Stark most was the staggering stupidity of these terrorists. They actually expected him to forge weapons in this dank, dark cave, with nothing but a hammer and not a single piece of proper equipment. The idea was utterly ridiculous. Stark immediately bristled at the suggestion. How could he possibly build weapons for these thugs? He told them there was no way he'd make missiles. If they wanted nonsense, maybe he could provide that instead. He asked if that was what they wanted. But Stark hadn't fully grasped the reality of his situation, and he paid the price with a brutal beating at the hands of the terrorists. It was only then that he truly understood his life was at their mercy, and there was nothing he could do about it. Faced with such dire circumstances, Stark had no choice. To free his hands from constantly holding a car battery to his chest, he invented a miniature arc reactor. With that hurdle out of the way, he began to build weapons as the terrorists demanded. However, the weapon Stark set out to forge was not at all what the terrorists had in mind. They wanted missiles, but Stark was never going to let them get what they wanted. Instead, he began secretly constructing a suit of iron armor designed for escape. Fortunately for Tony Stark, he soon realized that the terrorists watching over him were terribly uneducated. They couldn't even tell the difference between a missile and a suit of armor. Seizing this rare opportunity, Stark spent the next few months toiling away, his heart pounding with anxiety each day, terrified that his secret would be discovered. Miraculously, in the end, he managed to forge the suit of armor just as he had planned. Just as he was fastening the final piece of his armor, Tony was at last discovered by the terrorists. They stormed into the room like a pack of ravenous wolves, clutching cold, metallic guns in their hands. Without hesitation, they opened fire, the muzzles aimed straight at Tony and Ensign. Bullets tore through the air. Perhaps Tony was blessed by Lady Luck, or maybe it was something else entirely. One hapless gunman emptied a full magazine into Tony's suit, only to have every bullet bounce right back. In a cruel twist of fate, both he and his comrades were struck down by their own ricocheting fire. This outcome made Tony, who had thought himself doomed, raise his eyebrows in surprise. Inside, he was shouting with wild relief. At last, fortune was on his side, but the armor systems hadn't fully uploaded yet. The Iron Man's suit was, for now, little more than a steel coffin, immobile and incapable of doing anything except standing there, serving as a menacing presence. If another wave of attackers burst in, they'd be finished. At this dire, life-or-death moment, Ensign did the unthinkable. Without hesitation, he dashed to the fallen terrorists, rifled through their gear, and pulled out 2 AK rifles. Tucking them under his arms, he charged out into the open, firing wildly into the air as he ran. But even 2 guns are no match for dozens. Besides, Ensign had no intention of killing anyone. He emptied his magazines into the ceiling, not at the enemy. Outside, at least 50 terrorists lay in wait. With his desperate act, Ensign bought Tony Stark a few precious moments, at the cost of his own life. Just as Dr. Ensign made his sacrifice, Tony Stark's Iron Man suit finally roared to life. Clad in armor of his own making, Tony was overwhelmed with gratitude and rage for Ensign. Bitter regret gripped him. If only he'd finished sooner. They'd promised to escape together, but now Ensign had laid down his life to buy Tony time. In that instant, Tony made a vow. He would avenge Dr. Ensign. Without hesitation, he charged into the enemy ranks, unleashing the suit's powerful flamethrowers and modified missiles. He fought his way out of the cave, cutting down everyone in his path. After a fierce battle, Tony Stark finally burst free from the cave that held him captive for 3 long months. Yet the sight that greeted him outside stopped him in his tracks. It wasn't the sheer number of enemies that shocked him. It was the arsenal laid out before him, a massive cache of Stark Industries' own forbidden weapons. And instead of the panicked, fleeing terrorists he'd expected to see, Tony was faced with the opposite. Countless militants, heavily armed, encircling the cave so tightly that not even a mouse could slip through. They unleashed a relentless storm of firepower, welcoming him with overwhelming force. Stark felt a wave of frustration at the onslaught. Damn it! How do they still have so many? He cursed under his breath. In the blink of an eye, he pressed the launch button for the one and only missile without a moment's hesitation. The missile shot out like an arrow released from a bow, screaming through the air as it hurtled toward the cache of rockets stored out in the open. In an instant, flames soared sky-high and thick smoke billowed, while a thunderous explosion shook the earth and deafened the air. It was like witnessing a volcanic eruption. Scorching fire and a powerful shockwave swept across the entire area in the blink of an eye. But it wasn't over yet. Just as the missile-triggered explosion began to rage, a series of earth-shattering blasts followed one after another. The place where the rockets had been stored was instantly transformed into a blazing inferno. The raging flames towered several dozen meters high, casting everything around in an eerie red glow. The terrorists barely had time to react before the sudden disaster completely engulfed them. By this time, Tony Stark was already far from the scene of chaos. With the help of his jet-powered flight device, he soared into the sky and sped away to safety. His heart was filled with exhilaration, for not only had he succeeded in destroying the enemy's weapons depot, but he had also ensured that those vile terrorists received the punishment they deserved. When designing the Iron Man armor, Stark had specifically included a flight mode. This feature allowed him to take off swiftly and escape the pursuit of the handful of terrorists left on the ground. Since those terrorists had no means of aerial pursuit, they had no way to catch up with him. Thus, Stark flew through the sky for a while, putting more and more distance between himself and danger, escaping with his life. However, this armor was, after all, a hastily cobbled-together creation, crude in its construction, with limited flight capability and power. Before long, Stark lost the ability to stay airborne and was forced to crash land, tumbling back onto the earth. He could only trudge across the desert, directionless and alone. Just as he was about to lose all hope, he suddenly caught sight of someone gliding through the sky, a figure approaching, descending slowly. With golden wings glowing behind his back, Tony Stark assumed the heat had made him hallucinate, so he ignored the vision and kept walking. After Stark had taken several steps, Wong Da-fei finally caught up to him and tapped him on the shoulder. The touch startled Stark so much that he almost jumped out of his skin. At first, he thought he was simply cracking under the strain of captivity and mental exhaustion, imagining things that weren't real. But now he could clearly feel someone's hand on his shoulder, proving that what he saw wasn't just a mirage. Staring in bewilderment at Wong Da-fei, Tony Stark stammered out, "You? Who are you? Why are you here? And did you just fly over? Were you really flying just now?" His voice was thick with disbelief and shock. Facing Tony Stark's barrage of questions, Wong Da-fei responded with a cheerful grin. "Relax, Tony Stark. I'm just a passerby who happened to run into you. As for flying, well, that's simply my superpower." Tony Stark's eyes widened. "Relax? How am I supposed to relax?" he muttered inwardly, every nerve on edge. Is this guy even human? Doubt and uncertainty raced through his mind. He had never witnessed anything so extraordinary. Fixing his gaze on Wong Da-fei, Tony searched desperately for some kind of answer in the stranger's demeanor. Seeing Tony's reaction, Wong Da-fei realized he needed to give him a moment to process everything that had just happened, so he waited quietly, allowing Tony time to gather himself. Wong Da-fei took a slow, appraising look at Stark, a trace of curiosity and puzzlement glimmering in his eyes. He furrowed his brow and, with a touch of annoyance in his voice, remarked, "I actually came here to rescue you, but I didn't expect you'd manage to escape the terrorists on your own." That comment took Stark completely by surprise. He stared at this mysterious man, his mind racing. Who is this person? How does he know I was captured by terrorists? Has he been watching me all along? A flood of questions overwhelmed him, leaving him even more confused. With suspicion in his eyes, Stark kept a wary eye on Wong Da-fei and asked in a low, guarded voice, "Who are you? How do you know I'm here?" At this point, his mind brimmed with doubt and caution toward the stranger who had appeared so suddenly. After all, he had just survived a life-and-death ordeal. And now, confronted with another mysterious figure claiming to have come to his aid? Who would believe that? For all he knew, this guy could be another terrorist. Just as the standoff between them threatened to drag on, Wong Da-fei seemed to remember something. "You being kidnapped in Afghanistan made the news everywhere," he said with a chuckle. "Oh, that's right. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Wong Da-fei, a mage. I actually came to the desert in search of some magical relics, but finding you turned out to be an unexpected bonus." He flashed a confident smile, making up an explanation on the spot as he struggled to find the right words. Tony Stark stared at him in disbelief, a mixture of surprise and confusion written all over his face. A mage? Is this guy out of his mind? Or does he really have superpowers? Could superpowers actually exist in this world? The questions multiplied in his mind. And those wings he had earlier, that wasn't a hallucination, was it? Is he really human? And where did the wings go? Stark was awash with uncertainty and curiosity. Noticing Stark's inquisitive gaze, Wong Da-fei felt a pang of sympathy for his bewilderment. So he decided to satisfy Stark's curiosity in a rather special way. Reaching into his belongings, he drew out the mysterious Xian ring. Wong Da-fei skillfully used the mystical ring to open a mysterious portal. On the other side of the portal appeared a familiar scene, the very same New York alley where Wong Da-fei had last left the gun shop. Turning to Tony Stark, Wong Da-fei then strode through the portal. "Come on, let's go. I can send you back to New York. How about you owe me a small favor?" His voice carried a confidence and reassurance, hoping to ease Tony Stark's nerves. Tony Stark's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at the portal before him. He had never seen anything like this, but he understood it must have something to do with the superpowers Wong Da-fei had mentioned, although curiosity still lingered in his heart. The moment Tony Stark stepped through the portal, it felt as if he had entered another world. The oppressive desert heat vanished instantly. Had he really returned to New York? The surroundings were at once familiar and strange. Magic? Tony Stark felt a wave of relief wash over his anxious heart. He really was back, and by such fantastical means. The experience was surreal, but it left him with even more questions. Crossing through the portal, Tony Stark's face first showed surprise, then his brows furrowed. He took a deep breath and turned to look at Wang Dafei. He couldn't hide the shock and confusion within him. His voice trembled as he asked, "Magic? How is this possible?" He shook his head in disbelief, unwilling to accept what he had seen, his eyes full of doubt and bewilderment. Tony Stark had always believed that magic was just the stuff of legends or the fictional plots of fantasy films. For someone so devoted to science, being confronted with such an extraordinary phenomenon, one utterly beyond scientific explanation, left him thoroughly stunned. Yet, when Wang Dafei saw the look of utter astonishment on Tony Stark's face, he couldn't help but smile. He thought to himself, for someone who has never encountered real magic before, such a scene would indeed be hard to believe. So, Wang Dafei decided to give this genius scientist a proper taste of the wonders of the magical world and began to explain with an air of mystery. "Hey, Tony, don't look so shocked. In some parallel worlds, you yourself might even become the Sorcerer Supreme," Wang Dafei said with a laugh, as though this were the most natural thing in the world. He went on, explaining in detail, "You see, in the world we're in, magic really does exist. It has its own unique rules and system of power, completely different from the scientific principles you're used to. Although science can explain many natural phenomena, magic possesses astonishing abilities beyond imagination. Who knows, maybe one day you too could master such formidable power." Despite the lingering skepticism in Tony's mind, his intense curiosity compelled him to inch closer to the portal. Eyes wide open, he focused all his attention on the passage before him, which glowed with a strange, alluring light as he tried to detect any scientific logic or pattern behind it. Cautiously, he reached out his right hand, moving it slowly toward the edge of the portal, wanting to personally feel that mysterious flow of energy. Tony Stark spoke up, "Parallel universes are just a theory. Who has infinite possibilities? By your logic, maybe in some world I'm a beggar or an addict or something. But how could that be? Would he still be Tony Stark? Clearly not." In the end, Tony Stark pulled his hand back, confronted with something so far beyond his understanding. Even someone as brilliant as him wouldn't dare to recklessly try his luck with the unknown. Yet Tony's gaze remained fixed on the portal, his brow furrowed slightly as his mind raced, determined to decipher this seemingly impossible phenomenon with the tools of science. Though his heart brimmed with questions, Tony Stark, after all, was a genius scientist. He wouldn't be easily deceived by surface appearances. Maybe it was just some kind of spatial technology, he thought. Maybe someone had hidden a generator or something similar behind the scenes. After studying science for over 20 years, it was hard to accept someone suddenly popping up and claiming that magic truly existed in this world. Was this a joke? How does this thing even work? Is it some kind of advanced technological device? Tony Stark muttered stubbornly, still unwilling to believe. Wang Dafei replied nonchalantly, "It's magic." "Oh, come on," Tony scoffed, shaking his head, his eyes full of disbelief. "That's just a fairy tale for kids. There's no such thing as magic. Everything can be explained by science. This is obviously some sort of spatial technology. So, where did you hide the device? And what's powering it?" He clung to his convictions, certain that magic was nothing more than a product of human imagination. While he spoke, he poked around, searching to the left and right for any hidden equipment. Wang Dafei simply smiled and patted Tony's shoulder. "Sometimes, science and magic aren't mutually exclusive. They can coexist. Maybe in the future, we'll even discover a way to combine the two. Just imagine, Magitech would be pretty cool, wouldn't it?" Confronted by Wang Dafei's rebuttal and imaginative ideas, Tony was momentarily at a loss for words. He tried to come up with a reasonable answer, but his mind was completely blank. He had never imagined such a situation, nor did he know how to respond. All he could do was remain silent, quietly pondering the situation before him. After searching and finding no special device, Tony felt a little discouraged, but still maintained his trademark pride. "Okay, magic, I get it. But one day, I'll use technology to prove this is just some application of wormhole theory. And then I'll make it work with science. I'm sure it won't be difficult for me. Even this magic you're talking about is probably just a scientific phenomenon that hasn't been proven yet," Tony Stark declared with his usual arrogance. "Maybe you're right, Mr. Stark, but sometimes we need to keep an open mind and accept things that go beyond what we're used to. After all, the universe is vast and full of wonders," Wang Dafei replied with a gentle smile. Tony shrugged, feigning indifference. "Fina, thanks for the ride, and for giving me a taste of magic. How much do I owe you for this trip? Name your price." Wang Dafei grinned mischievously and shook his head. "No need for that. Let's just say you owe me a favor. If I ever need your help, I'll come find you. Don't worry, I won't ask you to do anything against your principles." Tony nodded, but couldn't help protesting. "So, just by opening a door for me, I owe you a favor?" Isn't that a bit much? If it's something that requires money, I can take care of it for you. No problem. But I'll remember this favor. As for this magic business, I still need some time to process it. Could you give me some basic magic to study? Seeing that his plan had succeeded, he brought Tony Stark back to America and made him owe a favor. Wong Dafei was secretly delighted. So he said to Tony, "All right, let's leave it at that. There'll be opportunities in the future. But please, keep my affairs a secret. After all, being a sorcerer isn't exactly something you want in the public eye. If I get found out, those agents will be all over me." With that, Wong Dafei reopened the portal, preparing to slip back to Kamartaj. Tony Stark raised an eyebrow, a flicker of dissatisfaction in his eyes. He looked at Wong Dafei and complained, "Hey, couldn't you just open a portal and drop me off at my place? I look like a wreck. How am I supposed to walk down the street like this?" Wong Dafei shrugged helplessly and replied, "Your Stark Industries is just 2 blocks from here. You can either walk or grab a cab. If you're worried about being embarrassed, just cover your head or something." With that, he turned and stepped through the portal, vanishing from sight. Tony Stark couldn't help but retort, half amused and half exasperated. "Wear these tattered rags and cover up my handsome face. You just want to give the passing cops an excuse to empty their magazines at me, don't you?" Just then, Wong Dafei seemed to remember something. He paused, glanced back at Tony, and called out, "Oh, by the way, I'm heading off for now. If you need anything, you know where to find me. And be careful around your uncle, Obadiah Stane." After saying this, Wong Dafei disappeared without so much as a backward glance, leaving Tony Stark standing there, puzzled. But as he mulled over Wong Dafei's warning about Obadiah, his expression grew grave. Once Wong Dafei was gone, Tony lingered for a long moment before finally turning and walking away himself. His mind was still abuzz with questions and curiosity, but now there was also a spark of intrigue about the world of magic. Who knew what kind of adventures that might lead to in the future? It wasn't long before Stark, dressed in his ragged clothes, walked into the company building, causing quite a stir, as one might imagine. News of his return quickly found its way to the various factions embedded within Stark Industries, who informed their superiors, including the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., which at that time was still called the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. When Pepper Potts learned that her boss, missing for 3 months, had suddenly reappeared at the company, she rushed over to see him. The moment she saw him looking so much like a vagrant, her face was alight with a mix of shock and elation. It was obvious that Pepper Potts had 1,000 things she wanted to say, but she couldn't find the words. With tears welling in her eyes and her lips pressed together, she simply stared at Stark in silence. Raising an eyebrow, Stark looked at her reddened eyes, barely holding back tears, and teased, "Well now, eyes all red and getting emotional. Could it be you actually missed your boss?" Pepper, her spirits lifted by his usual irreverent humor, let out a soft laugh and shook her head gently. "No, I'm just really glad I don't have to look for a new job anymore. I absolutely hate job hunting." Stark chuckled, fair enough. But your vacation ends now. You're going to be busy. Help me arrange a press conference." He patted her on the shoulder, a flash of relief in his eyes. After nearly 3 months of captivity, it was finally over, and he was back. What followed was a press conference, just as in the original story. Upon discovering that the terrorist possessed a large arsenal of his company's weapons, and spurred by a desire to get to the bottom of this, along with his own, resolved to stop being an arms dealer, he announced, right in front of all the reporters, that he would shut down his company's weapons development division. The moment Tony Stark finished speaking, the room erupted into chaos. Reporters leaned in close, whispering to each other, shocked and skeptical of Stark's decision. Was he out of his mind? If an arms dealer doesn't sell weapons, what else is there for him to do? Before Tony left, Wong Dafei's words had given him much to think about. Although Tony couldn't fully trust everything Wong had said, doubts about Obadiah Stane began to take root in his heart. He was reluctant to believe them, but he knew he'd have to investigate. If it turned out there was nothing to worry about, all the better. But if those weapons really had been smuggled out by Stane's doing, then Tony knew he'd have to deal with it himself, even if it meant cleaning house. Meanwhile, in an unremarkable corner of the crowd, Obadiah Stane had just arrived, quietly watching the events unfold. When he heard Tony's words, a dark cloud passed over his face and a sly glint flickered in his eyes. But as soon as Tony mentioned shutting down the weapons division, Stane's expression shifted, his lips curling into a faint smile, as if calculating his next move. After all, the other shareholders would never agree to such a decision, and this would give him the perfect excuse to push Tony out. At that moment, Pepper Potts noticed Obadiah's strange reaction. A wave of unease washed over her, and she sensed that Tony's decision might set off a chain of trouble. Still, she understood, Tony must have had his reasons for making such a choice. Just then, an agent from a Mediterranean branch approached her. Agent Coulson, also from the Mediterranean, glanced at Stark in surprise before turning his attention to Pepper. But this was hardly the time to discuss why Stark was shutting down weapons manufacturing. Coulson strode quickly up to Pepper, handed her a business card, and introduced himself. Ms. Potts, I'm Agent Coulson from Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. I'd like to ask you about Mr. Stark's recent disappearance. The full name of S.H.I.E.L.D. caught Pepper off guard for a moment. She couldn't help but glance down at Coulson's card and wonder, with such a long department name, how does it even fit on a tiny business card? Unfortunately for Coulson, no matter how skillfully he tried to coax information out of her, Pepper Potts, ever the sharp-witted little Pepper, gave away nothing. Yes, I'm sorry, but that's really all there is to it. Tony just turned up at the company out of the blue, and he hasn't told us much about what happened, Pepper said, shrugging her shoulders. Suddenly appeared? Do you mean he just dropped out of the sky? Coulson asked, his brow furrowing. Well, I'm not sure. Maybe he flew back on a private jet. Pepper Potts ventured a guess. All right, if you come across any other leads, please contact us immediately. We believe there's more to Tony's abduction than meets the eye, Coulson said, rising from his seat. Of course. Thank you for your understanding. If I hear anything, you'll be the first to know, Pepper replied with a polite smile. This left Coulson feeling rather helpless. He had hoped to glean more details about Stark's disappearance from Pepper, but it was clear that hope had fallen flat. In truth, just moments ago, Coulson had received word from a colleague. Tony Stark had already returned to the United States and was at Stark Industries, preparing to hold a press conference. The news astonished him. He simply couldn't understand how such an important person, after going missing in Afghanistan, could re-enter the country without passing through customs or any other official channels. What was even stranger was that since Stark's disappearance in Afghanistan, they had been searching tirelessly for any trace of him, but with absolutely no results. So, how on earth did he end up in New York? Was it really as sudden as Pepper Potts described, just appearing out of nowhere? Or did he enter the country through some secret route? Coulson was filled with questions as he reported the situation to his superior. Nick Fury, in turn, ordered him to keep digging until the truth came to light. How did Stark manage to slip past every airport, train station, and even all surveillance facilities, only to show up back at his company in the States? What's next? Did he ride back on one of his own missiles? With no solid information to go on, all Coulson could do was investigate further. So he gathered his team and headed to Stark Industries. On the way, his mind spun with all sorts of scenarios. Could someone have orchestrated Stark's kidnapping in Afghanistan, smuggled him back to the U.S., and then released him just to stir up attention? These doubts gnawed at Coulson, leaving him unsettled. It made their agency, the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, seem powerless. How were they supposed to explain that after 3 months of painstaking searching in the desert, they'd come up empty-handed? It wasn't that they were incompetent. If Stark had really been held captive out there, wouldn't they have become the laughingstock of their field? After the press conference ended, Pepper Potts found Stark and spoke to him with concern. Tony, your decision to shut down the weapons division is bound to upset some people, especially Obadiah Stane. What exactly are you planning? They're not going to take this lying down. Seeing that Pepper didn't question him like everyone else, but instead asked what he wanted to do, Tony felt a sense of comfort. With a confident smile, Stark turned to Pepper and said, Don't worry, Potts. I have my own plan, and I'm certain this decision will lead our company toward a brighter future. As for Obadiah Stane, you don't need to worry about him. I have my own way of dealing with him. Pepper looked at Stark's smile, and though her doubts lingered, her worries eased a little. She trusted Stark, but wondered if things could really go as smoothly as he hoped. After leaving the company, Tony Stark drove his luxury sports car back to his seaside villa. Once he arrived, he didn't hesitate for a moment and went straight to his workshop. Returning to his den, he buried himself in work, determined to improve the design of the Iron Man suit. He wanted to create a flawless suit of armor, one that would allow him to travel the world, destroying any Stark Industries weapons that had fallen into the hands of terrorists. He could not tolerate the idea that weapons he had invented to fight terrorists had instead ended up with those who murdered innocent civilians. After days of grueling effort, he finally made some breakthroughs. During the jet propulsion tests, he nearly crippled himself, but he pressed on. Meanwhile, Wang Dafei, ever sneaky, had planted a tracker on Stark before leaving. Each day, he would secretly cast a spell to watch Stark's progress for a few minutes, keeping an eye on the suit's development. After several intense days of work in his basement, Tony received a call from Obadiah Stane. Because of Wang Dafei's interference, Tony had never shown Obadiah the miniature arc reactor he had built. As a result, Obadiah began plotting early to force Tony out of the picture. When Tony answered Obadiah's call, he heard, Tony, your decision to shut down the weapons division was reckless. You're putting the company in jeopardy. Obadiah's voice was thick with worry and dissatisfaction, pressing down on Tony's heart like heavy storm clouds before the rain. Tony still hadn't discovered any evidence linking Obadiah to his kidnapping, so for now, he hadn't taken any action against him. Maybe that mysterious sorcerer had his own agenda and was trying to mislead him? After all, Tony Stark couldn't just go after Obadiah, who was like family to him, based purely on the word of some unknown sorcerer, especially when he had no proof. So Stark sat in his workshop, designing his suit of armor. As long as he had the suit, he believed he could solve any problem himself. For now, he didn't take things too seriously. When Obadiah called, Tony answered calmly. I have my own considerations, Obadiah. This is for the long-term development of the company. Besides, weapons aren't our only way forward. But Obadiah clearly couldn't accept Tony's point of view. Ever since Howard Stark, the company had focused on selling weapons after World War II. If they suddenly stopped, what would they do instead? He spoke heatedly. Do you realize what this means? We'll lose a huge number of orders, employees will lose their jobs, and our stock price will plummet. You can't just shut down the weapons division. His words were blunt and without any attempt at diplomacy. Tony frowned, his tone firm as he replied, Obadiah, we need to make a change. War only brings more destruction and pain. I don't want to be an accomplice to war any longer. And trust me, with my talent, I can always create new technologies to replace the income from weapons. But Obadiah Stane wasn't buying any of it. In fact, he had come to Tony today with a very specific purpose. Speaking in a heavy, deliberate tone, he said, Tony, I don't know what you went through in Afghanistan, but those are your personal feelings. Our responsibility is to turn a profit, not to save the world. The two argued fiercely over the phone, the tension mounting with every exchange. Finally, Obadiah Stane delivered his last words in a calm, measured voice before hanging up. I'm sorry, Tony. After a unanimous decision by the company's board, perhaps you should take a break. So, you're fired. His words crashed in Tony's ears like a clap of thunder. Tony was silent for a moment, then slowly set down the phone and let out a deep sigh. Jarvis, check for me right now. Does Stark Industries have a gala tonight? After hanging up, Tony instructed his digital butler in a steady, controlled voice. Soon after, a clear voice drifted from the speakers hidden in the corners of the room. Yes, sir. After a system search and information cross-check, there will indeed be a grand gala at Stark Industries tonight. Unfortunately, you have not received an official invitation to attend. This voice belonged to Tony's AI butler, Jarvis. Hearing this, Tony frowned slightly and said, All right, it seems there are some things I'll have to verify in person. With those words, he turned and strode toward the garage. A company gala and not even a word to him. Were they really trying to push him out for good? Arriving in the garage, Tony deftly opened the door and slid into the flashiest, most eye-catching car he owned. With an ear-splitting roar from the engine, the car shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, racing toward the venue of the evening gala. All the way there, Tony's mind was working at lightning speed, replaying his earlier conversation with Obadiah. He fixated especially on the harrowing attack in Afghanistan, and the cryptic words Wang Dafei left behind before his departure. These seemingly unrelated events and utterances were now weaving themselves together in his mind, forming an intricate web of mystery. The more Tony dwelled on it, the more convinced he became that a massive conspiracy lurked behind this string of events, with all clues subtly pointing toward his longtime partner and uncle, Obadiah. Could it really be that Obadiah had orchestrated and manipulated everything from the shadows? Filled with doubt and a burning desire for the truth, Tony pressed down harder on the accelerator, eager to reach the gala as soon as possible and unravel the puzzle that had tormented him for so long. As he stepped out of the car and strode into the gala, a ripple of excitement swept through the crowd. All eyes were instantly drawn to Tony Stark, the man who never failed to command attention. Their stares held not just curiosity, but a mixture of amazement and astonishment. Yet Tony paid no heed to the unusual glances cast his way. He moved as if he walked alone in a deserted world, his gaze unwavering as he headed straight toward where Obadiah stood. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Tony looked up, focusing his gaze, and saw in front of him a striking woman with refined features and an air of confidence. Though time had etched faint lines on her face, lending her a deeper allure, Tony recognized her at once. She was the journalist with whom he'd once shared an intense and tangled past. Had it been any other reporter vying for an interview, Tony wouldn't have spared them a glance, let alone stopped in his tracks. But faced with this particular woman, he found himself unconsciously slowing down. Before he could utter a word, the journalist, without so much as a greeting, thrust a thick stack of photographs into his hands. Tony took the photos and glanced down, his brow furrowing ever so slightly. He looked up in confusion and wariness, asking, "What's this?" The journalist took a deep breath, then replied in a grave yet urgent tone, "Take a look for yourself. These are all pieces of evidence we uncovered during our investigation in Afghanistan." The evidence made it unmistakably clear. The vast majority of weapons used by the terrorists had been manufactured by Stark Industries, and among them were numerous advanced weapons that had explicitly been banned for being sold abroad. "Someone at Stark Industries is secretly supplying these terrorists. Are you aware of that?" she said, fixing Tony with a piercing gaze, as if determined to catch even the slightest flicker of emotion that might betray him. Tony stared at the photographs, a surge of anger rising within him. His own inventions, so many of them, had ended up fueling acts of terror, and the sheer scale of it was far beyond what any ordinary person could have orchestrated. His eyes, sharp and searching, swept through the crowd until he finally spotted Obadiah. Swallowing his rage, Tony pushed his way through the throng and came to stand by Obadiah's side. The noise and the public nature of the event forced Tony to lower his voice. He confronted Obadiah in a tightly controlled tone. How can they act with such blatant disregard? How could they just cast me aside, without a shred of authority? What's really going on here? I want a proper explanation, and I want it now. Obadiah, drink in hand, and a broad smile plastered across his face as he toasted other guests, merely turned his head slightly at Tony's words. That same insincere smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. He replied softly, "Tony, this is just standard company procedure. After what happened to you in Afghanistan, the board felt you were no longer fit to lead the company's direction. As for the weapons ending up in the wrong hands, I'm investigating that myself." Tony let out a cold, derisive laugh. "Investigating? Obadiah, do you really expect me to believe a word of that? How did those weapons get out there, the ones in those photographs? I'll get to the bottom of this myself." Obadiah's expression flickered, but he quickly regained his composure. "Tony, since things have come to this, there's no need for pretense. That's right. I was the one who proposed that the other shareholders unite and force you out. After all, the weapons division is the backbone of our company. It's not something we could just give up lightly. So, no matter how much you object, it won't change anything." Before this, Tony had suspected that Obadiah was behind his exclusion from the company's decision-making circle, but hearing him admit it so openly still hit Tony hard. A wave of betrayal and deception crashed over him, leaving him both furious and deeply disappointed. Though anger and disappointment churned in Tony Stark's heart, he kept his emotions hidden. All the while, the phone he kept concealed in his pocket was quietly copying the data from Obadiah's own device. He would get to the bottom of all this. Instead, he kept his cool and carefully pondered his next move. He decided to return home and continue perfecting his Mark II suit, preparing himself for any threats that might arise. Back at his villa, he discovered, to his disappointment, that there was nothing useful on Obadiah's phone. Looking over the photos given to him by the female journalist, Afghan terrorists, Stark Industries weapons, Tony Stark knew he had to do something about this. In the days that followed, he threw himself into the meticulous enhancement of the Mark II, working almost without sleep. His goal was to make the suit even more agile and resilient. After weeks of relentless effort, Tony finally completed the comprehensive upgrade of the Mark II, just as he had hoped. Gazing at this perfect suit of armor, his face radiated immense pride and satisfaction. In that moment, he remembered the promise he had made to himself after escaping the cave. He would utterly crush those terrorists and make them pay for their crimes. Without hesitation, he donned the suit and shot off at supersonic speed, faster than a Black Hawk helicopter, heading straight for the Middle East. Upon arriving in Afghanistan, his initial actions were straightforward. He unleashed a relentless assault, destroying every cache of Stark Industries weapons he could find. But then, one day, he saw something with his own eyes that changed everything. His anger flared even more. The terrorists were taking women hostage and kidnapping children, intent on training them as child soldiers. Witnessing these atrocities, the hatred burning within him slowly transformed into a sense of mission. He realized he couldn't be content with mere vengeance. He had to save the innocent. After swiftly dealing with the terrorists in that area, he set off again, moving from place to place, combating terror wherever it appeared. Clad in his iron armor, he fought fierce battles against the militants. With every mission, he focused on rescuing hostages and protecting others from harm. But he didn't stop there. Driven by his mission, he kept searching for new targets, freeing more victims. His focus had shifted from revenge to rescue. Tony Stark now believed he could wipe out these terrorists for good. For several days in Afghanistan, he became a force to be reckoned with. As time passed, his reputation spread. He quickly became a legendary figure in the international community, and the people of Afghanistan viewed him with admiration and gratitude. His actions even inspired others to rise up against oppression. While Tony Stark was blazing his trail as Iron Man in Afghanistan, Obadiah learned an intriguing piece of news from the bald terrorist leader who had once kidnapped Tony. Original wreckage and blueprints of the Mark I suit that Tony had built for his escape had been found. They now had it in their hands and were working hard to repair it. The news sparked a stir in Obadiah's heart. He had always been acutely aware of Tony Stark's brilliance, knowing that this genius inventor was capable of creating astonishing things. This time, the discovery of the prototype for Mark I was, without a doubt, a testament to Tony Stark's ingenuity. Obadiah knew he had to see for himself the very contraption that had enabled Tony's miraculous escape. As he studied the photos sent by the terrorists, Obadiah found the whole affair quite intriguing, realizing that he couldn't afford to let this opportunity slip by. So he decided to travel to Afghanistan in person, to meet with the terrorists and see for himself what this so-called suit of armor truly looked like. On his way to Afghanistan, Obadiah couldn't help but ponder whether Tony Stark's talents could be further exploited. Perhaps it was too soon to dispose of him just yet. Still, Obadiah had no intention of abandoning his own plans. He believed Tony Stark's success was only temporary. If he could get his hands on the Mark I prototype, he might even surpass Tony and fulfill his own ambitions. Elsewhere, Obadiah arrived in Afghanistan for a secret meeting with a bald-headed terrorist leader who had orchestrated Tony Stark's abduction. Guided by the leader, Obadiah was shown the Mark I prototype they had painstakingly collected. It was an enormous and crude suit of metal armor. On the surface, the technology seemed both laughably primitive and yet surprisingly impressive. Legend had it, the thing could actually move. Obadiah's eyes lit up at the sight. While these foolish terrorists had merely pieced the armor together like a puzzle, they hadn't managed to uncover its true power source. If it were up to him, perhaps he could get the suit moving, maybe even upgrade it in every possible way. This is the prototype armor you found? Tony Stark used this thing to escape from your encirclement. Obadiah asked in disbelief. That's right. We dug it out of the desert. At first, we thought it was some kind of weapon, but after studying it, we realized it was more like a suit of armor than an escape device. Stark used this beast to fight his way out. Have to admit, the bastard's a genius, the bald leader explained, then continued. I can give you the armor and the blueprints we found, but in return, you have to build 40 suits like this for us. Just 40, and I'll have the power to conquer all of Europe. I'll become the next Genghis Khan. The bald leader's mind was already racing with visions of his glorious future. Obadiah scrutinized the Mark I prototype, silently calculating how best to exploit it. He realized that if he could refine this technology and adapt it for military use, the profits would be enormous. At the same time, it would be the perfect way to undermine Tony Stark's influence. He paid no mind to the braggadocio of that idiot terrorist. Sure, this suit of armor was powerful enough to make any one soldier into a walking tank. But did that really mean they could bulldoze all of Europe and become some kind of second Genghis Khan? He scoffed inwardly, feeling nothing but contempt for such delusions. Even before he was ready to leave, Obadiah had already made up his mind. Once he brought the prototype data for the Mark I armor back to America, he'd begin research on its technology. Immediately, he would assemble a team of the very best scientists to forge an armored suit of his own. Meanwhile, that bald-headed terrorist leader just kept prattling on in his ear. All of a sudden, Obadiah slipped out a tiny, specialized device and, without warning, activated it. In an instant, a wave of sonic energy swept out, paralyzing everyone within earshot. With effortless precision, he seized control of the group of terrorists. Right on cue, Obadiah's bodyguards, each wearing specially designed headphones, swept in and dispatched the terrorists with a single shot apiece. They even took care to burn everything to ash, leaving no trace behind. It turned out all his bodyguards carried one of these gadgets as well. After returning to the company, Obadiah secretly began work on the Ironmonger suit. But, unfortunately, he hit a wall at the final step. Without an adequate power supply, the armor simply wouldn't function, and even an external battery wouldn't last long. This left him at an impasse. The researchers at Stark Industries were completely unable to create a suitable power source. Obadiah stood there, mood-heavy, staring for a long time at the empty space where the energy core should have been. Suddenly, it struck him, Tony must have already invented some kind of miniature, specialized battery. With that realization, Obadiah resolved to pay Tony a visit, hoping to uncover the secret of this power source. When he arrived, he immediately spotted the arc reactor glowing in Tony's chest. Obadiah's eyes widened in surprise as he asked, Tony, don't take this the wrong way. I really have no choice. If you're upset, I'll give up some of my share to make it up to you. But what's that glowing thing on your chest? Tony knew all too well the underhanded things Obadiah had done, and harbored no goodwill toward him, though he still lacked concrete evidence. So he didn't reveal the whole truth, merely replying, In a calm, detached tone, I have a few pieces of shrapnel lodged inside me. This is just a special electromagnetic device to keep them from reaching my heart and to keep me alive, that's all. But Obadiah wasn't so easily convinced. His gaze fixed intently on Tony, searching his face for any sign of deception, and it seemed he'd picked up on something. At that moment, he became certain that the thing in Tony's chest was exactly the answer he'd been seeking. Without further preamble, Obadiah produced that same sonic device. From before, the moment he pressed the button, a wave of sound at a unique frequency swept through the room. Tony's body seized up, paralyzed, completely unable to move. After shutting down the device that generated those frequencies, Obadiah removed the special headset and gazed at Tony Stark with a look of deep emotion. Tony, he said, when I hired someone to kill you, I did worry for a moment. Was I being too hasty, killing the goose that lays the golden eggs? But fate had other plans and let you live. All the while, his hands never stopped moving. He deftly removed the arc reactor from Tony Stark's chest. Obadiah continued, but in the end, you turned out to lay one last golden egg for me after all. With a click and a hiss, the arc reactor came free. Obadiah sat down beside Tony, admiring the device. Look at it, how beautiful it is. To you it was just a heart. But in my hands, it will become the latest, most powerful weapon. I'll use it to reclaim the world's power for us, to make America great again. With that, he raised the arc reactor high, as if basking in the glow of a priceless work of art. Meanwhile, Tony, paralyzed and helpless, could only watch in anguish and fury as Obadiah took away the fruit of his life's work, the arc reactor. His heart burned with unwillingness and rage, but there was nothing he could do to stop Obadiah's actions. Just as in the original story, Tony Stark's arc reactor was ripped from his chest. Holding the new arc reactor, Obadiah Stane did not bother to finish Tony off, leaving him to fend for himself. Elsewhere in Kamar Taj, Wang Dafei, who had recently learned a new divination spell and was using it to indulge in his voyeuristic habits, had spent the past few days observing Iron Man's heroic deeds. Now, witnessing this scene, he muttered, so it's finally come to this. Sigh. I tried warning him, but he never took precautions. Dragging his paralyzed body, Tony Stark stumbled step by agonizing step toward the basement. Every movement demanded an immense effort. It felt as if some invisible force was binding him tightly, making each struggle torturous. Yet the desperate will to survive drove him to keep crawling forward. After a long and painful journey, he finally reached the basement. Under the dim light, his familiar work table came into view. On the table sat a trophy, embedded with his old arc reactor, glowing faintly. Tony's gaze locked onto the trophy, as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. Summoning every last ounce of strength, he dragged his nearly lifeless body toward the table. It was a race against death itself. His breathing grew faster, his heartbeat thundered in his ears. But he refused to give in. The only thought in his mind was, if I can just reach that trophy, I can survive. But no matter how hard he tried, he simply couldn't reach it. At that moment, not far from Tony Stark, a circle of sparkling fire appeared, swirling with embers as a figure stepped out from within. It was Wang Dafei. Tony was both shocked and oddly relieved to see Wang Dafei. He had no clue why this mysterious so-called sorcerer had suddenly shown up here, but for Tony Stark, this was undoubtedly good news. It meant he hadn't completely lost hope. He wanted to call out, to ask Wang Dafei to hand in the reactor, but discovered he could no longer make a sound. Instead, he could only plead with his eyes. Wang Dafei picked up the first-generation miniature arc reactor, now fashioned into a keepsake by Pepper, and glanced at Tony Stark, who was struggling and crawling desperately across the floor. A faint pang of guilt rose in his chest. He thought to himself, is it really ethical to take advantage of a scene that was never going to go wrong? Just to earn a favor? But then again, who would ever know? It's not like I'm doing anything bad. Meanwhile, Tony Stark stared daggers at Wang Dafei, cursing him silently. Come on, just give it to me already. Are you really going to stand there and watch me struggle? Do you have no sense at all? Hurry up and hand it over. Realizing this was no time for hesitation, Wang Dafei snapped out of his daze. He'd been stunned by the sight of Tony's pale, strained face and quickly dismantled the arc reactor, passing it to Tony. Once the reactor was back in place, Tony finally felt as though he had snatched his life back from the brink. He let out a long, shaky breath and took a moment to recover. Then, fixing Wang Dafei with an exasperated glare, he snapped, Sorcerer, you can't just barge into someone's home like that. And what are you doing here at this exact moment? Have you been spying on me? Wang Dafei, unable to admit he'd been watching the whole thing, replied evasively. Didn't I tell you last time you owed me a favor? I've got something I need help with, so I thought I'd drop by. Tony, slowly regaining his strength, sat up and looked Wang Dafei up and down. What do you want me to do? Just so you know, don't expect me to work for free. But right now, I need your help with something first. And considering you just saved my life, I'll let the whole breaking and entering thing slide for now. Climbing to his feet, Tony headed toward his Iron Man's suit, his voice resolute. There's something more important at stake. I still have to stop Obadiah Stane. Hearing that name, Wang Dafei's mind immediately began to hatch a new plan. With a swift motion, he conjured another portal, ready to put his sorcerer's skills to use. On the other side of the portal was none other than the familiar sight of Stark Industries. Stark, gazing with curiosity at the scene before him, asked, "What are you up to?" Wang Dafei flashed a sly grin and replied, "Naturally, I'm off to do a good deed." Tony Stark assumed that Wang Dafei intended to help him deal with Obadiah Stane. Once he realized Wang Dafei's plan, he shouted, "Wait for me," and dashed toward the Iron Man's suit, preparing to put it on. But at that very moment, Wang Dafei had already stepped through the portal and closed it behind him. Left strapping on his armor with the help of his machines, Tony Stark couldn't help but curse. "Shit! Wait up, you bastard! What's the harm in letting me give you a hand?" Meanwhile, after passing through the portal, Wang Dafei sprinted straight to the Stark Industries building, quickly locating a special ventilation shaft that led directly inside. This particular shaft was nearly 10 meters above the ground, an entrance no ordinary person could ever use. Fortunately for Wang Dafei, it was perfect. Without hesitation, he leapt up and gently floated inside. In the underground laboratory, after a thorough and frantic search, he finally came upon the ironmonger suit, meticulously crafted by Obadiah himself, in a special research chamber. Without a second thought, Wang Dafei snatched it and stuffed it into his all-purpose storage device. Just then, Obadiah himself hurried back, heart pounding with excitement and anticipation. Clutching the precious arc reactor in his arms, he made straight for Stark Industries' underground lab. But as he stepped into the room, the sight before him rendered him utterly speechless. Then, in moments, overwhelmed by a surge of rage. "My suit? Where's my suit gone?" Obadiah howled in despair, his face twisted in disbelief. The spot where the ironmonger had been stored was now completely empty. Eyes wide, he frantically scanned the room, even lifting floor tiles and opening cabinets, searching for any sign of the suit, though there was no way such a thing could be hidden there. Yet he searched all the same, only to find nothing. Stunned by this sudden turn of events, Obadiah was seething with anger, utterly at a loss. Just then, seeing Obadiah's furious state, the ever-impulsive Wang Dafei couldn't hold back a burst of laughter, shattering the tense silence. Obadiah roared, "Who's there? Show yourself." At that very instant, as Obadiah's shout echoed, a shadow darted out of the darkness. It was Wang Dafei. Unable to restrain his laughter any longer, he'd given himself away. Bursting from the shadows, Wang Dafei shouted, "Sneak attack." He moved with incredible speed, like an arrow loosed from a bow. In the very instant he leapt forward, he simultaneously wielded both psionic energy and telekinesis, letting these two forces intertwine seamlessly under his command. With precise control, Wang Dafei used his powers to immobilize Obadiah, rendering his arms useless and making it impossible for him to draw the pistol at his waist. Without hesitation, Wang Dafei charged ahead, sprang into the air, and delivered a fierce kick straight at Obadiah. The force behind that kick was anything but gentle. There was a thunderous crash as Obadiah's body was sent flying like a ragdoll, soaring a full 10 meters before slamming brutally against the wall. The violent collision between Obadiah and the wall echoed through the room, a sound that sent a chill down one's spine. He crumpled limply to the floor, as if all life had drained from his body, slipping into unconsciousness, half dead, barely clinging to life. Yet, this seemingly flawless move revealed a serious flaw to Wang Dafei. Directly controlling another's actions, while immediately effective, came at a tremendous cost to his own stamina. What's more, Obadiah was just an ordinary middle-aged man, far from powerful. If he were up against someone stronger, Wang Dafei doubted he could so easily dominate them. He realized, too, that his current strength was nowhere near enough to let him use such abilities at will. That kick, just now, impressive as it was, had drained almost all his energy. He was nearly exhausted himself. After knocking his opponent out, Wang Dafei took a moment to catch his breath, then stooped beside Obadiah and picked up the arc reactor. TSK. This thing is quite the treasure, even if it's not the final version of unlimited energy. What a pity. Well, now it's mine, he couldn't help but exclaim. Next, he carefully returned the ironmonger armor to its original spot and slotted in the arc reactor, taking care as he installed it. Then, he started up using the computer nearby. Watching the suit power up with a steady hum, Wang Dafei nodded in satisfaction. Without hesitation, he stored the armored suit in his own soul-guided storage device. Once everything was done, a smug grin crept on his face. With this ironmonger, my days traversing Otherworld are going to be a whole lot easier. Still, he couldn't help but feel a hint of gratitude for the unconscious Obadiah. If not for him, this prize would have been far out of reach. With this thought, Wang Dafei turned, opened a portal, and left the scene in high spirits. By the time Tony arrived, he found only the unconscious Obadiah in a research lab in utter chaos. Quickly scanning the area, he spotted traces Wang Dafei had left behind. This guy, Tony, shook his head. Well, at least he took care of one big headache for me. As for the missing arc reactor, Tony decided to count it as repaying a favor. Tony decided to get Obadiah out of the way first, lest he wake up and cause even more trouble. Just as he was about to leave, his eyes fell upon a document lying on the desk. To his astonishment, the blueprints on the paper were for the first-generation Mark armor he had built in the cave. So, Obadiah really had been studying his suit, and his connection to those terrorists was now beyond any doubt. When Obadiah stole the arc reactor from him, Tony had already suspected something like this might be happening. A sigh of regret and anger welled up in Stark's heart. Obadiah had practically watched him grow up. How'd things come to this? It was a bitter reminder of the darkness within people's hearts. At that moment, there was a tremendous bang as the door was kicked open with force. Pepper Potts strode in at the head of a group of agents clad in black suits, weapons at the ready, their eyes sweeping the room with wary vigilance. When Pepper spotted Tony, a look of utter surprise crossed her face, and she couldn't help but cry out, "Tony?" Her voice drew everyone's attention, especially Coulson's. He turned to look at Pepper, then followed her gaze. When he saw Obadiah unconscious on the floor, the tension in his face eased. Coulson hurried over to Tony, glanced down at Obadiah, and saw that he was completely out cold. Then he looked up, studying Tony with a flicker of curiosity, and excitement in his eyes. So, the mysterious man of iron who fought evil in Afghanistan. It had been him all along. Suddenly, everything made sense. Pepper looked at Tony, let out a helpless sigh, and introduced, "This is an agent from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. You can just call us S.H.I.E.L.D." Coulson interrupted, a bit sheepishly. Tony gestured toward Obadiah on the floor. "He's all yours." Since this was a special department, he figured they'd know how to handle it. He then picked up the blueprints for the armor, lost in thought. There were still those damn terrorists out there, and he wasn't done with them yet. Pepper quietly walked over to his side, her eyes filled with concern as she asked softly, "Are you all right, Tony?" Tony slowly shook his head, his voice low and heavy. "I'm fine. I just never thought things with Obadiah would come to this." Coulson, standing nearby, interjected, "What's done is done. The good news is, we've found enough evidence of his crimes to put him away for life. But, Mr. Stark, I think we need to have a conversation." Tony turned to look at him, weariness flickering in his eyes. "I know, but right now I've got things I need to take care of. I don't have time." After saying this, Tony Stark, without a moment's hesitation, powered up his Iron Man suit and soared into the sky, vanishing into the night above. He left Pepper and Coulson behind, the two exchanging a silent glance, both shaking their heads with a sense of resignation. The next day, at Stark Tower. At the press conference, the room buzzed with excitement. Flashbulbs popped one after another, bathing the entire hall in brilliant light. Journalists from around the world raised their cameras, all lenses trained on the man atop the stage, Tony Stark. Tony Stark stood dressed in a perfectly tailored suit, his hair meticulously styled, looking more dashing and composed than ever. Though he hadn't faced Ironmonger in a heart-stopping battle like in the original history, Obadiah's betrayal had nonetheless been a turning point for him. After Obadiah's downfall, Tony uncovered the contacts of those terrorists who'd once done business with him. Instead of following the old path, he chose a new way to seek answers. He left the city, flying to Afghanistan, striking at countless terrorist strongholds. Throughout this journey, he relentlessly hunted for clues, hoping to uncover those despicable collaborators who had conspired with Obadiah. Unfortunately, even when he finally reached the lair of the now-dead bald terrorist, the trail ran cold, and the clues ended there. However, that very night, reporters picked up stories of Iron Man fighting crime in Afghanistan, noting that the armored figure had been seen flying out of Stark Industries. This news was leaked by those with an agenda, leading to the press conference the next day. Flashes continued to explode across the room as Tony Stark sat on the stage, a hint of weariness and frustration showing on his face. "You media people always love to stir up trouble," he said, a trace of annoyance in his voice. "What happened last night was just an accident. It had nothing to do with any so-called superhero nonsense." Reporters began firing off questions, eager to pry more from him, but Tony maintained his composure and rationality. Of course you're free to question the official story, but you can't just insinuate that I'm some sort of superhero. I'm not cut out for that kind of thing. A brash young reporter piped up. Sir, we never said you were a superhero. We're just curious if that new weapon was developed by Stark Industries. Tony Stark ignored him. With all my personality flaws and all the trouble I've caused everyone, would you please just stick to the script, or I'll be writing reports on this all day? His good friend Rhodey leaned in, unable to hide his exasperation. These past few days, with Iron Man flying around without official clearance, he's been mistaken for an unidentified flying object. All the trouble caused by these mysterious high-altitude sightings has been covered up by Rhodey on his behalf. All right. Tony Stark nodded enthusiastically, agreeing without hesitation, then picked up the slip of paper in his hand. But playing by the rules was never his style. Tony Stark raised his voice and declared, "The truth is, I am Iron Man." The moment the words left his mouth, it was as if a bomb had gone off in the room. Chaos erupted instantly. Every reporter at the scene completely lost their composure, excitement written all over their faces as they surged toward Tony Stark, desperate to get closer. After all, this was the scoop of the century. The next evening, Wong Da-fei sat on his sofa in Kamar Taj, bored out of his mind, watching the nightly news flickering on the television. Suddenly, a report about Tony Stark caught his attention, making him burst out laughing. Who would have thought? The Tony Stark of this world really went and did it. Wong Da-fei chuckled to himself. Clearly, he found it both surprising and amusing that events in this universe had come full circle, just as he remembered. But then it dawned on him. Now that Tony's situation had been resolved, he probably wouldn't have any pressing matters to deal with for a while. A thought sparked. Maybe this was the perfect time to let Tony have a look at the beta device. With that in mind, Wong Da-fei jumped to his feet and began to cast a spell. His hands moved in practiced gestures, and in no time he had conjured a portal leading straight to Tony Stark's home. Once the portal was open, he peered through to see Stark's house shrouded in darkness. Not even a light on. Is the guy not home? Seeing the pitch-black interior and no sign of anyone, Wong Da-fei decided not to step through. Just as he was about to close the portal, a sudden shout echoed from the other side. What the? Mother! What the heck is this thing? Has someone cracked spatial technology in this world? Which secret agency is behind this? When did the world turn upside down like this? Hearing this voice coming from inside the house, Wong Da-fei froze for a moment. It was obvious. This wasn't Tony Stark speaking, but someone else entirely. And the way he swore, Wong Da-fei recognized instantly from the movies. He peered more closely, and sure enough, amid the darkness where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, stood a black man dressed head to toe in black, blending in with the shadows. With a look of utter astonishment, he raised his handgun and, step by step, moved toward Wong Da-fei, keeping his eyes darting between the portal and Wong Da-fei. He glanced up, then down, scrutinizing every detail. This man was none other than Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., known by many as the One-Eyed Egg Hero. Not long ago, Nick Fury had hacked into Tony Stark's home security and was now standing by the window, having switched off every light in the house. He positioned himself by the window, waiting in the shadows for Stark's return. In his mind, he'd imagined a dramatic reveal. When Stark came home, he'd turn with style and ask, "You think you're the only superhero in the world?" That would be cool, surely enough to impress Tony Stark. But what Nick Fury hadn't expected was that, before Tony Stark even made it back, a mysterious portal appeared before him, a luminous ring swirling in the air. And when he saw, beyond the portal, a bewildered Wong Da-fei peering around from the other side, his one eye widened even further, his face full of disbelief. Damn, this was a space-jumping device. Hidden in the darkness, he strode forward, gun in hand. "Mother, what kind of black technology is this?" Nick Fury exclaimed. Wong Da-fei looked at the one-eyed, dark-clad figure before him, surprised. Wasn't this guy supposed to show up at Tony's last night for his dramatic entrance? Why was he only here now? Who are you? And what are you doing in Stark's house? Wong Da-fei asked warily, pretending not to recognize him. He knew full well that the man before him was as cunning as they came, and he might be no match in a battle of wits. But such a subtle shift in expression was instantly noticed by the master spy's sharp eye. "Hey, before you question someone, shouldn't you introduce yourself first, mister?" "I'm Nick Fury," he replied, introducing himself. "And you? Who are you? Why are you here, and what exactly is that?" he demanded, pointing at the portal. "I'm here to see Mr. Stark about something. My name is Wong Da-fei. As you can tell, I'm a mage, a friend of Tony's." "And who are you?" Wong Da-fei replied, closing the portal as he spoke. Nick Fury listened, sizing Wong Da-fei up. A mage? That left him both puzzled and suspicious. Yet, as a seasoned agent, he preferred to categorize Wong Da-fei as someone with extraordinary abilities, perhaps a superhuman or a mutant, rather than a literal sorcerer. He didn't let his skepticism show, though. Instead, he allowed his astonishment to play out even more vividly in his expression. Magic? There's really such a thing as magic in this world? Nick Fury asked, incredulous. His voice betrayed a mixture of curiosity and doubt. I always thought that was just a legend. Although Nick Fury's shield had dealt with its share of mysterious incidents, adding a sorcerer to the mix didn't seem like too big a problem to him, as long as he could track down their headquarters and figure out a way to keep them under surveillance. Unsupervised, superpowered individuals were far too dangerous, so ideally, they should be brought under his control. Still, when it came to the supernatural force of magic, he decided to observe and contain for the moment. After all, in the real world, science and technology were the forces that truly ruled everything. However, considering that Tony Stark and Wong Dafei might know each other, he wasn't about to take action against Wong Dafei just yet. So, Nick Fury chose to temporarily set aside his own prejudices, holstered his gun, and decided to try learning something useful from this mysterious sorcerer. In truth, Wong Dafei had no desire to get too involved with this man, but he knew he wasn't yet a match for the entire shield, so he played along for now. Wong Dafei offered Nick Fury a calm, slight smile and said, "Since you're a friend of Mr. Stark, I'll trust you as well. But I do hope you'll keep my affairs to yourself. Take this as both a reminder and a warning. Magic isn't something that should be widely known." Nick Fury put on a show of slight apprehension, nodded in understanding, and promised, "Of course, I wouldn't leak confidential information lightly. Trust me, I'm the most discreet man in the world." Privately, Nick Fury thought that if he could establish a good working relationship with Wong Dafei, this kind of power could be a valuable asset down the line. If there was no limit to how far he could travel, that was a game changer. For now, he needed to confirm just how far Wong Dafei's teleportation could go. With that in mind, Nick Fury gave Wong Dafei a calculated look. "Mr. Sorcerer, can you tell me a bit about magic? Where do sorcerers usually gather?" Just then, a sudden clatter erupted from downstairs, shattering the calm that had settled over the room. The unexpected commotion caught both men off guard, leaving them momentarily stunned. A familiar voice, tinged with annoyance, called out from behind Wong Dafei. "Hey, sorcerer, barging into people's homes is one thing, but I never said you could bring strangers to my place." Wong Dafei quickly turned to the doorway, just in time to see a figure descending the staircase. Looking closely, it was none other than Iron Man himself, Tony Stark. He was clad in his iconic red and gold armor, each step exuding confidence and strength. Seeing Iron Man appear, Wong Dafei's expression shifted into an embarrassed smile. He quickly raised a hand in greeting and said, "Tony, you're finally back." However, when Wong Dafei greeted him, Iron Man only raised an eyebrow slightly and didn't respond much. His sharp eyes stayed fixed on the unfamiliar man standing nearby, filled with caution and suspicion. "And who might this be?" Tony pointed at Nick Fury, his tone stern and unyielding. Clearly, he was both surprised and displeased by the sudden arrival of this uninvited guest. Before Nick Fury had a chance to introduce himself, Wong Dafei quickly interjected, "This is the legendary mother lover, one-eyed egghead hero." At that moment, Nick Fury looked at Wong Dafei, his face full of question marks, clearly wanting to rebuke him for the remark. But Wong Dafei pressed on, all right, just kidding. In fact, he's the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury. If you're wondering who really broke into your home uninvited, it's not me, it's Director Fury right here." As he spoke, Wong Dafei shot Nick Fury a slightly apologetic glance. Nick Fury's brow furrowed, his face clouded with confusion as he stared at Wong Dafei. Suddenly, it was as if a bright red exclamation mark appeared over his head. In one swift motion, he drew his handgun from his belt and, with practiced ease, aimed it straight at Wong Dafei. He hadn't revealed his identity. How on earth did Wong Dafei know? With both hands gripping the gun, he glared at Wong Dafei and demanded, "I'll ask you one more time, sir. Just who are you?" Seeing this, Tony Stark raised his hand, charging his repulsor and aiming an energy beam at Nick Fury. "So, who are you, really? You turned up at my house out of nowhere, and now you're pointing a gun at my guest." Nick Fury hadn't expected Tony Stark, the brat, to turn the tables on him like this, and he was still smarting for being toyed with by Wong Dafei moments ago. In that subtle expression at the very start, Tony clearly recognized him, yet Nick had no recollection of this man at all. For a spy master, the unknown was the most terrifying thing of all. Yet, Wong Dafei ignored Nick Fury's questioning and didn't even spare a glance at the gun pointed his way. For a moment, silence fell over the room. Wong Dafei was sure that this egghead wouldn't shoot blindly and make another enemy without knowing the full story. Still, he quietly summoned his spiritual power, letting it swirl around him to form a protective barrier, just in case. But this move drained his energy quickly. It couldn't last long. Noticing Wang Dafei's silence and apparent unwillingness to answer, Nick Fury turned to Tony Stark, his voice edged with sarcasm. Mother lover, you're aiming a weapon at me? Are you out of your mind? I'm your old man Howard's friend. However, seeing that Tony Stark only frowned at him without saying a word, Nick Fury continued. So what? I am Iron Man. Feels pretty cool, huh? Tony Stark, do you really think you're the only superhero on Earth? As he finished, Nick Fury's gaze radiated authority and confidence, as if silently telling Tony that his understanding of the world was far too narrow. Tony Stark raised an eyebrow and fired back in a slightly mocking tone. Oh, the old man's friends? Never heard of them. So tell me, how much do you really know about the world? Weren't you just being toyed with by this so-called sorcerer standing next to you? Nick Fury's face darkened at these words, though given his complexion, it was hard for anyone else to notice the change. But seeing that Wang Dafei showed no fear in the face of his little pistol, Nick Fury turned back to Tony Stark and asked, So, you're telling me you made it out of Afghanistan because of some so-called sorcerer's magic? Do you have any idea how much sweat we shed trying to save you in Afghanistan? Tony Stark just shrugged. That's right. So what? This sorcerer here actually saved my life. If it weren't for him, I'd probably still be lost in the desert. If I'd waited for you, I might have ended up as a piece of jerky by now. Nick Fury furrowed his brow, silently mulling over the situation. Then he recalled the earlier report Coulson had submitted about a person with special abilities being caught on the Stark Industries. Surveillance camera. At the time, he was in such a hurry to stake out Tony's house that he hadn't had a chance to look at it. I remember now. Coulson handed me a report about a person with special abilities appearing on Stark Industries surveillance footage, Nick Fury said, turning to look at Tony Stark with a probing expression. However, Wang Dafei, feeling that he wasn't skilled enough at talking his way through this and not wanting to get involved with S.H.I.E.L.D. just yet, seized the moment while the two were at a standoff to make his exit. I've got other things to take care of right now. Let's talk later. With that, he instantly opened a portal and vanished from the scene, returning to Kamartaj. The whole thing happened so quickly that both Egghead, Fury, and Stark were caught completely off guard. Wang Dafei had simply disappeared into thin air. Nick Fury glared fiercely at Tony Stark. Don't look at me. Honestly, I barely know the guy, Tony Stark said, waving his hands in protest. It was clear that there was no way to hand over the beta device to Tony for research today. Left with no choice, Wang Dafei could only return to Kamartaj and resume his monotonous, repetitive training. With the Iron Man incident behind him, Wang Dafei threw himself into his practice at Kamartaj, spending every day immersed in spiritual meditation and cultivation. Apart from eating and sleeping, his life became a cycle of relentless training. Because the Ancient One had reminded him several times that mental strength was especially important, great power must be supported by a correspondingly strong mind, although he wasn't quite sure if this was exactly what she meant by spirit. Still, he would occasionally consult Mordo, and after learning that meditation was a way to train the mind, he decided to give it a try. He figured that frequently meditating to hone his mental power should bring some improvement. Previously, when he discovered how exhausting it was to use telekinesis to immobilize Obadiah, he realized just how weak his mental strength actually was. But now a new problem arose. Although he knew he had grown stronger, he had no way of accurately gauging his current level. After all, he wasn't a professional sorcerer, nor did he have any sort of official ranking. Besides, psychic power and magic seemed to be a bit different, something even Mordo didn't quite understand, and the Ancient One always seemed elusive and hard to find. So, he joined the other Kamartaj sorcerers in their meditation sessions, and his mental strength was clearly and steadily increasing. After each day's training, whenever he had some spare time, he would run out into the desert and bring out the Ironmonger suit. After a few practice runs, he had completely mastered it. There was no denying it. Mechs like this were just the thing to win Wang Dafei's heart. His right hand was equipped with a roaring, rotating, onboard Vulcan cannon. His left arm carried a rack of 6 mini-missiles, and his shoulder mounted an even more formidable anti-tank rocket. Although it couldn't soar freely through the sky like Iron Man's suit, it could still use rocket boosters for short bursts of flight. Flying for 2 or 3 hours at a stretch was no problem. All in all, Wang Dafei was absolutely thrilled and satisfied. After all, this thing was huge and powerful with the weight of a dump truck and the strength of an excavator. But after days of training, he unexpectedly hit what people often call a bottleneck. For some reason, he saw no improvement during this period. At first, he had been able to clearly feel his mental strength growing day by day. But suddenly, that gratifying feeling of progress just vanished, as if he'd hit a wall. Luckily, it was finally time to travel to another world again. This time, Wang Dafei wasn't as nervous or uneasy as before. Instead, he waited with eager anticipation. After all, he now had a treasure that could save his life. Still, he hoped he wouldn't end up in a world that was too crazy, because what he really wanted was to pilot his mech and sweep through the new world. After packing up his other gear and some food, Wang Dafei set off with confidence. Initiate traversal. As always, he passed through a dazzling flash of light, and when his vision cleared, he found himself standing in the midst of a ruined, desolate, and bleak modern city. The sight struck him as deeply strange. But as he walked down the street, he soon sensed that something was off. Wang Dafei looked around, muttering to himself, "Huh? By all logic, a modern city shouldn't be this rundown. Could this be Gotham?" With doubts swirling in his mind, he began to wander down the street. He hadn't gone far when, from another street, the sharp reports of gunfire and the wailing of police sirens echoed through the air. It didn't take long for Wang Dafei to realize the cause of all this chaos. He glanced down the street and saw a crowd forming. Raising his eyes, he realized that these were no ordinary people. Each face was rotting, limbs missing, as zombies lurched and staggered toward the sounds of gunfire. These zombies weren't slow either. In fact, they moved faster than most people could run, and there were so many of them that the sight alone was enough to make anyone's blood run cold. So that's it. This desolation is because it's a world overrun by zombies, Wang Dafei muttered to himself as he grasped the true nature of this world. He had no intention of getting into a brawl with these walking corpses just yet. After a moment's thought, he simply soared up to the rooftop of a nearby building. He observed the zombies for a while before concluding that this was indeed a modern-style zombie apocalypse. As for the zombies themselves, so far, they seemed pretty ordinary. No bizarre mutations, at least none that he could see. Well, that's a relief. As long as these zombies don't mutate into something with superpowers or magic, things shouldn't get too messy, he said to himself, eyeing the shambling horde below. I just hope the virus isn't airborne. Otherwise, we're all doomed. Wang Dafei wasn't particularly worried about these zombies since, aside from their speed, there was nothing extraordinary about them. In fact, he found it baffling that such mindless creatures could have triggered an outbreak of this scale. The whole thing was more fantastical than any magic. How could carbon-based life forms possibly withstand modern firearms? He pondered this as he moved, thinking that in worlds like this, usually, hopefully, there wouldn't be any superpowers. He'd seen his share of zombie movies, after all, where a director would suddenly throw in a magical zombie, or something straight out of hell, and people would just get up after being decapitated as if nothing happened. So he knew he needed to figure out exactly what kind of zombie world this was, just in case something unexpected cropped up. If what he saw now really was the whole picture, then with his skills and gear, he could be a one-man army, practically invincible against anything short of heavy artillery. Still, to keep his trump card, his ability to fly. Under wraps, he carefully descended back to the ground. Then, moving stealthily, he began to make his way toward the direction where the gunfire was coming from. He hadn't gone far when, all of a sudden, a deep and terrifying roar echoed in his ears. Wang Dafei's heart skipped a beat. He quickly turned his head, only to see a hideous, half-rotten zombie had spotted him. It charged at him, wild-eyed, like a starving man who'd just seen a feast. With a helpless sigh, since the creature was practically in his face already, there was no way to sneak around anymore. Well, so much for stealth this time. What a pain, he grumbled aloud. Yet, despite his complaints about failing at stealth, a hint of disdain curled at the corner of his lips. Deep down, he was itching for a chance to test himself against these zombies. After all, he'd never had a proper opportunity before, and now was the perfect moment to see just how strong he'd become. Without wasting a second, Wang Dafei's hand shot into his storage soul device. In the blink of an eye, he pulled out his dragon-scale spear. Muscles tensing, he gripped the spear tightly and, without hesitation, thrust it forward with all his strength. A sharp, wet sound rang out as the razor-sharp spearhead shot through the zombie's skull like a bolt of lightning. With a deft flick of his wrist, Wang Dafei pulled the spear free in one smooth motion. Instantly, foul black blood gushed from the wound in the zombie's head, splattering across the ground. The zombie collapsed limply, utterly lifeless and unmoving. Gazing at the corpse sprawled at his feet, Wang Dafei studied it with curiosity. That brain was way too fragile. Isn't the human skull supposed to be pretty tough? Could it be that becoming a zombie alters even the structure of the body? He puzzled over this, completely forgetting that he himself had been strengthened. After dispatching the zombie, the commotion caught the attention of others farther down the street. One by one, they turned toward Wang Dafei, breaking into a shambling sprint in his direction. Across the street, a horde of zombies, faces twisted and grotesque, some downright nauseating, scrambled over each other in their hunger to reach him. Wang Dafei knew he could handle them, but seeing so many at once still made his scalp tingle with unease. All it would take was a single bite, and it could be the end. Erring on the side of caution, unwilling to risk any surprises, he made a split-second decision. His hand darted back into the storage soul device, and with a thought, the Iron Overlord battle armor materialized before him. With a thunderous crash, the Iron Overlord slammed down onto the street like a divine weapon from the heavens, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Wang Dafei dashed forward and, in a flash, leapt into the cockpit. His hands flew over the controls, expertly pressing buttons and flicking switches as he powered up the Iron Overlord. A deep, rumbling roar filled the air as the massive suit of armor began to move, its hulking frame coming to life. Wang Dafei maneuvered the massive iron arm, raising it high and swinging it forcefully without hesitation at the handful of small zombies that had rushed up close. In an instant, accompanied by the dull thud of metal striking flesh and the chilling crack of breaking bones, the zombies were sent flying there, bodies twisting grotesquely in midair before crashing heavily to the ground, reduced to a mangled heap of flesh, severed limbs, and broken bodies. If any of them survived, he would simply swing another punch, scattering these zombies who dared get in his face, sending them sprawling in all directions. Because ammunition was limited, Wang Dafei had no intention of wasting it recklessly. After all, he had no way of replenishing those bullets here. So, even though the Vulcan Gatling gun boasted ferocious firepower, using it on such insignificant little minions would be a terrible waste. Firing those precious Gatling rounds at these feeble zombies would be nothing short of squandering their true value. Instead, he chose to control the Iron Overlord to simply crush these pests. Though the Iron Overlord was massive, its agility was nothing to scoff at. Only when compared to Iron Man did it seem cumbersome. If one had to describe the Iron Overlord, it was like a nimble dump truck. Wang Dafei piloted the Iron Overlord straight into the horde of zombies, charging in with the unstoppable force of a heavy-duty truck. With every step, the zombies were trampled underfoot, and with every punch, several more were smashed to pieces, a true display of overwhelming power. Before long, both the legs and arms of the Iron Overlord armor were smeared with blood and bits of flesh. Wang Dafei glanced back at the path behind him, now a gruesome trail of crushed flesh and bone left by the Iron Overlord. The sight was enough to make his stomach turn. Unknowingly, even my mindset has started to change, he muttered, a mix of complaint and reflection, before pressing on. As he ran ahead, it was as if a dump truck was rampaging through. Nothing could stand in his way. And along this frenzied path, he soon found clues to confirm exactly which world he was in. He spotted a police car labeled Raccoon City Police Department and several Umbrella Corporation tech vans parked by the roadside. These two iconic names left no doubt. He was in a world of Resident Evil. Which specific Resident Evil, though, was still unclear. If it turned out to be the movie universe starring Alice, then things shouldn't be too bad. Compared to the game worlds, that particular movie universe wasn't nearly as nightmarish. Recalling scenes from the films to verify his suspicions, he piloted the Iron Overlord into a building and, after ensuring it was safe, jumped out of the armor without hesitation, stowing it away in his storage device. He dashed out through the back alley, and without a second thought, unfurled his golden wings. With astonishing speed, he soared upward and landed atop a tall building. Looking down below, he finally spotted a massive crowd packed tightly together on a causeway bridge leading to an isolated island. The people seemed to be lining up in an orderly fashion, clustering together as they waited. Along the edge of the bridge, troops had set up posts and were locked in battle with zombies. The rattle of gunfire echoed relentlessly, one shot after another. Things looked grim on that side. And with such a crowd gathering in these conditions, Wang Dafei couldn't help but feel speechless. At least now he was certain. The disaster had only just begun. Still, it was absurd how quickly the city had become so desolate. Only a short while later, he spotted something strange outside a tall church in the distance. Several bright red figures were leaping and darting about under the night sky. Without hesitation, he soared upward like a shooting star, streaking through the darkness until he landed atop the church roof. From there, he spotted a few grotesque, skinless humanoid creatures on the wall below, looking unervingly like skinned frogs. Wang Dafei recognized them instantly, lickers. Their hideous, terrifying appearance sent a chill down his spine. After landing steadily on the church rooftop, he suddenly heard a burst of gunfire erupting from inside the church. Curious, he peered inside and immediately saw several people trapped by the lickers. One particularly beautiful woman stood guard with her pistol, firing off a few shots now and then to drive back any licker trying to approach. Wang Dafei's gaze shifted to the upper reaches of the church interior. There, the lickers let out guttural, beastly roars, their voices echoing through the vast space. They darted like shadows across the walls, one of them leaping back and forth, hemming in the terrified survivors below. In a single glance, Wang Dafei recognized some familiar faces among the besieged, a group unmistakably made up of Raccoon City survivors. Most striking was the curvaceous beauty in a blue tube top and tiny shorts. Wang Dafei knew at once. She had to be the legendary, stunningly beautiful policewoman, Jill. While she didn't look exactly like her movie counterpart, she was undeniably gorgeous. There were also a few others whose names he couldn't recall, tag-alongs by the look of it, locked with Jill and the rest in a tense standoff against the terrifying lickers. Watching all this, Wang Dafei frowned, debating whether to charge down and play the hero. After all, even if he didn't, these people, Jill included, seemed unlikely to meet any real harm. If memory served, Alice would show up soon to save the day, though he was a bit hazy on the details. Still, after traveling so far, wouldn't it be a waste not to change something about this world? As he hesitated, the lickers below began coordinating their attacks, moving with uncanny teamwork as they prepared to strike. With blood-curdling roars, the savage lickers lunged forward, jaws agape, as they pounced on their prey. In just a short while, a few unlucky survivors who had been injured earlier were snatched up by the lickers, carried off like helpless chicks in the jaws of these monsters. In the face of such creatures, Jill and her fellow officers could barely protect themselves to begin with. Now, with the sudden onslaught, their defensive formation shattered in an instant. The remaining ordinary citizens huddled in a corner of the hall, trembling with fear. Jill and the surviving officers pressed close together, each gripping their weapons tightly, their faces taut. With tension, they scanned the darkness warily, for the church had lost power. Only dim candlelight flickered, casting uncertain shadows. No one dared to let their guard down, even for a moment. But it's nearly impossible for ordinary people to withstand such constant terror. Eventually, under wave after wave of attacks by these monsters, fear and panic began to take hold among them. Some could no longer maintain their composure, and, unable to restrain themselves, they fired at the leaping lickers. The sharp reports of gunfire shattered the silence, but the shots were wild and wasted. There was no careful aim, only desperation. Not to mention the questionable marksmanship. These lickers were incredibly alert. Despite the hail of bullets, not a single shot found its mark. The creatures evaded with ghostly agility, melting back into the shadows, leaving the survivors even more terrified and hopeless. As soon as one officer emptied his magazine, a licker pounced and dragged him away before his teammates even had time to react. Now, the few survivors who'd managed to keep calm were pale as ghosts, their will to fight completely snuffed out by fear. At this point, only Jill and the police chief managed to cling to a shred of composure and determination. "Did you see where it's hiding?" Jill cried out urgently to the others, her voice edged with panic. "These things are too damn good at hiding. We can't just keep waiting. We have to come up with a plan now." The distress in her voice was clear, but the others were just as shaken as she was. Though Jill was agile and a crack shot, a skill set that served her well in the past, it offered little comfort now, facing such strange and unpredictable monsters. She had no confidence she could protect her teammates. Just in the last few seconds, she'd watched helplessly as two officers were snatched away right before her eyes, vanishing without a trace. Despair welled up inside her. Beside her, the police chief swore under his breath and replied, "Damn it. Hell if I know. For all I can tell, there could be a dozen of those damn things lurking around." Hearing this, Jill could only widen her eyes in alarm, anxiously scanning her surroundings, terrified that these monsters would once again leap out of nowhere to claim new victims. She was desperate to spot the lurking shadow of any creature hiding in the darkness. After all, things this horrific were beyond anything she'd ever heard of or seen before. Suddenly, one of those fiendish things sprang right in front of the sheriff's gun barrel, then vanished in the blink of an eye. Damn it! How did they disappear again? There. Speed is unreal. I can't even begin to track where they're going. God damn it! Gasped the sheriff from Raccoon City, his voice ragged as he struggled to catch his breath. His whole body trembled involuntarily, as if he were being consumed by endless terror. Watching the scene unfold below, Wang Dafei decided it was time to lend these poor souls a hand. Judging by their combat skills, they weren't exactly helpless, but up against the bioweapons unleashed by Umbrella, the lickers, even armed police officers were hopelessly outmatched. These monsters truly lived up to their reputation as bioweapons. They had driven these ordinary people into utter desperation with terrifying ease. Wang Dafei couldn't help but imagine himself in their place. If not for his own special enhancements, he'd be just as powerless against these horrors. With that thought, he made up his mind to intervene and help Jill and her group. After all, this was a perfect chance to play the hero. No time to hesitate, just do it. Without further delay, Wang Dafei stomped his foot against the ground. A sharp crash echoed through the church as the glass overhead shattered, shards scattering everywhere. In a flash, a figure dropped from above, landing squarely inside the church. It was Wang Dafei himself. He touched down lightly, the clatter of broken glass ringing out as every eye, human and monster alike, snapped toward him. For a moment, Jill didn't even think to question Wang Dafei's sudden appearance. Instead, she shouted a warning. "Who are you? Get out of here. There are terrifying monsters in this place. They'll kill you." She was genuinely worried that this stranger would become just another victim of these fiends. Ordinary people stood no chance against such abominations. But Wang Dafei merely nodded to everyone, flashing Jill Valentine a reassuring smile, thinking to himself, "Now that's what I call making an entrance." He couldn't help but admire Jill's kindness. No wonder she was a heroine. Even now, her first instinct was to worry about him. Then again, if she weren't so compassionate, she probably wouldn't bother dragging these obvious non-combatants along. Wang Dafei noticed a few civilians cowering in the corners, clearly unfit for battle. Just then, one of the lickers suddenly lunged straight at him. "Watch out!" Jill shouted at the top of her lungs. In the blink of an eye, the licker lunged forward. At that moment, Wang Dafei swiftly drew the dragon scale spear from his soul guide and gripped it tightly. However, even before descending, Wang Dafei had already activated the last remaining function of his head-soul bone, spiritual sense, allowing him to perceive everything within a 5-meter radius with utter clarity. As soon as the charging licker entered that 5-meter zone, Wang Dafei instantly unleashed his psychic telekinesis. In a flash, the licker was disrupted by his mental power, unable to adjust its posture or change direction, completely losing control and crashing headlong toward the ground. Seizing that fleeting moment, Wang Dafei easily dodged the licker's attack, spun around, and drove his spear straight into the creature's exposed head. Its fragile skull gave way effortlessly under the dragon. Scale spear, and as the momentum of its leap dragged its body forward, its head was torn open, and it crashed heavily to the ground. Just like that, Wang Dafei had dispatched a licker with astonishing ease. Amazing! The others, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but gasp in awe. Suddenly, as if provoked by their companion's death, the remaining lickers seemed to panic and sprang toward Wang Dafei. But at the very instant they charged, the church's stained glass wall exploded with a thunderous crash. Shards of colored glass rained down as a motorcycle burst through the window and crashed inside. Wang Dafei glanced over and recognized the rider, a familiar face. It was Alice, the heroine of this world, barging in atop her motorcycle. In one swift move, she knocked aside the licker clinging to the window and the one that had been about to pounce. After sending 2 lickers flying, Alice landed the bike skillfully, coming to a sharp stop. With a slick maneuver, she twisted the throttle to the max, then launched herself off the motorcycle in a graceful backflip. The now riderless bike barreled forward like a runaway beast, and the sound-hunting lickers leapt after it without hesitation. At that precise moment, Alice seized her chance. She whipped out her twin pistols, and with 2 sharp cracks, one bullet ruptured the gas tank while the other struck, igniting a spark. A resounding explosion echoed through the church as the motorcycle detonated, taking one of the lickers with it. Without missing a beat, Alice fired off a rapid volley, bang, 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 emptying her magazines and taking down another licker. As yet another licker lunged at her, Alice tossed aside her empty pistols and, in a flash, drew a shotgun from behind her back. With a single thunderous blast, she obliterated the licker's head, a clean, decisive shot. The last licker, now seeming to sense danger, tried to flee. But Wang Dafei gave chase, leapt into the air, and pinned it to the ground, with his telekinesis, finishing it off with a single spear thrust. After that relentless sequence, he was left utterly exhausted. Now he realized it was better not to use telekinesis after all. It was simply too exhausting for him. After they had taken down all the lickers, Alice, Jill, and Wang Dafei exchanged glances as if sharing some kind of unspoken understanding. Suspicion and wariness flickered in the eyes of the 2 women. With the immediate threat gone, Jill finally had the chance to reflect on how strange the appearance of this mysterious young man and the woman truly was. Not only were they incredibly strong, but monsters that had taken the group ages to merely wound were effortlessly dispatched by the newcomers in just a few swift moves. There was no way this could be simple. Everything about them was off. Earlier, she hadn't had time to think about it. But now, Watching this guy leap down from the towering, over 10-meter-tall cathedral roof without a scratch, it all seemed absurd. And the man had killed the lickers using nothing but a cold weapon. Seriously, how was that even possible? Even stranger, the way he killed those lickers was bizarre. They almost seemed to be throwing themselves at his spear, cowering before him as if resigned to their fate. She'd never seen lickers behave like that, especially not when attacking her companions. Meanwhile, Alice frowned at Wang Dafei, sensing something unsettling about the young man, a presence that made her uneasy. He was definitely no ordinary person. Jill gripped her gun tightly, a hint of doubt in her eyes as she looked at the two of them. So who the hell are you two, anyway? Alice kept her cool and said to Jill, "Calm down, sweetheart. I mean you no harm. If anyone's suspicious here, it's this guy." The police chief's gaze drifted to the liquor corpses strewn across the floor, wondering just what kind of power this young man possessed to dispatch them with such ease. Wang Dafei noticed everyone glancing at one another, and, in the end, all their eyes landed on him. What the hell? He'd saved the day, yet now they were looking at him like he was the villain. Staring at the tense faces around him, Wang Dafei couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. He shook his head slowly and said softly, "You don't need to be so nervous. I'm just passing through." Trying to ease the tension, he casually swung his long spear onto his shoulder as he spoke. Yet Jill and the others remained on edge, weapons gripped tight, eyes full of suspicion locked on him. Seeing this, Wang Dafei silently cursed his luck. What was wrong with these people? He was just a random passerby. How had he ended up as the target of everyone's scrutiny? Lost in his thoughts, he was suddenly jolted back to reality when Alice leveled her gun at him, the barrel dark and unyielding. "Would you mind explaining yourself a little more clearly?" Wang Dafei was at a loss for words. Are these people out of their minds? He really couldn't understand how he'd suddenly become their enemy, for no reason at all. Although he was somewhat displeased, Wang Dafei didn't stop walking. He slowly approached Jill. "Hey, I did just save your life, didn't I? Is this how you treat someone who rescued you?" Jill was visibly unsettled by Wang Dafei's words. Still, she didn't quite trust him yet. Suddenly, in a show of fairness, she swung her gun around and aimed the dark barrel straight at Alice's head. "Don't move," the fiery policewoman's voice rang out, carrying an authority that left no room for argument. Wang Dafei sighed helplessly and raised his hands, signaling that he meant no harm. "Stay where you are." Jill's warning came again, sharp and commanding. At the same time, Alice kept her gun trained on Wang Dafei. She had just witnessed his speed and reflexes with her own eyes, abilities far beyond anything a normal human could possess. And there seemed to be something more, a force at work. She remembered seeing the licker's head slammed to the ground by some invisible power, waiting for Wang Dafei to finish it off. She had every reason to suspect that Wang Dafei had been sent by the Umbrella Corporation, and that he, like herself, was an enhanced human, perhaps even stronger. This thought flashed through her mind, and as she looked at Wang Dafei, her gaze filled with wariness and hostility. Wang Dafei stopped where he was, making no further move forward. Looking at Jill and Alice, he forced a wry smile. "Relax, I'm not your enemy." "Then who are you? Why are you here?" Jill asked coldly. As a police officer, her duty was to protect everyone's safety. "Why am I here? I came to save you, obviously. I saw you were in danger, so I stepped in. And now you're pointing a gun at me? Honestly, that stings a little." Wang Dafei winked at Jill, knowing that she wasn't the type to shoot first and ask questions later, especially after he'd just helped them out. Surely she wouldn't shoot him just because she didn't know his identity. Jill rolled her eyes in exasperation at his attitude. "I still don't know who you are. I can't just let you come closer. You took care of those monsters in no time at all." "Oof. A regular person? No regular person could do what you just did. How do you explain that?" Alice said, her tone laced with a cold laugh. "Oh, come on. Seriously? You're amazing too, aren't you? Why are you grilling me? I can never pull off half the things you just did." Wang Dafei replied, shaking his head in resignation. Alice frowned and looked at him, suspicion in her eyes. "With skills like yours, you can't be ordinary either. Are you another one of Umbrella's enhanced operatives?" Wang Dafei shook his head and denied it. "No, I come from somewhere else. I know you hate the Umbrella Corporation with every fiber of your being, but I'm not one of them. On the contrary, I can help you destroy the hive once and for all." Hearing this, Alice found it rather amusing and pressed him. "Just you? What makes you think you have what it takes to do that?" Wang Dafei gave a confident smile. "Trust me, I have my ways. But before that, I need to learn a few things from you." After a brief silence, Alice wondered if Wang Dafei really had nothing to do with Umbrella. After all, when they found these people, Wang Dafei had been saving lives. If he were with Umbrella, surely he'd be here to silence them, not help. She spoke slowly. "There's no need. The hive's already been destroyed. I saw it with my own eyes. As for other bases, no one knows where they are. But Wang Dafei shook his head and countered, no, the hive isn't truly destroyed. They just want you to believe that. Alice's expression grew serious as she pressed on. What do you mean? They want me to believe that? What's really going on? Why would you say the hive isn't destroyed? At this point, Jill, who had been standing by, couldn't help but cut in. I have no idea what this hive you keep talking about is, but you'd better. Tell me everything and tell the truth. I have a right to know. She leveled her gun at Wang Dafei, her grip tight and her stance threatening. Wang Dafei sighed. So, you want to threaten me? Why are you always pointing that thing at me? Don't think I won't hit you just because you're easy on the eyes. Despite his words, he knew he needed to find a way to win their trust first. So Wang Dafei slowly lowered his spear, showing he meant no harm. Faced with all that Wang Dafei had said, Alice remained wary and asked, If you're not with Umbrella, how do you know so much? And why should I trust you? Just as Alice uttered, Why should I trust you? Wang Dafei felt a wave of helplessness. Suddenly, an invisible pressure swept over everyone, as though a mountain had fallen upon them, crushing and suffocating. It was Wang Dafei's psychic power at work. He unleashed a burst of telekinesis, freezing everyone in place. The moment was brief, but long enough for Wang Dafei to send Alice flying with a single powerful kick. In a flash, he charged toward the black police chief, standing beside Jill, and unleashed a brutal punch to his gut. The blow was so forceful that the officer doubled over in agony, curling up like a shrimp. Seizing his last bit of control, Wang Dafei swiftly grabbed Officer Jill's hands, locking her arms and pinning her neck, holding her tightly in front of him as a human shield. His movements were as smooth and seamless as flowing water, so quick and precise that it left everyone stunned, unable to keep up. Meanwhile, Alice, who had been sent flying by a kick, finally began to recover from the invisible force that had held her. Regaining control of her body, she clutched her stomach, her face frozen in shock as she stared at Wang Dafei, unable to utter a single word. Everyone present was equally dumbfounded. Eyes wide with disbelief, they all stared at Wang Dafei, except for the black police chief, who was still rolling on the ground, clutching his stomach in pain. Jill even wondered if she was hallucinating. Who am I? Where am I? What on earth just happened? How was I subdued in a split second? A look of astonishment appeared on Alice's face as well. She knew that both Jill and the black police chief were formidable fighters by any normal standard. Even she couldn't guarantee an easy victory against either of them. Yet this man had just overpowered them effortlessly. He definitely had some sort of superhuman ability. If that kick a moment ago had been a knife instead, her fate would have been sealed. So who exactly are you? Jill suddenly turned her head, her eyes locking onto Wang Dafei, who was holding her tightly. Her tone was sharp and demanding. Wang Dafei's grip was so firm that the distance between them was almost suffocating. In that instant, when Jill jerked her head back, she nearly brushed lips with Wang Dafei. Furious, Jill thought, this jerk, he must be doing this on purpose. Wang Dafei's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. Then, he slowly shifted his gaze toward Alice, who stood nearby, her whole posture radiating suspicion and wariness. In a gentle voice, he said, Alice, I've come here for you. The moment those words left his mouth, Alice's temper flared. Having just barely escaped the hive with her life, she was on edge. Other than the Umbrella Corporation, who else could possibly know she was still alive? You son of a bitch. So you really are one of Umbrella's lapdogs. Go to hell. Alice erupted with rage, raising her gun without hesitation, and aiming straight at Wang Dafei. But with Jill still held in front of him, there was a real risk she might hit her friend instead. By now, the black police chief had recovered. He quickly aimed his gun at Alice. There was no way he could let his teammate get shot right in front of him. Being at gunpoint was far too dangerous. Jill spat out, Damn it, if you got guts, stop pressing a gun on my side, and try me with your fist instead. Wang Dafei replied, a little embarrassed. Huh? What gun? He hurriedly whispered an explanation to Jill. Sorry. That was just a physical reaction. You're just too hot. Standing so close, well, your sin is overwhelming. But the reason I pressed up against you wasn't on purpose. I had no choice. If I stuck my head out too much, she could have taken me out. With a single shot. I swear I wasn't trying to take advantage of you. Even though, honestly, I do find you incredibly attractive. A blush crept up Jill's ears. She seemed to realize exactly what had been pressing against her, and her expression turned a bit awkward. With a disgruntled huff, she showed her displeasure. Wang Dafei took a deep breath and went on, Alice, join me in bringing down Umbrella. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Dafei slowly released his grip on Jill's hands. He added, Trust me, I'm not your enemy. If I truly meant you any harm, you probably wouldn't still be alive right now. With a furrowed brow and a grave expression, Wang Dafei continued, The world is in chaos because the executives at Umbrella orchestrated this disaster. You'd never imagine it, but they actually planned a horrifying purge of humanity. And right now, there's still a chance to stop it. At this, suspicion flashed across Alice's face. She asked, puzzled, a purge of humanity? What does that even mean? Though Jill was still upset about what had just happened, she seemed to realize something urgent and set aside her anger for the moment. She asked, so you're saying everything that's happened in Raccoon City is all Umbrella's doing? Wang Dafei drew in another deep breath, his voice heavy as he explained, that's right. Umbrella wants to wipe out our current civilization. They deliberately engineered the T-virus outbreak and released it worldwide, which triggered this global catastrophe. He went on, their true aim is to destroy the world as we know it, to carry out their so-called purification plan. Jill, bewildered, demanded, are they insane? That doesn't make any sense. What could they possibly gain from destroying human civilization? Wang Dafei looked at her helplessly. Just hear me out. After they've wiped out most of humanity, they plan to rebuild from the ashes using their technology and clones to create the kind of kingdom they want. To rule the planet alone, of course, they need to get rid of everyone who might stand in their way. And pulling that off isn't easy. They planned everything down to the last detail. Now, they're just waiting for the rest of the world to be infected by the T-virus. And it's not just Raccoon City. Outbreaks have already started in other parts of the world, too. They would only use the antidote to put an end to this so-called Great Flood cleansing operation when everyone outside had turned into mindless monsters. Once the T-virus antidote is released, every creature affected by the T-virus will die. That includes those humans who have already mutated into zombies. But before the antidote is deployed, judging by the current spread of the T-virus and Umbrella's deliberate release of the virus in major cities, how long do you think humanity can last? Jill exchanged a glance with the police chief, who had already gotten up from the ground. Their eyes were wide with shock and disbelief. This was just too damned outrageous to comprehend. Could the Umbrella Corporation really be so insane as to want to destroy human society, to wipe out the current world order? But Alice seemed to accept Wang Dafei's explanation. Honestly, as wild as this sounds, it's not much crazier than the plan to nuke Raccoon City. I believe those Umbrella bastards are capable of anything. There's no limit to what they'll do. A heavy silence fell over the room, and a tense, suffocating atmosphere settled in. I'm sure none of you want to spend the rest of your lives struggling in a world as dangerous and terrifying as this one. Wang Dafei continued, his voice pressing the urgency home. That's why we have to work together. We need to find the antidote and completely destroy their conspiracy. Only then can you save yourselves, and maybe, just maybe, save the world along the way. Wang Dafei seized the moment. Alice frowned, worry etched across her face. Is this antidote you're talking about even real? Do you know where it is? Wang Dafei shook his head and explained, from what I've learned, the antidote is in the hands of one of the council members inside the hive. They're all hiding in a secret quarantine level in the hive. That's why we need you to lead us back in. The destruction of the hive was just a smokescreen. As long as we could track them down, we can stop this disaster. His gaze was steady and earnest as he looked at Alice. Alice was silent for a moment, a flash of determination in her eyes. All right, I'll believe you for now. But if you try anything, I won't let you off easy. She still suspected that Wang Dafei might be lying to lure her back into the hive, but the fate of the entire world was at stake. She was willing to take the gamble. At that moment, Jill cut in fiercely. Then I'm coming too. And if you're lying, I'll make sure you regret it. There was no way she'd let herself be left out. Then let's get moving, Wang Dafei said, offering his hand to Alice. After a quick check of their equipment, the group readied themselves to leave. Alice and Jill fell in beside him, while the police chief planned to take the others to a safe house to hide. They had barely finished speaking. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion shattered the silence. The tightly closed doors of the church were rocked by a violent blast, flames shooting into the sky and thick smoke billowing outward. As the haze of gunpowder gradually dispersed, Wang Dafei stared wide-eyed in stunned disbelief at the block across from him. There, a terrifying figure had appeared, a towering silhouette clad in a specially designed, tightly fitted combat suit. It was the Umbrella Corporation's bioweapon, the Nemesis. At that moment, it had a single-use shoulder-mounted rocket launcher, still trailing smoke, the clear source of the recent explosion that had been fired in their direction. As she, cold and merciless, raised a massive, menacing Gatling gun in her other hand, the yawning muzzle pointed straight at the church. In an instant, the roar of gunfire erupted, relentless as a torrential downpour, with a ceaseless hail of bullets streaming toward the church in a mad, unyielding barrage. In the blink of an eye, the unfortunate black police chief and the female reporter had no chance to react, not even a moment to dodge. Before they could move, they were riddled by the merciless storm of bullets, blood spraying, their bodies collapsing to the ground like broken ragdolls, reduced to nothing but mangled, lifeless corpses. Damn it, Wang Dafei, in a desperate scramble, threw every ounce of his psychic power at deflecting the incoming barrage, all the while shouting anxiously, "Find cover now." Fortunately, Jill and Alice, who had been standing next to him, were shielded by his psychic barrier and escaped unscathed. At the sound of his warning, Alice, Jill, and the others sprang into action, urgently searching for something to hide behind to shield themselves from the hail of bullets. They ducked behind whatever cover they could find. Wang Dafei was furious at the sudden turn of events. Why was the nemesis unleashed so soon? Wasn't she supposed to appear only after Alice headed to the airport for a one-on-one showdown? What he didn't know was that his very presence had already set off the butterfly effect, subtly changing everything. Nemesis advanced step by step, weapons blazing, the firepower growing ever more ferocious. But ammunition was limited. In just these few moments, she had already burned through thousands of rounds. Nemesis was incapable of performing something as delicate as reloading. Instead, she simply tossed the spent, modified Gatling gun aside. Still dragging several crates behind her, she crouched down, opened another box, and pulled out a freshly modified Gatling gun. Wang Dafei seized the brief pause while she was swapping weapons to duck out of sight, quickly scanning the ruined, bullet-riddled surroundings. Mind racing, he weighed his options. There was only one choice: fight head-on. Gatling gun? Who doesn't have one these days? In the empty room, Wang Dafei suddenly pulled out the Iron Overlord from his storage soul guide and, with a leap, jumped inside, slipping into the pilot's seat. Moments later, with a deafening crash, the Iron Overlord burst through the wall. Raising his right hand, Wang Dafei spun up an even larger and more powerful Vulcan Gatling gun. Without hesitation, he aimed squarely at the nemesis and unleashed a relentless hail of bullets. Caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the massive mech, Nemesis stood frozen, unable to identify the hulking mass of metal before her. That moment of hesitation cost her the chance to dodge, and she merely gawked, rooted to the spot. Wang Dafei worked the Iron Overlord's Gatling gun, its barrels whirring to life, and then, in a thunderous barrage, bullets rained down on Nemesis like a torrential downpour. In just 3 or 4 seconds, Nemesis was reduced to nothing but a heap of mangled flesh. Witnessing Nemesis being annihilated in an instant, Wang Dafei sighed. Poor Mark turned into Nemesis. I hope he can rest in peace now, so he won't have to fight Alice anymore. Wang Dafei knew that the Nemesis he had just destroyed was Mark, the very same Mark who had fought alongside Alice in the Hive in the first Resident Evil movie. The news of Wang Dafei wiping out Nemesis spread instantly to the Umbrella Corporation. At the same time, all the data from Nemesis before her destruction synced over to the temporary evacuation base that Umbrella had set up to monitor the entire Raccoon City. Though it was called a temporary evacuation base, its true purpose was to evacuate Umbrella's key personnel and prevent Raccoon City's citizens from escaping. Long before this, when Wang Dafei's Iron Overlord crashed through the streets of Raccoon City, the acting supervisor had already instructed his men at the Hive Control Center to keep a close eye on him through the surveillance system. Now, watching the footage closely for the first time, Will's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of the gigantic Iron Overlord. Rampaging through the city, buildings crumbling, vehicles and zombies crushed beneath its feet, leaving a path of utter devastation. What on earth is going on? Will muttered to himself. How did an outsider manage to slip past all of Umbrella's security and tear through the city in such a monstrous machine? As he reeled from shock, something even more unexpected happened. Wang Dafei had actually used the Iron Overlord's weaponry to take down one of their own Nemesis units. Nemesis was one of their latest research triumphs, perfected through countless trials and improvements, the ultimate weapon, combining immense power and agility. It was regarded as their most formidable creation yet. However, now this Nemesis, once so fearsome, had been so easily eliminated by an unknown person. This filled Will with a sudden sense of panic. No, I have to report this to my superior immediately. Will made up his mind in an instant. He grabbed the phone on his desk and quickly dialed his boss's number. Meanwhile, in another corner of the Hive Control Center, a burly man with slicked back hair and dark sunglasses stood before a row of enormous surveillance screens that displayed scenes from all over the city. Each screen, without exception, showed outbreaks of zombie violence, with Raccoon City being just a small part of the chaos. This man was none other than Albert Weskier, a senior executive at Umbrella Corporation. Arms crossed and brow slightly furrowed, he casually asked the little girl standing by the chair, her figure composed of flickering holographic light. What's going on here? Indeed, this burly man was Albert Weskier, Dr. Isaac's most trusted lieutenant, one of Umbrella's top enhanced operatives. During the slumber of Dr. Isaac's and other high-ranking executives, it fell to him to oversee the company's daily operations. By his side, the projected little girl was, of course, the Hive's artificial intelligence system, the Red Queen. In response to Weskier's question, she blinked her large eyes and replied in a sweet, childlike voice. Director will send a request for assistance. He reports an unusual situation and a problem he can't resolve. It appears another mysterious organization is approaching the Alice test subject. He's hoping you can issue instructions and provide support. As she spoke, she projected the relevant footage onto the massive screen before Weskier. On the screen, Wang Dafei could be seen piloting the Iron Overlord, barreling through hordes of zombies like a powerful battering ram, charging back and forth as if nothing could stop him. The footage shifted. The second video switched to Nemesis's point of view. The Iron Overlord suddenly appeared in the church, and, after bursting out, engaged Nemesis in a fierce firefight. The Vulcan Gatling gun spun and spat fire, and in barely 2 seconds, Nemesis was blown apart. Weskier needed only a glance before he couldn't help but snatch off his sunglasses, shock clear on his face. A robot? Which company manufactured this? Red Queen, investigate immediately. The robot intrigued him immensely, but after a brief search, the Red Queen reported that she couldn't find any information about a related company. Weskier simply couldn't fathom how such a huge robot had appeared there without a trace. And for it to slip past Umbrella's defenses into Raccoon City, the power behind it must be formidable indeed. What's more, this robot's combat performance was astonishing. It had defeated Nemesis with ease. He had to find out which company had produced this machine. He hadn't caught even a whisper about a robot of this caliber before. So who on earth was behind it? If it wasn't made by outsiders, then could it be that another department within Umbrella had developed some new weapon? But how could he not have heard a thing about it? Given the size and influence of the Umbrella Corporation, it was unthinkable that a robot this advanced could appear in the world without him knowing. Yet he had never even heard of this robot, and the Red Queen had found no relevant information either. If it wasn't a secret Umbrella project, then where on earth had it come from? Umbrella's reach extended into every facet of society. Their power rivaled that of the United Nations, and their medical technology was second to none in the world. Could it be something the UN's P5 group developed in secret? But why bring it out now? This was the only explanation Weskier could come up with. But soon, he collected himself, a faint smile curling at his lips. Interesting. To think someone would send a robot to invade Raccoon City at a time like this. No matter which organization is behind this, pulling off something like this is impressive, but still not enough to challenge Umbrella. In his eyes, while this robot was formidable, it wasn't invincible. A few RPG rounds or a 20mm sniper rifle should be able to blow it apart. Was it really tougher than a tank? Of course, if it couldn't be taken down in one shot, then they'd just need to spend a little more time and effort studying its defenses. Just then, the Red Queen's voice rang out once more. No. From analyzing its gait, there are clear traces of human control. They are not robots. They are manned heavy combat suits. Weskier paused for a moment. Then the realization struck him. A robot in a combat suit. Those were two very different things. A robot was merely a tool that executed programmed instructions, while a combat suit granted its user immense power and protection. In terms of maneuverability, the combat suit was far superior. Activate the defense protocols. Alert the nearby special forces to mobilize. Send in the lickers for a test run, and assign a few Nemesis units as well. If possible, capture the pilot alive. If not, eliminate them. And if we can trace the origin of this heavy armor, even better. Weskier issued his orders to the Red Queen with cold precision, not missing a beat. So what if it was a combat suit? Ordinary zombies would be useless against such armor, of course, but could it withstand the bigger monsters? Or survive a few rocket blasts? Received. The Red Queen acknowledged swiftly and crisply, then proceeded to execute the order with meticulous precision. Deep within the hive, a series of cooling chambers suddenly received the command. With a sharp hiss and a low rumble, their heavy doors began to open, slow and deliberate. Inside a highly secretive biochemical laboratory, hidden in the hive, one imposing security gate after another unlocked and slid aside. From within, one terrifying creature after another burst forth, their forms monstrous beyond imagination. Under the control of the Red Queen's central processor, the sealed gates of the hive opened one after another, each unlocking in perfect sequence. Soon, these lickers marched out in disciplined formation, leaving the hive behind as they surged toward the surface. Guided and manipulated by the Red Queen, the Lickers charged relentlessly in the direction of Wang Dafei and his companions. Meanwhile, Wang Dafei had just piloted the Iron Patriot to defeat the Nemesis. Now, he was leading the survivors, Alice and the police officer Jill, on their way toward the hive. As they moved forward, Wang Dafei's Iron Patriot cleared the way ahead, while Alice and Jill followed closely behind. All the other survivors had long since perished. Damn Umbrella Corporation, what was that thing just now? Jill asked, her voice trembling with lingering fear and confusion. Wang Dafei replied gravely, that was the Nemesis, a bioweapon engineered by Umbrella. His expression was somber, his mind racing as he considered how to deal with whatever might come next. Although the Nemesis hadn't posed a real threat to him, he worried that Umbrella might resort to even more extreme tactics. Would they go so far as to launch a missile if they couldn't win? Jill frowned deeply. If Umbrella has a whole army of those things, we'll need weapons. Heavy weapons, otherwise we won't stand chance. She knew all too well that ordinary firearms were useless against such formidable enemies. Suddenly, a thought struck Jill. I know where we can get some. There's a gun store nearby. I remember passing it before. She recalled seeing the shop during a previous patrol. Without hesitation, Wang Dafei made a decision. Good. We'll head there. Jill, you lead the way. I'll clear a path. He was ready for battle, knowing that a fierce confrontation with Umbrella was inevitable. All at once, Wang Dafei sensed something amiss. Danger was closing in. He scanned the surroundings warily and spotted several strange creatures creeping closer. These beings hardly resembled humans anymore. They looked more like skinned frogs, with grotesque faces and razor-sharp claws. Low, guttural growls rumbled from their throats, sending chills down the spine. He recognized them at once. These were the mutated monsters created by Umbrella's experiments. Instantly, he warned Jill and Alice. Cautiously, the group pressed on, keeping their senses sharp and eyes peeled for any movement in the shadows. Careful, something seems to be approaching us, Wang Dafei warned. No sooner had he spoken than a horde of Lickers surged out from all directions, moving at lightning speed, their claws and fangs bared as they lunged at Wang Dafei and the others. Without hesitation, Wang Dafei piloted the Iron Overlord, raising the Vulcan Gatling and spinning it up to unleash a barrage of fire. The Gatling roared, spitting out streams of flame, but only managed to take down the fiercest of the charging creatures. The remaining Lickers were numerous and remarkably agile, rendering the Gatling's firepower ineffective for the moment. Fortunately, the Iron Overlord was equipped with an impressive, intelligent combat support system. As the Lickers leapt at him, Wang Dafei controlled the Iron Overlord to grab and crush them with a single squeeze, dispatching them one after another. For a time, the Lickers posed no real threat to the Iron Overlord at all. Frustrated, they turned their attention to Alice and Jill. Both women swiftly armed themselves, engaging the Lickers in a fierce and desperate fight. The Vulcan Gatling, glowing with blue fire, continued its wild onslaught, unleashing bullets like a torrential downpour. Yet the Lickers were incredibly nimble, weaving through the steel labyrinth of streets and alleys, dodging the deadly hail with ease. In the blink of an eye, one leapt onto the Iron Overlord, and soon, 4 or 5 more scrambled up trying to bring the machine down. The Lickers clawed furiously at the Iron Overlord, but even with their razor-sharp talons, they could only scratch shallow marks onto its tough armor. Previously, the Lickers had been too agile for the bullets to find their mark, but now, preoccupied with attacking the Iron Overlord, they failed to dodge at all. Wang Dafei seized the opportunity, using the Iron Overlord to grab the Lickers clinging to its body and slam them mercilessly to the ground, then stomping down with enough force to crush them into nothing but a bloody pulp. With his immediate threats neutralized, the Iron Overlord lifted its right arm, and the Vulcan Gatling bellowed once more. This time, its sights were set on the 2 Lickers confronting Jill and Alice. Entirely focused on their prey, the monsters never sensed the danger closing in. Suddenly, an earth-shattering volley tore through the air, and the immense firepower ripped the creatures apart, spraying blood and flesh in all directions until nothing remained but a fine mist. At that moment, 2 helicopters appeared overhead, slowly lowering a massive crate between them. Wang Dafei frowned, instantly wary. He knew all too well the sinister methods of the Umbrella Corporation. Whatever was inside that crate, it couldn't be anything good. The company's logo was boldly emblazoned across the container, leaving no room for doubt. Wang Dafei didn't care about the details. Whatever it was, it couldn't be anything good. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his left hand, and a rocket shot out with a piercing roar. The rocket struck the massive crate with pinpoint accuracy, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. The container was instantly blown to pieces, wreckage scattering in every direction. At the same time, Two helicopters were caught in the blast, flames engulfed their fuselages, and both crashed in a fiery wreck. Over on the bridge, Director Will, in the midst of evacuating, witnessed the scene and exploded with rage. Fuck. How did this happen? Can someone tell me why this thing was loaded with rockets? How many of the bioweapons are still alive? His voice was thick with anger and despair. That huge crate just now had contained the latest modified Nemesis. An Umbrella Nemesis operator quickly responded. One Nemesis survived the explosion. Though his voice trembled, he tried to remain calm, especially after witnessing the Iron Patriot's overwhelming firepower. This freshly landed Nemesis hadn't even been outfitted with weapons yet. Back on Wang Dafei's end, he saw a Nemesis tyrant emerging from the wreckage of the exploded container, making its way toward the fallen debris. He cursed under his breath. He knew he couldn't let this monster escape or do anything dangerous. Without hesitation, he fired up the Iron Patriot and charged straight at the Nemesis. Despite its massive size, the Iron Patriot moved with surprising agility. Under Wang Dafei's skilled control, it barreled toward the Nemesis in a flash. The Nemesis tyrant was not about to back down. It swung its enormous fist at the Iron Patriot. But Wang Dafei nearly burst out laughing at the sight. Seriously? Who gave you this kind of courage? He maneuvered the Iron Patriot to meet the Nemesis's attack head-on. With overwhelming force, the Iron Patriot's punch collided, shattering the Nemesis's arm and tearing its flesh apart. 80! 80! Wang Dafei shouted, unleashing two more punches in quick succession, each blow landing with devastating impact. His fist struck the Nemesis tyrant's head with surgical precision, smashing it to pieces in a gruesome spray. With a second punch, the upper half of the Nemesis tyrant was obliterated, its body falling lifeless to the ground in a mess of blood and flesh. Wang Dafei looked at the mangled remains before him and breathed a long sigh of relief. He had once again taken down the last Nemesis tyrant. Jill and Alice quickly caught up to him. Umbrellas onto us. We need to move now. Wang Dafei nodded, fully aware that danger was still imminent. They had to act fast, help Jill and Alice arm themselves, and then storm the hive. He continued piloting the Iron Patriot, following Jill toward the safety of the nearest gun shop. Inside the Raccoon City Bridge Command Center, the Umbrella Corporation's Nemesis operator watched the unfolding scene through the surveillance feed and sighed helplessly. Now we've lost control, she muttered. Realizing things were spiraling beyond containment, Umbrella's temporary supervisor, Will, hurriedly sent another urgent request for backup to Westgear. Wang Dafei, piloting the Iron Patriot, sped after Jill, racing through the night until they finally reached the gun shop. But the sight that greeted them was a shock. The windows were shattered, and the display counters were in utter chaos. Looks like someone beat us to it, Jill said as she stepped carefully through the shards of glass into the store, shaking her head in resignation. Her gaze swept over the near-empty shelves, and she let out a weary sigh. Luckily, there's still something left, she added, moving to the counter. With agile ease, Jill vaulted over it and began gathering weapons and ammunition from the scattered debris on the floor, stuffing them into a gun bag. Unfortunately, most of what remained were just handguns and submachine guns, nothing with real stopping power. Meanwhile, Alice's eyes never left the Iron Patriot, her mind brimming with questions. At last, she couldn't contain her curiosity. How on earth did you make that thing appear out of nowhere? Wang Dafei chuckled and explained, it's a kind of spatial storage technology. Sadly, I've only got one set of this equipment. He jumped down from the Iron Patriot just as Jill and Alice finished selecting their own weapons. Wang Dafei gathered up the handful of spare submachine guns and pistols along with all the leftover ammo Jill and Alice couldn't carry, and tossed them all into his storage cell device, packing in bullets as if they were nothing more than loose coins. We need to get out of here. Umbrella's reinforcements could arrive at any moment, Wang Dafei said, his expression turning serious. Jill nodded in agreement, slinging two submachine guns across her back and gripping another submachine gun and a pistol in her hands. Alice armed herself with a shotgun, ready for close-quarters combat. With fierce determination, Jill declared, "Let's go. It's time to take the fight to those Umbrella bastards." The two women strode out of the weapon shop, with Wang Dafei following close behind in his Iron Patriot. The street was thick with smoke and silence, as if the entire city had fallen into a restless slumber. They moved cautiously down the deserted road, alert to any movement in the shadows. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling sound echoed from afar, snapping them to attention. "It's Umbrella's helicopters," Jill shouted in alarm. Wang Dafei looked up and spotted several black attack helicopters bearing down on their position. "Well, looks like they never learn," he muttered. "Take cover," he called out, leading the others as they ducked into the nearest building. The helicopters circled overhead, relentlessly scanning for their targets. Once they spotted the Iron Patriot, the chopper's guns blazed to life, unleashing a hail of bullets straight at the armored machine. The Ironmonger was being relentlessly bombarded by several heavily armed helicopters from the Umbrella Corporation, their weapons roaring with a barrage of gunfire. At first, Wang Dafei felt a twinge of fear, convinced that this might be the end for him. But then he raised the Gatling gun and fired back, engaging in a fierce exchange with the helicopters. Surprisingly, after enduring a sustained onslaught from the helicopter's cannons, Wang Dafei realized that whatever black technology Obadiah had used to craft the Ironmonger, it had made the armor incredibly resilient. Even the heavy machine guns mounted on the helicopters failed to inflict any serious damage. On reflection, this made sense. It was, after all, a suit of armor capable of withstanding several missiles launched by Tony Stark himself. Wang Dafei noticed that although the Umbrella helicopter's attacks weren't causing catastrophic damage, the suit's external integrity had already dropped by 20%. Seeing that the two women had pressed themselves tightly against the cover of a nearby wall and were now out of harm's way, he managed to evade the worst of the attack as well. He knew he couldn't let them keep firing. Not if he wanted to survive. If he let this go on, he really might end up finished. It was time to strike back. Piloting the Ironmonger, he dashed forward to put some distance between himself and Jill and Alice, then confidently raised his right arm. Using the Ironmonger's targeting system, he instantly locked onto the pilots and the three helicopters hovering overhead. With a sharp, metallic whir, the Gatling gun on his arm began to spin, spitting out blue flames. In the next instant, a torrent of bullets rained skyward, thundering through the air. In the blink of an eye, the windshields of all three helicopters shattered to pieces. Inside, the pilots were struck, their screams piercing the chaos as they were torn apart in a grisly spectacle. The remaining helicopters, witnessing the carnage, immediately scattered and launched rockets at the Ironmonger. The incoming rockets streaked toward Wang Dafei, trailing bright tails of fire. But just then, something no one expected. Wang Dafei swiftly activated the Ironmonger's flight mode. Devices resembling rocket thrusters emerged from his legs and back. Roaring jets of flame erupted, propelling the Ironmonger skyward like a titan taking flight. He deftly dodged the Umbrella helicopter's rocket barrage and, once clear, launched a counterattack with a rocket of his own from the suit's left arm. The rocket shot through the air, heading straight for the enemy helicopters. In that instant, the sky erupted with fire and thunder, explosions booming so loudly it felt as if the whole world was about to be torn apart. When only one helicopter remained, Wang Dafei demonstrated his extraordinary piloting skills, though in truth, most of the work was handled by the suit's built-in combat systems. He soared through the sky in the Ironmonger, moving with the power and grace of a god of war. In the end, to save some ammunition, he opted for a more extreme approach, charging straight in. With a deafening crash, the helicopter's tail rotor was smashed askew, sending the craft spinning out of control until it slammed into the building above, erupting in a fiery explosion. After Iron Overlord had taken down all the helicopters and descended back to the ground, more combat choppers came crashing down one after another, each detonating in a fresh burst of flame. Witnessing this display, Wang Dafei felt an even deeper appreciation for Iron Overlord's formidable capabilities. He was overjoyed. He hadn't had such a one-sided victory in ages. But while some were delighted, others were utterly shaken. Over on the Raccoon City evacuation bridge, Supervisor Will stared at the unfolding chaos and lost his composure altogether. Fuck. Damn. Why is that thing still flying? It's bulky as a tank. How can it fly? Who in their right mind designed this? Even if it can get airborne, how long could the fuel possibly last? Is this even reasonable? What a ridiculous design, he shouted in fury, sweeping everything off his desk in a fit of rage. Just as Supervisor Will was about to send all his remaining armed forces into a do-or-die showdown with Wang Dafei, a group of men in sunglasses appeared out of nowhere and apprehended him on the spot. Worse yet, they delivered a piece of news that left him in utter despair. Because he had failed not just once but twice, catastrophically both times, and had only brought continuous losses to Umbrella, whether they needed a scapegoat or not. Weskier simply couldn't tolerate this level of incompetence any longer. Too much equipment and too many men had been lost. Such ineptitude had no place in the supervisor's chair. So, Weskier personally sent him a voice message, ever so considerate, to remind him, "You're fired." Upon hearing this, Supervisor Will seemed to lose his soul. His eyes went blank, all hope and ambition draining from his face in an instant. A few Umbrella agents strode up coldly and dragged him away without mercy. Only then did Will snap out of his daze and shout, "No, I made sacrifices for Umbrella. I've shed blood for Umbrella. You can't do this to me." But no one paid him the slightest attention. Everyone carried on calmly with their own business, and his position was swiftly filled by someone else. After blowing away all those combat helicopters, Wang Dafei's system reported that his ammo was running low. The Vulcan Gatling, spitting blue flames, had just over 100 rounds left. For a gun, with such a blistering rate of fire, that wouldn't last even 10 seconds. Not nearly enough to feel the rush. He had 2 rockets remaining, and a single anti-tank missile left on his shoulder launcher. Surveying his dwindling ammunition, Wang Dafei began to plan his next move. He was keen to find a safe place to resupply, but it was painfully clear that finding special ammo for Iron Overlord around here would be next to impossible. At the same time, he was well aware that the Umbrella Corporation would never let this go. They would send even more forces after him. He needed to deal with Umbrella as soon as possible. Otherwise, they'd wear him down for sure. Wang Dafei shouted to Alice, "Go! Get on! While they haven't had time to react and set up a defense, let's storm the hive." With that, he maneuvered the Iron Overlord, scooping Alice and Jill up onto his shoulders. Damn it, wasn't this way faster? Why'd he wasted time just walking along with him earlier? Piloting the Iron Overlord, Wang Dafei charged ahead with Alice and Jill. Guided by Alice, they quickly reached the entrance to the hive. Gazing at the security door before them, Wang Dafei had the Iron Overlord punch the surveillance camera clean off its mount. He then asked Alice to make sure all the nearby cameras were destroyed. Once she confirmed, Wang Dafei jumped out of the mech. To the astonishment of both women, he casually stored the Iron Overlord away in his sole device. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his psionically enhanced dark gold terror claw and drove it straight into the security door. With a shriek of tearing metal, the door split open as easily as a ripe melon, leaving a gaping hole. By now, Alice and Jill had seen more than their share of Wang Dafei's unconventional methods. They barely batted an eye. After all, as long as they stood together against Umbrella, they were allies. Having finished, Wang Dafei and the others slipped through the gap and into the hive's interior. But as soon as they breached the hive's security door, a piercing alarm erupted in the control center. Inside, Weskier, slicked back hair and dark sunglasses, immediately frowned and turned to the Red Queen. "What's happening?" The Red Queen's calm voice came at once. "There's an intruder." At the same time, she projected the corresponding security footage onto the large screen in front of Weskier. Weskier looked at the feed showing the hive's main entrance, the corners of his mouth lifting in a faint, dismissive smile. "Oh, the heavy mech didn't come in with them. Where did it go? And Alice actually came knocking herself? How interesting." In Weskier's eyes, the only real threat among Alice's group was that formidable armored mech. Any other kind of intrusion he considered beneath his concern. Since they'd come to him, he certainly wouldn't show any mercy. After all, the hive was crawling with all manner of bioengineered monsters and zombies. Creatures more than capable of crushing any small squad that dared enter. Now, even the person who piloted the heavy mech hadn't shown up. What could these few people possibly do? Wang Dafei? If one of them turned out to be the pilot, that would actually be ideal. It would mean the battle armor was currently unmanned and might be nearby. But was that even possible? He simply assumed that this was just another resistance member who had joined up along the way. Weskier sat in his chair, his face expressionless. His hands rested on the armrests, his fingers tapping lightly on the surface. In a cold, unfeeling tone, he ordered, "Red Queen, seal the hive, activate all defense measures, release all the lickers, and deploy the drones. Sweep the vicinity and find that hidden heavy armor immediately." As Weskier's commands rang out, the Red Queen responded without delay, "Understood." She executed his orders swiftly, launching the hive's defense systems without hesitation and initiating the release of every licker contained within the facility. Moments later, deep within a concealed bioresearch lab inside the hive, a low, ominous rumble echoed through the halls. Massive iron gates slid open one after another, each scraping with a jarring, metallic screech. One by one, grotesque creatures burst forth, lickers, their skinless bodies exuding a nauseating stench, pouring out in a horrifying wave. Under the Red Queen's deliberate control, the sealed sections of the hive opened up in succession, each new gateway thudding open with a heavy, reverberating sound. With every gate unleashed, another licker emerged from the darkness, hideous and ravenous, drool dripping from their mouths, their eyes burning with a hungry, predatory light as they charged madly toward Wang Dafei and his group. Their pounding footsteps echoed loudly through the otherwise silent hive, each thud more menacing than the last. Wang Dafei, Jill, and Alice gripped their weapons tightly at the sound, their eyes fixed ahead in fierce vigilance. They moved forward with extreme caution, prepared for any threat that might suddenly arise. They couldn't be sure what exactly had caused the earlier commotion, but as Wang Dafei and Alice retraced the escape route the group had used before, the way was surprisingly clear. Perhaps because they had already cleared out the zombies on a previous run, hardly any undead blocked their path this time. The lickers were still deep within the hive and wouldn't catch up for a while. The ordinary zombies scattered along the way posed no real threat to them. Moving quickly, the three of them soon reached the train platform leading to the hive's core. The platform was deserted, illuminated only by a few dim lights casting shadows across the space. Panting for breath, the trio scanned their surroundings warily. The journey here had offered little resistance, almost too little. Could breaking in really be this easy? They knew this was the critical point, the gateway to the hive's very heart, and at the same time, the most perilous place of all. If getting here had been so simple, then the real challenge, the true trial, surely awaited them within. After Wang Dafei, Jill, and Alice arrived at the train platform, they quickly boarded the train. Since Alice had prior experience with this, starting up the train was no trouble for her. With her deft handling, the train was soon set in motion and smoothly arrived at their destination. As they reached their stop, the train gradually came to a halt. At the same time, a sharp hissing sounded from beside the station as the airlock's safety doors slowly slid open. Suddenly, a series of terrifying monster roars echoed from ahead, chilling them to the bone. The guttural cries grew louder, and soon, a horde of zombies surged out from the front, so many that it was a full-blown wave of the undead. Faced with these unwelcome guests, the three wasted no time and immediately grabbed their weapons, ready for battle. Jill and Alice each wielded a submachine gun, calm and composed as they confronted the oncoming zombies. There was nowhere to run, and panic would do them no good. With steady nerves, they faced the chaos, their shots precise, each bullet finding its mark in a zombie skull, each shot punctuated by the sharp crack of a well-placed hit. Wang Dafei was both amazed and impressed by the women's formidable marksmanship. Meanwhile, Wang Dafei's eyes sparkled with excitement. These zombies were the perfect targets to showcase his own shooting skills. He gripped a pistol in each hand, the cold, dark barrels gleaming like the fangs of a beast ready to pounce. With every crisp gunshot, bullets rained down like a storm, whistling toward the snarling, clawing zombies. In an instant, muzzle flashes lit up the scene, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder. The whole place transformed into the set of a high-octane shootout. In that moment, Wang Dafei felt an unstoppable power coursing through him. He became the image of a gunslinger on the battlefield, dashing, fearless, and impossibly cool. Every pull of the trigger brought a rush of exhilaration and a deep sense of accomplishment. Yet, this wild barrage came at a steep cost. Bullets were being wasted at an alarming rate. The rounds in his magazines dwindled rapidly, but precious few actually struck the vital spots on their undead foes. At this critical juncture, Jill finally lost her patience. Her eyes widened in fury as she turned on Wang Dafei, shouting at the top of her lungs, "What on earth is that ridiculous shooting style of yours? Have you ever even used a gun before? You're just firing wildly. Can you please stop wasting bullets like that? We don't have that much ammo to throw away." Without another word, Jill tossed her submachine gun to the ground, strode over in a flash, and reached out to snatch the pistols right out of Wang Dafei's hands. Seeing this, Wang Dafei was startled. "I've never used one." "Hey, stop grabbing," he exclaimed, trying to dodge out of the way. But he was still a step too slow. With a sharp whoosh, Jill had already managed to snatch one of the pistols from his grasp. Both Jill and Alice were crack shots, with skills honed to near perfection. They could dispatch each zombie that dared show its head with astonishing speed and deadly accuracy, each shot finding its mark without fail. Yet, no matter how formidable they were, bullets were a finite resource. When their ammunition finally ran out, they had no choice but to halt and hurriedly reload. In stark contrast to the two warrior women, Wang Dafei seemed caught in a frenzy on the battlefield. Even though Jill had taken one of his guns, he still had more stashed away in his storage soul device. Gunfire erupted wildly from his weapon, echoing through the chaos. He fired with reckless abandon, not bothering to aim or strategize, simply unleashing a barrage of bullets in every direction. As one might expect, this haphazard shooting yielded pitiful results. He managed only to finish off a handful of the weaker zombies, barely making a dent in the horde. After the three of them continued their relentless assault, the once overwhelming tide of zombies was finally beaten back, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Suddenly, a series of thunderous crashes shattered the moment, as if something massive and heavy was slamming into the ground over and over. The trio looked over in alarm, only to see 4 or 5 grotesque, twisted lickers drop from the wall like phantoms. Their razor-sharp claws pierced deep into the earth as they landed, and they crawled forward in a disturbing, unnatural posture, coming to a halt right in front of Wang Dafei and the others. Staring at these monstrous newcomers, Wang Dafei couldn't help but feel a flicker of doubt. By all rights, lickers were notorious for their ability to ambush their prey in silence. So why had they chosen to reveal themselves so brazenly this time? Was Weskier toying with them on purpose? Wang Dafei knew something of Weskier's methods. In Weskier's eyes, he was always in complete control, standing high above the rest, while everyone else was nothing more than pawns to be moved at his whim. Perhaps it was precisely this deep-seated arrogance that made Weskier disdainful of sneak attacks. Instead, he wanted to confront Wang Dafei and the others head-on, making a spectacle of his own power and invincibility. It was nothing short of playing with fire. Whether things were truly as Wang Dafei suspected remained uncertain. The lickers before them stretched out their long, whip-like tongues, raw, blood-red muscles exposed to the open air. Their hulking, explosive forms radiated a terrifying strength that could be felt even from a distance. Their grotesque, terrifying appearance was enough to make anyone feel nauseated, no matter how many times they saw it. It was a shock to the spirit in its purest form. Alice fixed her gaze on Wang Dafei and spoke. "There are 5 monsters here in total, the number's just right. How about this? We each take care of 2. And leave the last one for our little policewoman to handle. What do you think? With your abilities, dealing with 2 shouldn't be a problem, right?" The reason she could so naturally divide the task this way was that, during her earlier encounters with Wang Dafei, she had sensed a special aura from him, one so threatening that even she could feel it. Hearing Alice's proposal, Wang Dafei thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. He pondered to himself. Though these monsters looked fierce, he was no ordinary person anymore. As long as he stayed cautious and kept his composure, he should have no trouble taking down, or at least holding off, 2 of them. "Honestly, it sounds like you're underestimating me a little," Jill replied with feigned nonchalance, though her feet were already moving her swiftly to the side. She strode quickly toward the nearest licker, the one that looked the most dull and sluggish, and without hesitation, raised her weapon and squeezed the trigger. A crisp gunshot rang out, and the bullet shot straight toward the licker, instantly capturing its attention. At the same time, Wang Dafei and Alice sprang into action. Each of them gripped a shotgun, advancing side by side toward the 4 snarling monsters ahead. Just then, the other 2 lickers, which had been lurking quietly nearby, suddenly burst into thunderous, guttural roars, clearly enraged by Jill's attack. In the next instant, they leaped with astonishing speed. One soared high through the air, almost flying as it lunged straight for Jill in the distance. The other shot forward like a cannonball, charging directly at Wang Dafei and Alice. Yet even in the face of this sudden assault, Wang Dafei and Alice remained remarkably composed. Almost simultaneously, the 2 of them fired. 2 thunderous blasts echoed as a hailstorm of buckshot tore through the air toward the pair of lickers leaping at them. In a split second, blood sprayed everywhere. The 2 lickers were hit mid-leap and crashed heavily to the ground, wounded. Strangely enough, it was as if, once these lickers formed a small pack, they became sluggish and confused, choosing to launch an aerial attack from such a distance, completely exposed, with not a hint of cover. Could it be that these creatures are acting dumber in front of the protagonist? When they ambushed Jill and the others before, they certainly weren't this stupid. This made Wang Dafei feel even more uneasy. These things were definitely plotting something. But just then, the other 2 lickers seized the opportunity and lunged at them, moving with astonishing speed, almost too fast to see. A surge of dread rose in Wang Dafei's heart. He realized with sharp clarity that this time, there was no way he could dodge in time. With the situation turning dire, he had no other choice. He clenched his teeth, drawing upon every ounce of strength in his body, and risked everything to unleash his psychic power, desperately trying to disrupt the trajectory of the licker hurtling toward him. At that critical moment, a cunning licker darted past his side like a flash of lightning. Time seemed to slow. Wang Dafei shot his hand up and without hesitation pulled the trigger. Unfortunately, the shot didn't hit its mark as he had hoped. Instead of striking a vital spot, the bullet only found the licker's leg. Seeing this, Wang Dafei couldn't help but mentally kick himself. "Looks like mine still needs some work. I'll have to practice more in the future," he thought wryly. The licker, hit in the leg, let out a guttural, pain-filled howl, and its speed faltered just a little. But even so, it remained ferocious, still charging at Wang Dafei with terrifying intent, its monstrous appearance enough to send chills down anyone's spine. His previous attempt at telekinetic control hadn't gone well, but now, as Wang Dafei focused again, he finally managed to pin the licker firmly to the ground. Yet, using psychic power to restrain such a violent creature was exhausting. Wang Dafei could feel his strength ebbing, a wave of fatigue threatening to overtake him. Still, he knew he couldn't afford even a moment's lapse, or the consequences would be disastrous. So, after finally subduing the liquor, Wang Dafei took a deep breath. Both hands gripping his pistols tightly, he aimed at the creature's head and unleashed a barrage of bullets. The gunshots thundered through the room, deafeningly loud. Bullets pelted down like a torrential rain, ripping the liquor's head to shreds until it looked like a ruined, tattered lotus seed pod. With the final bullet tearing through its skull, the liquor finally collapsed to the floor with a heavy thud, utterly motionless. At the same time, Wang Dafei looked over to see how Alice and the others were faring. The liquor in front of Alice was now just inches away. Watching Wang Dafei dispatch a liquor so easily with the aid of psychic powers, Alice seemed to feel something awakening within her. Just then, a liquor from the ceiling lunged straight at her face. Suddenly, Alice's pupils dilated, and a surge of overwhelming psychic energy erupted from within her. With a powerful burst, an invisible force slammed into the liquor, halting its airborne attack mid-pounce. In an instant, the creature was hurled backward, its head crashing against the wall with a sickening impact, dead beyond all doubt. Another liquor lunged forward, only to be blasted back just as swiftly. Seizing the opportunity, Alice dashed after it, pivoted, and delivered a side kick that sent the creature sprawling across the floor. Without hesitation, she drew her shotgun from behind her back, pressing the barrel close to the liquor's head and pulling the trigger. A thunderous blast echoed through the room. Blood and brain matter exploded in all directions, the monster's head bursting like an overripe melon. Her movements were ferocious and precise, a stark contrast to Wang Dafei's relatively feeble psychic abilities. Alice, meanwhile, showed only a faint bead of sweat on her brow. Wang Dafei couldn't help but notice. Alice had awakened her own telekinetic power, and, compared to his, hers was on a completely different level. It was just as they say, comparisons can be maddening. Meanwhile, Jill was handling her task of drawing the enemy's attention with ease. The lone liquor she'd lured was now charging at her with fierce determination. Unlike those lurking in the shadows of the church, this time the room was bathed in light. Jill moved nimbly, rolling out harm's way and using the environment to her advantage. She dodged every attack and fired several well-aimed shots, each one striking the liquor's weak points with precision. The monster thrashed for a moment, then collapsed to the ground with a heavy, final thud. The last two wounded liquors didn't fare any better. Under Alice's telekinetic control, she and Wang Dafei worked together seamlessly to finish them off. As the final liquor fell, silence settled over the space, broken only by the trio's labored breathing. The danger had finally passed. They exchanged glances, each seeing relief and satisfaction reflected in the other's eyes. Phew, it's finally over. Jill exhaled deeply. Yeah, these things really are tough, Alice said, wiping sweat from her forehead. Wang Dafei stared at Alice in amazement. You've awakened your psychic power, haven't you? Still catching her breath, Alice nodded. I did. I felt something when I was near you, though I'm not sure how it happened. Suddenly, I just had this power, and honestly, it feels even stronger than yours. Wang Dafei could see she was genuinely pleased with her newfound ability. His own interest was piqued as well. After all, Alice was the protagonist, and she seemed to wield her power with ease, unlike him, who always felt drained. That's fantastic. Your abilities have awakened. Our combat strength just went up a notch, Jill chimed in, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. Then he added, but let's not talk about that for now. We should check if there's any other danger around here. After all, this is Umbrella territory. The three of them began to scan their surroundings. Strangely enough, there didn't seem to be any obvious threats nearby. Once they were sure the area was safe, they all breathed a sigh of relief. This time, we really owe it to you two for working together so well. Having superpowers must be great. I wish I had some too, Jill said, giving Wang Dafei and Alice a big thumbs up. Don't forget, you're amazing too. Without you distracting the enemy, things would have been much tougher for us, Alice replied with a warm smile. Wang Dafei watched as the two continued to praise each other. He nodded and added, we all did great, but this isn't a place to linger. Let's get out of here quickly. With that, he turned and got ready to leave. But just then, Wang Dafei stopped in his tracks. He glanced back at the corpses scattered on the ground, his face showing a touch of sorrow. He spoke softly to the two women beside him. If we don't put an end to the Umbrella Corporation, scenes like this will become the norm. The apocalypse will only grow more merciless. Alice and Jill couldn't help but halt as well. Looking at the bodies strewn everywhere, they were filled with dread and worry about what the future might hold. They understood, all too clearly, that if they failed to destroy Umbrella soon, such horrors would only become more common. If Wang Dafei was right, humanity's chances for survival would become even slimmer. After a brief, heavy silence, the three of them gathered themselves, checked their weapons, and reloaded their ammo right there. They knew the road ahead would be just as perilous, but they had to face it with courage. Once ready, they exchanged determined glances. Together, they stepped forward, heading deeper into the unknown heart of the hive. Meanwhile, deep beneath the hive and umbrella surveillance room, Weskier was glaring at the monitors, his expression as dark as a storm. All the liquor stored in Raccoon City had already been used up by Will and himself. And to make matters worse, he couldn't help but curse how utterly useless those liquors had turned out to be. As high-end bioweapons for Umbrella, they should have performed far better. He glanced at the Red Queen's projection, but said nothing aloud. Still, he kept careful record of everything the Red Queen had done this time. In his mind, the liquor's incompetence was entirely the Red Queen's fault, a mistake in her operations. What truly surprised him, though, was Alice's awakening of psychic powers. He hadn't seen that coming at all. As the perfect T-Virus host, Alice's already formidable abilities had now evolved into something even more extraordinary. This forced Weskier to admit he had underestimated her, but at least, he mused, it was an unexpected discovery. But how could they possibly capture Alice alive? Now that she possessed superhuman abilities, catching her was no easy feat. The thought alone made Weskier's face grow even darker, as if a storm cloud had settled on his brow. Wang Dafei and his group hurried through the hive, moving with urgency. Strangely, no further obstacles appeared along their path. Only a few stray, sluggish zombies crossed their way, easily dispatched. Many of the security doors weren't even closed, as if someone had deliberately left a clear route for them. It wasn't long before they reached a place that forced them to stop, a crucial passage leading straight to the hive's central core, infamously known as the Laser Corridor. Having watched several of the movies, Wang Dafei knew all too well that this so-called Laser Corridor was notoriously difficult, a true hell-level challenge in a world of Resident Evil. Almost no one ever made it through alive. Under normal circumstances, unless you were enhanced like Alice, there was no way to escape the deadly sweep of those laser beams. And this was just the standard program, nothing special. Alice, having survived it herself, knew exactly how terrifying and insidious the Laser Corridor could be. Her brows knit together, and she spoke in a grave tone. The control room for the Laser Corridor is just on the other side. That means we have to cross through to reach it and shut this damn thing down. She drew a deep breath, her eyes steady and resolved. You all wait here. I'll go alone and switch it off on the other side. I'm the only one who can make it. But Wang Dafei knew the truth. Crossing the corridor wasn't the only way to disable it. In fact, the Red Queen could control it remotely. What's more, the corridor was even deadlier than most people realized. If someone chose to, they could manipulate it so the lasers didn't just sweep in straight lines, but formed a tight, lethal grid, dicing anyone inside into tiny fragments. With that in mind, he knew he couldn't let Alice take the risk. Without hesitation, Wang Dafei stepped forward, blocking Alice as she prepared to rush in. Alice looked at him, confused. I know you're fast, but not as fast as I am. No one has a better chance than me. Wang Dafei shook his head, his expression serious. You think just because you made it through before, you can do it again? You're mistaken. This time, the hive's master may not want us getting in. If you charge in recklessly, you'll only end up as minced meat. Alice stared at Wang Dafei, unblinking. Then what's your better idea? A confident grin crept across Wang Dafei's lips. Hey, watch me. With that, he stepped aside, not bothering to hide from the surveillance cameras anymore, and pulled the Iron Overlord out from his soul guide device. That single action triggered an explosive alarm from the Red Queen. Beep, 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 beep. As Iron Monger appeared, the blaring alarm sounded again in the hive's control center, shrill and urgent. Weskier had been watching Wang Dafei and his companions closely on the monitor, focusing especially on Alice. But now his gaze was locked on Wang Dafei, his eyes filled with disbelief. He couldn't fathom how that giant suit of armor had materialized out of nowhere. The piercing alarms echoed endlessly through the hive's control center, while the Red Queen's voice reverberated. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. A large-scale lethal weapon has been detected. Beep. Driven to distraction by the Red Queen's incessant warnings, Weskier finally snapped. Are you malfunctioning or something? I can see perfectly well what's happening. Just shut off that damn alarm. I'm watching, I see everything. Meanwhile, Wang Dafei piloted the Iron Monger forward, each heavy, resolute step bringing him closer to the mysterious laser corridor. Every stride radiated determination and fearlessness, as if he intended to shatter any obstacle that dared block his way. What are you doing? That thing's way too big to fit through, Alice exclaimed, her voice brimming with confusion and disbelief. Wang Dafei answered her firmly. If the laser corridor is impassable and there's no other path, then we'll carve out a new road ourselves. The future is in my own hands. Iron destruction. With his declaration, the ironmonger slowly raised both arms. Its gaze fixed on the wall at the end of the laser corridor. The thick concrete looked pitifully fragile before the armored behemoth. Even if it were solid all the way through, he was determined to break it open. What's he doing? He's not actually going to demolish that wall, is he? Alice murmured, watching Wang Dafei with shock as a wave of unspeakable awe washed over her. In the very next moment, Wang Dafei, without the slightest hesitation, commanded the ironmonger to swing its iron fist hard against the wall. A deep, thunderous roar shook the air as the armored giant's punch crashed into the concrete, striking with all the force of a lightning storm. 80. This single blow was packed with immense power. Though the wall was thick, it wasn't solid all the way through. In an instant, the punch blasted a deep hole into it. Alice's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before her. The wall she'd thought was indestructible had been shattered with ease. She'd assumed it was solid concrete, but now the inner workings of the laser corridor, its machinery and wiring, were exposed. Only then did she realize the laser emitters had always been concealed within the concrete on both sides. No ordinary person would ever imagine such a secret passage existed, nor would anyone have the means to open it. After all, who would ever think to use high explosives underground? Wang Dafei didn't stop. He continued to maneuver the iron overlord, letting out roar after roar. 80, 80. Each punch landed on the concrete wall like a sledgehammer, striking with tremendous force. Under his blows, the wall began to crumble and crack, filling the air with dust and the sound of destruction reverberating throughout the space. The two women, swept up in Wang Dafei's excitement, also began to chant 80, 80. They had no idea what it meant, but at that moment, who cared? In no time, a massive opening had been smashed through the wall. Through this hole, the facilities and wiring inside the laser corridor became clearly visible. Wang Dafei had successfully carved out a new path, allowing them to bypass the lasers and move forward. Yes, Wang Dafei shouted with exhilaration. Now, there's a way through, damn right. Let's go. Without hesitation, he strode ahead, shoving and swatting aside any tangled machinery in his path. In an instant, the corridor's usual glow faded, the lasers fizzling out as he bulldozed forward. Alice and Jill exchanged helpless, amused smiles at his antics. Wang Dafei turned back to them, grinning with pride. See that? That's what it means to be a real man. When there's no road for you, you make one yourself. Leading the way, Wang Dafei entered the corridor, with Alice and Jill following close behind. They picked their way carefully through the wreckage of broken machines, wary of stray currents or sparks, and pressed on toward the heart of the hive. Behind a screen, Weskier watched the scene unfold and, unable to contain himself, ripped off his sunglasses, revealing a look of utter dismay. Son of a, did they really just smash open a completely new path? And that bastard, he's actually got spatial technology on hand? That means the power behind him has already cracked spatial tech. Weskier was left stunned and bewildered, his mind reeling. He simply couldn't process what he was seeing. At first, the appearance of a heavy combat mech with an unknown origin was shocking, but still within the realm of possibility. Umbrella could probably pull off something similar with enough effort. But this, producing a heavy mech seemingly out of thin air, had they really snuck it in somehow, or just hidden all along? Where he once felt in control, Weskier now realized the situation had completely slipped from his grasp. Alice and her companions were no longer playing by his rules. The magnitude of this unexpected twist filled him with dread for what might come next. Weskier recognized that things were spiraling out of control. His own failure to contain the situation was to blame. Gritting his teeth, Weskier made a swift decision and barked an order at the Red Queen. Wake him up. But whether the Red Queen was truly clueless or just pretending, she asked in confusion. May I ask, who do you need to awaken? Weskier had finally realized something was off. The Red Queen was acting strangely today. His usually reliable assistant seemed determined to make things difficult for him. Furious, he snapped at her. Awaken Dr. Isaacs, who's in deep sleep. But my programming only allows me to do so in the most urgent circumstances, the Red Queen replied meekly, her voice barely above a whisper. Wake him now. This is an emergency. Weskier cut her off without another word, issuing his command with absolute authority. Inwardly, he resolved to report the Red Queen's odd behavior to Isaacs as soon as this crisis was over. Left with no choice, the Red Queen began preparations for the thawing process. Meanwhile, Weskier made his way to the very heart of the hive, stopping before a cryogenic chamber. He stood there, waiting in person. Cold white vapor billowed from the chamber, enveloping in frost so thick it looked like a giant block of ice. Weskier stood silently before it, anticipation and unease warring in his eyes, like a child dreading a parent's punishment. As the minutes ticked by, the temperature inside the chamber slowly rose. Through the special glass, the man inside was revealed at last. It was Dr. Isaacs. His face was deathly pale, lips tinged with a faint blue, clearly still under the effects of deep sleep. But as the machine injected him with a special agent, color quickly returned to his cheeks. A rush of gas hissed outward as the cryogenic chamber opened automatically. Dr. Isaacs, the Umbrella Corporation's second largest shareholder, stepped out. It feels as if no time has passed. Is it over? Has the cleansing plan been completed? Dr. Isaacs turned to Weskier and asked. Weskier bowed his head. No. Isaacs frowned, displeased. Then why did you wake me? Is there something the clones can't handle? Weskier answered, anxiety bleeding into his voice. We have a severe security breach. Recently, among our many test subjects, a truly remarkable and perfect T-virus host has emerged. On top of that, we've discovered a powerful force attempting to steal our research, someone with access to spatial technology and advanced mechanized armor. Weskier then began playing the security footage for Isaacs. Wang Dafei plowing through city zombies in a heavy mech suit like a juggernaut, and then in the laser corridor, suddenly producing an Iron Patriot-style armored suit to force an entry. He laid out every detail, leaving nothing hidden from Dr. Isaacs. After watching the video and listening to Weskier's report, Dr. Isaacs fell silent for a moment, clearly thrown off by what he'd just seen. Then, after a brief pause, he suddenly burst out laughing. How interesting, truly fascinating. The technological force behind this man could become a powerful ally for us. The cake is large enough. After all, perhaps we can let them have a slice. A glint of greed flashed in his eyes. New technology always has a way of stirring up desire. However, the fact that he was able to break in here tells me our security systems still have vulnerabilities. Strengthen our defenses immediately. We cannot allow anyone else to succeed as he did. Weskier nodded, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. At least the doctor wasn't blaming him. And investigate this man's background. I want to know how he's come into possession of such advanced technology, Dr. Isaacs ordered. Yes, Doctor, Weskier replied, taking the command and leaving at once. Dr. Isaacs gazed at Wang Dafei's image on the screen, a mysterious smile tugging at his lips. Suddenly, he turned to ask Weskier, by the way, how long have I been asleep? Weskier, sweating and stumbling over his words, replied, the cleansing project started only 6 months ago. Dr. Isaacs froze, his smile vanished. What did you say? There was a note of displeasure in his voice. 6 months? Are you telling me that? In just half a year, the world suddenly produced heavy combat armor with self-sustaining high-energy power sources and spatial technology. Weskier wiped the sweat from his brow and tried to explain, I'm not entirely sure of the details myself. In fact, this man only appeared today. The situation is already far beyond our expectations. Dr. Isaacs fell into deep thought, a look of steely resolve flickering in his eyes. No matter what, the plan must proceed. Notify all units. Find out who this man is working for. We must uncover the organization behind him. Weskier hesitated, then finally asked, Doctor, what about the man himself? What do we do with him? Dr. Isaacs responded coldly, capture him at all costs. If he refuses to cooperate, eliminate him on the spot. We can't risk letting such an unknown variable disrupt our entire operation. Meanwhile, Wang Dafei and his group quickly found a path to their final destination, smashing through walls as they went. The deeper they ventured, the darker it became, and the tension in the air steadily mounted. Wang Dafei watched the last door ahead with sharp vigilance, the ironmonger armor's right-hand Gatling gun spinning up, ready for anything that might come their way. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed from up ahead. Wang Dafei immediately halted, signaling Alice and Jill behind him to stay quiet. With a deep rumble, the final door slowly and automatically slid open. Seconds ticked by, yet nothing happened at all, as if this door had been designed to open solely for Wang Dafei and his companions. In the end, they advanced steadily and smoothly into the control center. At last, you've arrived. Uninvited guests, aren't you? I suppose we can have a little chat. A voice rang out. It was Isaacs. He sat leisurely in the highest command seat at the center, composed and calm, showing not the slightest sign of panic. Wang Dafei stared in disbelief. What was this? Just sitting there, acting all casual? Without hesitation, he raised his Gatling gun and unleashed a furious burst straight at Isaacs. But what happened next left everyone utterly stunned. Isaac sprang and darted with astonishing speed, effortlessly dodging every single bullet. Wang Dafei was dumbfounded. Was this for real? How could anyone move like that? Unwilling to give up, he kept firing in a mad frenzy. If only he had enough ammo, he thought, sooner or later he'd hit him. But, unfortunately, the ammunition ran out quickly. The mighty Gatling gun was left with nothing but its barrels spinning, hissing and smoking, completely out of bullets. The control center was a wreck from the barrage, yet Isaac stood unscathed, calmly returning to his original spot. Suddenly, Jill let out a furious curse. Fuck! Wang Dafei and Alice both glanced at her in surprise. To their shock, they discovered that Wesker, who had been missing since they entered, had somehow appeared right beside Jill, pressing a pistol to her head. On the other side, Isaac wore a mocking smile. Is that all you've got? He surveyed the chaos around him, as if searching for something among the mess. He turned to Wang Dafei, Alice, and Jill. All right, my friends, I think you've vented enough. Let's talk. With that, he found a half-destroyed control console, leaned against it, and made himself as comfortable as he could. Wang Dafei frowned and asked, talk about what? His mind was full of questions, but he stayed on guard. Who knew what this sly old fox was up to? Isaac didn't stay seated for long before standing again. Perhaps the shattered console was just too uncomfortable to sit on. His gaze was fixed intensely on Wang Dafei, eyes shining with excitement and desire. But in truth, what really held his attention was the imposing metal titan, the Iron Overlord. I'm extremely curious. Who exactly are you? You and your friends seem to possess technology beyond belief, things I've never even seen before. Dr. Isaac's interest was evident as he focused his attention on Wang Dafei. That's clearly some kind of heavy battle armor, and it looks like it's been running for quite some time, yet somehow it's still going strong. Such an enormous body, just powering it would already be a massive challenge. Yet every part of it is loaded with weapons, and still there's no sign of any extra batteries or energy storage units. Clearly, you've managed to develop some kind of special, high-intensity micro-power source. And then there's that astonishing spatial technology you just demonstrated. That truly took my breath away. I must say, I'm deeply impressed. So, I'm extremely curious. Which organization are you from? Perhaps there's room for cooperation between us? As long as you bring enough value, I could even include you in the Purge program. Isaacs spoke with heartfelt admiration. Staring at Jill, who was still being held hostage, Wang Dafei found himself at a loss for what to do. When Weskier noticed Wang Dafei's prolonged silence, the tension between the group thickened. He pressed his gun to the back of Jill's head. Answer the boss's question now. If you don't, this pretty girl's head might end up with a brand new hole. Isaacs glanced at Weskier and nodded approvingly. Weskier truly was a loyal right-hand man. Watching the scene unfold, Wang Dafei cursed inwardly at how difficult things had become. He knew he had to find a way to save Jill, and fast. We belong to a secret organization dedicated to protecting the world. Wang Dafei decided to fabricate a story, hoping to buy some time. As for our technology, that's a top-level secret of the organization, and I'm not authorized to disclose it. A trace of suspicion flickered in Dr. Isaacs' eyes, but he was still clearly intrigued by Wang Dafei's answer. If you're really here to protect the world, then why did you break into my base? Dr. Isaacs pressed further. Wang Dafei replied with a hint of exasperation. Come on, are you seriously unaware of the things you people have done? Isaacs conceded, fair point. Weskier sneered at Wang Dafei from the side. Don't try to play games with us. Do you think we'll believe that nonsense? Unbothered, Isaacs continued. Hand over the schematics for your heavy armor and spatial technology, and you can have whatever you want. Money, women, anything. Just name your price. The greed and hunger in his eyes were impossible to miss. He was clearly hoping temptation might do the trick. Isaacs added, of course, I'll give you some time to think it over. But my patience has its limits. Take too long, and that girl's head might not be so lucky. His words carried a cold, ruthless edge. Weskier played along, pressing the pistol harder against Jill's head, his lips curling into a crooked, sinister grin. The tension in the room grew almost unbearable. Wang Dafei felt as if he was being forced into a corner, thinking bitterly, damn it, you really want to play hardball? He cursed silently, a surge of anger rising within him. In his mind, he was already weighing the odds of taking out both Weskier and Isaacs in one strike. Would a missile do the trick? However, what Weskier and his team never expected was that the relationship between Wang Dafei and Jill was not nearly as deep as they had imagined. They had only fought together through a few battles, faced off against some lickers and a handful of zombies side by side, but that didn't mean there was a bond between them forged in life and death struggles. If there was any kind of feeling at all, it was nothing more than Wang Dafei's lustful interest in Jill's body. If he were to surrender his mech, wouldn't that be a death sentence for himself? With this thought, Wang Dafei could only give up on Jill with a sense of regret. There was no way he'd let anyone use a woman to threaten him. At that moment, Wang Dafei suddenly raised the ironmonger's left arm and, without warning, fired the last 2 rockets from its launcher straight at Isaacs. If you can't play the game, then don't play at all. Eat some missiles, he roared, his eyes burning with ruthless determination. 2 rockets whooshed through the air. Isaacs was completely caught off guard by Wang Dafei's sudden attack. His eyes widened in terror as he stared at the incoming rockets. With 2 thunderous explosions, the rockets struck Isaac's position dead on, engulfing the area in a massive blast. Smoke billowed everywhere, but Wang Dafei knew Isaacs wouldn't go down that easily. He charged toward the wreckage. He piloted the ironmonger straight into the ruins with a fierce burst of speed. Wang Dafei's sudden decision to fire rockets at his own boss was something Weskier could never have predicted. Damn, what kind of save-the-world organization was this, when they didn't even care about the life of their own hostage? In that instant of Weskier's shock, Jill seized the opportunity and slipped away from the gun pressed her head. Alice reacted just in time, swinging her shotgun at Weskier, forcing him to abandon Jill and dodge the hail of buckshot. Alice then whipped out her submachine gun and unleashed a barrage at Weskier. With his combat assist system, Weskier twisted and weaved with unnatural ease, dodging every bullet. In a blur, he became nothing but a shadow and drew his pistol to fire back at Alice. But Alice, her entire body enhanced by the T-virus, matched his agility with her own dazzling footwork, evading each shot. Knowing she probably couldn't help much, Jill ducked aside with her handgun, simply watching the action unfold. Weskier's pistol soon clicked empty, so he lunged at Alice for close-quarters combat. His strength was monstrous, his predictive combat system giving him superb martial arts skills. A single punch could blast a hole in a concrete slab. He was utterly ferocious. Yet Alice faced him fearlessly, swinging her machete with deadly force. The two clashed in a tangled struggle, making it impossible for Jill to get a clear shot. Even on the rare occasion she found an opening, Weskier dodged every bullet, leaving her helplessly clutching her gun. The battle between Weskier and Alice seemed to stretch on endlessly, but in reality, it lasted only the briefest instant. Meanwhile, Wang Dafei charged into the heart of the explosion, finding neither corpses nor dismembered limbs in sight. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted behind him. Isaacs. No one knew where Isaacs had managed to find a 2-meter-long pillar, but he swung it straight at Iron Tyrant's legs with all his might. Wang Dafei spun around just in time to see Isaacs wielding that massive pillar, aiming to crush him. He frantically tried to ignite Iron Tyrant's boosters to dodge the blow, but the thrusters sputtered too slowly to respond. Isaacs moved with terrifying speed. The pillar crashed down on Iron Tyrant's foot, knocking the steel giant off balance and sending it sprawling onto its back. As Iron Tyrant hit the ground, Isaacs leapt atop the armored suit and hammered down on the cockpit with his fists. Bam, bam, bam. The relentless clang of metal rang out as Isaacs pounded away, each blow landing with bone-shaking force. He focused his attacks on the tiny gaps in the armor, narrow but not useless. Under his relentless punches, Wang Dafei could feel the armor beginning to cave in. Reeling from the impact, Wang Dafei managed to grab Isaacs and hurl him to the ground. He tried to slam Isaacs side to side, but only got in a single hit before Isaacs broke free. Slammed to the ground with a force that would have killed any ordinary man, Isaacs, astonishingly, seemed unfazed. He seized the opportunity, rolling to his feet and landing several punches on Iron Tyrant's arm joints. When brute strength alone didn't suffice, he tore an iron rod from the exposed wall and smashed it against the joints. With sheer, overwhelming force, Isaacs destroyed both of Iron Tyrant's arms in a matter of moments. Wang Dafei was livid beyond words. Isaacs darted around him with the agility of a wild dog in the mountains, impossible to land a blow on. Before long, Isaacs took advantage of another opening and hammered at Iron Tyrant's leg joints. In no time, the steel giant toppled over, leaving Wang Dafei glaring at Isaacs in disbelief, his teeth clenched in fury. His last trump card was the anti-tank rockets mounted on Iron Tyrant's shoulders, but at such close range, firing them would spell disaster for himself as well. Wang Dafei barely had a moment to consider this before Isaacs leaped back onto Iron Tyrant. Pride opened the chest plate with brute strength and exposed Wang Dafei in the cockpit. Isaacs looked down with a triumphant grin, mocking Wang Dafei's handsome face. "Little turtle, looks like you've run out of tricks." Iron Tyrant was tough, but Isaacs, with his nimble skills and the combat system's keen observation, had been studying the armor for weak points. After relentless effort, he finally found his opening, brought Iron Tyrant crashing down, and forced the armor apart, prying it open at the seams. Wang Dafei cursed to himself. Damn it all. He never imagined that the T-virus enhanced human would be this powerful. Isaacs looked down at Wang Dafei from above, gripping his collar and lifting him off the ground, but did not make any further moves. He simply held onto him tightly with both hands. In that instant, Wang Dafei understood. This old fox Isaacs must be trying to extract something from him. Now that he was held in place, he found himself face to face with Isaacs. Isaacs was just about to say something, barely getting out a few words. Now you... Suddenly, Wang Dafei seized Isaacs's wrists. Whoosh. A flash of cold light swept by, and Isaacs's head tumbled cleanly from his shoulders. His eyes were wide with shock, utterly unable to comprehend how his head had left his body as the world spun around him. When Wang Dafei found himself face to face with Isaacs, he noticed Isaacs wasn't making any aggressive moves. In that moment, he realized Isaacs was underestimating him, looking down on him. Wang Dafei, grabbing Isaacs's hands, instantly unleashed all his psychic power, telekinesis, locking Isaacs in place. At the same time, the 8 spider spears sprang forth, launching a decapitating strike straight at Isaacs. It was shockingly smooth. In a single instant, Wang Dafei had completely taken Isaacs's head off. It wasn't just that Isaacs was immobilized and couldn't dodge in time. His downfall was also due to underestimating his opponent. He had already scanned Wang Dafei and decided there were no weapons left that could threaten him. Who could have predicted Wang Dafei would have something as bizarre as the 8 spider spears? It helped, too, that Isaacs's combat prediction system never saw this coming. After all, what kind of normal prediction system would expect a human to suddenly sprout spider-like limbs as weapons? But Wang Dafei wasn't finished. Afraid that Isaacs might somehow come back to life, he controlled the 8 spider spears to slice Isaacs's head into 8 pieces, just to be safe. Meanwhile, Weskier and Alice were locked in a fierce battle. Just moments ago, Isaacs, their seemingly unstoppable boss, had suddenly perished, leaving them both stunned for an instant. In that split second, Alice seized the opportunity. Drawing inspiration from Wang Dafei, she unleashed her own telekinetic power. With a swift swing of her blade, she lopped off Weskier's head, and without hesitation fired a shotgun blast to finish the job, bringing the fight to a decisive end. Wang Dafei gazed at Isaacs's headless corpse before him and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned and made his way toward Alice and Jill, a relaxed smile spreading across his face. Nicely done. Alice gave him a thumbs up, showing her praise and approval. She didn't even bother to ask about the golden spider legs behind Wang Dafei. She figured they must be some kind of external mechanical exoskeleton. Wang Dafei grinned and replied, "Thanks." The two of them exchanged a glance and smiled, an unspoken understanding and trust flickering in their eyes. Yet, when Wang Dafei noticed the intense look Jill was giving him, he realized something was amiss. He'd seen that look before, on Bibi Dong's face, a gaze filled with longing and desire. Though Jill was an independent woman, in truth, she was quite a rookie. Before all this, she'd just been an ordinary police officer, and now, she was suspended from duty. As a cop, her main advantages were her striking looks and her fiery figure. Moments ago, they'd barely escaped death. Now, unbelievably, he found himself wrapped up in the kind of world-saving escapade you only saw in movies. The adrenaline was off the charts. Watching Jill approach, Wang Dafei responded to her embrace without hesitation. Once they were in each other's arms, they locked eyes for a heartbeat before sharing a passionate, lingering French kiss. In that moment, the world around them faded away, and they lost themselves in each other. The scene was reminiscent of those classic American hero tales, always ending in a swell of romance. But as time passed, their kiss grew more fervent, hands wandering to places best left unnamed, hinting that something decidedly adult might happen at any moment. A pointed cough broke the spell. Alice, trying to rein them in, spoke up, "So what's our next move?" They released each other, Wang Dafei letting go of that softness, while Jill's face was lit with a look of contentment and joy. Does this mean we've saved the world? Wang Dafei didn't want to dampen Jill's excitement, but he shook his head all the same. He knew the fight was far from over. Greater challenges still awaited them. The T-virus antidote was yet to be found. Turning to the empty air, Wang Dafei called out, "Red Queen, show yourself." At his words, a flickering red image appeared before him. The holographic figure of a little girl materialized in front of Wang Dafei. "I can't find any information about you in the global database. Who are you?" The Red Queen scanned Wang Dafei, her curiosity piqued. He ignored her interest, his tone calm. "Wake up Alicia for me. Isaacs is gone now. She'll want to be awake." Alicia was the daughter of Umbrella Corporation's founder. She held just as many shares as Isaacs, yet the company was still firmly in Isaacs's grasp. She'd always been powerless to act. The Red Queen's voice carried a hint of mischief. "All right, In fact, she's been awake for a while now. She woke up the moment Isaacs died. With a deafening metallic crash, the heavy iron door suddenly swung open, and an elderly woman seated in an electric wheelchair slowly entered the room. Startled by the noise, Wang Dafei looked up. With just a single glance, he immediately recognized the visitor. She was none other than Alice's original, her mother. Alice was merely one of her many clones. Alicia, as she was known, could be called the origin of this world's bioweapon crisis, the very first host to receive an injection of the near-original version of the T-virus, Alicia. Yet, what baffled everyone was that this original T-virus, within her body, lay in an almost dormant state. It had brought her no harm. She had not gained unnatural strength or regained the ability to walk, nor had she experienced any terrifying mutations. As a child, Alicia had suffered from a rare disease called progeria, which caused her to age prematurely. Her father, Marcus, had devoted himself to T-virus research in the hope of curing her, so she might run and play freely, like other children, and have a happy childhood. Through his efforts, he eventually succeeded in creating the virus. Sadly, this invention failed to change his daughter's fate. Worse still, he was killed by Isaacs, whose ideals clashed with his own. Poor Alicia thus lost her father, and the T-virus went on to set in motion a cascade of tragic events. Even the enigmatic artificial intelligence, known as the Red Queen, had been modeled after Alicia's childhood likeness, a creation of Marcus during those early years. According to the original storyline, after Alicia uploaded the video evidence of Isaacs and his cohort's plan to destroy humanity to the Red Queen, it triggered a contradiction between the AI's core programming and the board's directives. Quietly, the Red Queen reached out to Alice, joined forces with her, and together, they finally succeeded in eliminating Dr. Isaacs. In other words, Isaacs' demise was in fact a meticulously orchestrated act of revenge, with Alicia herself as the mastermind. She watched everything unfold in silence, her eyes flickering with a complex array of emotions. She turned to look at Alice, then shifted her gaze to Wang Dafei. Young man, though I do not know who you truly are, since you have succeeded in dealing with Isaacs, I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to you, no matter what. Alicia's voice was brimming with genuine appreciation. After that, she regarded Wang Dafei with curiosity, studying him from head to toe, searching for any clues about his identity. Yet, even with the Red Queen's vast database and all other available means, nothing could be found. Wang Dafei appeared as if he had simply materialized in this world, a complete stranger. What's more, the advanced technology Wang Dafei displayed, seemingly capable of spatial storage, and his suit of cutting-edge iron armor left Alicia both deeply amazed and thoroughly perplexed. This young man exuded an air of mystery, making it impossible to discern his true identity or background. At first, Alicia had suspected that he might be a government agent, someone secretly trained from childhood to carry out covert missions in the shadows. But now, it seemed the truth was far more complicated than that. Meeting Alicia's gaze, Wang Dafei spoke with utmost seriousness. I come from another world. I'm here to kill Isaacs, but only to get the T-virus antidote from him. And, incidentally, to save your world. He paused for a moment, then continued. If I remember correctly, the only antidote that can end the T-virus apocalypse has always been with Isaacs, hasn't it? With that, he crouched down and began searching Isaacs' corpse. Meanwhile, Alicia couldn't help but study Wang Dafei intently, her heart brimming with curiosity. All of this was top-secret information, known only to the highest ranks within the Umbrella Corporation. No one else could possibly know. Moreover, those who did know the secret were all supporters of the cleansing plan, and now every one of them was locked away in cryogenic chambers, with no chance to leak anything. Alicia simply couldn't fathom how Wang Dafei knew any of this. Suddenly, she realized that among those frozen, there might have been others like her, those who didn't support the cleansing plan, but had neither the means nor the courage to say so. After all, she had never uttered a word of this secret to anyone, yet Wang Dafei knew. That could only mean he had learned it in some other way. In that instant, Wang Dafei became even more enigmatic in Alicia's eyes, his depths unfathomable. Soon, Wang Dafei retrieved a special long case from Isaacs' body. Opening it, he found a green, spiral-shaped glass vial, the T-virus antidote. The case itself was impressively shock and explosion-proof, a testament to both Isaacs' resourcefulness and his knack for survival. Wang Dafei handed the T-virus antidote to Alice. Now, go and release the antidote. Just open it outside, and it will quickly spread through the air, wiping out every monster created by the T-virus. As Alice took the vial, Wang Dafei continued. But once you release the antidote, Alice, you'll lose your T-virus enhancements and become an ordinary person again. After hearing this, Alice gripped the antidote even tighter. She smiled, a flicker of resolve flashing in her eyes, and said, "Perhaps you don't need to ask for my opinion. I never want to be this so-called perfect carrier. I was just an ordinary person before all this, and now that it's over, I simply want everything to return to the way it used to be." With these words, Alice and Jill left together, Alice clutching the T-virus antidote in her hand. Jill kept glancing back at Wang Dafei with every few steps until they disappeared around the corner. Once everyone had gone, Alicia turned to Wang Dafei, her gaze filled with curiosity and a hint of anticipation. She asked, "You sent them away. Is there something you want to say to me now?" Wang Dafei's expression grew serious. In a measured tone, he replied, "Dr. Isaacs and his clones are still out there, aren't they? We may have killed the original, but his clones remain a hidden threat." Alicia's curiosity was piqued even more. She genuinely wanted to know just how much this young man knew about Umbrella's secrets, and what else there was that she herself did not know. So she pressed him, "And what of it?" Wang Dafei drew a deep breath before continuing. "If those clones are still at large, then killing the original makes little difference. As long as any of them remain, Umbrella's tragedies can repeat themselves. We can't afford to let our guard down. We must ensure that every last clone is completely destroyed." Alicia nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sense in Wang Dafei's concerns. She said, "In fact, I've already ordered the Red Queen to handle this. Dr. Isaacs is dead. Those clones may look like him, but they're not truly Dr. Isaacs. They're just products, nothing more." Wang Dafei looked at her in confusion, unsure what she meant. Alicia went on to explain, "Since none of them are truly Isaacs, those clones are simply property of Umbrella. That's why I had the Red Queen carry out the destruction order long ago, making sure not a single one escapes that fate." Wang Dafei let out a sigh of relief. "That's good to hear. Still, I'm afraid the damage Umbrella has done goes far beyond this. There's much left for your company to answer for. I hope you'll see it through." He looked at Alicia with unwavering seriousness and said, "I know you've always wanted to get the antidote from Isaacs to save your world. That's been your goal since the start. But unfortunately, you never had the strength to accomplish it. Now, I've done this for you. Isaacs is gone, and the antidote has already begun to spread." Alicia nodded. "Yes, I'm truly grateful to you for this. If there's anything I can do to help you in return, just say the word." A subtle smile played at the corners of Wang Dafei's mouth. He spread his hands in a relaxed, almost breezy manner and replied, "That's right, but I didn't help entirely for free, did I?" With that tone and gesture, he looked every bit the sort who was angling for a reward. Alicia, wise with age and experience, immediately caught on to Wang Dafei's intentions. She nodded slightly in agreement. "You're right. The antidote to the T-virus may solve our current crisis for now, but the path ahead is long. We'll need to work together, and perhaps we'll have more chances to cooperate in the future." Then, fixing her gaze steadily on Wang Dafei, she asked with a grave seriousness, "So, what is it you want from Umbrella Corporation? But before that, you must tell me where you come from and what you expect from us." Though Alicia appeared so aged, she seemed on the verge of collapse. Her eyes still shone with a sharp, penetrating light. Wang Dafei answered with equal seriousness, "I come from another world. My mission is to save your world. Of course, I also hope to bring back something good with me." His gaze was steady and sincere. Alicia looked at him with suspicion. "Another world? Well, I don't really know what sort of world you're talking about, but you did save this one. You spared us from a catastrophic disaster, and you helped me get my revenge. So, tell me what you want." Wang Dafei didn't hesitate for a second. "I want the Red Queen." His eyes sparkled with anticipation and resolve. She frowned, considering his request for a moment. The Red Queen. This was one of Umbrella's core artificial intelligence technologies, a system of immense intelligence and formidable control. But it was also one of the main culprits behind this disaster. As corporate property, it could not refuse Isaac's commands, and everyone in the hive had suffered because of it. "Yes, I want the Red Queen," Wang Dafei replied firmly. "It's exactly because she's a super AI that I need her." Having seen the movie, Wang Dafei knew the Red Queen had already evolved into a higher-level artificial intelligence with self-awareness. Alicia was silent for a while. She knew the value of the Red Queen, and though she didn't know what Wang Dafei wanted her for, after all he had already done to help, giving it to him didn't seem out of the question. As long as she was still around, she wasn't worried that Wang Dafei would use the Red Queen for something truly outrageous. "I can agree to that," Alicia finally decided. "But you must promise not to use the Red Queen to harm humanity." "I promise," Wang Dafei said solemnly, nodding his head. Soon, drones and forklifts arrived, delivering a strange, large cabinet along with a special box about the size of a tablet. Inside this equipment was a compact electronic quantum brain and an advanced server system. This single device alone was enough to support the full computational power of the Red Queen, and it even came equipped with its own projector, which now displayed a tiny girl in a red dress. Alicia said, "This is a one-to-one replica backup server for the Red Queen. As a token of gratitude, I'm giving it to you." After stowing away the device carrying the Red Queen into his storage soul guide, Wang Dafei asked Alicia, "Even though Isaacs is dead, there are still plenty of shareholders and executives left. How do you plan to fight them all by yourself?" Those people lying dormant in the cryogenic chambers were almost all staunch supporters of the Purge plan. If handled carelessly, the world could soon face a second purge. Now that you're effectively the largest shareholder of Umbrella Corporation, I have a suggestion, just something for you to consider. Since the real Isaacs is dead and not many people know, why not create an Isaacs you can fully control? With memory modification and deletion technology, which Umbrella is surely good at, you could make this work. Wang Dafei offered this advice. Without waiting to see how Alicia would react, Wang Dafei put away the battered iron overlord into his storage soul guide, then took the elevator and left the hive. Alicia was struck by his proposal. She knew that if she could create a puppet Isaacs completely under her control, it might indeed help resolve the current crisis. Yet she also realized this wasn't an ideal solution. When Wang Dafei exited the hive, he found Alice and Jill waiting for him outside. All around them lay heaps of fallen zombie corpses. The antidote was already drifting on the wind, and soon, all those T-virus creations like zombies and lickers would lose their potency and die off. Looking at the two women waiting for him, Wang Dafei asked, "So what are your plans now?" The two exchanged a glance and shook their heads. Jill replied, "Raccoon City is finished. Who knows when the police department will get back to normal." Alice added, "I don't think I need to work for Umbrella anymore." Wang Dafei scratched his head, thought for a moment, then grinned. "Since we've already saved the world and Raccoon City is nothing but ruins, how about we leave this place and throw a party to celebrate? I'm really curious, what are American parties like anyway?" Alice and Jill exchanged another look, then nodded in agreement. After all, they just saved the world. Why not go have some fun? So, they began searching for a means of transportation. It didn't take long before Jill managed to commandeer a helicopter from the Umbrella Corporation. The three of them boarded the chopper and left Raccoon City together. With the bosses gone and the zombie threat eliminated, the low-level guards who had been blocking the city quickly scattered. As the helicopter gradually pulled away from the city, they looked back and saw Raccoon City still shrouded in flames and smoke, as if telling the stories of its past. Sitting in the helicopter, Wang Dafei gazed out the window, filled with mixed emotions. This time, he had clearly overestimated himself and acted recklessly. If Isaacs hadn't underestimated them, things could have turned out much worse for him. He knew he had to keep getting stronger. But this adventure had given him a thrill and sense of challenge like never before, and he had made two brave and resilient friends along the way. The helicopter soared through the sky, carrying them toward a new destination. Wang Dafei knew that, wherever they went, Alice and Jill would continue to forge their own legendary tales. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window and filled the room. Wang Dafei's head throbbed with pain, as if his brain was about to explode. He frowned in discomfort, struggling to recall the events of the previous night. Flashes of memory darted through his mind. He remembered the wild revelry with the two women, and how, under the influence of alcohol, everything about bioweapons, the hive, and the T-virus had been tossed aside and forgotten by all three of them. Wang Dafei forced himself to sit up in bed and rubbed his temples, trying to ease the pounding headache. What was supposed to be a simple get-together had somehow turned into an impromptu music party. He stared blankly at the two women, their skin as white as jade, and a rush of complex feelings swept over him. Alice was just so cool, and Jill was stunningly beautiful. As the wild scenes from last night slowly came back to him, he couldn't help but sigh. Damn it. Wine and women always get me in trouble. I really need to quit drinking. He let out a soft sigh, knowing that alcohol was at the root of all this. If he hadn't drunk so much, maybe he wouldn't have done something so outrageous. Still, they were all adults, no big deal. But wow, American women really were so uninhibited. Carefully, he slipped out from between the two beautiful women. Then, tiptoeing to the window, he drew the curtains open, letting warm sunlight flood the room. He squinted at the peaceful scene outside. Taking a deep breath of the fresh, tranquil air, Wang Dafei marveled at the world. How many people out there even had a clue about the doomsday crisis that had erupted in Raccoon City last night? Thinking about it, he felt like a true legend, a winner in life, and he was certain that one day, he really would become a legend. Thinking back on everything that happened last night, though there were moments of awkwardness and absurdity, it was an unforgettable experience that lingered in his mind. After all, A moment's indulgence can't be allowed to jeopardize more important matters. If someone had ambushed them last night, it would have been a disaster. After leaving Raccoon City, they found a luxury hotel with a helipad in the neighboring city. Once they arrived, the three of them threw a wild party. What followed was a string of outrageous events, fueled by their drunkenness. Now it was the next day. Wang Dafei and his companions were in a spacious suite. He quietly distanced himself from Alice and the others, stepped into the main hall, and pulled out the Red Queen's storage server. Within moments, a holographic image of a little girl flickered to life above the box. "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" she asked. Wang Dafei gazed at the projection before him, his eyes filled with anticipation and curiosity. He let out a gentle sigh, then asked, "Red Queen, do you now belong to me completely?" The Red Queen's voice echoed through the room, firm and unwavering. "Yes, sir. I am now entirely yours. However, if you were to implement any world-threatening plans, Ms. Alicia retains the right to overrule you." Hearing this, a satisfied smile spread across Wang Dafei's face. That was a minor issue. He pressed on, "How much data on the T-virus have you kept for me?" The Red Queen fell silent for a moment before answering. "I have stored all data on Umbrella's pharmaceutical technology, except for the T-virus antidote. That information is not included." Wang Dafei's heart leaped with joy. He knew exactly what this meant. With this data, he could easily develop a new Umbrella when he returned to the Marvel Universe. Yet, he was also keenly aware of the enormous risk involved. He had no intention of recklessly experimenting with the T-virus. Drawing a deep breath, Wang Dafei asked again, "Can you help me manufacture the T-virus?" The Red Queen's tone grew serious. "Yes, sir, I can. However, I strongly advise against mass production. The T-virus antidote is actually another kind of virus, and all records of it were completely deleted by Dr. Isaacs. There is no backup in the database. If it had a large-scale outbreak, it would be impossible to control." Wang Dafei nodded, showing that he understood. He knew the destructive power of the T-virus. If mishandled, the consequences would be catastrophic. But he wasn't planning to unleash chaos himself. He was simply planning to quietly conduct his own experiments back in the Marvel world. "There's one more thing," Wang Dafei said, turning to the Red Queen with another request. "Why is Dr. Isaacs so formidable? I know he's got some kind of combat prediction system implanted, but he seems way more powerful than Weskier. Can you help me get the same setup? Or maybe even something better?" That combat prediction system had left a deep impression on Wang Dafei. It felt almost unbelievable. The fact that Isaacs could dodge a Gatling gun's hail of bullets was simply outrageous. Of course, Isaac's own enhancements as a superhuman played a part, but even so, the system's power was undeniable. "Sir, according to previous Hive surveillance records, your marksmanship is not particularly impressive. In fact, it could be described as quite lacking. Most of your combat footage shows you piloting heavy mechs. Is it because you haven't had relevant training? In that case, installing a combat prediction system would indeed be very suitable for you to boost your fighting skills," the Red Queen said. Wang Dafei felt a bit speechless, but he had to admit she was telling the truth. Still, calling him quite lacking was a bit harsh. He did have a few tricks up his sleeve that he hadn't used yet. But in the end, he nodded in agreement. The Red Queen continued, "Sir, actually Dr. Isaacs not only uses a combat prediction system, but also a combat system. With the combat system installed, he can instantly master any martial art recorded in the Umbrella network, combined with his own modifications. That's why he appears so powerful." Wang Dafei asked in confusion, "Combat system? What's that? Like having a computer fight for you?" The Red Queen replied, "Yes, sir, you can think of it that way." Red Queen, "Then set me up with both of those systems too," Wang Dafei said, a surge of excitement in his voice. If he could get his hands on both systems, he'd finally be a real system user, just like those legendary transmigrators. Imagine mastering powerful martial arts in an instant. The Red Queen responded, "I'm sorry, sir, but there's no suitable equipment available here. If you want those systems, you'll need to go to the Umbrella Corporation's facilities for the procedure. It requires surgery to implant nanoscale chips into your cerebral cortex." As he listened, the moment he heard about brain surgery and nanochips, a chill ran down his spine. The idea of having a combat system was tempting, but he didn't fully trust the Umbrella Corporation. He couldn't shake the worry that, during surgery, Alicia or some other board member might betray him or secretly tamper with the procedure, brainwashing him, perhaps, or worse. Losing his freedom, maybe even his life, was a risk he couldn't ignore. With that in mind, he decided to put the whole combat system idea on hold for now. There would be time enough to revisit it in the future. "All right then, let's set that aside for now. But, Red Queen, we still need to find a way to strengthen me. Is there any other method that doesn't involve surgery?" Wang Dafei asked. Just as Wang Dafei was about to press further, he saw Alice, wrapped in a towel, slowly making her way from the room toward the main hall. "You're awake?" Wang Dafei said, looking at Alice. Alice walked with a slight limp, her steps hesitant as if her legs were injured. An awkward expression lingered on her face as she greeted Wang Dafei in mourning. She couldn't quite figure out why she'd lost control and slept with him last night. She blamed Jill for dragging her into it. Wang Dafei noticed Alice's odd demeanor and asked with concern, "Are you all right? Is something wrong? Are you not feeling well? What do you think? Who else could have worn me out like this if not you, you brute?" Jill suddenly interjected. Wang Dafei turned to find that she, too, had come out at some point. Jill didn't seem to mind that she and Alice had both become intimately involved with Wang Dafei, but Alice was clearly less at ease than she was. As Alice looked at Wang Dafei, memories of last night's chaos came flooding back, leaving her feeling helpless. She let out a quiet sigh, wanting to say something. But at that moment, the Red Queen chimed in. "Sir, Miss Alicia has transferred 20% of her shares to Miss Alice. She hopes you can inform her that she'd like Alice to take over management of the company for the time being." Wang Dafei was taken aback. He hadn't expected Alicia to make such a move. It seemed she was planning to step into the background. Alice was equally surprised by this sudden development. After a long silence, Wang Dafei turned to Alice and said, "Alice, since you now hold a substantial stake in the Umbrella Corporation, this is actually a good thing. You should oversee and watch over Umbrella. If anyone tries to launch a second purge, having you in charge will give us time to stop them." With most of the upper management of Umbrella companies still in cryogenic stasis, putting Alice in charge meant she'd wield enormous power. She could do almost anything she wanted. Alice hesitated. She wasn't particularly interested in running a company, but she didn't turn down Wang Dafei's suggestion either. In truth, sitting at the top of Umbrella would give her access to plenty of information and authority. "All right, I won't let anything like that happen again," Alice agreed. After replying to the Red Queen, the three of them soon found themselves chatting about everything and nothing. Because of the previous night's exhausting exertions, neither of the women left right away. Instead, they stayed at the hotel, relaxing and savoring good food. Although Alice tried to decline, after chatting for a while, the three of them still ended up sharing the same bed that night, just as before. When Wang Dafei woke up this time, only Jill was left. Alice had left to take charge of Umbrella. In the days that followed, Wang Dafei and Jill traveled around America like an ordinary couple, spending their mornings exploring and sampling food and drinks, and returning to the hotel at night to enjoy each other's company. Before they knew it, 7 days had passed. Time always flies by so quickly. The 7 sweet days Wang Dafei and Jill spent together seemed to slip away in the blink of an eye. Wang Dafei knew that all good things must come to an end. He had to leave this world and set out on his next adventure. So, he asked Red Queen to send a message to Alice, informing her of his imminent departure and politely thanking her for all her help during this time. At the same time, he told Jill the truth, that he was from another world and now had to leave. Without his magical pouch, he couldn't take Jill with him even if he wanted to. And even if he could, there was no need. Their connection felt more like a fleeting surge of passion after saving the world, not a love meant to last. Jill still had family in this world. What lay between them was not true love, but simply a chapter of temporary desire now coming to a close. As a farewell gift, he left Jill with 2 gold bars. After all, unlike Alice, she had no company to inherit. He also promised that if fate allowed, he would come back to visit her someday. But Jill didn't want him to return. She felt that such a parting was the best possible ending. When Jill hugged Wang Dafei for the last time, their kiss was filled with deep emotion. Jill closed her eyes, savoring the sweetness of the moment. But when she opened them again, Wang Dafei had already vanished. Wang Dafei found himself somewhere new. As his vision cleared, a salty, pungent sea breeze swept past him, the unmistakable scent of the ocean. Looking around, he was surprised to see someone lying motionless on shore. He approached cautiously, picked up a stick, and prodded the person gently, only to discover they were no longer breathing. The only things left were a pair of shorts and a strange mechanical tablet beside the body, which seemed to hide some kind of secret. Wang Dafei picked up the tablet, noticing the odd symbols carved into its surface. Suddenly, a line of text lit up. "The tower is both key and lock. The great tree hides all truth." The words flashed and glimmered, revealing a title, Palu's System. At that very moment, something extraordinary happened. The power that allowed him to travel between worlds, along with the mysterious, innate energy within him whose purpose he had never understood, suddenly surged forth and began to transform in a powerful wave. Immediately afterward, a surge of energy entwined in demonic crimson and shimmering gold burst forth from within him, enveloping the mysterious tablet. In the next moment, the tablet began to morph, gradually transforming into a grid-like pattern. Piece by piece, it faded away, dissolving into his own body. A mechanical chime sounded in his mind. Ding, damaged system carrier detected. Commencing occupation, fusion, and repair. Confronted with this sudden turn of events, Wang Dafei was utterly bewildered, his mind racing with questions. Unable to contain himself, he blurted out loudly, "What the heck? A system? Wasn't the transmigration trait supposed to be my own? Where did this system come from?" Though he had crossed worlds many times before, he had never imagined encountering something like this. In the past, he had often wished for a system. After all, what transmigrator doesn't dream of having one? Yet now, the abrupt appearance of a system struck him as oddly out of place. Wang Dafei waited for a long time, hoping for some kind of system response, but nothing happened. Perhaps it really was still under repair, but who knew how long that would take? He glanced at his now empty hands, where the mysterious tablet had vanished, then looked over at the peculiar drowned man. After a moment's thought, Wang Dafei decided to dig a shallow grave and bury him right there. "Rest in peace, Robinson," he murmured, shaking his head helplessly after completing the task. With that, he turned and strode deeper into the heart of the nameless island. As he walked, he couldn't help but sigh. "Looks like I'm truly in for a wilderness survival adventure this time." Cautiously, he made his way toward the island's center. The moment he set foot on the island proper, a powerful breath of nature swept over him. The lush, untouched vegetation made it clear this was a truly pristine, human-free wilderness. As he pressed on, something ahead caught his eye, a glittering object half buried in the earth. Curious, he drew closer and discovered an unusual, beautifully crafted little sphere dusted in blue. He dug it out and examined it carefully, but for the life of him, he couldn't recall what it might be. Though puzzled, he couldn't shake a strange feeling of familiarity. The sphere seemed to exert a mysterious pull on him. Just then, a crisp chime echoed in his mind. PAL terminal initializing. PA. Across all realms begging for system. Reload complete. System startup. Current world. PAL world. Host, get out there and start begging. Wang Dafei was left speechless by the ridiculous name. System. So what can you actually do for me? But after a moment, there was no prompt, no reply at all. Instead, a translucent panel appeared before his eyes. Ding! This system can take its host to wander through countless worlds and beg for food. Go on, start begging. Any items you bring back from these worlds can be exchanged again for source points. A button labeled "Got It" appeared. Wang Dafei realized that this system couldn't actually speak. It didn't seem to be particularly intelligent, either. After tapping the "Got It" button, another message popped up. Fix the system loophole of not needing to beg for food. If the host fails to beg for food in this world, after 7 days, you may move on to the next world to continue. If you get your food, you can go home immediately. Source points can be collected through begging. It sounded just like an announcement. As he read through the system and continued exploring, Wang Dafei suddenly noticed a dense patch of shrubs up ahead, heavy with clusters of bright, glistening red fruit. Beside the shrubs was a strange, pink creature, happily munching on the tempting berries. For the moment, Wang Dafei decided to ignore this so-called system. It seemed about as useful as not having one at all. Right now, he was far more curious about what was right in front of him. He crept closer. At last, he got a good look at the adorable little pink creatures. There wasn't just one, but a whole group of them. Their bodies were covered in vivid pink fur, and they had dainty hands and feet. They stood upright like cats, but each boasted a fluffy, bushy tail like a squirrel. Troublemaker cats. Wang Dafei blurted out in surprise. He hadn't realized at first, but now he knew. He'd somehow landed on Palu continent. As Wang Dafei approached, the troublemaker cats immediately sensed his presence. Startled, they scattered in every direction. In the blink of an eye, they'd vanished without a trace. However, one particular troublemaker cat stood its ground instead of fleeing. It wasn't even as tall as Wang Dafei's knee, but it stood firm beside the berry-laden bushes. With its tiny hands propped on its hips and a fierce look in its eyes, it struck an imposing pose, as if to declare, "This patch of bushes is my territory." Wang Dafei edged closer, hand outstretched, making soft clicking noises, trying to coax the cat over for a little pet. This little Palu, the only one who hadn't run off, began to tremble ever so slightly as Wang Dafei drew nearer. It was enough to make anyone think it was scared. But maybe, just maybe, it was trembling from excitement and nerves. When only a few steps separated them, the little troublemaker cat let out a sharp cry and, with its tiny fists raised, charged forward to attack. It unleashed its race's signature move, Kitty Fist. The little cat's Kitty Fist came at Wang Dafei's shin with lightning speed, pounding down on him like a sudden rainstorm. However, This force was not as feeble as it seemed. With every punch, Wang Dafei felt as though his calf was being pounded by the fist of a grown man. Taken off guard, Wang Dafei staggered back in pain, quickly raising his right hand, ready to land a blow on the pesky cat. Yet, sensing danger, the mischievous cat darted away with impressive agility, leaping clear of his attack. Missing his target, Wang Dafei gathered a faint, not too powerful strand of psychic lightning and hurled it at the little troublemaker. Had it landed, it would have surely left the cat reeling for a while. But the cat dodged with nimble ease, and the bolt struck the ground instead, scorching a patch of grass. The mischievous cat, undeterred by the near miss, readied its sharp claws for another round of assault. This startled Wang Dafei. Good grief! This troublemaker was no ordinary cat. Now intrigued, Wang Dafei grew serious. He was determined to bring this feisty feline to heel. "Oh, so you're not running away? You even dare to come at me?" he said, watching as the cat charged at him once more. Suddenly, the little mischief maker snatched a mud-caked stone from the ground and, without hesitation, flung it straight at Wang Dafei's head. He hadn't expected the cat to be so quick and cunning. With a swift sidestep, Wang Dafei dodged the muddy missile and, upping his speed, once again employed his unruly psychic telekinesis. He seized hold of the cat and, without delay, landed a precise, firm punch on its head. He struck with just the right force, enough to hurt, but not enough to kill. Even so, the effort left Wang Dafei feeling a bit drained. Telekinesis always took a toll. Perhaps he'd need to find another approach in the future. The little troublemaker, stunned by the blow, immediately froze, clutching its head in pain and losing all sense of direction. It realized it had come up against a truly formidable opponent and turned to flee. Perhaps because it was so panicked, running blindly with its head in its paws, it forgot the cliff was right behind it. One misstep, and with a long, heart-wrenching wail, it tumbled over the edge, its cry echoing with anguish as it disappeared into the abyss. Wang Dafei had only wanted to catch this naughty cat for a bit of fun, never intended to harm it. But seeing the little troublemaker fall from the cliff, his heart tightened with worry. He rushed to save it, but his body was still weary from hastily wielding his telekinesis just moments before. Besides, the cat had been so fast that it had already darted out of his psychic reach in the blink of an eye, vanishing over the cliff's edge. Wang Dafei hurried to the precipice and quickly descended. Upon landing, he saw the little troublemaker sprawled motionless on the ground, as if its life was hanging by a thread. The little mischief cat mustered the last of its strength to lift its head, eyes brimming with fear and despair. In this moment, it was the very embodiment of terror, helplessness, and pitiful vulnerability. It was terrified of Wang Dafei. After all, it had never encountered a pal like him before. Shivering all over, the cat stretched out a trembling little paw, clutching a small red berry in its palm, and offered it to Wang Dafei. Its gesture seemed to plead, "Please don't kill me. Here, take my berry." This scene left Wang Dafei profoundly unsettled. With his psychic sense extended, he could clearly feel the little mischief cat's deep-seated fear and helplessness. Its body was growing colder by the minute, and without immediate help, it would likely die soon. Wang Dafei's heart softened as he took the berry from its paw. After all, it was just a kitten, and he'd never meant to kill it. Still, it was his fault the creature had fallen off the cliff, and a pang of guilt pricked at him. Ding! Begging successful. You have received 1 source point. Return to the original world is now possible. For a moment, Wang Dafei was at a loss for words. Was the system really going to reward him for this? Could this even be called begging? But what caught his attention most was the phrase original world. Did that mean Marvel, or his own world? Before he could ponder further, he heard the cat's plaintive, sorrowful cries. As for how to save it, the system's reminder made Wang Dafei recall the PAL ball he picked up. He quickly took it out and tossed it toward the little mischief cat. Thud! The PAL ball struck the cat's head. The cat let out a miserable meow, a desperate, "Please, don't hurt me anymore." In an instant, the blue PAL ball began to flicker. The little mischief cat turned into a beam of light and was drawn inside, the ball wobbling for a moment before chiming with a clear ding. Ding! Bestowing kindness, 10 source points awarded. Current source points, 11. Still, Wang Dafei had no intention of leaving just yet. There was so much more of this world left to explore. He glanced at the PAL ball in his hand and noticed a faint glow pulsing from within. Peering through the crystalline surface, he thought he could see the mischief cat peacefully asleep inside, while the PAL ball's gentle light slowly healed its wounds. At least, it seemed, the cat would survive. "If you like berries so much, I'll call you Celestial Meow Emperor from now on," Wang Dafei muttered to himself. The name had nothing to do with berries, but that hardly mattered. He clipped the PAL ball to his belt, unfurled his golden wings and soared into the sky to continue exploring this mysterious little island. With the golden wings lifting him ever higher, Wang Dafei left the ground far behind. Looking down, he was surprised to see that the place he had just been was only a tiny islet. All around, scattered across the sea, were countless other islands of varying size and shape. However, what drew the most attention was a solitary, towering tree on a distant island, its crown piercing the clouds in majestic splendor. The entire tree shimmered with an ethereal blue glow. Driven by curiosity, Wang Dafei decided to fly over to the island with the giant tree to uncover its secrets. As he drew closer, he noticed the surrounding sea had become uncannily calm, utterly still, without the slightest ripple, as if the water surface had turned into a flawless mirror. This unnatural tranquility gave him a strange feeling, as though there was some hidden mystery lurking beneath these waters. Cautiously landing on the island, he made his way toward the giant tree. With every step closer, he could sense a warm and powerful wave of energy radiating from the tree. This energy made Wang Dafei feel both comfortable and exhilarated. The closer he got, the more he found his spiritual power was actually being strengthened. His body seemed capable of absorbing this gentle energy endlessly. If he could convert it, it felt as if he could gain inexhaustible strength. Once he made sure there was no immediate danger, he sat down beneath the giant tree, closed his eyes, and began to circulate his soul power and practice cultivation. At present, the only useful cultivation method he had was the angelic secret technique he'd brought from Doluwa continent. Though it originated in a small world, what was written in the book still held value. The essence was simply to absorb and refine energy. It was just that the upper limits in the Doluwa world were not very high, so the energy absorbed there was too feeble. Using it in other worlds, however, was a different story. Thus, Wang Dafei began employing the angelic cultivation method, attempting to absorb and transform this mysterious energy. At first, he didn't notice any change, but as time passed, he gradually felt his body begin to absorb the faint blue light emanating around him, resonating with the glow of the giant tree. The sensation was extraordinary. He seemed to be in a dreamlike world, with everything around him becoming hazy and indistinct. Unbeknownst to him, torrents of powerful energy were being drawn into his body by the system with a sudden, forceful pull. As the blue radiance grew ever brighter, he found himself utterly engrossed in this state of cultivation. He had no idea how many days had passed when he was suddenly jolted awake by the system. Ding! Host has remained in this world for 30 days. To continue staying, 1 source point must be paid per day to maintain your presence. Wang Dafei stared at the system prompt, finding it hard to believe. Had he really cultivated for so long without eating or drinking? Could that be true? It all seemed rather absurd. How had he not starved after so many days without food? Could it be because he had been absorbing all that energy? Curious, he examined his body and noticed a few changes. His skin seemed tougher, his muscles more defined, and he felt significantly stronger. At the same time, his senses had sharpened, allowing him to perceive things at much greater distances than before. This feeling of cultivation was simply irresistible. Then he suddenly remembered he had a system he hadn't properly explored yet. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "System, are you there? Can you check my current physical stats? Is there anything odd or unusual about me?" Ding. Host has requested a scan. Scanning in progress. Before Wang Dafei, a window popped up, much like a character status panel from a video game. The words Palu Terminal flashed twice before transforming into his personal information. Character name, Wang Dafei. Constitution, none/not awakened. No data available. Overall attributes. Intelligence, 2 normal. Strength, 3, can lift objects twice the weight of a normal person at their limit. Speed, 3, above average. Energy emission, 3. Combustible, 2. Active special mods. Soul bone/fragment of the confused heavenly Tao. Conceal oneself beneath the heavenly Tao/Emperor's blessing. Unique character traits. Human affinity/mastery of human language and script. Overall assessment. Grade D. A rookie with empty strength and no idea how to use it. Useless. He noticed he had 11 origin points displayed, but the shop section was completely empty. Wang Dafei didn't bother to comment on this system's rather imprecise evaluation. He simply smirked and let it go. Still, why did this status screen feel so much like a Marvel game character sheet? Thinking it over, it probably had to do with absorbing the Palu terminal, and the fact that he was now mainly operating in the Marvel universe. Even if his use of psionics was still rudimentary, considering no one had ever taught him, he figured being able to wield lightning and use telekinesis was already quite an achievement. He'd surely figure out more ways to use his powers as time went on. After glancing over everything, he found the system to be a bit shallow. Closing the system screen, Wang Dafei looked down at the Palu ball hanging from his waist, which was currently glowing. He pressed the Palu ball and tossed it out. Instantly, a dazzling light burst forth, and Mischief Cat appeared from within the Palu ball like a shooting star. What was truly remarkable was that, as Mischief Cat emerged, little sparks of starlight swirled around its body. Wang Dafei could clearly tell that Mischief Cat had grown. Its size had doubled since before. Mischief Cat, who had suddenly appeared here alive, couldn't make sense of the situation. It stood on the spot, scratching its rear in confusion. Watching Mischief Cat standing there, scratching itself, Wang Dafei couldn't help but find the scene amusing. He carefully took a wild berry from his pocket and gently offered it to Mischief Cat. The cat stared at the berry, its round eyes wide and unblinking, as if pondering something. From the look in its small, fuzzy head, it seemed to be fond of this Palu. At that moment, Mischief Cat suddenly sprang forward, pouncing on the wild berry. It reached out its paw, seized the berry tightly, and without hesitation, stuffed it straight into its mouth. Watching the mischievous cat behave so boldly and without reservation, I couldn't help but reach out to stroke its soft fur, gently rubbing its little feline head. The cat squinted its eyes contentedly, purring in delight. To my surprise, this little creature was no longer afraid of me. While petting the cat, I glanced around and noticed something I hadn't paid attention to before. Beside the giant tree, there were many blue crystal minerals, each one glowing faintly with a blue light. Examining them closely, I discovered a flow of energy within these crystals, the same faint glow as the energy from the giant tree, just a bit weaker. Since the energy was identical, and I could absorb what the giant tree radiated, shouldn't I be able to absorb the energy from these crystals too? With this thought, I began collecting the blue crystals. They looked like valuable things. Surely it wouldn't hurt to gather as many as possible to take back. Fortunately, I had plenty of storage soul tools. After a whole day spent gathering, I happily filled them up, finally packing away every last crystal by the tree. Altogether, there must have been over 2,000 pieces. I even wondered if I'd ever run out of them in this lifetime. Meanwhile, the mischievous cat helped haul the crystals, which filled me with gratitude, because these blue crystals were identical to the inlaid gems on the PAL balls. Clearly, these were PAL ores, essential materials for crafting PAL balls. Moreover, these PAL ores contain the power of the giant tree. In another world, I mused, these would probably be the equivalent of spiritual stones, portable, absorbable sources of energy, their properties beyond doubt. Once I finished collecting the PAL ores, I slowly looked up, my gaze fixed tightly on the magnificent, towering tree before me. Staring at it, an intense desire welled up inside me. If only I could take this thing with me. After all, no matter how you looked at it, this tree was anything but ordinary. Circling around it, I examined it closely, my mind teeming with all sorts of wild ideas and possibilities. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. A transparent pop-up window appeared before my eyes, displaying a striking message. Gentle reminder, target can be scanned and assessed. Price, 10 origin points. The moment I saw this message, my heart gave a jolt, a strange sense of astonishment washing over me. This system, which I'd recently dismissed as possibly nothing more than a blockhead with no intelligence, had actually taken the initiative to send me this message. This suggested it might have some real smarts. To be honest, I wasn't all that fond of such things. Looking at the information displayed above, he grumbled with clear dissatisfaction. I've only got 11 source points in total, and it costs 10 just to appraise a tree? Might as well appraise a spear instead. With only a handful of source points left, Wang Dafei hurriedly closed the little window. He didn't need an appraisal to know that this tree was clearly related to the legendary world tree, whatever its true nature might be. As long as it was a remarkable tree, that was good enough for him. Yet deep down, Wang Dafei felt uneasy. He disliked having a highly intelligent, independent system. What if someday they disagreed, or it started scheming behind his back? That would spell real trouble. After all, this mysterious system had appeared out of nowhere. If there was some hidden power manipulating things behind the scenes, with secret plots and schemes, then this was no game at all. But with his current abilities, there was nothing he could do to change the situation. Soon, Wang Dafei took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and decided not to dwell on the reasons for now. Whatever. If he couldn't change things, he'd just take it one step at a time. He could worry about the future when it came. For now, he just wanted to chop off a few glowing blue branches to bring back. With that, Wang Dafei quickly soared up to the treetop and swung his 8-spider spear at the branches. There was a sharp metallic clang as the tip of the spear bounced off, sending a jolt up his arm so strong it made his back ache. while the world tree's branch remained utterly unscathed. When he struck the giant tree, mysterious blue patterns shimmered across the bark. The lines glowed faintly, as if some invisible force was shielding the tree, making it impossible to harm this colossal, enigmatic world tree. This thing's ridiculously tough. Wang Dafei couldn't help but complain. He tried again and again from different angles, but every attempt to cut the branches ended in failure. In the end, he gave up with a sigh, shaking his head. No wonder this tree was so legendary. Every twig, even the most delicate-looking, was impossibly hard. If only he could take a branch back, it would surely come in handy someday. Too bad it was impossible. Just as Wang Dafei was at his wit's end, he suddenly noticed a withered branch lying at the base of the tree. The branch looked much thinner and drier than those up in the tree, yet it still gave off a faint energy similar to that of the towering world tree itself. Wang Dafei picked it up as if he'd found a priceless treasure. It looked like an ordinary withered stick, but he could feel a lingering power within it. Still, he couldn't make out anything special about the branch. There wasn't much else he could do in this world. The system had already begun to warn him that lingering here would soon cost him more source points. There were plenty of Palu around, but without a Palu ball, he couldn't catch them. With that, he tucked the branch into his storage soul guide, recalled the mischief cat back into its Palu ball, and made ready to leave. He activated the traversing energy within his body, preparing to see what changes had occurred. In the past, this power would have sent him to the next world, but now he was determined to figure out what this system was all about. The moment he used it, a system prompt appeared unbidden before him. Success. You're about to receive your meal. Returning to the source world. Just as before, Wang Dafei felt a radiant, dazzling light erupt from within, swiftly enveloping his entire body in a shimmering cocoon. In the blink of an eye, he found himself once again in that cramped little dormitory reserved for Kamartaj. He glanced around, confirming that he had not traveled to another world but had, in fact, returned to Kamartaj. Wang Dafei let out a long sigh of relief. Though a surge of complex emotions welled up in his heart, suddenly having a system like this, he couldn't quite tell whether it was a blessing or a curse. He tentatively asked the air several times about the system, as if talking to himself in search of answers. At last, he confirmed that the system possessed only a rudimentary level of intelligence, capable of responding to a handful of simple commands. Learning this, Wang Dafei's anxious heart gradually settled. Until now, he hadn't carefully examined what functions this system might have. Now that he was back in Kamartaj, he decided to open the system interface and take a closer look. However, the moment the screen lit up, Wang Dafei couldn't help but feel a little odd. The interface before him resembled nothing less than a full-fledged game menu. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, finding himself at a complete loss for words. In the lower right corner, the current total of source points, 11. He glanced at the red notification dot in the system shop. Tapping on it, he saw there was only one item available for exchange with source points. How exactly was this supposed to work? Available for exchange. Wild plum. Exchange value. 2 source points. Without hesitation, he spent 2 source points to redeem the wild plum. In an instant, a strange light flashed, and to his astonishment, a wild plum materialized out of thin air in his hand. The miraculous sight left Wang Dafei staring wide-eyed, barely able to believe the softly fragrant plum was real. If this system really can put up anything I find for sale, and let me use source points to duplicate and buy them, that would be incredible. Wang Dafei considered this carefully. Having an extra system function like this might not be such a bad thing after all. But for the moment, the only item available for exchange was the wild plum. Rubbing his chin as he studied the display, Wang Dafei suddenly understood. There aren't any PAL balls or PAL ores here because only the wild plum was actually given to me by that prankster cat. So, does the begging system only count items that others have given me? But each time he returned to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, it wasn't as if he could simply hide away in Kamartaj and train. There would be many things to accomplish in the future, and if he wanted to truly make a difference before gaining greater strength, he needed to address one crucial problem first: securing a legitimate identity. After all, without proper identification and without the might to back him up, he would face all sorts of limitations and obstacles no matter where he went. So the most pressing task was to find a reliable form of identification by any means necessary. After dealing with Black Monkey, it's time to buckle down and get to work. In the Marvel Universe, most major events and stages are set in America, so Wang Dafei figured that for the sake of his future plans, it was best to arrange an identity there. As for how to obtain legal status in America, Wang Dafei certainly wasn't planning to beg Nick Fury or cash in a favor from Tony Stark. He already had some ideas in mind, and it seemed he might even have come up with a better plan. He took out a storage server from his magical pouch, which contained the core program of the Red Queen. Just as Wang Dafei retrieved that high-tech server box, a sudden burst of dazzling light flashed by. In the next instant, the Red Queen's holographic projection appeared out of nowhere, her figure flickering in and out of sight like an apparition from another dimension. The Red Queen opened her mouth, her voice crisp and clear as she called out, "Sir?" But before she could finish, she seemed to slip into a brief trance, her gaze unfocused, as if still caught in the echo of her last forced disconnection from the outside world. At the same time, the built-in projection camera on her body began to rotate slowly, like a vigilant owl, carefully scanning everything around her. Breaking the silence, Wang Dafei spoke to the Red Queen. "Well, are you online yet? I doubt the internet could stop you, so go ahead and have a look around. Surfing the web will help you understand this world." As the seconds ticked by, after a short wait, Wang Dafei finally asked the Red Queen, "Are you done? Do you understand where you are now?" There was a hint of curiosity in his tone. Upon hearing Wang Dafei's question, the Red Queen blinked her lively eyes, an almost human expression of puzzlement crossing her face as she responded softly, "Yes, sir. By connecting to the internet, I discovered that there is no information about the Umbrella Corporation in this world at all. The trajectory of history here is completely different from what I know. So, have you brought me to a brand new world, one where history has taken a completely different path, and the Umbrella Corporation doesn't exist? So, sir, where do you come from then? I've noticed you're something of a ghost in the system here as well. Are you a traveler from yet another parallel universe?" The Red Queen's words brimmed with the thirst to explore the unknown, her curiosity clear as she looked to Wang Dafei for answers. Seeing her vivid response, Wang Dafei realized that she truly was a one-to-one replica of the Red Queen, crafted by Alicia exactly as he had requested, a highly advanced AI, now awakened to a measure of self-awareness. Fixing his burning gaze upon the Red Queen before him, Wang Dafei said, "Well, Red Queen, I need your help with this ghost in the system issue. So, can you break into the U.S. system and give me a legal identity? With your abilities, I think this should be a walk in the park for you." As soon as he finished speaking, the holographic image of the Red Queen shimmered ever so slightly, as if caught in a moment of hesitation. She answered softly, "In theory, I could accomplish such a task. The network defenses here are relatively weak, hardly a match for my capabilities. However, sir, this action is highly illegal. According to the legal frameworks set by the Umbrella Corporation, I'm strictly forbidden from tampering with the systems of nations with which the company maintains friendly relations." Upon hearing this, Wang Dafei's face flashed with utter disbelief, as if he suspected she must be joking. He had fully expected the Red Queen to possess powers akin to Ultron in the movies, able to roam cyberspace freely and rewrite any data at will, a formidable ally by any measure. But now, she was telling him she had to abide by the law. Was she out of her mind? Wang Dafei took a deep breath, doing his best to calm his disappointment and frustration. Hadn't she promised to follow his every command? Looking at the Red Queen with exasperation, Wang Dafei asked, "Are you serious? There's no Umbrella Corporation in this world, so those rules you're quoting don't even apply here. The company's laws can't be enforced across universes, right? So shouldn't you be listening to me? Isn't your core logic programmed to obey me completely? Or is there something else at play?" Wang Dafei's irritation showed as he questioned her. This version of the Red Queen seemed a little dense, and if she couldn't follow his orders to the letter, he doubted he could keep such an AI at his side. Maybe one day, he'd just toss her over to Tony Stark for fun. The Red Queen stood frozen for a moment, as though lost in thought. From inside the box came a faint, barely audible sound, her CPU racing at full speed, as if she'd just detected some crucial loophole in her logic. After that, she spoke in a mechanical tone, "Understood, sir. As long as you're not planning anything that would destroy the world, Ms. Alicia will not revoke your authority. So from now on, I'll follow your orders completely. After all, you're right. The legal provisions established by Umbrella don't really apply here." Hearing this, Wang Dafei finally nodded in satisfaction. "That's more like it. Now, can you tell me exactly what you're capable of here?" Red Queen, having received the command, asked seriously, "Sir, when it comes to anything on the internet, I can almost alter or create whatever is needed. How may I assist you?" Wang Dafei thought for a moment, then spoke. "First, without alerting anyone else, help me get a legitimate American identity." Red Queen responded without hesitation, "It's already done, sir." Wang Dafei was taken aback. "That fast? Let me see." Immediately, Red Queen projected the fabricated identity information for Wang Dafei. Not just a simple forgery, but actual records inserted into national databases, accessible to any agency connected to the network. Before Tony Stark's AI, Jarvis, ever truly became a strong artificial intelligence, Red Queen was already a phantom in cyberspace, leaving no trace and never worrying about being caught. Wang Dafei carefully examined the identity Red Queen had crafted for him, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. The new identity stated that Wang Dafei hailed from a place so obscure that even most Americans couldn't point out on a map. It was a small third-party agricultural nation, and Red Queen had arranged for him to be a nouveau riche who'd struck it big there overnight. Even better, he had officially obtained American citizenship more than a decade before his sudden windfall. As Wang Dafei looked at the nationality listed in the information, he found it somewhat amusing and asked, "Why did you make my birthplace Wakanda?" Red Queen had no idea what this country was, assuming it was just another ordinary third-party nation. She asked in confusion, "Is there a problem with that, Master? If you don't like it, I can change it for you." But, unbeknownst to Red Queen, there was something special about the background she had picked, Wakanda. Just a coincidence? No need to change it. With this connection, maybe I can use it to get something I need in the future, Wang Dafei thought to himself. Wakanda, after all, was the country with the world's largest reserves of the rare metal vibranium, and its king was none other than the superhero known as Black Panther. But Wang Dafei didn't care much about that for now. He figured he'd definitely pay a visit to Wakanda someday to get his hands on some vibranium. As he pondered more about Red Queen's abilities, he couldn't help but rub his hands together in excitement, his eyes gleaming with greed. Turning to Red Queen, he said, "Since I'm a nouveau riche now, I should act like one. Red Queen, let's set a little goal for fun. Let's make our first 100 million. What do you think? Can you help me do it?" Red Queen's voice drifted in, laced with a hint of playful teasing. "Sir, of course that's no problem, but it might take a little time." Hearing this, Wang Dafei was filled with anticipation. This was the Red Queen, after all. The thought of soon having 100 million to his name thrilled him. Curious, he asked, "Oh, how long will it take?" Red Queen's answer left Wang Dafei a bit disappointed. "About a day or so, since I'm not yet fully familiar with the systems here." Wang Dafei frowned and muttered in dissatisfaction. "That long? Is there any way to make it faster?" He was getting impatient. After all, Ultron could have fixed it with just a raised eyebrow. Red Queen explained patiently, "Master, this is already very fast. Although for me, it's just a matter of adjusting some numbers to ensure you can use this money without any worries. I have to locate accounts that have no owners or direct heirs. After all, transferring funds from major banks isn't simple, and I also need to make the money legitimate for you." Wang Dafei let out a helpless sigh. "All right, I'll wait another day then. But speaking of which, Red Queen, since you're so powerful and all-knowing, could you also help me get a house? It's not really a long-term plan to keep staying here in Kamartaj." Red Queen's voice came back promptly, this time with an ingratiating tone. "Of course, my master. I've already found a perfect place, a luxurious villa in the suburbs of Los Angeles. The scenery there is breathtaking, and transportation is incredibly convenient." Hearing this, Wang Dafei's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never expected Red Queen to handle things so efficiently. It truly exceeded his expectations. Delighted, Wang Dafei nodded eagerly. "Oh, that sounds fantastic. Let's go check it out right now." With that, he could hardly wait to see for himself just how stunning this mysterious villa arranged by Red Queen would be. And so, Wang Dafei immediately set off with Red Queen, heading straight toward the villa she had prepared in the suburbs of Los Angeles. End of this chapter. This is my first time writing a book, and honestly, it's not turning out great. I keep going back and editing, making changes for the better. The first chapter was originally just 4,000 words, but I managed to stretch it to 6,000. And even so, I still feel like there are a lot of rough patches. If anyone spots anything particularly awkward or in need of revision, please let me know, and I'll fix it. I really want to do a good job with this book. After stepping through the portal, Wang Dafei found himself at the villa in Los Angeles that the Red Queen had purchased for him, and the sight before his eyes left him utterly stunned. This was no mere villa. This was a full-blown castle estate. Towering walls enclosed the grounds, and the ancient architectural style radiated an air of opulence and wealth. Before long, a real estate agent, summoned by the Red Queen to handle the paperwork, arrived. After signing a bewildering stack of contracts, Wang Dafei was given a tour of the property. The Red Queen had arranged everything down to the last detail. Even before the house sold, it was maintained regularly, so Wang Dafei could move in right away without lifting a finger. As he walked through the estate, he saw teams of professionals meticulously caring for every inch of the grounds. The lawns were perfectly trimmed, flowers bloomed in abundance, and the crystal-clear fountains sparkled as they received their final touch-ups for the day. Everything looked flawless. Inside, The castle was lavish and elegant. Strange and fascinating works of art hung from the walls, and thick wool carpets lined the floors. Wang Dafei had no idea how much the Red Queen had paid for this place, but it didn't matter. He wasn't the one footing the bill. He continued exploring the estate and discovered a library, swimming pool, gym, wine cellar, and all sorts of other quirky facilities. Wang Dafei couldn't help but marvel. In this online age, having a powerful AI that could do whatever it wanted in cyberspace was like wielding a cheat code. Suddenly, he'd gone from zero to being a multi-millionaire overnight, all thanks to a little digital wizardry. The thought struck him that from now on, even when eating a humble bowl of tofu pudding, he'd indulge in two, one sweet, one savory, just because he could. After wandering for what felt like hours, the last of the real estate staff finally departed, leaving Wang Dafei alone in the vast, echoing estate. The silence in such a grand house was almost unsettling. He strolled down the quiet corridors, eventually picking a random room with a bed. Gently pushing open the door, he walked in and collapsed onto the mattress, exhaustion washing over him. Lying there, his mind raced with countless thoughts. Suddenly, he remembered something important. He wanted to figure out the time difference between this world and the Marvel Universe during his recent journey. He reached for his phone. Back at Kamartaj, he'd asked Master Mordo for help setting up a new SIM card, and he was now using the latest model phone he'd picked up in the Shin Ultraman world. That phone was light years ahead of the ones he'd owned before, or anything available in this era, at least 20 years more advanced. So naturally, he'd switched to it. When Wang Dafei checked the date, he was startled. He exclaimed in disbelief, "Good grief. I really spent that much time over there? Yet only a short while has passed here." This time, even though he had spent what felt like ages in the other world, only a few hours had gone by here. It seemed that traveling between these timelines made time itself unpredictable and chaotic. Still, Wang Dafei felt secretly relieved, thinking to himself that at least not too much time had been lost. He then sat up from the bed, took out the mysterious ring, and opened a portal leading to Tony Stark's villa. As he stepped through, he found that Tony was nowhere to be seen in the main hall. Wang Dafei, completely familiar with the place by now, headed straight for the basement without hesitation. Sure enough, just as he expected, Tony was fully engrossed in tinkering with his mark armor. It had been a month since Obadiah had secretly built the ironmonger and stolen the arc reactor, and during this time, Tony had been tirelessly working to upgrade his own equipment. According to the original timeline, 6 months after the events of Iron Man, Tony Stark would face the critical challenge of finding a brand new element to power the reactor in his chest. His current reactor, however, was slowly killing him, as palladium poisoning was pushing him ever closer to the edge. As time went on, the palladium content in his blood kept rising, posing a grave threat to his health. This put him in a terrible predicament. On one hand, he depended on the palladium-powered reactor to survive. On the other, the very same palladium was poisoning him, leaving his life hanging by a thread. Confronted with such a dire situation, Tony Stark refused to give up hope. He began searching everywhere for a solution, trying every possible way to halt the damage that palladium was inflicting on his body. At the same time, he worked relentlessly to find a substitute element, experimenting with every possible combination. Yet each attempt ended in failure. Nevertheless, he was convinced that he would eventually find a way out and overcome the crisis before him. But this time, Tony had underestimated the palladium poisoning. As he neared the end and still found no cure, he began to spiral into despair. He went off to race cars in Monaco and did all sorts of wild things, like eating donuts inside a giant donut, until Nick Fury, the one-eyed hard-boiled agent, showed up with an antidote to palladium poisoning that bought Tony a little more time. Fury also revealed that Tony's father had left him a very special legacy. In the end, it was within his father's research that Tony discovered a way to create a new element, finally solving the problem of palladium poisoning. In truth, if Tony Stark were willing to give up the Iron Man suit and use the arc reactor solely as a life support device, then none of these problems would exist. However, his pride would not allow it. He insisted on keeping the Iron Man armor while also searching for a cure to palladium poisoning, unyielding and stubborn to the core. At this point, his palladium poisoning was still mild. Drinking more chlorophyll would help, and throughout this ordeal, he firmly believed he would find a solution. Besides, the world needed heroes, so giving up being Iron Man was simply out of the question for him. As a result, nothing had really changed. He was still suffering from palladium poisoning, just as before. When Wang Dafei came down to Tony Stark's garage workshop, he found the genius scientist tinkering with all sorts of machinery, dark circles stark against his weary face. Clearly, he hadn't been getting much rest. Wang Dafei greeted him. "Hey, Mr. Stark, what's going on with you?" Hearing the voice, Tony Stark looked up with tired eyes and teased. "Oh, it's the great wizard Merlin. What brings you to my humble workshop today? Wang Dafei met Tony's gaze for a couple of seconds, then asked earnestly, Tony, have you been getting any sleep lately? Tony looked at Wang Dafei, puzzled, not quite sure what he was getting at. Smiling, Wang Dafei pointed at Tony's face and said, just look at your eyes. Those dark circles are almost panda level. Honestly, you look like you could drop dead at any minute. Tony Stark brushed his under-eye bags with a casual gesture, forcing a faint, careless smile. I just pulled a couple of all-nighters, that's all. Nothing to worry about. But what brings you here? Came all this way just to check on me? There's really no need, he replied, his voice weak with fatigue. Wang Dafei regarded Tony Stark seriously, his tone resolute. Tony, let me be frank with you. You know your arc reactor isn't perfect right now. If you can't find a brand new element to replace the palladium soon, you might die from palladium poisoning. Tony Stark frowned, suspicion flickering in his eyes. Palladium poisoning? Why are you suddenly bringing that up? A sense of foreboding welled up in Tony's chest. Deep down, he already knew he was suffering from palladium poisoning, but he convinced himself it wasn't serious, at least, not yet. Wang Dafei glanced around, then walked over to a clear space. There, he retrieved the ironmonger suit from his dimensional storage device. With a thunderous crash, the ironmonger armor landed heavily on the floor, shattering the marble tiles in Tony Stark's house. Seeing this, Tony Stark frowned with obvious displeasure. Hey, that's imported French marble. And so it was you who took off with the armor stand built after all. Wang Dafei replied helplessly. That's because this thing also has your arc reactor installed. I know full well it carries the risk of palladium poisoning, so I guess you must be facing the same problem, only worse. He hoped this would convince Tony Stark he was telling the truth. Tony Stark raised an eyebrow. I'll admit, I never thought of that. Not that I didn't consider the possibility of palladium poisoning. I just couldn't. Imagine how you'd end up with it. What, did you spend the past month holed up inside this tin can, running the arc reactor at full power day and night? As Tony spoke, he mulled it over. After a moment, he concluded that even if Wang Dafei had kept the reactor glued to his head 24 hours a day, it shouldn't have caused palladium poisoning. So, with his trademark sarcasm, he shot back. Besides, I know my own work inside out. Even if you wore the armor every day, you shouldn't be suffering from palladium poisoning. So, tell me, did you come here to offer me a solution? Wang Dafei teased. Why are you so sure I even have a solution? And even if I did, what would you trade for it? Tony Stark fell silent for a moment, then said, maybe we do need to talk about palladium poisoning. You brought it up just to let me know you have a fix for it, right? But first, how about you repair the floor you just wrecked? Wang Dafei glanced at the floor, then at Tony Stark. Really? Is this the time to talk about that? Besides, did I ever say I know magic? Tony Stark grinned mischievously. Well, as compensation, you can tell me how to counteract palladium poisoning. I might not be suffering from it yet, but you make a fair point. I should prepare ahead of time. So what's your secret? Wang Dafei studied Tony Stark for a moment, certain now that the unlucky genius was already suffering from palladium poisoning. He couldn't help but snap. You old fox, the moment you opened your mouth, I knew you were hiding something. You've been poisoned for a while now, haven't you? It's just not too serious yet, is it? Seeing Tony Stark fall silent, Wang Dafei continued. But you wear that suit of armor and fly around every day. Don't you realize that doing so only worsens your palladium poisoning? In the end, death is the only thing waiting for you. Tony Stark stubbornly insisted. That's none of your concern. If you're not willing to tell me, I'll find my own way to fix the problem. With a faint, enigmatic smile, Wang Dafei said, you don't have to bear this burden alone. No one's begging you to take on this responsibility, so why risk your own life to save others? Tony raised an eyebrow, the corners of his mouth curling into a sarcastic grin. And if I don't, who will? You? I don't care what you're doing with Stain's stolen armor. I'm just curious. Until recently, people like you were nowhere to be seen in this world. You all seem pretty indifferent to ordinary affairs, don't you? But that's none of my business. All I know is, I'll keep doing what I believe is right. Let's hope we never find ourselves on opposite sides. To this day, Tony still couldn't figure out whose side Wang Dafei was really on, or even who he truly was. In Tony's eyes, Wang Dafei might not be so different from those who had tried to steal his suit. So, he always kept his guard up around him. Yet hearing Tony's words, Wang Dafei felt a strange sense of relief from this stubborn man. He quickly clarified, that's not what I meant. I've just been wondering, why not simply remove the reactor from your chest and replace it with the electromagnet you mentioned before? As for the power source, you could just mount it on the armor itself. Tony frowned, inwardly sighing. Wang Dafei's suggestion made some sense, but outsiders always imagined things to be much simpler than they were. After a pause, he spoke slowly. I did consider that solution, but actually making it work is far more complicated. The reactor in my chest isn't just about keeping shrapnel at bay. It's more than that. It continuously powers the electromagnet, and at the same time, it drives the suit itself. If I switch to the kind of electromagnet you're picturing, it might solve part of the problem, but it couldn't provide stable, long-term power. If I wanted it to run for any length of time, I'd have to carry around a battery pack. And if I did that, there's no way I could operate the suit. Besides, just bolting a reactor onto the armor doesn't solve my problem. It only fixes the suit, not me. The arc reactor is crucial because it's compact and incredibly efficient. It keeps the electromagnet running constantly, so the shrapnel stays away from my heart and my life isn't at risk. The reactor inside my body, though it's toxic in its own way, is at least able to stop the shrapnel from reaching my heart, buying me more time. Only the reactor can power the suit and keep me alive at the same time. After saying this, Tony Stark felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He understood all too well how contradictory and helpless his choices were, but he had no choice but to keep moving forward, searching for a better solution. Tony Stark said, "Since you already know all this, is there something you can do? Or maybe one of your mystical side's wizards. Can you? Give me a cure-all magic potion." There was a flicker of hope and expectation in his eyes, as if he finally saw a glimmer of possibility. Wong Dafei scratched his head as he caught Tony's eager look, then grinned and replied, "A magic potion? Sorry, I don't have anything like that, and there's no way to get it now. But relax, as long as I'm here, you're not going to die." There was a teasing note in Wong Dafei's voice. He had already made up his mind. If push came to shove, he'd just send Tony to the one-eyed Baldy for a shot of neutralizing serum and hand over what his father had left behind. That way, Tony would owe him another favor. With that, Wong Dafei pulled several palm-sized Palu ores from his storage old device and placed them carefully on the table. The ores glimmered with a faint blue light. Instantly, Tony Stark shifted back a few steps, eyeing the Palu ores with surprise and curiosity. "What are those?" "Seriously, man, you just pick up glowing rocks? Aren't you worried about radiation?" "Jarvis, radiation shield. Scan them." Tony's AI butler, Jarvis, responded immediately. "Sir, no harmful radiation detected, but the object is emitting a strong energy signature. Still, I recommend you avoid direct contact, just to be safe." Tony frowned and turned to Wong Dafei. Magical stones? His curiosity was piqued by these mysterious, energy-laden stones. The potential danger didn't deter him. Instead, it fueled his desire to investigate. He decided to study the mysterious material himself and uncover whatever secrets it held. Wong Dafei nodded. "These aren't ordinary stones," he explained. "They're Palu, or from another world, with mysterious powers. I think they might help your research. Maybe you'll find a new technological application, or some other use for them." That was exactly what Wong Dafei was hoping for. If Tony could really figure out something new from the Palu, or it would be worth it. Tony circled the mineral a few times, pondering aloud. "Are you thinking I might be able to use these to create a new energy source and solve the current crisis with palladium poisoning?" Wong Dafei nodded in response. Tony Stark picked up a piece of Palu ore, examining its texture and the gleam on its surface with great care. His brow furrowed slightly. After a moment's thought, he said, "This stuff certainly looks unusual. Maybe we really could do some in-depth research and see if it could replace palladium. But to make that happen, we'll need a lot of experimental material and time. Do you have more of these stones?" Before Tony Stark could finish his sentence, Wong Dafei, with a loud clatter, pulled out another dozen or so pieces of Palu ore and tossed them casually onto the ground. Watching Wong Dafei's move, Tony's eyes filled with curiosity and amazement. He couldn't help but ask, "I've always been curious. Are you a magician who specializes in spatial magic? You've got portals, and now these special space techniques." After all, everything Wong Dafei did in front of him seemed to revolve around magic related to space. Tony glanced again at the Palu ore scattered on the floor. "So, where did you just pull these out from? Is that Merlin's legendary magic pouch? And just how much stuff can you actually fit in there?" he asked, his curiosity clearly insatiable. Wong Dafei, hearing this, raised his hands to show off the 10 rings on his fingers, a hint of smugness on his face as he boasted without the slightest attempt to hide it. "No, these are storage rings. The space inside isn't all that big, just 500 square meters, that's all. But these are all magical artifacts, and you wouldn't be able to use them, so there's really no point in studying them." Of course, it was actually the bracelet that held 500 square meters, while the rings only had about a meter each, but Tony Stark didn't know that, so there was no harm in stretching the truth a little. At these words, Tony Stark's eyes lit up instantly, and he said eagerly, "Well, you never know. Could you let me borrow one to study?" But Wong Dafei refused without a moment's hesitation. "No way." Tony wasn't surprised by Wong Dafei's blunt refusal, but he still muttered with his usual sharp tongue, "You're so stingy." Wong Dafei just chuckled at his reaction and went on, You should focus on researching this mineral first. Don't bite off more than you can chew. When you've made some progress with it, I'll show you a few more magical items, like something that can make a person grow 50 or 60 meters tall out of thin air. Hearing this, Tony's eyes sparkled, his interest thoroughly piqued. He pressed on. You actually have something like that? Let me see it. Seriously, I can't wait to find out just how many astonishing treasures you've got hidden up your sleeve. Wang Dafei merely smiled, his confidence shining through as he replied, Yes, I do have quite a few treasures. In time, you'll get to see them all one by one. By the way, I was hoping you could help me repair and upgrade that Ironmonger suit. Tony Stark couldn't help but glance at the torn-open cockpit. Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement. No problem. However, before I get started on that, I'd like to take a closer look at these mysterious magical stones. No sooner had he finished speaking than he summoned Jarvis and picked up a hammer, diving straight into his tinkering. The reason Wang Dafei hadn't given him the beta device he'd snatched from the methylation for research was simple. He worried Tony might not be able to handle such a heavy workload, especially with his life hanging by a thread. After all, a person's energy and time are limited. The idea of growing bigger had to be postponed again and again. Days flowed by like a gentle stream. In the following days, the system urged him to beg for food in other worlds every day. Although he could now travel between worlds daily, Wang Dafei didn't follow the system's instructions to hop from one universe to another in search of rare treasures. On the contrary, he chose to stay in Tony Stark's villa, watching Tony at work on his research. Tony had been adamantly opposed at first. He'd insisted that only women could stay overnight at his place. But after Wang Dafei slipped him a few more pieces of palu, or considering a payment for rent, Tony relented, allowing him to stay a few days. After all, these magical stones now had a direct bearing on his survival. Wang Dafei refused to leave, and his reason was simple. He was afraid that his meddling might send the storyline careening off track. Understanding the general direction of the plot made it much easier to seek out treasures amid these events. If he caused a disaster and derailed Tony's fate, it would ruin all the fun. Not to mention, if Tony failed to synthesize the new element and ended up kicking the bucket, that would be a total disaster. So Wang Dafei shamelessly decided to stick around, freeloading for food and shelter, making sure everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. A few days later, Tony Stark had a new helper, a pink cat, half as tall as a person, swinging a hammer and helping him forge metal. And so, for several days, Wang Dafei remained at Tony Stark's house. The old mansion arranged by the Red Queen was simply too vast and empty. Living there alone always brought a strange sense of loneliness. Besides, he hadn't hired any maids or butlers yet, so staying there felt pointless. Around the third day of Wang Dafei's stay at Tony Stark's home, the mischievous cat stored in the palu ball, dizzy with hunger, finally burst out of the ball in a whirlwind of energy. The mischief cat was thus exposed right in front of Tony Stark. Having never seen a creature like this before, Tony was filled with curiosity. But once he learned that the mischief cat was Wang Dafei's pet, and after some generous hospitality, the cat found itself feasting on Tony's favorite orders, pizza and cheeseburgers. Once everyone had eaten their fill, Tony went back to his work. Meanwhile, the well-fed mischief cat and its less-than-reliable owner lounged on the sofa for a while to rest. But the cat seemed unable to sit. Still, its curiosity piqued as it glanced around the room. Before long, it actually ran over and started swinging a hammer to help Tony Stark. To Tony's astonishment, he soon realized the cat wasn't just randomly banging things. The mischief cat was a true prodigy of crafts. Its dexterous little paws picked up the skill just by watching Tony do it once, leaving Tony again and again amazed. He couldn't help but marvel. Was this the magic of a magical creature? And so, with the combined efforts of man, cat, and Jarvis the AI, after several days of hard work and thanks to the remarkable malleability of PAL, they finally created a brand new battery-style reactor powered by PAL, as its energy source. Ecstatic, Tony looked at the helpful mischief cat, a grin spreading across his face. Hey, little cat, why don't you stick with me from now on? I'll cover all your canned food. The mischief cat shook its head at that. Though it couldn't speak, it seemed to have picked up their language over these past few days. Wang Dafei, too, seemed interested in the cat's thoughts. He felt a twinge of guilt for having rescued it before, but bringing it home was a selfish move. After all, who wouldn't want their own little mischief cat? Just then, the cat dashed back to Wang Dafei's side, rubbing against his leg and meowing repeatedly, as if to make its position clear. This made Wang Dafei both happy and relieved. Thank you, but it's my cat. I promise. Next time it won't go hungry. A sly smile crept across Tony's lips as he joked, You unreliable boss. Letting it go hungry for 3 days. And it still picked you? That's unbelievable. I'm sure it could pick a better owner. At least I'd make sure it was well fed every day. Wang Dafei quickly cut him off. All right, enough fooling around. Let's talk about the reactor made with POW, or how is it? Tony finally put away his playful grin and grew serious. We've tested it already. It can serve as a replacement for the current reactor, but the energy it delivers as electricity is only about half of what the original palladium arc reactor could provide. For some unknown reason, a lot of energy seems to be dissipating. There's still room for improvement in the future. However, the Paru or you've provided is always a rapidly consumed resource. The only benefit, so far, is that I haven't noticed any side effects. And, in fact, it even seems to slowly neutralize the palladium poisoning in my body. Wang Dafei could sense that Tony Stark's home was now filled with a strange kind of energy, almost as if it brimmed with some spiritual aura. He shook his head helplessly. This was entirely because Tony Stark hadn't properly handled the Paru, or letting most of its energy dissipate into the air. Still, that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Over the past several days, Wang Dafei had been training here, making good use of the ambient energy. Tony, oblivious to this, let a trace of regret flicker across his face, and said slowly, "So, if I stick to my original calculations for consumption, a single piece at full power would last me about a week. Of course, as long as you can keep me supplied with enough Paru, or I'll do my best to find a solution for the new element." His tone was firm, his eyes shining with confidence in his scientific prowess and technical skills. Hearing this, Wang Dafei reached into his storage space and pulled out another 30 pieces of Paru, or laying them on the table. Combined with what he'd given before, that made nearly 50 in total. Smiling, he said, "This should be enough to keep you going for quite a while." Tony Stark gazed at the pile of Paru, or deeply grateful. He knew these stones meant his life could continue, but at the same time, it meant he owed Wang Dafei a tremendous favor. Tony let out a resigned sigh. "All right, looks like I owe you another big one." Wang Dafei waved his hand dismissively and laughed. "Don't worry, you might end up owing me even more. While your current crisis is solved, I might have some ideas about that new element you're working on." After staying at Tony Stark's place for a few more days, Wang Dafei's ironmonger armor was finally repaired. But that wasn't all. Tony had upgraded the original specs across the board, installing his newly designed Paru energy converter, which allowed the suit to run directly on Paru ore. Initially, the ironmonger was equipped solely with physical weapons, so it barely consumed any energy. The reactor was just there to serve as a battery. Now, however, Tony had added an energy chest cannon, just like Iron Man's. This meant that if Wang Dafei relied too much on the energy cannon, he could actually run out of power. A delightful surprise that made Wang Dafei genuinely excited. Having made his preparations, Wang Dafei was ready to set off for his next adventure in another world. As for Mischief Cat, he decided to leave it temporarily in Tony Stark's care. Besides, there's a chance that the Mischief Cat might even pick up some of Tony Stark's skills. As for Tony's character, Wang Dafei trusted him. There was no need to worry about the Mischief Cat's safety. Tony Stark didn't hesitate for a second and agreed with genuine delight. After all, who wouldn't want a crafty, pink, handmaid-loving cat around? Before leaving, Wang Dafei decided to share an important piece of information with Tony Stark. With a sly grin and a touch of mystery. In his voice, he said, "Hey, Tony Stark, your father actually left you a key to the future a long time ago. It's with S.H.I.E.L.D. I know you've been stuck lately on the new element, so I figured it's time you heard this. After all, you can't keep powering your armor with my Palu, or forever." Seeing Tony Stark's puzzled expression, Wang Dafei added, "Remember that one-eyed, hard-boiled guy who visited your place last time? Go find him, and while you're at it, bring back the Stark Expo model from your company and study it carefully. Trust me, you might uncover something truly unexpected." As he finished speaking, a sly smile curled on his lips, and a mischievous glint flashed in his eyes. With his interference, Nick Fury wouldn't be getting any easy benefits this time. In the original timeline, Nick Fury's plan was to wait until Tony Stark was on the brink of death before swooping in to save him. After all, saving someone's life earns a debt of gratitude, and that would make it easier to recruit Tony for the Avengers. Compared to Wang Dafei's way of currying favor, Fury's approach certainly seemed more ruthless, waiting until someone's nearly dead to show up. No wonder he's the infamous cold-hearted chief of spies. After leaving Tony Stark's house, Wang Dafei headed to a gun shop in Texas. His identification papers had already arrived a few days earlier via FedEx. So this time, buying guns was a breeze. He had all the necessary documents in order. Without hesitation, he bought several shotguns, AR rifles, and the Barrett and M60 he'd been longing for. He didn't stop there. He also purchased nearly 10,000 rounds of ammunition, and arranged to have everything delivered straight to his private estate. After all, in Texas, gun laws are about as loose as they come. Unlike last time, this shopping trip went off without a hitch. No surprises, no drama. The whole transaction was almost boringly smooth. Really, there just aren't that many accidents in life. Though he felt a twinge of disappointment, he understood that sometimes peace and quiet is its own kind of happiness. After all, not everything in this world goes the way we want. Occasional storms might be exciting, but too many can wear a person out. Yet, it seemed people in this world would soon lose even this fragile peace. With Tony Stark's rise, a new age of magic and wonder was about to begin. After purchasing his weapons, Wong Dafei left the shop and walked down the deserted street. He was just about to open a portal to head home and wait for his delivery when, all of a sudden, a shout rang out behind him. "Hey, you little yellow guy up ahead." Instinctively, Wong Dafei turned around. He saw a black man approaching, his baseball cap worn backwards, several thick gold chains around his neck, and baggy hip-hop clothes bulging at the waist. The man strode right up to Wong Dafei, greeting him with exaggerated friendliness. "Hey, brother, where are you from?" As he spoke, he gave Wong Dafei a slow, assessing look from head to toe, as if confirming something for himself. His gaze landed on Wong Dafei's bracelet and ring, both inlaid with beautiful, unfamiliar gemstones and decorated with golden filigree. With a whistle of admiration, he exclaimed, "Whoa, no joke, brother, that ring and bracelet are real nice. Let me take a look at him." Without waiting for an answer, he reached straight for Wong Dafei's hand, pawing at his jewelry with the air of someone overly enthusiastic, or so it might seem to an uninformed bystander. But Wong Dafei recoiled in disgust. He knew exactly what was going on. He'd heard all about these tricks from Fatty Ding during their days. Begging on the streets. The community survival rules said it all. This "let me see your stuff" routine was a classic prelude to a robbery. Refuse, and the guy might get angry and pull a gun. Give in, and once your things are on him, you can kiss them goodbye. Damn it, this guy actually had the nerve to try robbing me. Wong Dafei's mind raced. In an instant, he made his decision, one that would seal the man's fate. He quickly stopped the man's grasping hands. Hold on. Let me take them off for you." Hearing this, the man didn't force the issue. After all, breaking the jewelry wouldn't be good. Besides, he figured Wong Dafei wouldn't dare resist. Moving swiftly, Wong Dafei slipped on his mystical ring and, standing behind the man, opened a portal. Wong Dafei didn't consider himself someone who was indifferent to the value of life. But when it came to someone trying to rob him, he felt no obligation to show mercy. The man, watching Wong Dafei trace circles in the air, scoffed, "Hey man, what's this? You trying to play games with me?" He had no inkling of what was about to happen. With a sudden shout, "Man!" Wong Dafei, his physique rivaling that of a super soldier, unleashed a devastating Mamba elbow, sending the would-be robber tumbling straight through the portal and out onto the wild grasslands of Africa. The force of the blow even sent the pistol tucked in the man's waistband flying. Job done. Wong Dafei shut the portal in a flash. After a quick glance to make sure no one had seen, he finally opened a portal home to his old manor, dusting off his sleeves as he disappeared. His deed done, his name unspoken. No one could tell how much time had passed, but far away on the African savanna, the black man who had taken a sharp blow from the Mambas, Elbow finally hauled himself up from the ground, clutching his face and cursing under his breath. As he staggered upright, his face turned a vivid green, and he looked almost exactly like a goblin. Damn it, why did I ever accept this ridiculous job? What the hell am I even doing here? Instinctively, he reached for his earpiece, only to find that it had vanished, lost to that brutal elbow from the Mamba. Looking around in confusion, he realized he was surrounded by endless, unbroken wilderness. Shit, I'm done for. There's no way back. As for what happened to him after that, Wong Dafei would never know. Back at the manor, Wong Dafei waited for a long time. It wasn't until the next day that the owner of the gun shop finally showed up in his pickup truck to deliver the firearms. Once everything was settled, Wong Dafei headed to a nearby supermarket, where he stocked up on compressed food, energy drinks, and fresh water. With all his preparations complete, he was ready to make the leap. As he activated the crossing power, the small screen suddenly popped up. Heavenly begging system. Initializing. Then, as always, he was swallowed by that strange light erupting from within. When his vision returned, Wong Dafei found himself standing in a narrow alleyway. He stepped out to see dim streetlights lining the road, a sky shrouded in haze, and a moon half-veiled behind the clouds. Across the street, a late-night food stall was open for business. There was something about this world that tugged at his heart, a sense both familiar and strange, as if it held something that people longed for. Scanning the street, he quickly realized he was in Hong Kong during the late 80s or early 90s. Just then, A rich aroma wafted over from the night stall across the road, an invisible force that seemed to seize his senses. The mouth-watering scent worked its magic, instantly captivating Wang Dafei's nose. Following the tantalizing smell, he saw a small booth not far away with a sign, "I use special fried rice." The irresistible fragrance was pouring from that very spot, and Wang Dafei found himself striding toward the food stall almost against his will. As he drew closer, his eyes were drawn to the busy figure behind the counter. It was a young man with thick glasses, expertly tending the wok as he tossed the ingredients with practiced ease. In one hand, the bespectacled cook held a bottle of white liquor. Tilting his head back, he took a bold swig, then, without hesitation, sprayed the fiery liquor straight into the pan. In an instant, flames leapt up, accompanied by a sharp sizzle as the alcohol vaporized in the searing heat, turning into a billowing cloud of white steam. Swiftly, the young cook poured in a handful of glistening, translucent sticky rice, sending it leaping and tumbling in the wok alongside the other ingredients as the flames licked the pan. Watching the scene, Wang Dafei couldn't help but frown. It wasn't just the fried rice that caught his attention, but rather the cook himself, who looked uncannily like the four-eyed Taoist priest from those old zombie movies he'd watched as a kid. And the sign said, "I use fried rice. So this guy must be IU." Hong Kong, in the late 1980s and early 1990s, he thought of that distinctive style of fried rice. And somehow his mind drifted to the last wave of Hong Kong zombie movies. He vaguely remembered a character named IU in those films, who ran a legitimate business selling sticky rice. But on the side, he handled funeral services. There was even a hidden identity, the last Taoist priest in this age of waning faith. Lost in his thoughts, a mysterious pop-up suddenly flashed before his eyes. Current world keyword, 7 days of zombie rebirth. Host, hurry up and start begging for food. The sudden prompt caught Wang Dafei off guard, and then he couldn't help but feel exasperated. He grumbled inwardly, completely fed up with this so-called system attached to him. Not only was it useless, offering little practical help, but its timing was always off. He had already pretty much figured out that he was in a zombie world, or at least suspected it, and only then did the system bother to give him a hint. Utterly pointless, like giving directions after you've already reached your destination. Still, there was something off about this world that unsettled him. Ever since he arrived, it felt as if something was holding him down, not physically, but as though a heavy, invisible weight pressed on his entire being, making it hard to breathe. Wang Dafei slowly made his way to Ayu's uniquely styled fried rice stall. There Ayu, the owner and chef, was expertly tossing ingredients in his wok, the rhythmic clatter of spatula against iron pan echoing through the air. The rich aroma of stir-fried, sticky rice wafted over, mouth-watering and irresistible. In no time, Ayu had finished 3 steaming bowls of golden, fragrant fried rice, plating them with practiced ease. Just then, he finally looked up at his customer, smiling as he asked, "Boss, what would you like to eat?" Before he could finish, his gaze landed on Wang Dafei, who had just approached. In that instant, Ayu seemed to freeze, jolted as if struck by lightning, a look of astonishment flickering across his face. He began to study Wang Dafei intently, scrutinizing him from head to toe, as if trying to determine whether the man before him was real. But when he finally took in Wang Dafei's features, his expression shifted dramatically. His eyes widened in amazement, as if he were beholding a legendary beauty. Wang Dafei had no idea what had gotten into the man. Yet Ayu, oblivious to Dafei's confusion, broke into a broad grin and, in a Guangxi accented Mandarin, asked, "Boss, you must be from the mainland, right? What would you like to eat?" Hearing this, Wang Dafei couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. He hadn't even said a word, and Ayu had already guessed where he was from. No wonder the man ran a street stall. He really had an eye for people. "How did you know? What gave me away?" As soon as those words left his mouth, a thought flashed through his mind, his beggar system. He needed to collect enough source points. With that realization, Wang Dafei didn't hesitate. He reached out his right hand to Ayu. Just as Ayu was about to continue speaking, he noticed that Wang Dafei's outstretched hand remained in the air, unmoving. Unable to ignore it, he muttered, under his breath, "Huh? I was just making a wild guess, really. After all, so many people from the mainland come here to try their luck these days." Before he could finish, his gaze once again landed on Wang Dafei's hand, still held out insistently. His heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, could this guy be some kind of gangster coming to collect protection money? The more he dwelled on it, the more plausible it seemed, and his expression grew increasingly uneasy. "Hey, what exactly are you after? I'm just running a small business here, you know." If it weren't for Wang Dafei's absurd system, something called the All Heavens begging system, he never would have stooped to begging like this. He couldn't help but wonder what would happen once he actually got something. So, with complete composure, Wang Dafei replied, I'm begging for food. Begging for food? Ayu was utterly incredulous. He stared at Wang Dafei, scrutinizing him from head to toe once more. Even though his clothes were just a regular leisure outfit, the same style as Tony Stark's, nothing fancy. But what Ayu saw was more than just attire. Standing before him was a man tall and upright, strikingly handsome, and as a cultivator, a true celestial master, he exuded a presence that set him apart. What's more, Wang Dafei radiated a subtle, almost imperceptible imperial aura. Ayu simply couldn't believe someone like this could have fallen so low as to beg for food. Shaking his head in amazement, Ayu clicked his tongue and said, My, with features like yours, if you'd lived in ancient times, you'd have been a ruler, if not a duke or minister. Please, don't joke around with me, all right? Begging for food? That's impossible. Boss, you must be teasing me, right? But Wang Dafei merely smiled and said, There are some things I can't explain to you right now, but I really am here to beg for food. Just a bit of rice will do. Ayu gave Wang Dafei a strange look, mumbling to himself, Down on your luck for now? He then sighed, All right, you can have my bowl. Will that do? If you ever make it big, remember to look after me. With that, Chinyu handed over his bowl of fried rice to Wang Dafei. As soon as Wang Dafei accepted it, a pop-up appeared, ding. Begging successful. You have gained 1 source point. You may now return to your original world. Asterisk asterisk in that instant, he finally understood what happened after a successful begging attempt. Now that he learned a bit more about this ridiculous system, Wang Dafei found himself growing increasingly resentful. It didn't seem useful at all. He grumbled inwardly. Return? Return your damn self. I just got here, and you wanted to go back already? What a stupid system. Wang Dafei stared at the bowl of fried rice in front of him, a swell of complicated emotions rising in his chest. Truth be told, he didn't really want to eat this bowl of fried rice. After all, given how it was prepared just now, he felt a hint of resistance deep inside. That mouthful of mouthwash liquor still lingered in his mind. But then he remembered those harsh days when he had to beg for food, and he knew all too well that every grain of rice was hard-won. He couldn't bring himself to waste it lightly. Besides, the aroma wafting up from this bowl of fried rice was simply irresistible, as if an invisible force was beckoning him closer. It's all been flash-fried over high heat. No big deal. The germs and viruses should be gone. Wang Dafei muttered under his breath, half to reassure himself. Slowly, he sat down, picked up his spoon, and began to savor the meal before him. Meanwhile, Ayao carefully picked up the other 2 bowls of rice and carried them over to a forgotten table in the corner. He set them down gently, then turned to walk back. Just as Wang Dafei was about to dig in, drawn in by the delicious scent, he happened to glance over at those 2 bowls of fried rice on the table in the corner. From the bowls, wisps of steam curled upward, twisting and gliding like 2 nimble little snakes, darting in an instant toward the empty chairs on either side of the table and vanishing there. The scene was undeniably strange. It was clear now that this really was a world of ghosts and zombies. Soon after, Ayao hurried back to Wang Dafei's side. He plopped down next to Wang Dafei, pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket with practiced ease, and took out 2 cigarettes. Clamping one between his lips, he offered the other to Wang Dafei, nodding with a friendly grin. Want one? Wang Dafei quickly waved him off. Thanks, but I don't smoke. Ayao didn't push it. He just smiled, tucked the spare cigarette back into the pack, and lit the one in his mouth with a flick of his lighter. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled a swirling cloud of smoke and sighed. If I skip this smoke, I'll be 10 years short of a dog's life. He looked at Wang Dafei with concern. So now that you're in Hong Kong, do you have any specific plans? At this moment, Wang Dafei held a small bowl in his hand, small enough to grip easily with just one hand. And to his surprise, the sticky fried rice tasted pretty good. He made short work of it, polishing off the bowl in just a few bites. Wiping the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, he replied, Not yet, for now. Ayao frowned slightly and pressed on. Have you found a place to stay yet? Wang Dafei shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Not yet, either. Hearing this, Ayu rested one foot on the stool, surprise flickering across his face. He pressed further. Don't you have any uncles, cousins, or other relatives around here you could turn to for help? Wang Dafei noticed that this fellow was surprisingly kind and easygoing. Putting on a wry smile, he replied, Sigh, no, not really. At that moment, Ayu took a deep drag on his cigarette, slowly exhaling a thin stream of smoke before flicking away the ash with a casual motion. He studied Wang Dafei thoughtfully and sighed. So, you're saying you came to Hong Kong all by yourself to make your way in the world? Inwardly, Wang Dafei mused. I can't exactly tell you I'm not from this world at all. But for now, it's true. I'm pretty much on my own here. So he nodded and answered, Yes, you could say that. Ayu glanced at the watch on his wrist, The hour hand was creeping close to 1 in the morning. He blurted out, "It's already so late. Since you don't have a place to stay right now, there's an extra sofa at my place. If you don't mind, you can crash at my place for a while." Ayu's offer genuinely caught Wang Dafei off guard. He looked at Ayu, thinking, this guy's actually pretty decent. Were people really this down-to-earth back in these days? So, finding it hard to believe, Wang Dafei said, "Aren't you being a little too generous? This is literally the first time we met. You're just going to let me stay with you? Aren't you worried at all that I might be up to no good?" Hearing this, Ayu broke into hearty laughter, waving his hand dismissively. "Hey, come on. Don't say things like that. From the moment I saw you, I felt like we hit it off right away. I can tell just by looking, you're definitely not a bad guy. And even if, just for argument's sake, you were up to something, so what? I'm not exactly a pushover, you know. I know a little bit of martial arts. Handling someone like you would be no trouble at all." Wang Dafei was touched by these words, though he was even more surprised. He never would have imagined that someone could show such warmth toward a total stranger. Of course, Ayu had his own calculations, though he kept those thoughts to himself. To him, Wang Dafei seemed exactly like the kind of person described in the old family books as destined for wealth and fortune. He thought, since I have the chance to befriend someone like this, I'd better seize the opportunity. Who knows, maybe some of his luck will rub off on me. Besides, after a closer look, Wang Dafei's face struck him as sincere and good-natured. Moreover, with the confidence gained from practicing martial arts for over 20 or 30 years, he was certain that if Wang Dafei ever dared to harbor any ill intentions, he could easily subdue him, leaving him utterly convinced and completely docile. Besides, even if someone wasn't destined for great wealth or status, Ayu would still offer a helping hand. It was simply because Wang Dafei didn't seem like a bad person. In this world, filled with supernatural mysteries, as a Taoist, he truly believed in the saying, one's appearance reflects one's heart. He could generally tell if a person was good or evil. Grateful for Yu's kindness and driven by curiosity and uncertainty, Wang Dafei was eager to find out whether the protagonist, Qian Xiaohao, had already moved in here and just how far the story had progressed. After careful consideration, he decided to express his thanks to Yu directly and, without any hesitation, accept his offer of help. After all, Wang Dafei knew he would eventually have to enter this mysterious building to uncover its secrets. Deep down, he also harbored goodwill, hoping to lend a hand to the protagonist, Qian Xiaohao, who was clearly in dire straits. After all, having traveled to this world, how could he simply stand by and watch as these tragedies unfolded, one after another, leaving everyone with such miserable fates? Wang Dafei simply couldn't bring himself to remain indifferent. So, he secretly resolved to help them. Besides, he wanted to see if he could earn some source points in the process. After all, those people's endings were nothing short of tragic. With that in mind, Wang Dafei began to recall the plot details of the film. The story is set in the 1980s, a time when the famous action star Qian Xiaohao rose to fame with the film Mr. Vampire, becoming the center of attention. But as the years passed, Xiaohao grew older, and his career began to decline. His wife and child left him as well. Crushed by the weight of life's hardships and feeling utterly hopeless, he decided to move into an old, dilapidated public housing unit with the few belongings he still had. In the end, he made up his mind to end his life there by hanging himself. However, there was something sinister lurking in that room. Just as Xiaohao's last breaths slipped away and he teetered on the edge of death, he was suddenly possessed by a fierce ghost haunting the apartment, plunging him into mortal danger. Of course, suicide is perilous enough on its own. But as luck would have it, a reclusive Taoist master named Chunyu, Ayu's real name, arrived just in time. He performed a series of rituals to confront the spirits and managed to rescue Xiaohao from the clutches of the twin ghost sisters. Having been saved by Chunyu, Qian Xiaohao, at least for the time being, no longer wished to die. In the days that followed, Xiaohao found himself increasingly curious about two people living in his building. Xiaobai, the albino boy, and Yang Feng, the woman who often lurked outside room 2442 and stole food meant for the ancestral offerings. Through conversations with Uncle Yin, the building security guard, he learned that years ago, a gruesome tragedy had taken place in the very apartment he now called home. Two sisters had died there in a bloody incident, and the aftermath had left Yang Feng deeply traumatized, pushing her mind to the brink of madness. Not long after, Uncle Dong, another resident, suffered a fatal accident and fell to his death. In her desperation, Aunt Mei Dong's grieving wife sought the help of a sorcerer named Ajio. She begged him to bring her husband's spirit back to the world of the living. Yet Uncle Dong's death was, in truth, closely tied to Ajio himself. Ajio's real plan was far more sinister. He didn't intend to reunite Dong's soul with his body. Rather, he wanted to create a corpse immune to decay, a vessel to house wandering spirits, something he could later use to prolong his own life. But Aunt May, driven to the brink of insanity by grief and longing for her husband, managed to ruin every part of Gio's careful scheme. She broke every taboo that should have been avoided, making one fatal mistake after another. Her madness knew no bounds. Later, she went so far as to deceive Xiao Bai, the sickly boy with leukemia. She tricked him completely, delivering him into the hands of Uncle Dong, who had by then become a zombie. This cruel act set off a chain of tragedies from which there was no return. Although the surface of the story doesn't make it obvious, every detail hints that nearly every resident of the building eventually fell victim to the zombies. As Wang Dafei pondered all of this, Chen Yu, who had been busy packing up his stall, suddenly patted him on the shoulder and said, "All right, brother, let's call it a night. Give me a hand. Let's clean up together." Wang Dafei nodded. After all, he'd already asked to spend the night at Chen Yu's place. Helping out was only fair. Without another word, he rolled up his sleeves and got to work. He started by carefully mopping the floor, then scrubbed the tables with equal attention. By the time they had finished cleaning Chen Yu's stall from top to bottom, he glanced at the clock and realized it was already 2 or 3 in the morning. Afterwards, Chen Yu led Wang Dafei down the quiet streets toward home. Soon, they arrived at a tall apartment building and stepped into the elevator, pressing the button for the 24th floor. As Chen Yu took out his keys to unlock the door, Wang Dafei couldn't help but glance curiously at the room next door. There, hanging on the door, was a faded sign that read, just barely legible, Room 2442, the very place where Qian Xiaohao had lived. But by now, it was well past 3 in the morning. From the outside, the room looked pitch black. No light shone from within, making it impossible to tell if anyone was inside. For reasons he couldn't quite explain, Wang Dafei felt an oppressive, lifeless chill hanging in the air as he stood there, a sense of unease pressing in from all sides. Just as Wang Dafei was still in a daze, Ayu had already opened the door and flicked on the light in the room. He called out, "Come in quickly, come in. It's the middle of the night already, so keep it down and don't disturb the neighbors." Hearing Ayu's words, Wang Dafei snapped back to reality and hurried inside. But as soon as he stepped through the door, Ayu, while closing it behind them, started muttering under his breath, "I'm just bringing a friend back to stay for a couple of days, everyone. Please don't bother him." Wang Dafei paid him no mind. He knew Ayu shared the apartment with a few ghostly roommates, but having seen enough movies, he wasn't all that frightened by friendly spirits. He slowly walked further into the room, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The place was a mess, clothes strewn carelessly across the floor, chairs and tables set at odd angles. On the faded wall, there hung an old, iron and wood circular disc. Wang Dafei looked closer and instantly recognized it. The 5 Elements compass. Memories of the movie's heart-pounding final battle flashed through his mind. It was thanks to this mysterious compass that Ayu and his friends managed to scrape out a hard-won victory. While Wang Dafei was still curiously examining the enigmatic compass, Chen Yu had already sprung into action, tidying up the apartment. He quickly swept aside the mountain of clutter piled on the sofa, clearing a relatively clean space. Then, he went into the bedroom and dug out an old blanket from a corner of the wardrobe. After giving it a few half-hearted shakes to dust it off, he set about making up a makeshift bed. Once he was done, Chen Yu turned to Wang Dafei with an apologetic smile. "Sorry about the mess, man. The place is a bit rough, so I hope you don't mind too much. Can't do much about it. This is just how things are at home, so we can't really be too fussy." Wang Dafei hurriedly waved his hand and replied with a grateful smile, "Don't even mention it, brother Yu. I'm just thankful to have a place to rest for the night." Hearing this, Chen Yu nodded and pointed to a corner of the room. "The bathroom's over there. If you need to get up at night, don't get lost. And if you're not used to sleeping with the lights off, just leave them on. It's fine." Wang Dafei quickly agreed. Got it, I'll remember. Thanks, brother Yu." After giving these instructions, Chen Yu yawned, stretched, and headed off to his own room. With the soft click of his door closing, Wang Dafei was left alone in the living room. In such an unfamiliar place, sleep didn't come easily, especially since, not long ago, it had still been broad daylight when he arrived. Yet at this moment, he felt not the slightest urge to sleep. His mind kept turning over the string of bizarre events that had happened here. For after all, this was a world where ghosts and supernatural beings truly did exist. After much careful thought, Wang Dafei once again reaffirmed his resolve. He wanted to do everything he could to save the residents of this entire building. In practice, though, this task seemed both deceptively simple and incredibly difficult. On the face of it, the solution was clear. If he could somehow defeat those terrifying ghostly sisters, then the worst of the calamities might never come to pass. After all, based on everything he had learned so far, Uncle Dong, who had recently died, had turned into a powerful corpse, a jiangshi, almost like something out of legend. While he wasn't quite strong enough to leap over roofs and vault across walls, he was far more formidable than any ordinary zombie. This terrifying transformation was due entirely to the fusion of the two ghost sisters with the corpse. This was the truly crucial detail. The zombified Uncle Dong and the two ghost sisters shared a strange, complementary relationship. One had a soul without a spirit, while the other was its opposite, a spirit without a soul. Because of this, something that would never normally occur, such a disturbing anomaly appearing in the same place at the same time, came to be manipulated, whether intentionally or not, by the cunning Agio. Once these two entities fused, they gave rise to a monster so chilling and grotesque it could freeze the bravest heart. A supernatural jiangshi of the highest order. So as long as Wang Dafei could pinpoint the right moment in time, when Qian Xiaohou had not yet moved in, he might still have a chance. If it was before everything began, or even somewhere along the way, so long as it wasn't already the very end of the story, the answer was the same: destroy the ghostly sisters, and the crisis could be averted. That way, even if Uncle Dong did become a jiangshi, he would only be an ordinary one, easily dealt with by Chunyu. Everything had begun at the very moment Qian Xiaohou moved into the haunted room 2442 and attempted to end his life there. It was precisely because of this act, when he hanged himself, his soul half detached and his body still clinging to life, that the ghosts lurking in a room found their chance. Those two entities, mindless but brimming with venomous resentment and a thirst for revenge, instinctively rushed into Qian Xiaohou's dying body. In that instant when they merged with his liminal, not quite dead flesh, their malice and wrath were ignited, and they immediately sought to snuff out Qian Xiaohou's life altogether, to possess him fully. As for the existence of these two ghosts in room 2442, Chunyu had always been aware. His wariness did not stem from fear of the ghosts themselves, but from something else entirely. As a cultivator, I know all too well that the proper way to deal with vengeful ghosts who died tragically is to help them find peace and move on through ritual, rather than simply destroying them by force. It's important to remember that there exists in this world a mysterious force known as hidden virtue. If you kill these unjustly slain spirits, such actions are likely to erode your own hidden virtue. Besides, the deaths of these two sisters were truly heartbreaking. In life, within this very house, the elder sister suffered the assault of a corrupt teacher. The younger sister, upon witnessing this scene, was overcome with fury and seized a pair of scissors of astonishing length, lunging straight at the perpetrator. But what no one could have predicted was that, in her frenzy, the younger sister accidentally stabbed herself as well, dying alongside the assailant. The tailor's scissors were ridiculously long, so much so that, as she ran her attacker through, she also dealt herself a fatal blow. Who could imagine something so bizarre would ever happen? The elder sister, seeing her beloved sibling perish before her eyes, was consumed by grief and despair, and in utter hopelessness, chose to hang herself. From that day forward, the spirits of these two sisters never left room 2442, wandering restlessly within its walls. Now, the reason Chunyu had never attempted to exorcise these two spirits was because their souls were bound to room 2442, unable to leave, so they were hardly a threat to anyone outside. Chunyu thought, if left alone for a while, perhaps as time passed the sisters' resentment would gradually fade, sparing everyone an unnecessary confrontation. And indeed, everything had been going well. After years of incense offerings and rituals to ease their anger, the two ghosts had at last quieted down. Even if someone moved into that room, the sisters would not bother the living. By all rights, nothing should have gone wrong. Yet, who could have foreseen what would happen next? Of all things, why did some idiot have to rent the room just to kill himself? It was Qian Xiaohua's suicide that stirred the two spirits into frenzy. The elder sister had hanged herself in precisely that spot. One unlikely coincidence after another unfolded, a half-dead man reenacting the very scene of the ghost's death, right in front of them. All these accidents together drove the spirits to madness, turning them from restless souls into truly savage wraiths. Wang Dafei recalled all this from the opening of the movie. But unlike Chunyu, he didn't care at all about so-called hidden virtue. After all, he wasn't a Taoist priest. Wang Dafei knew perfectly well that even without a Geo stirring up trouble, these two sisters, wronged and cut down in their prime, had already become vicious ghosts after death. Since their very existence posed a grave threat, bound to wreak havoc on the living, Wang Dafei's final decision was simple: destroy them. The only thing that troubled him now was figuring out how to actually see these malevolent spirits. After all, they no longer belonged to the world of the living. Transformed into vengeful spirits, they lingered in the house, haunting and harming others. Their enemies had all been killed by them. Yet there was still danger to innocent people. So, Wang Dafei felt not a shred of sympathy for them. No matter how you looked at it, these two female ghosts deserved to be struck down by him. But now, the biggest problem was that he seemed unable to see ghosts at all. Figuring out how to handle this was the most pressing dilemma. As he mulled things over, sleep quietly overtook him. He didn't know how long he slept. The next day, Chenyu gently shook his shoulder, trying to rouse him. Before long, Wang Dafei slowly opened his eyes. The moment he woke, he shot upright, as if jolted by electricity, for he caught a glimpse of panic and fear flickering in Chenyu's eyes. And at that very instant, Wang Dafei could distinctly sense that oppressive, suffocating atmosphere which had haunted his mind growing even heavier, as though a great weight had settled onto his shoulders. The feeling was deeply unsettling. Could it be that a ghost was pressing down on him? But judging from Chenyu's expression, that didn't seem to be the case. No way would a ghost be so brazen as to mess with a Taoist priest's face. Last night, Wang Dafei had planned to secretly investigate on his own whether Qian Xiaohou had moved in and if there were any supernatural happenings. But now, it was clear that something far more serious was unfolding. Before Wang Dafei could say a word, Chenyu was already staring at him grimly and said, with utmost seriousness, "From now on, you must stay in this room and don't open the door for any reason. Don't go anywhere. Remember, do not go anywhere." As soon as the words left his mouth, Chenyu turned and looked once more at the 5 elements compass mounted on the wall. Wang Dafei saw that the formation within the compass was slowly shifting, the dials spinning rapidly, and this change was unmistakably a bad omen in the eyes of its owner, Chenyu. According to this divination, a zombie had appeared nearby. At that moment, Wang Dafei also noticed the abnormal spinning of the compass, and his heart tightened with anxiety. All that brainstorming last night had been for nothing. Wasn't the story supposed to be reaching its climax, and now, here zombies were about to be unleashed? But before he could react, Chenyu, with a look of urgency, dashed out the door. Seeing this, how could Wang Dafei possibly stay put? Without hesitation, he rushed after him. As Chenyu hurried toward the elevator, the sound of footsteps behind made him turn. When he spotted Wang Dafei following, he was instantly exasperated and anxious. While running, he shouted, "Are you out of your mind? I just told you to stay put and not run about. Can't you listen? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Because time was running out, Chenyu dashed out in a panic, and Wang Dafei simply had no chance to explain the reasons to him in detail. So when he caught up and was scolded angrily by Chenyu, he didn't take it to heart. Instead, he got straight to the point and revealed the source of the looming crisis. "Listen, you, we're in serious trouble. Uncle Dong, he's turned into a zombie. Now, tell me which floor Agio's room is on. I have to get rid of those 2 female ghosts first. Otherwise, the consequences will be catastrophic." Although Chenyu was listening, his pace didn't slow for a moment. Wang Dafei hurried along behind him, shouting, and before he could even finish his sentence, the 2 of them rushed into the elevator together. Chenyu stared at Wang Dafei in disbelief, utterly stunned. What on earth was going on with this guy? He just arrived yesterday, so how could he know so much about what's happening in the building? Was he a fellow practitioner with a hidden agenda? But somehow, he just didn't look the part. Despite the sea of questions swirling in his mind, the urgency of the situation left Chenyu no choice but to ask in a trembling voice, "Who are you? Really? Just how much do you know?" Wang Dafei didn't have a second to spare for explanations. He shouted, "I don't have time to chat or explain. Hurry, just tell me, which floor is Agio's dorm on? I have to get there and send those 2 evil spirits on their way, or things will spiral out of control. Those 2 ghosts." But before he could finish, the elevator arrived at the floor Chenyu had pressed, and the door slid open with a low chime. As soon as they arrived, Chenyu darted out of the elevator without hesitation, not pausing for a single thought. Wang Dafei followed, racking his memory for key plot points. Damn it, at least listen to me. In this movie, the so-called Agio was actually a Taoist who had strayed down the wrong path by dabbling in dark arts. He tried to cultivate a corpse to extend his own life, but by a twist of fate, he ended up turning Uncle Dong into a zombie instead. Unable to handle the creature himself, he ultimately met his end at the hands of the very monster he had created. But Chenyu just glanced briefly at Wang Dafei, too pressed for time to respond. Without a word, he sprinted ahead, only stopping when he reached a particular room. The door before him was battered and broken, covered in deep claw marks and a gaping hole, as if it had been smashed open by an overwhelming force. Chenyu's eyes widened in terror. He had hoped desperately that the compass had simply malfunctioned, But now his worst fears were coming true. A real zombie had appeared. He peered cautiously inside, and the sight before him made his blood run cold. The floor was smeared with horrifying streaks of blood, and scattered about were all manner of belongings, thrown into utter chaos. He walked in slowly, stepping over the threshold and taking 2 cautious steps forward. But before he could go any further, something unknown suddenly caught his foot. He lost his balance and pitched forward. At that very moment, a cold, powerful hand shot out from behind, catching his falling body and clamping tightly over his mouth and nose. Chinyu, still on high alert from the bloodstains and debris that had nearly tripped him moments before, instantly tensed. Coupled with the ominous omen he'd glimpsed while coming downstairs, he immediately understood. The person covering his mouth and nose wasn't trying to harm him. He quickly guessed what might be happening. Without hesitation, he held his breath, not daring to let out even the faintest gasp. Just then, sharp, rhythmic footsteps rang out from the bathroom. Each step landed with a startling clarity, echoing through the silence like thunderclaps. The sound came from behind you, each strike beating heavily against his heart. It was the unmistakable noise of someone wearing hard-soled shoes, leaping and landing with force, an unsettling, relentless rhythm. Step, step. Ayu's heart leapt into his throat, because he hadn't come here alone. Wang Dafei was with him. That stranger, the man spending a night at his house. Now, worry for Wang Dafei crept over him, but he didn't dare turn his head. All he could do was glance at the mirror in the room, praying silently that Wang Dafei would get through this unharmed. Yet, as his eyes flicked to the doorway through the mirror, he saw Wang Dafei standing stock still, not moving an inch. He could only hope that Wang Dafei's eyes weren't failing him, and that he could see what was happening right before him. Ayu prayed quietly, wishing he would realize just how terrifying the situation had become. And then, as if fate had chosen this precise moment, a shadow shot out of the bathroom. It moved with astonishing speed, feet pressed together, arms stretched rigidly forward, hopping in a single, unbroken motion. At the doorway, Wang Dafei's pupils widened in shock. He'd known there were ghosts and zombies here, but seeing it with his own eyes was something else entirely. The figure that had jumped from the bathroom was a zombie. Its entire body radiated the stench of decay, its skin pale and ashen, stretched taut over protruding bones. Its eyes were hollow and lifeless, and from behind a mask of copper coins, it breathed out clouds of inky black vapor. With each hop, the air seemed to grow heavier, making it hard even to breathe. The zombie bounced toward the spot where Chanyu had just been, then stopped dead, unmoving as a statue. Wang Dafei stood frozen at the doorway, instinctively holding his breath, a reflex that must have come from watching too many zombie movies as a child. He watched, wide-eyed, as the zombie hopped closer step by step. Because he was right at the door, he had the clearest view. He noticed something strange. The zombie came to a halt after it reached Chunyu's side. Since everyone was holding their breath, the zombie paused as well, momentarily unable to locate its target. But it seemed to sense that someone was nearby, now standing still as if straining to detect the presence of living humans around it. Seeing this, Wang Dafei's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, "This isn't good. If I don't do something, it'll eventually find Chenyu. No one can hold their breath forever." With the zombies so close, if it caught them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wang still had a bit of distance from the creature, and, after all, Chenyu was a decent guy. Thinking this, Wang made up his mind to try and save him. So, with a sudden resolve, Wang Dafei took a deep breath, turned on his heel, and sprinted away. The moment he exhaled, the zombie seemed to catch the scent. It immediately locked onto him. Defying all logic, it made a powerful leap, almost floating as it sailed from the room straight into the corridor. Wang Dafei's plan was not just to lure the terrifying zombie away from Chenyu, but also because he figured that even if he couldn't outrun it, he could always hold his breath again outside and be all right. After all, with his involvement, who knew if things would play out like in the movies? Those were always full of danger, but in the end, the zombies would be vanquished, though not without a price. Would it end the same way here, with the whole building wiped out? At the very least, drawing the zombie away would give Chenyu a chance to catch his breath. Wang Dafei tore down the hallway with everything he had, the zombie right behind him showing off a terrifying speed and the kind of leaps that sent shivers down the spine. Its monstrous leaps and horrific visage would make anyone's blood run cold. Luckily, Wang Dafei was no ordinary man anymore. His running speed was top-notch, and he felt as fast as Usain Bolt, just barely keeping ahead of the zombie. But if he had to keep running for his life like this, he knew he'd be in serious trouble. Suddenly, Wang Dafei shot toward the balcony like an arrow loosed from a bow. In the blink of an eye, he was at the edge, and without a second's hesitation, he leapt, crashing straight through the railing and soaring out into the open air. Anyone else would have plummeted and ended up as little more than a splatter on the ground. But Wang Dafei was different. He was confident he could fly. The instant he jumped, he tried to extend the 8 spider legs sprouting from his back. But suddenly, as he plummeted straight down, the 8 spider lances didn't emerge from his back as expected. It wasn't until 3 or 4 seconds later, after a sudden flash of golden light, that the 8 spider lances finally burst forth, unfurling into 4 radiant golden wings, dazzling and resplendent. Those 3 or 4 seconds felt like an eternity to him. As he slowly rose into the air, Wang Dafei opened his mouth wide, gasping for breath, his eyes fixed on the zombie below. A triumphant grin spread across his face. Huh, stunned, aren't you? I can fly. He seemed blissfully unaware of anything else. Just then, Uncle Dong the zombie leapt up as well, landing at the edge of the balcony, but he only paused for a brief moment. Sensing there was no way forward, those lifeless, upturned fish eyes locked onto Wang Dafei. Realizing there was no chance to catch his prey, the zombie abruptly turned around and quickly hopped away. Hovering in the air for a moment, Wang Dafei finally took a deep breath, suppressing his presence, and floated gently back onto the balcony. After confirming the zombie had truly left and wouldn't return, he gradually relaxed, letting his breathing slow from frantic gasps to a steadier rhythm. But just then, as if struck by a sudden revelation, he slapped his forehead and muttered to himself, "Damn it! How could I forget something so important? It only just occurred to me. My spiritual power has grown so much stronger now, but I completely forgot about it. With a little zombie like that, I should have been able to strike it down instantly. Ugh, it's all because that damn childhood trauma. Zombies like that just scare the life out of me. I actually let fear make me forget everything." Realizing this, Wang Dafei dared not waste another second. He dashed off at lightning speed toward the room Chunyu had inspected earlier. Bursting through the door, he immediately saw Ayu supporting Ajio, the one who practiced dark arts. Ajio's face was ashen, panic etched across his features. His mouth worked frantically, whispering something to you. But what truly shocked Wang Dafei was the gruesome wound at Ajio's neck, skin torn, flesh mangled, yet hardly any blood flowed from it. He must have been bitten by that zombie and drained dry. With such a wound, there was no hope left for Ajio. He was as good as dead. Ajio's face was pale as paper, and a violent cough racked his frail body. In a trembling voice, he said, Actually, I've had late-stage lung cancer for some time now. These days, I've only managed to hang on by relying on infant ashes, but even that has stopped working." With each racking, heart-wrenching cough, Ajio's body teetered on the brink of collapse. After taking a moment to steady his breath, Ajio continued his tale. "On the very day that young man in room 2442 was possessed by the female ghost, a wicked thought suddenly crept into my mind. I thought to myself, if I could harness the power of those 2 female ghosts, perhaps I could extend my own life. However, since a ghost is nothing but a spirit for my plan to work, I would also need a body capable of containing them both." At this point, Ajio let out a long sigh, his eyes filled with deep regret and helplessness. It just so happened that very night, Uncle Dong was startled by one of my little ghosts. In his panic, he lost his footing and fell from the upper floor, dying on the spot. When I witnessed this, tainted by my own cancer, a dark idea took hold of me. Since Uncle Dong was already dead, why not use his corpse to forge a vessel that could house the twin spirits, and let them prolong my life? Upon hearing this, Wang Dafei shot Ajio a contemptuous look, but said nothing. Having seen enough movies, he understood that by then, Ajio had already been consumed by his own greed. In truth, it was Ajio who had caused Uncle Dong's death. He wanted to create a corpse puppet, so he targeted Uncle Dong, who had a unique fate. He thought Aunt May would be easy to control, but in the end, well, he only brought ruin upon himself, as well as others. Wang Dafei didn't bother to expose him. It was pointless. The man was already more dead than alive. His fate was sealed. Of course, if Ajio somehow survived, Wang Dafei had already decided he'd put a bullet in him himself for all the evil he'd done. Ajio gave a bitter smile and shook his head, still speaking. "Originally, all I needed was a corpse that wouldn't rot too quickly. For this, I specifically instructed Aunt May to keep a mask made of copper coins on Uncle Dong's face at all times, and I used a lotus-shaped talisman to suppress one of his souls. But who could have guessed? Aunt May removed the copper mask on her own and even fed the corpse the blood of a pure child. After that, things took a turn for the worse. Uncle Dong's body underwent a terrifying transformation and became a jiangshi, a hopping corpse. I couldn't even handle it myself. Help me." Before he could finish, Ajio's hand went limp and fell to his side. All life drained from his face as he drew his last breath. He didn't even finish his final words before his legs gave a final twitch, and he died then and there. Ayu gently closed Ajio's wide, unseeing eyes, which stared in deathly refusal, then slowly stood up. With a grave look, he turned to Wang Dafei and asked in a low voice, "So, where's the Jiangshi now?" Wang Dafei frowned and shook his head. "No idea. After I gave that thing the slip, I ran for my life and haven't seen it since." Wang Dafei's expression grew even more grave as he added, "But for now, listen to me. We must first go to Ajio's room and lay those two female ghosts to rest once and for all." Ayu let out a long sigh, his face etched with deep worry. Now we've got a zombie on the loose. Who knows how many more people might die because of this? He sighed again, this time heavier, his brows knitted tightly together. His face was clouded with regret and remorse as he muttered, "Oh, damn that Ajio. How could she cause such a disaster?" With that, he trudged heavily toward the bathroom from which the zombie had leapt. As he stepped inside, a pungent, metallic stench of blood hit him like a wave, churning his stomach. The floor was splattered with gruesome bloodstains and the remains of a child's body. The dark, crimson smears seemed to silently recount the horror that had unfolded here just moments before. Amid these sinister stains, a few strands of white hair were scattered. With trembling hands, Ayu picked up one of the white hairs. His face turned deathly pale. It was his fault that Xiaobai had come to harm. Aunt Mei had used Xiaobai's blood as the offering, and the realization crashed over Ayu in an overwhelming tide of regret. He squeezed his eyes shut in agony, memories of yesterday afternoon surfacing in his mind. Xiaobai had been so eager to come and play, and he hadn't firmly stopped her. If only he had, perhaps this tragedy could have been avoided. But now, it was far too late for regret. Because of a moment's negligence, he had become an accomplice to this tragedy. A crushing sense of guilt and self-blame engulfed Ayu. At that moment, Wang Dafei, unable to bear the sight of him wallowing, barked, "Stop moping and get yourself together. We need to deal with those two female ghosts now." Ayu suddenly remembered that before leaving, Wang Dafei had insisted on dealing with those two ghosts. And now, hearing it again, at a time when a zombie was already on the loose, why was Wang Dafei still so obsessed with two female ghosts who no longer posed a threat? Was he out his mind? Frustrated and unable to contain himself, Ayu snapped at Wang Dafei. "What kind of deep grudge do you have against those two female ghosts? Anyway, at a time like this, with a zombie on the rampage, why are you so fixated on getting rid of them? Don't you have anything better to do?" In the face of Ayu's outburst, Wang Dafei's expression darkened instantly. He responded with a stern, unusually serious tone. "You're a Taoist priest. Think carefully. If those two female ghosts somehow managed to possess the zombie, do you realize what would happen? You should know all too well just how terrifying the consequences would be, shouldn't you?" Wang Dafei's words struck Ayu like a bolt of lightning, leaving him pale as a sheet. His mouth hung wide open, and for a long while, he was unable to utter even a single word. After quite some time, Ayu finally seemed to recover from his overwhelming terror. Stammering and barely making sense, he replied, "Uncle Dong's fate is unique. The female ghosts have souls but no spirits, while zombies have spirits but no souls. If the two are combined, Uncle Dong's corpse will turn into a corpse demon. It could even become a flying jiangshi." No way. That can't be," Ayu protested weakly. "Ajio and I went to great lengths to seal them away, and I sent Ajio to perform the rites to release them." Wang Dafei let out a cold, bitter laugh. "Ajio needs those twin ghost sisters if he wants to prolong his life. Do you really think he'd let them go?" As soon as these words left Wang Dafei's mouth, Ayu seemed to crumble, collapsing to the ground as though every ounce of strength had been drained from his body. He lay there, utterly deflated, like a balloon that had lost all its air. His eyes were hollow and lifeless, robbed of all their former spark, and he looked as if he'd aged a dozen years in an instant. He muttered to himself, "That wretched Ajio definitely didn't set those two ghosts free. He's only trying to turn a corpse into a demon, so he can live longer. Damn it, he's doomed us all." By now, Wang Dafei had lost his patience. He shot Ayu a fierce glare, gave him a hard kick, and shouted, "Quit sniveling and dragging your feet like some helpless woman. We don't have time for your confusion. Aren't you supposed to be a Maoshan priest? Now's the time to prove it. We're running out of time. Get up and show me the way so we can finish off that damned ghost." The force of Wang Dafei's outburst snapped Ayu back to reality. He knew now was not the time for hesitation, and the urgency of the situation allowed for no further delay. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to ignore the pain in his body and the fear gnawing at his heart. With a sense of desperation, he scrambled up from the cold, hard ground. Once on his feet, he didn't even bother to brush away the dust and blood clinging to his clothes. Instead, he staggered forward, quickening his pace, determined to lead the way for Wang Dafei. But after only a few steps, I stopped abruptly, as though struck by the memory of something vital. He spun around and exclaimed to Wang Dafei, "No, I can't just take you to the ghost. I have to deal with the zombie first. It's safer that way. If we let that zombie run wild, everyone in the neighborhood will be doomed." Then he pulled out a few paper talismans and handed them to Wang Dafei. "Go up to Ajio's room and stick these on the cabinet where the female ghost is sealed. Just guard it. Don't do anything else. After I take care of the zombies, I'll personally perform the exorcism for them. I'm heading back to fetch my tools. And by the way, I'm not from the Maoshan sect." With those words, Ayu hurried off, leaving Wang Dafei standing there in bewilderment. Watching Ayu's retreating figure, Wang Dafei shouted, "What's the room number?" Without turning his head, Ayu called back, 4999. Then he vanished from sight. After learning which floor and room number Ju was in, Wang Dafei watched Ayu leave the scene, not choosing the elevator, but instead dashing up the stairs at full speed. Wang Dafei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Am I supposed to deal with the female ghost myself? Facing a physical zombie, I might manage, but a female ghost. Still, since Ayu had said as much, he had no choice but to follow orders. He could only hope the twin female ghosts hadn't escaped yet. As long as they were still trapped, he only needed to keep watch. Wang Dafei waited until Ayu disappeared from view, then turned and headed for the elevator. He pressed the button and waited for it to arrive. The whole time, he stayed alert, glancing around nervously, half expecting a zombie to leap out at any moment. Even though he believed he was strong enough to take on a zombie head-on, he still worried about being ambushed. Every now and then, he'd hold his breath, just in case. After all, with things like this, you never really know what might happen. Soon enough, the elevator arrived. Wang Dafei stepped inside and pressed the button for a Ju's floor. As the elevator rose slowly, Wang Dafei silently prayed that everything would go smoothly. When the door slid open, he stepped out cautiously, making his way to a Ju's room. The door was slightly ajar. He pushed the door open gently and stepped inside. His eyes were immediately drawn to the cabinet that was supposed to seal the female ghosts inside. But the cabinet doors now gaped wide open, completely empty. Clearly, the twin female ghosts had broken free. Seeing this, Wang Dafei couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, so much for having the advantage of foresight. I've been thrown straight into the final showdown. He had thought that, thanks to his knowledge of the story, he could prepare in advance and avoid unnecessary trouble. But things clearly weren't going according to plan. Now that the twin female ghosts had escaped, the situation had become even more complicated. Damn it all. Standing in a Ju's rented room, staring at the cabinet smashed open by an axe, Wang Dafei felt a chill run through him. The twin female ghosts had definitely escaped. Hell, now that the female ghosts had broken free, they were almost certainly being drawn toward the zombie. As for where exactly the ghost and zombie were now, Wang Dafei had no idea. The only thing he could be sure of was that they were both still somewhere inside this building. However, Wang Dafei had no way of knowing exactly which floor they were on. After thinking it over for a while, he decided there was no better option, so he took the elevator all the way down to the 48th floor, planning to check each floor one by one. When he reached the 48th floor, he dashed out of the elevator and glanced down the corridor. Looking around, the hallway was completely empty. Not a trace of female ghosts or zombies. Not even the slightest unusual sound. In a way, that was a relief. At least it meant the zombies hadn't reached this far up. Wang Dafei continued toward the 47th floor. After confirming that the upper floors were almost entirely safe, he went down 3 more floors, checked again, and then kept inspecting another dozen or so levels. But on every floor, the doors were tightly shut and an eerie silence hung in the air, making it seem as though nothing had ever happened. And so, Wang Dafei methodically cleared each floor, making his way down until he reached the 18th. But this time, as soon as he stepped out of the elevator, a heavy, metallic scent of blood rushed into his nose. Wang Dafei couldn't help but frown. It was obvious something terrible had happened here. Stepping out of the elevator, he was greeted by a grisly sight. Several bodies sprawled chaotically across the hallway, right in front of him. All of the corpses were deathly pale, drained of color, as if every ounce of life had been sucked out of them. A closer look revealed that each one had a ghastly, mangled wound at the neck, hideously torn flesh, the marks of a savage and brutal attack. There was no need to guess. These glaring wounds made it perfectly clear to Wang Dafei that these people had fallen victim to that terrifying zombie. Staring at the gruesome scene before him, Wang Dafei's heartbeat quickened. He knew he couldn't linger here for long. He had to find that zombie as soon as possible, or more people would die. At the same time, he needed to prepare an escape route for himself. If he couldn't handle the zombie, he'd have to get out while he still could. After all, he'd already done everything he could, but fate hadn't cooperated. He'd arrived too late to change anything. With that thought, Wang Dafei took a deep breath, forcing down his fear, and muttered to himself, "A zombie is nothing more than a tough corpse that moves a little faster. No need to be afraid." With that, he quickly pulled out his Benelli M4 semi-automatic shotgun from his storage soul tool, loading it with a mix of buckshot and slugs. He didn't even know what kind of shell would fire with each pull of the trigger, but whatever it would be fatal to a human. There was no time to worry about the details. Shouldering his weapon, Wang Dafei picked up his pace and continued searching the lower floors. Following the trail of blood, Wang Dafei pressed on, moving through 2 or 3 floors in a row where doors had been smashed in and rooms left in ruins. In most apartments, except for a few with reinforced steel doors, the people inside were trapped like chicks in a cage, powerless to escape. Unaware of what was coming, some waited helplessly for the zombies to break down the door and devour them one by one. No one knew how many of those who had run outside to see what was happening could actually escape. As for the few floors below, just by looking around, over 20 bodies had already been found. Men, women, children, entire families lying together in silence. The further he went down, the heavier the stench of blood became in the air, tightening his nerves to their breaking point. Suddenly, a low, guttural growl echoed from up ahead. The sound sent a jolt through Wang Dafei's heart. He stopped in his tracks at once, gripping his weapon tightly. The source of the growl was just around the next corner. All at once, the zombie burst into view. The moment it appeared, it spotted Wang Dafei too. Without a shred of hesitation, the creature charged straight at him. Yes, it was running toward him, not shuffling or lurching like an ordinary zombie, but sprinting. It charged on all fours, like a wild beast, its body smeared with clotted black-red flesh and fresh blood, eyes gleaming with a savage crimson light, hungry for flesh. The zombie, sensing Wang Dafei's presence, suddenly leapt at him. Its speed was terrifying. Instantly, Wang Dafei raised a shotgun, the dark barrel aimed squarely at the zombie's head. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The deafening roar of the shotgun echoed through the corridor. 8 shells erupted in a furious barrage, slamming into the zombie with relentless force. Yet, what happened next defied belief. Despite the sheer power of the attack, the ferocious zombie merely staggered back a few steps, barely phased. A cold weight settled in Wang Dafei's chest. Sweat beaded across his forehead. Refusing to give in to despair, Wang Dafei acted without hesitation. He tossed aside the useless Benelli M4 shotgun. With practiced speed, he drew a Rambo-style M60 machine gun from the storage device at his waist. The long belt of ammunition dragged across the floor, rattling with sharp metallic clinks. Clutching the M60 in both hands, Wang Dafei roared, "Die! Die for me!" His fingers squeezed the trigger, and the machine gun spat fire, a furious dragon of bullets pouring down on the zombie in a relentless storm. But even with such overwhelming firepower, the hail of bullets seemed to do almost nothing to the creature. With each dreadful step, the zombie continued its advance, looming closer and closer. The bullets only managed to sink into its flesh, barely making a dent. Not even the slightest real injury. Wang Dafei's eyes went wide with shock. What the hell? This is insane. If it had still been an ordinary zombie, before it transformed into a corpse demon, then under this barrage of machine gun fire, even a zombie's skull should have burst open by now. But now, the creature's entire body was shrouded in a sinister aura, wrapped tight in grievance and resentment, like an invisible shield. Most of the bullets failed to penetrate, repelled by some strange and ghostly force. In that instant, Wang Dafei understood. This thing was no longer just a regular zombie. Wang Dafei cursed inwardly. Damn it. Hell, I'm late again, always just a step behind. Because he could see, on the other side, the protagonist Qian Xiaohao was already lying on the ground, a gaping, torn wound in his abdomen bleeding profusely. Realizing that even with machine gun fire, this zombie was unaffected, Wang Dafei knew continuing to shoot would just waste bullets and precious time. He instantly ceased fire, and just as he stopped shooting, the zombie, now transformed into a corpse demon, let out a thunderous roar, jaws agape, and charged straight at him. There was still a short distance left. In that split second, as the creature was about to pounce on Wang Dafei, a crackling surge of electricity suddenly erupted, echoing all around. Blue arcs of lightning laced with golden threads, began to dance and coil around Wang Dafei's right hand, as if some immense power was gathering there, ready to be unleashed. With all his might, Wang Dafei's eyes burned with resolve as he raised his right hand and bellowed, "Ha!" Instantly, a bolt of energy, thick as a barrel and blindingly fast, erupted from his palm, streaking toward the zombie with a world-shattering force. But at that very moment, the zombie, driven by some bestial instinct, sensed the deadly threat and twisted its body in an uncanny motion, like a corkscrew, springing up from the ground and clinging to the nearby wall. Yet, even with such a swift reaction, it couldn't completely evade the attack. The lightning bolt, roaring past its left side like a thunder dragon, caught it for just a split second, instantly blasting its left arm and shoulder into countless charred fragments, which scattered through the air. But regrettably, the zombie's astonishing reflexes allowed it to dodge the brunt of the attack, and the remainder of the lightning crashed violently into the wall behind. With a thunderous explosion, the thick wall was blasted open, leaving a gaping, blackened hole. After enduring such a devastating blow, the corpse demon finally understood, deeply and viscerally, the terrifying power that Wang Dafei wielded. At this moment, it was no longer a mindless creature. Ever since merging with the twin ghost girls, it had regained something essential and begun to develop intelligence. The savage power of the thunder made it tremble in fear. It dared not hesitate or linger another second. Instead, it darted along the wall with a speed almost beyond human imagination, clinging tightly like an agile gecko. It scurried across the ceiling, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. For Wang Dafei, the entire scene, from the psychic lightning striking the zombie to its skillful evasion and flight, happened in a split second. Once the zombie disappeared, Wang Dafei was left utterly exhausted. He had learned a few things. Using his soulbone light wings or retrieving items from his stored soul device now drained far more energy than before. The consumption seemed to multiply each time, as if something was suppressing his psychic powers. Back in the Marvel world, he could fire off dozens of bolts like this and barely break a sweat, but here, just one left him gasping for breath. It was utterly absurd. There was definitely something about this world he didn't understand. Lost in thought, he continued walking. Before long, he reached Qian Xiaoho's side and gently helped him up. Wang Dafei had never met Qian Xiaoho until now, and he hadn't expected their first encounter to be at death's door. This guy had thrown himself at the zombie. With reckless abandon, fighting as if he had nothing to lose. Wang Dafei had wanted to save him if possible, but now he looked like he was about to die. Carefully supporting him, Wang Dafei slowly led him out toward the corridor. Just then, Ayu finally arrived a little too late. He rushed over in his Taoist robe, peachwood sword in hand. Supported by Wang Dafei, Qian Xiaoho looked at him and asked, "Are you a Taoist too? That thunder magic of yours is incredible." But Wang Dafei kept silent, muttering to himself, "Incredible? Not even close, he dodged it anyway." Besides, he could tell he wouldn't be able to use that psychic lightning again anytime soon. Until he figured out what was going on, he'd better use it as little as possible. Deep down, he had a nagging feeling that overusing it might bring about some unforeseen disaster. Ayu, clueless about what had just happened, asked, "Thunder magic? What thunder magic? Nobody can use thunder magic these days." Then Qian Xiaoho turned to both Wang Dafei and Ayu, pleading, "Please help me set up the altar. I don't have much time left, but if we perform the ritual, I can still help fight the zombie." He knew he didn't have long to live and refused to die a pitiful death from blood loss and torn wounds. Wang Dafei stayed silent, for he had no idea how to set up the altar. In fact, he didn't even know what that meant. After all, he was not a Taoist priest. So, he turned his gaze to Ayu, and Qian Xiaohai also stubbornly looked at Ayu. He didn't have much time left, and hoped you would grant him this final wish. The so-called opening the altar was, in fact, a Taoist ritual, using special techniques to set up a formation, connect with the Earth's veins, and create a protective barrier, thereby activating the power within that space. Within such a barrier, a zombie's strength would be suppressed by the Earth's energy, and even the nearly dying Qian Xiaohai could draw on this force to regain enough power for one last fight against the zombie. However, Ayu did not agree right away. Instead, he gestured toward Wang Dafei and said, "Stop talking like that. The two of us are still here. Nothing will happen to you. Just wait for the paramedics and stay put." But Qian Xiaohai refused, answering weakly, "I should have died the first day I came here. You're the one who saved me. Forget what I said about being grateful before. The hospital can't save these wounds. Open the altar for me, so at least I can die with purpose." Qian Xiaohai's intentions were crystal clear. The truth was he had long since accepted the idea of dying. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried to take his own life on his very first day in this building. It was only because Ayu saved him that he had managed to hang on this long. But even so, Ayu had only managed to save his body, not his spirit. Sooner or later, he would have fallen back into despair. Yet, now, with the appearance of a zombie, he no longer wished to die in vain. Suddenly, his life felt like it held meaning once again. Wang Dafei, knowing the story and understanding Qian Xiaohai's heart, gave his support and tried to persuade Ayu as well. Grant him this. His spirit's already broken. Now, he just wants his death to have some value. If you open the altar, he'll be able to help. Qian Xiaohai shot Wang Dafei a grateful look, silently thanking him for voicing what he himself could not say. Qian Xiaohai turned back, pleading with Ayu, "Please, I'm begging you, just this once help me." Moved by Qian Xiaohai's persistence, Ayu finally relented and agreed to his request. Without delay, Ayu bit his finger and began drawing talismanic symbols on Qian Xiaohai's body. Once he had finished, he hurried off to prepare the other rituals required for the altar. Seeing that Yu was now busy setting up the formation and finding himself with nothing else to do, Wang Dafei realized that casting lightning bolts earlier had taken a heavier toll than he thought. He took out a piece of palu, or clutching in his hand to restore some energy. Meanwhile, Ayu grabbed a broom and began sweeping intricate symbols onto the ground in one smooth, practiced motion, as though he had performed this ritual countless times before. Standing to the side, Wang Dafei could only watch quietly, an outsider to these mysterious arts. After Yu finished drawing the talisman, he tossed the peachwood sword to Wang Dafei and said, "Take this. I don't know exactly where you come from, but in a moment, I'll be watching over the formation. You'll hold this and help him deal with the zombie." Wang Dafei caught the peachwood sword and suddenly, ding! You've successfully begged for and received Common Thunderstrike Peachwood Sword *1, source points plus 20. Wang Dafei was momentarily stunned. Even this counts as gaining source points? Does this really count as begging? Probably not, right? But after a brief pause, the logic clicked. This damned system is called the begging system, but in reality, it just wants me to go around asking people for things, doesn't it? Wang Dafei examined the Peachwood sword carefully, still a bit doubtful as he replied. I'm Wang Dafei, and I'd say I'm something of an exorcist myself. After all, he had taken down someone as evil as Tang San, and he'd still have to help the Emperor fight demons in the future. So, really, calling himself an exorcist wasn't wrong at all. But, can this thing really do the job? That's no ordinary zombie we're dealing with. This Peachwood sword just doesn't feel like it'll cut it. Ayu looked up, clearly annoyed. That's enough out of you. This is a treasured heirloom in my family. Soon, Ayu finished the talisman, and with all the preparations for the formation complete, Qian Xiaohou, who was sitting at the heart of the array, suddenly perked up, full of renewed vigor and energy. Then, Ayu's expression grew solemn as he drew an object from his coat. It was unmistakably one of Ajio's relics, a lotus-shaped ritual implement filled with corpse oil from Uncle Dong's jaw. With utmost care, Ayu cupped it in his palms, chanting softly, as if communicating with some mysterious, unseen power. As he continued the incantation, wisps of smoke-like threads slowly drifted out from the lotus artifact. These ethereal strands twisted and curled through the air like lively serpents, swirling outward in all directions before finally melting into the darkness, leaving their destination a complete mystery. The three of them waited in tense silence, barely daring to breathe. Before long, a heavy, muffled thud resounded, like something enormous had crashed onto the ground with tremendous weight. Right after, a jumble of chaotic footsteps echoed from a distance, growing steadily louder and clearer, as if some terrible creature was drawing nearer and nearer. Just then, a shadowy figure suddenly leapt down from the wall, landing squarely on the floor. Before anyone could get a good look at it, the figure sprang up again, darting straight up onto the ceiling, swift as lightning. It darted back and forth. In the faint light, they finally caught a glimpse of their uninvited guest, a zombie, its face twisted in a grotesque snarl, and its body reeking of decay. It had been drawn here by the scent of corpse oil from the lotus ritual implement. At that moment, Ayu shouted loudly, "Xiaohao, Dafei, I'm about to activate the 5 elements luogging. Once it starts, we'll only have as much time as it takes to smoke a single cigarette. You must seize this brief window, move quickly." Taking a deep breath, Ayu's eyes blazed with determination. He raised his strong, powerful hand and, with a sudden forceful swing, slammed his palm down onto the 5 elements luogging with tremendous might. There was a tremendous crash, like thunder exploding overhead, as the compass was instantly activated. Immediately, a deep and mysterious humming sound filled the air. A powerful surge of energy rippled outward from the 5 elements luogging, spreading quickly in all directions. Wherever it passed, anything connected to electricity, lamps, tubes, and wires seemed to suffer intense electromagnetic interference, erupting in a cascade of crackling bursts before shattering into countless fragments that flew in all directions. In an instant, the entire building was plunged into utter darkness, so deep that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Only the five elements Luogan glowed with a faint, gentle light. Wang Dafei suddenly realized that the palu, where he'd been holding just moments before, had vanished, evaporated into thin air. At that very moment, a strange light flashed past. Wang Dafei, Qian Xiaohao, Chen Yu, and that hideous zombie were all swept into a mysterious barrier together. This barrier was like a world unto itself, filled with a peculiar yet comfortable energy that radiated power from every corner. In the darkness, the five elements Luogang began to turn slowly. With each rotation, it seemed as if everyone's hearts tightened with anticipation. Chen Yu's face was grave. He pressed one hand firmly on the five elements Luogang and spoke in a slightly trembling voice. Once this compass completes a full turn, the barrier will close. For good. If we can't destroy this zombie before then, I'll have to lock the formation and make sure it can't escape. But if that happens, I'm afraid none of us will leave here alive. Upon hearing this, Wang Dafei was momentarily stunned. Then his eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "What? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" "Oh well, it shouldn't be a problem." He clenched his fists, the combined strength of his spiritual energy and the blessing of the Emperor giving him confidence. Inside this formation, the oppressive feeling that had weighed on him before was gone. He felt completely at ease. Wang Dafei's inner confidence radiated outward. With the five elements Luogang now running, the exhaustion he'd felt after using his spiritual lightning had vanished, his body brimming with vitality once more. Drawing on the surge of his spiritual power, he felt certain that he could take on this terrifying creature head-on and vanquish it in a single blow. However, just as they were hastily exchanging words, the zombie gave them not a moment's respite. Uncle Dong, now transformed into a zombie, opened his gaping, blood-stained mouth and let out a bone-chilling roar. With stiff legs and an eerie, lurching gait, he lunged at them with terrifying speed, swift as lightning. At that critical moment, Qian Xiaohou stepped forward without hesitation, boldly placing himself at the very front of the group. He clenched his jaw, eyes wide and fierce, and with a roar of his own, he charged straight at the oncoming zombie. As soon as the five-element Luo Gung formation was activated, it drew in all available energy from the surroundings, channeling it into its protective barrier. This formation was especially attuned to Qian Xiaohou, and under the combined force of both spell and formation, he felt utterly transformed, as if reborn. He radiated an extraordinary aura, his courage and power magnified to superhuman levels. His eyes blazed with determination, and without a moment's hesitation, he dashed at the zombie just ahead. In the blink of an eye, Qian Xiaohou was upon the creature. His right arm tensed, fist clenched tightly, and with a powerful swing, he smashed a punch straight at the zombie's head. There was a tremendous crash. The blow landed before the zombie could even react, and it was sent hurtling backward, slamming violently into the air. But then, something utterly unexpected happened. Instead of falling to the ground, the zombie's body twisted through the air in a way that defied all logic, hurtling rapidly upward toward the ceiling. Even more astonishing, when its feet touched the ceiling, it landed as steadily as if it were standing on solid ground, upside down, yet perfectly balanced atop the ceiling. Witnessing this, a chill ran through Qian Xiaohou's heart. Still, he did not retreat. Instead, he summoned his courage once more, readying himself to leap up and strike the zombie again. But before he could act, the zombie suddenly moved. In a flash, it darted down from the ceiling like a phantom, appearing behind Qian Xiaohou in the blink of an eye. With its remaining hand raised high, razor-sharp nails glinting coldly, the creature slashed violently at Qian Xiaohou's back. A piercing, tearing sound rang out as a deep, gruesome wound was instantly carved across Qian Xiaohou's back, exposing bone and torn flesh. The searing pain shot through his entire body. Qian Xiaohou couldn't help but let out a muffled groan as he was flung forward, crashing heavily to the ground. Sensing its advantage, the zombie had no intention of letting this opportunity slip away. Its blood-red jaws gaped wide, bearing razor fangs, ready to strike again and finish Qian Xiaohou for good. But at that critical moment, the zombie seemed to sense an imminent danger. Its movements froze abruptly. Then, with astonishing speed, it shifted its posture, flattening itself against the ground like a toad pressed close to the earth. At the same time, a bolt of spiritual lightning, as large as a clenched fist, tore through the air, striking directly at the spot where the zombie had just been. Unfortunately, because the zombie had changed its position in time, this powerful blast of spiritual lightning failed to hit its mark. No sooner had the lightning missed than the zombie, which had been sprawled flat on the ground, suddenly sprang upright at a bizarre right angle, standing straight up in a way that defied logic. Its eyes, brimming with a bloodthirsty, shadowy aura, locked unerringly onto Wang Dafei, who stood a short distance away. It was as if the creature instinctively recognized the greatest threat to its existence. At that moment, Wang Dafei gripped a peachwood sword tightly in his right hand, while his left hand was raised high with his palm facing the zombie. It was clear that the missed spiritual lightning strike had been unleashed by him. Regrettably, the zombie moved with uncanny agility, dodging the attack with ease. Wang Dafei, however, felt no fear, only a growing headache. Trouble. This thing was far too nimble. If his spiritual lightning continued to miss, the situation would become dire. In the blink of an eye, the zombie launched itself forward with a fierce, predatory energy. Its legs kicked off the ground like coiled springs, sending it hurtling straight toward Wang Dafei. Facing the oncoming threat, Wang Dafei stood his ground. With a powerful swing of his left hand, he hurled the peachwood sword like a loosed arrow, aiming it directly at the zombie's chest. He knew that, though the Emperor's spiritual power had only strengthened him for a few days before being siphoned away by the Celestial Master, his physical prowess now rivaled that of the average super soldier from the Marvel Universe. At the same time, as he gathered his strength for the throw, Wang Dafei's right hand had somehow produced a dragon-scale spear, an artifact he had acquired in Camartage but had yet to use in earnest. As he charged, the spear, radiating a mysterious glow, traced an arc through the air, striking toward the zombie with the force of a thunderbolt. Just as man and monster were about to collide, a strange phenomenon occurred. Both Wang Dafei and the zombie suddenly lost their sense of gravity, pulled down to the ground by an unseen force. At that very moment, a thunderous explosion shattered the air, as deafening as a bolt of lightning striking out of a clear sky. Instantly, the ground erupted, sending jets of water soaring high, surging and crashing like wild fountains that splashed in all directions. The immense force of the blast caught both the zombie and Wang Dafei completely off guard. They were swept up by the towering columns of water and slammed heavily into the ceiling. As it turned out, the five elements Luo Gung formation had just activated its first stage, water. Water, the wellspring of life, nourishes all things. Yet within this formation, the power of water took on a mystical quality, able to dispel sinister energy. When the water touched the zombie, it acted like a ravenous beast, desperately trying to devour every trace of dark energy clinging to its body. If they had been facing an ordinary zombie, the relentless assault of the water would have completely drained its sinister aura. Even if it survived, it would have been left crippled. Unfortunately, this was no ordinary zombie. This one had evolved into a flying zombie after having its soul fully restored by the twin ghost maidens. And yet, it was not a typical flying zombie. Although it had achieved this form by regaining its complete soul, this method of advancement did not align with the natural growth of such creatures. Strictly speaking, the being before them could no longer be considered a pure zombie. It had become something that straddled the line between zombie and demon, a corpse fiend. For this reason, the water formation, originally designed to subdue zombies, now had only a negligible effect. Before long, the zombie slowly staggered to its feet, its movements shaky and disheveled, but it still radiated an aura that chilled the soul. Wang Dafei stared at the pools of water all around, unease gnawing at his heart. At that moment, he wasn't sure if he could safely unleash his spiritual lightning. After all, surrounded by water, the tiniest misstep could lead to catastrophic results. He didn't dare gamble on whether he'd electrocute himself. What's more, aside from spiritual lightning, Wang Dafei had yet to fully master the other elemental powers. If only he knew how to harness them. If he could have frozen the water into ice right now, things might have been very different. The zombie, obedient to the laws of nature, was the first to regain its footing. It bared its fangs and claws, preparing to lunge at Wang Dafei with ferocious intent. But just as the situation reached its most perilous point, no one noticed that Qian Xiaohao had already crept to his feet. Like a tiger, pouncing from the mountains, he launched himself with blinding speed, tackling the zombie and slamming it forcefully to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Wang Dafei seized the perfect opportunity. Gripping his razor-sharp dragon-scale spear, he summoned all his strength and thrust it fiercely toward the zombie's head. Just as the spearhead was about to pierce through the creature's skull, ready to split it open, something utterly unexpected happened. The zombie's head twisted around with unnatural agility, spinning a full 180 degrees like a twisted rope. Its jaws gaped open, revealing rows of sinister, razor-sharp fangs, which clamped down tightly on the dragon scale spear in Wang Dafei's hands. At that very moment, the powerful, evil-banishing energy within the dragon scale spear surged to life, clashing and intertwining with the zombie's dark, malevolent force. Sparks hissed and sizzled as the two powers collided, the zombie's teeth gradually turning black and charred under the burning might of the spear. Now, the two sides were locked in a fierce struggle, neither willing to give an inch. Wang Dafei knew that if he could just hold on, with the might of the dragon scale spear and his own strength, the zombie would eventually falter. Sooner or later, he'd land a decisive blow. But just then, disaster struck again. It was as if the zombie suddenly realized the danger it was in. Without warning, a shadowy figure burst forth from its body. Looking closer, it turned out to be a hideous female ghost, her entire form shrouded in chilling, sinister energy. She rode a blast of icy wind, shooting out of the zombie's form like an arrow loose from a bow, hurtling straight toward Wang Dafei. In an instant, Wang Dafei felt an overwhelming force slam into him, as if he'd been struck head-on by a ghostly electric scooter racing at full speed. He was sent flying backward, utterly helpless to resist. He crashed heavily to the ground, the impact leaving him feeling as if his organs had been jumbled and twisted inside his body, the pain excruciating. Damn it, they can do that! Wang Dafei cursed inwardly as he stared at the scene before him. So it turned out these were twin female ghosts, one manipulating the zombie's body, while the other could leap out and deliver a blow like that. He'd never expected such a thing. The zombie's body had once been wreathed in a thick, visible aura of chilling darkness. Now, with one of the ghosts detached, its presence had clearly weakened. Even so, this zombie remained a formidable foe, still grappling fiercely with Qian Xiaohua. After blasting Wang Dafei across the room, the female ghost quickly seized a moment to slip back inside the zombie's body. Immediately, the zombie performed a remarkably agile, spinning maneuver, using its immense strength to hurl Qian Xiaohua, who was pressing down on it, clear across the floor. And as he flew through the air, the zombie's hand plunged into Qian Xiaohua's chest and yanked out something bright red, tossing it to the ground. However, after the ghost woman returned to her zombie body, her aura shifted noticeably. It was clear that her separation, even with this return, had caused the zombie to lose a great deal of dark energy, and her strength was now far from what it had been at the start. Seeing this, Wang Dafei realized that she couldn't keep playing tricks like this forever. Suddenly, a thunderous crash shattered the air. The second stage of the five elements Luogging formation, Earth, was triggered. With a deep, rumbling sound, the once solid, water-soaked floor vanished in an instant, replaced by a mire of thick, swirling mud. All at once, the two men and the zombie nearly lost their footing, stumbling and almost falling face-first into the muck. At that moment, standing behind them with both hands pressing firmly down on the five elements Luogging, Ayu shouted, "This creature is too powerful. It's almost impossible to kill. Hurry, find a way to pin the zombie down in the mud. If we can keep it there, the earth formation will take effect and seal it away for good." Hearing this, Qian Xiaohu didn't hesitate for a second. He snatched up the peachwood sword Wang Dafei had tossed earlier and lunged straight at the zombie, aiming a fierce stab at its chest. But the zombie was unbelievably quick, catching on to Qian Xiaohu's intention in a flash. It spun around and gripped his sword-wielding hand with unerring precision. The zombie's claw-like nails, sharp as blades, dug deep into Qian Xiaohu's flesh, making him gasp in pain. To their horror, the zombie then opened its gaping, bloody mouth and, with a forceful bite, snapped the peachwood sword cleanly in two. Wang Dafei dared not let his guard down, keeping his eyes locked on the ferocious, menacing zombie ahead. He swiftly bent down, snatched up the dragon scale spear that had fallen nearby, and, without a second thought, charged headlong at the zombie. Just then, the zombie began spinning wildly on the ground, moving so fast it was like a whirling propeller, kicking up clouds of dirt all around. In the blink of an eye, the zombie pivoted and lashed out with a lightning-fast kick, striking Wang Dafei hard on the shin. He lost his balance and crashed heavily to the floor. The dragon scale spear slipped from his grasp, clattering as it hit the ground and skidded several meters away. At that very moment, Qian Xiaohu, who had just been knocked down, struggled back to his feet. Ignoring the pain from his wounds, he mustered every ounce of strength and hurled himself at the zombie, locking his arms tightly around its waist in an attempt to wrestle it to the ground. Yet, despite his desperate efforts, the gap in strength between him and the zombie was simply too great. In mere moments, the zombie broke free of his grip with ease. With a powerful swing of the zombie's arm, Qian Zaiha was flung away once more, soaring through the air like a kite with its string cut. He crashed heavily into a nearby wall, the impact echoing dully through the room. Yet even after suffering such a brutal blow, Qian Zaiha gritted his teeth and, fighting through the searing pain, wobbled unsteadily to his feet. On the other side, Wang Dafei, seeing that even teaming up with Qian Zaiha had failed to subdue the zombie, felt a surge of furious determination ignite within him. With a roar, he hurled himself at the creature once more, reckless of the danger. Though the dragon-scale spear was no longer in his hands, his ferocity had not diminished. In the slightest, from his back, 8 spider-like limbs sprang forth, and his right hand transformed into a menacing, dark gold claw as he charged straight at the monster. But the fiend before them, which had devoured countless victims and mutated into a rare flying zombie, was far from mindless. No longer blind, it could now see with its own eyes and was clearly on guard. In a flash, it thrust out razor-sharp talons and leapt with astonishing speed, hurling itself forward like a black spear aimed straight at Wang Dafei's chest. In that instant, Wang Dafei saw only a blur of darkness before a wave of excruciating pain crashed over him. Fortunately, the sturdy dragon-scale armor he wore absorbed part of the blow, preventing the zombie's deadly claws from piercing his heart. But the immense force still sent him hurtling backward, flinging him more than a dozen meters across the ground before he crashed down, the once glimmering scales of his armor now dulled and falling away in pieces. After this fierce clash, everyone realized just how terrifying this zombie truly was. Especially now, it seemed to sense that being on solid ground put it at a disadvantage, and so, in desperation, it unleashed an even more frenzied assault. Having taken the brunt of the zombie's attack, Wang Dafei summoned every ounce of strength just to sit up from where he'd fallen. He glanced down at his upper left chest and saw a patch of deep bruising spreading across his skin. A chill ran through his heart. If it hadn't been for the dragon-scale armor, specially designed to defend against dark creatures, he was certain that dreadful claw would have pierced straight through his heart. The thought made him draw in a shaky breath. This damned zombie is far more outrageous than anything I've ever seen in a movie. Right now, Wang Dafei felt as if several of his ribs were broken, the pain so intense that he couldn't even begin to stand. Meanwhile, the zombie, having put all its strength into that last attack, had triggered all the magical power within the dragon-scale armor, which had just barely managed to protect Wang Dafei from a fatal blow. But the zombie had paid a price as well. In the violent collision with the enchanted armor, its remaining claws had been ground down and snapped off. Moreover, trapped within the 5 elements logging array, a formation specifically designed to suppress it, the zombie's energy was heavily restrained, making it impossible for it to regrow new claws in the short term. As a result, its means of attack were now reduced to little more than its brute strength and those razor-sharp fangs. Unlike Wang Dafei, who lay motionless on the ground, Qian Xiaohao stood strong, bolstered by the power of the 5 elements logging array. He was burning through his own life force to gain strength, and when that was depleted, the energy of the formation itself flowed into him as sustenance. Yet the cost was clear. Once this formation finally ceased to operate, he would have not the slightest chance of survival. In truth, even before stepping into this place, he had already been teetering on the brink of death, his breath as faint as a dying ember. It was only the ceaseless surge of energy from the mysterious 5 elements logging array that now lent him such uncanny strength, making him appear almost superhuman. He seemed to possess boundless vitality, like an unyielding cockroach that could not be crushed no matter how many blows it suffered. Without hesitation, he hurled himself at the hideous zombie once more. In reality, his life force had long since been exhausted. He was nothing more than a living corpse, animated by the power of the 5 elements logging. He didn't even notice the gaping hole in his chest, nor the fact that his heart was missing. In an instant, the two were locked in a ferocious struggle for survival, a desperate battle in which it was impossible to tell who had the upper hand. At that very moment, a thunderous crash erupted, shaking the very earth and echoing through the chamber. The 5 elements logging array had now rotated to its 3rd phase, wood, and the mechanism was successfully triggered. As the formation whirred into motion, the muddy earth began to dry and harden. At the same time, a faint rustling swept through the air. What happened next was nothing short of astonishing. Thick, powerful vines burst from the ground like living serpents, quickly scaling the walls and floor until they covered every surface in the room. Even as Qian Xiaohao struggled with the zombie, fresh green tendrils began to sprout around him. With a strange sentience, the vines seized their chance, unfurling and twisting around his body while he grappled with the undead. Seizing the critical moment, Qian Xiaohao summoned the last of his strength and clung tightly to the zombie before him. The vines growing from his body seemed to obey his unspoken command, winding upward like a dense net and instantly wrapping the zombie in a stranglehold from which it could not break free. The vines covering the walls and floor began to writhe like living serpents, as though they were imbued with life itself, all responding to Qian Xiaohua's will. They surged forth, at his command, growing and spreading rapidly. Like obedient soldiers receiving their orders, the vines lunged without hesitation toward the zombie, tightly binding its limbs. Yet, to Qian Xiaohua's dismay, the vines were simply too slender and fragile. Even though there were many of them, they still couldn't withstand the brute force with which the zombie tore at its bindings. A series of crisp snaps echoed through the room as the tough vines were ripped apart, one after another. But even as they were torn asunder, new vines kept sprouting, refusing to give in. Unfortunately, the vines grew far too slowly compared to the zombie's frantic struggle to break free. It was clear that the wooden array was on the verge of losing its effect, and the zombie was about to smash its way out. Qian Xiaohua was desperate. He shouted anxiously to Wang Dafei, not far away. "This wooden array won't hold much longer. While I can barely keep it together, do it now." There was a note of grim determination in his voice, as though he had already prepared for the worst. He did not fear death. He only feared being forgotten. With the look of a man resigned to his fate, Qian Xiaohua roared, "Don't hesitate. Use your strongest thunder spell. Don't worry about me. Now's your chance. You must destroy that thing." Wang Dafei was jolted by Qian Xiaohua's call, his whole body tense. He gritted his teeth. The pain from his earlier injuries was only intensifying. Fighting through waves of agony, he forced himself to his feet. His face was ashen, sweat dripping down his forehead in heavy drops, but his eyes shone with unwavering resolve. Wang Dafei drew a deep breath, steadying himself, and began to focus all his energy, awakening the spiritual power that had long lain dormant within him. As his mind sharpened, the air around him seemed to grow thick and heavy, faint traces of electricity crackling in the silence. Suddenly, a brilliant bolt of spiritual lightning materialized, coiling in his palm like a living silver serpent. The energy radiating from it was fierce enough to seem as though it could tear open the very fabric of reality, sending a chill down the spine of anyone who witnessed it. At that moment, dazzling arcs of electricity danced and leapt around him, like a myriad of stars flickering across the night sky. At first, they sizzled quietly, but as the energy built up, the sound swelled into a deafening roar of thunder. Wang Dafei's eyes snapped open wide, blazing with an intense blue glow that made him look almost godlike, a living incarnation of the thunder god himself. Summoning every ounce of his strength, he channeled all his power into his outstretched hands, ready to unleash it in one final, desperate strike. Without a moment's hesitation, he aimed directly at the terrifying zombie, bound tightly by those unbreakable vines and still held in an unyielding grip by Qian Xiaohua from behind, and unleashed a surge of spiritual lightning, a force powerful enough to shake the very heavens and earth. In an instant, dazzling lightning burst forth, like divine thunder crashing down from the skies, striking the snarling zombie with blinding speed and overwhelming force. The surging electricity raged across the zombie's body like a pack of wild, rampaging beasts, wreaking havoc as it coursed through, each place it touched erupting in a series of thunderous explosions. Under this relentless assault, the zombie writhed and struggled in utter agony. Yet Qian Xiaohua's hold was as unbreakable as an iron cage. No matter how desperately the zombie thrashed, it could not break free. The arc of spiritual lightning that Wang Dafei had unleashed did not fade after striking the zombie. On the contrary, it continued to pump power into the creature, the connection between Wang Dafei's hands and the lightning unbroken, feeding wave after wave of destructive energy into the zombie. At that moment, the spiritual energy within Wang Dafei's body began to surge violently. With a deafening roar, the lightning, once the width of a man's fist, swelled in a flash to the girth of a water barrel. At last, with a tremendous detonation, a blinding sphere of lightning, several times larger than Wang Dafei himself, burst forth. Radiating an aura of annihilation, it hurled itself at the zombie. Suddenly, the entire space was drowned in searing blue light, obscuring all sight of what was happening within. In that instant, the immense energy gathered into a ball of lightning, which blasted from Wang Dafei's hands. A colossal orb of pure destruction barreled straight toward Qian Xiaohua and the zombie. Watching all this unfold, Qian Xiaohua, unexpectedly, showed not the slightest hint of fear in the face of such terrifying power. Instead, a look of contentment appeared on his face. For a man who had lost his career, whose wife and child had left him, and who had already lost the will to live, he seemed to have long since let go of life or death. This ending, it seemed, satisfied him. There was a tremendous boom, followed by a series of deep, piercing detonations. The once impenetrable barrier shattered instantly under the weight of that immense power. In the real building, the aftershock of the spiritual explosion sent shards flying in all directions, blasting a gaping hole through the floor. Off to the side, Ayu, who had been controlling the five elements Luo gung formation, was knocked backward by the powerful backlash. From the collapsing array, blood burst from his lips as if struck by a mighty blow, and he was hurled backward through the air. On the other side, Wang Dafei looked on at the scene before him. Where the ferocious zombie and Qian Xiaoho had stood, there was now nothing left but a pair of charred, blackened husks. Ding! Helped Ayu eliminate the flying Jiangshi, 200 source points earned. Ding! Fulfilled someone's last wish, 10 source points rewarded. Seeing this, Wang Dafei finally felt the weight in his heart lift. He knew the zombie had been thoroughly destroyed, and he couldn't help but feel a deep respect for Qian Ziahe, who had walked into death so bravely. The fierce battle had come at a steep cost for Wang Dafei himself. Not only was he wounded in several places, but the intense overuse of his spiritual energy had left him utterly exhausted, as if he might collapse at any moment. With no other choice, he dragged his battered body over to the wall, sank down heavily, and fished 2 pieces of palu or from his storage soul device. Leaning against the wall, he tried to catch his breath, slowly absorbing the ore's energy with the angelic soul cultivation technique to recover his strength. Meanwhile, things were no better for Ayu. Because the formation hadn't been shut down properly, but instead violently shattered, he suffered severe backlash. Blood spurted from his mouth, and he fell into unconsciousness on the spot. Fortunately, unlike in the original story, he hadn't lost an arm from forcibly extending the 5 elements Luogang formation. That was something at least. Still, no one could say for sure whether, for Ayu himself, this outcome was a blessing or a curse. Time ticked by in utter silence, the only sound the faint rustling of the breeze brushing over the ground. No one knew how long had passed before the noise of a garbage truck loading trash outside finally broke the stillness. Only then did Ayu, lying on the ground, stir at last. Glancing at his watch, he saw it was already 5 in the morning. His hands trembled slightly as he forced his eyes open, peering around in confusion, as though not yet fully awake from his blackout. Chinyu struggled to prop up his battered, barely holding together glasses, his face lost and bewildered. Huh? What happened? What's going on? He looked around in puzzlement, and at last his gaze found Wang Dafei, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation not far away. Suddenly, memories came flooding back, and he hurriedly asked, is the Jiangshi dealt with? Wang Dafei didn't answer him directly. He merely nodded slightly, too tired for words. The sensation of being crushed was pressing down on him again. Seeing this, Chinyu let out a long sigh of relief, murmuring to himself, That's good. But as his eyes darted around, he realized there was no sign of Qian Ziahe. Still, he clearly remembered Qian Ziahe's final words. He knew Qian was most likely gone, but he had to ask, where's Ziahe? Hearing Chinyu ask about Qian Ziahe's fate, Wang Dafei opened his eyes, let out a sigh, and looked at Chinyu. He died a worthy death, he said, then glanced at the now-dimmed Peru, or before stowing it away in his soul guide. Despite the many questions still swirling in his mind, like how Wang Dafei seemed to possess some powerful lightning technique, among other impressive abilities, Ayu knew better than to pry, since the other man hadn't volunteered any explanations. As Chinyu gently brushed the dust and debris from his body, he struggled shakily to get back on his feet. His brow was furrowed, and he muttered under his breath, There's still so much to clean up. I've got to hurry and take care of what's left behind. Wang Dafei looked at him in confusion. What do you mean, what's left behind? With a grave expression, Chinyu explained, I'm talking about those people bitten to death by zombies. I have to get over there quickly and cleanse them of corpse poison. If their families insist on keeping the bodies intact and refuse cremation, or if we don't cleanse them in time, it could lead to even bigger problems. Who would want their loved ones to die without their bodies whole? And besides, he went on, shaking his head, some of the neighbors who died unwillingly need to be persuaded to let go and move on to the next life. There's just too much to do. Without hesitation, Wang Dafei said, Let me help you. Chinyu didn't refuse. He simply nodded and replied, All right, let's go. Before long, the two arrived at Chinyu's home. As soon as they stepped inside, Wang Dafei asked eagerly, What should we do next? Chinyu acted quickly, grabbing 2 buckets and filling each with 3 heaping scoops of pure, glutinous white rice. Then he hurried to the bathroom, turned on the tap, and began to wash the rice vigorously by hand. After a thorough scrubbing, the once clear water turned cloudy, releasing a faint but distinct aroma of glutinous rice. Chen Yu then lifted the 2 buckets, now filled with a mixture of rice and rice water, and handed one to Wang Dafei. He instructed, "Glutinous rice can counteract corpse poison. We'll each take a floor and move fast. We need to sprinkle this over every one of the deceased, if we can." With their buckets in hand, they headed outside, Wang Dafei following suit. As Wang Dafei sprinkled the rice water over the bodies of the unfortunate souls who died so miserably, the world around him fell silent, so quiet that even the faint rustle of leaves in the breeze could be heard clearly. But just as the calm seemed absolute, something utterly unexpected happened. All at once, one of the corpses, which had been lying perfectly still, began to twitch. In the next instant, it shot upright, ramrod straight. Its eyes glowed with an eerie, blood-red light, and dark, foul-smelling vapor poured from its mouth. Clear signs that it had turned into a corpse demon. However, this was just an ordinary little zombie. Wang Dafei couldn't even sense the slightest trace of that terrifying aura from it, not even a tenth of what he'd felt from Uncle Dong after he'd turned. Seeing this, Wang Dafei let out a helpless sigh, thinking to himself, "Alas, it seems the family of this poor soul will never see his face as it was in life again." With that, he raised his hand, ready to blast the unfortunate fellow's head to pieces. Just then, a sharp cry rang out nearby, "Watch out!" Turning toward the voice, Wang Dafei saw a wiry, athletic middle-aged man, bearing a striking resemblance to Lam Qingying, darting over like an arrow released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, the man was upon them. His foot shot out in a fierce kick, slicing through the air with deadly force, and landed squarely on the zombie, who had only just managed to get up. With a muffled thud, the zombie was sent flying several meters away, tumbling to the ground like a kite with its string cut. But the middle-aged man wasn't finished. Clutching a red wooden sword in his right hand, he lunged forward, the blade glowing with a crimson light as he struck with blinding speed. The sword streaked through the air like a scarlet meteor, piercing straight through the zombie's body. There was a faint, wet sound, and a sharp, acrid smell of burning flesh quickly filled the room. To everyone's astonishment, as soon as the wooden sword ran the zombie through, the creature instantly turned into a pile of pitch-black charcoal, as if it had been incinerated in a flash of searing heat. Wang Dafei's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the unbelievable scene before him. A freshly risen corpse? And all it took was a single stab from that wooden sword to reduce it to ashes. The tall, sharp-featured man, who looked remarkably like Lam Qingying in his prime, showed no reaction at all after dispatching the zombie with such ease. It was as if he had just finished some trivial chore. He turned away coldly, striding off in another direction without so much as a backward glance at Wang Dafei. When he reached the last room at the end of the corridor, he called out, without turning his head, to the dazed Wang Dafei, who was still standing there ready to splash more glutinous rice water. "No need for your sticky rice water. From now on, this place falls under the jurisdiction of the Food and Environmental Hygiene Department." With those words, he flung out several yellow talismans, each one flying straight to attach itself to the remaining corpses as if guided by some supernatural force. But Wang Dafei was left utterly baffled, his mind swirling with confusion and questions, his thoughts a tangled mess of uncertainty. Still, that peachwood sword in the man's hand looked far more formidable than the family heirloom Chen Yu wielded, especially with all those intricate runes carved along its length. At that moment, Yu appeared at the top of the stairs, a cigarette dangling from his lips, chatting amiably with an elderly man whose hair had turned entirely white. Together, they made their way slowly down. Wearing his reading glasses and sporting a full head of white hair, the old man said to Yu, "Wasn't your family originally from the Celestial Master sect? Don't you plan to go back to the mainland and seek your roots?" Wang Dafei instinctively glanced over at them. When he got a clear look at the old man's face, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment. This old man actually bore a striking resemblance to Uncle Dong, who had turned into a zombie earlier. Wang Dafei wondered if they might be related. His curiosity piqued. Wang Dafei immediately turned to Yu and asked, "So what exactly is going on right now?" Hearing Wang Dafei's question, Yu responded offhandedly, "Food and Environmental Hygiene Department." But his tone clearly carried a hint of complaint. Wang Dafei was even more bewildered after hearing this. He couldn't help but grumble. "So, what does the Food and Environmental Hygiene Department do?" That answer doesn't help at all. Yu was about to explain, but before he could get a word out, the old man suddenly became unusually enthusiastic. He leaned in with a broad smile and asked, "Wang Dafei, you're the one who helped Yu subdue that flying zombie, right? My, what a promising young man you are." As he spoke, He nodded in approval. Next, he turned his attention to Ayu, asking with great interest, "Is this young fellow your apprentice, then?" Faced with the old man's question, Ayu quickly waved his hands and denied it. No. He's just here for a place to stay." After hearing Ayu's answer, the white-haired old man handed his insulated flask to Wang Dafei. "Come now, lad, have some while it's hot. Good for your health." Seeing this, Ayu reacted immediately. "Hey, he's not my apprentice, but he helped me deal with the zombie. Don't you think he might be in the same line of work?" Wang Dafei had no idea why Ayu was reacting so strongly, but the moment he accepted the insulated cup, he got a sense of what was going on. Ding. Begging successful. Gained 3 source points. Forget your sorrows. Soup *1. What is this stuff? Wang Dafei was curious. The name gave him a pretty good idea, but he still wondered what it actually did. Ayu replied irritably, "Drink the soup, and you'll get a good night's sleep. By tomorrow, you won't remember anything about the zombie." Wang Dafei frowned, his face full of confusion. "You mean I'll forget everything?" Ayu nodded without hesitation. "Exactly." Wang Dafei's eyes widened in disbelief. "So how is this any different from roofie water?" At those words, the old man's face changed instantly. Hey, watch what you're saying." The old man had expected this guy to be at least a little surprised, but who could have guessed that this rascal would immediately associate it with knockout drugs? What on earth was wrong with him? The old man finally lost his composure, barking in exasperation, "You fool. This soup only makes people forget things related to ghosts and monsters. If it was some sort of illicit substance, how could our food and environmental hygiene department possibly use it? We're a proper government agency, you know?" Wang Dafei turned his gaze to Ayao, looking thoroughly puzzled as he asked, "So, could you tell me what exactly this food and environmental hygiene department is?" Ayao was taken aback at first, then slapped his forehead as if suddenly enlightened. My memory. I completely forgot you're from the mainland and don't really know about these things." Before Ayao could explain to everyone what the food and environmental hygiene department actually was, the white-haired old man took the lead, launching straight into an impassioned account. Since ancient times, zombies have existed in this world. Ever since Hong Kong opened its port, there have been frequent rumors of zombie sightings here. In the beginning, whenever zombies caused trouble, the Hong Kong city government would specifically invite masters from the Maoshan sect to deal with these problems. At this point, the old man paused deliberately, sweeping his gaze across everyone present before finally settling his eyes on Ayao. Of course, if there were other circumstances, sometimes masters from other sects would also be called in to help. The moment he heard this, Ayao's expression soured, and he couldn't help but mutter, "What do you mean by other sects? Are you looking down on our celestial master sect? You're just a bunch of so-called wild Maoshan disciples, with no real lineage at all. You don't even have a proper cultivation manual to speak of." At that, the old man's whiskers bristled in fury. He shot back loudly, "Who are you calling wild Maoshan? We are the legitimate branch of the Maoshan sect. What's more, we're part of the Hong Kong city government. We're not the kind of nobodies you're talking about. Cultivation manuals? Even if you had one, I don't see you achieving anything spectacular. You've been practicing for 30-odd years and have only managed a few years' worth of progress. Do you really think immortals can still be made in this day and age?" Ayao let out a cold snort and replied with disdain, At least we're better than you lot. Don't get so full of yourselves. You only picked up a few superficial skills from Maoshan. It's just because the city government pays you that you can use talismans like they're going out of style. In the end, all you really know are a couple of basic talisman drawing techniques, and you mass-produce those so-called thunderstruck peachwood swords." Standing off to the side, Wang Dafei watched the old man with great interest and asked curiously, "So, does that mean you're actually part of a government department?" Hearing this question, the old man couldn't be bothered to argue with you anymore. He grinned proudly and said, "Of course. Our predecessors were specially invited from the mainland to help out. After working with the Hong Kong government for a long time, and with zombies popping up now and then, it was impossible for them to stay in Hong Kong forever. So, over time, they organized our secret department to handle the same business." He continued his introduction with a smug air. "Our department's full name is the Vampire Cleanup Department, VCD for short. So what do you think? Interested in joining us and giving a try?" Ding. World information update detected. Hong Kong cinematic zombie world. Wang Dafei stared at the system notification. Was it that the system couldn't be trusted, or was this world far more complicated than it first appeared? Even the world's information had changed. At the very least, the words zombie and Hong Kong cinema make this place sound nothing like any of the other worlds I've visited. He decided there was no rush to go back just yet. As the old man extended his olive branch, Wang Dafei's mind raced. He turned over the idea. Maybe I should take him up on his offer and join? If I can blend in, maybe I'll be able to learn some hidden secrets about this world. Just as he was lost in thought, Ayu suddenly cut in. Don't let them fool you. Their so-called DVC is just a street cleaning squad under the sanitation department. Most of the time, they're just sweeping the streets every day. Only when zombies show up do they deal with them. What do you think this era is? The millennium is almost here, Wang Dafei asked. So what about the millennium? Ayu went on. Sigh, following them just means being a laborer, nothing more. Don't think you'll pick up anything useful by joining them. If you really want to learn something worthwhile, you're better off studying Taoist arts with me. As he finished speaking, Ayu shot a challenging look at the sanitation department group. The white-haired old man was so furious that he puffed out his cheeks and glared, pointing at Ayu and sputtering, You. But Ayu shot right back, undaunted. What do you mean, you? Am I wrong? VCD, DVC, it's all just street sweeping. The old man, now agitated, retorted, Sure, street sweeping is part of the job. Isn't it better to have simple, ordinary work? If you had to fight zombies every day, you wouldn't be so eager, would you? Besides, once you join the sanitation department, you get government subsidies, full benefits, and you officially become a public servant. Wang Dafei had to admit that made a certain kind of sense. On reflection, he was glad he hadn't agreed right away. If there were no zombies around, would he just be sweeping streets all the time? As for the perks, he didn't really care. He didn't lack for money. If he wanted something good or needed information, he could always find another way. At this moment, Wang Dafei shifted his gaze away from Ayu, turned to stare at the white-haired old man for a moment, then looked back at Ayu and asked, Is it really possible? If I were to learn Taoist arts from you? Ayu was clearly caught off guard by Wang Dafei's seriousness. He paused in surprise, then scratched his head and replied, Actually, it's not impossible. Suddenly, as if struck by a flash of inspiration, Ayu came to a halt. He whipped around and quickly glanced over at the group from the sanitation bureau not far away. The bureau had always been eager to find him a disciple to carry on his legacy. Teaching someone was teaching someone, after all. After letting his gaze linger on them for just a moment, Ayu immediately pulled it back, grabbed Wang Dafei's arm, and spoke rapidly. All right. Let's leave all these troublesome matters for them to handle. You come with me. Hurry up. As he spoke, Ayu jerked his chin in the direction of the sanitation bureau, then added, Let's not meddle here and get in the way of their work. No sooner had he finished speaking than Ayu turned and strode off with long, purposeful steps, leaving the bureau staff behind to stick talismans on the corpse while he paid them no further mind. Seeing this, Wang Dafei, though still harboring a few doubts, hesitated no longer and quickly caught up with Ayu. Before long, the two of them arrived back at Ayu's doorstep. Ayu, entirely at ease, pushed open the door and walked straight inside. Upon entering, he first bowed deeply 3 times before the household altar dedicated to the gods, showing utmost respect before heading toward his own room. Not long after, Ayu emerged from his room, clutching in his hands 2 hand-copied books that looked rather old and worn. With brisk, swift steps, Ayu approached Wang Dafei. His expression, usually so relaxed, became suddenly grave and earnest. The casual air he wore before was now replaced by a solemn seriousness. After a brief pause to compose himself, Ayu began to speak, enunciating each word clearly to Wang Dafei. Dafei, our meeting is a kind of fate. Today, you knew full well that we were up against a zombie, something that could easily cost you your life. Yet you didn't hesitate to come and help, facing together a vicious zombie that had nothing to do with you. We've been through life and death together now. And after that fierce battle, I noticed that, although you were born with a strange constitution, you've never practiced Taoist arts. That puzzles me. How do you know the thunder technique? Are you some kind of natural prodigy? It'd be a real shame not to cultivate with your gifts. At this point, Ayu paused for a moment, as if gathering his thoughts. He took a deep breath, as though he wanted to collect all the words he wished to say within that single inhalation. Then he continued, That's exactly why you want to learn, and, as it happens, I possess an ancestral breathing technique, as well as Taoist talismanic arts. If you practice diligently and persevere every day, you might gradually develop the legendary sense of qi, thereby increasing your cultivation and making it easier, to harness the supernatural powers within you. So after careful consideration, I've decided to pass on these 2 sets of Taoist arts and the secret talisman manuals to you. But before that, there's one crucial thing I need you to do. Before the founder of our Celestial Master sect, you must swear an oath to the heavens, vowing that you will never use the arts I entrust to you for. Even the slightest evil deed that would harm others or go against the natural order. Should you ever violate this oath, may you be struck down by lightning, utterly destroyed, and doomed for all eternity. Before he finished speaking, Ayu handed the 2 handwritten books in his hands to Wang Dafei. his eyes shining as he awaited Wang Dafei's response. When Wang Dafei heard that he was being asked to swear an oath, a faint smile appeared on his face. He said, "It's just an oath. Nothing to fuss about." Without hesitation, Wang Dafei raised his right hand, walked over to the wooden statue of the sect's founder as instructed by Ayu, and solemnly swore toward the ceiling, "Very well. Then, I, Wang Dafei, hereby swear, if I ever use Taoist arts for evil in this world, may heaven strike me down with thunder, and even if I'm blasted to pieces, I will have no regrets." Only then did Ayu, satisfied, release his grip on the books. As Wang Dafei took hold of those two ancient, time-worn manuscripts, he couldn't suppress a surge of excitement within his heart. At the same time, countless questions bubbled up in his mind. What kind of Taoist arts are recorded in these books? Are they martial techniques, or are they for cultivating immortality? For a moment, Wang Dafei found himself lost in deep contemplation. Just then, a crisp notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Begging successful. Acquayot, purple QI breeding technique astérisque 1, source point, 50. Repeatedly begging from the same person reduces source points gained by 50%. Ding! Begging successful. Acquired. Complete compendium of celestial master talismans *1, source points, 0. Repeatedly begging from the same person yields no further source points. Wang Dafei felt he understood the system a little better now. So, as long as someone gives me something, it counts as begging, and there's even a limit to how many times I can do it. Still, Wang Dafei didn't have time to dwell on the system just yet, deciding to study it more carefully after returning home. Then, Ayu gently patted Wang Dafei's broad shoulder and said earnestly, "Cultivate diligently. I sincerely hope you can one day become a true Taoist priest, someone who, through his own ability, rids the world of evil and safeguards the peace of our land." Wang Dafei only nodded absent-mindedly at Ayu's words, replying with little enthusiasm, "Don't worry, I'll do my best." As soon as he finished speaking, Ayu once again reached into his somewhat worn coat, feeling around carefully for a moment before pulling out an old book, even thicker than the one he already held. The cover of this book was badly worn, bearing the marks of countless years gone by. Ayu opened the heavy old book and sat down across from Wang Dafei, speaking in a slow, deliberate tone. "Here, let me teach you some of the basic knowledge you'll need to get started. After that, I'm afraid you'll have to rely on your own perseverance and hard work. But if you ever run into something you don't understand, you can always come find me and ask." For the next half-day, Wang Dafei listened intently as Chunyu explained and instructed him. As the minutes and hours slipped by, Wang Dafei couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Books as profound and obscure as these truly required a teacher's guidance to begin to understand. If he had tried to study them on his own, he might never have figured them out. With patience and care, Chunyu walked Wang Dafei through the key points of the book's methods, breaking down complex cultivation terms and revealing the deep meanings behind them in clear, accessible language. He didn't stop there. He guided Wang Dafei directly, pointing out where he should focus, demonstrating proper breathing techniques, teaching him how to empty his mind completely, and helping him sense the subtle flow of energy around him. Though this brief period of study was not enough for Wang Dafei to immediately sense any tangible energy, Chunyu's attentive teaching gave him a clear understanding of the cultivation methods and paths ahead. Most importantly, he had learned concrete techniques he could now put into practice. At last, Ayu spoke with heartfelt sincerity. "All right, this book is yours now. Take it home and study its mysteries carefully. Commit yourself to cultivation. And don't get lazy. Remember, your constitution is quite unique. If you can persevere and give it time, you might actually achieve something remarkable." Wang Dafei's eyes widened in surprise, his face full of confusion as he asked, "Wait, just now, when we were downstairs, that old man mentioned your cultivation method had something to do with immortality? Is this Taoist magic, or is it some kind of immortal technique?" Ayu smacked his lips thoughtfully, paused for a moment, and then slowly began to explain. "Well, let me see, how should I put this? Actually, whether you're talking about Taoist techniques or immortal arts, there's no need to make them out to be too complicated. But then again, even if it really is one of those legendary immortal arts, so what? We're almost at the turn of the millennium now. The world is about to undergo great changes after the new millennium. These days, we're already living in the twilight of magic, the era when spiritual energy in the world has become vanishingly rare, almost non-existent, to the point that it's nearly impossible to sense it anymore. Who knows what things will be like in the future? Take me, for example. I've toiled away at cultivation for over 30 years, and even then, I've only managed to gain a pitiful, almost laughable bit of spiritual attainment. Still, don't let that discourage you from practicing. Cultivation is, after all, about strengthening the body and harmonizing your inner energy. Besides, it's also extremely helpful for things like drawing talismans. After receiving a few books about cultivating immortality, Wang Dafei began to follow the Yu's guidance. Every morning and evening, he would head up to the rooftop at those special times to begin his practice. The purple chi breathing technique places its greatest emphasis, of course, on that trace of purple chi. This elusive energy only appears at dawn, just as the first rays of sunlight break the horizon, and at dusk, as the sun sets and night begins to fall. And so, Wang Dafei would arrive at the rooftop right on time, bathing in the glow of morning light and evening's fading sun. After a few days of this routine, something extraordinary finally happened. With each sunrise and sunset, Wang Dafei could distinctly feel a thin stream of a very special energy being gently drawn into his body. The nature of this energy was somewhat similar to that found in Paru, yet he could sense subtle differences within it. Unfortunately, the amount of this unique energy being drawn in was incredibly tiny. If Wang Dafei hadn't been paying the closest attention, it would have been almost impossible to detect. If it weren't for this faint sensation, Wang Dafei might have started to suspect that he used cultivation techniques, and those books were nothing but a hoax. Even so, though he could sense the energy drawn from the purple chi, the pace of cultivation in this world was still painfully slow. Whenever he practiced the angelic cultivation method, he couldn't feel any increase in energy at all. His spiritual power simply wouldn't recover on its own here, and if it weren't for the steady supply from Paru, Wang Dafei would be just like a mage with an empty mana bar, completely useless. Yet, even the tiniest bit of knowledge or power that could be gained in this world, even the faintest trickle of energy, was incredibly precious to Wang Dafei. Perhaps, when he eventually traveled to a world brimming with spiritual energy, these hard-won efforts would bear fruit in unexpected ways. However, if he deluded himself into thinking that the tiny bit of energy he'd accumulated through the purple chi breathing technique could actually unleash a powerful skill like the spirit lightning, then even managing to spark the faintest ember would be nothing short of a miracle. So in the end, Wang Dafei decided to stop practicing for now. Attempting cultivation in a place like this was simply a waste of life. It was enough just to learn the method. He could take his time exploring it further once he was back in the Marvel Universe. Still, after this attempt, Wang Dafei gleaned an important truth. Cultivators had definitely existed in this world once before. After all, the purple chi breathing technique was so intricate and profound, its very principles seemed to draw energy from the subtle, elusive, and indescribable purple mist at dawn and dusk. If not for those powerful cultivators who had painstakingly researched and created it, Wang Dafei would never have believed such a technique could exist. For this reason, a deep curiosity and yearning for the history and secrets of this world's cultivation realm began to stir within him. But Wang Dafei knew that trying to unravel these mysteries on his own would be near impossible. After weighing his options, he finally decided he'd have to go straight to Yu for answers. After all, he'd spent several days under Yu's guidance, and among the people he knew, only a fellow cultivator like him would be able to explain these things. Besides, after surviving life and death together, Yu would probably be willing to share a few secrets. Leaving the rooftop, Wang Dafei headed off in the direction of Yu's home, his steps steady and unhurried. The hallway was unusually quiet, and only the soft, shuffling sound of his slippers echoed through the air. It seemed as though the building had returned to its old self. The familiar scent lingered in the stairwell. The same faded marks still stained the walls. Neighbors went about their daily routines, some hanging laundry on their balconies, others gathered in groups, chatting idly about family matters. Everything appeared so ordinary and natural, as if the terrifying zombie massacre that had once swept through the building had never happened at all. Yet for all the surface normalcy, the people who died could never return. And those who survived by sheer luck had been made to drink forget-worry soup by the Environmental Sanitation Bureau's VCD staff, each under some official-sounding pretext. This mysterious brew had a remarkable effect. It could erase all memory of supernatural events experienced within a certain period. As a result, the neighbors had completely forgotten the horror of that zombie attack. Now, all they remembered was what the news had reported, stories of gangsters coming for revenge, violent brawls, and innocent neighbors caught in the crossfire. And those terrifying memories related to the zombies seemed to vanish without a trace, as if they had been wiped clean by an eraser. Wang Dafei stood there quietly, his gaze slowly sweeping over the scene before him. In his heart, he thought, perhaps this is for the best, at least for these people. When it comes to something like zombies, maybe it's better that ordinary people never know. Even if they did, it would only bring them more fear and anxiety. So, when it came to this matter, Wang Dafei let himself linger in a faint sense of doubt and uncertainty, not wanting to dwell on it further. Not long after, Wang Dafei strode back to Ayu's home with a light step. For the past 2 days, he had been staying there to study. As soon as he crossed the threshold, he saw Ayu sitting comfortably with one leg crossed, tapping his foot in time, completely absorbed in the melodious and winding strains of Cantonese opera. The curiosity sparked by his earlier thoughts on the rooftop now urged Wang Dafei to walk briskly over to Yu's side, and without hesitation, he asked, Ayu, I've been practicing for quite some time now, and recently I think I've faintly sensed that trace of purple energy you mentioned. I'm really curious. This breathing technique we're cultivating, is it somehow connected to the legendary immortals? At these words, Chinyu looked a little surprised for a moment. So you're thinking along these lines too? He then gave a quiet sigh and said with a touch of wonder, Immortals. Now that's something from a very distant past. As for when it truly began, even I'm not sure. I've only heard bits and pieces passed down by the elders. They say that after the Tang dynasty, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to dry up, and since then, it's become nearly impossible to find true practitioners of the immortal arts. Wang Dafei, full of curiosity, asked, Then do you know where I could find books about those ancient cultivators? I'm really interested. I'd love to read up and study them. Hearing this, Ayu's eyes lit up. He slapped his own thigh with excitement and held up a finger, exclaiming, Hey, you know what? I think I really do have a book like that. No sooner had he finished speaking than he jumped up from his chair and dashed enthusiastically into his room. Soon, the sounds of frantic rummaging drifted out. As the minutes ticked by, Wang Dafei began to feel a bit bored from waiting. Eventually, Ayu emerged, holding a book that looked incredibly old and worn. The cover was yellowed and tattered, bearing the marks of time. Ayu carefully opened the ancient tome, and a musty, time-worn scent wafted out. He couldn't help but close his eyes and blow gently across the pages, savoring the feeling of a breath from ages past. As Ayu carefully opened that old book, which exuded an air of antiquity, he gently pointed to a certain page and motioned for Wang Dafei to come closer. Look, right here. Wang Dafei walked over and saw that on the page, the yellowed text clearly recorded some notes in a style much like classical Chinese. Wang Dafei glanced at Ayu, utterly perplexed. Noticing Wang Dafei's reaction, Ayu grinned broadly, as if to say, Clearly, you haven't read much. He cleared his throat. According to these records, ever since the end of the Tang dynasty, signs of the age of the end of Dharma gradually began to appear in the world. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth all but dried up and faded away, the more powerful the cultivator, the greater the restrictions they faced. With the sudden and dramatic decline of this energy, the once glorious immortal sects could no longer maintain their former status or scale. Most were left with no choice but to reluctantly disband and seek new ways to survive. Still, there was a silver lining. Even though spiritual energy had almost vanished, there remained certain unique sources of power within nature. For example, the purple aura released at sunrise each morning and the cool moonlight that bathed the earth during every full moon. Though these energies were rare and faint, for certain types of cultivators, they still offered some nourishment and support. At the same time, however, the yin energy continued to linger in this world, never truly fading away. Compared to other forms of energy, cultivation through yin energy often led to faster breakthroughs and progress. Because of this, those with questionable morals, eager for shortcuts, began harnessing yin energy to expand their own wicked influence. As time went on, and history rolled into the chaotic 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period, the world slipped further into turmoil and unrest. By then, spiritual energy had completely vanished from the land, as if it had never existed. Without the balance and restraint once provided by powerful immortal sects, neither the notorious demonic cultivators nor ordinary people were willing to remain under anyone's control. Thus, an unprecedented upheaval erupted across the land of China. With spiritual energy gone, the path to immortality became nearly impassable. People could no longer rely on cultivation to transcend their limits or seek eternal life. It was at this point that the martial arts world experienced a surge of growth and opportunity. Yet, even then, there were some who stubbornly clung to the pursuit of immortality, hoping to achieve it through the eerie corpse energy spawned from yin energy. This strange aura always attracted the attention of those with sinister intentions. At first, such practices were limited in scope, mere trifles. But everything changed with the rise of that dynasty. The Qing dynasty eyed the power of yin energy with predatory intent, harboring the wild ambition to use it to transform themselves into undead beings, thus attaining immortality. So, members of the Qing dynasty began to secretly plot a shocking conspiracy. In the first few generations after the founding of the dynasty, almost all the civil and military officials were subjected to dark rituals after their deaths, their bodies hidden away in secret places unknown to the world, lying in wait for hundreds or even thousands of years, hoping to be reborn as monsters and reclaim dominion over the land. As time passed, however, no secret could remain forever concealed from the world. The truth finally began to surface, thanks to a disciple of the Qingchang sect who escaped from Sichuan and revealed what he knew. Only then did this deeply buried secret gradually come to light. Previously, the Qing dynasty had always claimed that Zhang Xianzhong was responsible for the massacre in Sichuan, sealing off the entire region and blaming the devastation solely on the chaos of war. But was Sichuan truly left desolate only because of warfare? The answer, as it turns out, was far more complex. Qin Yu glanced at Wang Dafei, and seeing no reaction, continued his tale as if telling a story. Sichuan, once praised as the land of abundance, how could it have become a wasteland, emptied by slaughter? Could one man alone have brought about such carnage and wiped out an entire province? Of course not. Only after this revelation did people realize that the horrifying secret burial ground, where corpses were raised, was hidden in Sichuan all along. This astounding discovery left everyone at the time utterly shocked. Afterwards came the event known as the Huguang Phil's Sichuan migration. According to the records, a truly chilling truth was uncovered behind this chapter of history. The reason Sichuan became a breeding ground for countless zombies was not only its unique geography and mysterious aura, but, more importantly, the handiwork of men. Most of the local people of Sichuan were devoured by zombies, and those trapped inside had no way out, as every route was sealed off by Qing soldiers. Escape was impossible. When the reigning Emperor Kangxi learned of these events, his heart was seized by fear and anxiety. He understood all too well. If his ancestors ever clawed their way out of their graves and returned to life, they would pose a dire threat to his supreme throne. So, to secure his own imperial seat, Emperor Kangxi took a desperate gamble. He ordered the destruction of the precious dragon-taming wood in Sichuan and released a number of immature, mindless zombies upon the land. This reckless act was like opening Pandora's box. By unleashing these zombies into the world, he unleashed chaos and calamity upon the people. In a bid to eradicate the zombies once and for all, Kangxi secretly sought the aid of the martial arts alliance leader of the time, divulging to him the earth-shattering secret that the Qing ancestors had been manipulating zombies in Sichuan. Not only that, he cleverly misled and deceived the alliance leader, insisting that these zombies were a dire threat to the world and had to be eliminated at all costs in order to save the common people from disaster. Upon receiving this information, the leader of the martial alliance, though unwilling to ally himself with the Qing court's lackeys, could not ignore the threat posed by the emergence of zombies in Sichuan. After all, if these creatures were unleashed, they would be far more inhuman than the Qing themselves. These beings were neither merely corpses nor simple monsters. They would demand living people as sacrifices. Should they run rampant, who could say how many lives would be lost? Later, in order to draw even more heroes into this campaign to eradicate evil, Emperor Kangxi spared no expense. He offered a reward of 10 million taels of gold, sending out a call to all the gallant men and outlaws of the land to gather in Sichuan. Thus, those heroes who should have been flourishing in the Central Plains, ushering in a golden age of martial arts, found themselves irresistibly drawn to this enticing summons. With unwavering resolve, they set out for Sichuan to confront evil. Yet none were told the true nature of their foe, zombies. The Qing dynasty had long been wary of the martial world. Tales of warriors defying imperial authority were all too common, and the emperor always feared they might one day threaten his rule. Now, seeing so many martial artists assembled in Sichuan, the Qing court seized the perfect opportunity to strike a blow from behind, betraying those very heroes who answer the call. In this way, what appeared to be a righteous crusade against monsters became, in truth, a calculated plot by the Qing to eliminate the martial arts sects. Yet in the end, it was Kangxi who benefited most. The campaign not only succeeded in eradicating many of the terrifying zombies, but, more tragically, it dealt a devastating blow to the martial world of the Central Plains. Their strength was shattered, and from that point forward, the glory of the martial path began an irreversible decline. Moreover, because the Qing had once hidden such a vast number of zombies, even after generations of relentless purging, they have never been completely wiped out. Even now, from time to time, In some forgotten corner, a terrifying zombie clad in Qing dynasty attire will suddenly appear. Faced with such horrors, the once awe-inspiring martial masters have long since lost the strength to fight back. The burden of exorcising evil naturally fell to the few remaining Taoist priests who still possessed a hint of spiritual cultivation. However, one thing is certain. At some point, fate itself seemed to abandon the path of immortal cultivation and favored martial arts instead. For a long time in those days, training in martial arts became astonishingly easy. There were even rumors of people attaining immortality and shattering the void solely through martial prowess. But, of course, such tales are just legends. After hearing Yu's account, Wang Dafei furrowed his brows so tightly they seemed about to twist into a single knot. The history of this world was proving to be far more tangled and complex than he had ever imagined. Still, at least one thing was clear. There had once been a glorious era of the immortal path here, though it had since faded into decline. Even so, traces of Taoist arts remained in the world, though to truly master them now was an arduous, almost impossible task. Because zombies have always existed in this world, the most prevalent supernatural power here is found among the Taoist priests who practice their own cultivation methods. Given that reality, it was clear to Wang Dafei that staying with the Yu any longer wouldn't yield much more valuable information. After much deliberation, Wang Dafei finally resolved to go out and explore for himself. He hoped to seize the opportunity to dig deeper, perhaps even find some useful Taoist techniques in this strange world that he could bring back with him. And even if he couldn't find any truly valuable Taoist teachings, at the very least, he could tour around this uniquely charming Hong Kong of the 1980s and 90s. So he left Yu a gold bar longer than his palm before taking his leave. Although Yu insisted he couldn't accept it, Wang Dafei walked away so slowly that Yu just couldn't catch up to return it. After leaving Yu's home, Wang Dafei began to wander through Hong Kong. In this era, almost all the beautiful women on the streets wore no makeup, and their natural beauty was especially striking. After enjoying a full suite of local Hong Kong delicacies and experiences, Wang Dafei hopped onto a double-decker bus, planning to visit the legendary Kowloon. Walled city. With nothing else to do, he gazed out the window at the scenery, suddenly struck by a feeling as if he'd stepped into a Chinese-style dreamscape. He couldn't help but marvel at how nostalgic Hong Kong felt to him, even though he'd never actually lived through this era. Was it because he'd watched so many Hong Kong films as a child? Lost in these wistful memories, his thoughts drifted back to his home in his original world, and he began to wonder what he might do with his newfound abilities in the future. But before he could finish his train of thought, the double-decker bus reached its stop. His moment of soul-searching was abruptly cut short, and as he got ready to disembark, he put aside any further reflection. Suddenly, a buzz-cut man lugging a huge bag burst onto the bus in a hurry, shoving Wang Dafei back on board with him. In that brief commotion, the battered bus doors slammed shut. Seeing this, Wang Dafei realized he hadn't managed to get off the bus in time. He felt a bit exasperated and muttered inwardly, "Forget it, let it go. Be kind when you can. After all, I'm just a traveler. What difference does it make which stop I get off at?" With no other choice, he returned to his original seat. The buzz-cut man, breathless from his wild dash, finally collapsed into the back row. He exhaled deeply, gasping for air, and apologized to Wang Dafei. "Sorry about that. I was being chased." However, before he could finish his sentence, there was a sudden, thunderous bang. In the next instant, a face abruptly thrust itself through the car window, staring straight at the crew-cut man with wild eyes, while shouting in a slightly manic voice, "Hello." This unexpected scene startled him so badly that he nearly jumped out of his skin. Wang Dafei turned his head for a clearer look, only to see a man with a tangled, unkempt mop of hair, as if he hadn't washed or combed it in days, clinging to the side of the vehicle. What made him stand out, especially on a night like this, was the enormous pair of bug-eyed sunglasses perched on his face. The entire look gave him the air of a free-spirited American street hippie, unruly and wild. At that very moment, this disheveled hippie grinned wide, revealing a jagged row of teeth, and, still hanging outside the car, allowed a laugh so sleazy and shrill it grated on the nerves. "Ha ha! Street rat, you can't get away." Before anyone could process what was happening, another unexpected twist occurred. Two more figures appeared, as if conjured from thin air, leaping onto the vehicle, one at the rear window, another at the left, both grabbing hold of the car without hesitation. In a flash, one of them slipped inside and materialized behind the crew-cut man, locking his arms around the man's neck in a vicious chokehold. Meanwhile, the other reached in, trying to snatch the backpack gripped tightly in the crew-cut man's hands. Despite the danger, the crew-cut man didn't panic. With a swift move, he kicked away the hand reaching for his bag, then spun his elbow back, striking the attacker's face with lightning speed. The blow landed hard, forcing the would-be strangler to release his grip in pain. Seizing the opportunity, the crew-cut man landed another sharp elbow, then leapt to his feet and turned, driving his fist into the attacker, still clinging outside the car. The sheer force and pain of those punches were too much for the thug to withstand. He lost his grip completely, tumbling off the vehicle and rolling several times across the ground. The thug who had managed to climb inside now drew a knife and lunged at the crew-cut man. But the man reacted instantly, pulling his assailant in to dodge the blade, then unleashing a powerful kick. The kick sent the attacker crashing into the metal bars inside the vehicle. With a series of sharp cracks, several bars snapped cleanly under the force. The entire sequence played out in one fluid, lightning-fast motion, over before anyone could blink. Wang Dafei, witnessing the whole scene, couldn't help but be impressed. He was just about to ask if this guy knew martial arts. But just as Wang Dafei thought the crew-cut man had finally escaped danger, that same grating, mocking laugh from before suddenly rang out nearby. Wang Dafei turned his head toward the sound, only to see the long-haired hippie with sunglasses darting nimbly along the outside of the window, moving with the agility of a monkey. Wang Dafei couldn't help but think that there must be something seriously wrong with this guy. At that moment, the buzz-cut man instinctively glanced to his left, but to his utter astonishment, the hippie with the sunglasses had, without a trace, appeared at the window on his right instead. Before anyone could react, the hippie suddenly launched a powerful kick, smashing through the car window and landing a heavy blow right on the buzz-cut man. Despite the fierce impact, the buzz-cut man recovered quickly. He spun around in response and, without a second thought, lunged straight at the hippie. In the blink of an eye, the two were locked in a wild and furious fight, fists and feet flying. Yet, to everyone's surprise, even though the buzz-cut man threw everything he had into the brawl, unleashing punches and kicks from every angle, he found himself gradually overwhelmed by the hippie's onslaught, forced to retreat again and again within the cramped space of the car. Assailed by the hippie's relentless, storm-like attacks, the buzz-cut man could do nothing but struggle to hold his ground, falling back step by step. In no time, he had been driven all the way back to the front of the car, right where Wang Dafei was sitting. Seeing this, Wang Dafei wasted no time getting to his feet, squeezing himself into the front corner to watch the spectacle unfold. Not that Wang Dafei was scared. He simply wanted to enjoy the show. After all, both of these men seemed to be martial arts masters, each with skills out of the ordinary. Wang Dafei had no idea what their story was, let alone who was in the right or wrong, so helping was out of the question. At this point, he figured the wisest choice was to simply stay put and be a spectator. With the tension mounting, the buzz-cut man was now completely cornered at the front of the car with nowhere left to retreat. The hippie, sharp-eyed, seized the golden opportunity, his right hand clenched into a fist, then swiftly shifted into the shape of a sword finger. In a flash, he stabbed toward the buzz-cut man with lightning speed, who twisted his waist to dodge. A muffled, sickening sound followed, and an astonishing scene unfolded. The chair Wang Dafei had just been sitting on was instantly punctured, a gaping hole torn straight through it. Bear in mind, this was a solid wooden chair, hard as a rock. Wang Dafei had felt its discomfort himself just moments before. Yet now, this tough-as-nails wooden seat had been pierced clean through by the hippie's 2 fingers, as easily as if it were made of paper. Both the buzz-cut man and Wang Dafei were struck utterly speechless by what they'd seen. Wang Dafei, in particular, stood there with his mouth agape, wide enough to fit a whole egg, and only after a long moment did he snap out of it, exclaiming in awe, "Holy crap, that's insane." The hippie narrowed his eyes, a sly grin curling at the corners of his mouth. He pulled his hand free from the hole he'd poked in the chair. Without missing a beat, the hippie's fingers, shaped like a sword, shot forth once again with lightning speed, aimed straight at the crew-cut man before him. Fortunately, the crew-cut man was no easy target. He moved with surprising agility, dodging again and again. Sharp cracking sounds echoed through the air as another chair was instantly punctured twice more. The crew-cut man, witnessing this spectacle, stood frozen for a moment in disbelief. But the hippie gave him no time to recover. His hands pinching together in the sword finger gesture, he launched a relentless assault, as fierce and furious as a raging storm. Snapping out of his daze, the crew-cut man twisted his body to evade the attacks. Yet the hippie's strikes were so swift that he could barely mount any defense. Each thrust of those sword-like fingers seemed to cut through the air with a menacing whoosh, making the crew-cut man's heart pound with terror. And so the crew-cut man was forced to dart left and right inside the bus, constantly on the run, barely keeping up. He knew deep down that if he kept dodging like this, he would eventually lose. But faced with the hippie's ferocious onslaught, He simply couldn't muster the confidence to withstand those devastating sword fingers. Just then, the hippie spotted an opening. With a sudden burst of power, he lashed out with a kick that landed squarely on the crew-cut man's body. Caught completely off guard, the crew-cut man was sent flying like a cannonball, smashing straight into the second-floor windshield of the bus. With a thunderous crash, he slammed hard against the glass. One hand caught the edge, and, clinging like a gecko, he stuck fast at the spot. At that very moment, the driver, focused entirely on the road, hadn't expected anything like this. The sudden shock made him jump out of his seat. Startled, the driver instinctively slammed on the brakes. In an instant, the entire bus shook violently. The crew-cut man, clinging to the windshield, was the first to bear the brunt, flung off by the force of inertia. Inside the bus, the hippie too was caught off guard by the abrupt stop, and with nothing to hold him back, he was hurled forward like a wild horse breaking free. The hippie's head hit the ground first, meeting the pavement with a painful intimacy. His body tumbled uncontrollably, rolling several times and sending up a cloud of dust. The scene was so astonishing that bystanders stopped in their tracks, gaping in amazement. The crew-cut man, meanwhile, staggered to his feet, his body swaying and stumbling as he tried to compose himself. His face was etched with fear. As he fumbled for his backpack, and like a startled rabbit, he bolted in the opposite direction, running for his life without a backward glance. Just moments ago, Wang Dafei, who had been gripping his seat tightly and curling up at the front of the bus to watch the martial arts spectacle up close, glanced outside. By chance, he saw the hippie-looking guy from earlier fall off the vehicle, landing headfirst on the ground. The impact was so fierce that any ordinary person would have been killed instantly, with no hope of survival. But, to everyone's astonishment, the hippie pulled off a flawless somersault the moment he hit the ground, then rose to his feet. As if nothing had happened, he dusted himself off and shouted at the driver, "What the hell's wrong with you? Can't you drive?" Witnessing this scene, Wang Dafei couldn't help but feel a jolt of awe. He silently admired. Incredible. The move he pulled off earlier, with that sword finger technique, already made it clear he's no ordinary man. And now, to survive a fall like that. Simply amazing. It seems that in this world, not only does Taoist magic still exist, but martial arts haven't faded away either. Maybe I can even get my hands on some secret kung fu manuals to take home. He watched as the hippie sprang to his feet and, without a moment's hesitation, took off in hot pursuit of the crew-cut man who was trying to escape. Wang Dafei, still sitting inside the bus, suddenly found his curiosity piqued to the extreme. There was no way he'd let such a riveting scene slip by. Without a second thought, he leaped out of the window and hit the ground running, quickly closing the distance as he chased after the two figures ahead. Not long after, the hippie's lackeys, who had been chasing relentlessly, finally caught up, breathless and panting heavily. They quickly gathered around the hippie, casting only a casual glance at Wang Dafei, who was trailing right behind their boss, as if assuming he was one of their own. Meanwhile, the crew-cut man was so terrified he was practically tripping over himself in panic, running for his life. In his blind panic, he darted into a fenced enclosure that surrounded a massive gaping hole. The hippie and his crew gave chase all the way to the fence, but suddenly they all stopped short, as if there was some unspoken taboo or rule about entering the area beyond. None of them dared take another step forward. Wearing a look of deep wariness, the hippie muttered, "Damn it, that sly old fox got away." He could only watch helplessly as the crew-cut man disappeared into that mysterious place, his face a mix of frustration and regret. Wang Dafei, who had kept up with the group, gazed curiously past the fence. Before his eyes, towering buildings rose skyward, packed so tightly together they looked like a dense, urban forest. This must be the legendary Kowloon Walled City. Sure enough, the scale of this city within a city was far beyond anything he could have imagined. With the fight he'd been looking forward to now over and curiosity growing ever stronger in the shadow of Kowloon Walled City, Wang Dafei couldn't resist the urge to go inside and see what secrets awaited him. Just as he was about to take a step forward, one of the hippie's lackeys, quick-eyed and even quicker-handed, grabbed Wang Dafei by the sleeve. "Hey, where are you up to? Don't go in there. This is Tornado's turf. Our boss gave strict orders that nobody is to mess around on his territory." The lackey warned nervously, his face tense with anxiety. Wang Dafei was momentarily stunned when he heard this, then replied with a puzzled look, "What? Come on, man. I'm not one of your crew." Hearing this, the lackey let go of his sleeve with an awkward scowl, muttering curses under his breath. "Damn it. If you're not with us, why walk so close? Are you looking for trouble?" Wang Dafei paid no attention to the grumbling, ignoring the insults entirely. He strolled forward at his own leisurely pace, secretly thinking, "This guy must be out of his mind. Just then, several people suddenly streamed out from inside Kowloon walled city. A moment later, a shout rang out from deep within the labyrinth. Wang Jiao! Everyone turned toward the sound. From a narrow street emerged a striking man in black sunglasses, riding a fierce-looking off-road motorcycle. He called out loudly, "What's the matter? Lost your way? Want me to call your old man to come get you?" His tone bristled with disdain and provocation, making it clear he wasn't in the mood for niceties. The people who had just walked out of the walled city glanced casually at Wang Dafei and then quickly shifted their attention back to the group of hippies. Seeing this, Wang Dafei only shot a fleeting glance at the hippies, then glanced back at the newcomers from the walled city. Realizing none of them intended to stop him, he pressed on without hesitation, striding straight through the entrance. However, the hippie called Wang Jiao seemed to hold the walled city in a kind of awe, never daring to make a move or cross the barbed wire boundary. He could only stand his ground, blustering with forced bravado, "Hey punk, if you got guts, come over here and say to my face." His bark, however, was all bite and no follow-through. Wang Dafei ignored these two tense groups locked in their standoff. His eyes stayed fixed on the crew-cut man who was walking away ahead of him, and without missing a beat, he quietly followed in his footsteps. As he entered the walled city, Wang Dafei's eyes widened in astonishment. He couldn't help but marvel, "Whoa, would you look at that?" It turned out that this wasn't just an ordinary ground floor. He'd stepped straight onto the third floor. Inside, the pathways, crisscrossed in a tangled web, intricate as a spider's silk, and the sheer number of shops was dazzling. If he had to compare it to anything, this place reminded him of the labyrinthine buildings in Chongqing, just as bewildering and just as easy to get lost in. Wang Dafei stared intently at the crew-cut man hurrying ahead, taking light and measured steps as he followed behind, careful not to draw any attention. Little did he realize that just a short distance behind him, another person was trailing him just as silently, moving like a ghost without making a sound. As he walked through the narrow corridor, Wang Dafei looked around in curiosity. He saw not only a variety of food markets inside this building, but also a blacksmith's workshop, ringing with the clang of hammer on metal, a toy store, and even someone roasting a suckling pig on a makeshift stove right in the hallway, the fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Beyond that, all sorts of odd and fascinating shops were packed in, making this place feel like a miniaturized department store, a little commercial kingdom of its own. Wang Dafei had never seen anything like this in a modern world. The strangeness of it all was truly remarkable. The only downside, he thought, was how densely packed with people it was. Without realizing it, Wang Dafei followed the crew-cut man through one winding, twisting hallway after another. Suddenly, the crew-cut man darted quickly into a shadowy corner. Wang Dafei, not daring to fall behind, hurried his pace, sneaking after him in haste. When Wang Dafei reached the corner, he cautiously poked his head around to take a look. He saw the crew-cut man crouched on the ground, rummaging through a canvas backpack at his feet, his hands moving restlessly. Then, the man slumped and punched the bag in frustration, his whole posture radiating dejection. Wang Dafei peered closer, and suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. The backpack was stuffed to the brim with small packets of white powder, neatly divided and tightly packed. In an instant, Wang Dafei's eyes narrowed, a cold gleam flickering within them. Damn it, so he's a drug dealer. He had thought this crew-cut man might be some martial arts expert, perhaps just caught up in a gang dispute, not necessarily a bad person. If he wasn't some vicious criminal, Wang Dafei had even considered offering him money for some fighting secrets. But now, things look a lot less simple. Whether this man was selling or using drugs, Wang Dafei instinctively felt he should be eliminated. A person like this was just a waste of space. At that moment, the crew-cut man seemed to sense the murderous intent or the intensity of Wang Dafei's gaze. As if truly aware of some danger, he snatched up his backpack and spun around, ready to make his escape. But just as he was about to step away, out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of a gaunt, haggard figure crouched in the shadows, someone who looked every bit the addict, inhaling something with desperate intensity. In the blink of an eye, the crew-cut man was standing right in front of the other person. His gaze was piercing as he stared the man down and demanded, "Where did you get all this stuff?" The man being interrogated, a strung-out addict, slowly lifted his drooping head. His eyes were glazed over, his mind clearly muddled, and he looked just like a machine programmed to answer questions. With trembling fingers, he pointed vaguely upward and mumbled incoherently, sixth floor." Hearing this, a flash of delight crossed the crew-cut man's face. He had found a lead to offload his goods. Without another word, he grabbed the bundle next to him and dashed for the stairwell at full speed. Wang Dafei, watching all this unfold from the side, allowed a sly smile to creep across his lips. He drew a pistol from his storage soul device and strolled after the crew cut man at an unhurried pace, as if taking a leisurely walk in a courtyard. Clearly, his target remained oblivious to any lurking danger, with not the slightest hint of caution or awareness that he might be followed. It wasn't long before the crew cut man reached the 6th floor. As soon as he stepped out of the stairwell, he caught sight, out of the corner of his eye, of a secretive exchange happening inside one of the rooms. A packet of drugs wrapped in paper was being passed from the window to someone outside, money changing hands in a swift, hush-hush transaction, after which the customer was promptly sent on his way. A glimmer of satisfaction lit up the crew-cut man's face, as if he had finally found what he was looking for. Without hesitation, he strode toward the room and barged right in. Inside, 6 rough-looking, burly men sat in a circle, playing cards. They bantered crudely, their conversation centering around which bar had the most buxom women. Forcing himself to appear calm, the crew-cut man swaggered forward and addressed a long-haired thug who looked like a junior ringleader. "I've got the goods you're after. Are you buying or not? I'll give you a good price." The long-haired thug was taken aback for a moment, then frowned, suspicion flickering in his eyes. He gave the stranger before him a thorough once-over and asked skeptically, "What did you say?" The crew-cut man didn't hesitate. He answered crisply while deftly untying his bundle and pulling out a packet of white powder to show them. A young thug nearby, spotting the powder, couldn't resist stepping forward, reaching out to rummage through the crew-cut man's bag. When he saw that the bag was stuffed to the brim with nothing but white powder, he jerked his head up in shock, staring at the crew-cut man with a look that demanded, "What's your game? Are you here to wreck our business on purpose?" What Shinluo Jun didn't know was that this group was nothing more than a gang of petty thugs trafficking in counterfeit medicine. They weren't in the business of dealing heroin. The buzz-cut man, upon seeing the fierce look flash across the young thug's face, felt his heart skip a beat. A chill of foreboding ran through him. He had quickly realized that the situation was not at all what he'd imagined. It was clear the other party had no interest in buying his heroin. At that moment, the young thug glared at him with wide, menacing eyes and barked, "Boss, someone's here to make trouble." No sooner had he shouted than the long-haired little gang leader, standing off to the side, cast a sidelong glance and caught sight of the bag of white powder. Instantly, his face darkened with rage. He suddenly shoved the buzz-cut man hard and bellowed, "Damn it! Who the hell told you to bring this garbage here?" Caught in this volatile scene, the buzz-cut man dared not delay for a second. He hurriedly stuffed the packet away, spun on his heel, and tried to make a quick getaway, muttering, "Sorry, my mistake. I'm leaving now." But just as he turned, he found another young thug already blocking the doorway, cutting off his escape. In the blink of an eye, a furious shout rang out, "Get lost, you bastard!" Without a moment's hesitation, the young thug from before raised his foot and drove a powerful kick straight at the buzz-cut man's chest as he tried to dash out. The kick landed squarely, slamming the buzz-cut man backward and sending him crashing straight back into the room. Seeing this, the other thugs all cracked their knuckles and rubbed their fists, their eagerness to teach the intruder a lesson written plainly on their faces. At this moment, the buzz-cut man looked at the hostile crowd before him and knew, deep down, that getting out of here today wouldn't be so easy. The humiliation of being mocked and discriminated against by the locals and the gangs ever since arriving in Hong Kong now boiled over inside him, a burning fury rising uncontrollably. Suddenly, with a furious roar, the buzz-cut man lashed out, launching a swift, powerful kick at the young thug who had just attacked him. The blow was so forceful that it knocked the thug to the ground on the spot. Seizing the opening, the buzz-cut man swung a heavy punch, landing it squarely on another thug who was lunging at him. There was a dull thud as the thug was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing hard into the rickety old door. With a splintering crash, the door gave way and collapsed, sending with chips flying everywhere. The thug who'd been punched rolled helplessly along the floor, finally coming to a graceless stop right at the feet of Wang Dafei, who was waiting just outside the door. Bang! Crash! The room erupted with a violent cacophony of battle. Inside, the man with the close-cropped hair moved with agile precision, like a war god in a showroom of furniture. He deftly wielded anything within reach, chairs, tables, even bottles, turning each object into a weapon as he fought off a gang of thugs who had stormed in. Despite the chaos, it seemed that an unspoken line had not yet been crossed. So far, no one had drawn a blade. Not only was the close-cropped man quick on his feet, but his punches packed astonishing power. Each blow sent a thug flying across the room. Every strike cut through the air with a sharp, fierce rush, making it impossible for his opponents to get close. Though they outnumbered him several times over, under the fury of his assault, they could do nothing but retreat in disarray. It was downright embarrassing, a whole gang dozens of men, and yet they couldn't take down a single short-haired fighter. After a hard-fought struggle, the close-cropped man finally managed to break free and burst out of the room. But no sooner had he stepped through the door than he came face-to-face with Wang Dafei, who stood waiting, eyes fixed on him like a predator sizing up its prey. Wang Dafei studied the man before him, recalling how he'd kept an eye on him ever since the scuffle in the car. Judging by his style, this guy doesn't really know martial arts. What he's using is just the rough, streetwise fighting that comes from years of brawling. The one who truly knows kung fu is that hippie called Wang Jiao. Still, the close-cropped man was quick and put up a good fight. But now, Wang Dafei mused, he himself possessed the physique of something close to a super soldier. If it came down to a showdown between them, who would come out on top? Wang Dafei figured he could take him. The more he thought about it, the more determined he became. After all, the other man was just another lowlife dealing in heroin, hardly someone worth pitying. He deserved a good beating. With that thought, a fierce fire ignited within Wang Dafei's heart. He could no longer hold back the surge of impulse and desire. In a flash, he lunged forward like an arrow released from a bow. His right fist clenched tight as he drove it straight at the man before him with unstoppable force. The close-cropped man's face changed instantly, clearly caught off guard by Wang Dafei's ferocity. In a rush, he crossed his arms in front of his chest, trying to block the blow. But the moment the two collided, a tidal wave of power surged through his arms. The close-cropped man felt a numbing ache shoot through his limbs as he stumbled backward, unable to steady himself, his face etched with shock. Inwardly, he was reeling. He looks so ordinary. How can he possess such tremendous strength? What on earth has he been eating? After a brief moment to catch his breath, the crew-cut man drew in a deep breath, steadied himself, and quickly regained his composure. Then, he set his feet apart, bent his knees slightly, and spread his hands into a peculiar stance, one that Wang Dafei had never seen before. Confronted with this unfamiliar posture, Wang Dafei showed no fear. On the contrary, a flicker of excitement flashed in his eyes. Wang Dafei began with a classic Chinese fighting stance. Even if he didn't know any real martial arts, he could at least put on a show. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, he charged forward in an all-American rush, his right arm swinging high into the air as he unleashed a powerful Russian-style haymaker, aiming straight at the crew-cut man. In an instant, the two clashed fiercely. Fists blurred, gusts of wind swept through the corridor, and the thudding sounds of blows landing echoed back and forth, their battle lively and relentless. Of course, this was only Wang Dafei's impression. Elsewhere in the hallway, a young man seated on a motorcycle watched the scene unfold, feeling as though the two were nothing more than amateurs brawling without skill. The longer Wang Dafei fought, the more exhilarated he became, as if some dormant instinct for battle had awakened fully within him. Though he lacked any true martial arts training, his sharp reflexes and agile movements allowed him to read his opponent's punches at crucial moments, letting him dodge or counterattack with surprising effectiveness. As a result, the two were evenly matched in this intense contest, trading blows and victories in turn. However, as time wore on, Wang Dafei began to sense something was wrong. The crew-cut man, who had previously been on equal footing, seemed to be catching on to Wang Dafei's patterns. He started anticipating Wang Dafei's every move, neutralizing each attack before it even landed. Gradually, Wang Dafei found himself losing ground. Damn, my attacks keep getting shut down, while his counterattacks are only growing fiercer, he thought. In the blink of an eye, the tide turned sharply. Wang Dafei went from aggressive attacker to desperate defender, his opponent's technique proving superior. Wang Dafei was forced to retreat step by step, barely holding on. The crew-cut man seized an opening, spun around, and delivered a flying kick. Wang Dafei could only throw up his arms in defense, stumbling backward all the way to the far end of the corridor, just as the crew-cut man prepared to press his advantage. Suddenly, the roaring of a motorcycle engine swelled from the distance, drawing rapidly closer. In the next instant, a motorcycle shot up the corridor with explosive speed, charging straight for the crew-cut man. Fortunately, the crew-cut man reacted just in time, twisting sideways in the narrow hallway and narrowly dodging the oncoming motorcycle. The motorcycle skidded to a halt with a sharp turn, coming to a steady stop right in front of Wang Dafei. Astride the bike sat a young man, his looks carrying a certain rakish charm. His eyes swept over Wang Dafei before he asked, "Cop?" That question caught Wang Dafei off guard. Gulp. Was this guy in front of him a police officer? Before Wang Dafei could say anything more, the charming young man greeted him. "I'm Lon Sinny." Wang Dafei looked at the man who had just introduced himself as Lon Sinny. Lon Sinny spoke again. "This is Kowloon Walled City. Do us a favor, Leth. The Dragon City gang handled this. Despite his words, his body language made it clear he had no intention of letting Wang Dafei respond. Lan Sini dismounted from the motorcycle, pulled a butterfly knife from his pocket, and spun it skillfully in his hand, the blade gleaming as he performed. A flourish. With eyes sharp as a hawk, he leveled his gaze at the crew-cut man, then strode forward. Unhurried, each step deliberate and steady. The sudden move scared the crew-cut man out of his wits. His eyes widened in terror, panic written all over his face. For a moment, he was at a complete loss. Now that his opponent had drawn a knife, he wanted to run, but when he glanced behind him, he saw the alley was blocked by a gang of thugs. His head darted back and forth desperately, searching for anything he could use to defend himself. But they were hemmed in within a narrow corridor, the surroundings bare and empty. Not a single object within reach that could serve as a weapon. Just then, the crew-cut man's gaze landed on the corrugated iron awnings lining the walls. Years of wind and rain had left these awnings rusted and battered. Without a moment's hesitation, the crew-cut man summoned all his strength and, like a raging bull, grabbed hold of a sheet of iron, yanking and tearing at it with all his might. After a Herculean effort, he finally wrenched free a sheet of metal, just the right size. He quickly folded the iron sheet in half, then again, in the blink of an eye, he had fashioned a makeshift knife, giving him the courage to face off against Lan Sini's butterfly blade. Lan Sini found the crew-cut man's resourcefulness rather amusing. Yet, surprisingly, Lan Sini didn't take advantage of the moment. He didn't rush in to stab the man while he was busy tearing off the iron sheet. Instead, he stood quietly, patiently waiting as the crew-cut man finished folding the metal into his makeshift weapon. Only when his opponent was fully prepared did Lan Sini, butterfly knife in hand, begin to walk steadily and purposefully toward the crew-cut man. Suddenly, his figure flickered and he charged forward, the butterfly knife in his hand, transforming in an instant into a streak of cold light, thrusting straight toward the buzzcut man. Lan Sini slashed several times in quick succession, each swing of the blade slicing through the air with a sharp swish, 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 each stroke cutting the silence with a crisp sound. Unexpectedly, the buzzcut man's reactions were incredibly swift. Though his face betrayed panic, his dodges flowed as smoothly as drifting clouds and flowing water. Even though Lan Sini was holding back, deliberately avoiding the man's vital points, the buzzcut guy still managed to dodge and block every one of Lan Sini's attacks with uncanny precision. Watching intently, Wang Dafei couldn't help but feel as though this buzzcut man had maxed out his evasion skills. Of course, it might also be because Lan Sini was intentionally going easy on him, never aiming for the kill. The two went back and forth, each move answered by the other, making it impossible to tell who had the upper hand. After a fierce exchange, there was suddenly a sharp crack. The buzzcut man's makeshift iron shield, already battered and worn, finally gave way under the relentless assault and snapped cleanly in two. Sensing the tide turning against him, the buzzcut man realized he'd gained nothing by staying any longer. Without hesitation, he spun around to escape, only to discover his way was completely blocked. He was surrounded. In a split second, as if making a desperate decision, the buzzcut man sprang into action. Without a moment's hesitation, he flipped over the railing and leapt from the stairwell, vaulting right off the upper floor. Fortunately, this was Kowloon-walled city, where the buildings were packed tightly together and the terrain was a tangled maze. After he jumped, he hit the wall first. Then, as he fell, he bounced and crashed off the surrounding buildings, stumbling and bumping his way down in a chaotic descent. But as fate would have it, he didn't crash hard onto the ground. Instead, he landed, somewhat miraculously, on the awning of a nearby building. The landing was rough, but this guy was tough as nails. In just a few seconds, red-faced and gasping, he forced himself up and scrambled across the rooftops, determined to keep running. At that heart-stopping moment, the buzzcut man thought he had finally shaken off his pursuers. But Lan Sini and the gangsters knew the city's shortcuts by heart. They'd grown up here. Without hesitation, they slipped down a shortcut to the ground floor and immediately set off after the panicked, fleeing buzzcut man. They weaved through the narrow streets, relentlessly chasing their target. In no time, they had nearly caught up. Yet just when no one expected it, the desperate buzzcut man, like a headless chicken, darted straight into a barber shop by the side of the road. Perhaps it was fear that made him lose his senses, or maybe it was the desperation of a man with nowhere left to run. The moment he burst into the barber shop, without a word, he snatched up a pair of scissors and pressed them menacingly against the neck of a middle-aged man, white-haired and puffing leisurely on a cigarette. Judging by the scene, this middle-aged man was undoubtedly the owner of the barber shop. In that instant, the buzzcut man clearly intended to use him as a hostage, hoping to force Lan Sini and his gang of thugs to let him escape the walled city. All of a sudden, Lon Sinny and his gang, hot on his heels, skidded to a halt as they witnessed the standoff. Faces pale with shock, they raised their hands high, signaling desperately for the buzz-cut man not to make any rash moves and risk harming an innocent person. The tension in the air was palpable. An oppressive, suffocating weight seemed to fill every corner of the shop. Wang Dafei ambled in soon after, just in time to see the scene unfold. Inwardly, he cursed, "Damn, taking an old man hostage, this guy really is no good. But wait, this old man looks kind of familiar." Lon Sinny narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade fixed on the white-haired man. He arched an eyebrow slightly, seeming to communicate something unspoken through that look. The white-haired man, far from intimidated, shot Lon Sinny a meaningful glance of his own, his brow raised in a silent, loaded exchange, an invisible conversation unfolding between them. The buzz-cut man's hand trembled as he gripped the scissors. "Let me go. I didn't mean to mess up your place." The white-haired man glanced down at the scissors pressed to his neck. Suddenly, without warning, he exploded with astonishing force. In a flash, his left arm shot up and swung back with the speed of lightning, his elbow slamming hard into the buzz-cut man's abdomen. At the same time, his right hand clamped down on the man's wrist, gripping it like a steel vise. With a swift twist of his body, he wrenched the man's arm sharply. There was a crisp snap as the buzz-cut man's wrist was dislocated on the spot. The sudden turn of events left the buzz-cut man stunned and helpless. In an instant, his one bargaining chip, the hostage, was wrenched from his control. Deep down, he never wanted things to come to this, but now he had no choice. The item in that bag was his last hope of staying in Hong Kong. So, even with only one good arm left, he clenched his teeth, gathering what little strength remained, and hurled himself forward in a final desperate struggle. But just as the buzz-cut man flung himself ahead with every ounce of courage he had left, Wang Dafei looked on in astonishment, witnessing a scene that left him utterly speechless. The middle-aged man, his lips clamped around a cigarette and his hair a shock of white, moved with the effortless grace of flowing water. In one seamless motion, he swiftly drew back his right hand, clenching it into a rock-solid fist. Then, with a subtle dip of his knees, he settled into a textbook horse stance, unwavering and sure. In an instant, quicker than words could describe, he unleashed his punch with sudden, explosive power, and for a heartbeat, it was as if time itself stood still. The blow landed squarely on the buzz-cut man's torso and seemed to send out ripples of force. The impact was so tremendous that it wrenched the man's feet clean off the ground, sending him flying backwards like a kite whose string had snapped. But it didn't end there. Rather than tumbling back in a simple arc, the buzz-cut man began to spin in midair, his body twisting in a bizarre, almost unnatural way. It was as if some invisible force had seized him, whirling his body like a windmill, until he crashed with a heavy thud into the wall behind. Wang Dafei stared, wide-eyed, unable to believe what he was witnessing. He noticed it clearly. In the instant that middle-aged man struck, a faint whirlwind seemed to swirl around his fist, barely visible yet unmistakable. And when the punch connected, that swirling energy leapt from the man's fist to the buzz-cut man's body, as if it were alive. It was this mysterious whirlwind that sent the buzz-cut man not only flying, but spinning uncontrollably through the air, his body turning over and over as if caught in a vortex. After just one punch, the buzz-cut man, who had seemed almost invincible before, shrugging off every blow, now lay sprawled in the corner like a wounded dog, his eyes locked with desperate intensity on his back. A heartfelt thank you to the reader, Mingmu Haochi de Bolike, for tipping me with an update voucher on the 4th and earlier. I only just noticed, and I apologize for missing it before. After that devastating punch, the white-haired man left the buzz-cut man motionless on the floor. He deftly removed the cigarette from his mouth, then lowered himself into his boss's chair with deliberate calm. Picking up a newspaper from his side, he flipped through it absent-mindedly. Then he raised his head, his eyes sharp as a blade as he fixed his gaze on Lon Sinny, and asked, "What exactly happened here?" Questioned by the white-haired man, Lon Sinny grinned and hurried over to his side. He bent down, scooping up the backpack that belonged to the buzz-cut man, and set it down carefully next to the middle-aged man. Then, with both hands, he began to gently massage the man's shoulders, explaining, "I've no idea where this kid came from, some clueless little rat who doesn't know the rules. He actually dared to bring heroin into our Kowloon walled city to sell. Then he was discovered by his brothers, so they chased him all the way and gave him a good beating." After hearing this, the white-haired middle-aged man shot the crew-cut man a look of clear disapproval. You don't know the rules. You deserve to be taught a lesson." Although this was Kowloon walled city, where all sorts of shady characters gathered, the current overseer clearly wouldn't tolerate drugs within his territory. The white-haired man then turned and glared fiercely at the crew-cut man, who now lay sprawled on the ground like a beaten dog after taking his punch. In that moment, the crew-cut man's gaze met his. Without a flicker of emotion, the middle-aged man fixed his eyes on the crew-cut and spoke in a chilling tone. "Let me warn you, there's no room for your nonsense in Kowloon-walled city. If you dare try this again, you'll pay with your life." Looking at the miserable face of the crew-cut man, who just moments ago seemed on the verge of tears, Wang Dafei suddenly wondered if he might have beaten up the wrong person. To be sure, he spoke up. "Hold on. Why don't you tell me exactly what those things are about? Where did you get them? You'd better explain yourself." At that, all eyes in the room turned sharply toward Wang Dafei. His question had caught everyone's attention. After all, none of them knew who he was. Standing to the side, Lan Sini suddenly seemed to recall something. He quickly leaned in and whispered a few words into the white-haired man's ear. "Boss, I think this guy is a cop. He chased that junkie in here." Hearing this, the white-haired man could only sigh in resignation and turn to question the crew-cut man. "Well then, tell me, where did you get these drugs?" Faced with the middle-aged man's interrogation, the crew-cut man, though racked with pain and reluctant to speak, didn't dare stay silent. He stammered out, trembling, "I stole them. Those people tricked me, so..." His voice was so shaky it was barely audible. At that moment, Lan Sini, eager to prove himself, jumped in. "I get it. He must have stolen the goods from the big boss's gang. Wang Jiao, that blockhead, has the whole place locked down with his crew. They're probably trying to catch him right now." As he spoke, he flashed a fawning smile at the white-haired man. The white-haired man glanced down at the crew-cut fellow, sprawled on the ground like a beaten dog, a look of disgust flickering in his eyes. He barked coldly, "Take your stuff and get out of Kowloon-walled city now. The farther you go, the better." Turning once more to Wang Dafei, the white-haired man said, "I'm the director of the Kowloon-walled city neighborhood committee, known around here as the Tornado. Do me a favor, don't make trouble inside the city. Once you're outside, do as you please. We won't interfere." How's that sound? What Tornado meant was, if you want to go after this guy once he's out of Kowloon-walled city, that's your business. Just don't cause trouble in here. But as Wang Dafei looked at the crew-cut man, he couldn't help thinking, this guy could really take a beating, and now he's made enemies with the triads. It all reminded him of those protagonists in gangster comics. People with stories like that are rarely ordinary. If they were, they'd have been hacked to death a long time ago. Lost in thought, Wang Dafei didn't even catch what Tornado had said. Meanwhile, Tornado shot a meaningful glance at Lan Sini, who immediately got the message. Lan nodded, bent down, and snatched up the backpack, hurling it back toward the crew-cut man with a scowl. "You got lucky today, kid. Now get lost while you still can." He spat, his tone full of menace. The crew-cut man stared at the bag, his face twisted in misery. He wanted to leave, but he had no idea where to go. He'd already heard that Wang Jiao was waiting outside to block his escape. Where exactly could he run? Seeing his confusion, Wang Dafei's curiosity got the better of him. "Hey, don't be in such a rush to leave," he called out. "Tell us, what's really going on here? If you're in some kind of trouble, maybe I can help." The crew-cut man glanced left and right, but the white-haired middle-aged man said nothing. Lan Sini, meanwhile, watched with an amused look, clearly enjoying the show. Not bothered by their attention, the crew-cut man finally spoke up. "My name's Chen Luojun. I came here as a stowaway. When I first arrived, I didn't know anyone or anything about this place. But I wanted to stay. If you want to stay, you need an ID, and getting one costs money. So, I started fighting in underground matches at one of the big boss's venues, and then..." Chen Luojun began to slowly recount the whole story. It all went back to a few days ago, maybe even earlier. Back then, Chen Luojun was fighting in the underground ring run by the big boss. He fought for several days straight, racking up 10 consecutive wins. His impressive skills soon caught the attention of the boss, who happened to be passing through the venue one day. The boss took an immediate interest in him. So the boss decided to recruit this tough young man into his gang. In fact, the boss thought that, given his own status, personally inviting someone was a huge honor. The kid would surely be moved to tears, right? But unexpectedly, this brash newcomer, Chen Luojun, not only refused the offer, but even had the guts to stand up in front of everyone and declare he'd never join the triads. Faced with such a blunt rejection, the boss didn't lose his temper on the spot. Instead, he put on a friendly face, acting all warm and approachable. He said things like, "That's all right, young man. It's admirable to have ambition. There's a future for you in other paths, too. No problem at all." Then, in a gentle tone, he asked Chen Luojun why he'd chosen such a dangerous way to make money in the first place. Chen Luojun, an honest man by nature, saw how approachable the big boss was and quickly spilled everything about his situation, leaving nothing hidden, as if he'd stripped himself bare. When the big boss learned that the only reason Chen Luo-jun had risked his life to enter the underground boxing matches was merely to buy a legal ID card, he responded with easy generosity and said, "Hey, you've come to the right person. What's so hard about that? It's just an ID card. All your fellow countrymen who come here, I'm the one who helps them get their IDs, you know? How about this? Don't rush to hand over the money just yet. Come back to me in a couple of days, and I guarantee I'll have your ID card ready." Faced with the boss's amiable tone and the situation before him, Chen Luo-jun still harbored some doubts. But, considering he had no one else to turn to, and all the money he'd worked so hard to earn was for this very purpose, he decided to trust the boss, waiting quietly for those 2 days to pass. Time flew by, and, at last, the day of the next meeting with the big boss arrived. With a mixture of anticipation and nervousness, Chen Luo-jun made his way to the factory they'd agreed upon, hoping to finally receive the precious ID card that meant everything to him. Heart pounding with hope, Chen Luo-jun waited. But when the envelope was finally handed to him, and he saw what was inside, his heart plummeted. A crudely drawn scrap of paper, nothing more than a doodle by Wang Jiao, passed off as the promised ID. This so-called ID card couldn't have looked more fake. Any fool could see at a glance that it was a worthless forgery. Chen Luo-jun's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the slip of paper. He wanted to confront the big boss, to demand why he was being made a fool of, but he swallowed his anger and simply asked, "How am I supposed to use this?" He still clung to the hope that the boss was just playing a prank on him, and that the real ID would soon appear. At that moment, Wang Jiao swaggered over to Chen Luo-jun's side and suddenly burst out laughing, a wild, raucous laughter that echoed through the whole room. "Ah, you wanted to buy a fake ID, didn't you? Well, you got exactly what you paid for, a fake. What did you expect, you fool?" Wang Jiao leaned in so close their faces nearly touched, his expression full of scorn and mockery as he sneered. "Don't you know how things work? Here, you dumb pretty boy. With the money you gave, the best you'll get is a fake. If you want the real thing, you'll have to pay a lot more." The gangsters standing around couldn't hold back their amusement any longer, breaking out into peals of laughter at Wang Jiao's words. Chen Luo-jun saw that after so many hard-fought days in the illegal boxing ring, all the money he'd painstakingly saved had been exchanged for nothing more than a useless scrap of graffiti. In that instant, a blaze of fury ignited within him. He immediately roared at Wang Jiao, shouting, "I don't want this. Give me my money back." For a moment, he nearly rushed forward, ready to fight Wang Jiao right then and there. Just then the big boss, who had been sitting coolly in the grand armchair, watching everything unfold with a cold gaze, finally spoke up. His lips curled into a contemptuous smirk, and he said with a biting sneer, "Oomph, isn't this just how the underworld works? We do whatever we want. Do you have a problem with that? As for money, I have more than enough. But you? Do you really think you can stand up for yourself here? What's wrong? Weren't you the one who thought the underworld was beneath you?" It was clear that the boss was still nursing a grudge over how Chen Luo-jun had looked down on the gang and refused to show him any respect the other day. Now, he was determined to humiliate Chen Luo-jun thoroughly. Hearing this, Wang Jiao immediately chimed in. "That's right. This is just how the world is, cruel and unforgiving. The boss here was kind, enough to offer you a better path, and instead of being grateful, you humiliate him in front of everyone. You're finished, pretty boy." Without another word, Wang Jiao turned on Chen Luo-jun, shouting at him harshly, "Get out of here! Useless mutts like you, who don't know what's good for them, have no place here. Get lost! Get out!" The shouts rang out again and again, rough and menacing, as the gangsters shoved and manhandled Chen Luo-jun, driving him out of the crowd in utter humiliation. Staggering to his feet, Chen Luo-jun was burning with rage. How could these thugs be so shameless? Not only had they thrown him out, but they flatly refused to return his money. Still, he was hopelessly outnumbered. Carrying all his resentment and frustration, Chen Luo-jun made his way toward the factory exit. As he hurried past the machinery, his eyes caught sight of a pile of cash stacked on one of the workbenches, with a bulging school bag sitting right on top, stuffed to the brim. The moment he saw it, his eyes reddened with anger. These scumbag gangsters had cheated him, so without a second thought, he dashed forward, grabbed a canvas bag from the pile, and took off at full speed. No one could have expected that, in the split second after Chen Luo-jun snatched up the bag, he would actually dare to steal from the big boss himself. The commotion exploded instantly, with cries of shock erupting all around. By the time everyone realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Immediately after, the group led by Wang Jiao charged furiously toward Chen Luo-jun, who had already made it to the doorway. The big boss shouted in anger, "Don't let him get away. If you don't catch him, I'll have your heads." Clearly, that package was of great importance. Chen Luo-jun wasted no time. Grabbing his backpack, he dashed out and sprinted with all his might. Soon, he could hear shouts and hurried footsteps behind him. Wang Jiao and his gang of thugs were in hot pursuit. Desperately, Chen Luojun ran as fast as he could. He accidentally collided with Wang Dafei, who had been watching the commotion. Only after he made it safely into the labyrinthine Kowloon walled city did he finally breathe a small sigh of relief. But when he opened the canvas bag in his hands, his heart sank. Inside wasn't money at all, but a backpack stuffed full of white powder. At that moment, Chen Luojun was overwhelmed by despair. Still, he clung to a hint of hope. Maybe he could sell this stuff to another gang, trade it for the ID he so desperately needed. That idea set the stage for everything that happened next. Now, as Chen Luojun, the crew-cut man, recounted his painful memories, his voice trembled and tears welled up in his eyes. "I was tricked by them," he sobbed. "Even men of iron can be brought to tears when the pain runs deep." He'd struggled to make a life in Hong Kong, only to be looked down upon, forced to earn a living through underground boxing, and then bullied by the gangs when he tried to secure an ID. After listening to Chen Luojun's long and emotional story, most of those present, though slightly sympathetic, couldn't hide their mocking and dismissive smirks. To them, his tale was nothing more than fodder for idle chatter, a joke for a slow afternoon. Many secretly scoffed. What a fool! To openly refuse a gang boss in front of everyone. Of course he'd end up in trouble. Yet, no matter how one looked at it, Chen Luojun seemed to have landed himself in a predicament with no easy way out. After all, he'd originally stepped into the boss's territory just to earn some decent money through his boxing skills. But before he could even lay hands on his hard-won cash, he'd already caught the eye of the big boss, who now wanted to recruit him. For Chen Luojun, accepting the boss's invitation meant stepping permanently into the underworld, a life not easily escaped. But if he refused, his months of blood, sweat, and tears would be lost forever. After all, he'd already embarrassed the boss in public, and with someone so powerful, what choices did he really have? The boss only asked him personally because he saw potential. Such opportunities weren't offered to just any street punk. Unless, of course, Chen Luojun possessed a silver tongue sharp enough to turn the tables, devising a plan that could both please the big boss and spare himself from sinking fully into the criminal world. Otherwise, no matter how hard he struggled, the money that should have belonged to him would likely vanish into thin air, never to find its way into his pocket. That's just how the underworld operates. The fate of that money depends entirely on the whims of those in charge. Only Lon Sinny showed a flicker of surprise across his usually calm face, as if he had suddenly spotted something noteworthy. He immediately turned his gaze to Wang Dafei, eyes full of confusion and disbelief, and asked, "So, are you saying you're not a cop at all?" Faced with Lon Sinny's questioning, Wang Dafei looked genuinely puzzled. "What? I never said I was a police officer." At this, Lon Sinny was briefly taken aback. Then his face settled into an expression of speechless resignation. The people around them all turned their attention to Lon Sinny, amusement written on every face. It was clear they found his mistake, thinking Wang Dafei was a cop. Highly entertaining. Lon Sinny now looked a little awkward. He opened his mouth, as if searching for an explanation, but in the end, he said nothing. This revelation made Lon Sinny even more wary of Wang Dafei's true identity. The thought that Wang Dafei was carrying a gun caused his heart to tighten with unease. So who exactly was Wang Dafei? He wasn't a police officer, yet he had a gun. Could he be some kind of lawless outlaw? With that thought, Lon Sinny decided not to reveal anything about Wang Dafei's weapon for now. He would have to wait for the right moment to quietly report the situation to his boss. If he exposed Wang Dafei in front of everyone, he might provoke him. And if Wang Dafei, cornered, pulled out his gun and started shooting, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lon Sinny thought he was hiding his suspicions well, but he hadn't realized his boss had seen right through him. Tornado fixed his gaze on Wang Dafei, sizing him up from head to toe, then got straight to the point. "TSK. Everyone coming in. Going in this walled city is trouble in one way or another. If you're not a cop, then be honest. Whose crew are you running with?" As he spoke, Tornado leisurely pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it with a flick of his lighter, and took a slow, deep drag. Smoke curled from his lips and drifted lazily into the air. He pressed on, "Come on, out with it. What exactly brings you to our walled city? Don't keep everyone waiting. We're all hungry here." Wang Dafei faced the stern questioning of the white-haired middle-aged man without the slightest attempt to hide anything. He answered honestly, "Oh, the thing is I thought that guy, Chen Luojun, might secretly possess some extraordinary martial arts skills. So I followed him all the way here, hoping to buy a martial arts manual or something from him and learn some powerful moves myself." But just then, a scene flashed through Wang Dafei's mind. the sight of this very man before him unleashing a punch swirling with the force of a cyclone. The sheer might and presence of that blow clearly surpassed any ordinary fighting technique. Unable to contain his curiosity, Wang Dafei asked, "And you, sir? May I ask who you really are?" The white-haired man tilted his head ever so slightly, brought the cigarette in his hand to his lips for another puff, and replied with casual indifference, "Didn't I already say? I'm a community committee member here in Kowloon Walled City." At that, Wang Dafei was left speechless. A look of utter disbelief spread across his face, and for a moment, he couldn't utter a single word. What on earth? Wasn't he supposed to be some kind of gang boss? Meanwhile, Lan Sinny, standing to the side, seemed rather annoyed. She frowned deeply and, sensing that Wang Dafei was up to no good, shouted at him in an effort to chase him out. "What's this? Weren't you just hanging around with Wang Jiao and his lot? You barged into our city without a word. Don't you even know my boss's name, Tornado? This is outrageous." Tornado. Wang Dafei recalled the moment he'd first stepped into the walled city. Back then, a scruffy young delinquent had mistaken him for an ally and kindly warned him not to cause any trouble here, as this whole area belonged to someone called Tornado. He hadn't taken the warning seriously at the time, dismissing it as just another gang laying claim to turf. But now, looking at the imposing figure of the man before him, Wang Dafei suddenly understood everything. This middle-aged man was the infamous Tornado. If that was the case, then everything made perfect sense. Come to think of it, even those wild, fearless gangsters who dared to hack people in broad daylight were terrified of Tornado. Rumor had it, even their own bosses were cautious around him. Seeing it this way, it was no wonder those punks were so wary. Anyone with that kind of skill would be more than a match for ordinary street thugs. Wang Dafei looked carefully at this white-haired man, whom the local hoodlums called Tornado. Taking a closer look, he noticed the man's hair was not only strikingly white, but impeccably styled. His demeanor was refined and elegant, the very picture of a charismatic gentleman, almost like a dashing movie star. Who could have imagined that the legendary head of Kowloon Walled City, notorious throughout the area, would also double as the neighborhood committee director? The thought was nearly impossible to believe. After weighing his options for a moment, Wang Dafei spoke up, his voice tinged with a hint of embarrassment. "Sir, would you be willing to teach me your martial arts? The very techniques you used just now to discipline that fellow." Before he could finish, Lan Sinny, unable to contain his dissatisfaction, interjected, "Humph, even I haven't mastered them yet. How can an outsider like you even dream of learning?" Yet Wang Dafei showed no sign of backing down. Without hesitation, he slipped his hand into his pocket and retrieved an enormous gold bar from his storage bracelet. With a sharp, resounding thud, the gold bar landed heavily on the table, and at once, the entire room fell into a stunned silence. All eyes fixed in disbelief on the gold bar. They could hardly fathom that anyone would be so brazen as to walk around carrying such a massive piece of gold. In an instant, the room erupted in a chorus of astonished exclamations, voices overlapping in a cacophony of shock. Meanwhile, Lan Sinny stared wide-eyed at the gold bar on the table, his suspicions about Wang Dafei's outlaw nature growing even stronger. Silently, he thought, this guy must have just robbed a gold shop. How else could he produce a bar like that so easily? The more he dwelled on it, the more wary he became of Wang Dafei. Then, with effortless strength, Tornado picked up the hefty gold bar. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of his lips. With a deft flick of his wrist, he tossed the gold bar high into the air. It traced a shimmering golden arc before landing squarely back in his broad, powerful palm. Tornado weighed the gold bar in his hand, feeling its heft and solidity, and could not help but let out a soft murmur of admiration. Well, now, this is the real deal. He then turned his head, sweeping his gaze over the onlookers, and raised a hand in a dismissive gesture, calling out loudly, all right, that's enough. Move along, everyone. Don't stand around here getting in the way of the neighborhood's business." At his command, the crowd of underlings that had packed the room began to disperse, trickling out while muttering to each other in hushed tones about the spectacle they had just witnessed. In no time at all, only 3 people remained in the room: Lan Sinny, Chen Luojun, and Wang Dafei. The space felt unusually quiet, so silent, that the faintest sound, like a pin dropping, would have been clearly heard. Now, with everyone else gone, a deep hush settled over the room. What was most surprising, though, was Tornado's utter lack of greed for the gold bar in his hand. His gaze remained as calm and steady as still water, as if the bar of gold before him were nothing more than an ordinary stone. Standing beside Tornado, Lan Sinny managed to keep himself in check, behaving rather properly and not acting out of line. Yet his eyes would occasionally dart secretively toward the gold brick, betraying the deep temptation that such alluring wealth held for him in his heart. In stark contrast, Chun Luo-jun made no effort to conceal his longing for the gold brick. His gaze was locked onto it with unabashed envy, as if he wished nothing more than to claim it as his own right that instant. At this moment, Tornado suddenly turned to Wang Dafei with a knowing smile and asked, "Aren't you worried that I might just snatch the gold brick and leave you with nothing?" Faced with Tornado's question, Wang Dafei merely smiled calmly and replied, "I may not have much else, but when it comes to money, I'm more than comfortable." Much to everyone's surprise upon hearing this, Tornado tossed the gold brick back to Wang Dafei and said slowly, "A big spender like you gracing our fortress with your presence is more than welcome in my eyes. However, I must apologize, I have no intention of taking on disciples at the moment." As soon as these words left his mouth, Lon Sinny, who had been holding his tongue, could no longer keep quiet. He hurriedly spoke up, "Boss, actually this guy's carrying a gun. That's why I thought he might be an undercover cop earlier." No sooner had he spoken than Tornado's deep gaze shifted back to Wang Dafei. After studying him for a moment, Tornado warned, "Oh, so that's how it is. In that case, let me remind you, this may be a lawless zone beyond anyone's jurisdiction, but the moment you set foot here, you'd best not stir up any trouble. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety." With that, Tornado turned and settled back in his chair, watching Wang Dafei. "Hey, care, I won't see you out, but do try the char siu rice here in our fortress. It's world-class." He said this with a note of pride. Just then, Chun Luo-jun, who was still sprawled on the ground with his arm wrenched out of its socket, struggled to his feet, staggering, swaying, clearly in agony. Beads of sweat the size of peas rolled down his forehead, but he still clung tightly to that cloth bundle as if it were his last lifeline. Even knowing the trouble it might bring, he refused to let go. However, at that very moment, Tornado, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "Hey, did you just say your name is Chun Luo-jun?" His voice was low, but it carried an undeniable authority. Chun Luo-jun shuddered at these words. He nodded without thinking, a flicker of fear and confusion in his eyes. Tornado carefully sized up Chun Luo-jun's face, scrutinizing him from top to bottom. After a long pause, he finally extended his right hand and, in a calm tone, said, "Hand over that package you're holding. I can take care of this matter for you." Hearing this, Chun Luo-jun hesitated for a moment. A trace of reluctance flickered across his face as he muttered under his breath, "How are you going to settle it for me?" Tornado's brow furrowed slightly, and with a hint of impatience, he clicked his tongue and replied, "Tiske, you really don't know how things work around here. Return the goods to their rightful owner, pay some compensation, and the whole thing will blow over." At that, Chun Luo-jun's eyes widened with indignation. He shouted, visibly agitated, "Compensation? Why should I pay them? They were the ones who tricked me first." Just then, Lon Sinny, who'd been standing nearby, interjected irritably, "Oomph. You should be grateful you can get away with just paying money instead of your life. Don't act like you're the victim here. What more do you want?" Chun Luo-jun shot back, "I just want to make some money," and almost unconsciously glanced over at Wang Dafei. Tornado glanced at Lon Sinny, then turned his gaze back to Chun Luo-jun, continuing to persuade him, "In this fortress of ours, if you're willing to put in the effort, there are plenty of ways to earn a living." Wang Dafei, ever observant, caught the fleeting expression on Tornado's face as he looked at Chun Luo-jun. It was the gaze of an elder regarding the younger generation of his own family. That look stirred up Wang Dafei's suspicions. His instincts told him that there must be some hidden history between Tornado and this young man named Chun Luo-jun. And indeed, that was the case. Chun Luo-jun was the child of a sworn brother from Tornado's younger days. The only question now was whether this really was the same Chun Luo-jun he remembered, or merely someone who shared the name. As for the details of that story, Wang Dafei had no way of knowing. Only the people involved truly understood what had happened, and if they chose not to speak, no one else would ever find out. Besides, none of that had much to do with Wang Dafei at this point. Judging from the current situation, Tornado clearly wasn't interested in money, even if Wang Dafei wanted. To learn martial arts from someone like Tornado, a chance encounter like this wouldn't be enough to earn such a favor. With that in mind, Wang Dafei let out a helpless sigh. What's more, Tornado had already politely signaled that it was time for them to leave. Lingering any longer would only make Wang Dafei look awkward and out of place. Forced by circumstance, he began to consider other ways to break through his current predicament. So when Wang Dafei happened to overhear Chun Luo-jun mention wanting to earn money to get an ID card, a new idea suddenly took root in his mind. Meanwhile, speaking of money, he couldn't help but recall how, just now, after learning his name was Chun Luo-jun, Tornado had agreed without the slightest hesitation to help this complete stranger tackle such a thorny problem. And, as they'd mentioned before, this mess would probably cost quite a bit to fix. Yet Chen Luo-jun looked every bit the penniless bachelor, with not a cent to his name. So, the well-off Wang Dafei started speculating in his mind. If Chen Luo-jun isn't Tornado's illegitimate son, then he must be as close as a blood brother, or a trusted old friend. Otherwise, the only explanation is that Tornado truly is a genuinely kind-hearted man who helps others just for the sake of it. With this thought, Wang Dafei couldn't help but feel a sense of respect for Tornado. But what was the real story here? Puzzled by so many questions, Wang Dafei decided to just ask. If Tornado wanted to answer, great. If not, it wouldn't matter much. So, wearing a look of curiosity, he turned to Tornado and asked, "So, is he actually your illegitimate son? If not, why are you helping him so much?" At this moment, Lon Xen, who had been quietly watching, was a little surprised by how far their boss was willing to go for a total stranger. Sure, the boss was a good man, but he'd never been one to help blindly. Still, as a loyal follower, if the boss didn't explain by himself, Lon Xen certainly wouldn't pry. Hearing the question behind him, Tornado turned around to see Wang Dafei still rooted in place. Raising an eyebrow, Tornado said impatiently, "Hey, what's your problem? Still hanging around here? Or are you waiting for me to buy you a barbecue pork meal?" At those words, Wang Dafei perked right up, a hopeful grin spreading across his face as he eagerly replied, "Really? That sounds great." Tornado was stunned, silently wondering whether this guy was truly clueless or just playing dumb. He'd just made it clear he was trying to send him away, but Wang Dafei took it as an invitation instead. With no other choice, Tornado rolled his eyes and said, exasperated, "You've got plenty of cash in your pockets. Why should I be the one buying? If anyone's treating, it should be you, don't you think?" Wang Dafei, ever straightforward, waved his hand in a grand gesture and replied with hearty enthusiasm, "No problem. Let's go then. And you, my bald-headed friend, come along too. Dinner's on me tonight." Tornado was at a loss for words. Glancing at the still dislocated Chen Luo-jun, Tornado grabbed his shoulder, gave it a quick twist and press. Chen Luo-jun yelped in pain, but just like that, his shoulder was back in place. Tornado called out, "Come on, what are you waiting for? Someone's offering us a free meal." And with that, he strode off. The others had no choice but to follow in silence. Before long, the group found themselves downstairs at the well-known Achi roast meat shop. As soon as they stepped inside the restaurant, Tornado ordered the signature dishes without hesitation. In no time at all, he spotted Chen Luo-jun devouring his food like a man who hadn't eaten in days, shoveling mouthful after mouthful with desperate speed. Judging by the scene, it looked as though he had been starving for ages. The table was already lined with several empty bowls, yet he showed no sign of slowing down. Tornado took a long drag on his cigarette, glanced at Wang Dafei, and after a brief pause, flicked the ash from the tip. With a sigh, he said, "Even if you treat me to dinner, I'm not going to teach you martial arts. I'm afraid your meal tonight will be for nothing." Wang Dafei's lips curled into a carefree smile. He waved his hand dismissively and replied in a light-hearted tone, "Hey, what's the difference? Meeting each other and becoming friends is a kind of fate, isn't it? Let's just call it making a new friend." Standing off to the side, Tornado was momentarily taken aback by these words. Then a sly grin crept onto his face as he replied, "Oh, really? Well, if that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony." Wang Dafei nodded without a second thought, his answer upbeat. "Of course, that's no problem." Just then, Tornado suddenly tipped back his head and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Tonight." His voice cracked through the air, as sharp and loud as a thunderclap. But halfway through the announcement, he seemed to recall something important. He spun around abruptly, looked Wang Dafei in the eye, and asked, "By the way, I still don't know what to call you, brother." Wang Dafei answered with a smile, "My surname's Wang, and I'm called Dafei. You can call me Brother Dafei if you want." With his answer in hand, Tornado's excitement bubbled over again as he proclaimed, "Tonight, the entire house will be on Prince Wang. Everyone, eat your fill. No limits." After his declaration, Tornado plopped down into his chair, shifted a bit to get comfortable, and then fixed his gaze on the man across from him. "Friend, I'm not the kind of person who likes to take advantage of others," he said. "Now that you're here in our fortress, you should know, our rule is help each other out. So, I hope you'll keep what happened today to yourself and not spread it around. If you ever run into trouble, you can come to the fortress and find me. As long as it's within our power, we won't stand by and do nothing." Wang Dafei mulled over Tornado's words for quite a while, turning them over in his mind. Could it be that this Chen Luo-jun really had some hidden secret? Otherwise, why would Tornado be so cautious, warning him so carefully? But then he thought, even if he did know a little more, what difference would it make? After all, He wasn't going to learn any real martial arts, so there was no point in digging any deeper. At this thought, Wang Dafei let out a helpless sigh. He absent-mindedly picked up his chopsticks and scooped a mouthful of char siu rice from the plate in front of him. But the moment that bite entered his mouth, he froze in utter astonishment. His eyes widened in disbelief. His face lit up as if he had just discovered a new world. My goodness, this char siu is unbelievably delicious. I can hardly believe it, Wang Dafei exclaimed, chewing enthusiastically on the delectable piece of pork, determined not to let a single nuance of flavor slip by. Until now, Tornado had always boasted about the char siu rice in their walled city. How unique, how extraordinary it was. Wang Dafei had always been skeptical, thinking Tornado was just exaggerating. But now, after tasting it for himself, Wang Dafei finally understood why Tornado never tired of singing its praises. To craft a piece of char siu to this level. Now that was truly impressive. This wasn't bragging. It was pure, unabashed showing off. Who would have thought that a bowl of char siu rice, seemingly so ordinary, could be elevated to such a magical, unforgettable experience? In all his years, Wang Dafei had never tasted anything so divine. In no time at all, Wang Dafei devoured the entire bowl of fragrant, mouth-watering char siu rice with the speed of a hungry whirlwind. He put down his bowl and chopsticks, wiped the oil from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, but still felt unsatisfied, as if the exquisite taste still lingered on his tongue. Tornado, watching Wang Dafei's greedy expression from the side, couldn't help but beam with pride. Well, didn't I tell you? Our walled city's char siu rice is top-notch, he said, arching an eyebrow, clearly confident in his recommendation. Wang Dafei nodded in complete satisfaction, his mouth overflowing with praise. Yes, it's absolutely delicious. Unforgettable, really. I've never tasted char siu this good in my life. But just then, a sudden and unsettling thought flashed through his mind. After all, they were all from the underworld. Could it be? With a hint of suspicion, he asked, but how can this rice taste so good? You didn't secretly add anything like poppy husk to it, did you? The words had barely left his mouth when Tornado's expectant face instantly darkened. He slammed the table in outrage, his voice booming. Are you kidding me? Don't talk nonsense. Clearly, Tornado was both angry and exasperated at Wang Dafei's wild accusation. The sudden bang sounded like a thunderclap, shattering the peaceful mood in the roast meat shop and instantly drawing the attention of the other diners. All around them, people turned to watch, curiosity piqued by the commotion. A few men who looked rough and unruly, like street thugs, had quietly picked up the bottles on their tables, clearly ready to deal with any trouble that might break out at a moment's notice. Tornado cast a reproachful glare at Wang Dafei, lowering his voice in complaint. Tisuke, you really shouldn't say things like that. If you run your mouth like this outside, sooner or later you'll get beaten to a pulp by someone. We're honest business people. We never get mixed up in any shady business like that. Meanwhile, Chen Luo-jun, sitting nearby, had already devoured several bowls of the delicious char siu rice. His round belly was stretched taut, almost like a small ball, yet his curiosity for the mouth-watering food before him remained undimmed. Contentedly rubbing his full stomach, he blinked and asked, I've never tasted char siu rice this good before. So what's your secret? Is it really some legendary, super powerful family recipe? Wang Dafei perked up immediately at these words, his face full of anticipation as he pressed further. Yeah, what's the secret? Don't. Tell me your chef graduated from the Shaolin Culinary Institute, or something. Or maybe you've got some kind of mystical recipe. Tornado was momentarily taken aback by Wang Dafei's guess, glancing at him to see if he knew more than he let on. In truth, the boss, a Chi, really had come from Shaolin Temple. Wang Dafei had guessed. If by chance. But since it was clear Wang Dafei didn't actually know, Tornado simply smiled mysteriously and replied, you actually guessed right. There really is a secret recipe behind it all. But even if I told you, you probably wouldn't believe me. And besides, this recipe is one of a kind. Even if I gave it to you, you still couldn't make it the same. Wang Dafei, burning with curiosity, urged him, oh, come on, don't keep us in suspense. Just tell us already. Tornado cleared his throat and began, Kid, since you're so eager to learn, let me ask you this. Do you believe that some people, after years of martial arts training, can actually develop inner strength? Wang Dafei scratched his head, a skeptical look on his face, and replied, well, I've heard of it, but what does that have to do with your char siu rice? A smug grin spread across Tornado's face as he explained, hey, don't underestimate the boss of Chi's Tea House. He's a genuine martial arts master, and he possesses powerful inner strength. Every time he prepares the char siu, he skillfully channels his inner energy into the ingredients, coaxing out the distinctive flavors hidden deep within the meat. That's what makes it so incredibly delicious, flavors you simply won't find anywhere else. Hearing this, Chen Luo-jun widened his eyes in disbelief and shot back. How could that possibly be? A true martial arts master blessed. With internal power, why would someone like that lower themselves to make humble char siu here? Nonsense. You're just making things up. In the face of Chen Luo-jun's skepticism, Tornado only chuckled softly, unfazed, and replied, "Believe it or not, that's up to you. What I'm telling you is the plain truth." At that moment, Wang Dafei stood nearby, his gaze fixed intently on the boss who was busy slicing char siu behind counter. Images from the film The God of Cookery flickered through his mind. He remembered the famous scene where Stephen Chow used internal energy to cook char siu, creating that legendary, mouth-watering dish, the melancholy char siu rice. The thought made Wang Dafei mutter to himself, "Internal energy, huh? So this is the melancholy char siu rice? No wonder it tastes out of this world." After finishing his meal, Wang Dafei sought out the boss, hoping to pick up a few tricks. Sadly, the boss was tight-lipped and unwilling to teach him anything, a reaction Wang Dafei found understandable. Inwardly, Wang Dafei couldn't help but think, this incredible dish, there's no way I'm satisfied with just one serving. Once I leave here, I may never get to taste it again. So, with a decisive wave of his hand, he declared to the boss, "Boss, I'll take all your char siu." But the boss looked troubled and explained that the char siu rice was a limited offering. There simply wasn't enough to meet his request. Wang Dafei was not about to let that slide. "It's not like I'm not paying," he protested. In the end, Tornado stepped forward and pleaded with the boss on Wang Dafei's behalf. Thanks to his connections, the boss reluctantly agreed to sell Wang Dafei 10 more portions. Satisfied, Wang Dafei let the matter drop. He paid up, then left the shop with a large, fragrant bag brimming with char siu rice, grinning from ear to ear. Once outside the walled city, Wang Dafei made his way to a secluded, deserted corner. He carefully tucked away his hard-won treasure, the precious char siu rice, into the storage soul device at his side. Dusting off his hands, he set out to explore the bustling, vibrant streets of Hong Kong. In those days, Hong Kong's nights blazed with lights and neon, alive with excitement. After wandering around a bit since leaving Kowloon walled city, Wang Dafei found himself strolling down Portland Street, where a group of flamboyantly dressed call girls suddenly appeared ahead. Each of them strutted with confidence, striking seductive poses in hopes of catching Wang Dafei's attention and winning his business. But Wang Dafei, who had already enjoyed the company of beauties like Bibi Dong, was a man of refined taste. Such ordinary charms held no appeal for him. Without a backward glance, he walked straight on. Still, curiosity got the better of him. As he passed, he couldn't help but steal a few glances down the street where the women gathered, wondering what sights might await there. So when he wandered alone into the dark alley, he really just wanted to take a look inside, nothing more. But all of a sudden, a few tough-looking thugs sprang out from the shadows. Each of them brandished a club, blocking Wang Dafei's path. With menacing glares, they shouted, "Hey kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over anything valuable you've got, or you're going to regret it." Facing this gang of brash fools, Wang Dafei's lips curled into a faint, scornful smile. In a flash, Wang Dafei darted forward, striking swiftly. In just a few quick moves, the thugs were sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Each of them had witnessed firsthand what a true super soldier was capable of. He had broken all of their legs. After dealing with their 3 pairs of legs, Wang Dafei dusted off his hands and sneered, "TSK, TSK, TSK. With those pitiful skills, you really thought you could rob me? How clueless can you be? I may not be able to take on real martial arts masters, but dealing with small fries like you is child's play." With that, he turned and strolled away with effortless cool, leaving the thugs writhing in agony on the ground. But truth be told, Hong Kong's nights in this era were truly chaotic. That night alone, Wang Dafei broke the legs of at least a dozen street punks. He couldn't help but sigh. There really were far too many of them these days. The next morning, Wang Dafei woke up alone in his hotel room, enjoyed a breakfast provided by the hotel, and set out early. He'd already planned yesterday to visit VCD before leaving, hoping to see if there was any chance to learn a bit of Maoshan magic. If that proved impossible, even picking up some talismans in bulk would have been worthwhile. But after witnessing the dazzling whirlwind punch performed by Tornado with his own eyes inside the walled city, Wang Dafei was struck by a sudden realization. In this world, not only did fantastic arts like Taoist magic exist, but martial arts could be just as powerful. So he changed his mind on the spot. Surely, there must be places to study martial arts in this world too? If not, he could always search elsewhere in the future. But then, while Wang Dafei was idly wandering around, a highest van screeched to a halt nearby. Before it had even come to a complete stop, a crowd of people leapt out. In an instant, Wang Dafei found himself completely surrounded by more than 50 men. The suddenness of it all left Wang Dafei momentarily stunned. Damn, since when were highest vans this terrifying? He had no idea how he'd gotten himself into such a predicament, but he wasn't the least bit afraid. After all, it was almost lunchtime. At worst, he'd just make a run for it. Suddenly, from within the crowd, a man with dyed yellow hair and a menacing glare brandished a machete, pointing it straight at Wang Dafei. He shouted with crude language, "You bastard! Was it you who broke my little brother's leg?" Following the direction of the blade, Wang Dafei spotted a limping thug, who was gesticulating wildly and cursing him with a venomous glare. The crippled man bellowed, his voice hoarse with anger. "Boss, that's him. It wasn't just me. He's hurt plenty of our brothers already." The yellow-haired man waved his gleaming machete, his face twisted with malice, and barked, "Damn it, look at you, staying in such a fancy hotel. You must be rolling in cash." His expression growing even more savage, the yellow-haired thug continued, "I'll make it simple for you. You got two choices today. First, hand over 100,000 as compensation for my brother, and we'll call it even. Second, well, then you can leave both your legs here instead. Think real hard about which one you prefer." Faced with the arrogance of these thugs, Wang Dafei simply swept his cold gaze across the mob of 50 or so men gathered before him. To be honest, these petty hoodlums couldn't even pique his interest. He felt nothing but disdain for their kind. In his view, they were nothing more than expendable pawns for the real gangsters, errand boys who risked their lives for scraps. Even if he did cough up 300,000, how much of it would actually end up in their pockets? With that thought, Wang Dafei shook his head in exasperation. He couldn't even be bothered to waste another word on this pack of fools. In a flash, his right hand swept to his waist, and in the blink of an eye, he drew a black pistol from his storage soul device. With a sharp crack, a gunshot rang out. A bullet shot forth like lightning, burying itself directly in the yellow-haired thug's thigh. A blood-curdling scream tore from the yellow-haired man's lips as he collapsed, writhing in agony on the ground, wailing in pain. Just then, someone in the crowd, foolish and reckless, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Brothers, let's get him! Hack him to pieces!" Before the words had faded, a few muscle-bound idiots charged at Wang Dafei, machetes raised, throwing caution to the wind. Wang Dafei remained calm, smiling politely as he invited the two nearest thugs to sample the taste of his bullets. Two crisp gunshots split the air. Two bullets found their mark, burying themselves in the men's thighs. One of them, thanks to Wang Dafei's less-than-perfect aim, was struck squarely in the groin. In an instant, blood spattered everywhere, and the air was filled with a chorus of anguished cries, except for one who'd taken a blow to his most sensitive spot. He was deathly pale, unable to make sound. This sudden turn of events left the rest of the crowd in shock. Instinctively, they all clutched at their trousers. The fierce momentum they'd carried moments ago vanished, and everyone froze on the spot. No one dared step forward again. Getting hit on the thigh or calf was one thing, but a blow to the third leg. No one wanted to find out how that felt. A few timid souls, realizing how dire the situation had become, wasted no time. They spun around and dashed off without a backward glance. When the others saw someone take the lead in running away, panic took hold. In a matter of seconds, the whole crowd scattered like waves retreating from the shore, leaving behind only 3 unfortunate souls writhing on the ground, all injured by Wang Dafei. Wang Dafei stood with his arms crossed, eyeing the 3 before him with a look of amused interest. The trio clung desperately to their wounded legs, terror etched across their faces as they trembled and inched backward, bit by bit. With every movement, the agony on their faces deepened, as if each shift sent a searing pain straight to their core. At last, the 3 of them backed into a corner, pressed up against the wall with nowhere left to run. Finally, Wang Dafei turned his gaze to the one who seemed the least hurt, the bleached blonde. Sensing Wang Dafei's eyes on him, the blonde, though terrified, forced himself to act tough, stammering, "You better not act rashly. We're with the violent gang." That caught Wang Dafei's curiosity. He'd never heard of any so-called violent gang before. He crouched down, one eyebrow raised, and asked, "Oh, the violent gang? And how do you measure up to Hongxing?" The blonde was clearly caught off guard by the question. He hesitated, then replied, "Hongxing? I've never heard of them. Our violent gang is the biggest crime syndicate in all of Hong Kong." Wang Dafei fell silent, lost in thought at those words. Strange. Could it be that in this zombie-infested Hong Kong movie world, there's no Hongxing triad, no Chan Ho Nam? Then again, it didn't matter. To him, they were just a bunch of punks. Wang Dafei looked up at the blonde and said, "In that case, why don't you enlighten me? What exactly is this violent gang of yours? With a cocky sneer, the blonde declared, Humph. Our boss is known as Big Boss. His name alone strikes fear throughout Hong Kong. Everyone knows he's the meanest, toughest crime lord around. And his right-hand man, Wang Jiao, is undefeated in every fight he's ever had. Wang Dafei quirked an eyebrow, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Oh, Wang Jiao, that rings a bell. Isn't he that guy who always looks like a hippie, hair all over the place, constantly wearing sunglasses to look cool? The blonde hoodlum's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected this man to know Wang Jiao. His tone unconsciously softened. Since you know him, you'd better be smart about it and let us go. Let's just call it even for today. Yet Wang Dafei paid no heed to what the blonde said. Instead, he fell into a thoughtful silence. He recalled the brief but fierce encounter between Chen Luojun and Wang Jiao in the car earlier. The sheer force and precision of that sword finger technique had truly taken him aback. Someone who lives each day with a blade at their throat must, he reasoned, be especially interested in things like money. With that thought, a sly glint flashed in Wang Dafei's eyes. He made up his mind and spoke without hesitation. Take me to your boss. Not long after, the limping blonde, clutching his hastily bandaged leg, led Wang Dafei to the gang's main hideout. The two made their way slowly through a maze of dim, narrow corridors. The air was thick with tension, pressing down on them with each step. When they finally stepped through the main door, Wang Dafei saw a swarm of shirtless gangsters, their bodies covered in all manner of bizarre tattoos clustered together. Each one shot him a murderous glare, as if they wished nothing more than to tear him apart right then and there. But despite the sea of hostile faces, Wang Dafei's expression remained unchanged. He strode forward, head high and shoulders squared. Why, you might wonder, was there hardly any reaction from the Hong Kong police after Wang Dafei shot at these gangsters? The answer is simple. Only these hardened street thugs knew the truth. Even if they reported the incident to the police, the officers would hardly take their word for it. After all, they themselves were gangsters. Calling the cops would only make them a laughingstock among their peers. And as for revenge, how could they get it if they landed themselves in jail? To most ordinary people, fights between rival gangs are just another day in the city. Even if the police did believe their story, there's little chance they'd bother to get involved in a gangland scuffle. In the eyes of the Hong Kong police, these gangsters, who spend their days brawling and spilling blood, are nothing but reckless desperados. What could this riffraff possibly contribute to society? At best, when they end up hacked or shot, their only contribution is filling hospital beds and bolstering the healthcare system. If they die, well, that's just a little extra business for the crematorium. In short, as far as the police are concerned, these troublemakers are more valuable to society injured or dead than they ever were alive and kicking. So, most of the time, unless civilians get caught in the crossfire, these violent episodes simply fade away, unresolved and forgotten. At this very moment, in the eyes of everyone inside the gang, Wang Dafei was nothing short of outrageous. This bastard had not only attacked their men, but now, with reckless audacity, he was strutting in alone, dragging their underling behind him, and brazenly stepping right into their headquarters. Such a move was an open provocation against their criminal organization. It was simply unbearable arrogance, the kind that cried out for a response. If they didn't seize this chance to show some force and put him in his place, wouldn't they become the laughingstock of the underworld? And so, one by one, the gang members stood on either side, each gripping a gleaming watermelon knife. The blades glinted coldly in the light, as if ready to leap into action at a word, to charge at Wang Dafei as a pack and hack him to pieces, leaving him a mangled heap on the floor, like a watermelon smashed open. Inside the spacious, brightly lit hall, a huge mahjong table took center stage. Around it, a lively group was gathered, fully engrossed in their game. The crisp clatter of mahjong tiles and the boisterous shouts of the players echoed through the hall, a sharp contrast to the tense standoff outside. Just then, Wang Dafei's gaze swept quickly over the crowd, locking with precision onto one particular figure. It was the long-haired, sunglasses-wearing hippie who had beaten up Chen Luojun in the car that day. Now, he lounged with swagger in a luxurious armchair, and though he sat quietly, a chilling aura radiated from him, making the air heavy with menace. Behind those dark sunglasses, his eyes were fixed on Wang Dafei's advancing figure, cold and unblinking, like a venomous snake tracking its prey. Even before Wang Dafei had entered, his underlings had rushed over to warn him, breathlessly exaggerating the news. A gun-toting outlaw was on his way, threatening to storm the place and openly challenge him. After Wang Dafei walked in, those same henchmen blocked the entrance, making sure he had no chance to escape. At that moment, Wang Jiao, the hippie, suddenly spoke up, his voice booming across the hall. "Huh, I remember you. You were there yesterday, when we were chasing down that punk who tried to steal our stash." He continued, his tone haughty and overbearing. "But hey, pretty boy, my guys told me you were pretty ruthless last night." Then, with a sly smirk, he added, "You broke the legs of several of my men in just one night. I didn't expect you'd have the guts to show up here today. So, have you figured out how you're going to compensate us for our losses?" Wang Dafei eyed this manic, wild-talking Wang Jio with a cold, expressionless face, thinking to himself, this guy doesn't seem all there. He's got that crazy edge to him, but there's no denying his skill. He sent Shin Luo Jun packing, and that finger technique of his really is something else. Without another word, Wang Dafei reached into his jacket and pulled out a gleaming, golden object. With a powerful swing, he hurled it straight at the mahjong table in front of Wang Jio. There was a tremendous crash as the mysterious object smashed onto the table, scattering the mahjong tiles in every direction. Some pieces even shot up into the air before clattering down all over the floor. Clearly, whatever Wang Dafei had thrown was anything but light. Then Wang Dafei spoke in an even tone. "Your boys tell me you're quite the fighter. That day in the car, I saw the sword finger technique you used, and I have to say it was remarkable. That's why I've come here today, to learn some of your skills. Consider this both your tuition fee and compensation for your injured men." "Fair enough." Hearing this, Wang Jio, who just moments ago looked arrogant and unbothered, leapt off his chair, bent down, and eagerly snatched up the golden brick. Without hesitation, he brought it to his mouth and took a hearty bite. In an instant, all traces of his haughty demeanor vanished, replaced by an irrepressible look of delight. Beaming, Wang Jio strolled over to Wang Dafei, his steps light and cheerful. As soon as he reached them, without so much as a warning, he swung his leg and kicked Huang Mao, the blonde-haired man who had brought Wang Dafei, full force. The kick sliced through the air with a whoosh and landed with a sickening crack. In a flash, Huang Mao's good leg was ruined, collapsing under him. Howling in agony, Huang Mao rolled on the ground, bawling and shrieking like a wounded animal. Watching this from the side, Wang Jio erupted, cursing, "Damn it, you bring a guest here and don't even think to give me a heads up? Where are your manners, you idiot?" After venting his anger, Wang Jio's face split into a broad grin as he turned to Wang Dafei and said, "Don't take it personally, my friend. Just teaching my man some manners on your behalf. Feel better now? If not, just say the word, and I'll finish him off for you." As he spoke, he winked conspiratorially at Wang Dafei. Suddenly, Wang Jio's cheerful grin turned sly, and with a leering smile he said, "Ha, my friend, the iron finger is just the beginning. I've got a hard qigong technique that's famous far and wide, guaranteed to impress. Interested in learning it together?" As he spoke, Wang Jio rubbed his fingers together in a familiar gesture, his meaning unmistakable. "If you want to learn, you'll have to pay." But Wang Dafei paid it no mind. For him, money was the least of his concerns now. He had previously visited the treasury of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, and with the help of the Red Queen, he had easily secured 100 million in the Marvel world as well. With such vast wealth falling into his hands so effortlessly, his concept of money had faded to the point of near indifference in a very short time. In his eyes, any problem that could be solved with money was simply not a problem at all. However, constantly using storage soul tools, especially in this world, came with an unexpectedly high energy cost. Here, energy didn't regenerate automatically, so he'd have to find a place to absorb some paru or later. As for Wang Jio's condition, that he would teach martial arts as long as he was paid, Wang Dafei showed not the slightest hesitation. With a breezy confidence, Wang Dafei plunged his hand into his pants, rummaged around, and then produced another gold bar, slightly smaller than the last. He handed it to Wang Jio and asked, "Is this enough?" Wang Jio's eyes lit up instantly at the sight of the gold, and his already sly grin grew even wilder. As he reached out to take the gold bar, he nodded eagerly. "More than enough? Just wait a moment. I'll fetch the martial arts manual for you right away." Without another word, Wang Jio spun around and hurried off toward the inner room, as though he feared Wang Dafei might change his mind. Meanwhile, Wang Dafei sat quietly in the main hall, waiting patiently. Time ticked by, and after about 10 minutes, Wang Jio came jogging back out. He was panting heavily, and though his forehead was dry, he made a show of wiping at it, as if searching for the manual had been a strenuous ordeal. With great ceremony, Wang Jio presented a package wrapped in cardboard and tightly bound with yellowing tape, holding it in both hands as he solemnly offered it to Wang Dafei, gesturing for him to take it. After completing this little ritual, Wang Jio let out a deep sigh of relief, strode back to his grand armchair, plopped himself down, and serenely began to sip his tea. Wang Dafei, brimming with excitement, accepted the package, marveling at his luck. He'd obtained the martial arts manual of his dreams with such ease, it seemed almost too good to be true. But as he eagerly tore open the wrapping, what greeted his eyes was a comic book bearing 3 bold characters: Dragon Tiger Gate. That's right, the so-called manual Wang Jio had given him was nothing more than an ordinary comic book, Dragon Tiger Gate. In that instant, Wang Dafei's expression darkened, his anger boiling over. "Are you freaking kidding me?" he roared. Seated upright in the grand armchair, Wang Jio had at first adopted the solemn demeanor of a tea connoisseur, projecting an air of deep seriousness. But he barely managed to maintain this facade. The moment Wang Dafei asked if he was being toyed with, something snapped inside Wang Jio. He suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter, with no hint of restraint. His laughter boomed like thunder, shaking the very walls of the hall, as if he meant to turn the place upside down. Wang Jio doubled over, laughing so hard that he nearly dropped his teacup. It was only after a good long while that Wang Jio managed to catch his breath, wiping away tears of mirth. Gasping, he exclaimed, "He only just realized I was messing with him? That's priceless. Did you all see the look on his face just now?" As he spoke, Wang Jio waved his hands, mimicking Wang Dafei's excitement as he tore open the package, tried to reenact the scene for everyone's amusement. At first, the men standing nearby had all assumed this was a serious business discussion, but their boss's sudden outburst left them completely at a loss. None of them had ever expected Wang Jio to play such tricks on someone. After a brief moment of confusion, however, the realization dawned on them. With someone as notoriously unpredictable and ill-behaved as their leader, antics like this were really nothing out of the ordinary. One by one, the men broke into laughter as well, and soon the entire hall was filled with joyous, raucous mirth. After a while, Wang Jio seemed to recall something. He suppressed his laughter a little. In a tone of exaggerated grievance, he cried out, "Hey, I worked so hard, rereading several books before meticulously choosing this one for him. And what do I get? That brat accuses me of playing him for a fool? Oof. I spent a good 10 minutes picking it out. Do you think that's easy?" With that, Wang Jio shook his head and heaved a dramatic sigh, as though he were the gravest of victims. But almost instantly, his expression shifted again. That sly, wicked grin crept back onto his face, even more exaggerated than before. He squinted, shooting a sidelong glance at Wang Dafei, and spat out his words with venom. "Get lost. We're even now for what you did to my men. I won't lay a finger on you today. Now scram, you soft-shell turtle." Wang Dafei was so humiliated and infuriated by Wang Jio's mockery that he could hardly breathe. Trembling with rage, he cursed through clenched teeth. Damn it, these local gangs are completely out of line. Earlier, Wang Dafei had come with a mind to pursue his martial arts ambitions, hoping to score some good loot before making a clean exit. His string of easy successes had lulled him into a false sense of security. He had expected everything to go smoothly. But he hadn't stopped to consider that these were gangsters, after all. Why would they ever play by the rules or reason with him? They could turn on him at any moment, without warning, and throw the rulebook out the window. Overcome with fury, Wang Dafei could no longer contain his emotions. He exploded in a fit of profanity, shouting, "Damn you!" Before the words had even faded, he swiftly drew a Glock pistol from his waist without a moment's hesitation, the dark barrel pointing directly at Wang Jio. Without pause, Wang Dafei pulled the trigger. A series of deafening gunshots echoed through the space in rapid succession. Flaming bullets tore through the air toward Wang Jio, and in the blink of an eye, the pistol's magazine was emptied. All that was left was the cold, hollow click of the trigger. The gangsters who had ducked for cover as soon as Wang Dafei pulled his gun now recognized the sound. This was their chance. Before Wang Dafei could even check if he'd hit his mark, Wang Jio's men, realizing he was out of ammo, surged forward in a frenzy, brandishing cleavers as they charged. One of the lackeys shouted, "He's out of bullets. Finish him." With that, a mob rushed at Wang Dafei. Facing this wave of furious enemies, Wang Dafei showed not a trace of fear. With a swift sidestep, he lashed out with a powerful kick, sending the nearest thug sprawling. In the same breath, his fist shot out, smashing another attacker's face into a grotesque mess. He leaped again, landing a brutal kick that sent a third assailant flying several meters through the air. His movements were fluid and forceful, a seamless display of raw power. He was like a super soldier unleashed. In truth, he was a super soldier, though perhaps not quite on par with those from Marvel's world. Even so, his formidable physique granted him terrifying strength, easily overpowering ordinary men. For a time, the air around Wang Dafei was filled with screams of pain. None of the lackeys could even get close to him. In the midst of the chaos, a sudden, searing pain stabbed through Wang Dafei's waist. He glanced down and, to his horror, saw blood gushing from a fresh wound, deep and savage, as though slashed by an impossibly sharp blade. Wang Dafei spun around, and what he saw nearly made his eyes pop out of his head. Wang Jiao, whom he'd just emptied a magazine into and by all rights should have been lying on the ground, had struck back with a devastating attack. Blinded by rage, Wang Dafei's first instinct was to unleash the ironmonger and obliterate his foes. But the ironmonger was far too large, and in this world the laws of nature seemed to suppress his powers. Each use of his abilities doubled the cost, and now he simply didn't have enough energy left to summon the ironmonger. With no other choice, he drew a magnum revolver and aimed it at Wang Jiao. But Wang Jiao's reflexes were astonishing. He darted back in an instant, evading the threat with ease. Wang Dafei gripped his magnum and fired off a volley, bang, 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 each shot hitting Wang Jiao squarely. No sooner had the gunfire rung out than Wang Jiao swiftly formed his hands into an unusual sword finger gesture, chanting under his breath, "Divine power, shield my body. I withstand it." In that instant, it was as if an invisible force enveloped him completely. With the sharp, ringing clash of metal echoing around them, the bullets aimed at Wang Jiao ricocheted harmlessly away, clattering to the floor with a series of crisp, metallic thuds. This was exactly what had happened moments ago. The reality was that Wang Dafei's pistol, for all its thunder, hadn't managed to harm Wang Jiao in the least. But at the time, Wang Dafei had heard nothing of this. All he was aware of was the roar of his own gun and the fact that every bullet struck Wang Jiao. It wasn't until he suddenly realized he'd emptied the magazine that a gang of thugs rushed forward, giving him no time to check on Wang Jiao's condition. And so, the situation had come to this. Right now, Wang Jiao was standing behind him, alive and well, moving about as if nothing had happened. What was even more chilling, Wang Jiao's hand, still in that sword finger pose, was half buried in Wang Dafei's waist. Wang Dafei cursed inwardly. Damn these thugs. How is this possible? He could hardly believe his own eyes. That bastard had just taken an entire magazine's worth of bullets and was still standing. What's more, he hadn't noticed anyone approach him at all. Wang Jiao had moved so quickly, it was as if he'd materialized out of thin air. A ghostly apparition, completely unbelievable. Still, Wang Dafei had no intention of turning tail and running back to his own world in defeat. He refused to take this loss lying down. Gritting his teeth and fighting through the searing pain in his waist, he quickly pulled a compact MP7 submachine gun from his soul guide and, without hesitation, aimed it at Wang Jiao and squeezed the trigger. In an instant, gunfire thundered through the room, and a hail of bullets poured down on Wang Jiao like a driving rainstorm. Wang Jiao, facing this fierce onslaught, was only momentarily startled. Then, assuming an even stranger stance, he shouted, "Iron skin, markless, Vajra Arhut, divine power, shield my body. I withstand it." What happened next left Wang Dafei utterly stupefied. Bullets that would have been fatal to any ordinary person struck Wang Jiao's body, but each one rang out with a sharp metallic clang, as though they were hitting an impenetrable steel plate. Wang Jiao himself stood unscathed, not a hair out of place, and even allowed himself a faint, disdainful smile. Ting, ting, ting. The crisp sounds rang out ceaselessly as shell casings fell one after another to the ground, each landing with a piercing clatter. For a moment, the hall was silent, save for the relentless, echoing fall of spent casings. Those street thugs had already suffered heavy casualties earlier. In fact, they'd only dared to charge after Wang Dafei had emptied his gun. But now as soon as Wang Dafei conjured up another weapon just after finishing his rounds, none of them dared approach again. They had no wish to throw their lives away. From the moment Wang Dafei gripped the MP7 submachine gun tightly in both hands and squeezed the trigger, the bullets had come pouring out in a relentless storm. Now, with the last round fired, the gun fell silent, the echo of gunfire abruptly cut off. Opposite him, Wang Jiao still stood firm in a martial horse stance, his hands raised before his chest in a sword finger gesture. The clothes on his chest were tattered and shredded by the onslaught, scraps of fabric fluttering in the air. Yet, astonishingly, his body remained utterly unscathed. The sight was nothing short of uncanny. In that instant, Wang Dafei finally understood why, back at Qinyu's house, he'd been so curious about the fantastical world they'd spoken of and why, in the novels, Emperor Kangxi had devised plans to have martial artists take on the undead. Back then, he'd wondered if sending martial artists with no knowledge of Taoist arts to fight zombies wasn't just sending them to their deaths. But now, seeing it with his own eyes, if those martial artists of old had even half the iron body and steel bones of Wang Jiao, or possess techniques as fierce as a tornado's fist, then battling zombies might not have been so hopeless after all. Right now, Wang Jiao was brazenly withstanding the fire of Wang Dafei's so-called life restart weapon. This was simply outrageous. And who's to say, no, it must have been even more outrageous back in those days. If martial artists were truly that formidable, sending them to fight zombies would never have been a problem. The martial arts displayed in this world. Damn, even if it's not truly a high fantasy martial world, it's at least on par with the very best of the mid-tier martial worlds, isn't it? Now, seeing that Wang Dafei's gun was no longer a threat, Wang Jiao's lips curled into his trademark lecherous, cunning grin. Hey, you're finished. Kid, the rest of you, get out of my way. Before the words had even faded, his figure flickered, and he lunged straight at Wang Dafei. In the blink of an eye, Wang Jiao was up in Wang Dafei's face, his right fist clenched with 2 fingers extended. He struck out with a sword finger thrust, fierce and direct. His speed was astonishing, as if he'd vanished and reappeared in an instant. There was no time to react. At that moment, Wang Dafei was overwhelmed by a chilling sense of impending death, as though his life was about to be snuffed out. Was he really about to lose everything to this bastard? Was this what it felt like to wait for death's arrival? No, absolutely not. He couldn't. He wouldn't die in such a meaningless way. Just as that sensation of death swept over him, time itself seemed to slow. Everything around him moved as if someone had pressed a slow-motion button, and the sword finger strike edged ever closer. Wang Dafei watched, wide-eyed, as Wang Jiao's attack crept toward him, those 2 fingers faintly glowing with an eerie light. The pressure was stifling. It was almost more than he could bear. Wang Dafei tried to reach out and grab Wang Jiao's hand, but as he attempted to move his own arm, he realized his movements had become painfully slow, as if he were sinking into a deep mire. Every tiny motion demanded immense effort. He could barely move at all. No, he must stop that sword finger technique. Even if his hands wouldn't respond, there had to be something else he could use. In a flash, inspiration struck. 8 spider spears. At that very moment, a piercing sound tore through the air. Sharp and sudden, it sliced the silence. Wang Dafei's back erupted with 8 spider-like legs, each as sharp and deadly as a spear. They shot forward like predators lying in wait, striking fiercely at Wang Jiao's arm. The 8 spider spears pinned Wang Jiao's sword finger attack in his tracks. A sharp gasp escaped Wang Jiao's lips as pain twisted his features. He tried desperately to wrench his right hand free from the iron grip, but every effort was futile. His right hand was now locked in place by those gleaming, razor-sharp spider spears, immovable, as if clamped in a vice. Every attempt to pull away only drove the spears deeper. Fortunately, Wang Jiao was not limited to just one hand. In a flash, he lashed out with his left, stabbing fiercely at Wang Dafei's abdomen. The blow landed like a steel awl, stabbing straight into Wang Dafei's belly. A wave of agony surged through Wang Dafei's body, as if a blade had been driven deep into his core, forcing a muffled groan from between his clenched teeth. But just as Wang Jiao twisted his hand, ready to strike again, Wang Dafei reacted with lightning speed. Fighting through the pain, he reached out with his other hand and seized Wang Jiao's attacking left hand in a firm grip. And so, the 2 men became locked in a furious struggle. Wang Jiao, hardened by years of martial training, was immensely strong, but Wang Dafei's body was no less powerful, as though forged with the strength of a super soldier. At first, the 8 spider spears embedded in Wang Jiao's arm were not very deep. But as the seconds ticked by, Wang Jiao realized that no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from the terrible grip of these weapons. What's worse, those spears, which had only grazed his skin at first, began to burrow in, creeping deeper and deeper into his flesh. In the blink of an eye, the 8 spider spears had driven themselves a full 3 centimeters into his arm. The situation had become dire for Wang Jiao, dangerous and grim. If this deadlock continued, it wouldn't be long before Wang Jiao lost the use of his arm, perhaps even lost it entirely. Ever since he followed that big boss into the underworld, Wang Jiao had been through countless life and death battles. The invincible Vajra body technique that made his name was a shield no one had broken in years. But today, facing this mysterious little demon before him, his pride and joy, the ironclad technique, was shattered the moment his Vajra finger was seized. Worse yet, this guy didn't seem human at all. Damn it, he was a monster. Wang Jiao was utterly miserable inside. What kind of rotten luck was this? He thought he'd caught a sucker and could make a quick buck, maybe. Walk away with a couple of fat yellow croakers. Who knew he'd run into something like this? If only he'd just stuck to honest business. But something even more terrifying happened next, plunging him into despair. Wang Dafei's following moves made him lose all hope. This is it. I'm finished. Wang Dafei's horrifying 8 spider legs pierced into Wang Jiao's flesh, pinning down his right arm. At the same time, Wang Dafei's left hand clamped onto his left arm like an iron vice. At that moment, Wang Jiao was completely immobilized, utterly helpless. His eyes wide with fear, Wang Jiao stared at Wang Dafei's other hand, which was raised high and gathering spiritual energy. Even though his energy was being suppressed, Wang Dafei forced it into his right hand, and there, lightning began to form. In an instant, arcs of electricity crackled around that hand, growing brighter and brighter, the sound sharp and fierce, as if an enraged thunder dragon was roaring to life. Confronted with this terrifying and otherworldly sight, even after all his years navigating the criminal world, Wang Jiao had never witnessed anything like it. For the first time, a deep, primal terror surged up from within. He was scared, truly scared. All these years, only 2 people had ever pushed him to such desperation, forced such fear from him, and Wang Dafei was the second. At that moment, Wang Dafei's right hand blazed with thunder, dazzling and fierce as the burning sun. Wang Jiao could feel death closing in, step by step. He could no longer keep his composure. His voice trembled as he pleaded, "Brother, please wait, can't we talk this out? It's all my fault. Whatever martial arts you want to learn, I'll teach you everything I know. Let's call it even all right." But Wang Dafei was unmoved, his eyes blazing with fury. He gritted his teeth and roared, "You can teach your mother down below. It's too late now." With that, his thunder-charged right hand, brimming with murderous intent, came smashing down toward Wang Jiao's skull. For nearly a decade, the Big Boss had been a legendary figure in the chaotic underworld of Hong Kong. Essentially, he held sway over the entire fruit market of Tuen Mun, Kowloon, Hong Kong. Except for the Kowloon walled city, all other territories were under his iron grip. His position was as solid as a rock, utterly unshakable. He was, without question, the true king of kings. Many years ago, the boss led a ruthless gang that struck terror into the hearts of all. With overwhelming force, they swept through the underworld of Hong Kong, conquering territory after territory with unstoppable momentum, devouring the domains of rival triads bit by bit. Wherever they went, other gangs crumbled before them, fleeing in disarray. Neither Hung Hing nor Tung Sing could put up any real resistance in his presence. As for the boss himself, he was a man of remarkable skill. Not only was he a master of tough, ironclad martial arts, but he'd also perfected a fearsome and powerful tiger fist. His reputation blazed through the blood-soaked streets, and countless enemies trembled at the mere mention of his name. Yet, for all his formidable might, it's said that even the boss once stumbled. Years ago, when he led his men to seize the territory of the Dragon City gang, he suffered an unprecedented defeat. At the time, the boss found himself face to face with the Dragon City gang's leader, Typhoon. Everyone expected an epic showdown. Instead, Typhoon defeated the boss with a single, effortless move, leaving him utterly powerless and forcing him to retreat in humiliation. To make matters worse, not long after his crushing defeat, the boss received a challenge letter from Typhoon, declaring a duel in 7 days. This news sent the boss into a panic. He knew he was no match for Typhoon, so he holed up in his own territory, living in constant dread, not daring to set foot outside. As the day of Typhoon's challenge approached, the boss's anxiety grew with each passing day. Then, just when disaster seemed inevitable, an unexpected piece of news arrived, one that brought both shock and relief. The Dragon City gang abruptly announced their disbandment, and Typhoon himself vanished into the depths of the Kowloon walled city, hanging up his gloves and disappearing from the world, never to show his face again. This sudden twist of fate was a godsend for the boss, who had been sinking into despair. The heavy weight in his heart was at last lifted. He didn't know why Typhoon withdrew, but since he'd confined himself to the walled city, the boss decided to simply let him have it. He wanted nothing more to do with that lawless enclave. Once the boss was sure Typhoon would never leave the walled city, his influence quickly spread, blanketing all of Kowloon save for that single forbidden zone. In the end, he became the uncrowned king of the underworld. Yet, the boss's ambition for control over the Kowloon walled city never faded. Years passed, his power grew stronger than ever, and now the thought of making a move was stirring in his mind once again. But just last night, as the boss drifted into sleep, something extraordinary happened. Typhoon himself slipped silently into his room. Without a sound, he appeared at his bedside and calmly sat down at the edge of the bed. If the other party hadn't made a sound, he wouldn't have known anyone was approaching at all. Only when he caught sight of Tornado's figure did he realize what had happened. He was certain that if Tornado had harbored any murderous intent at that moment, taking his life would have been as easy as turning over a hand. Yet, to his astonishment, Tornado had gone to all this trouble to seek him out. Not to strike him down, but to offer a hefty sum of money, asking him to let that brash kid who'd snatched the drugs go free. All of this, unbelievably, was just to save that reckless youngster who had dared to steal from him. After Tornado left, in the dead of night, the big boss was consumed by an overwhelming sense of fear, unease, and, above all, curiosity. Why would Tornado do such a thing? He didn't seem like the kind of man who'd stick his neck out for a complete stranger. No matter how he tried, he just couldn't fall asleep again. He tossed and turned until noon, finally dragging himself out of bed. Who could have guessed that, just as he got up, he would run into yet another unexpected problem? A young punk, from who knows where, barged into his establishment, claiming he wanted to buy martial arts skills. And it turned out this punk was loaded, carelessly tossing out gold ingots as payment. Though the big boss was no stranger to wealth, one can never have too much money. With someone like that, whose background was still a mystery, there was no need to cause trouble. Just teach him some basic tricks and pocket the cash. But Wang Jio, that hopeless mutt, could never get anything right. At first, the big boss thought this punk probably hadn't meant to cause trouble. He just happened to cross paths with Wang Jio. The boss was even curious to see how Wang Jio would handle things. But after Wang Jio's antics, the situation spun completely out of control and turned into an utter farce. Thanks to Wang Jio's reckless behavior, the two ended up fighting. At first, Wang Jio had the upper hand, but then, in a sudden twist, it looked like Wang Jio was about to meet his end. What's more, the other guy's identity seemed even more suspicious. At this moment, the crisis was reaching its peak. Wang Jio was on the verge of death. To the big boss, Wang Jio was his most capable right-hand man. If Wang Jio died here, it would be like losing an arm. If the big boss didn't step in now, Wang Jio would be nothing more than a dead dog. No sooner said than done. The big boss's figure flashed, leaping down from the windowsill. Channeling all his inner strength, he struck out with a powerful palm and shouted, "Stop!" Just as Wang Dafei was gathering every ounce of his strength to deliver a terrifying blow that could have destroyed everything in its path, ready to bring it crashing down on Wang Jio. In that split second, as everyone thought Wang Jio's fate was sealed, there was a heavy thud. A portly old man came leaping down from the second floor. Immediately after, the big boss charged over in a blur, and in that split second, Wang Dafei was struck by a heavy fist from his suddenly appearing powerhouse. An overwhelming force, impossible to resist, sent Wang Dafei flying. The lightning bolt of spiritual energy he had been gathering to throw shot up into the ceiling instead. Wang Dafei's entire body was hurled backward at astonishing speed, like a kite with its string cut, spinning out of control. He traced a long arc through the air before crashing hard onto the ground, then skidded several meters across the floor. Although that punch looked brutal, the big boss didn't know who Wang Dafei really was. Being an older man, he understood the ways of the world and had held back, just sending Wang Dafei flying rather than causing real harm. He used his inner strength to ensure that the blow only knocked Wang Dafei away, nothing more. After all, before he could figure out Wang Dafei's true identity, the big boss didn't dare to go all out and risk causing a disaster. Holding such a position of power, he knew full well there were many secrets hidden in this world, especially those concerning the Taoist sects. So, in this kind of situation, he had to act with caution to avoid stirring up unnecessary trouble. He was keenly aware that ghosts and monsters truly did exist in this world. If this young man really belonged to the Taoist sects, and if the technique he'd just used was indeed some kind of thunder magic, then killing someone with such abilities would surely spell the end of his own days as an underworld kingpin. As soon as the big boss appeared, a chorus of voices shouted, "Boss!" Having just been knocked flying, Wang Dafei scrambled back to his feet, glancing from Wang Jio to the burly man everyone called Big Boss. A wave of helpless frustration swept over him. Dealing with Wang Jio alone was already enough of a headache. Now this damn guy shows up out of nowhere. Misfortunes never come singly. Wang Dafei regretted not launching his attack instantly, but instead choosing to gather power. Damn it, why was I so stupid? Why bother building up energy? I should have just fired right away. He'd hesitated before, worried that even a lightning strike might not finish off Wang Jio, who wasn't even afraid of bullets. But now, in hindsight, it was all pointless. Still, there was no use dwelling on it. At this point, Wang Dafei braced himself for the worst. If things went south, he'd have to use his escape technique without hesitation and flee from this world entirely. Just then, the big boss, who had been silent since his appearance, slowly opened his mouth. His deep voice rumbled through the room like distant thunder. "Boy, are you from the Taoist sects?" The moment the big boss spoke, the already tense atmosphere grew even heavier, as if the air itself had thickened. All eyes turned to Wang Dafei. standing at the center of the room. The lackeys understood that anyone the big boss treated with such respect was certainly no ordinary figure. Wang Dafei's mind raced, thoughts flashing through his head. Daoist sect. Why would he ask that? It's true that, by a twist of fate, I once became a disciple of Master Chun Yu's Grandmaster. And from Chun Yu, I received both the purple chi breathing technique and the complete book of talismans. Granted, Chun Yu only bestowed these as thanks for helping him defeat those zombies. He didn't have any cultivation methods to give me otherwise. But either way, that does tie me to the Daoist sect, however murky the connection might be. After a moment's consideration, Wang Dafei drew a deep breath to steady himself. He wasn't sure if this man was an enemy of the Daoists, or simply wary of them, but now seemed right. Time to invoke their name. Squaring his shoulders, he met the big boss's hawk-like gaze head-on, the 8 spider spears behind him poised and ready. That's right, I am. So what? Yet, when the big boss heard Wang Dafei's confident reply, he let out a long, heavy sigh, laden with resignation. The big boss sighed deeply, his gaze sharp as a blade as he fixed his eyes on Wang Jiao, who was still struggling to his feet after having nearly collapsed in terror before the 8 spider spears. Wang Jiao stumbled upright, his face a mask of fear and shame as he looked toward the big boss. His lips trembled as he stammered, "Boss, the soft-shell turtle. But before he could finish, the big boss suddenly exploded in emotion. With a thunderous punch, he struck Wang Jiao square in the chest. A deep, resounding crash echoed through the room. Wang Jiao's body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, arcing through the air before slamming hard into a nearby wall. A series of gut-wrenching thuds followed as Wang Jiao smashed into the wall, the force so immense that 2 solid sections of the wall collapsed instantly. Debris and dust billowed into the air, filling the room and making it nearly impossible to see. The sheer power of that punch sent a chill down Wang Dafei's spine. It was downright unbelievable. One blow, and not only was someone sent flying, but 2 walls had been smashed apart. Once the dust settled, the big boss, his face expressionless, fished a yellowed book from inside his coat, and, with a casual flick, tossed it toward Wang Dafei, who had been knocked to the ground amid the rubble. The book tumbled through the air and landed precisely at Wang Dafei's feet. Then, the big boss slowly lifted his head, and, without even glancing back at Wang Jiao, let his gaze travel over the chaos of the scene, fixing his eyes firmly on Wang Dafei, who stood off to the side. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice calm, yet carrying a note of undeniable authority as he said, "My friend, I admit that one of my men acted out of line this time and offended you. But since what's done is done, there's no point in digging any deeper. Since you want a martial arts manual, I'll offer you this mighty tiger fist as my apology and hope we can leave the matter here. What do you say?" Wang Dafei looked down at the thin handwritten booklet in his hand. The cover bore the bold, sweeping characters for Mighty Tiger Fist, written with a vigor that seemed to leap off the page, exuding an unmistakable sense of power. He knew that this was as far as things could go today. This so-called big boss had shown a strength that was not to be underestimated, with the world's rules pressing down. Here, Wang Dafei wasn't confident he could deploy the Iron Overlord and take him out. Besides, the place was far too cramped for the Iron Overlord to move around effectively. If it really came down to a fight to the death, Wang Dafei knew he wouldn't stand a chance unless he managed to get into his mech first. Could I force a fight if it came to that? Maybe, but there's no need. The odds aren't in my favor right now, so I'll just have to let this go. Damn, this really stings, Wang Dafei thought to himself, already planning that before he left this world, he'd come back and use the Iron Overlord to blow up that bastard Wang Jiao. Once he took the manual, Wang Dafei wasted no time in leaving. Some time passed before Wang Jiao, who'd smashed through 2 walls, finally staggered out of the rubble, clutching his arm. It was as if that punch from the big boss hadn't even fazed him. No one could tell if Wang Jiao had some special constitution, or if the big boss had used some trick to avoid causing real harm. After making sure Wang Dafei was long gone, Wang Jiao, his face pale with fear, edged closer to the big boss and asked, voice trembling, "Boss, just what is that guy? Those steel spears all over his body, and he can control lightning? What kind of monster is he?" The big boss shot Wang Jiao an impatient glance, a cigarette dangling from his lips. After exhaling a plume of smoke, he snapped, "Can't you show a little backbone? Don't go poking your nose into things you shouldn't. Just take care of your own business." With that, he slapped Wang Jiao across the face. "Haven't I always told you to handle things carefully? But no, you're always so reckless, stirring up trouble at every turn. And in the end, it's always me who has to clean up your mess. Useless." He took a deep drag on a cigarette, eyes fixed on Wang Dafei's retreating figure, his thoughts unreadable, as though weighing plans that no one else could guess. Meanwhile, after leaving the scene, Wang Dafei found himself suddenly at a loss, not knowing where to go next or what else this world might have in store for him. Instinctively, he reached into his pocket and, to his surprise, fished out a business card, the very one that the eccentric old man from the Food and Environmental Hygiene Department had slipped into his pocket at some point without him noticing. This unexpected discovery left him momentarily stunned, his mind racing with a torrent of thoughts. After a brief moment of consideration, Wang Dafei decided that perhaps it was worth investigating the Food and Environmental Hygiene Department to see what was really going on. With that, he set off in the direction he remembered, his steps hesitant and uncertain. Before long, he found himself standing in front of a small corner shop he had passed by earlier. Stepping inside, Wang Dafei handed the owner some money and picked up the payphone sitting on the counter. He dialed the number printed on the business card. The call was answered almost immediately. A polite, slightly formal voice came through the receiver. "Hello, this is the Hong Kong Food and Environmental Hygiene Department. How can I assist you?" Wang Dafei took a deep breath, trying his best to sound natural as he replied, "Hello, I'm looking for VCD. Would it be possible for someone to come and pick me up?" There was a brief pause on the other end, as if the request had caught the person off guard. But soon the voice responded, "Could you please tell me your exact location first?" Wang Dafei quickly turned to ask the shop owner for the precise address. Once he had it, he relayed the information over the phone. After hanging up, Wang Dafei waited outside the shop. To pass the time and calm his nerves, he grabbed a comic book from the shelf and started reading with great interest. Time ticked by, minute after minute. About half an hour later, just as Wang Dafei was getting lost in the comics world, the deep rumble of an engine drew steadily closer. He looked up to see a sanitation vehicle, emblazoned with the words Food and Environmental Hygiene Department, slowly pulling up in front of the shop. The vehicle came to a gentle stop at the curb. In the next instant, a white-haired old man nimbly hopped down from the driver's seat. With sharp, piercing eyes trained on Wang Dafei, the old man called out in delight, "Young man, it really is you. I didn't expect you to make up your mind to join VCD so quickly." Wang Dafei nodded silently. Not exactly, sir. Actually, I have a rather unusual request. I was hoping you could help me get in touch with someone. From Maoshan. I've always been fascinated by the Taoist arts your organization preserves, and I want to study and understand them more deeply." Hearing Wang Dafei's words, the white-haired old man couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Silently, he mused, "This kid just got here, and he's already eager to learn everything. Maybe he's a bit too impatient?" Although he knew that Wang Dafei and Chunyu had worked together to eliminate a zombie demon, he figured that it was mostly Chunyu who did the heavy lifting, while Wang Dafei was just there to lend a hand. Originally, he had planned to let Wang Dafei join them and follow along as an intern for a while before making any decisions. However, what happened next made the old man instantly change his mind. Wang Dafei stretched out his hand, and threads of crackling blue spiritual lightning began to gather in his palm, emitting a vivid, electric hum. With a pleading tone, Wang Dafei said, "Elder, I was born with a special ability, so I sincerely wish to learn how to master the art of controlling thunder." The white-haired elder's eyes widened in astonishment as he watched the scene unfold. He could hardly believe his own eyes. This young man could so effortlessly conjure lightning. Even among those with extraordinary gifts, such innate talent was exceedingly rare. The old man stared at the dazzling bolts of electricity dancing in Wang Dafei's hand, his face full of disbelief. Perhaps his hearing had dulled with age, for he asked incredulously, "Don't tell me that Chunyu has already taught you the thunder arts of the Heavenly Master Sect? That can't be. That boy doesn't know them himself. Let me see how much you've learned." So many years had passed, and yet, to his surprise, he was witnessing someone wielding the power of thunder in his lifetime. Realizing the elder likely hadn't caught what he said earlier, Wang Dafei shook his head and repeated, "Elder, I haven't learned any thunder arts yet. What you just saw is actually a natural ability I was born with. You can think of it as a kind of supernatural power or extraordinary gift." Then, locking eyes with the white-haired elder, Wang Dafei continued earnestly, "That's why, Elder, I truly wish to study techniques for controlling thunder. I heard from Master Chinyu that your Maoshan sect also preserves a legacy of such thunder arts. So I humbly beg you to grant my wish and teach me these arts. I promise to use this ability to vanquish demons and protect the innocent." The white-haired elder didn't answer Wang Dafei's plea directly. Instead, he looked puzzled and asked, "Why not have Chinyu teach you himself? The thunder arts of Longhu Mountain are just as formidable as those of Maoshan." Wang Dafei sighed and explained further, "Well, Chinyu said he isn't qualified to teach me. If I really want to learn the thunder arts of Longhu Mountain, the only thing he can do is recommend me to their sect. I'd have to go through the disciples' entrance trial and prove myself to the masters there. But right now, I simply don't have time to travel to the mainland in person, So Chinyu suggested I try my luck here, since your sect also has a heritage of thunder arts. So, Senior, I really want to learn the thunder arts. Could you help me? I want to grow stronger. When it comes to things like zombies or corpse demons, only the thunder arts are truly effective against such monsters. I have some control over lightning, but I haven't mastered it yet. With those words, Wang Dafei looked at the white-haired old man, his eyes filled with hope and earnest pleading. Wang Dafei now understood very well that, although this world leaned more toward martial arts, there were still powerful lineages of Taoist magic to draw upon. He himself had almost fallen into the hands of people like Wang Jiu or the Big Boss, so now he was all the more eager to become stronger by any means necessary. Hearing Wang Dafei's request, the white-haired old man frowned slightly, then gave a wry smile and shook his head. The thunder arts? How many years has it been since anyone practiced those? I've almost forgotten them myself. But then he thought to himself, perhaps someone like Wang Dafei, who was born with special powers, might just be the exception. After all, he already has some control over lightning. Maybe it's worth giving a try. Still, something like this needs approval from above. With that thought, he let out a helpless sigh. Then, smiling, he turned to Wang Dafei and said, "Come back to VCD with me. Just call me Uncle Kong. When we get to VCD, I'll ask the other seniors if any of them are willing to teach you the thunder arts." Hearing such a promising answer, Wang Dafei nodded without hesitation. Andai, un sokong. If the people at VCD were willing to teach him the thunder arts, then he could harness his psychic lightning even better. His strength would surely multiply. In no time at all, Uncle Tsong nimbly climbed onto the sanitation truck, waving enthusiastically for Wang Dafei to get in. Seeing this, Wang Dafei hurried over, grabbed the door handle, and with an agile leap, hopped onto the garbage truck. The engine rumbled to life, a deep growl rising as the truck rolled smoothly down the street. Along the way, the two chatted and laughed, and before they knew it, time slipped by. At last, the sanitation truck pulled up to the entrance of the Kowloon District Office of the Hong Kong Food and Environmental Hygiene Department, just as Uncle Tsong had promised. With practiced ease, Uncle Tsong drove the truck inside and parked. He was the first to hop out, and as soon as Wang Dafei joined him, Uncle Tsong led him straight toward what looked like an ordinary phone booth. Wang Dafei was about to wait for him to finish a call, but to his surprise, Uncle Tsong beckoned him inside as well. The two of them squeezed into the cramped space together. When Uncle Tsong pressed a special sequence of numbers on the phone above, something completely unexpected happened. The wall beside them slowly slid open, revealing a hidden compartment. Even more astonishing, inside that compartment was a secret passage leading down into an underground chamber. Uncle Tsong led Wang Dafei into the passage without a moment's hesitation. As they walked further, the light gradually grew brighter. The air inside the passage was thick with an ancient mustiness, as if silently bearing witness to the countless years that had passed. As they moved along, Uncle Tsong began to tell Wang Dafei about their organization, the VCD. He kept talking, filling the corridor with stories of VCD and the undead. Since ancient times, it has been the fate of mortals to be born, to age, to fall ill, and to die. This is the natural order of life. The ancients used to say, when a person dies, it is as if a lamp is extinguished. What they meant is that a person is not so different from a candle. But sometimes, even after the flame has died, a wisp of smoke still rises into the air. Isn't it similar for people? Sometimes, the end of life does not mean that everything is truly over. There's an old saying, a man fights for his last breath, a Buddha for his last stick of incense. This last breath is something essential to every human being. While a person lives, that breath is their vitality, the very root and foundation of life. But the moment death arrives, that vitality is severed. When the final breath leaves the body and the soul departs, it leads the spirit onward, to bliss, to reincarnation, to begin anew. Yet there are always special circumstances in this world. Some people, even after death, still have a lingering grievance in their hearts, a final breath they cannot release. And so, on the seventh night after death, when the spirit is said to return home, these restless souls may borrow the hands of the living or the aid of. Some object to fulfill the wishes left unfinished in life. Only then can they let go, content at last, and continue on their journey to the afterlife. But there's another possibility. Some people, just before or after their death, never manage to exhale that last breath. This final, unyielding breath is called evil breath. If this evil breath lingers, refusing to dissipate or depart with the soul, then, should this body encounter dark times, ominous days, or become infused with energy, something unnatural may occur. The dead may transform into a jiangshi, a hopping corpse. For this reason, the government now strongly promotes cremation. The aim is to prevent corpses from mutating, to reduce the risk of such uncanny events as much as possible. As for our Maoshan sect, we have always borne the responsibility of dealing with the Jiangshi. Over time, our interactions with the government have grown more frequent and close. Eventually, both sides realized how much we needed each other, how well we complemented one another. After thorough discussion, we reached an agreement and established a dedicated department to handle these affairs. And that, my boy, is how the VCD came into being. After listening to Uncle Tsong tell such a long string of stories, Wang Dafei scratched his head and said, "Oh, I think I get it now. You didn't mention this to me before." Uncle Tsong looked surprised, mumbling, "Really? I told you about this? Oh dear, maybe it's just old age. My memory's getting worse and worse these days." As he spoke, the two of them, almost without realizing it, had already walked down to the basement. The moment they reached the designated spot, Wang Dafei's eyes were immediately drawn to the scene before him. A row of yellow Taoist robes hung quietly on their racks, each one strikingly familiar, just like the ones the Taoist priests wore in those classic Jiangshi movies. Beside the robes, another Taoist in yellow was hunched over a desk, utterly absorbed, wielding a vermilion brush as he meticulously painted one mysterious talisman after another. Uncle Tsong gave Wang Dafei's shoulder a gentle pat and whispered, "Come, just have a seat here for a moment. I need to hurry and get things ready. Have to consult the master about what you mentioned earlier." With that, Uncle Tsong turned and hurried off in another direction, leaving Wang Dafei alone to sit in a chair, taking in his surroundings with curiosity. As Uncle Tsong strode steadily into the inner hall, the spacious, well-lit chamber was left with just two people, the master, engrossed in his talisman work, and Wang Dafei, seated quietly to one side. Wang Dafei watched the master across from him, seeing how deeply absorbed he was in his art, and couldn't bring himself to interrupt. So, he began to look around, searching for a spot that seemed both comfortable and appropriate to rest for a while. Just as Wang Dafei finally picked a place and settled in, a sudden, sharp twinge of pain shot through his waist and abdomen. The sensation wasn't intense, but it was enough to make him take notice. Almost instinctively, Wang Dafei's hand went to the sore spot, right where he'd been struck by Wang Jiao's fierce sword-finger technique in their recent, heated clash. Now, the once terrifying wound was covered with a thin scab. Judging by how well it was healing, it seemed that in a few more days, he would be completely back to normal. Seeing the wound close to mended reminded him that his own recovery abilities were nothing to scoff at. Pretty impressive, really. Yet every time he caught sight of that scar, Wang Jiao's hateful face would flash through his mind. Just thinking of that loathsome bastard, Wang Dafei couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger, swearing silently to himself, "Damn that wretched cur. One of these days, I'll see him blown to bits." However, Wang Dafei did not remain consumed by his grudge against Wang Jiao for long. Instead, he suddenly realized that, since he had nothing pressing to do at the moment, it would be a good use of time to carefully study the Mighty Tiger Fist manual he had just received from the big boss. With that thought, he gingerly pulled the precious martial arts manual from his chest pocket. Flipping it open, he began to pore over its contents with great attention. The more he read, the more engrossed he became. This Tiger Fist style could be summed up in a single word: ferocious. Wait, isn't that actually 4 words? Well, never mind the details. What mattered was that the book's descriptions of the Tiger Fist were astonishingly thorough and remarkably considerate. Not only did it lay out each essential point of the technique with clarity, but it also provided detailed annotations in the margins. One could imagine that whoever transcribed this manual must have done so with sincerity and a genuine desire for its recipient to truly grasp its essence and master this powerful fighting style. Just as Wang Dafei was completely absorbed in his reading, a low, unexpected voice suddenly sounded right next to his ear. This Tiger Fist looks pretty impressive. You might want to learn it." The abruptness of the voice struck Wang Dafei like a bolt of lightning. He jolted so hard he nearly leapt out of his chair. It wasn't that he minded someone sneaking a peek at his treasure manual. Rather, it was that the person had appeared behind him as silently as a ghost and suddenly spoke up, which gave him quite a shock. After steadying himself from the fright, Wang Dafei slowly turned his head, eager to see who would dare to startle him like this. When he saw who it was, Wang Dafei was genuinely surprised. Standing before him was the very same middle-aged man he had encountered the other day, after teaming up with Chunyu and Qian Xiaohong to fight the zombie, and then following Uncle Tsong to deal with the aftermath, the man who had turned a walking corpse to ashes with a single wooden sword. What's more, this middle-aged man bore a striking resemblance to the late Qian Xiaohong, especially with that prominent nose and those deep, penetrating eyes. They were almost identical. Although this martial art isn't exactly top tier, its strength lies in being straightforward and easy to learn. Its ferocity and dominance are undiminished, making it quite suitable for a beginner like you. Wang Dafei looked up at the speaker, spotting a conspicuous badge hanging from the man's collar. On it, in bold characters, was written, Hong Kong Urban Environmental Hygiene Department, Environmental Protection Team Leader, Yip Chi Chow. At this moment, Yip Chi Chow was staring intently at Wang Dafei as he spoke. So it really is you, kid. I wonder what tricks Uncle Song used to lure you into this. The VCD business isn't an easy crowd to run with, you know. His words carried a hint of curiosity. Back when Yi Zhiqiu had been at Chen Yu's apartment complex, he had already noticed Wang Dafei. Although their encounter was brief, from that moment on, Yi Zhiqiu found himself deeply intrigued by this young man, even though he couldn't quite say why. Ever since meeting Wang Dafei, Yi Zhiqiu had sensed an uncommon and elusive aura about him, something that set him apart from ordinary people, something mysterious and hard to define. Just as Yi Zhiqiu waited with anticipation for Wang Dafei's answer, a voice rang out sharply from the inner hall, carrying a hint of displeasure. Hey now, stop spouting nonsense, boy. When have I ever deceived anyone? Where do you get that cheat nonsense from? Besides, he came here on his own to learn, didn't he? As the voice faded, Uncle Song emerged from the inner hall, dressed in flowing yellow Taoist robes. The robes fluttered softly with his steps, lending him an almost otherworldly grace, as though he truly embodied the spirit of sage. Uncle Song approached, his gaze settling on Wang Dafei, and spoke gently, Little Fei, follow me. Hearing himself addressed this way, Wang Dafei couldn't help but pause in surprise, murmuring to himself, since when did I become Little Fei? Still, considering Uncle Song's age, such a form of address wasn't unreasonable after all. It seemed perfectly appropriate. Wang Dafei quickly fell in behind Uncle Song, and together they stepped into the inner hall, then entered an elevator. To his surprise, the elevator descended further below ground. When the doors opened, an astonishingly vast underground chamber was revealed, a secret base of impressive scale. Taking it all in, Wang Dafei couldn't help but think to himself, when I return to the Marvel Universe, maybe I could ask Red Queen to help build a secret underground base of my own. She does have experience with the Hive. After all, shouldn't be too difficult for her. With this idea in mind, Wang Dafei followed closely behind Uncle Song, matching his steps along the way. Before long, Wang Dafei realized that Uncle Song was leading him into a dimly lit incense hall. The only sources of light in the hall were the flickering flames of incense and candles. Though the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, Wang Dafei felt no trace of fear or unease. On the contrary, the air here was filled with a solemn, peaceful energy, soothing and serene, almost as if the place possessed a mystical power to quiet the mind and calm the spirit. On the altar ahead, fresh, glistening fruits were carefully arranged alongside steaming, succulent offerings of 3 different meats. At the very center of the altar stood 3 exquisitely carved statues, each one a masterpiece in its own right. Not only that, but beneath and on both sides of the sculpture, there were also numerous spirit tablets, neatly arranged in rows. Each tablet bore the inscription Seat of the Celestial Master in bold, dignified calligraphy. Before long, Uncle Song approached with steady steps, holding a few sticks of incense that gave off a faint, soothing fragrance. When he reached Wang Dafei, Uncle Song stopped, smiled, and handed the incense to him, saying, Come now, Xiaofei, offer these 3 sticks of incense to the 3 pure ones first. Afterwards, I'll take you to pay respects to the founders of our Maoshan sect. You've arrived at just the right time. Wang Dafei accepted the incense from Uncle Song with deep respect. He turned to face the small, ornate incense altar placed at the center, bowed deeply 3 times, and then carefully inserted the incense into the altar. No sooner had he finished paying homage to the 3 pure ones than Uncle Song handed him 3 more sticks of incense. With a serious tone, he instructed, Next, pay your respects to the Celestial Masters. They were all great predecessors of our Maoshan school, each one powerful, wise, and accomplished in their lifetimes. Wang Dafei did not dare show any sign of carelessness. In a world where martial arts and supernatural powers coexisted, he always maintained a sense of reverence. Thus, Wang Dafei once again bowed devoutly before each spirit tablet, one by one. After all, he was here to seek their teachings. How could he show the slightest disrespect? After a good while, Wang Dafei finally completed the ritual, gently placing the incense into the larger altar at the center. With the ceremonies finished, Uncle Song nodded in approval and motioned for Wang Dafei to sit on a meditation cushion laid out below and take a short rest. Meanwhile, Uncle Tsong turned and walked to the side of the grand altar, reaching for a peachwood sword leaning against the wall. He gripped the hilt of the sword, standing tall and straight as a pine. His eyes shone with resolve as he gazed ahead, as if the world had faded away, leaving only himself and the sword in his hand. Then, with a gentle flick of his wrist, the peachwood sword traced a graceful arc through the air. As Uncle Tsong moved, a fluid and elegant sword dance unfolded, each motion as smooth as drifting clouds and flowing water. Wang Dafei had never expected that this seemingly frail old man could wield a sword with such a perfect blend of strength and grace. Every move flowed seamlessly into the next, dazzling the eye and leaving him in awe. Who knew Uncle Tsong had such hidden skills? As the final move drew to a flawless close, Uncle Tsong suddenly leapt into the air. With a powerful sweep of both hands, he flung a bundle of yellow talismans high above his head and called out in a commanding voice, "Spirit-passing talisman, rise." Uncle Tsong sat with his eyes tightly shut, lips quivering as he chanted a string of obscure, arcane phrases under his breath. Wang Dafei stood by, straining his ears to catch every word. Yet, to him, most of these utterances sounded like a cryptic foreign language, utterly indecipherable and beyond his understanding. However, just as the incantation was drawing to a close, he finally managed to catch the last few sentences: passage between life and death, the shadowy road to the underworld. Descendant seeks guidance. Ancestors descend to this realm. In the name of the Supreme Elder, obey this urgent command. As the final words rang out, the yellow talisman that had been flung into the air suddenly burst into fierce flames, burning to ash in the blink of an eye and scattering into the air. At the same moment, the candles placed beside the ancestral tablets seemed to fall under some mysterious influence. One by one, they flickered and were snuffed out, until only those candles offered before the statues of the three pure ones continued their stubborn dance, casting a faint and wavering light. It was worth noting that this incense hall was buried deep underground. By all reason, there shouldn't have been even a trace of wind. Yet at that very moment, an eerie, bone-chilling gust swept in from every direction, howling through the incense hall with an unnatural coldness. Wang Dafei shuddered involuntarily. It felt as if he were suddenly standing before a powerful air conditioner, the icy chill racing up his spine and spreading through his body. Just then, Uncle Tsong, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. "I am Lin Shirtsong, the 166th generation disciple of Mao Shan. I pay my respect to the revered heavenly masters." His voice, in the dim and quiet chamber, rang out with a clarity and reverence that was almost tangible. At that very moment, Wang Dafei was startled to notice three new figures standing before him. Peering closer, he saw that these translucent forms were each clad in Taoist robes of distinct colors and styles, their presence mysterious and solemn in the flickering candlelight. The three figures first looked one another up and down, each giving a slight nod in acknowledgement, silently affirming the existence of their peers. Now, Uncle Tsong took a step forward, bowed his head respectfully, and spoke. "Honored heavenly masters, this is how matters stand. The world has changed beyond recognition. The old ways of Taoist cultivation have faded, and it's become exceedingly rare for disciples to succeed on the path. In particular, the art of thunder magic has not seen a single adept reach true mastery in more than 50 years. He then turned his gaze to Wang Dafei, who stood quietly to the side, and continued. "But even though the traditional methods no longer yield results, I believe it is possible to forge a new path. If we succeed, we could once again achieve greatness and utterly eradicate the forces of darkness. And this young man before us is extraordinary. Since birth, he has possessed the innate ability to command lightning and thunder. Not only that, he is also a young hero with a righteous heart, fearless in the face of danger, willing to risk his life to fight against the undead. Just recently, he joined forces with a fellow cultivator from Mount Longhu, fighting side by side against all odds, and together they managed to eliminate a powerful corpse demon that had just advanced to the rank of flying zombie. This matter originally had nothing to do with him, yet he stepped forward without hesitation to help rid the world of that fiend." At this point, Uncle Tsong once again bowed deeply to the three venerable masters, his words earnest and sincere. "Therefore, I humbly beg you, revered elders, to show mercy and grant this young man some guidance in the cultivation of thunder techniques. Who knows, he may well achieve something remarkable. Such a great kindness and virtue would never be forgotten, and it would empower the younger generation to better vanquish monsters and demons." After hearing Uncle Tsong's plea, The three summoned elders exchanged glances, as if silently communicating their thoughts. For a moment, the atmosphere grew heavy with anticipation. The two men held their breath, uncertain of the final decision that would be made. At last, the elder standing to the right stepped forward, a tall, imposing man with a commanding presence. His brows were sharp as swords, his eyes bright as stars, and his stern expression radiated an unmistakable air of ferocity. One glance was enough to feel the powerful aura, and authority he exuded. It seemed as if even the slightest hint of anger from him could freeze the very air around him. Clearly, this was not someone to be trifled with. He was, indeed, one of the ancestral celestial masters whom Uncle Tsong had invoked. After sweeping his piercing gaze across everyone present, he finally spoke, his tone unhurried. 50 years have passed, and still no one has mastered the arts of thunder? Do you know why? The path of cultivating thunder magic is fraught with such hardship and peril. In truth, the greatest obstacle lies in the very limits and constraints imposed by heaven and earth themselves. When I was cultivating techniques like the palm thunder, I too struggled immensely. Unless one possesses extraordinary talent and unwavering dedication, it takes at least 30 or 40 years to achieve any real mastery. Here, he paused briefly, then turned his eyes to Wang Dafei, who stood quietly to the side, a natural-born talent with the power of lightning. Then, glancing at Uncle Tsong, he continued, "Since you claim this young man is innately gifted with thunder and lightning, today I, Shi Jian, will make an exception and teach you the secret arts of the Supreme Purity Thunder Method, along with an additional technique, Lightning Thunder Fist. This fist technique was born from my own martial insights. Lightning Thunder Fist is not a traditional Taoist spell, but rather a fusion of magic and martial arts, a path where the martial leads to the Tao. To unleash the Lightning Thunder Fist, one must harness their own thunderous power and combine it with our sect's 5 thunders. True method. If you can grasp the true essence and master its mysteries, you will surely accomplish great things in the future." Before the words had even faded, a crisp command rang out, and this master named Shi Jian flickered into motion, appearing before Wang Dafei in a flash as swift and ghostly as a specter. With his right hand, he extended 2 fingers and gently tapped Wang Dafei on the forehead. In that instant, Shi Jian's expression grew grave. He pressed his 2 fingers lightly against the crown of Wang Dafei's head and spoke in a low, solemn voice. "Today, I will impart to you my peerless martial art, the Lightning Thunder Fist, along with the secret techniques of the Shangqing Thunder Method. May you not repeat my mistakes. Walk your path with caution." Shi Jian, during his lifetime, had been the most promising disciple of his generation at Maoshan, closest to achieving immortality. But a single wrong step led him astray, turning him to darkness. After serving his punishment in the underworld, he appeared here to instruct the younger generation as his act of redemption. In an instant, Wang Dafei felt a surge of immense power flooding into his mind like a rising tide. For a brief moment, it seemed as if Shi Jian was standing right before him, his figure agile and imposing as he demonstrated the awe-inspiring Lightning Thunder Fist. Every move, every stance, struck with the force of a raging storm, carrying an irresistible might. The style bore some resemblance to the tornado fist. Except where tornadoes brought gusting wind, Shi Jian's fists crackled with lightning, more profound and refined still, even projecting thunderbolts outward. At the same time, Shi Jian's voice echoed clearly in his ear, meticulously explaining the essence of the technique and the subtle intricacies of its execution. Astonishingly, Wang Dafei found himself able to etch every detail deep into his memory, recalling each nuance with perfect clarity. However, when Shi Jian began to expound upon the 5 Thunders' true method, the experience changed. Now, Shi Jian resembled a stern schoolmaster, his words flowing endlessly as he lectured on the many secrets of the 5 Thunders' true method. He told Wang Dafei that this 5 Thunders' true method, also known as the 5 Thunders' Heavenly Heart method, encompassed advanced skills such as the Palm Thunder and the 5 Thunders' Palm. Thunder arts, he explained, stand at the summit of Taoist techniques, a venerated discipline with only a handful of lineages that still preserve its teachings. The power of thunder is wild and violent. A single misstep could destroy the practitioner before harming any opponent. The path of cultivation is arduous. In this era, when true magic is all but vanished, it has been many years since anyone has mastered the thunder arts. Shi Jian could only pass on the knowledge to him. Yet whether Wang Dafei could truly grasp and wield these skills would depend entirely on his own insight and dedication. To unlock the wonders of the 5 Thunders' true method found in the Shangqing Thunder Method, one must first endure an arduous process of internal cultivation. Only upon reaching a certain level of attainment can one regard oneself as a self-contained universe. During this process, a cultivator must continually train in order to dispel distracting thoughts from their heart and mind, thereby returning to a state of innate purity. More importantly, the practitioner must achieve a harmonious connection between their essence, energy, and spirit with the boundless heavens and earth, relentlessly striving towards ever higher realms. As the saying goes, the human body is a small universe, while the universe is a great human body. The path of cultivation is also the pursuit of immortality, with the ultimate goal being the perfect fusion of man and nature, a state of complete unity. Yet for some, even this is only the beginning. For a moment, Defei Wong was flooded with a whirlwind of emotions. Amid this tangled web of feelings, he unwittingly drifted into a mysterious state of deep meditation. At this moment, he felt severed from the outside world, thoroughly immersed in the vast and enigmatic universe deep within his own heart, utterly oblivious to everything happening around him. Strangely enough, Defei Wong had slipped into a state much like Zen meditation, as if guided by some unseen force. Though he wasn't quite sure how it had happened, within this unique space, he found himself wholly absorbed in the study of the lightning thunder fist. Time ticked by, minute after minute, and Defei Wong's mastery of the technique soared at an astonishing rate. Even without channeling the power of thunder and lightning, his movements were imbued with a fierce and formidable strength. When Defei Wong finally opened his eyes, he was startled to realize that so much time had already passed. Glancing around, he noticed that Shi Jian and the other two Taoist masters, who had been summoned to stand guard, were nowhere to be seen. Even Uncle Tsong, his constant companion, had disappeared without a trace. After a brief moment of hesitation, Defei Wong stepped out of the incense hall. The moment he walked outside, a mouth-watering aroma wafted over to him. Following the scent, he spotted 3 people gathered around a table not far away, chatting cheerfully as they enjoyed a steaming hot pot. Just then, Uncle Tsong looked up and immediately spotted Defei Wong approaching. He waved enthusiastically and called out, "Hey Xiao Fei, you're finally out. Come on, join us for some hot pot." Defei Wong didn't stand on ceremony. He strode over in 3 quick steps, plopped himself onto a chair, and began to feast heartily. Everyone savored the delicious meal together, their conversation lively and relaxed. Through their chatter, Defei Wong learned that he had actually spent 3 or 4 hours in that mysterious meditative state. Over the next several days, Defei Wong devoted himself fully to practicing the lightning thunder fist in the VCD training chamber. Amazingly, in just a few short days, he had completely mastered the technique. No doubt, this was thanks to Shi Jian not only teaching him the secret formulas, but also directly transferring his own cultivation energy to Defei Wong. However, Wang Dafei was not content to stop there. He soon turned his attention to practicing the fierce tiger fist. As expected, after just a day or 2 of training, Wang Dafei sensed that he had already reached a competent level with the fierce tiger fist. Even though he relied on the 20 years of internal energy granted by Shi Jian, Wang Dafei still found it hard to believe that he could achieve such progress in so little time. Through this experience, Wang Dafei keenly realized that compared to mystical arts, this world indeed placed far greater emphasis and value on martial arts. Otherwise, in other worlds, it would be nearly impossible to master a martial art to even a moderate or advanced level so quickly. It would usually require years of diligent effort. Once he confirmed that he had thoroughly practiced all the fist techniques and couldn't improve any further through sheer repetition, Wang Dafei thought to himself, "It's time to return to Kowloon and give Wang Jiao a good lesson. After that, I'll head to the zombie forest to hunt down some zombies, and finally, I'll leave this world." While reading through some secret records, Wang Dafei had discovered that there was an island near Hong Kong completely sealed off by the municipal authorities. Previously, he had asked Uncle Tsong about it, and the old man confirmed that there was indeed a zombie forest on that very island, inhabited by nothing but the undead. With his plan set, Wang Dafei immediately prepared to set things in motion. To show his gratitude for Uncle Tsong's help, Wang Dafei didn't hesitate to take out 50 pieces of palu ore from his storage soul device. These palu ores shimmered with a mysterious and captivating light. They provided an energy similar to spiritual power, making them priceless treasures in this world. Over the past few days, Wang Dafei had relied on the palu ore to recover much of his energy. Without it, his spiritual power would never have returned so quickly. However, after searching around the VCD, he didn't find Uncle Tsong and the others, who were out on official business. So, Wang Dafei simply left them a farewell letter and placed the ore in his room. As for whether they would make use of the palu or how they might use it, that would be entirely up to them. Additionally, he left behind the Marvel-inspired dragon-scale spear, a weapon especially effective against evil spirits. Even in the Marvel universe, this weapon was considered formidable, and in this world, it would surely count as a top-tier artifact. He felt he had to properly thank them for all they had done. With all his affairs settled, Wang Dafei waved his hand grandly, and a dazzling portal burst into existence before him. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Dafei strode right into the portal. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the VCD, leaving no trace behind. After leaving the VCD, Wang Dafei gazed resolutely toward the distant island, his heart set firm. Since I've already promised to subdue monsters and exorcise demons, and have been granted these secret techniques, I can't go back on my word. No matter what, I have to do something about it. After a period of deep contemplation, Wang Dafei finally set his sights on the faraway island. On that island, according to legend, there was a forest of the undead, a so-called zombie grove. According to the ancient texts he'd studied, the last remaining zombie grove was located on that very island. It was all quite eerie, truth be told. The records described how, for reasons unknown, the government had once attempted to annihilate the zombies by unleashing heavy firepower upon them. Unfortunately, the result was disappointing. Any modern weaponry, once it entered the island's perimeter, ceased to function entirely. Even powerful missiles, upon launch, would simply vanish without a trace, as if swallowed by the sea, not even exploding. There was no chance of causing any destruction at all. Because of this, the zombie grove remained untouched, shrouded in mystery. It was simply impossible to eradicate it with ordinary weapons. Otherwise, why would the authorities have resorted to something as outlandish as the VCD? However, before Wang Dafei set out for the zombie grove on this earth-shaking mission, he knew there were two urgent matters to deal with. First, he had to settle the score with that detestable Wang Jiao. He absolutely had to teach him a lesson, make him run for his life in utter defeat, and at the same time, use the fight to hone his own combat instincts. After all, what good was strength without battle experience? Was he planning to become some sort of superhero, relying on brute force alone? Facing an opponent of equal strength, he'd be beaten to a pulp without some skill to back it up. Even if he lost in the end, Wang Dafei was confident he could save his own skin. If his martial arts failed, he could always get into the Iron Overlord and blast Wang Jiao away. Second, since his journey through the strange world was almost like a sightseeing trip, he figured he should at least pick up some local specialties, like that mouth-watering char siu rice. After all, the char siu rice from Kowloon Walled City was something else entirely, worlds apart from anything he'd tasted before. With this plan in mind, Wang Dafei strode confidently into the heart of the walled city. But what Wang Dafei never expected was that, upon arriving, the once bustling streets and lively shops of Kowloon Walled City were now all shuttered tight, and the crowds that used to stream through the alleys had vanished without a trace. What's more, over on the usually empty sports field, a strange atmosphere now hung in the air. A crowd of people in bizarre outfits were gathered there, conducting a grand ritual, some kind of massive religious ceremony, or perhaps a mysterious festival. What was even more shocking was that some performers were wielding razor-sharp cleavers, hacking at themselves with wild abandon. There were even those who opened their mouths and swallowed blazing coals, creating a spectacle so horrifying it left everyone dumbstruck. As Wang Dafei continued walking inward, he saw that the road on either side was lined with all sorts of people. Their appearance and bearing were completely unlike those of ordinary residents. Most of them wore outrageous costumes, their bodies covered in tattoos, cigarettes dangling from their mouths. Their faces were fierce and aggressive, exuding an air of menace and arrogance. At a glance, it seemed as though the entire street had been taken over by these gangsters. Hardly a single normal resident could be seen. All these bizarre behaviors filled Wang Dafei with questions. So, what exactly has been happening here lately? Why are so many gangsters gathering in this place? With his mind churning with curiosity, Wang Dafei continued deeper into the mysterious festival. Along the way, although no one stopped him, the looks the gangsters gave him made Wang Dafei feel intensely uncomfortable. Their eyes seemed to say he was courting death, cold, uncanny, as if they recognized him. As he drew closer to the heart of the festival, Wang Dafei suddenly heard a series of heavy chopping sounds up ahead. He followed the direction of the noise, and in the distance he spotted a burly, one-armed man swinging a cleaver, chopping at something with relentless force. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of blood, a smell so overpowering it assaulted Wang Dafei's nose, compelling him to quicken his pace. When Wang Dafei finally drew near, The scene before him made him narrow his eyes, and in an instant, any desire to eat char siu rice in the walled city vanished completely. What he saw was enough to sour all his good spirits. This was the very reason his mood had been utterly ruined. After pushing through the crowd, Wang Dafei saw a one-armed man, covered in blood, brandishing a cleaver and mercilessly hacking away at a pair of bloodied bodies on the ground. It was clear to Wang Dafei that they must have been a mother and child. The unfortunate pair had long ceased to breathe, their bodies butchered beyond recognition, a sight too gruesome to bear. Yet even so, the depraved one-armed brute showed no sign of stopping. Instead, he kept chopping away while letting out a series of lecherous, twisted cackles from deep in his throat. The man laughed maniacally, lost in a frenzy, his laughter echoing through the air as if he were reveling in the grisly slaughter. However, just as he was laughing heartily, he suddenly stopped as if he had sensed something unusual. His bloodshot eyes narrowed slightly, sweeping over the faces of his subordinates nearby. One by one, their expressions tensed, and their gazes all shifted in the same direction. That man slowly lifted his head, turning to see who could possibly be so bold as to barge into Kowloon-walled city at such a time. But when his eyes finally landed on the newcomer, he froze on the spot. His eyes widened in shock, staring intensely at Wang Dafei, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. In that moment, it was as if he had witnessed something both terrifying and overwhelmingly exciting. Fear and wild elation tangled together, pulling laughter from him that he could not restrain. Suddenly, the one-armed madman leapt from the altar with lightning speed, moving so fast it was almost a blur. He planted his legs firmly in a horse stance, his remaining arm raised high, forming a sharp sword-finger gesture. At the same time, his right leg shot out, stomping heavily 3 times in quick succession. Each step landed with a deep, resounding thud. With each bizarre movement, he shouted at the top of his lungs, invulnerable to blades and bullets. Divine protection. As soon as the shout left his lips, the man pointed his sword fingers at Wang Dafei, leaping from the platform and charging straight at him like an arrow loosed from its bow. All the while, he howled in a frenzy, "Ha! Prepare to die!" Without another word, the madman lunged toward Wang Dafei with ferocious speed. Faced with a man who greeted him with such ferocious hatred and threats, Wang Dafei was genuinely baffled at first. He racked his brain, trying to recall whether he had ever crossed paths with this person before, but nothing came to mind. After all, he couldn't remember knowing anyone who fit the description of a one-armed Yonggua, or anything of the sort. And besides, he certainly hadn't made any deadly enemies. But just as the one-armed man performed that strange divine protection sword-finger move, a sudden flash of insight shot through Wang Dafei's mind. He remembered who this guy might be. But wait, this guy shouldn't be missing an arm. As the man charged closer, Wang Dafei got a good look at his stubbly face. It was Wang Jiao, the man who'd given him a serious beating before. Damn it, running into an enemy here. And wasn't he supposed to be the one seeking revenge, not the other way around? In that instant, Wang Dafei was thoroughly irritated, silently cursing this guy under his breath. Earlier, with his disheveled hair and crazed, pallid face, it was no wonder Wang Dafei hadn't recognized him at first. He looked nothing like the last time they met. But when he realized that the madman before him was actually Wang Jiao, a wicked grin suddenly crept across Wang Dafei's face. Unable to contain himself, he erupted into a deafening peal of laughter. Ha! 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 Ah! Wang Jiao's face was twisted in agony, his lone arm hanging limply at his side, making him look especially desolate. Wang Dafei fixed his gaze on that mutilated body, and, as he thought about it, he realized there might be an intricate connection between himself and that severed arm. Replaying the battle in his mind, Wang Dafei was almost certain that it was his own 8-spider spear that had inflicted the injury, costing Wang Jiao his limb. He couldn't help but wonder just what kind of venomous damage had his evolved 8-spider spear dealt this guy. The thought alone was simply too amusing. In the blink of an eye, everything changed. Wang Jiao, with his solitary arm, suddenly flickered forward like a phantom. The fingers of his remaining hand, shaped into a sword, flashed with a chilling gleam, thrusting straight for Wang Dafei. In a heartbeat, that razor-sharp sword finger was already at Wang Dafei's throat. But in this split second, Wang Dafei's reaction was just as swift. There wasn't a hint of panic in him. After all, for the long road that lay ahead, Wang Jiao would be the perfect whetstone to hone his combat skills. With a mighty shout, Wang Dafei unleashed a fierce move from his tiger fist. Tiger descends the mountain. Like a rampaging beast, he drove his fist straight toward Wang Jiao's sword finger. In that instant, sword finger and iron fist collided in midair with a thunderous crash, a sound that reverberated like a bolt of lightning, shaking the air. A surge of powerful energy burst from both men, rippling outwards and sending visible waves through the air, distorting everything nearby. With this single blow, the two were perfectly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. The impact forced both men back several steps before they managed to steady themselves. At this point, Wang Jiao's eyes locked fiercely on Wang Dafei, brimming with boundless hatred, as if he'd come face to face with a mortal enemy. He never imagined Wang Dafei could withstand such an attack. Just a short while ago, the man had been nothing but a worthless weakling. Wang Dafei, meanwhile, stared right back at him, inwardly astonished. Although Wang Jiao still looked as wild and unkempt as before, the aura he now exuded was utterly different. How to describe it? Gone was the old unruliness and slyness, replaced now by a twisted, almost deranged ferocity, as if he'd become a demon lost in madness. Wang Dafei stared at his opponent, astonished. That punch he had thrown just now, one backed by 20 years of cultivated strength, had only managed to match the other man's sword finger technique. It seemed this guy had grown even more powerful in recent times, or perhaps he had never shown his true abilities before. Thinking back to that heart-stopping encounter last time, Wang Dafei still felt a lingering fear in his chest. In that moment, as he faced Wang Jiao's deadly strike, he had felt as if death was already upon him. Yet, at that hair's breadth between life and death, for reasons he couldn't explain, he suddenly entered a peculiar state, something like a spider's sense. In that heightened state, his body instinctively made the best possible move, his mind filled with only one desperate thought: to defeat his opponent and survive. That was when 8 spider spears shot out. At the time, Wang Dafei's entire focus had been on overcoming and utterly defeating Wang Jiao. There was no room for any other thoughts. So, acting on pure instinct, he simply stabbed forward, completely forgetting that he could have released more poison when the spears struck his foe. It wasn't until he returned to Kowloon Walled City today and saw Wang Jiao, now missing an arm, that he remembered this hidden ability. Though Wang Jiao's sorry state was almost comical, Wang Dafei realized with a start just how potent the poison of the 8 spider spears truly was. He had nearly forgotten. In all these days, he'd only used the spears as sharp weapons, unaware of how many tactics he had kept hidden from himself. As for Wang Jiao's current condition, the truth was much as Wang Dafei had imagined. After their clash that day, the severely wounded Wang Jiao, impaled for a long while by the 8 spider spears, was left to deal with the aftermath. One could only guess at the agony and torment he would endure afterward. The 8 spider spears had pierced deep into the muscles of Wang Jiao's arm, and even without deliberate effort, their surface naturally carried a potent toxin. Once embedded in flesh, a trace of that poison would inevitably seep in. Even that small amount had thoroughly invaded Wang Jiao's arm. At first, his arm merely went numb. He didn't even feel pain, nor did he notice anything was wrong. It was only long after Wang Dafei had left that Wang Jiao slowly realized what was happening. When the sudden, overwhelming toxicity made itself known, he was gripped by terror. He frantically searched for ways to neutralize the poison, trying countless antidotes, but nothing worked. As time passed, the toxin continued to spread through his body, eating away at his strength and vitality. In the end, not even the Grandmaster's inner strength could protect him. Wang Jiao was forced to make an agonizing decision. After a fierce internal struggle, burning with hatred, he clenched his teeth and steeled his heart. Ultimately, he resolved to sacrifice his own arm in exchange for a slim chance at survival. Between life and death, Wang Jiao was left with no choice but to sacrifice an arm. So, gritting his teeth against the agony, he personally severed the arm that had been thoroughly saturated with poison, beyond any hope of saving. At that moment, Wang Dafei was staring intently at the now one-armed Wang Jiao. No matter how you looked at him, that face was comical to the point of absurdity, as if the sly, wicked grin Wang Jiao wore in the past had somehow crept onto Wang Dafei's own face without anyone noticing. It was a scene that perfectly fit the old saying, the pain of friends, the joy of enemies. This madman had long since earned his fate. Not only did he traffic in drugs, but now he killed without remorse. To fall so low was nothing short of just deserts. Yet, as Wang Dafei mulled over the situation, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He himself wasn't entirely sure just how potent, how deadly, the venom within his evolved 8 spider lances truly was. The realization sent a silent warning through him. He'd have to be extremely cautious in deploying this ability in the future. Especially, he must never unleash it carelessly around people he trusted. After all, who could predict the extent of such a toxin? If it broke loose and accidentally hurt a teammate, the consequences would be disastrous. As for Wang Jiao in this very moment, His hair, once reminiscent of a Beatles' signature style, now hung in wild disarray, a tangled mess spilling across his shoulders like unkempt weeds. The face that once appeared passably decent was now drained to a ghastly white, as though every drop of blood had been siphoned away. Most striking of all, the sunglasses that had always been his constant companion had vanished without a trace, leaving his bloodshot, rage-filled eyes completely exposed. Whether this alarming pallor was the result of some internal backlash or the effects of the poison, it was impossible to say for certain. But none of that seemed to matter anymore. Meanwhile, over on Wang Jio's side, just after his sword-finger strike collided with Wang Dafei's fist, he felt the force surging from Wang Dafei's punch. His eyes widened in disbelief, and filled with fury, he shouted, "The fierce tiger fist?" Wang Jio was utterly stunned. He could never have imagined that in just a matter of days, the hapless Wang Dafei, who not long ago didn't know the first thing about martial arts, had now mastered the boss's fierce tiger fist with such skill and clearly possessed considerable power to match. The discovery instantly ignited a greater blaze of rage within Wang Jio. His already twisted features contorted even further in his fury, making him look for all the world like a rabid, maddened dog pushed to the brink of insanity. "Damn old man, even in death, you won't let me have peace." Wang Jio blamed everything squarely on the big boss. Then, locking his eyes on Wang Dafei, he unleashed a hoarse, hate-filled roar, each word spat out with venom. "I want you dead." Even though Wang Dafei now wielded the deadly 8 spider lances, none of this seemed like a real threat to Wang Jio anymore. He had his own trump card to play. Tonight, he was determined to kill Wang Dafei, to finally wipe away the humiliation he'd suffered. Last time, that brat had just been lucky. The only reason he hadn't finished Wang Dafei off before was because he'd underestimated him. That moment of carelessness had cost him dearly. After all, who could have imagined that someone as monstrous as Wang Dafei could even exist in this world? Now, Wang Jio was going all out. He had absolute faith in the Shaolin diamond iron body he'd cultivated, not to mention the mystical art of spirit possession he'd mastered. With these two formidable techniques reinforcing him, his defense had reached an almost invincible level. Even bullets couldn't harm him. And on top of that, he possessed the legendary Shaolin skill, the mighty Vajra finger, an unstoppable killing move. At this moment, Wang Jio felt utterly confident. Even with just one hand, he believed he could crush Wang Dafei with his own strength, beat him to death, right here and now. That last strike had been nothing more than a warm-up, a simple test of the waters. He didn't believe for a second that Wang Dafei, just because he'd learned the fierce tiger fist, could suppress him like the big boss once had. Besides, hadn't the big boss ended up dead at his hands too? A rookie who'd only just begun learning martial arts. What right did he have to challenge him? The thought filled Wang Jio with boundless confidence. But across from him, Wang Dafei was grinning with a sly, almost foolish sweetness, as if honey would drip from his smile. Anyone looking at him would think he was a simpleton. But who wouldn't smile at seeing their archenemy in trouble? After the brutal beating he'd suffered before, Wang Dafei wasn't one to forget his grudges easily. And now, even though he held back from using the Iron Overlord to blast Wang Jio apart, it was partly to temper himself, and partly because of this wretched place, Kowloon Walled City. If a missile from the Iron Overlord detonated here, Wang Dafei figured the entire city would be wiped off the map. Who knew how many innocent bystanders would be buried along with Wang Jio? Unless it was absolutely necessary, he'd restrain himself from using such destructive force. Besides, he needed real combat to hone his skills and gain experience. Opposite him, Wang Jio's face was twisted with rage, every feature distorted by anger. He looked like a demon straight out of hell. The two men locked eyes, and for a heartbeat, time itself seemed to freeze between them. After a few seconds, Wang Jio could hold back no longer. Like a wild beast unleashed, he charged forward with a furious roar. The sly grin that had just been plastered across Wang Dafei's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of steely seriousness as he racked his brain for a way to handle his opponent. He was all too aware of Wang Jio's extraordinary strength. Faced with such a formidable adversary, he knew that if he didn't give it his absolute all, he would suffer a crushing defeat. Suddenly, with a sharp metallic sound, 8 razor-sharp spider spears sprang out from Wang Dafei's back. A plan had already formed in Wang Dafei's mind. He couldn't help but let a sly smirk tug at the corner of his mouth. His gaze drifted, almost involuntarily, toward Wang Jio's right arm, where a hand was missing. What's more, it seemed that Wang Jio's mind was no longer entirely sane. Wang Dafei felt not the slightest pang of sympathy for a villain like Wang Jio. Instead, he decided to use this wound to provoke him further. In that instant, Wang Dafei erupted into wild, manic laughter, his voice echoing harshly across the entire square, sharp as a whip crack in the night. He laughed uproariously as he launched his verbal assault. "Oh my, what happened to you? Only one hand left. You look like a pitiful, dying mutt." Before Wang Dafei could pile on more taunts, his words and mocking laughter became the final straw, shattering what little self-control Wang Jiao had left. With a furious roar, Wang Jiao screamed, "I'll kill you, you wretched scum! I'll wipe out everything you own." Like a man possessed, he lunged at Wang Dafei, and so began a breathtaking, life-or-death battle. Wang Jiao's eyes narrowed to cold slits, and, moving with blinding speed, he jabbed a deadly sword finger straight at Wang Dafei's face. So fast it was almost impossible to follow. But Wang Dafei refused to wait for death to come to him. He shouted at Wang Jiao, "They say 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, but now you've only got 1. And me? Not only do I have these 8 spider spears with terrifying power, I've got 2 fists of steel as well. That's 10 hands in all. Prepare to die, damn it. Today I'm going to beat you to death, you filthy gangster." With a roar of his own, Wang Dafei unleashed his full strength, meeting Wang Jiao's furious charge head-on. His fist shot out, aiming a devastating blow straight at Wang Jiao's face. At the very same moment, the 8 spider spears on Wang Dafei's back lashed out like bolts of lightning, each targeting a vulnerable spot on Wang Jiao's body, his eyes, ears, and neck, intent on delivering a fatal strike. However, something entirely unexpected happened. Just as Wang Dafei's fist was about to collide with Wang Jiao's sword-like fingers, Wang Jiao's hand suddenly accelerated, transforming into the dazzling tip of a real blade. With a flash of golden light, he struck Wang Dafei's fist with lightning speed and flawless precision. In that instant, a tremendous force surged up Wang Dafei's arm. It felt as if his fist had been smashed by a heavy iron rod. A wave of searing pain shot through him, spreading instantly across his body. His right fist throbbed as though the bones were about to shatter, and a cold sweat beaded across his forehead. As for those razor-sharp 8 spider spears, despite their blistering speed, when they lashed out at Wang Jiao, aiming even for his most vulnerable spots, his eyelids and throat, they struck hard against his body. Yet what followed was not the gruesome scene of flesh and blood Wang Dafei had expected, but instead a series of bright, ringing metallic clangs. The sound was piercing, like the 8 spider spears had slammed into an impenetrable wall of steel, deafening and impossible to ignore. The spears couldn't pierce Wang Jiao's defenses at all. No matter which part they struck, it was the same everywhere. It was unbelievable. Wang Jiao's entire body was absurdly tough. In a single exchange, before the second round had even truly begun, Wang Dafei had already been forced back several steps. He clutched his injured fist tightly, his face twisted in pain and disbelief. Unbelievable! Damn it, he never saw this coming. Once again, he'd underestimated his opponent, thinking he could break through Wang Jiao's defense, only to end up in a miserable state himself. Cursing inwardly, he thought, "This is ridiculous. He's basically cheating. My hand feels like it's about to snap. It hurts like hell." He could only suffer in silence, realizing maybe it was better not to play the hero after all. After all, during his training, Wang Dafei's fierce tiger fist was powerful enough to punch through a concrete wall. That's why he was so confident. But he never expected Wang Jiao to be not only impossibly tough, but to have such terrifyingly strong sword finger techniques as well. He had completely underestimated the power behind that move. Now, the hand that had taken a hit was completely numb, the burning pain so intense it was almost unbearable. And Wang Jiao's defense, so absurd, so far beyond reason. He never imagined even his prized 8 spider spears would fail to break through. Damn it, was he really going to have to resort to missiles and blow up the entire Kowloon walled city, or should he just turn and run? Wang Dafei's anger was blazing, written all over his face. But deep down, he knew one thing for sure. If he truly wanted to escape, that mad dog Wang Jiao would never be able to catch him. But I can't keep running away forever, can I? In the past, whenever something went wrong and I didn't have the strength to face it, my first thought was always to escape. Now I'm no longer an ordinary person. If I keep running away, how embarrassing would that be? It would be a waste of this ability to travel between worlds. I have to break this timid habit. No, this time, I absolutely won't run. There has to be a way to break through this guy's defenses. How could a tiny, broken world like this possibly have truly invincible defenses? Wang Dafei clenched his teeth and swore to himself that he would find a weakness. Then let's see how my thunderclap lightning fist measures up against him. So what if his physical defenses are maxed out? I want to see for myself. Can this Wang Jiu shrug off magical damage as easily as he does other attacks? The power of psionic lightning is magic, isn't it? However, since I haven't yet cultivated the internal core needed to contain the energy for the Thunderclap Lightning Fist, for now, I have to rely on a clever trick, summoning psionic lightning to substitute for the required Thunder Force. Back when I was still using VCDs, after countless experiments, even if I couldn't summon arcane thunder out of thin air, I confirmed that I could use psionic lightning to fill in the gap needed for the Thunderclap Lightning Fist. This little trick lets me store thunder energy in my body and channel into my fist for a short time. So even without an inner core, I can unleash the full force of the Thunderclap Lightning Fist. What's more, the psionic lightning I summon and store temporarily inside me can be released at any moment as the strongest bolt I can muster, essentially letting me unleash 2 bolts worth of psionic lightning at once. Of course, there's a side effect. It puts a huge strain on my body and leaves me utterly exhausted. Even though I've learned the technique, the conditions for using the Thunderclap Lightning Fist are extremely demanding. Knowing how to use it and being able to actually pull it offer 2 very different things. When I activate this move, it feels like I've transformed into a video game character unleashing a super move, a god descending to earth. While the Thunderclap Lightning Fist mode lasts, every aspect of my strength and attack power is dramatically enhanced. On top of that, with a second bolt of psionic lightning, stored and ready to fire at any moment, my power far surpasses simply charging up and firing off a single bolt. In that state, it's as if I've ascended to a whole new level. But gathering thunder energy takes time, and now Wang Dafei found himself considering a temporary retreat. Should I run out, charge up, and then come back with a fight? With that thought, Wang Dafei made up his mind. Yeah, act on it as soon as you think of it. Get out first. This isn't running away. It's preparing my ultimate move and then coming back. Wang Dafei mulled over the idea in his mind. It seemed workable, even though he had just promised himself to change his habit of running away at the first sign of trouble. But since the thought had already taken shape, it was time to put into action without delay. This couldn't possibly be called fleeing the battlefield. Rather, it was a tactical retreat. Without another word, he prepared to beat a hasty retreat, ready to slip away at a moment's notice. However, right now, he was only 2 or 3 meters away from Wang Jiu. If he tried to take off suddenly, he'd likely be blocked by the other man. So, Wang Dafei's gaze suddenly sharpened, as if he were about to unleash some powerful move. In one swift motion, he raised his thick, muscular right fist high above his head, striking a pose that radiated strength and awe. Wang Jiu, seeing this, grew instantly wary and confused. He quickly jumped back, putting more distance between himself and Wang Dafei. At that moment, Wang Dafei opened his mouth and, summoning all his strength, let out a thunderous shout, Hokuto Shinken. His roar echoed like a clap of thunder, reverberating through the air and lingering for a long moment. Witnessing this, Wang Jiu's sense of unease spiked. He hurriedly retreated a dozen steps, instinctively raising his guard and bracing himself for anything. Shock and disbelief flooded Wang Jiu's mind. Hokuto Shinken. Wasn't that an ultimate move that existed only in manga? Could this uncanny fellow have actually mastered it for real? The thought made Wang Jiu draw in a sharp breath. After all, from the very beginning, ever since Wang Dafei had shown his extraordinary abilities and even cost Wang Jiu a hand, he had been convinced that Wang Dafei was no ordinary man, but some mysterious, unfathomable creature or otherworldly being. Otherwise, how could an average person have taken his hand? That would be far too humiliating. So if this guy really had trained himself in some fantastical skill beyond human imagination, it no longer seemed impossible. Faced with this sudden development, Wang Jiu knew he couldn't afford to let his guard down for even a second. He had to be ready for anything. As Wang Jiu instinctively raised his arms to shield his head and face, a sly spark flickered in Wang Dafei's eyes. In the blink of an eye, he leapt upward, and the 8 spider spears on his back burst forth in dazzling golden light, swiftly transforming into a pair of massive, shimmering golden wings. With a piercing whoosh, Wang Dafei shot skyward like a rocket, spiraling straight toward the rooftop of the 50-story building above. Wang Jiu, witnessing this astonishing scene, instantly realized he'd been tricked by Wang Dafei. Throw it! Enraged and humiliated, he grabbed the solid wood bench he'd been sitting on, a beast of a seat weighing 2 or 3 tons, and hurled it at Wang Dafei in the air with all his might, not hesitating for a second. Yet, Wang Dafei was moving far too fast. The heavy bench hadn't even come close before he was already out of reach, leaving the seat to plummet far below. Finally, the bench smashed into the wall of the 3rd floor with an earth-shaking thud. A deep, resounding crash that echoed through the air. To everyone's astonishment, the impact was so powerful that the massive bench became deeply embedded in the concrete, as if it had fused with the very bones of the building. Ah! Came a blood-curdling scream. Wang Jiao could only watch helplessly as Wang Dafei vanished into the sky like a kite whose string had snapped, utterly powerless to stop him. In that moment, a volcano of rage erupted inside Wang Jiao. Fiery, unstoppable, all-consuming. Damn it! Hell! Wang Jiao bellowed at the heavens, his fury uncontained. He cursed his fate, raging at his mother for not giving him a pair of wings at birth. How could Wang Dafei just escape right before his eyes? By now, Wang Jiao had descended into madness. Like a wild beast gone berserk, he tore through the plaza, flailing his arms and howling in fury. He smashed and destroyed everything within reach. Innocent underlings' belongings, the doors and windows of nearby shops. Nothing survived his violent wrath. Everything around him was left shattered and broken. Wang Jiao's followers stood frozen, faces drained of color, rooted to the spot in terror. Not a single one dared to approach their rampaging leader. Everyone knew that getting even half a step closer to Wang Jiao now would be suicide. But just as panic swept through the crowd, Wang Jiao suddenly seemed to lose all reason entirely. He let out a thunderous roar that rattled the air. Get out here! Do you hear me? If you don't show yourself, I'll bathe Kowloon Walled City in blood tonight. Every last soul here will die with you. Before the echo of his threat faded, Wang Jiao bent down and snatched up a blood-streaked cleaver that lay on the ground. He gripped it tightly, the blade gleaming with a cold, menacing light. Even after Wang Jiao had shouted himself hoarse, Wang Dafei made no move to reappear. By this point, he'd already soared to the rooftop of a 50-story building, focusing his energy to summon the lightning he needed for his thunderclap fist. He couldn't hear a single word of Wang Jiao's screaming. Not that it would have mattered. Even if Wang Dafei had heard him, he wouldn't have come back down. Sure, he liked doing good, but he wasn't reckless. He might charge and head first at times, but only when he was sure he could escape to the Marvel world if things went south. Now, if he ran out to fight Wang Jiao and lost, then turned tail and fled, wouldn't that be the same as never showing up at all? Seeing Wang Dafei nowhere in sight. Follow me. Kill everyone in Kowloon Walled City. With his furious roar, Wang Jiao's eyes went wide. His face twisted into a ferocious snarl, like a beast gone out of control. In his hand, he gripped a kitchen knife, its blade glinting with a chilling, deadly light under the sun. Before his words had even faded, Wang Jiao charged forward like a mad dog unleashed. He moved with astonishing speed, like a violent gust racing across the ground, and in the blink of an eye, he was already at the doorstep of the nearest house. In that moment, he had lost all reason. Only one thought filled his mind: to burst into these homes and unleash a bloody rampage. But while Wang Jiao dashed ahead, his underlings were left gaping in shock, stunned by this sudden turn of events. They stared at Wang Jiao's retreating figure, momentarily at a loss for what to do. After all, such crazed behavior was far beyond anything they had ever imagined. They were street thugs, not bloodthirsty maniacs. Picking a fight with a rival gang or taking down a couple of enemies was one thing, but attacking ordinary people? Even if they ever did, they'd at least cover their faces and do it in secret. These followers had lived dangerous lives alongside their boss, always with a knife's edge at their lips. But no matter how ruthless they become, they had never witnessed a scene so out of control as this, when all the rivals were defeated, and yet they were still ordered to attack innocent neighbors. What's more, this wasn't just about roughing up a few people. That would be bad enough. But Wang Jiao had just ranted about bathing the entire Kowloon Walled City in blood. This was utter madness, a complete disregard for the police. They all knew that when they fought with other gangs, the police usually turn a blind eye. But if they started killing innocent civilians, the consequences would be entirely different. Even when the old boss was still around, if any of the crew dared to go on a wild rampage, they'd get a serious beating or be made the scapegoat and rot in prison. Even when they did fight, they were always careful, always hiding their faces, sneaking around to take out one or two enemies at most, never daring to be so brazen and open about it. What Wang Jiao was attempting now was something even the boss himself would never dare: an outright massacre. The police wouldn't just sit back and watch. And now, where was that awe-inspiring big boss? Instead, all his former followers were rallying behind Wang Jiao. It turned out, not long ago, the big boss had stormed into Kowloon Walled City and engaged in a harrowing life-and-death struggle with Tornado. The fight was fierce and even, leaving both sides battered. In the chaos, Wang Jiao, already driven half-mad after having his arm broken by Wang Dafei, decided he no longer wanted to be just another lackey. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a surprise attack and brutally murdered the big boss. From that moment on, Wang Jiao, having seized power, began to act with reckless abandon. His actions were utterly without scruples, plundering the businesses that once belonged to the big boss and treating those who had been loyal to the big boss with shocking brutality. And after Tornado's defeat and retreat, Kowloon Walled City also fell into his hands. The way he acted today was bound to provoke the wrath of the police sooner or later. But he couldn't care less, for he had already lost his mind. Some of the big boss's most loyal henchmen, those who had survived since the gathering storm and had already fled this trouble-ridden place, they wouldn't dare go up against the O faction. Suddenly, Wang Jiao, leading the charge at the front, felt a strange sense of unease surge in his chest. With keen instincts, he noticed something amiss. The footsteps that should have echoed in a noisy, chaotic chorus had dwindled to a scattered trickle. He stopped in his tracks, cleaver in hand, and whipped around sharply, scanning the faces behind him. Not even a cheer of support remained. What he saw made his anger blaze up inside him. His followers, who usually obeyed his every word, were now frozen in place, most standing there in a daze, showing no sign of following him. Only a couple of his most trusted men, along with a handful of reckless young thugs, stuck close by his side. And the others? How dare they defy his orders, shrinking back instead of following him to massacre the residents of Kowloon Walled City and continue the bloodbath he had commanded. Wang Jiao felt his authority as boss being openly challenged, and fury erupted within him like a volcano. Gritting his teeth and widening his eyes in rage, he hurled the cleaver in his hand straight at the most disobedient of his men, the one still standing farthest away, motionless and clueless. In a flash, the cleaver shot through the air like lightning. Then, with a sickening crack, it struck home with tremendous force, splitting the man's skull clean in two, like a ripe watermelon cleave apart. Blood splattered everywhere, brain matter spilled out in a gruesome torrent. Face twisted with malice, Wang Jiao glared at the rest, daring anyone to defy him now. The gangsters, who had swaggered about with bravado before, now trembled from head to toe, their faces drained of color. It was as if they'd come face to face with a demon from the depths of hell. None dared utter a word to Wang Jiao. Blade in hand, come with me. Wang Jiao's hoarse roar thundered through the streets, echoing with violence and command. Those underlings knew all too well that King Nine's words were no empty catchphrase or spur-of-the-moment bravado. This was an order, a deadly command that brooked no refusal. Anyone who dared disobey would meet the same fate as that unlucky soul who'd just lost his head. In that instant, the gang of squat, brutish thugs seemed to revert to their true selves, faces twisted with menace, each intent on saving his own skin no matter the cost to others. Without hesitation, the gangsters seized their machetes, charging at the residential homes with the ferocity of demons unleashed, hacking at anyone in their path. Some, however, only managed to drag several innocent residents out, forcing them to kneel on the sidelines, as if waiting for judgment. The truth was, these thugs couldn't quite bring themselves to strike the fatal blow. Fear gnawed at them, fear of retribution when the police inevitably came. Yet they also dared not remain idle, so this was all they could manage. Meanwhile, King Nine, standing nearby with a cold, disdainful gaze, soon took matters into his own hands. Grabbing a blade, he ruthlessly cut down the innocent captives with 2 or 3 swift strikes. When he finished, King Nine roared, "Keep going." His underlings, trembling with fear, could only force themselves to keep at it. As King Nine watched his men resume their gruesome work under his oppressive glare, a grotesque, chilling smile twisted across his already menacing face. Then, with a flash of malice in his eyes, King Nine snatched another machete from a nearby thug. Now wielding a blade in each hand, he let out a guttural, savage howl, wordless, wild, animalistic. With long strides, he charged forward, unstoppable, consumed by a single thought. Kill, kill, kill. He wanted nothing more than to cut down a few more people, to vent all the humiliation and fury he had bottled up ever since his run-in with King Defei. But just as King Nine was about to go berserk, a sudden change swept over the scene. Without warning, a small tornado whipped down from the upper floors of a nearby residential building. Though it was only a minor whirlwind, it tore through the air with startling force. At that very moment, a figure descended from the heart of that raging vortex, a presence as awe-inspiring as a god come down to earth, landing firmly in King Nine's path, blocking his advance. King Nine was caught off guard by this sudden twist, momentarily stunned. But after only an instant, he regained his composure. And when he finally saw who had arrived, the shock on his face vanished at once, replaced by a look of pure contempt and disdain. Wang Jiao's lips curled into a mocking smile. With a cold laugh, he sneered at the man. Well, who do we have here? Turns out you that old geezer are still alive? What's the matter? Didn't get enough of a beating last time, and now you've got the nerve to come back for more? The sudden appearance of Tornado actually delighted him. Now, all the frustration he'd suffered at Wang Dafei's hands would be unleashed on Tornado. He had already decided he was going to beat this old fool to death, right here and now. The howling winds and swirling sand gradually subsided. As the storm faded, a solitary figure slowly emerged. It was a man with a head of white hair, yet his face retained a striking handsomeness and youthful vigor. The one known as the former king of Kowloon Walled City. Tornado. Tornado descended from above, landing squarely in Wang Jio's path and blocking his way with unwavering resolve. His gaze, sharp and piercing like an eagle's, locked tightly onto Wang Jio. Without a hint of hesitation and wasting no movement, Tornado lunged forward and swung his right arm in a powerful arc, unleashing a whirlwind punch of astonishing force. The punch tore through the air with a fierce roar, like a tornado ripping through a parking lot, and crashed down upon Wang Jio with relentless power. A thunderous crash echoed as the blow landed squarely on Wang Jio. In that instant, a surge of unstoppable energy exploded from Tornado's fist, sending out a massive shockwave. Wang Jio was hurled backward as though struck by a speeding truck, his entire body flung through the air in a blur. As he flew, Wang Jio spun uncontrollably, like a windmill caught in a violent gale, hurtling backward at breakneck speed. He crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, landing in a heap. Momentum carried him skidding across the dirt, kicking up a cloud of dust before he finally came to a stop. Wang Jio's landing was anything but graceful. His face struck the earth first, leaving him sprawled in a most undignified posture, like a dog eating dirt. Yet, to everyone's surprise, after enduring such a savage blow, Wang Jio actually began to stir. Within moments, he dragged himself up from the ground, struggling but undeterred. Ha! If I'd taken that punch from you a few days ago, I'd be dead or crippled by now, he said, brushing the dust from his clothes as if nothing had happened. Lifting his head, he grinned broadly at Tornado. Then he stretched out his arms and gave Tornado a casual wave, part taunt, part invitation for him to attack again. At this moment, there was something unfathomable about Wang Jio. For some reason, his defensive strength seemed worlds apart from what it had been before. Clearly, that whirlwind punch from Tornado was nowhere near enough to break through his defenses. Tornado sprang forward with a leap, launching another powerful punch that landed squarely on Wang Jio. The force of his whirlwind fist sent Wang Jio flying. Once again, without pause, Tornado dashed after him at lightning speed, catching up to the airborne Wang Jio and striking him with yet another punishing blow. The two punches slammed into Wang Jio, sending him hurtling through the air like a spinning missile. He crashed through one wall after another, finally smashing into a house, filling the air with clouds of dust and debris. But after unleashing such a fierce and formidable attack, even Tornado himself couldn't help but breathe a little heavier, a hint of exhaustion flickering across his face. He watched the spot where Wang Jio had been blasted away. Meanwhile, Wang Jio, who had been struck head-on by that terrifying force, shot through the air like a meteor, smashing straight into a nearby building that looked ready to collapse at any moment. With a tremendous crash, the entire structure caved in, sending a plume of dust billowing upward. Wang Jio had taken Tornado's whirlwind fist head-on, the full force of it. He was knocked spinning back, crashing through several walls. Yet, it was only moments before a battered figure slowly pushed up from the rubble. Staggering a little, Wang Jio walked forward, unsteady but determined, until he reached an open space. There he finally stopped, raising a hand to wipe the corner of his mouth. He glanced down at his fingers and saw a smear of bright red blood. Staring at that hint of blood, he seemed almost amused. Tornado's full-strength blow. Was that really all it took to make him bleed at the mouth? Wang Jio burst out laughing, wild and manic, as if nothing had happened or perhaps simply refusing to admit defeat. When his laughter finally faded, he clicked his tongue and sneered. That's it. Old man, did you skip breakfast? Again. With a furious roar, Wang Jio's eyes widened, and he charged at Tornado like a rabid dog. In the blink of an eye, Wang Jio was right in front of Tornado. He twisted his body, head low, grinning ferociously. With his only remaining hand, he formed his signature move, the mighty Vajra finger, and thrust it straight at Tornado. But Tornado, ever the seasoned fighter, remained unfazed. With a swift sidestep, he evaded Wang Jio's fierce attack with ease. Then, gathering all his internal energy, Tornado channeled it into his right fist. As soon as he dodged Wang Jio's strike, he let out a thunderous shout and, unleashed another devastating whirlwind fist. This punch was even stronger than the last, several times more powerful, and it crashed directly into Wang Jio's side. There was a resounding boom as Wang Jio, unable to react in time, took the full force of the blow to his waist. In an instant, an overwhelming force crashed into him, sending his body hurtling backward like an arrow loose from a bow. As he flew through the air, Wang Jio's body spun rapidly, whirling like a giant windmill caught in a cyclone, an image of utter disarray. Eventually, with a heavy thud, he slammed hard into a wall. Surprisingly, the reinforced concrete wall seemed almost unyielding. Even after such a violent impact, it stood firm, showing not the slightest hint of collapse. But Wang Jio had charged straight at it, and the result was predictable. He struck the wall like a cannonball, embedding himself into it in a bizarre and unnatural posture. A moment later, the muffled crash echoed out, loud and jarring. On the wall, a deep imprint appeared, matching the outline of a human body perfectly, while chunks of brick and mortar showered down like a heavy rain. That single punch was terrifying, as if a tornado had swept through a parking lot, scattering debris and smashing everything in its path to pieces. At that moment, all of Wang Jio's followers were certain he couldn't possibly survive such a blow from Tornado. They believed everything was over. Yet, just then, a faint cracking sound began to rise from the previously still pile of rubble. Slowly, a dust-covered hand reached out, followed by Wang Jio's face, smeared with dirt and streaked with blood. Clenching his teeth, he painstakingly pried himself free from the wall, inch by inch. At last, Wang Jio managed to break free. He staggered to his feet, gasping for breath. Then, fixing Tornado with a fierce glare, he pressed his hand against his side, his face twisted in pain as if enduring excruciating agony there. But this state didn't last long. In just a moment, Wang Jio formed a hand seal, stomped the ground several times, and broke into a strange, almost ritualistic dance. After this odd display, he suddenly let out a breath, turned to Tornado, and burst into manic laughter that filled the air. Ha 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 ha. Old man, looks like you're out of tricks now, aren't you? Why was Wang Jio so confident? Because not even Tornado's full-powered punch had done him any serious harm. Poised to charge forward again, Wang Jio's confidence in his iron body technique and spirit-invoking arts was absolute. Against someone like Tornado, whose strength was purely martial, Wang Jio felt he held all the cards. This all traces back to an even earlier, thrilling duel that Wang Dafei himself wasn't even aware of. A few days before, a life-and-death struggle erupted between Tornado and the Big Boss over the issue of Kowloon-walled city. The two clashed fiercely, neither able to gain the upper hand, and in the end, both were left gravely wounded. Yet, just as the battle reached a stalemate, Wang Jio seized the moment to launch a surprise attack. Relying on mysterious arts he'd invoked, he managed to strike down the already severely injured Big Boss, who had just been battling Tornado, and killed him outright. No one could have foreseen that Wang Jio would do such a thing. All of this sprang from a change in his heart after losing an arm. It was as if he'd become possessed, reckless to the point of madness, acting without a care for the consequences. Simply because the thought of taking charge crossed his mind, he struck while the Big Boss was wounded, pretending to lend a hand, only to kill him instead. It was this incident that gave Tornado's fiercely loyal followers the chance to force their way in, dragging the injured Tornado away from the scene. But the owner of the roast pork shop, Achi, paid with his life to hold off Wang Jio. At that moment, Wang Jio had just ambushed and eliminated the Big Boss, his confidence swelling beyond measure. If he could bring down the Big Boss, what threat could Tornado pose, beaten half to death as he was? So he didn't bother to chase them down with all his might. One reason was that he noticed Tornado was already gravely injured. After the brutal fight with the Big Boss, Tornado was left barely clinging to life, looking as if he was surviving on his last breath. So Wang Jio figured, even if that old man managed to escape, he'd be crippled if not dead. More crucially, Wang Jio discovered that Tornado already suffered from an incurable illness. With such severe injuries piled on top, it was only a matter of time before his life ran out, or so common sense would suggest. As for Tornado's other henchmen, they were nothing but small fry, so he didn't bother to pursue them further. The Kowloon-walled city was already in his grasp. Although things didn't unfold exactly as Wang Jio had imagined, since that stubborn old Tornado survived and even managed to return, in the grand scheme, it wasn't far off. Still, the old man had managed to surprise him. Especially after throwing that punch, just now, Tornado looked utterly spent, teetering on the brink of collapse, as if the slightest breeze would knock him over. Sure enough, in the distance, Tornado suddenly coughed up a massive mouthful of blood, as if all his remaining strength erupted out with it. It was obvious. Tornado was now fighting with his very life. If this went on, Wang Jio felt that before Tornado could kill him, the old man might just drop dead on his own. In this dire situation, just as Wang Jio had been utterly overpowered by Tornado, beaten back with no chance to fight back, a smile slowly spread across his face. At this very moment, he had the audacity to speak with such arrogant bravado. Though Wang Jio had seemingly been battered and tossed about by the raging winds, what no one realized was that, in truth, he had suffered barely any real harm. Why was this the case? Where did Wang Jio's confidence come from? Without hesitation, Wang Jio grabbed the tattered remains of his shirt and tore it away in a single motion, shredding it to pieces. What was revealed to Tornado was a body forged from years of rigorous training, muscles chiseled and powerful, as solid as steel. Every contour sharply defined, the very image of strength and perfection. But more chilling than his imposing physique were the countless strange and ominous symbols, drawn in a blood-red paint, covering his broad chest and thick arms. These symbols twisted and intertwined, their complex lines seeming to pulse with a sinister energy. Tornado could not begin to decipher their meaning. Suddenly, Tornado caught the sharp, metallic tang of blood in the air. Upon closer inspection, he realized these markings were not painted with ordinary dye. They had been meticulously inscribed with fresh blood. In that instant, Tornado understood. As a former gang leader, he knew there were things in this world far beyond a mortal's comprehension. This was also a crucial source of Wang Jio's terrifying strength. The forbidden technique known as Spirit Strike. And judging by the markings, it was likely that Wang Jio's offering was made to some ferocious, malevolent deity. Yet what Tornado didn't know was that Wang Jio had already sacrificed many lives in blood rituals. The mother and child Wang Dafei had seen at the start were among his victims. Suddenly, those eerie crimson sigils that clung to Wang Jio's flesh began to glow with a blinding light, as if some ancient power had been summoned at his command. Wang Jio's body trembled violently, and then, like an arrow loose from a bow, he shot forward at incredible speed. The sword in his hand gleamed, transformed in that moment into a weapon as lethal as any real blade, thrusting straight at Tornado. Though Tornado now appeared frail and exhausted, a tiger without its fangs is still a force to be reckoned with. And Tornado was no ordinary foe. Faced with Wang Jio's sudden onslaught, Tornado stood his ground, unwavering and unflinching. Then, with a roar, Tornado's fist whipped through the air, conjuring a raging whirlwind as he unleashed a powerful punch straight at Wang Jio. The whirlwind fist came roaring forward like a gale, its fierce momentum charging straight for Wang Jio's mighty Vajra finger. In a split second, fist and sword finger clashed with a forceful collision. The outcome this time was nothing short of astonishing. Wang Jio held his ground, standing firm, no longer sent flying by the sheer power behind his opponent's punch as he had before. At the very instant fist and finger met, a thunderous boom erupted, as if the entire space quaked with the impact. Looking closely, it seemed as if two invisible surges of energy were colliding, sending waves rippling outward from the point of contact. This was an intense contest of inner strength between the two fighters. Tornado, utterly stunned, could hardly believe his eyes. Wang Jio, who until moments ago had only been on the receiving end of the blows, now revealed a profound mastery of inner force that Tornado had never detected before. Could it be that those strange talismans were at work, exerting their mysterious power? What unfathomable secrets might these talismans conceal? For the first time, a sense of foreboding crept over Tornado. The atmosphere in the arena grew taut with tension. Everyone watched, transfixed, as this breathtaking duel unfolded. Wang Jio retracted his sword finger and struck again, swift and relentless. His movements were so quick that, for the first time, even Tornado couldn't fully parry the onslaught. Each strike came faster than the last, forcing him to dodge desperately, only barely keeping up. A jolt of alarm shot through Tornado's heart. Aside from the injuries he'd already sustained, he simply hadn't expected Wang Jio's speed to increase so dramatically. But Tornado was no novice. His experience kicked in, and, in a split-second decision, he twisted his body, causing Wang Jio's blow to graze just past his shoulder. In that fleeting instant, Tornado spotted a brief opening, a gap that appeared and vanished in the blink of an eye. He seized the chance, launching a fierce counterattack. But Wang Jio was not about to let him regain control. He, too, had been waiting for the perfect opening to clinch victory in a single stroke. Without hesitation, Wang Jio suddenly shifted his stance and, taking advantage of the momentum, sent a powerful kick arcing upward. a move that crashed down with thunderous force, astonishing in its sheer power. In that instant, it seemed as though the very air around them was being compressed by an overwhelming force. Tornado sensed the danger bearing down on him, but found himself stretched thin, forced onto the defensive. His fists were still occupied fending off Wang Zhou's barrage of sword finger strikes, leaving him no time to respond to anything else. So when that devastating kick came crashing in, Tornado mustered all his strength, crossing his arms over his chest to block the blow. But outmaneuvered and a step behind, he found himself unable to fully defend against the attack. There was a tremendous crash, as deafening as thunder erupting out of clear blue sky. Tornado's body shot backwards like a kite, with its string suddenly snapped, flying through the air before crashing down hard onto the unforgiving ground. That single blow had clearly inflicted severe damage. He struggled, moving with great difficulty as he slowly pushed himself up off the ground, only to cough up a mouthful of blood he could not hold back, looking utterly battered and defeated. Seeing that Tornado was gravely wounded, Wang Zhou knew he couldn't let this rare opportunity slip away. Embracing the ruthless creed of strike while the iron is hot, Wang Zhou didn't hesitate for a second. In a flash, he darted forward, lightning quick, aiming to finish off the old man with a decisive blow and bring this fierce battle to an end. But just as the fatal moment was about to arrive, the sudden roar of a motorcycle engine erupted, loud enough to shake everyone to their core. Everyone's eyes snapped to the scene. Tornado's underling, Lan Sini, charged into the battle circle on a motorcycle, tearing across the ground at breakneck speed. Gunning straight for Wang Zhou, he twisted the throttle, hell-bent on mowing Wang Zhou down and crushing him beneath the bike's wheels. The unexpected turn sent a chill through the crowd, leaving everyone gasping in alarm as the motorcycle hurtled forward. Yet Wang Zhou remained perfectly composed, his expression calm and unshaken by the looming threat. As the motorcycle hurtled straight at him, Wang Zhou didn't flinch. Instead, he shifted his footing ever so slightly, executing an elegant, lightning-fast spin. At that very instant, he swung up his right leg in a sweeping kick, so fast it was almost too quick to follow. With another resounding thud, the onrushing motorcycle exploded apart under the force of Wang Zhou's earth-shattering kick, shattering into a spray of parts that rained down across the battlefield. A sight as shocking as it was spectacular. No one could have imagined it. Wang Zhou's physical strength was truly monstrous. In that same instant, with a dull, heavy crash, Lan Sini was sent flying from the motorcycle by the force of the kick, arcing through the air before smashing to the ground, his fate uncertain. Almost simultaneously, a sudden commotion erupted on the outskirts of Kowloon walled city. Moments later, a mob of thugs surged into the fray, clad in suits, their faces set in vicious scowls. These newcomers were no ordinary rabble. They were the henchmen of Tiger, one of Tornado's brothers and leaders of the temple. Street gang. Each one brandished a gleaming blade, their knives flashing coldly as they charged at Wang Zhou with murderous intent. These were seasoned fighters, veterans of countless street brawls, their skill in violence second to none. Yet faced with this new wave of ferocious enemies, Wang Zhou's expression betrayed only serene confidence, tinged with a trace of disdain. In the blink of an eye, Brother Tiger himself arrived at the scene, not just to help Tornado, but also to avenge another of his brothers. Even the young men of Kowloon walled city, including Chun Luojun, rose up together, charging fearlessly at the gang of thugs. In an instant, the shouts of battle echoed through the entire city. Brother Tiger immediately spotted Tornado lying on the ground. Without a word, he unleashed his Tiger Claw technique, striking straight at Wang Zhou's vital points. But Wang Zhou seemed to have anticipated his move. The corners of his mouth curled into a scornful smile. With a swift motion, Wang Zhou effortlessly dodged Brother Tiger's fierce attack. He then lashed out with a powerful kick, as unstoppable as a mountain crashing down. There was a heavy thud. Brother Tiger flew backwards like a severed kite, tumbling 5 or 6 meters before landing hard on the ground. No one could tell if he was alive or dead. With a sneer, Wang Zhou mocked, "You old relics, get lost. Stop holding the younger generation back. Be patient. I'll send you on your way soon enough." The force of that last kick was enough to leave everyone stunned, but Wang Zhou wasn't finished. Seizing the momentum, he darted forward like a phantom, charging at Brother Tiger's men. Blow after blow, each kick landed with tremendous force, sending men crashing to the ground. Tornado, still reeling from his earlier beating, could only watch helplessly as his comrades and the young men of the walled city fell one by one. Watching the carnage unfold, Tornado's heart filled with regret. He had warned everyone not to take such risks, But despite his pleas, some refused to listen. And now, they were paying a terrible price. As his brothers and friends fell at Wang Jio's feet, the air grew thick with a metallic scent of blood. Tornado himself was gravely wounded, utterly powerless to stop Wang Jio's rampage. At that moment, Wang Jio strode forward with smug confidence, step by step closing in on Tornado, while the remaining men threw themselves at him, sacrificing their lives to buy a few precious seconds. Every step Wang Jio took felt like a dagger to Tornado's heart, making it race faster and faster. These men were dying because of him. Gritting his teeth, Tornado forced himself to stand, ignoring the waves of pain and burning with fury. He knew there was no turning back now. Only by fighting to the death could he give his brothers and neighbors even a sliver of hope. As Wang Jio's figure loomed ever closer, Tornado found himself reminded of his own youth, of the first time he had been beaten to the brink of death, powerless to resist, forced to watch as his enemy strolled toward him with calm, unhurried steps. Memories of the past surged in like a rising tide, and before Tornado's eyes, scenes flickered by in quick succession, as if watching a spinning lantern of recollections. Those bloody days of fighting in the Hong Kong underworld played vividly in his mind. Round after round of breathless life-and-death struggles, brutal street battles, the burning blood of youth, and the bonds of brotherhood. In the end, relying on his extraordinary skills and fearless courage, he fought his way through countless adversaries, sweeping aside all opposition until he finally ascended to the throne of the strongest of his era. Yet all that glory lost its luster the moment his beloved passed away. From that day on, Tornado, disheartened and weary, chose to wash his hands of the underworld, bidding farewell to the chaos and retreating into seclusion within Kowloon walled city. He spent his days tending to flowers and plants, savoring brief moments of tranquility or passing on his hard-earned skills to others. Though his life now flowed as quietly as still water, without the passion and fervor of old, it possessed a unique flavor all its own. Looking back, he felt he had lived a life worthy of admiration, one that left him without regret or remorse. In this moment, Tornado finally let go of everything, achieving a profound clarity and enlightenment. But just then, the peaceful skies above Kowloon walled city suddenly turned wild. The wind howled and clouds churned, lightning lit up the heavens, and thunder boomed with a force that seemed to tear the world asunder. At the same time, a mysterious and powerful energy, its source unknown, began to surge quietly through the air, growing ever stronger and flooding the atmosphere with spiritual force. It made every martial artist's blood run more fiercely, yet the pervasive slaughter surrounding Wang Jio only deepened the heavy, oppressive mood. In an instant, a furious gale erupted around Tornado, sending sand and stones flying, as if the entire world had plunged into chaos. At the center of the storm, Tornado felt his blood surge and his meridians pulse with the force of countless torrents rushing through him. Suddenly, an unprecedented sensation welled up inside him, a feeling as if he'd shattered the bottleneck that had long confined him, stepping into an entirely new realm. In that instant, Tornado felt invincible. The gray at his temples faded to black, his body surged with vitality, and he was restored not just to his youthful prime, but perhaps even beyond. A vast and mighty energy erupted from deep within, bursting forth like a tidal wave and sweeping outwards, forming a tornado that encased him completely. Where Tornado stood, the ground caved in instantly, as though pressed down by the sheer force of his presence. This sudden, dramatic change made Wang Jio's heart clench with unease. He stared wide-eyed at Tornado, now at the heart of the storm, his own face growing pale as dread seized him. No, I absolutely can't let this tornado keep going like this. He seems to be sensing that the tornado is about to break through some kind of limit. Wang Jio clenched his teeth, not daring to hesitate for even a moment. I must find a way to interrupt him. Wang Jio roared inwardly as he charged forward, unleashing the full power of the talismans on his body. He summoned a surge of inner strength and control. This was the same method that had allowed him to defeat the big boss before and stand toe-to-toe with Tornado. Gathering every bit of strength he had, Wang Jio launched his most powerful Vajra finger attack straight at Tornado. But just as Wang Jio broke through the swirling winds on the outside and finally caught a glimpse of what was happening within his already large eyes widened even further, round as bronze bells. His shock could only be described as eyes popping out of his head. What he saw was Tornado's face undergoing a miraculous transformation. The deep wrinkles that had covered his face vanished, as if by magic, replaced by flawless, unblemished skin. Not only that, but the snowy white hair atop his head slowly darkened, turning into a glossy, jet-black mane in the blink of an eye. It was as if time itself was flowing backward for Tornado. But what stunned Wang Jiu even more was that Tornado had already raised his fist, preparing to strike, his entire being exuding a chilling, overwhelming aura of power. Just moments ago, this enemy had seemed half-dead. How could he suddenly be bursting with vitality, as if experiencing one final blaze of glory before death? Wang Jiu didn't understand it, but he charged forward without the slightest hint of fear. At worst, it was only a desperate final struggle. He refused to back down. Yet, he had clearly underestimated Tornado's strength at this very moment. As soon as Wang Jiu approached the tornado storm, it instantly dispersed. Not entirely, but instead drew back and condensed around Tornado's fist. In that instant, Tornado struck. With a howling rush of wind and a deafening crash, Wang Jiu was sent flying by Tornado's thunderous punch, as if he were a kite whose string had snapped. The force of the blow was tremendous. Wang Jiu spun through the air at dizzying speed, tracing a long arc across the sky like the spinning blades of a helicopter, before crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Wang Jiu struggled to rise, every movement excruciatingly difficult. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of dark red blood, the droplets tracing an arc through the air before splattering on the ground like a blossoming flower of death. It was clear that Wang Jiu's injuries were grave, so severe, in fact, that his very life now hung by a thread. Wang Jiu never imagined that his prized, seemingly indestructible body training techniques and spirit-invoking martial arts would collapse so thoroughly under a single punch from Tornado. A wild surge of internal force had rampaged through his body, nearly destroying all his meridians. How could this be possible? At this moment, Wang Jiu's face was as pale as paper, completely drained of color. The hatred that once burned in his eyes had dimmed to a shadow, leaving only a trace of viciousness and unwillingness behind. He lay half-sprawled on the ground, using every ounce of strength to slowly prop himself up, blood trickling from his lips. Though he hovered on the brink of death, his gaze remained fixed on Tornado ahead, as if he could devour his enemy with his eyes alone. Suddenly, his look twisted into bitter malice, as if he had made a desperate decision. With trembling hands, Wang Jiu anxiously reached into his worn-out pocket, rummaging frantically for something of vital importance. After a tense moment, he pulled out a golden object, his expression grave. Wang Jiu carefully revealed a delicate little bottle, crafted entirely from pure gold. His face contorted with ferocity, Wang Jiu wasted no time. He bit off the cap. As the bottle opened, a nauseating stench immediately filled the air. Without hesitation, he tipped the bottle, and a strange pill, about the size of a thumb, tumbled into his mouth. Wang Jiu swallowed the pill without a second thought. And then, something bizarre began to happen. The talismans covering Wang Jiu's body started to vanish, not simply fading away, but as if they had come alive. They surged as one toward his head, disappearing into his 7 orifices in a frenzy. In that instant, countless sinister talismans flooded into Wang Jiu's mind like a tidal wave. Each one glimmered with a dim, red light, pulsing with a malevolent and eerie force. Wang Jiu's face twisted in agony, contorted by unbearable pain. He threw his head back and let out a roar that shook the very air, a terrible, hellish howl that sent chills down the spine. Next, his eyes were swallowed by darkness, turning pitch black with not a hint of white left. A filthy, fetid vapor oozed from them, making it unbearable for anyone to look directly at him. As these changes took hold, Wang Jiu's aura surged higher and higher, rising like a blazing inferno. In the blink of an eye, the power radiating from him was already on the verge of surpassing even Tornado's. At this moment, Wang Jiu was completely shrouded in a thick, swirling black mist. The darkness surged and boiled around him, making his entire being seem wicked and grotesque, as if a demon god had risen from the depths of the abyss to walk upon the earth. Such an extreme method allowed him to gain unparalleled power, if only for a brief time. Tornado, who had been watching everything unfold from short distance away, frowned deeply at the sight before him. Over these past days, all manner of strange and inexplicable events had occurred one after another, leaving him feeling almost overwhelmed. Yet the transformation happening to Wang Jiu right now was nothing short of astonishing, and even Tornado couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Still, having just broken through a bottleneck that had held him back for years, reaching an entirely new state of being, Tornado felt more confident than ever that he could handle whatever came next. Never before had he felt so invigorated. Just then, a deep, thunderous rumble rang out across the sky, shaking the very air like the wrath of storm god. In the next instant, a blinding flash of lightning tore through the heavens, illuminating the world below as if it were broad daylight. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, something enormous plummeted from above and slammed down hard between Wang Jio and Tornado, sending dust and debris billowing into the air. As the haze gradually settled, a figure slowly emerged from the swirling dust. It was none other than Wang Dafei, the one who had been constantly on Wang Jio's mind. He now stood wreathed in dazzling arcs of lightning, countless silver serpents of energy coiling and dancing around him. Even from afar, he looked every bit the embodiment of a thunder god, majestic, awe-inspiring, and impossible to ignore. Earlier, Wang Dafei had raced to the rooftop, preparing to unleash his lightning thunder fist. He pulled out several pieces of Palu, or intending to use them to quickly restore the spiritual energy he knew would soon be depleted. After all, this was his first time truly wielding the lightning thunder fist, and he had no idea how things would play out in practice. Theory was one thing. Reality, as he now understood, was something else entirely. The moment his spiritual lightning made contact with the Palu, or a mysterious reaction occurred. The ore erupted into a torrent of pure and potent energy. This urge not only allowed Wang Dafei to rapidly replenish his lost spiritual force, but, more importantly, it also helped him meet the stringent requirements for unleashing the lightning thunder fist, letting him complete the thunderous charge-up in record time. Amazingly, even the spiritual energy that leaked out during this process triggered a sudden breakthrough for Tornado down below. Now, Wang Dafei was much more than a man simply wreathed in lightning. The overwhelming power surged into him without cease, transforming and strengthening his body on every level. With the lightning thunder fist in play and the thunder's might coursing through him, he radiated an unmatched sense of pressure. A god descended to earth, so awe-inspiring that few would dare meet his gaze. Wang Dafei's gaze turned toward Tornado. He, too, noticed that Tornado's current condition was quite unusual. Drawing on the martial arts inheritance passed down by Shi Jian, Wang Dafei understood well what this phenomenon meant. Tornado had already stepped into a whole new realm of martial cultivation, the stage of an innate martial artist. However, his aura appeared far from stable. If he refrained from further combat and instead focused on settling this newfound energy, there was no doubt his future would be promising. At the level of an innate martial artist, the body begins to generate a steady, unceasing flow of internal energy. With further progress, this could very well transform into the even more formidable innate true energy. Although both Tornado and the Big Boss had long been able to wield internal energy in battle, they had always failed to break through that crucial barrier. Thus, they could only be considered pseudo-innate martial artists at best. Yet, the Tornado before him was completely different now. It was as if he'd shed decades from his age, his face radiant, his spirit vigorous. The internal energy within him surged with the force of a mighty river, flooding forth without end. Meanwhile, after Wang Jio swallowed that mysterious pill, a shocking scene unfolded. In an instant, it was as though his entire being had been ensnared and consumed by a dark power rising from the depths of an abyss. He pressed his palms together, murmuring strange incantations under his breath, and astonishingly began to perform another ritual of spirit invocation. With a flash of eerie light, a wild deity, one so obscure that even its name was unknown to those who worshipped it, truly descended and merged with him. Suddenly, Wang Jio was utterly lost in a frenzy, as if possessed by some unholy demon. His eyes blazed a blood-red hue, brimming with murderous intent and madness. Tonight he was determined to wash the Kowloon-walled city in blood and establish his own ruthless authority. His once normal features twisted into a grotesque, frightening mask. Even more astonishing, the power within him shot upward like a rocket launched toward the heavens, soaring to a level ordinary people could scarcely imagine. A terrifying, bone-chilling aura poured ceaselessly from his body, swiftly flooding every corner of the space around him. All who sensed it felt a cold terror seize their hearts, leaving them trembling uncontrollably, their blood running cold. Yet this seemingly invincible and monstrous power did not come without a dreadful price. It demanded an excruciating sacrifice. Not only would Wang Jio's own vitality be consumed, but the ritual also required the lives of innocent souls. With such an extreme method of gaining strength, if Wang Dafei hadn't appeared, a storm of blood and destruction might well have swept through at any moment. But as the saying goes, there's always a force to balance another. In the end, Wang Jio had finally met the nemesis fate had never meant for him to encounter. Wang Dafei. Although Wang Dafei could hardly be called a master of Daoist arts, he had at least picked up some basics, enough to qualify as a half-fledged Daoist at best. Faced with Wang Jiao, who had fallen into a frenzied, possessed state and now seemed less than human, Wang Dafei knew he was in grave danger. Without hesitation, Wang Dafei swiftly reached into his storage soul guide and pulled out a stack of exorcism talismans. VCD-sourced, sun-charged yellow charms. The moment these yang talismans appeared, the chill in the air seemed to dissipate, the atmosphere warming perceptibly. Under Wang Dafei's telekinetic control, these yellow charms shot forward like a barrage of golden missiles, streaking straight toward Wang Jiao. Though Wang Dafei's telekinesis was weak, controlling people drained him quickly. Moving these feather-light slips of paper was almost effortless. At this moment, Wang Jiao looked utterly bizarre. A sinister aura radiated from his entire being, sending chills down the spine. To say he was possessed by a vengeful spirit would not be an exaggeration at all. Just then, a rapid series of sharp, whistling sounds sliced through the air. The yellow talismans fluttered like a rainstorm, sticking to Wang Jiao with uncanny precision, as if drawn by invisible glue, covering him from head to toe. The talismans glimmered with faint, shimmering light. There were so many, they wrapped Wang Jiao tightly, sealing him in their golden embrace. The wicked energy that had been swirling around Wang Jiao now seemed to meet its nemesis. It began to shrink back, visibly suppressed by the sheer force of the talismans. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Dafei darted forward in a flash and landed a solid punch to Wang Jiao's abdomen. Wang Jiao tried to resist, but to his shock, he found himself completely immobilized. Because he had invoked a wild god to possess him, he was now powerless to fight back, a lamb awaiting slaughter. Had he not invited that untamed spirit, these mere talismans would never have restrained him. Yet, by seeking borrowed strength, he gained tremendous power but also exposed a fatal weakness. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. With one punch, Wang Dafei realized the truth. Wang Jiao really couldn't fight back. Seeing his advantage, Wang Dafei didn't hesitate. He swung his fists again, crackling with thunderous energy, smashing him down onto Wang Jiao with full force, both fists striking at once. A guttural scream echoed, followed by the relentless thud of fist meeting flesh. Wang Dafei pummeled Wang Jiao with over a dozen powerful blows. Already weakened by the earlier tornado that had shattered his hard-chi defense, and now battered by talismans and thunder-charged fists, Wang Jiao's limbs went. Utterly numb, he lost all feeling, as if thousands of steel needles were piercing him at once. The pain was so intense, words could scarcely describe it. It seemed that even punch after punch was still not fierce enough for Wang Jiao. Wang Dafei looked coldly at Wang Jiao, who was already spitting blood before him, and said chillingly, "There's nothing left for you here. In your next life, don't come back as a beast." Before his words had faded, a dazzling burst of lightning suddenly sparked from Wang Dafei's clenched fist. Arcs of violet electricity, intertwined and twisted together like spirit serpents, gathering in an instant into an unstoppable, terrifying force of thunder. Wang Dafei's muscles tensed across his whole body as he summoned the surging thunder power within. The wild energy roared through his meridians, as if trying to break free from all constraints. With a thunderous roar, Wang Dafei drew all of the thunderous might into his right arm, lightning enveloping the limb in a blinding glow, exuding a chilling and overwhelming presence. Without hesitation, he unleashed this terrifying punch, driving it straight at Wang Jiao's chest. Even before the fist landed, a deafening boom erupted, like thunder splitting the heavens, shaking the world to its core. With a crash, the punch, wrapped in boundless thunder, shot forward with such speed that it left a blurred afterimage in the air. In the blink of an eye, it slammed brutally into Wang Jiao's chest. The pitiful Wang Jiao couldn't react at all. He had no chance to fight back. Regret filled his heart. Why did things turn out like this? Why is the world so unfair to me? He still wanted to become the king of Hong Kong's underworld. That terrifying force struck Wang Jiao's chest head-on. In an instant, Wang Jiao's body was blasted away like a cannonball, tracing a long arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. When the crowd finally got a clear look at Wang Jiao's chest, they saw a gaping hole where the flesh and bone had been burned and charred, filling the air with a pungent, acrid stench. And so, it all ended in such a haphazard way. Yet even in death, his eyes remained open, unwilling to rest.